Glad you're here. If you enjoy our content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating. Now, let's dive into the story of worthless profession, Dragon Tamer right here on GMT Recap. When the young man opened his eyes, he was immediately confronted with the sight of a classroom. Without thinking, Chung Chien-mo gasped and shouted, "Where am I?" At that moment, a thread of memory began to stir in his mind. It turned out that the name of this planet was Blue Star, which was essentially similar to Earth. However, 100 years ago, Blue Star had undergone a catastrophic disaster that had changed everything. Millions of demons began to attack, causing immense casualties among humanity. Fortunately, the people here were born with a unique power. By practicing and transitioning to different professions, they could fend off the attacks of the demons. These things seemed familiar to Chung Chien-mo, and he realized that he had somehow transmigrated to another world. As he was thinking, a hand in the present reality suddenly slapped his back. Li Huang couldn't help but scold him, "Are you still wasting time like this?" Then, unexpectedly, he burst into tears. "I'm so nervous. The awakening test only comes once in a lifetime. If I fail, my dad will beat me to death." In the end, Chung Chien-mo had to reassure him, "Don't worry, I'll go to the secret realm first and figure things out from there." Soon after, Chung Chien-mo arrived at the training ground. At the far end of the wall, a spatial gate was opening. In that instant, Chung Chien-mo couldn't help but curve the corners of his mouth. He was feeling quite excited. "Come on, let me see what interesting things this new world has to offer." As soon as the thought ended, Chung Chien-mo stepped through the spatial gate. The moment he entered, everything before his eyes was a blinding white, but only 2 seconds later, the sun began to shine again. The scenery gradually came alive with trees and houses. And in Chung Chien-mo's mind, his conviction grew even stronger. Isn't this the beginner's village in Genesis? A clear ting echoed, cutting off his thoughts. System has detected the host in the process of connection and conversion. Connection progress, 50%, 70%, 100%. Before he could make sense of it, another notification appeared. Conversion successful. With a system conversion at level 1, 2 active skills can reasonably be transformed into new passive skills. At the same time, the power of these passive skills will be fully enhanced by the character's attributes. Chien-mo grew increasingly excited. Transform active skills into passives? If this really works the same as Genesis, then this system is far too powerful. In Genesis, most skills were active, requiring cooldowns. They couldn't be triggered infinitely, which easily created openings in battle and left one vulnerable to counterattacks. But passives existed permanently, required no cooldowns, and only needed the right conditions to activate. As one leveled up, the activation rate also increased. That was why they were so rare. His fists clenched tighter. "In my past life, because of those limitations, I couldn't ascend to godhood. But this time, I've gained a system that transforms skills into passives. Perhaps it can help me reclaim the feeling of filling in that regret." Then, the system also popped up with a prompt: "Please select the skill to be converted." It listed a few options, such as slipping and switching weapons. After some hesitation, Chung Chien-mo chose Wave Slash. The system immediately created a green sword for him and confirmed that he had obtained the Fierce Wave Slash skill at level 1. This skill allowed him to perform a strong downward slash to attack, then release a series of waves that dealt damage within a 3-meter radius and launched enemies into the air. With the passive conversion successful, each attack had a 30% chance of triggering the Fierce Wave Slash. When activated, it would transform into a sword. In addition to the damage, it would also grant brief invincibility for 0.2 seconds. Chung Chien-mo couldn't help but swing his sword a few times. To his surprise, it not only improved his attack method but also increased the damage, making him feel as if he had found a golden touch. Before he could celebrate, a strange foot stomped heavily on the ground. The Minotaur, breathing heavily with a grunt, was covered in muscles, wielding a silver axe as it charged forward. At a glance, Chung Chien-mo could tell, level 3, a monster that would be quite a challenge in the training area. Next, the gleaming axe blade swung through the air as the Minotaur roared loudly with every step, causing Chung Chien-mo to flinch. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that this was the perfect moment to test his skills in real combat. With that, Chung Chien-mo swung his sword toward the beast. The sources of magical energy immediately sent the Minotaur flying, its heavy body crashing violently into the stone pillar behind. A loud explosion echoed from that distant spot. But Chien-mo did not expect it to be unharmed. Next, its hooves stomped the ground as it leapt up, the axe's blade once again hovering above his head. The massive silhouette of the creature cast a shadow over him. As it swung down, he managed to jump just in time, creating a back-and-forth chase. Despite continuously dodging its strikes, Chung Chien-mo gradually felt something was wrong. "I'm only at level 1, I can't fight it in its overwhelming state." As the metallic gleam of the axe descended, he had only one thought. "I'm done for." Then, by reflex, Chung Chien-mo raised his sword to block. The blade of his sword shattered under the force of the strike. But just at that moment, the system triggered an automatic activation. Invulnerable for 0.2 seconds. Chien-mo was stunned. The passive effect that blocked the attack? A system message popped up, forcibly triggering Fierce Wave Slash, increasing damage by 1.5 times. The Minotaur's axe only struck his illusion, while Chien-mo had already crouched down. Immediately after, he released a surge of murderous intent, activating passive, Fierce Wave Slash. Its massive axe was sent flying. Chung Chien-mo unleashed all his damage on it. The Minotaur's jaw went slack, its teeth and blood spraying everywhere. All of his strength gradually diminished, and finally, the Minotaur's body exploded into pieces. Chung Chien-mo quickly approached to examine the monster's remains. At this moment, he fully understood that after switching to a passive skill, not only did it resolve the cooldown issue, but it also added a new damage system. The problems from his previous life were no longer difficult. In this life, he would certainly make up for the regrets of the past and reach the peak of success, stepping into divinity with a single stride. The journey of discovery was still unfolding in the new player space. After a while of observation, the insect monster had been struck in the neck by him in an incredibly domineering manner. After Chung Chien-mo withdrew his sword, it fell powerless to the ground. The buzzing of the insect creature gradually overpowered the surroundings, and the area was filled with the corpses of monsters. However, Chung Chien-mo felt uneasy. Several hours had passed, and finally, he had found the feeling of combat from his previous life. As long as he knew which secret realm the assessment would take place in tomorrow, he could help Li Huang. In that moment, his system appeared, "Please select your second passive skill." Faced with the numerous options presented by the system, he paused to think. Usually, new players were killed by monsters because their strength was insufficient and their cooldowns were too long. If the first skill chosen was offensive, the second skill should focus on reducing the cooldown time. He pressed the button, and the system immediately analyzed. When activating the weapon switch to level 1 within 30 seconds, the weapon switch cooldown would be reduced by 30%. Spiritual energy and strength quickly flowed into his body. Chung Chien-mo also saw another sign indicating a successful passive skill activation. The cooldown time for all weapons was reduced by 30% permanently. After that, Chung Chien-mo calculated that there were many basic weapons for beginners in the storage, and with the passive weapon switching, he could quickly switch between various types of weapons for combat. Currently, Chung Chien-mo's status board was quite simple. He was still at level 1, human race, with all his strength stats set to 20. But, after all, he wasn't feeling down. The issue of weapon cooldown had been solved, so the battles could be considered stable. Now, everything was ready, just waiting for the assessment day. Finally, the timeline reached the day of the assessment. The training grounds were already crowded with students and cheerleaders. Over here, the students were reminding each other to bring potions before heading to the assessment. In the meantime, Li Huan also came running over. "Old Mo, I listened to you and had my dad use the money to buy the assessment map for today." After hearing this, Chung Chien-mo fell into brief silence, then quietly said, Are you afraid others won't know that your dad went through the back door? Li Huang then took out the map. I heard that Flame Fisher is an area chosen by Professor Liu. He's very strict, so the difficulty might have been increased. On the contrary, Chung Chien-mo seemed quite intrigued. So this is the map. I remember that monsters are distributed from level 3 to 10. It's not too difficult. Chung Chien-mo turned and asked, in the secret realm, what level of monster can you take on alone? He stammered in reply, at best level 5. That level of ability gave Chung Chien-mo a headache. He hadn't expected his strength to be so poor. Just then, someone else walked up from behind. Li Huang sneered, your family's got a bit of money, so you think you can buy your way in like others? Just give up already, better that than ending up dead last and shaming your grandparents. Hearing that, he shot back, shut up, what nonsense are you spouting? Even though Chung Chien-mo tried to calm things down, Li Huang was still fuming. Today, he was determined to drag the other down with him. Mao Feng seized the chance to jeer at him. Cheng Chen-mo's the smart one, he knows you're trash, you can't beat me, that's why he stopped you. No sooner had he finished speaking than his leg was swept out from under him. In front of everyone, Mao Feng lost his balance and fell hard. Chung Chien-mo looked down at him in delight and said, sorry, no need for such a grand salute. Immediately, Mao Feng roared, are you looking to die? This time, Mao Feng really did want to use force to get revenge, but his punch was caught with ease. No matter how hard he strained, his hands trembling from the effort, he couldn't break free. How is this guy so strong? Meanwhile, Chung Chien-mo said evenly, almost forgot the important part. Hey, you care to make a bet with me? I'll wager Li Huang gets a better score than you. The gang of thugs trembled with rage, barely holding themselves back. Finally, Mao Feng burst out laughing. Did I hear that right? There's no reason I wouldn't accept this bet. But as for what we're betting on, that's up to me. The loser will have to run 10 laps naked, then call the other person dad 3 times. Cheng Chien-mo readily agreed. No problem. The rumor quickly spread, and people began to talk. What? The student at the bottom of the class wants to compete with the top student? The gap is too obvious, it's like giving away a win. Li Huang himself felt nervous. Old Mo, how could we possibly do this? At that moment, Chung Chien-mo reassured him. Trust me. But Li Huang didn't have enough courage to stand firm. Trust you? I just want to use the exam to ask my dad for extra pocket money. Why are you selling me out like this? Once again, Chung Chien-mo had to comfort him and stand up. Just follow my lead. Then, he whispered a few words to him. Do this, then do that. Li Huang's face instantly lit up. Is that for real? After getting a nod, he was overjoyed. Everyone was shocked when they heard Li Huang declare, today, I'm going to make Mao Feng run and call me dad. About half an hour later, the head teacher cleared his throat. Zhang Lei, the head of the academy, began speaking. I announced that the official assessment has begun. Students, please proceed to the designated spots. In the meantime, Chung Chien-mo also started walking toward his spot. Li Huang walked ahead but didn't forget to remind him. Just wait and see what I can do. Then, he excitedly stepped into the space portal. The teleportation began to tear open the rift inside. The fiery landscape of Flame Fisher appeared before his eyes. Old memories were instantly triggered. This was a vast area with massive volcanoes, continuously flowing lava, and filled with evil creatures. At the summit of the mountain was Boss Zalin, and there was a strangely familiar feeling, as it had been a long time since he had fought a beginner dungeon. At that moment, a noise behind him startled him. 2 enormous, fierce figures emerged. They were low-level green-skinned monsters. As soon as they saw the human, their combat mode was activated. One of the green-skinned monsters was holding a long, sharp spike. The attack caused Chung Chien-mo's steps to stagger. However, due to his combat experience, he quickly retreated. Yet, the difficulties continued to mount. 3 more monsters approached from behind. The situation became increasingly perilous as the 3 monsters closed in on Chung Chien-mo. He was completely surrounded from both sides. Chung Chien-mo made a decision. He had always played games using a keyboard and mouse, but now, he had to rely on his body to attack. The system quickly assisted him, and the beginner's sword was equipped, with no difficulty level. This was the basic gear that a beginner would carry. Even with the equipment, Chung Chien-mo was still in a dangerous position, unlike the monsters in the training area that had their powers weakened. Here, even 1 against 5 would be too much. Suddenly, the system appeared again. Player with extensive operational experience detected, now fully converting into bodily instinct. His expression froze instantly upon reading that. Meanwhile, the system had already shifted to a new notification: operational experience has been transformed into instinct. At once, Chung Chien-mo's entire skeletal frame was enveloped in a bluish aura. His body felt strangely unfamiliar. On the other side, several green-skinned monsters were prowling, ready to pounce on him, yet their lightning-fast movements were unexpectedly caught by his perception. Without hesitation, Chung Chien-mo launched himself upward. Perfectly, he anchored onto the ceiling of the cavern. Tilting his head back slightly, he observed them from above. In a flash, he leapt down from the ceiling. One of his feet struck fiercely into the grotesque face of a monster. As soon as Chung Chien-mo landed, the green-skinned creature staggered and was hurled far away. The whole scene left him utterly satisfied. This ability was incredible. He could even control every muscle in his body. Now his instincts felt exactly like when he had been gaming in his previous life. The more Chung Chien-mo fought, the more confident he became. Not convinced? Then all of you come at once. At just that single taunt, their eyes turned bloodshot. The whole pack surged forward like wild beasts in a hunt. Yet no matter what they did, Chung Chien-mo kept dodging and twisting his body in seamless rhythm. After toying with them for a while, he decided it was time to lure them into a straight line, then finish them all in one decisive move. Right after that, Chung Chien-mo began to weave his way through the winding path, slipping past the group of green-skinned monsters. He crouched low and landed in a clearing not far away. The monsters slowly turned their fierce heads back. Seeing that the plan had been executed, Chung Chien-mo's killing intent surged. This is the chance. The 5 green-skinned monsters were sent flying high into the air. He slid through their ranks, performing a graceful move. With a light press of his hand on the ground, he executed a perfect stop. The sword was once again firmly gripped in his hand. The passive skill, Fierce Wave Slash, had been activated, and the 5 giant figures were instantly cleaved in two. The turn of events surprised him. It was so fast that the passive had already been triggered. He hadn't expected the passive skill to also eliminate cooldown time after an attack. Once again, all 5 green-skinned monsters were hit at the same time. Chung Chien-mo was filled with an overwhelming aura, sliding beneath them. After several heavy thuds behind him, the system notification appeared, confirming the monster kills. Moreover, the main system also notified him that due to the special move used to slay the monsters, experience was increased by 50%, awarding him 250 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 2. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 3. Chung Chien-mo's excitement grew with each passing moment. To think that defeating monsters in such a special way would grant bonus experience. Killing just 5 of them could raise his level by 2? Things were gradually falling into place, and he quickly moved forward. After all, during his journey, Chung Chien-mo was also thinking about how many basic skills and weapons he had at his disposal. This is even more fun than the Genesis game from my past life. Outside in the space, the rankings of the students were fluctuating rapidly. One observer, amazed, shouted, "There's a name on the board leveling up incredibly fast. Our Chung Chien-mo is holding the top spot because of his level 3. The others weren't surprised at all. That's the one who's facing off against Mao Feng. Leveling up in just 5 minutes, seems like our school has a genius. Zhang Lei couldn't hide his curiosity either. Is it Cheng Qian Mo? Interesting. I wonder what other surprises he's going to bring. Inside the secret realm, Cheng Qian Mo was still jumping between the rocks. After a while, he seemed to have discovered something. His intuition told him to quickly land in a particular spot. After hiding in a secluded corner, Cheng Qian Mo was stunned. Could this be the dark mage I encountered in my past life? The system then added, these level 2 dark mages are associated with the hounds. Despite this, he didn't feel afraid. It seemed that in the game, they had a trap. If he could make use of it, there would be no need to fight each one individually to level up. One fight and it's done. Just do it, and leveling up might even become easier. Then, Cheng Qian Mo summoned his grappling gun, which was one of the basic weapons. A hook shot out from the gun and latched onto the rock face. He used the rope to pull himself higher. Once he had a better vantage point, he took out his beginner's throwing darts. The throwing darts spun in the air and gradually descended towards the dark mage. With a sharp thud, they saw their comrade hit by the darts. Instantly, their setup shifted into combat mode. Sharp observation immediately revealed Cheng Qian Mo's position to the mages. Magic symbols began glowing in the air as their dark arrows slowly charged up. These spells were ones Cheng Qian Mo had memorized. The dark mage only relied on dark arrows and summoning hunting dogs. From the mage's perspective, Cheng Qian Mo had disappeared without a trace. Seeing no immediate threat, they started to return to their normal state. In the shadows, Cheng Qian Mo felt a sense of relief. The effect of the observation mode was working perfectly here. The dark mage wouldn't be able to attack him. Sure enough, spells with casting times couldn't reach beyond a certain range. Step 1, Success. Step 2, take advantage of the moment they were casting, and eliminate the hunting dogs. One by one, the darts pierced the dogs' throats. Though slightly winded, Cheng Qian Mo couldn't help but feel a sense of enjoyment. The real fun was just beginning. The priority for summoning hunting dogs was higher, so they would summon the dogs first. Just as he had predicted, the hunting dogs gradually appeared from the magic circle. The light from the spell made his joy even clearer. It was truly possible to make use of this success. Since the dark mage couldn't select targets for attacks and had suddenly switched between two skills, the logic of their actions became confused. Therefore, they will not stop summoning the hounds. This step can generate a large number of hounds. In the end, as long as the mage is killed, the hounds will die along with them. That way, I can earn a huge amount of experience from the hundreds of hounds. After that, Cheng Qian Mo laid down on the ground, ready to take a nap while waiting for them to multiply. 8 hours had passed, but there were still many spectators outside. The leaderboard had changed. Now, Sun Ku was in the lead. In 18th place was Mao Feng at level 7, while Li Huang remained at rank 498. It seemed that the outcome had been decided, but the viewers noticed something different. Look, Senior Luo Xingxing has become the first gun expert. She was second earlier, but now she's at the top. On the competition map, hundreds of monsters were being defeated by her. What's more, the viewers were still chatting. Senior Sun Ku has become a swordsman. I wonder if he will defeat the boss. As the monsters were defeated, Sun Ku's career switch notification popped up more and more frequently. Director Zhang Lei did not make a fuss but silently commented. Outstanding students are starting to show up. What rank was that Cheng Qian Mo earlier? When he glanced at the leaderboard, Cheng Qian Mo's name was ranked 659th. The small text made him shiver. At the bottom of the list? Others almost burst into laughter right after. This guy must have gotten to the top by sheer luck, I knew it. How can a genius only appear now? On the instructor's side, he was also somewhat cold-hearted. The secret realm only lasted for 12 hours, and based on his speed, he hadn't even reached level 6, let alone awakened his innate talent. There were only 4 hours left until the end. But just a few minutes later, everyone had to shout, "The first place is changed." Zhang lay jolted, looking up in surprise as Chung Chien-mo, who had been at the bottom, jumped to 252, then 121. The speed was so fast that the instructor was highly suspicious. How could this even be possible? Let's rewind a minute to understand. At that moment, Chung Chien-mo had just sat up, feeling completely refreshed after his nap. As he glanced down the cliff, it seemed as though the area below was overwhelming. A patch of ground was filled with hunting dogs, and he was startled. There were so many, probably more than 400. Then, Chung Chien-mo immediately drew out a greener machine gun. Thinking about the experience points, his eyes lit up as he wondered how many levels he would gain. The crackling sounds of gunfire began, signaling the start of the hunt for the hunting dogs. The barrel of his gun quickly emitted intense heat, and the flames started to pass through the bodies of the dark sorcerers, burning them to ashes. Cheng Chien-mo was immensely enjoying the thrill of slaughtering the monsters, while the poor dark sorcerers were desperately struggling. The red flames spread faster and faster, and the system repeatedly displayed the same message: the dark sorcerer has been eliminated. The open land below was soon filled with hot smoke and ink-black dust. Chung Chien-mo stood there, very pleased, with his arms crossed. Next, several sounds rang in his ears. "Congratulations, you have leveled up." The announcement echoed monotonously, but it brought him great joy. This is more like it. Fighting one by one is too exhausting. Soon, the main system message also appeared. Passive, Fierce Wave Slash has reached level 2, with a 35% activation rate. You gain an additional 16 times strength and immortality for 3 seconds. Congratulations, your weapon has been upgraded to level 2. Transition time is reduced by 40%. Chung Chien-mo skimmed through the text and said, "Based on the level up, the skills can also level up accordingly. This passive development potential is quite powerful. I wonder if the activation rate will reach 100% at higher levels." Back to the present, his name had reclaimed the top spot, and he was now at level 13. A spectator stammered in amazement, "In just 1 minute, he's already in the top 10. Since when did our academy have a character like this?" Others also expressed their shock. "He's a monster. I've never seen anything like this, even at my age." In the teacher's observation area, Zhao Erlong began to boast, "This is my student, impressive, right?" But then, the figure of the headmaster, Zhang Lei, made him fall silent. As soon as Zhang Lei stepped forward, he shouted, "Are you blind? You have such a promising student, and you didn't report him earlier." Then he muttered to himself, "I'm getting old. I mistook Cheng Chien-mo's talent as the strongest since the academy was founded." Back inside the secret realm, where everything had already been cleared away. Just as he was about to move, the system window popped up again. "You have leveled up to 13. Upon surpassing level 10, you may choose to change your profession. What is your choice?" Cheng Chien-mo immediately tensed up, faced with a major decision. Looking at the list of options, he felt quite sentimental. In my previous life, I had stood at the pinnacle of the game, earning all the god-tier profession titles, but there was one I had never tried. It was the vagrant class, a special profession that doesn't undergo any profession change. Solo players can use any equipment without being restricted by their profession. This means you can diversify your equipment combinations and use anything without limitation, allowing players to create a set of equipment with perfect attributes based on their playstyle. However, the weaknesses are also significant: insufficient damage, a large number of skills that are not specialized, most of them being basic. It can only satisfy early stages, but later on, it would be easily defeated by others. But now, I have a powerful passive system, and all the disadvantages of solo play have been resolved. I can fully unleash the potential of this profession to its peak. He clicked the option, and the system warned him that he had never allocated free attributes before, automatically linking him to a unique hidden profession for independent players: Master of Magic. Then, the system began to process, gradually binding 50, 80, 100 success. Immediately, a massive surge of green light enveloped him. The sudden situation left him in a state of panic. Was the profession of a magic controller really hidden? From the outside, people were also feeling bewildered. Did the old man drink too much water? If you don't need talent, why not just give it to me? Why choose such a useless profession? Zhang Lei angrily questioned. Such a promising seed, and this is how you teach him? Isn't this just a joke? Zhao Erlong stammered, I'm being wronged. His willpower had always been that of a warrior, and everything was giving the head instructor a headache. Choosing this useless profession would be like ruining his future. Cheng Qianmo was really muddle-headed. On the stands, a few young people were a bit confused. Is the Vargant class really that bad? Perhaps the old man has his own way of thinking. His friend just brushed it off. What do you understand? The Vargant class had the greatest advantage as it could use the equipment and skills from all professions. In the early stages, it allowed for continuous attacks, offering a high degree of freedom. However, he quickly added, but as time goes on, because it cannot change professions, all skills remain at the basic level, and the damage is insufficient, leaving one to be tortured by others. By now, they probably had an image of Cheng Qianmo being utterly miserable. Then, he sighed and said, a good match turned into a pile of mud. What's there to say about a profession with no future? On the other hand, in the hidden realm, there was not a single sound. Cheng Qianmo was enjoying the experience by himself. The Vargant class is perfect for me. I have a passive system, which just happens to make up for the lack of damage. Plus, with my experience from my previous life, I can fully bring it to its peak. However, there was one thing that puzzled him. What exactly was this binding force? Cheng Qianmo had no choice but to click on it to verify. In an instant, his mind seemed to freeze. The system message was as follows. You cannot actively learn skills from other academies, you can only learn skills that the boss drops. All dungeons will be the most difficult. Instinctively, he hesitated. The fact that he couldn't actively learn skills and could only rely on dungeon drops seemed perfect. He already knew the situation in all the dungeons, which was an advantage no one else had. The binding force wasn't bad at all. Now, the most important thing was to increase passive damage, starting with attack speed. A few seconds later, several green-skinned monsters heard a rustling sound above. Then, a burst of air, swift as lightning, brushed past the monster's skin. Cheng Qianmo suddenly manifested, his sword already swung. He couldn't help but marvel. The attribute points not only changed the score but also enhanced his body's physical capabilities. It was, all in all, incredibly fascinating. At that moment, a special item called Evil Oath Tome flew past. The book had just dropped, and it immediately piqued his interest. It seemed to be an item for unlocking hidden quests. He almost forgot about this quest. In that case, there was no need to rush to defeat the boss. It would be better to collect all the items for unlocking the hidden quests first. Outside, where the observation area was, only 60 minutes remained. In fact, all the students were gradually arriving at the boss area. The final challenge awaiting them this time was the ultimate trial. Boss Zalin is ruthless. Only by killing it and touching the awakening stone behind it can you be considered to have passed the test. The dazzling halo emanating from it was the awakening stone. A player was kicking a stone forward. He observed his surroundings cautiously. Is this Zalin? If I defeat it, will I successfully awaken? Driven by determination, he shouted and rushed forward. But over here, the blood sacrifice technique was also spreading, potentially dealing continuous damage to the enemy while unleashing a random weakening curse that reduced the basic attributes of the attacker. If Zalin unleashes it, I'm definitely going to fail. But I'm confident in my speed, were the only two thoughts he could muster. However, reality was perhaps not as expected. A powerful recoil struck his chest in an instant. Then, his body collapsed to the ground. The blow left the young man trembling in pain, and the despair soon crushed his initial willpower. Over here, Zalan's sharp iron fangs seemed to mock him. A huge green-skinned demon had been sent out. Once again, he could only silently despair. His basic attributes weakened, there was no way to dodge now. Outside the testing hall, many students had already been injured. Like everyone else, he was thrown out. Everyone was surprised. This guy was in the top 50, how did he get knocked out? This year's dungeon at least requires a 5-person team to win, it's really bad luck. There are also 2 beastmen bodyguards standing by the boss's side to provide support. How are we supposed to fight like this? This dungeon is too difficult. Why hasn't it been used in the last 10 years? Why did Professor Liu open it now? Back at the boss Zalan's location in the dungeon, the challenger this time is Chung Chien-mo. However, his condition is quite unstable, having already spent an hour just gathering hidden quests. Fortunately, no one has managed to defeat Zalan yet. He then fixed his gaze on the opponent in front of him, who also subtly released his aura in response. Next, Zalan recited a series of strange curses. The 2 beastmen bodyguards seemed to be activated and charged forward. One of them swung an axe down, which Chung Chien-mo couldn't help but praise. Looks big and strong, but his movements are quick. At the same time, the other beastman bodyguard also attacked. Chung Chien-mo arrogantly declared. Unfortunately, not as fast as me. Then, Chung Chien-mo dropped his body close to the ground. The 2 beastmen only turned back upon hearing the sound of friction. However, Chung Chien-mo had already jumped high into the air. From the blind spots of the 2 bodyguards, he began to swing 2 blades. In an instant, the space seemed to freeze. The only sounds left behind him were 2 explosions. He then leaped to another position. As long as there's no green beastman family member protecting him, Zalan can't move while casting his spell. On Zalan's side, despite the many spells wriggling around, he was truly motionless. When he was about 1 meter away from his opponent, he thought to himself, it looks like it's going to work. In the sky above, everyone could clearly see the image of Boss Zalan suddenly flying upwards. It turned out that Chung Chien-mo had kicked him into the air. My goal in life, time is running out, I need to end this quickly. Just a few seconds later, the enormous figure was about to fall back down. Below, Chung Chien-mo had already started drawing his gun and firing. The hot bullets drilled deep into the enemy's skin, making him scream out in pain. But then Chung Chien-mo ran out of ammo, all 10 bullets had hit their mark. Looks like I haven't lost my skill with the old mobile sniper rifle. At this moment, his enemy suddenly dove headfirst into the ground. When he rose again, his berserk state had been triggered. Chung Chien-mo was now forced to face a more aggressive Zalan. However, as a professional, he was unafraid, calmly switching weapons. Upgrading this skill was indeed convenient, leaving no openings. The demon lord Zalan was growling and charging toward him, intending to crush him. However, the sharp spear tip constantly shifted, forcing him to stop. The sound of bones cracking echoed, the demon's skeletal structure was no longer intact. A victorious smile spread across Chung Chien-mo's face. Normal sweeping attacks only have a short-term effect, but my technique, a kick to the small calf bones, directly breaks them. The difficulty of this replica lies in the coordination of the 3 monsters. Zalan's fighting strength is not strong, but he is protected by the other 2. Once it drags on to the point where Zalan uses the sacrifice, victory becomes impossible. At present, Zalan has collapsed, and Brother Liu with the spear is heading towards him. Chung Chien-mo slightly lowered his gaze to the defeated, now losing the protection. You are nothing but a weak brain, unable to withstand even a single move. A spear thrust straight down caused the demon's body to completely collapse. Back in the training yard, more people were being knocked out as well. Luo Xingxing stepped out with an air of great confidence. Sun Ko, it seems the first place is already in my hands. Sun Ko humbly replied. Congratulations, in this assessment, I have ultimately failed. Losing is not unjust. But when he checked, he was shocked and shouted. The top-ranked person isn't you, how can that be? Clearly, only those who have reached the level of rank M should be eligible. Luo Xingxing was so angry that her voice trembled. I actually lost to that perennial bottom ranker, Li Huang. In the meantime, other classmates rushed to comfort her. Don't be in a rush, you're definitely first. A useless level 7, how could they possibly defeat 3 monsters? Li Huang must have cheated. Instructor Zhang has already taken him to the academic office. Sun Ku quickly added. Sister Xingxing, those trash from the regular class can pull off anything. In the teacher's office, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Li Huang, did you cheat or not? He was so scared that he stuttered, I'm just more outstanding than usual. Lu Yanmin raised his voice even louder, he won't admit the truth. Just now, when I asked about the boss's appearance skills, you didn't even know, and you still claim you passed the exam on your own? Do you want to become the first student to be expelled? Whoever helped you cheat, the academy will investigate thoroughly. Sweat had already started to bead on his face. In the end, Li Huang fell to his knees, it was my classmate Cheng Qianmo who helped me. It's all my fault. Don't punish him. So this was the story. Towards the end of this section, one had to take the crossroads and bypass all the monsters directly to the final boss. Cheng Qianmo had seriously analyzed, because their vision is obstructed, they didn't attack you. You just need to quickly touch the awakening stone. After hearing this, Lu Yanmin seemed to ponder for a moment, our academy really has such a genius? Zhang Lei, how are the students performing this term? He respectfully reported, this student has made history by reaching level 13, but he still hasn't come out of the secret realm. Here is the complete video recording of his assessment process. After only a few seconds of viewing, Lu Yanmin could hardly believe it. He couldn't help but exclaim, this truly is limitless potential. Scene change, the situation in the training field still had many exciting developments. Some others who had just come out praised, have Luo Xingxing and Sun Ku already gone out? As expected from the rocket class. On the stands, some people were discussing Cheng Qianmo. That level 13 guy still hasn't come out? The assessment ends in 15 minutes, even if his level is high, he'll still fail. But little did they know, the awakening stone was within his reach. He looked at it, but his thoughts were elsewhere. Touching it would trigger the awakening and he'd be sent out. Well then, he might as well touch it later, complete the hidden task. In a short amount of time, from the scriptures to the flamestone, the drywood clear glass, the 2 broken swords, he had them all. As if remembering something, Cheng Qianmo also checked. There was also the skull of the hellhound. Collecting these 6 items would allow him to summon with 1 step. Before he could finish his thought, chains of pitch black iron shot up from the ground. The air grew heavy with a sound slowly echoing. Who dares disturb my slumber? Cheng Qianmo instantly became alert. As expected, a hidden boss appeared, a large, muscular figure fully clad in demonic armor. The system quietly displayed the information. The Hunger Tham, elite boss, level 12. The boss then ground his teeth. It's you! Thaman's sword was thrust into the ground with a declaration, kill without mercy. In an instant, the ground beneath them cracked as the sword's blade caused a shockwave, which was about to reach Cheng Qianmo. The molten lava beneath surged, forcing the stone surface to rise. The searing heat source quickly became free, with nothing but smoke and dust surrounding the area. The ground had been churned up into a large pit. However, Cheng Qianmo remained calm and remarked. As expected of an elusive boss, his strength is even greater than Gon's. Thaman's strength advantage lies in his immense power, but he lacks flexibility. As long as I can execute a combo to control his skills, I can deal with him. And so, he began to taunt. Someone as clumsy as you should just go back and rethink things. Immediately, the demon's claws were raised, and with each step, a terrifying rumble followed. Thaman then unleashed his demonic pressure, shouting kill, kill. As Tham leaped into the air, the ground beneath him cracked, and his entire imposing figure surged towards Chung Chien-mo, intending to crush him. At that moment, Chung Chien-mo casually reached into his bag, his hand lightly sweeping forward. The basic combat skill was instantly thrown out, and Tham was immediately blinded. In fact, this move was quite simple: throw sand into the opponent's eyes, and upon impact, it reduces their accuracy and vision range for 3 seconds. Chung Chien-mo had calculated it meticulously. Though this move didn't deal damage, it effectively restricted Tham movements. Then, Tham suddenly let out a loud roar, activating his passive skill, breaking free from the restriction after a second. Chung Chien-mo was somewhat surprised but quickly regained his composure. Impressive, but now it's my turn. Equipped with a self-destruct robot, the first move was to use the sliding skill to approach the enemy. Tham was very heavy, unable to be kicked into the air, so the next step was to use the hook skill. As soon as he finished thinking, he threw a punch directly at the middle of the opponent's chin. Immediately after, Chung Chien-mo fell into a dazed state once more. Very good. He didn't stop but instead moved to grab Tham-'s horns. He took out a dagger for the next move and stabbed from behind. Then, he followed up with another move, a basic front kick. The opponent's head tilted toward the self-destruct robot. Chung Chien-mo secretly felt relieved. Blow up. In the blink of an eye, the firepower engulfed the entire space. Tham-'s demonic body twitched a few times. Chung Chien-mo quickly realized his intent. Don't even think about getting up. His hand shot directly to the 2 daggers. Tham was still dazed, focused solely on trying to stand, but he let out a scream of pain as the sharp blades pierced his thighs. Chung Chien-mo gently said to him, "No matter how strong you are, if you're controlled throughout the entire process, you won't be able to deal any damage." He mischievously added to the demon, "Bye-bye." The leaderboard of the assessment immediately changed. Chung Chien-mo topped it with level 14. His level increase sparked controversy. He hasn't even awakened yet. He must be cheating. He's stalling, refusing to leave. Clearly, he's feeling guilty. Anyway, once the assessment is over, the secret realm will forcefully expel people. At that time, we will expose his lies. Lu Yanmin shouted softly, "The ignorant ones cannot understand the saying there are always higher mountains." Zhang Lei, standing behind, thought to himself that it had been a while since he had seen the master so excited. It seemed like he truly believed this was Chung Chien-mo's real strength. At that moment, there was less than a minute remaining on the countdown, and in the secret realm, the system cheerfully announced, "Congratulations on successfully defeating all the bosses, activating the reward, all bonuses increased by 50%. Because Tham had been controlled throughout the process, experience points were doubled, earning more than 30,000 experience points. After the notification, Chung Chien-mo's level increased to 14. Chung Chien-mo wiped his sweat gently, feeling that his efforts on the hidden mission were not in vain. But, since he had changed class to become a spell controller, he wondered if this awakening stone still had any effect. Thinking this, Chung Chien-mo placed his hand on it to check. Not long after contact, countless runes appeared on the surface of the stone. The mechanical voice of the system sounded, "Congratulations on successfully passing the assessment. The talent you have awakened is..." Chung Chien-mo anxiously awaited the answer. Then, the characters suddenly entered his core. The system once again issued a mechanical announcement, "The system has upgraded to level 2. A spell controller can now unlock additional passive transformations." The reward for clearing the level was a pair of Eternal Journey boots, and the reward for defeating the hidden boss was a basic critical damage book. Chung Chien-mo quickly went to check, and after switching twice like that, he was no longer polite about it. He immediately received a notification that the transfer to the Spirit Guard machine was successful. When using any weapon, there was a 25% chance to fire 10 bullets that would unfailingly hit the target. The more he looked at it, the more delighted he felt. From now on, battles could skip unnecessary operations, and perhaps he could even defeat higher-level monsters. When facing stronger creatures, all attributes would be suppressed. More often than not, he would be killed before even having a chance to win. But with this skill, as long as he stayed alive, he could slowly wear down and eliminate even the toughest bosses. Next, Chung Chien-mo calculated once more to choose the most effective skill. Only in this way could he maximize his power. He reached out to one of the slots in the lower row. Then I'll choose this one. The system immediately confirmed the successful transfer. When attacking, there was a 10% chance to unleash a sweeping fan-shaped strike within a radius of 2 meters. Chung Chien-mo was very satisfied as he dusted himself off. Compared to the skill that required a great deal of strength to knock an opponent flying, sweeping only consumed a small amount of power. This was far more fitting. The system displayed the status bar. Chang Chien-mo's information now contained many new skills, especially 4 extremely powerful passive abilities. Once the upgrade was complete, Chung Chien-mo softly said, "My combat strength is about to surpass 10,000. Even in the apocalypse, I'll still have fighting power. Let's head out." He then gently raised his hand, letting the surge of black energy rise outside. The instructor was also announcing the conclusion of the closed-door assessment when everyone suddenly felt a blinding light. What was this light? A hand lightly brushed against the edge of the spatial door. Chung Chien-mo stepped out with a calm demeanor. He's successfully awakened. Lu Yen-min was also very excited, never expecting that it would truly work. This child really had boundless potential. However, on the stands, there was a fierce wave of rejection. "He's a cheater, get him and Li Huang out of the academy. His results are suspicious, professors, please cancel his achievements." With the weight of public opinion, the old man's mood darkened. Lu Yen-min directly released the oppressive aura of a senior elder. His authoritative voice rang out. "Silence." Those who had been murmuring just moments ago quickly shut their mouths. Then, he walked over to Chung Chien-mo. "Did you really pass that?" Chung Chien-mo coldly answered with just a few words. "Yes, I passed." The old man didn't scold him for his impoliteness, instead, he complimented him. "Well done, truly a genius. First place is well deserved, your future is bright." At that moment, Sun Ku and Luo Xing rushed over. "Chang Chien-mo's results are problematic. How can someone rank last pass and still come out on top? We need an explanation." The crowd gained more courage, presenting their evidence. "Expel the cheater." Lu Yen-min couldn't help but shout out. "A bunch of ignorant frogs at the bottom of the well." During the allotted time, Chung Chien-mo defeated more hidden bosses at level 12 than anyone else. If he doesn't take first place, then who among you will? The top 2 students were stunned for a long time, while the crowd became even more suspicious, having never heard of how Chung Chien-mo could know about hidden bosses. On the stands, the homeroom teacher, Ji Qin, evaluated the situation in silence. A student with poor performance achieving first place, wasn't this a slap in the face to the rocket class? What hidden bosses? It must be cheating. Without hesitation, she jumped down to the training field. With the most decisive attitude, she spoke up, "Then I invite Chung Chien-mo to share how you discovered the hidden boss. If you can't explain, then it's cheating, and you're unworthy to be in this academy." On the other side, Chung Chien-mo straightforwardly retorted, "Why should I tell you?" Ji Qin immediately shouted, "What did you say?" The other boys shuddered upon hearing her shout. She was the youngest homeroom teacher of the rocket class. Chang Chien-mo had the nerve to insult her. He was done for. She would never let him off the hook. The atmosphere on the training field became heavier than ever. Sun Ku was the first to break the silence. "That's too much. Who do you think you are to be rude to our homeroom teacher?" He then summoned a treasured sword. "I want to fight you." The crowd murmured again, "Senior, teach him a lesson. Let's see if he dares to act like that again." Then, they heard his deep voice, "A one-on-one fight, are you enjoying this?" Upon hearing Chung Chien-mo's question, he immediately clenched his jaw tightly. The anger from the audience grew heavier. When a man takes the initiative to invite, it's out of respect for you. You only know how to act flashy and speak with arrogance. Luo Xingxing suddenly tapped Sun Ke's shoulder. Would it be fair if I joined forces with you to fight him? Cheng Qianmo merely gave the other person a sidelong glance. Who are you? She felt embarrassed, unsure of how to respond. You don't know me? I'm the beauty of Jiangcheng Academy. Sun Ke immediately shouted, how dare you look down on us? You don't even consider our rocket class. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. I'm going up to the arena for a duel, no matter the outcome. Ji Qin, sharp as ever, immediately understood. The arena was for a mandatory duel between awakened ones, and refusing would count as a loss. Even if Cheng Qianmo had used underhanded tactics to secure first place, he wouldn't be a match for Sun Ke. Then, he coldly replied, if you're really seeking death, I'll see it through to the end. Lu Yanmin, however, found this quite interesting. This kid was even more aggressive than he had been back in the day. Perfect. He could take this opportunity to test his strength. So, the old man invoked a summoning, stating that if both sides agreed, he would construct an arena for them. With a single surge of power, a fighting stage taller than a man's head appeared. Before they entered, Lu Yanmin reminded them, hoping the young man could control himself to avoid future regrets. Sun Ke was not afraid at all. I want to see what you're capable of. Cheng Qianmo replied coldly, stop wasting your breath, don't waste my time. Then, he jumped onto the arena before him. From above, he spoke as if giving an order, start now. Sun Ke didn't back down anymore. Arrogant little brat, you'll regret this. He swiftly climbed up, moving at maximum speed. That was his A-class talent, capable of increasing his movement and attack speed by 50%. The other boys on the side cheered for him. This was a signature skill of a swordsman. No one had expected the senior's talent to be this perfect. While running around, he didn't forget to taunt, I think you're only good at verbal sparring. When he reached Cheng Qianmo's blind spot, he quickly drew his sword, and Sun Ke's entire body erupted with killing intent as he shouted the word die and stabbed forward. But his powerful strike was dodged in a single leap. Cheng Qianmo even teased him, is that all? The spectators couldn't help but wonder, how did he dodge that? Did you see that? Didn't he just have an E-class talent? On the other side, Sun Ke quickly assessed, that was just a fluke. I may have missed one strike, but I won't miss my strongest combo skills. In a split second, Cheng Qianmo's eyes swiftly scanned his opponent's movements. Then, Sun Ke unleashed his sweeping attack with his sword. Cheng Qianmo was blown backward by the strong wind. Seeing the opportunity, he executed his ambush skill. Cheng Qianmo quickly raised his sword and deflected his opponent's strike. Meanwhile, Sun Ke used a move to send his adversary flying when their swords clashed. In midair, Cheng Qianmo was unexpectedly able to maintain his balance. For a brief moment, it seemed like he had seen something surprising. Sun Ke below him gradually faded as he used his teleportation technique. No one noticed that he had ascended higher than Cheng Qianmo. I've won. Attack from above. Caught off guard, Cheng Qianmo hesitated for a moment. Then, all the actions in midair were overshadowed by an explosion. Cheers erupted from all around. As expected of Brother Sun, his chain combo was flawless, delivering devastating damage. Sun Ke then safely landed on the arena, no one could escape his speed. Unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking, his face was struck by a kick. Cheng Qianmo, with no visible injuries, had directly kicked the renowned senior from the academy. Director Ji Qin was completely shocked, while Lu Yanmin was filled with excitement, clearly not having misjudged this kid. On the arena floor, Cheng Qianmo had met the conditions to activate his passive ability. In an instant, everyone saw his figure shift incredibly fast. Cheng Qianmo seemed to blend into the air, preparing for his fierce wave slash. Finally, all that remained was the sound of Sun Ke's body crashing to the ground. Cheng Qianmo didn't look at him but only checked the sword. His maximum speed was still slower than my agility. However, the opponent had already been in so much pain that he collapsed, unable to refute. The direction of public opinion gradually shifted. Was it over that quickly? Sun Ko, being a top-tier genius, was defeated in less than 30 seconds. At that moment, Chung Chien-mo finally remembered, "Do you still want to fight?" He stood on the high platform, looking down at Luo Xingxing like a small creature. The arrogance on her face had completely vanished. Finally, Luo Xingxing whispered, "I really don't deserve to fight you one-on-one." Shouts from the stands echoed up to Chung Chien-mo. "Big boss, I was wrong about you earlier. From now on, you're my god." Those who change professions always put strength first, and someone as powerful as you deserves to be the number one genius. Suddenly, a pink hue filled Luo Xingxing's heart. She hadn't expected him to be this strong. Why did she feel this strange sensation? And yet, she wanted some kind of connection with him? From a professional perspective, Lu Yenmin was astonished. His reaction speed was incredibly fast, executing skills perfectly, far beyond what I was capable of in the past. Perhaps he could become the legendary fifth transformation god. This was a true genius. A talent like him must be kept in Zhangchang. Then, he solemnly spoke, representing the academy, "I declare that Chung Chien-mo has achieved outstanding results. The school decided to grant me 1 million Blue Star currency and a special title, Prodigy Student." The crowd seemed to have just heard an explosion in their minds. The trio of headmasters briefly stood still upon hearing the new title, Prodigy Student. In contrast, Chung Chien-mo remained rather calm. Their expressions seemed to convey that this title was very cool, though they were unsure if it could be converted into money. Zhang Lei then explained, "It's been over 20 years since Zhang Chang had a prodigy student. The only one who had that title is now a fourth-tier transcendent. Normally, a person only rises to the third tier in their lifetime, and there are only a few people in the whole city, like Professor Lu, who are third tier. So, this title for Chung Chien-mo." Without needing to hear more, Ji Qin had already guessed. It meant that, at the very least, his future was destined for fourth-tier transcendence. A student with such potential, she had to pull him into the rocket class. If she could become the headmaster of a future fourth-tier student, she would have achieved great success. So, she began sweetly calling out to him, "Classmate Chang, I wonder if you'd be interested in becoming the class leader of the rocket class? I can be your personal tutor for every exam, once a month." The young men over there couldn't help but feel jealous. "Teacher Ji Qin is my goddess. If I could have her as a personal tutor, I'd gladly die for it." Unexpectedly, Chung Chien-mo decisively pulled his hand away from hers. "You can't teach me. Not just you, none of the teachers in this academy can teach me. You guys are all solo players, right? Before we continue with the next developments, let's take a look at my attributes. The most notable thing is that there has been a rank up to SSS, with a battle power of 9,972. Moreover, they also own the level 18 boots, which can double the speed for 5 seconds. Returning to the story, Ji Qin angrily shouted, "You're only level 14, what gives you the right to say I can't teach you?" But Lu Yenmin interrupted her, "No one has the expertise to teach him. After the profession change, we will give up the initial skills. As for combos and solo techniques, there is no experience at all. Looking around the entire country, you won't find anyone who can teach him. Chung Chien-mo's future is destined to be one where he faces everything alone. Classmate Chang, the path of a solo player is full of challenges. I hope you won't regret it in the future." He was firm in his decision, "If I've chosen it, I certainly won't regret it, and I also have the support of passive system assistance." Then, the old man immediately announced, "In that case, I will approve your self-learning. I hope you can shine in the national exam 1 month from now." This was an exam organized by the country to find the best players. Everyone would receive rewards based on their ranking. However, unlike other students who were still panicking, no one had ever had the privilege of self-learning. Chung Chien-mo was truly exceptional. Later, he politely spoke up, "I have one more question, sir." Everyone was stunned after just half a sentence. The 1 million cash reward, when can it be claimed? The story ended there, but the press was still buzzing with news about him. Zhang Lei was swamped by the reporters. May I ask which university Cheng Qian-mo intends to attend? May I ask why Cheng Qian-mo chose to go solo? But no matter what they asked, he always replied, he's not at school. At the same time, at the Apocalypse Management Association, Cheng Qian-mo was sweeping near the entrance while commenting. The login process into the system is fairly complete. The advanced machinery confirmed Cheng Qian-mo's identity in H-Nation level 14 solo player, allowing him to pass through. Then, a mechanical narration began to play. 100 years ago, a ferocious beast appeared and descended upon Blue Star. After slaughtering humanity, they withdrew of their own accord. The screen quickly displayed several short clips of the monsters. Then, the story continued. In order to resist the Great Catastrophe, humanity discovered the apocalypse world through the rift left behind by the demonic beasts and found a way to enter and exit. Thus began the training era, when the entire population entered the apocalypse continent, which gradually became the battlefield of competition among the professions of various nations. Several large warning words flashed on the screen. Only awakened individuals with powerful talents can claim a place here. Cheng Qian-mo couldn't help but marvel. Compared to the dream study zone at school, the apocalypse continent could accomplish far more. Most importantly, he needed to reach level 20 as soon as possible to pass the unified exam. A few minutes later, the fragmented island of war, reserved only for those between levels 13 and 18, appeared. The layout and architecture around him felt familiar, as if from a past life. It truly evoked a sense of nostalgia. He still remembered very clearly that when he first entered the main continent, everyone tried everything they could to hunt monsters and level up. But with his memories from a past life, it was only natural for him to start with a special hidden quest. After traveling for a while, he stopped at a secluded spot. Then, Cheng Qian-mo entered the dilapidated, abandoned village to rummage through the debris. As soon as he saw a white piece of paper amidst the wreckage, he felt a surge of joy. He had found it. On the paper was a request to prove the existence of a dangerous shadow for the fisherman. The system chimed in immediately. You have accepted a hidden quest. The shadow disappears. It was a special quest, with a difficulty of 3.5 stars, requiring him to defeat a mysterious monster. Cheng Qian-mo, pleased with himself, tightly grasped the paper. This location, other than him, no one would be able to find. Not only was this quest filled with experience, but in the end, it would also reward him with a highly useful divine artifact. At the beach, the disaster of the mutated sea turtles was attracting a large crowd, and other players were focused on defeating the small monsters along the shore. They used all kinds of weapons, from swords to magic, in an attempt to maximize their experience points. In the midst of this, one player cast a lava fireball. The attack damaged even those who weren't prepared to defend themselves. One player, furious, shouted, "Isn't there a rule against PvP? Not only are you stealing the monsters, but you're also hurting others." Ding Huang shamelessly retorted, "I'm just attacking monsters, magic doesn't have eyes. All the monsters on this beach are ours. Get lost." He got angry and immediately struck. This is a public area, not your Demon Academy's private property. But then, a sharp slash cut across his face. Ding Huang bluntly challenged, "If you're not convinced, come here. I guarantee you won't touch any monsters again." His friend beside him advised, "We can't fight back, don't waste any more time. Students from the Demon Spirit Academy are not people we can touch." He responded angrily, "But they come every day to steal the monsters, leaving us stuck at level 3. Meanwhile, Zhao Yan and I screamed, "Senior, there's someone hunting monsters." They sneered, "You're targeting a blind guy, and he's playing solo." He suddenly took the initiative and charged forward. "Today, let me teach you a lesson. You won't lay a finger on a single monster. The usual strategy, I'll lure the monsters. You two use Blizzard to kill them all, don't leave a single one for that guy." On this side, Cheng Qian-mo also realized they were trying to use AoE, Area of Effect, damage to steal all the monsters, right? But in Apocalypse, there's also an ownership mechanic. Only the first player to deal a certain amount of damage to a monster gains ownership of it. If another player kills the monster while it's still under someone's ownership, they don't receive any rewards. Perhaps this method wouldn't work for an average player, but unfortunately for them, they've encountered me. Next, his entire body was enveloped by a critical skill. Chang Qian Mo had finished his calculations. All he needed to do was deal 3 times the damage they did, and the right to claim the kill would transfer to him. He had to maintain the same target without switching, reduce its health, and secure the monster. Because if he changed the target, he would be instantly eliminated. As a melee class, he couldn't fight against the projectiles of flying monsters, it would require the mage's skill control. While he was acting, the other players began discussing. There's someone soloing, charging into the monsters. Is he trying to steal the kill from the mage? Ding Huang, upon hearing this, sneered with disdain. Just showing off. Does he really think a solo player's damage can claim ownership? Perfect, now we can use a splash attack to kill him. Right then, the rune in the sky began to swirl. It was the blizzard skill, accompanied by freezing. At the same time, a red warning appeared. In the world of Apocalypse, if a player died, their level would drop, and if they died too many times, they wouldn't be able to resurrect. Ding Huang and his group were feeling quite smug, thinking, don't blame us. This is the price for opposing the Ghost Spirit Academy. The weaker players could only whisper among themselves. Sure enough, relying solely on a player's damage not only failed to secure the kill but also got him involved in this. Then, Ding Huang's group froze in panic as they realized something. Blizzard didn't kill him? The other players were also stunned. How did he survive that? That combination should have been strong enough to instantly wipe out players of the same level. On this side, Ding Huang was urging his teammates to quickly launch another blizzard to kill the group of monsters first. Inside the formation, he had no choice but to switch to another skill. Just now, the attack speed had triggered Fierce Wave Slash, and he used freezing to slow down Blizzard, while also utilizing the machine gun to increase the damage output. The machine gun's passive activation rate was 25%. In the next second, the surrounding conditions also helped the machine gun skill to trigger. Amidst the hazy smoke, Chang Qian Mo was frantically attacking the group of turtle monsters. The team that had been bullied earlier now looked very pleased the monsters were all stolen, and with such high damage. The cooldown of the machine gun was 8 seconds, but he kept using it continuously, giving a very different impression of a solo player. Ding Huang's side was also shocked, the ownership of the monsters had been stolen by the solo player. The next second, their blizzard was also completed. Chang Qian Mo felt that the timing was perfect. Their blizzard quickly released a freezing blast onto the group of turtle monsters, assisting Chang Qian Mo. He jumped out of the battlefield just as the monsters flipped onto their backs. He didn't forget to express his gratitude. I appreciate the help. Ding Huang was so enraged that veins popped on his head, never expecting to have all the monsters stolen. I'll make you pay for this. The players who had been avenged were very satisfied. These 3 had been outplayed, daring to act so arrogantly on the Apocalypse continent. Seeing Ding Huang about to rush forward, Zhao Yan and I had to grab his sleeve. Class monitor, don't be impulsive, his damage is even higher than the combined total of the 3 of us. Upon hearing this, Ding Huang turned away in shame. I remember your name now, Chang Qian Mo, let's go. But unexpectedly, Chang Qian Mo spoke in a deep voice. Did I say I was leaving? The 3 of them froze in place as if turned to stone. Ding Huang stammered, you've already stolen the monster, and we've already given way, what more do you want? Chang Qian Mo arrogantly waved his hand. I'll give you 1 minute. Return everything you just took, or go back and level up again. Sun Wei Jun, on their side, immediately rushed out, you're bullying us too much. So what if your damage is high? Even if today's a life and death struggle, you won't get anything from me. Then, his wooden staff began to emit an energy sphere. Those familiar with this move immediately recognized it was the basic fireball spell from the first year. Though Chung Chien-mo was no ordinary player, he wouldn't be able to withstand this attack. Sun Wei-jun was still putting all his strength into summoning the fireball. The energy bar was more than halfway full, and they were worried for him. Why hasn't the expert made a move yet? If he waits until the incantation is finished, it'll be too late. Sun Wei-jun thought he was afraid and became even more smug. He believed Chung Chien-mo was too scared to move. "Oh, I thought you were really good. Turns out you're just an empty barrel making a lot of noise." With that, he aimed the staff straight ahead, and the flame shot out, growing fiercer the farther it flew. At this moment, Chung Chien-mo quickly transformed his weapon into a pair of boxing gloves. Then, he used the martial artist's signature skill, covering his entire body with a forceful aura. He leaned to one side to align with the posture of a devastating strike. Just like that, the power of his punch pierced through the fiery barrier and struck his opponent. Before his opponent could hit the ground, Chung Chien-mo shifted and moved behind Sun Wei-jun. A powerful flying kick from him was enough to keep the body suspended for a few more seconds. This blow was merciless. Chung Chien-mo kicked with all his strength. In the end, Sun Wei-jun plummeted to the earth like a comet crashing deep into the ground. The other players were horrified. Is my vision blurry? Did the solo player just chain 3 skills together in an instant? Is this something a level 14 skill can even do? On his side, Chung Chien-mo had reached Ding Huang's position. "I take back my words from earlier. Now, I not only want the materials in your hands, but I also want all the apocalypse coins on you. You have 20 seconds left." His intimidating presence had already taken effect. "I will give you everything." Zhao Yin and I respectfully handed over a small pouch and knelt to the ground like a lowly servant. In the distance, Sun Wei-jun still dared to curse, "How dare you insult me? This isn't over between us." Ding Huang immediately shouted at him, "Idiot, are you not embarrassed enough yet?" He then directly took the pouch from his comrade. Chung Chien-mo was treated with utmost respect. "It was our mistake, please accept these items as a token of our apology." In his heart, a flower had already bloomed. 120 taels he had to thank those idiots for helping him save a few hours. Afterward, he spared them. Watching this scene, the other players couldn't help but be impressed. Is this really a solo player? And he managed to defeat a student from Ma Ling University? Then, a quarrel broke out among them. "God tier, team up with us." Another person shouted. "Team up? The god tier is collecting materials, quickly get out of the way." At this moment, Chung Chien-mo secretly thought to himself, just like in his previous life on this continent, strength was the most important thing. But it was also good no one was bothering him while he was doing his task. The system interface was updating at that moment. It required 400 cursed taels and a high-quality fishing rod. So, Chung Chien-mo decided to collect 239 more taels. It seemed like he would have to stay up all night. These turtle monsters probably had no idea what their fate was. The next day, another turtle shell flew up, and on the ground were all the defeated monsters. Exhausted, Chung Chien-mo collapsed onto the ground and sighed. 400 taels are done. As expected of a hidden quest. I'm almost leveling up. Now, Chung Chien-mo had reached level 15, but he was only 1,000 experience points away from the next level. Moreover, he was quite pleased after distributing 6 free attribute points into agility. His agility had now reached 1,000. The battle power of 10,000, perhaps most freshmen would find it difficult to achieve such a feat. If everything is ready, then it's time to complete the hidden mission and obtain the beginner's divine weapon. At Ma Ling University, doubt was pervasive. Was it really necessary to make such a big deal out of dealing with a solo individual? Ding Huang angrily rebutted, "That person, even though he's a freshman like us, is extremely mysterious. If we want to eliminate him, we must not be careless. How far along are you with the task?" When he asked this, no one knew that Chung Chien-mo was actually still in high school. Meanwhile, Zhao Yan and I excitedly reported, "I found the person, Chung Chien-mo definitely won't escape." Sun Wei-jun added, "I've already contacted the top 30 freshmen, and they're all willing to help out of respect." Ding Huang couldn't help but praise them. "Now, we're only missing one person." Zhao Yan and I anxiously asked, "Are you talking about the provincial champion?" He smugly confirmed, "That's right. They say he doesn't just have an S-level talent with abundant magic, but he also rose to level 21 in 1 year, making him the strongest freshman." Sun Wei-jun hesitated before asking, "But I heard he's really arrogant." "Are you sure you've managed to invite him?" Ding Huang didn't hesitate in his response, "Who in this world doesn't like money? If he's not interested, it just means we need to offer more." Just as they stepped out the door, they witnessed something extraordinary. A pillar of fire suddenly exploded for unknown reasons, and only Ding Huang could withstand its shockwave. After that, he spoke politely, truly worthy of being the most talented student of Maling University, to be able to unleash such a fierce and powerful fireball. A figure was standing at the peak of the academy building. Hearing his voice, Gu Fei Tian was slightly surprised. The martial hall had been abandoned for months now. What could the young master of the wealthiest Ding family in Apocalypse possibly be doing here? Ding Huang immediately adopted a friendly demeanor. "Since you already know me, I'll be straightforward. I want to invite you to join in a battle." Before he could continue, a cold voice of refusal cut him off uninterested. Seeing him about to leave, Ding Huang hurriedly added, "Please hear me out, I won't waste your time. Aren't you about to advance to the second rank? I'll offer you all the job change materials you need." Gu Fei Tian brushed him off once more. "No need." At that, Ding Huang anxiously rushed after him. "Don't go. The truth is, this time I want you to help teach someone a lesson." Zhao Yan and I shouted too. Yesterday we were bullied far too badly by him. Seeing him pause, Ding Huang quickly seized the chance. He's only a level 14 student, yet his strength runs deep. Even with the three of us joining forces, we were still defeated. No matter what they said, Gu Fei Tian continued on in silence. At last, Ding Huang revealed the crucial detail: that guy is just a solo player. The desperate cry seemed to have worked. This time, he turned back. "A solo player, huh? Interesting. I thought all my classmates were nothing but trash. Finally, I met someone who piqued my interest." The setting for this story was a fishing tackle shop. As Chung Chien-mo walked in, he immediately asked, "Boss, bring out all the best items you have in the shop." He was recalling a bit. Collecting the bait was just the first step, the next step was to prepare the fishing rod. Fortunately, with the 100 gold coins from the three idiots, he wouldn't have to exchange 1,000,000 blue star currency for it. Old Zhu, who had just noticed him, said, "All the items in my shop are listed on the price board. If you see something you like, just let me know, and I'll get it for you." In his mind, he looked down on Chung Chien-mo. It seemed like just a rich fool who wanted to understand fishing gear, but the most important thing was that the gear should match the person's level. Cheng Chien-mo looked at the price board and then said to him, "The quality of everything you sell isn't that high. I can only pick out a few things. So, give me the exquisite bamboo rod, and 10 premium earthworms." Upon hearing this, old Zhu immediately jumped up from his chair. Without wasting time, he had already chosen a matching set of gear from the store. And from the way the kid spoke, it seemed like he had some experience with high-quality fishing gear. Could it be that he was an expert in fishing? But even if one started fishing in the womb, they wouldn't have such extensive knowledge. As he walked over to meet him, old Zhu enthusiastically introduced himself. "I'm Zhou Xia. I see you have some expertise. Could it be that your family specializes in fishing?" Cheng Chien-mo quickly made an excuse, saying it was just a personal hobby. Actually, he had guessed his intentions. It seems the boss misunderstood. In the previous life, this set of equipment was the best for beginners. Almost everyone had it. Old Zhu directly suggested to him. Young man, I feel a connection with you. The item you want, I'll sell it to you for just 10 gold coins. He had clearly plotted this out. This person's background wasn't ordinary, and if there was an opportunity to build a relationship, why not take it? He even added, in the future, if you catch anything good, you can sell it to me. I'll make sure you don't lose out. The transaction was done, and he moved on to another place. Cheng Qianmo was not like other beginners, he didn't hunt low-level monsters. He looked out over the vast ocean and thought to himself, I already have the turtle's tail and fishing gear, just missing one last item. He remembered that in his previous life, on the island across from him, a rare boss would spawn every 72 hours. Although it wasn't far from the beginner's village, no one could defeat that boss, so few people went there. What he wanted were the items that dropped from the boss. These items could be permanently equipped as an important piece to ensure the success of the mission to make the dark shadow disappear. A splash of water and a loud splash startled the other players. Why would someone jump into the sea? It's important to note that in the Apocalypse continent, players could usually stay underwater for only 2 minutes. After that, they would start losing health, and within 10 seconds, they would fall unconscious. Underwater, they also had to face strange beasts, and the penalties for dying there were very harsh, so no one ever went into the water. Thinking of that, everyone used me. This person is amazing, the sea is much more complicated than land. I've never seen any new recruit swim into the sea alone. Doesn't he fear encountering some unknown sea creature? Behind a bush, 2 young men with their faces covered were discussing. Going into the sea is very dangerous. Should we follow him? The other one quickly replied. To make an investment, you have to take risks. The money Zhao Yan and I promised us is enough to live comfortably for years. Also, I've heard there's no dangerous monster nearby. We'll find a quiet corner and go into the sea. A few hours later, somewhere on the shattered island chain, the leader of the group whispered to his companion. Let's pick this spot. This island is very small, even if we go around it, it'll only take about 10 minutes. Zhao Yan and I gave us so much money, we shouldn't underestimate that person's strength. The companion obediently agreed. Yes, boss. I'll hide behind this coral. As soon as he wants to return, he won't be able to escape my sight. Near a cliff on the island, a strange symbol suddenly appeared. The underground water currents had formed an odd vapor swirling in the air. Cheng Qianmo was not afraid and approached closer, this was the place. He then kicked a nearby water vein with all his strength. A foul, dark mass suddenly shot up, and viscous slime splattered everywhere. Cheng Qianmo casually summoned his weapon, and it seemed his luck was quite good. After a while, it had condensed into a gigantic monster. The system also displayed its information, sticky radioactive dust, level 18 creature. Cheng Qianmo greeted as he brought his staff closer, long time no see. The flame at the end of the staff shot toward it. Upon contact with the heat, a portion of the slime dissolved. Then, the slimy mass on its body began to tremble. Sticky radioactive dust swung its arms, firing countless green slime projectiles, which immediately flew off with the force. Seeing a section of its body punctured, Cheng Qianmo became intrigued. Corrosive slime, using its ultimate move right from the start. His brain began to recall. When attacked by corrosive dust, speed would drop by 30% and it would cause 50% damage reduction. With his current attack power, a single hit would cause him to lose more than half of his output. This was something he couldn't afford to endure. As he approached, he lowered his stance and switched to his longsword. His fierce wave slash was as quick as lightning, cutting deep into the monster's arm. The conditions were right, so the system activated the passive ability of Fierce Wave Slash. With each slash, the health of sticky radioactive dust was reduced. After a while, Cheng Qianmo drew out the sword longer. The face made of slime on the monster slowly distorted, resembling mud flowing away. Then, a massive amount of green gas was released. All the poisonous gas greedily escaped from beneath its feet. Chung Chien-mo was very familiar with this technique. The radioactive cloud, if contaminated, would cause continuous blood loss. Although this boss is skilled in using AoE skills, it can also engage in close-range attacks. On the other hand, it moves very slowly. This is also its fatal weakness. The system quickly followed his movements and notified him, activating passive Gatling gun. The bullets, stretching like laser beams, scorched its surface. While it was still in a daze, a cliff appeared above its head. Then, the rumbling sound of falling rocks pressed heavily onto the sticky radioactive dust. Chung Chien-mo landed perfectly not far away. It's done. From where the sticky radioactive dust faded, an item began to float up. The system immediately displayed the information: water vine staff, perfect quality, the user can breathe comfortably underwater. Chung Chien-mo was extremely satisfied. He tried holding it, and the effect was exactly the same as in his previous life. Now that everything was ready, the next step was to fish out the disappearing black shadow. A fierce battle awaited. After all, it was the strongest boss in the newbie village. Everything I've done is to increase the chances of success for this mission. Just as he was contemplating, he keenly noticed a sound. However, Chung Chien-mo only smiled slightly. I've noticed those two guys tailing me since yesterday. If you have the patience, you can keep waiting. He no longer paid them any mind and jumped down into the sea. The system also activated his underwater breathing skill, triggering the effect of the water vine staff. At this moment, the two followers were panic-stricken. I can't take it anymore, I've been submerged in the water for 4 hours. The leader ground his teeth and responded, impossible. On the other side is the open sea. If he wants to return to land, he would have to pass through our position. Then, one of the subordinates suggested, why don't we go up there and take a look? Could it be that there's a monster up there and he's been eliminated? In the end, all that could be heard on the island were their curses. There was no trace of the heart of the island. How did he manage to escape? Feeling helpless, the leader made a phone call. Miss, that Chung Chien-mo has escaped without a trace, unnoticed. The subordinate also said, trembling, did we offend some kind of god? The plan was now a failure. They returned to their position, which was now a ruinous fishing spot on the island. Chung Chien-mo, while carrying his gear, muttered to himself, everything was ready. The next phase of the plan would only succeed if he caught a fish, which would trigger the next mission. He recalled that the spot where the shadow fish had disappeared might be around here. But wait, someone had already taken the spot. As he glanced over, the system did not display any information. A sense of invisible fear rose in Chung Chien-mo's heart. Why can't I see his stats? Unless there was a huge gap in levels, low-level players couldn't see the stats of high-level ones. Before he could act, the man called out to him, "You're here to fish? Come over here, I'll give you the spot." Young man, being cautious is good, but right now, if I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as flipping my hand. If you want to fish, go ahead and sit. Although worried, Chung Chien-mo still went over. First, he would just wait for a moment, then once the man left, he would carry out his task. After that, he no longer paid attention to his opponent and threw the fishing line. Old Sheen, on the other hand, started probing him, but in front of him, he did not show any signs of fear. It seemed this kid was quite brave. Just 2 minutes later, Chung Chien-mo was rewarded. The power system switched to the fishing system. Congratulations, you have caught a 4 kg grass-eating fish. The joy made Chung Chien-mo murmur, my luck is not bad. He was very proud of himself. In his previous life, his fishing skills were always at the highest level. Next, the old man and the young man fished together in harmony. Another minute passed, and the system cheerfully appeared, congratulations, you have caught a 4.75 kg pink trout. Old Sheen looked at the plump fish in awe. But it didn't stop there, another notification popped up, congratulations, you have caught a 4.1 kg grass carp. At this point, he couldn't take it anymore. I've been sitting here for half a day and haven't caught anything. How did he manage to do it? What was even more shocking was that the system, without tiring, displayed the catch list from pink trout to para fish. He had caught them all. After a while, old Sheen couldn't help but strike up a conversation. I've been in the fishing world for many years, but I've encountered a prodigy here. I wonder if you could give me some pointers. Chung Chien Mo quickly suppressed the sarcastic words in his mind. His level is still below a beginner, and he dares to call himself experienced for many years? On the surface, Chung Chien Mo was very respectful. Senior, you're too kind. Then, if I may, I would like to humbly suggest a method for matching baits. After a brief explanation, old Sheen immediately burst out laughing. You're truly a rare prodigy. At your age, to have so much fishing experience, I admire you. But from my observations, you not only fish excellently, it's just that you're unaware of. It seemed like he had made up his mind. Let me see for myself what kind of person you are. The meaningful glance from old Sheen made Chung Chien Mo shiver. Next, old Sheen's pupils reddened, and he wanted to reach out and grab him. Then, he directly exposed, why do you want to take the solo player route? Seeing the danger, Chung Chien Mo stepped back and immediately recalled his device. Then, he stood up properly and slung his gun over his shoulder. Chung Chien Mo didn't forget to ask in return, why can't I go down the solo player path? Unexpectedly, old Sheen suggested, with such talent, even if you choose solo, it doesn't matter. One day, you'll reach the peak. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Still holding firm to his stance, Chung Chien Mo seriously declined, thank you for your kindness, senior, but I prefer to continue on my own. Old Sheen didn't press the matter, then I won't insist. If you ever change your mind, I'll always welcome you. Keep this ring, and if you need anything, contact me or come to the Management Association to find me. Chung Chien Mo looked at the golden ring in his hand, feeling heavy-hearted. What era is this, and they're still giving tokens? The scene shifted to the group chat surrounding Chung Chien Mo. After reporting his position, the followers were immediately directed to gather at the Tianhai City Management Association. Then, they were instructed to return to the Ma Ling University Management Association. Murmurs of discussion echoed through both sides of the corridor. Why is the top student group from the university appearing today? Leading the group is young Master Ding Huang, but the most skilled one is Gu Fei Tian, who's at the back of the line. As Ding Huang walked amidst admiration, he became even more arrogant. Today is the day of Chung Chien Mo's death. After that, he did not forget to remind, I'll rely on you later, but he has his own plans, so let them go first. If that guy really is that powerful, I'll make sure to give him a proper fight. Then the group began to enter the spatial gate. Xiao Zhang, who was nearby, went to make a phone call. Earlier, Ding Huang had led 20 people into the Apocalypse continent. What if something went wrong? On the other end of the line, Wu Zhonglei hastily ordered, go follow them quickly. If something happens, report to me immediately. After hanging up, fatigue filled his face, and he could only sigh, this brat from the Ding family is causing trouble every day. I hope nothing goes wrong today. Meanwhile, Chung Chien Mo was fishing when the system notified, remaining tail segments, 39. Immediately, Chung Chien Mo felt a bit disheartened. The 400 tail segments he had caught in the previous life from the shadow creature was the largest amount recorded. Could someone as lucky as him turn out to be unlucky this time? Suddenly, Ding Huang appeared right in front of him. Chung Chien Mo, I bet you won't catch anything today. After hearing this, Chung Chien Mo calmly replied, these are just a bunch of trash. If you can't beat them, you go and call for help? I didn't expect that Ma Ling University would have such a unique learning style. In the crowd, Gu Fei Tian quietly observed him. He's an interesting solo player. Ding Huang, now getting louder, started to speak with more intensity, sharp tongue. You insult us, and you think you can just walk away so easily? Today, I'll send you back to elementary school. Just when things were getting tense, luck smiled upon him, and an unidentified object took the bait. Chung Chien Mo exclaimed with joy, finally, it's here. Beneath the surface of the water, a colossal figure was causing chaos in the wide sea. The dark shadow emitted 2 red beams, sending chills down the spines of the people from Ma Ling University. They were frozen in fear, unable to move. What kind of monster is this? Could it be a hidden boss? Soon after, the full appearance of the hidden boss became clear. Its information was confirmed by the system. Prince Nasi Jiako, level 22 leader of the Naga tribe, HP 6000. Gu Fei Tian was silent after reading the stats. Even I would have a hard time dealing with this alone. Could it be related to that solo player? At that moment, Sun Wei Jun had an idea. This is a rare boss. Since we have so many people today, if we kill it, we'll get a treasure. Cheng Xianmo replied to him, it might drop a treasure, but you'll have to stay alive to get it. After that, he threw the baited tails at them. The sea surface was being smashed into waves by the monster's tail. The crowd knew that Prince Nasi Jiaku was heading toward them. The boss's triumphant growl echoed, and every time it hit someone, they were knocked back. Gu Fei Tian, however, remained calm, using his ice sealing technique. Then, the monster's sharp teeth got stuck. He reinforced the ice and ordered, attack now. Then, his HP bars started to drop. Taking advantage of the situation, Ding Huang immediately sent a message, only with your help can we hold off the boss. That bastard dared to harm us. I'll take some people to kill him and return to help you after. The group of students then passed Prince Nasi Jiaku and made their way to him. Cheng Xianmo couldn't help but sneer, 3 magic swordsmen to block me, and 3 mages supporting them from behind? This guy has some brains, but all his tactics are useless. Summoning the trident, one of them swung it, executing a skill to sweep through the enemies. Then, Cheng Xianmo quickly switched weapons to a throwing dagger, an assassin's basic skill. His 3 shurikens were incredibly accurate, taking out the 3 mages in the backline. Not stopping there, he swapped weapons again, this time to the single-handed sword, the Moon Slash. Now, the enemies could finally see how impressive he was. How could he switch weapons so quickly? Even solo players couldn't execute this smoothly. I've met solo players before, but none of them switched as fast as Cheng Xianmo. Meanwhile, the roar of Prince Nasi Jiaku echoed. Damn humans! The system also notified the players, the boss's health is too low, entering a berserk phase. The trident of the prince was raised, and countless waves of water began to swirl. He directly cursed them, binding them in an endless struggle. The columns of waves smashed the ground, throwing people into the air under the boss's command. Then, Prince Nasi Jiaku sank the entire space. The people of Ding Huang's faction had sunk into the deep water. Cheng Xianmo also fell, but he felt quite intrigued. Finally, they had entered the second phase. The water was where he thrived. The system immediately appeared again. Prince Nasi Jiaku entered the second phase, invincible, unable to move, with 30 seconds remaining. Though they were underwater, they all tried to communicate telepathically. What should we do now? The terrain isn't suitable for mages, everyone has to surface for air every 2 minutes. Should we leave and let him handle the boss himself? He couldn't help but feel frustrated inside. It wasn't easy to gather so many people, and yet they encountered such a freakish boss. Was heaven really trying to help Cheng Xianmo? Unexpectedly, an opportunity arose for him. You all go ahead. I need to meet that solo guy. So, Ding Huang signaled again. Right now, we're uncomfortable, and he's the same. If we skip attacking the boss and prioritize Cheng Xianmo, once he dies, I'll double the rewards for everyone. Wealth was always something they would risk everything for. Thus, the swordsmen and mages formed their formation once more, and the frontline swordsmen, under Ding Huang's command, began swimming upwards. Cheng Xianmo looked at them with disdain. You think you can kill me while standing on my home turf? Then, the mages behind started casting their spells towards him. However, he was able to dodge every attack while swimming. With 30 seconds left, there was no time to waste on them. If not, I'd be stuck too. Then he began to lead their attack even deeper. Ding Huang gritted his teeth in hatred. Was he seeking death? He can only hold his breath for 2 minutes, yet he dares to dive this deep. Meanwhile, the system notification popped up: Prince Nasi Jiaku cannot move. End. He realized too late that the most terrifying thing wasn't Chengqian Mo, but the fact that before he could even finish his thoughts, the sea-floor whirlpools had already started to entangle his comrades. In an instant, cries and water-choking sounds echoed everywhere. Everyone was frantically signaling each other. I can't control my body anymore. If I'm pulled to the bottom, I won't be able to swim back up. Someone save me, I don't want to die. At the hidden boss's location, a sudden explosion of fireball magic caused him to lose nearly 300 health points. However, this left Gu Fei Tian stunned. Why did my full strength attack barely do anything? Even half the power didn't hit. Seeing this, Ding Huang quickly notified his teammates: fire-based abilities lose power underwater. Those guys will soon be in despair. We can't fight back against him. Let's go. Then, Ling Hong suggested, Cheng Qian Mo must die underwater. Let's retreat for now. He nodded in agreement. The group of students started swimming upstream with all their might. But Prince Nasi Jiaka pursued them relentlessly. Do you think you can anger me and then just run away? Suddenly, a blinding light tightly enveloped them. From the mouth of that guy, the freezing flow became even more widespread. Some students had already been frozen for several moments. Ding Huang trembled violently as he realized the bad fate approaching him. Finally, the mechanical system announced, your oxygen is running out, countdown to death in 10 seconds. He could only curse, when I come back to life, I'll chop you into 100 pieces, Chengqian Mo. In the final seconds, his observation ability became incredibly sharp. Eventually, the ice block in the shape of a human let out a scream, how are you still alive? Despite sinking deeper and deeper, Ding Huang still managed to curse, you won't die peacefully. This time, it was Prince Nasi Jiaku who noticed the disturbance. Chengqian Mo also directly transmitted his voice to him, now it's our stage. He had taken the initiative to attack by shooting out a freezing flow. Chengqian Mo also summoned the skill of a Qi master, his chanting claw helping to defend against the first strike. The boss twisted its monster body to adjust the direction of its attack. Chengqian Mo's golden Qi master technique was also ready to protect its master. After that, he checked his equipment. The next step was to shorten the distance to the boss. Chengqian Mo decided to put on the Voyager boots to double his speed. He couldn't help but admire how the earlier reward was just perfectly timed for this moment. The equipment's effect immediately allowed him to move like a water rocket. While moving, he also calculated that even though he was only level 15, wearing the boots made him equivalent to level 17. Plus, there was the added attribute effect of the spellcaster. I've reached level 25. Prince Nuasi, with enhanced crushing damage, was already planning his next move when, without warning, Chengqian Mo plunged his sword into the man's skull. You damned humans, I will destroy you. Chengqian Mo then withdrew his sword, further enraging him. Seeing that the sword had shattered, Chengqian Mo quickly switched to the Glinglin machine gun, hidden beneath the water's surface. The firepower of the weapon was immense, and with the gun's passive skill, each burst of bullets caused the man great pain. In the blink of an eye, Prince Nasi Jiaka's health bar was nearly empty. Chengqian Mo seized the rare opportunity, with only 100 health left, the end was near. But suddenly, the man opened his mouth wide like a bottomless pit. Don't think you can take anything from me. I will drag you down with me. In the face of that gaping, black hole-like mouth, Chengqian Mo remained calm. Then we'll see if you can survive long enough to get to me. In the moment of his distraction, a shuriken shot through the air, embedding itself beneath his lower eyelid, causing blood to burst forth like fireworks. Mission complete. Chengqian Mo watched as the system notification flashed. Congratulations on completing the hidden mission, the shadow vanishes. You have earned 97,588 experience points and have reached level 17. Seeing the golden chest drifting toward him, Chung Chien-mo cheered in delight. Finally, it's mine. He then made his way back to land. Opening the chest was his next priority. The system reported that the contents were epic-level accessories. These were called the Curse of the Tide, which could emit a shockwave, incapacitating the target for 4 seconds. But this system notes that the item does not require a level when being carried, but rather a value assessing the quality of the equipment compared to equipment without any level annotations. There are no restrictions when carrying it, and a wild thought suddenly rose in his mind. With this added, I now have another trump card to kill people. This skill can bypass monster level restrictions and many other things. It means that when facing top experts, I can't be defeated. I can even face those who are 10 or more levels higher. The scene shifts to the Jiangcheng City Education Department, where a heated argument about this year's direct admission selection is taking place. I disagree with letting Chung Chien-mo in. Li Tian angrily asked. He broke the record by reaching level 14, if not him, then who? The old man immediately provided his reasoning. I admit he's a genius, but he hasn't changed classes. He chose the path of a solo player. We only have one direct admission slot, how can we give it to someone with no future like him? Wang Tianfeng, I disagree. Li Tian slammed the table and retorted, who doesn't know you have conflicts with Professor Liu? Do you really have to take personal revenge here? At that moment, a third person in the room clapped his hands once and slyly spoke up, actually, the solution is very simple. The result was already decided before the discussion began, the direct admission slot was going to Li Daoyu. This student not only reached level 12 in the assessment but also awakened the S-level frenzied spellcasting talent. Their class is a curse master. Such a combination is considered the best among first-time class changes. It was just that after Chung Chien-mo appeared, everyone felt tense. It would be best if they had a match, and the winner would get a direct entry. But they had no idea that Chung Chien-mo was far from ordinary. His combat power had already exceeded 23,000. In addition, he had 2 permanent items and an epic accessory. Back at the fishing tackle shop, the shop owner came out. Master Chang, you've been waiting for a long time. Just now, my staff counted the fish you caught, a total of 637 kg. Are you perhaps a fishing god? Here's the deal, I'll increase the buying price by 30%, you can count the money. Cheng Chien-mo was a bit surprised. To think I could sell it for 48 coins. This is really a treasure. At that moment, TIV was broadcasting a news report. Good morning, we are currently live from Jiangcheng Academy. Seeing Chung Chien-mo's interest, old Zhu immediately explained. They've been on the front page every day recently. I heard that Jiangcheng Academy and Manhwa are organizing a match to compete for direct spots in the selection. Cheng Chien-mo felt a bit confused and slightly complained. Why didn't anyone tell me about something so important? No wonder I didn't receive any notifications. It must be because of the previous assessment results, I had blocked all calls to avoid any disturbances. Let's see what's actually going on. The announcer seriously led the broadcast, explaining that it was divided into 2 parts, a 10-point team match and a 20-point solo battle. Whichever team had the higher total score would win. The team match would consist of 5 players, and the outcome would be decided in a single round. Each side will send 20 players, who will take turns entering the field until one side has no players left. Now, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome the players. The sound of applause echoed, and the camera switched to the Jiangcheng Academy side. On the right were the fighters and mages. The other 3 were a spear mage, a priest, and a berserker, all at level 10. On Fenghua's side, there was a swordsman, a knight, with the summoner in the middle, followed by an assassin at the bottom, and finally, a brawler. Cheers rang out from the stands. Miss Luo, you can do it. Everyone, look at Li Daoyu from the opposing team. He's already level 12. Someone shouted. Even if he's strong, he's no match for Chung Chien-mo from our side. Speaking of which, where is he? Wang Tianfeng quickly chimed in. Is he too scared to come out? Lu Yanmin responded briefly, he'll definitely show up. Li Daoyu below acted arrogantly. Where's that so-called genius? You think you can challenge me with a bunch of weaklings like you? Luo Xingxing was furious but had to hold her temper. Where is Cheng Qianmo? This is a matter that concerns him. How can he just stand by and watch? On Li Daoyu's side, he began issuing orders and giving some explanations. Mages at the back, protect the priest. Don't get ambushed. Their lineup lacks a healer, so our priest will definitely be the first target. On Luo Xingxing's side, she also gave her instructions, I'll provide fire support soon. Fighters and berserkers, focus on attacking Li Daoyu. Don't let him cast the spell. After that, Li Tian adjusted the microphone and said, as the supervisor of the tournament, I hereby declare the match begins. Luo Xingxing immediately shouted loudly, go. The warriors and fighters in her team quickly rushed forward. In that moment, the two opponents, one casting magic and the other wielding a sword, blocked their path. Whispers from the audience spread, as if to say that Miss Luo, relying solely on her innate talent to control the firepower, had suppressed the enemy. Now, the warrior could seize the opportunity to strike Li Daoyu. Just as the gossip suggested, the warrior threw a punch at the back of his opponent. But unexpectedly, he was thrown back by the knight's reinforcements. The stealth skill had been successfully activated, thanks to the shield and jump used to protect his teammate. Next, the assassin on his team immediately used the stealth skill. Luo Xingxing, while informing her teammates to form up, was then notified, behind you. Before they could react, the assassin struck a blow into her back. His movement was so quick that there was no time to dodge. Despite the excruciating pain, Luo Xingxing still tried to turn around. She quickly kicked out, sending the assassin flying. However, even she herself felt puzzled. Why was she the target? At that moment, Li Daoyu suddenly appeared. You misunderstood, he said, in your formation, the spear mage is the key point. Luo Xingxing's die-hard fans were furious. Doesn't that spell take 5 seconds to cast? If he can cast it that quickly, then what's the point of the game? On the contrary, Wang Tianfeng leisurely spoke, let me explain. Li Daoyu, the student, awakened an S-level talent, and her violent spellcasting can reduce the casting time by 30%. Below the arena, Lei Guandan shot out from the staff like a comet. Its target was clearly to defeat Luo Xingxing. Immediately, her teammates rushed over, and the Truth Shield spell was cast. The system explained to the viewers that this spell created a magical shield, granting immunity to magic and helping the team teleport a short distance. However, very quickly, the purple light of magic pursued her. Luo Xingxing heard the opponent taunting, don't run, my lightning bomb can lock onto the target. Then, she felt the light ahead constricting her, and every cell in her body became numb. Soon, Luo Xingxing was unable to move and collapsed onto the ground. Ji Qin immediately felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. She hurriedly ran over to stop it, saying, stop hitting, if there's no healing, she'll die. We surrender. Li Daoyu laughed joyfully, the commander has been defeated, yet Cheng Qianmo still hasn't shown up? Today, Jiang Chang will be trampled under our feet. Following that, an announcement appeared, the final group match ended in defeat due to Luo Xingxing's collapse. Then, the score for Jiang Chang's team, Manhwa, was 18. The students felt extremely anxious. We've lost 18 rounds already, and if we lose 2 more, it will be a total defeat. It's all because Li Daoyu is too strong. Winning 8 consecutive matches before stepping onto the field, it seemed that even Chang Qianmo's presence wouldn't be enough to change the situation. From the observation area, Wang Tianfeng turned and sneered, Mr. Lu, if you had surrendered earlier, you might have kept some dignity. Lu Yanmin responded in a low voice, not yet. Wang Tianfeng was once again provoked, not expecting the day would come when Lu Yanmin would have to give in. Let's continue enjoying Fenghua's performance, then. Meanwhile, Zhang Lei was in a state of panic. Why can't I reach Cheng Qianmo's phone? Is the school in danger and he still refuses to show up? Below, Wang Delay aggressively shoved another female student off the stage. Her body was limp and was being knocked away. But just as she was about to fall, someone suddenly wrapped their arms around her waist, catching her. On the Jiangcheng Academy side, everyone froze. Could it be that they had recognized him? Was that classmate Chang? Then, Cheng Qianmo spoke coldly, "Leave the rest to me." The noise from the stands erupted once again. It's Senior Cheng Qianmo. He's finally back. There's still hope. On the other hand, Wang Delay still had no idea. You're the so-called solo player they've been hyping up to the heavens? Today, I'll step on you. He then heard his opponent yell fiercely, "Die!" The man gripped a large blade and charged at him. Meanwhile, Cheng Qianmo, with an air of dominance, continued to fire, swiftly striking the man's face, causing it to freeze instantly. A series of bullets now scraped against his abdomen. Next, the muscular body crashed heavily to the ground. Cheng Qianmo coldly asked, "Who's next?" A young man watching the fight looked very confused. Is it over already? Even though he's 4 levels higher than his opponent, he got knocked out in one hit? Everyone, quickly look at Cheng Qianmo's info. A brief system message appeared, "Solo player, level 17. People immediately started murmuring. Only 3 days, and he's leveled up that fast? Only 3 days, and he's leveled up that fast? Looks like there's really hope of turning defeat into victory. Soon, the entire arena erupted in applause. Senior Cheng Qianmo was amazing. Wan Tianfeng was so excited he shouted, "What? Just playing solo, how could he level up this quickly? Mr. Liu, is everything part of your plan?" He smiled deeply, as if to provoke, but his thoughts were different. I did get the notice that he'd return in time, but I didn't expect him to reach level 17. Li Tian, standing beside him, had to admit, this guy knows how to wait patiently, holding his trump card and just sitting back, watching his opponent get eliminated. As the crowd chanted his name, someone jumped onto the stage. Zhou Luoqi trembled nervously inside. How is this fair? Before, my teammates faced easy opponents and had it easy, but now I have to fight the monster Cheng Qianmo. At that moment, he coldly ordered, "Get up there." Zhou Luoqi had no choice but to make his decision. Now, all he could do was hope his tricks would work. After that, he immediately used stealth. Thanks to this, his figure became blurry in the eyes of others. In response, Cheng Qianmo used the warrior's eagle strike skill. The recoil from that move caused him to fall backward, forcing him to reveal himself. One spectator commented with amusement, "To think you can use an AoE skill to catch someone who's stealthed. Why didn't our teacher teach us this? I'll definitely have to ask for more guidance in the future." Zhang Lei also felt that was completely right. This was exactly why the academy had invested so much in him to create an idol who could inspire other students. Just then, a male student hurriedly ran over to report, "There's bad news, sir." Li Daoyu lazily asked, "What's going on? Can't you see I'm resting?" The student urgently informed him. Cheng Qianmo had appeared, and in just a few minutes, he had broken the record with 8 consecutive wins. Our student is completely demoralized now. Hearing this, he was shocked. This couldn't be possible. Outside, people were happily commenting, "This is the first time I've seen such an incredible feat of 1 against 15. Now Fenghua is under pressure. If Cheng Qianmo defeats the last person, they'll make a comeback." On the battlefield, Li Jiamu was both scared and furious. Why did it have to be him as the last one? In no time, that person would step on his head and win. Why did he have to bear this burden? At that moment, Li Daoyu appeared. "What's the point of picking on someone at level 17 when you're only level 10? Do you dare to have a proper match with me?" Immediately, the referee shouted, "As per the rules, once you leave the arena, you don't have the right to come back." He ignored the referee and looked at him, "I only have level 12. Are you scared? Do you dare to fight me in the final? Cheng Qianmo couldn't help but assess the situation. This was indeed interesting. Earlier, he had felt something was off with the people from Manhwa, and now, this was the perfect opportunity to test his thoughts. Then, Cheng Qianmo spoke up, "All right then, let the two of you fight together." The students from his school mocked, "You guys are really despicable. Senior, be careful." Li Daoyu's talent had caused Senior Xingxing to suffer a disadvantage. At the same time, Li Tian also asked, "Mr. Lu, I think you'll definitely agree, right?" Thus, Lu Yanmin called out for everyone to hear, giving his consent. Immediately, Zhang Lei announced, "Both sides have agreed, so the final match will now be between Li Jiamu and Li Daoyu against Cheng Qianmo." At the signal, he leapt onto the stage. "Just focus on fighting head-on, I'll handle the rest." Zhang Lei shouted from below, "The final match begins." Li Daoyu started chanting something from behind. Above, Li Jiamu ruthlessly threw a punch straight at him. No matter how fast the punch was, Cheng Qianmo had already switched weapons faster. Next, he used his gloves to punch Li Jiamu into the air, executing a hook punch, a skill that was part of the other man's specialty. Not stopping there, Cheng Qianmo jumped up to chase the falling speed of his enemy. He decisively delivered a powerful dragon punch. The golden dragon immediately followed his hand and pierced through the enemy's body. Li Jiamu fell to the arena floor like a massive stone. The performance received applause, a swift and immediate takedown. No wonder Cheng Qianmo was so formidable, only he could maximize the advantage of a solo player to such an extent. Meanwhile, Li Daoyu's lightning bullet had completed the incantation process. Cheng Qianmo immediately noticed this in just 1 second, realizing something was off. On the other hand, Li Daoyu thought that Cheng Qianmo was intimidated, and by the time he reacted, it was already too late. Next, Li Daoyu shot the bullet straight at him. The Lei Guandan, carrying the thunder, sped towards Cheng Qianmo. At this moment, Cheng Qianmo was deep in thought. He recalled that the incantation required 5 seconds, and with his innate ability, it would take at least 3.5 seconds. But just now, it had only taken 3 seconds, meaning Li Daoyu was 0.5 seconds faster. Then, a thick layer of black smoke appeared in front of him. Cheng Qianmo concealed himself within it and spoke, "Even if you awakened your innate ability, you still couldn't reduce the incantation time to 3 seconds. You can fool others, but not me. If that's the case, you've definitely violated the rules for entering the second level of the baptismal trial." Am I wrong? Cheng Qianmo made Li Daoyu panic, as he continued casting his spell without a hitch. Panicking, Li Daoyu quickly shouted, "You're talking nonsense." At that moment, a spectator, who hadn't understood the conversation, had their confusion cleared up. The so-called baptismal secret realm is a special trial from the Academy's secret realm. Similar to the Furious Flame Fierce Strike from our Academy, it is divided into 2 modes. From level 1 to 10, one can undergo a career transition and awakening after passing. From level 10 to 20, one can receive blessings and achieve special trials. Based on the rank of those people, it's clear that they wouldn't be able to pass a medium difficulty challenge, so they must have sought help from experts. This is strictly prohibited by the academies. A wave of criticism quickly arose. I wondered why they were so strong, turns out they were cheating. I urge Manhwa Academy to return fairness to Jiangcheng Academy and investigate Manhwa Academy. After hearing this, Li Tian asked, "Did you notice anything earlier?" Lu Yanmin had to admit, if Cheng Qianmo hadn't pointed it out, it would have been difficult to notice. But now that I think about it, the speed of chanting spells was indeed suspicious. Why don't we go to the Management Association to check the data, right, old king? Cheng Qianmo suggested. Wang Tianfeng immediately became anxious and shouted, "If you can't beat us, are you going to slander us?" Cheng Qianmo said Li Daoyu was suspicious. "If we didn't notice, how did you spot it?" Some students also agreed with him. The seniors didn't see anything wrong, how would Cheng Qianmo know? A student like him shouldn't have noticed this. Now that I think about it, his strength surpasses that of a third-year student, which is quite unreasonable. Chang Qianmo couldn't help but feel angry. It's true that those who are guilty often accuse others first. Wang Tianfeng gradually regained his confidence. A third-year student reaching level 17 so quickly? I'm afraid you're not as clean as you seem. Unexpectedly, Qianmo calmly spoke up. Because I'm so familiar with the basic level career transition skills. A major issue like this, I can recognize it at a glance. Although he was far away, the old man still shouted, "Nonsense! How dare a kid who hasn't even graduated boast like this? You really have no idea about the real world." Doubts were cast upon him. They thought that even if he was knowledgeable, he probably only understood a few common professions. There were so many professions in the world, how could anyone remember them all? The old man seized the opportunity to throw in a few more words. If you're claiming this, then I'll test you. If you're wrong, don't blame me for being rude. What specific attributes does the Blue Fist Apostle's skill have? Everyone was puzzled after hearing this. They all knew it was one of the high-level skills of the three legendary Sea Path leaders, and it was hard to master without training. The old man was also convinced of one thing: the kid was just talking nonsense. If it weren't for the fact that I met someone powerful with that skill when I was young, I wouldn't even have any data on you. But then, his deep voice echoed, stating the basic skill of the Blue Fist Apostle. It can bury the giant soldier underground, freezing enemies within range for about 0.8 seconds. My movement speed increases by 20%, attack speed increases by 10%, and jumping power increases by half for 10 seconds. Wang Tianfeng's smug face immediately froze. You even know this? Everyone gradually grew excited. Just by looking at the instructor's expression, it was clear that he had answered correctly. His natural talent is truly enviable. Immediately after that, Li Daoyu gritted his teeth and asked, "He's just lucky, right? You said you understand the profession of a talisman master? Then what are the hidden features of a talisman master's basic skills? Can you explain?" The audience immediately retorted, saying that the hidden features were designed to confuse others. How would someone outside the profession know about that? As always, Cheng Qianmo calmly replied, "Isn't the feature that once you learn the talisman, you can add magic to it?" Talismans are divided into metal, water, wood, fire, and earth, with each having its own natural attributes. Different talismans can enhance different effects. The reason your lightning orb is so powerful is because it's using a metal-based talisman. In fact, after becoming a second-level talisman spirit, it can even absorb the power of life. What's so hard to understand about that? Li Daoyu's legs slowly retreated. No way, I don't believe it. Eventually, he stumbled and fell off the stage. From the observation area, Li Tian commented that while the talent was decent, he chose the wrong path. The farce of today could finally come to an end. What about the kingly authority? The old man answered gloomily, "I accept it. I only hope that the Fenghua Academy's punishment will be reduced. It's all my fault, I was blinded by hatred." Then, everyone heard the announcement on behalf of the Ministry of Education: "I hereby revoke the severe punishment imposed on Fenghua Academy after investigation." In this friendly match between the two schools, Jiang Cheng emerged victorious. Cheng Qianmo stood under the lights amidst the cheers. "We are the champions. Cheng Qianmo is the champion." Then, Lu Yanmin also moved towards him. Jiangcheng Academy announced that they would offer a scholarship to Cheng Qianmo. Then, it was his turn to speak to the old man. "Aside from this, I also want to know what secret realms the top 10 universities in Nation H currently hold." Soon after, he was invited to the principal's office. The more he searched, the more disheartened he became. Why don't the schools have the high-level dungeons I want? He wondered. Wait, what school is this? Xinyu University? Then, Cheng Qianmo raised his head and asked, "Xinyu University has quite a few secret realms. Why isn't it in the top 10 universities?" Li Tian responded with a bit of emotion, "It's a long story. 50 years ago, there were actually many secret realms, and the talents of the students were very strong. Back then, it was the best in the country. But over time, many other schools developed secret realms with higher difficulty levels. Their students experienced them and became stronger. As for Shinyu University's secret realms, while they are harder than those of other schools, their students face more difficulties to overcome them, and over time, many gave up, which weakened their strength. Chung Chien-mo thought to himself, the dungeons this school owns are exactly what I need. Although they face difficulties, it doesn't matter. Finally, he decided, then return this scholarship to the school. I want to take the graduation exam and choose the school I like. The man, hearing this, reminded him, this opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. If you miss it, you won't be able to regret it. On the contrary, Lu Yenmin spoke up, you must have your own reasons. The school respects your decision, and of course, it won't let you suffer. If you have any requests, just let us know. Then, Chung Chien-mo immediately asked, can the school provide these materials? The old man agreed as soon as he heard this. But after going through the list, Lu Yenmin seemed to collapse. Are you ordering goods from me? Meanwhile, Xiao Zhang was recounting, we have downloaded data from the area near the beach in the beginner's zone, which might contain information about Chung Chien-mo. Wu Zhonglei, browsing his phone, was curious, I wonder which university has produced a genius like this. Jiangcheng Academy, a third-year student? How is that possible? And his power level surpasses 12,000 points. Xiao Zhan couldn't help but murmur, no wonder he defeated a level 22 boss at level 15. Truly a prodigy. Wu Zhonglei became even more intrigued, this kid is bound to reach the peak in the future. With his current abilities, such a seedling must not be ruined. He then continued reading aloud, there was once an unidentified power here. Could this be an extraordinary expert? Why is there a connection between the big shot and Chung Chien-mo? At that moment, Xiao Zhang received a phone call. The Ma Ling Academy is coming to our door? As soon as the living room door opened, a group of people was waiting. Soon after, several women started shouting. Commissioner Ing, you've finally come. Today, we need you to help us get justice. Our child used to be at the top, but now he has inexplicably dropped 4 ranks. That villain Chung Chien-mo has been too ruthless. Please, give us his information. After that, Zhong Hongshan also appeared, long time no see. I believe you've heard everyone's request by now. This is the voice of the people, please provide us with Chung Chien-mo's information. Wu Zhonglei replied firmly, I think we need to discuss this further. As far as I know, Chung Chien-mo hasn't done anything wrong. The cause of this incident is because your school started it first. I cannot provide you with someone else's personal information. Immediately, Zhong Hongshan displayed his imposing aura. He gritted his teeth and asked, what if Ma Ling University is determined to pursue this to the end? He had already made up his mind. Chung Chien-mo had immense potential and could be the hope of Nation H. He couldn't let him fall into the hands of these people. In the end, in the room filled with the scent of gunpowder, Zhong Hongshan suddenly burst out laughing, knowing that the other party was stubborn. I've already prepared a plan. Before you came, I used Ma Ling University's name to ask for guidance from the general administration. I suspect the instructions will arrive soon. Wu Zhonglei immediately felt his head heating up. This guy had actually gone to the general administration to demand the person. Chung Chien-mo, I can only help you this far. Now, you'll have to rely on yourself. The next moment, a notice appeared, causing the crowd to gasp in astonishment. As expected of the vice president, even the general administration has to show respect. Now that he's taken action, this matter will surely succeed. But just a second later, everyone was left in confusion as they looked at the red screen. Why was there a rejection? He was also greatly shocked, having requested something that was outright rejected. There must surely be backing behind this person. Wu Zhonglei quickly deduced, could it be related to the information about that powerful expert? Is this high-ranking individual perhaps a senior figure within our management association? That brat, the background behind him is really deep. It's a waste that I've struggled so much to help him. The parents gradually began to waver. I respect the decision from above. This matter is also my child's fault. I'll be leaving now. Then, it was Zhong Hongshan's turn to speak. Today was truly a misunderstanding. I was just being loyal to my work. I have a small favor to ask. Could you please send my regards to my classmate Chung Chien Mo? In the end, he quickly withdrew before any more trouble could arise. What Zhong Hongshan left behind was a golden-plated card and a black card. Holding them, the person couldn't help but sneer at how generous it was. The black card was from the Apocalypse auction house, and there was even a set of top-tier armor included. You brat, your starting point already surpasses 90% of the population. Don't disappoint those who have high hopes for you. The scene switched back to Principal Jiang Cheng's office. Lu Yanmin began speaking. The documents you wanted, despite mobilizing all our forces, we've only gathered 1/3 of them. Li Tian had to remind him, your demands are a bit excessive. If you want the full list, you'll need to request the cooperation of all the academies in the city. Cheng Qian Mo inadvertently repeated what he had said. All the academies? Class Supervisor Li, thank you for the reminder. I just remembered there's an important matter I need to attend to. I'll go ahead first, the man hesitated to ask. Wait a moment, why do I feel like you've suddenly come up with a dangerous idea? On the contrary, Lu Yanmin replied casually, do as you wish, as long as it doesn't involve human lives, our academy will make arrangements for you. But, can you tell me why you need so many materials? He didn't hide it, instead revealing, I'm preparing to forge a weapon that surpasses the current era. The scene shifts to the Manhwa classroom, which was very tense. The education department's notice just came in, I'll read it. The ministry had decided that within the next 3 years, the academy would be restricted in terms of resources, and all honor evaluations would be cancelled. Students caught cheating would be expelled and banned from university entrance exams for 5 years. Teachers directly involved would be fired and never re-employed. As for Wang Tianfeng, the disciplinary committee had forced him to undergo an investigation. The others immediately collapsed in despair. They believed that the Manhwa Academy had been severely damaged, and they also received the news that students were continuously transferring out. Kong Yang coldly spoke, prepare for difficult times ahead. Without 7 or 8 years, our academy will probably never return to normal. At that moment, someone broke through the door. This isn't good. Cheng Qian Mo had arrived at the door. The other teachers immediately slammed their desks. Are you talking about that guy from Jiangcheng Academy? Haven't we suffered enough that he's coming here? Then one person suggested. Let's go meet him. I want to see what he's here for. Outside, whispers were being suppressed behind his back. He's the monster who soloed and defeated our academy. He's also pretty handsome. Strong and handsome, I want to transfer to Jiangcheng Academy. A few minutes later, Kong Yang led a group of people over. I'm the principal here. You're Cheng Qian Mo, right? Came to watch the show today? Cheng Qian Mo responded directly, I'm not here for such a thing. I've come to propose a challenge to fight for the ownership of the secret realm. Everyone froze. A student wants to make such a proposal? Someone then explained to those who didn't understand, this is to fight for the ownership of the secret realm. For example, all the secret realms managed by the school are owned by the school. Outsiders who attempt to clear the trials on their own won't receive any rewards, unless they break the record and win ownership. The teachers once again sternly scolded, you're only at level 17 and you want to compete for the secret realm? If you know what's good for you, leave now. Chung Qian Mo calmly retorted, not going to welcome me? Are you afraid now? Dare to make a bet? Just then, someone tried to object, but Kong Yang stepped forward. I'll accept any bet you propose. Cheng Qianmo then handed over a piece of paper. There are 20 materials listed here. If I win the secret realm, you'll have to give me at least 5 of them. He couldn't help but keep a few questions in his mind. Such precious materials? Could it be that he's a talent in forging? But then again, he had more questions. So what if you fail? Cheng Qianmo laughed heartily and said, "If I lose, I'll agree to any condition." Kan Yang immediately responded, "I accept the bet." He then gestured with his hand, "Please, follow me." Soon after, they arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. The scale of Fenghua's tribe was even larger than Jiang Chang's. Kan Yang then introduced, "Our academy controls 4 secret realms. As long as you pass any one of them within 3 attempts and set a record, you'll win this bet. The first realm on the screen is the Deadly Mine, with the fastest record being just over 2 hours. The second is the Screaming Cavern, with the highest record just under 3 hours. The third is the Shadow Fortress. The fastest record is just about 3 hours and 21 minutes. The last realm is called Abyssal Darkness. Even the best require over 4 hours to get through." Other teachers mocked that Cheng Qianmo would choose the easiest secret realm, though they still doubted he could make it through. But then, Cheng Qianmo directly chose Abyssal Darkness, which made them shiver. "Why choose the hardest one?" Kan Yang asked kindly. "Don't say our academy is bullying you. The terrain of Abyssal Darkness is extremely complex, and to set a record, you're not ready for it yet." Cheng Qianmo firmly emphasized, "I'm choosing this one. I will definitely succeed." He also gave a serious order, "Open the screens in all classrooms. I will stream Cheng Qianmo's footage." Other students highly praised him. They think he's using this situation to boost the academy's morale and diminish Cheng Qianmo's reputation. Just a few minutes later, Cheng Qianmo was summoned into the dark abyss. The sky above was pitch black. Cheng Qianmo walked forward without fear. However, he couldn't help but search through his memories. This was a labyrinthine water basin underground, an uncommon dungeon, with monsters primarily being mermaids. Nearby, a few cute level 16 mermaids were communicating with each other. As soon as they saw him, they immediately screamed high-pitched, ear-piercing sounds. Cheng Qianmo directly summoned his weapon, just like we mentioned. Then, he swung his staff forcefully at a mermaid. In an instant, a series of attack lines appeared, overwhelming the target. Meanwhile, Cheng Qianmo kept swinging his staff relentlessly. His steps were swift and without hesitation, each swing light, but it was enough to knock out the small monsters. Yet, the other students were quite startled. They were shocked by how he made the mermaids scream in panic. Inside the secret realm, his path had been cleared, but ahead of him was blocked by a pool of water. Cheng Qianmo found it very familiar. This was the first challenge. Swimming underwater would be difficult, but luckily, he was a solo player, so getting past it was easy. Then, the system confirmed the operation, and the common skills of all alchemist professions were activated. The monsters below only noticed the surface of the water rippling. Then, the water in the lake rippled for a few steps. Just like that, Cheng Qianmo crossed over by walking on the lake, landing smoothly on the ground. That display was enough to make the onlookers doubt, who is this person? What is his background? The skill seemed so ordinary, yet it was used like lightness skill. I had been tormented by fish for half a day before. In the meeting room, Kang Yang quickly asked, "How long has it been?" Master Luo Yon spent 25 minutes on it. But the answer was quite surprising. 12 minutes. Immediately, the famously calm principal showed an expression of panic and returned to the secret area where Cheng Qianmo had challenged. At this moment, a sleeping monster appeared in front of Cheng Qianmo, but it woke up sharply from the sound of his movements. Its information appeared, Ba Air Tan Lobster HP 3000. Cheng Qianmo felt deeply contemptuous. This boss was even weaker than sticky radioactive dust, basically not scary at all. Then, Cheng Qianmo launched a barrage of firepower, reducing its HP by 632. Ba Tan angrily raised its two claws to intimidate. Its attributes were quite special, it would only attack when someone attacked or got too close. The other teachers, after watching, felt very satisfied. They thought that being attacked meant the end, and they even judged that his combat experience was too little, not observing or analyzing the situation. Then they dragged up past issues. Master Luo Yon had gone through hundreds of battles before discovering the secret of this trial. You have to swim across a river with flesh-eating fish to reach the shore. Although it takes time and energy, it is the most effective way. If Ba Tan is killed, its blood will drive the piranhas into a frenzy. He would be hard-pressed to escape them. They would delight in laughing and playing, so let's watch as it gets torn apart. Back inside, it was clear that the two lobster claws had been flailing everywhere. Cheng Xianmo, undaunted, ran straight toward it. He skillfully used the slide technique to speed up his movement. Then, he followed with his familiar flying kick. This time, even though Cheng Xianmo was lying down, the force was enough. Ba Tan was sent flying into the water. Before it could even recover, Cheng Xianmo lunged toward it. A wicked sound echoed from Ba Tan, "The water is my domain. As soon as I dive, how will you fight me?" Cheng Xianmo, unafraid, retorted, "We'll see if you dare dive." With one hand, he pierced through it, and the fresh lobster blood spurted out, its delicious aroma igniting the frenzy of the fish. They would tear apart anything in their path. Cheng Xianmo felt a surge of joy. Perfect. When Ba Tan was in a rage, it wouldn't even notice the boss. Immediately, Ba Tan was torn to pieces. The pain was unbearable. As the lobster's tail thrashed, Cheng Xianmo took action. He pulled out some meat and said, "Don't even think about getting on land." Seeing itself being ripped apart, Ba Tan's hatred intensified. "I will perish together with you." It then thrashed its body, trying to swim away. Cheng Xianmo quickly transformed his weapon into a hook gun. Below him, Ba Tan had already struck the rock wall. Every time it collided, shrimp were launched out. Cheng Xianmo played with it effortlessly. "With your IQ, you're still far from enough." In the end, he continued forward, leaving behind a sea of scattered lobster meat. The teachers outside were amazed. Even the principal couldn't help but exclaim, looking at the seemingly unbelievable moves, but in reality, they were the result of battlefield judgment, combined with flexible thinking. Is this really a high school student? I can only hope that the maze challenge will take up some of his time. No, the movement path of this kid seems flawless. The other teachers also began to doubt. How is this possible? Back then, teacher Luo Yon tried over 20 times before he memorized the path. Another teacher chimed in, "It seems his route is even better than his. Could it be that he's been here before?" Then, they heard Kong Yang's furious voice. "Stop deceiving yourselves. This secret realm has always been under my control. Whether it's his first time here or not, isn't it obvious? Is it that hard to admit you're inferior? Looks like our school has been defeated by a high school student." Meanwhile, inside the classroom, the other students watched with great excitement. They anxiously guessed whether he could truly break the record, and that it would likely be hard to break again in the future. Back inside, Cheng Xianmo had his hand on the door, signaling that this was the final checkpoint. If I remember correctly, once a coal basket is lit, for level 18 black serpents will appear. When all 4 baskets are lit and the black serpent tide is destroyed, the final boss will appear. With my current strength, it's no problem to light all 4 at once. After that, Cheng Xianmo picked up his staff. He muttered to himself, "Let's finish this quickly." With his magic, all 4 coal baskets ignited simultaneously. The students of Manhwa were stunned by his bold move. They all decided that if he succeeded, they would transfer to another school the next day. Luo Yong spoke up, "This guy is too arrogant." Another teacher thought differently, "If he fails here, that means there's a chance for us." Only Kong Yang fell into deep thought, "Let me see if you're a genius or a fool." In the secret realm, strange reptilian sounds echoed. More than a dozen black serpents surrounded him. Cheng Qianmo then used a skill called Ghost Howl, weakened Wolf's Sliver, which reduced the resistance to abnormal status effects and magic defense of nearby targets for half a minute. A second later, the black serpents all crawled toward him. His skills released an oppressive aura, causing them to slow down. After 16 of them embedded themselves into the center of the magic formation, Cheng Qianmo leisurely flew out. With a relaxed motion, he tossed several Molotov cocktails at them. As soon as they hit the ground, 2 of the bombs exploded. A teacher who was about to mock him was stopped. This guy has big plans. This skill can reduce resistance and magic defense, while the Molotov cocktail can cause fire. He hesitated, pointing at the screen. Could it be that he wants to? Inside the secret realm, Cheng Qianmo began muttering a few lines of ancient spells. Immediately, the stone technique formation conjured a block of stone that crushed several snakes. Dust and smoke began to fly in all directions. In front of him, everything exploded violently. A perfect combination of 3 skills left the teachers in awe. It seems that the solo player class isn't completely useless after all. Kong Yang couldn't help but praise. Truly a genius. Combining unique techniques with terrifying combat ability, it's no wonder our school lost. The lamps inside the hall emitted a fiery glow, and then a Kwamai air appeared. Who dares summon me? Its information panel appeared beneath it. Family Clan, Level 20, HP 4800. Cheng Qianmo exuded an aura of challenge. Long time no see, show me your strength. A Kwamai air roared, I'll make you pay for this. It then unleashed its corrosion technique. The surrounding area was filled with poison, but he still moved with ease. Wherever it shot, Cheng Qianmo found a way to dodge. Then, he destroyed its left head. A Kwamai air had a regeneration mechanism, so to prevent it from activating, he needed to sever the auxiliary head first. After that, Cheng Qianmo switched to a dagger and initiated an attack from behind. When the weapon embedded into its jaw. It was also when the right side was destroyed that he did not stop but instead used the grappling hook to shoot into its body. That's your goal. He pulled the target closer, simultaneously releasing the accumulated energy. The system continuously adapted to him, switching weapons to the long sword, activating the key skill of the sword spirit, the 8-path slash, which released a crescent-shaped attack. The accumulation time was 1.5 seconds. During that time, a Kwamai air curled up in pain, and its heads were consecutively chopped off. Finally, the notification appeared, successfully killed Boss A Kwamai air. Congratulations to Cheng Qianmo for successfully setting the highest record, completing it in 1 hour 56 minutes and 32 seconds. Then, the system also announced, congratulations on reaching level 18. Cheng Qianmo's status window displayed several newly acquired items, and his combat power was now 13.28. After receiving the notification of receiving primary material rewards, he immediately ordered to open them. Inside, there were 3 items, the 9-headed Seas Fawn, Sea Turtle Shell, and Void Tentacle. Cheng Qianmo was quite satisfied after checking them, all were things he needed, bringing him closer to crafting a weapon beyond its time. In the classroom, the students of the academy stood up, shouting and cheering for his success. That's a record twice as fast as teacher Luo Yong's. It will be hard for anyone to break it in the next few decades. The teleportation door of the secret realm also displayed the words completed. The teachers were all deeply saddened by the loss of a secret realm, while Kong Yang, on the other hand, felt sentimental about the record he had set in the past, never expecting it to be broken. The peaceful years have now cost us dearly. Cheng Qianmo quickly made his appearance. He did not forget to remind me of the dark abyss I had claimed. It was time for him to fulfill his promise. He responded sternly, "Don't worry, I will deliver everything within a week." Then Cheng Qianmo suddenly proposed, "What about the other 3 secret realms, would you dare to bet again?" Other teachers exclaimed in panic, "Principal, we can't keep betting like this, or our academy will have nothing left." He angrily retorted, Do you think he'll stop just because you don't want to bet? According to the rules, no one can refuse a challenge to the secret realms. He then turned to Chengqian Mo and said, "Of course, we accept your bet. If you manage to obtain the other 3 secret realms, everything will double, but I still have one more condition." Manhwa requests to merge with Jiang Chang. The news that day stunned the readers. Kong Yang was cunning. Now that Manhwa had lost all the secret realms, it was the perfect time to use the merger to secure its survival. Just then, someone opened the door. It was Chengqian Mo, arriving at our school. Zhang Rongyu casually remarked, "Why make a big fuss over such a trivial matter?" He sneered and turned away. Judging by his demeanor, I had to admit that he did have some skill. Setting a record at our school might not be a problem for him. Although it's said that no one can refuse a challenge, it still depends on whether he can even reach the Grand Hall of the Secret Realms. The scene shifted to the gate of Tianhe Academy. Chengqian Mo was surprised to find someone waiting for him. Zhang Yushi bluntly asked, "Are you Chengqian Mo?" "I am Zhang Yushi, level 22, Chi Master. I want to have a duel with you." Chengqian Mo immediately saw through him with a glance. "Do you think your little tricks can stop me?" In the distance, those who were familiar with the situation knew very well that a teacher fighting a student was against the rules. Someone next to them replied, "The teacher claims to be level 22. As long as the difference in rank is within the acceptable standard, it should be fine. This student is really unfortunate. What crime did he commit to deserve such punishment?" Inside the classroom, Zhang Rongyu loudly commanded, "Everyone, pay close attention to find his weaknesses." Zhang Yushi coldly said from his side, "Don't blame me for being cruel. If you want to blame someone, blame your academy's foundation." At that moment, Chengqian Mo summoned his gloves. He had already set up several thunderous circles behind him. As the thunderclap approached, he gently raised his hand to block it. When he was sent flying, he realized this was a perfect defense technique, activating in less than 0.1 seconds, a skill perfected only after his 3rd transformation. Then, Chengqian Mo directly leaped over to him. Zhang Yushi was struck with a powerful kick, causing his body to writhe in pain and spit blood on the spot. As Chengqian Mo landed on a step, Zhang Yushi collided with it at the same time. Blood began to pour from the teacher's nose, and he collapsed, completely unconscious. Soon after, another person appeared inside. The other students had already heard the sounds of fighting. They were surprised to see him easily defeat someone 4 levels above him, but they were even more intrigued when someone approached. Su Junli descended the stairs like a supermodel. The more Chengqian Mo looked, the more he despised him. "You guys are lining up to die just to stop me? Aren't you ashamed?" he arrogantly declared. "Don't think you're invincible. Today, each of us will make you regret it. I don't believe that after fighting through dozens of rounds, you still have the strength to challenge the secret realm," Chengqian Mo coldly commanded. "Then hurry up and finish it." The next moment, he saw Su Junli activate the effect of the spell talisman, a piece of equipment that could attack the soul and stun him for 4 seconds. Su Junli's entire body trembled, unable to move further. Chengqian Mo then summoned a soul cannon. The sound of gunfire echoed, then stopped as the bullets embedded into his body. The atmosphere in the conference room was one of sheer panic. Why is he standing there frozen? Did he get forced into a coma? Meanwhile, Chengqian Mo sent a message to them, "Next person, hurry up. Don't waste my time." After sending the message, the projection screen malfunctioned. The other teachers simultaneously urged, "Hurry up and get down there. We have a whole group of people, and we're scared of a kid?" Outside, Chengqian Mo was already waiting for them, striking the most domineering pose possible. As the group of teachers appeared, they all unleashed their auras. However, Chengqian Mo's killing intent was stronger than theirs. "Now that you're here, line up." Then, a man jumped up angrily, "I am a soldier with level 27 in power, I will fight you." Following that, a rather large sword with a strange shape appeared, but as soon as his feet touched the ground, he felt completely powerless, eventually lying flat on the ground just like his colleague earlier. Cheng Qianmo coldly gave an order, and then, Qin Xiongshi and Huang Yilu, both above level 30, stepped forward, with the leader being from Flower Academy at level 38. In an instant, the challenge had stretched into dusk, and Cheng Qianmo remained standing proudly. Apart from the collapsed teachers, only 3 people were left in front of him. Zhang Rongyu felt desperate. There were no more teachers under level 38. According to the rules, there was nothing left to do, but how could he accept letting this person take the secret realm? In that moment, he thought to himself, perhaps I should kill this kid. What? I've been locked down? This brat actually has a master protecting him from behind? If I force my hand today, I will certainly meet my death. There's no way to stop now, otherwise, I'll lose my position as principal. Zhang Rongyu had no choice but to change his expression. The abilities of his student had caused all the teachers to welcome him warmly. Student Cheng Qianmo, please follow me. Cheng Qianmo didn't cause any more trouble and stepped forward, following him. A few days later, the news outlets reported widely. In summary, all 20 academies had been taken over by him. With all 60 secret realms claimed, the academies had no choice but to merge with Zhangchang. Immediately, a meeting was convened. In recent days, everyone has sensed the development of our school. It all stems from Cheng Qianmo's performance over the past half-month. They have probably all figured out how he swept through several academies. After that, Lu Yanmin continued. Today, I need to discuss an issue. The school intends to award Cheng Qianmo the title of headmaster. Does anyone have any objections? As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell into silence. Then, Lu Yanmin spoke again, if not, we'll wait for Cheng Qianmo to return, and we'll organize a reward ceremony. However, no one dared to ask where Cheng Qianmo had gone. After causing a commotion, was he not going to show up? Scene change. This is the Apocalypse continent, where, because of the La Nuasi, a heap of seafood was being sent flying by sword energy. Cheng Qianmo received another reward. You have reached level 20. The system has upgraded to level 3. All passive skills are now upgraded to level 3. The Glinglin machine gun now has a 30% chance of firing bullets. The sweeping passive skill now has a 15% chance of activation. Your Fierce Wave Slash now has a 35% chance of transforming into 7 sword strikes. Next, Cheng Qianmo's weapon switch time was halved, and his critical hit rate increased, now standing at 22%. Cheng Qianmo was delighted as he read through it again. The passive skill of the Glinglin machine gun also increased, dealing 50% more damage. The invincibility time of the Fierce Wave Slash now lasts 0.4 seconds, making subsequent actions much more feasible. After the comprehensive upgrade, the damage has improved significantly. The next positions for transition should be carefully considered. It's the right time to gather enough materials to craft weapons. He quickly moved to the beginner village. Entering the blacksmith shop, Cheng Qianmo gently asked, "Can I learn blacksmithing and equipment crafting here?" The other person replied bluntly, "The tuition fee is 50 coins, the processing fee is 100, if you don't have money, then leave quickly." Upon hearing this, he was momentarily stunned. This business is too illegal. Normally, learning blacksmithing only requires 20 coins. He noticed something strange. This old man didn't seem greedy. Could it be that the money is all used to upgrade blacksmithing experience? Zhang Wenliang angrily retorted, "It's always been the same price. Think about it, have you been diligently saving up money all these years?" Cheng Qianmo turned to leave. "Well, fine. It's just a pity that I'm poor, and I don't know when my grand design will come to fruition." Zhang Wenliang, with his sharp eyes, immediately noticed that this blueprint was no ordinary one. When he saw Cheng Qianmo about to leave, he eagerly bit the hook and asked, "Where did this drawing come from? Show it to me quickly." Cheng Qianmo casually said, "I'll show it to you, but it'll cost you." Immediately, Zhang Wenliang flipped his attitude. No need to pay the fee. The study materials are on the right side of the bookshelf. Go look for yourself. Cheng Xianmo read a few lines when the system notification appeared, indicating that he had successfully learned the basic blacksmithing skill. Currently, the maximum blacksmithing quality is excellent. To reach the intermediate level, an additional 10,000 experience points are required. At that moment, Jiang Wenliang collapsed. The person who invented this design was truly a genius. I have been forging iron for over 30 years, yet I still couldn't understand it. Cheng Xianmo, however, understood clearly. This was based on the masterpieces of digital artisans from previous lives, improved into a weapon that could flexibly change between various forms. Of course, not everyone could understand it. Once finished, he moved to retrieve it. Then I'll go ask another blacksmith. The old man hurriedly clasped his hands and begged him, even though I don't fully understand the principles inside, I understand enough. Please allow me to participate in the crafting process. I'll cover all the processing fees and raw materials for free. Cheng Xianmo felt a bit worried. But I only have one part of the main material prepared. If it fails, I'll have to start over. How about this? I have 4 designs for the components. You forge them for me free of charge, and let me see your true skill. 2 hours later, Jiang Wenliang arrived with the items. I've forged them to the best of my ability, using a lot of my precious materials. Cheng Xianmo put on the gauntlet and immediately saw that the quality was perfect, level 25. Then he checked the perfect grade silver scale armor. The brother's helmet was even more refined, perfectly suited for an assassin. Finally, there was a giant demon guardian armor, which was perfect for Drit. Cheng Xianmo heard the system notify him of successfully equipping all 4 pieces of gear. He couldn't help but think to himself, as expected, he hadn't misjudged. The old man's skill was no small matter. The excellent designs had been forged into perfection, and his own status bar reflected an increase in his strength stats thanks to them. Quick-witted, both mentally and physically sharper. Moreover, Cheng Xianmo also paid attention to another detail, an increase of 3,000 battle power? Perhaps no student has ever had a battle power over 16,000 points. Then, he hastily asked, causing the young man to praise him, the quality is not bad, I'd say it passes. The materials you need, I've already gathered them all. He also eagerly asked, so, can I help you forge a weapon today? At that moment, a young man named Huang Tian entered and, seeing the silence around, asked, has old Sang gone out? This old man, though arrogant, was truly a high-level master. Many people were willing to pay him to forge equipment, and he himself had to use his family connections several times to barely reach a compromise. When he heard a sound from behind the door, he guessed that someone was discussing forging techniques. As he entered, the old man was reprimanded by him again. He didn't even know the difference between mold forging and freehand forging. Cheng Xianmo then proceeded to explain, when the molten metal is poured in, the Vano's number must exceed 250,000. He muttered to himself, what exactly is Vano's? Huang Tian was stunned for a moment. A young man dared to scold old Xian like that? Afterward, he tried to speak up, little Huang is here. The lecture was abruptly interrupted. Cheng Xianmo, upon turning his gaze, seemed very excited. The look in his eyes sent a chill down Huang Tian's spine. He remembered that last time, an old man who liked him had the same look. In fact, Cheng Xianmo was feeling quite emotional. Never thought I'd meet a teammate from my past life here. Huang Tian is the #1 soul sword master, his level has reached 98. He's very calm and skilled at adjusting the battle situation, famous worldwide. In our previous life, he and I were so close that we even hung out in the real world. Then, Jiang Wenliang spoke coldly, you're the one who wants me to forge weapons, right? Come back another time. Immediately, Cheng Xianmo intervened, I was just testing the equipment forging skills earlier, I haven't tested weapon forging yet. How about we use his weapon as the subject? He immediately felt a sense of injustice, never expecting that he would also be exploited one day. The skills of this young man had surpassed the level of a master, and there was no turning back. He couldn't give up the chance to learn, so he agreed to help both of them. Jiang Wenliang vented his anger into several hammer strikes. Within the next 2 hours, Huang Tian had received the sword. No wonder he was called Old Xiang, he had even forged a level 24 elite weapon, the Cruelty Island Hook. He replied angrily, "Of course, there are only a few people in the entire H nation who can surpass me." Then, he swung his sword around like a child, dealing over 100 damage per second, with a speed of only 2.1. However, this person was helping him like this, clearly valuing his appearance, so he had to be cautious in the future. At this point, Cheng Qianmo declared that the weapon forging test was complete, and he cheerfully responded, "Leave it to me." They continued working in the forge, the fire burning brightly until 2 a.m. that night. The light was actually emitted by Lu Guang Brothers' Phase 1 weapon. Jiang Wenliang looked at the finished product, deeply moved, as it was a weapon that radiated such a brilliant light, even though it was still only in the first phase. The umbrella was even surrounded by an intense heat. It had powerful specs, special quality, was impervious to erosion, and could transform between 4 different weapon forms. The umbrella finally lowered the intensity of its light. Cheng Qianmo was silently impressed, its damage output was 25% higher than in the previous life. No one would have thought that a student could possess a basic damage of 150. Then, he tried commanding it to switch to a machine gun. The handle of the umbrella immediately disappeared, revealing the gun barrel. Jiang Wenliang couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the thing I helped create? It truly is a masterpiece." Huang Tian was also very pleased. "Is this the legendary weapon?" Cheng Qianmo continued his testing, switching to a spear form. As he lowered his wrist, it transformed into a long handle with a thin, exquisite spearhead. At that moment, the system appeared, confirming the soul link connection with the weapon. When the user dies, the weapon will not drop. Since the weapon was not yet activated, its attributes were halved. To activate it, the blood of a boss above level 25 was required. The scene then shifted to the secret realm of the Sword's Trap. Among the crowd, a few players began walking around, looking for teammates to form a party. Cheng Qianmo stood in a corner, silently laughing to himself. There were only 10 minutes left before the meeting time, and he was still the same as in his previous life. "Just in time, I've made preparations before the battle, now I just need to set up the last 2 switch positions. First, I switched a void orb of the Elemental Master." The system immediately provided basic information, stating that shooting the orb at enemies would create a black sphere that deals continuous damage. The casting time is 3 seconds, with high attack and piercing power, but a slow flight speed. Just a second later, another notification appeared, "Congratulations, you have successfully activated the conversion. There is a 15% chance to fire a black sphere when using this." Qianmo tried to release a small orb to observe. Indeed, there was a noticeable improvement. By using magic to trigger the passive effect, its cooldown was short enough to trigger 2 to 3 passive effects. Next, I wanted to activate the touch state, though I wasn't sure if the system would allow it. This is the illusory rune of the dark attribute. After 30 seconds of attacking and hitting an enemy, an illusory rune can be created, which, when used, increases your physical critical strike. A maximum of 7 illusory runes can be created. Then came another notification confirming the successful conversion. When hitting an enemy, it is now possible to create an illusory rune that lasts for 2 minutes, increases physical critical strike, and boosts magical damage by 10%. A maximum of 9 illusory runes can be created. In fact, I had planned it very carefully, choosing this option because it has the potential to greatly increase damage, especially in combination with the Void Orb. But I didn't expect that once it became a passive ability, the duration was cancelled and there was no need for any specific skill activation. If in the future, I turn all the illusory runes into passives, would attacking with the battle spear automatically trigger all 5 illusory runes? That's amazing. At that moment, Cheng Qianmo noticed someone mocking him for being a low-level player who still chose to solo. They weren't even afraid of him hearing, and they grew louder. Amidst this, someone shouted, "Huang Tian is here." Cheers immediately surrounded Huang Tian. He was in the top 10 of the Lan Feng Academy, and at such a young age, he had already reached level 28. Was he here to set a new record today? As people whispered about him, he simply walked past quietly. When he reached Chengxian Mo, Huang Tian spoke, "Let's go, God tier." Chengxian Mo, with a polite tone, replied, "Next time, call me old Mo." This sparked a discussion among the crowd. They were curious about Chengxian Mo's identity after hearing the words God tier from Huang Tian. Soon, information about the Swordstorm Swamp appeared, located in the northwestern thorn forest area. These secret realms could only be accessed from the outskirts, and their difficulty was higher than usual. Next to the Swordstorm Swamp was a high plateau called the Sword Peak. It was said that the formation of this area was connected to an ancient demigod named Nakaka, an immortal wild boar. Surrounded by vines from the battle between gods, Nakaka had fought for the side of justice. The battle between him and the domain lord of the tragic horse, Nuasi, spanned the entire Apocalypse continent. Though he ultimately perished, his blood soaked into the thorn forest, nourishing both creatures and minerals. A group of wild boars, imbued with intelligence, emerged from this, becoming followers of Nakaka. They hoped that one day Nakaka would be reborn, so subsequent generations stayed behind. Forming a secret realm, after a while, both of them had set foot inside. Huang Tian spoke up to remind, "Deep inside the crossroads, there are small bosses on both sides of the road. Later, follow behind me and remember to stay safe." Unexpectedly, Chengxian Mo suggested, "Let's have a contest. Each of us pick a path and see who kills the boss and comes back here first." He hesitated and asked him, "A level 20 solo player wants to race against a level 28 soul sword? Aren't you afraid of getting hurt by the monsters?" In response to that question, he simply challenged, "Afraid to compete?" Huang Tian rubbed his forehead and replied, "If you die later, don't come running to me." After that, he decided the left side had more monsters, so he would go left. But before Huang Tian could speak, he was already left behind. He could only shout, "Why are you blocking my path? I can't tell if you're brave or just reckless." In the forest, a cold wind swept through. Huang Tian stood in front of a group of wild boars, but he felt quite confident. 4 of them came at once, but he couldn't afford to be careless. That said, with a single swing of his long spear, he sent them flying. His momentum was entirely different from his words. Next, Huang Tian quickly grabbed them, executing a mid-air slash. The beautiful cuts he made formed star shapes. The more he slashed the monsters, the more his determination showed. He couldn't help but wonder, in less than 10 minutes, I've already gone partway down the path. Can he really catch up to me? Or is it that even his life won't be able to keep up? But Huang Tian had no idea that he had already covered nearly 2/3 of the journey. After that, the road became congested with monsters, as if they were deliberately lining up to fight him. Chengxian Mo's eyes blazed with intense killing intent, and he cheerfully declared, "Let you guys taste my new weapon." After that, he switched to the machine gun. The Gatling gun automatically upgraded its performance, and each shot hit its mark. The wild boars seemed almost destined to meet their end. The massacre took place in an instant. Chengxian Mo now appeared calm and collected. Before him lay a pile of wild boar corpses, confirming that he had fired more than 50 bullets, dealing around 170 damage. It was no exaggeration to say that this level of damage was almost like hacking. Meanwhile, Huang Tian was also decapitating a boar with his ghost swordsmanship. Its heavy body couldn't do anything but stand still and take the blow. Once it lost its head, the entire body collapsed. Everything felt quite comfortable for Huang Tian. In 27 minutes, he set a new record, switching to the brutal hook blade. His strength had increased significantly, and he guessed that old Mo was still fighting monsters, though perhaps he had already returned to the earth by now. He then headed back to the rendezvous point, but what he saw there shocked him the most. "Why are you back?" From the shadows, the corner of his mouth curled slightly. Huang Tian understood the hint and comforted him, "It's okay. If your current level can't beat them, there's no shame in running. Sit there, the rest of the road, leave it to me." After walking for a while, Huang Tian began to feel something was off. Why isn't there a single monster? What's going on? Why are the bodies of the elite pigs piled up like this? This is already the 7th pile of corpses I've encountered. How could old Mo handle so many high-level monsters at once? This doesn't make sense. Could it be that this solo player is stronger than me? Isn't there supposed to be level 27 wild boars here? If they're dead, where are their bodies? At that moment, Chung Chien Mo caught up with him. Look up. Instinctively, Huang Tian did as told. The vines were tightly wrapping around something. Once the other person had clearly seen it, he asked, "Did you surrender so easily? You were shocked when you saw him, and he killed the level 27 wild boar alone?" Then, he answered his own question, "I lost. You're too strong. Quickly tell me how you did it?" Cheng Qianmo replied, "It's actually not difficult. You just need to use your skills at the right moment." After a while, he asked again, "Did you understand the key point?" Huang Tian answered sincerely, "I understand." At this point, he was quite excited, and the plan to cultivate the number 1 swordsman officially began. Soon, the wild boars stopped and encountered them. One of them seized the opportunity to sneak up behind Huang Tian, but in an instant, it was no longer capable of fighting. The sudden noise startled Huang Tian, and he quickly turned around. In the distance, Chung Qianmo had just lowered his gun. He didn't forget to remind me that the timing of my previous strike was delayed by 0.2 seconds, and then a monster appeared to attack. Even though I didn't get a chance to rest, my sword strike was still quite powerful. Now, Huang Tian had changed. Seeing old Mo with my own eyes made me realize that I was inferior to him. What shocked me even more was that he knew all my fighting habits. While I was pondering, a shadow suddenly rushed toward me. I only had time to feel a fierce pressure bearing down on me. Huang Tian knew one thing: the delay after my skill hadn't ended yet. Next, the sand toss made me get knocked away. During this, Chung Qianmo created a shield. He looked at me with derision. "Is this the potential of a sword soul? Are you trying to make me laugh to death?" I angrily retorted, "Your demands are too exaggerated. Just now, you pointed out so many things, as if you wanted me to kill Lord Mo Tower and his little brother without any harm. That's too perverse." In contrast, he coldly asked, "Do you know why you couldn't even avoid the basic attack of Mo Tower?" As a warrior class character, I instinctively ignored minor damages and blindly pursued a quick attack, which disrupted my attack rhythm. The real moment for an attack is about accuracy, not speed. Many times, starting late can still achieve the same result as attacking early. Only when you understand can you fully utilize the knowledge I've taught you. This serious lesson truly moved Huang Tian, who then muttered the words he had just heard. Seeing this, Cheng Qianmo's tone softened a little, feeling that this was the Huang Tian he was familiar with, someone with a bit of intelligence. He then directly asked, "Do you want to become the number 1 soul sword of the Apocalypse continent? If you train with me, you will surely achieve that title." Everything seemed to be aligning to give Huang Tian an opportunity. Without hesitation, he grabbed Chung Qianmo's hand. "I trust you." "That's right, I will definitely become the number 1 soul sword of the Apocalypse continent. How could I accept failure over such trivial matters?" On the other side, the wild boar boss had been waiting for a long time. He immediately swung his axe toward Huang Tian's sword. When he saw the enemy crouch down, Huang Tian quickly detected an opening. The little monster state was in the waiting period before an attack. If he changed his position at that moment, the opponent's attack would adjust accordingly. He needed to wait until the time was up. Only when the opponent was in the attack state could he dodge the incoming blow. So, Huang Tian held back and waited for 0.2 seconds. Then, he smoothly rotated his body. The wild boars missed their strike and hit the ground. Huang Tian knew one thing for certain: at that moment, the golden light from the sword's edge quickly swept over the enemy's body. Huang Tian had completely mastered time, and what's more, he was delighted to realize it. Is this the thrill of engaging in dangerous work? Can movements that require forethought truly feel this exhilarating? From a distance, Chung Chien-mo looked at him with deep emotion. The strongest sword soul was finally beginning to awaken. Moments later, the entire horde of monsters had been struck down. You're incredible. With your level of instruction, you could at the very least be the head instructor for the freshmen at Lantian. Yet Chung Chien-mo only cared about their own matters. If you can absorb even half of the skills from today, then my efforts won't have been in vain. Now comes the final lesson of the day. Ka-er-ja had been waiting for them from early on. He gave a brief explanation. This was the Grand Sorcerer of the Boar Men, possessing 4 refined techniques. The first granted 2 seconds of immortality, the second was a healing spell, and the third was chromatic sorcery. The final task for today was to find a way to shatter his non-damaging skills. Leave all the damage to me. You focus on breaking through. The battle won't last long, don't feel pressured. Right after, Ka-er-ja was engulfed in fire magic. Before he could regain his bearings, Chung Chien-mo had already summoned his battle spear to confront him. The boar man's guttural growl sounded like a warning to his foe. In contrast, Chung Chien-mo boldly declared, "Today, I'll use your blood to christen my weapon with its first strike." His memory of this opponent was vivid. The creature possessed terrifying regenerative powers. To deal with him, ranged attacks alone would never suffice. Then Ka-er-ja was pierced again and again in the abdomen. Chung Chien-mo thrust his spear while springing lightly into the air. At the same time, the wounds helped activate the phantom mark, which pleased him greatly. Indeed, the spear form at this moment was the most optimal. Its attacks not only delivered light punishment but also stacked the phantom mark's shadow attributes. Ka-er-ja roared like a beast, "Despicable humans, I represent Nikamo to annihilate you." Then, the recovery spell's status bar began to activate. Realizing the situation was dire, he signaled the old royal companion to act. A flash of golden swordlight immediately soared toward the opponent. Chung Chien-mo saw his teammate rapidly teleporting in front of him, and the system immediately notified him that the recovery spell had been successfully blocked. In response, he tightened his hands. Ka-er-ja started chanting the recovery spell for 1500 HP. Furious, he shouted at him, "You can still chant it?" He whispered a reminder, "Focus, don't miss the opportunity." Then, Chung Chien-mo Sung Fong executed his previous move again, with his spear digging deeper into the opponent's flesh. Huang Tian understood the signal and began to act faster. Seeing that the teammate was trying to stop the recovery spell, he pulled back. Afterward, Huang Tian delivered a demon slash. The status bar appeared again, confirming that the recovery spell had been successfully blocked. However, once again, Ka-er-ja stubbornly continued chanting, which further infuriated him. Sure enough, he managed to complete the chant, but his demon slash hadn't cooled down yet, so at that moment, he could only rely on that skill. Next, Huang Tian slashed 2 diagonal strikes in front of the opponent. The motion ended with a perfect knee bend. The system immediately recorded a successful block, and then displayed the information: flowing heart slash, the skill's crosscut and swift strike, combined with the self-spin skill, made the small monster fly up, while the large monster was momentarily stiffened for half a second. Chung Chien-mo, after watching, praised, "Finally, you're heading in the right direction. Next, I'll demonstrate the blood-burning disappearance technique." The magical seals of illusory sigil emission began to extend. The magic surged, causing continuous damage on the system. In the end, the smoke and dust were stirred up to the point where they rose as high as a person's head. Ka-er-ja angrily shouted, "I can't die, I still have to wait for Nikamo to descend." However, Chung Chien-mo didn't interrupt his magic. A dark sphere silently flew out from behind him. When it exploded, Ka-er-ja was knocked down. 1071 critical strikes caused 80% of dark damage, increasing the critical hit rate by 12%. Huang Tian, after watching, was very excited, over 1000 damage in one hit. Incredible. I'm sure of it. Because of your rise, solo players will increase more and more. Cheng Qianmo gently looked at the other, just like in his past life. After he performed his actions, old Huan would always praise him enthusiastically. If in the future he could gather his old comrades once again, they would once again dominate the Apocalypse continent. A few moments later, Cheng Qianmo was led by Huang Tian to a spot where they could see the tent ahead and the pathway below. That was the final checkpoint. There were a total of 100 elite wild boars. As long as they rescued the demon inside the tent and brought it to the end of the path, it would be considered a success. So far, it had only taken 2 hours and 3 minutes. From here on, as long as they searched carefully, they could set a new record. At that moment, Cheng Qianmo made another suggestion. Do you want to make it a bit more exciting? He kicked him down with a swift motion. Super exciting, you know. Huang Tian, helpless, could only cry out in protest. Inside the tent, the wild boar guard was sound asleep, and the tent just happened to be where Huang Tian was about to crash into. As a result, the wild boar was crushed under him without putting up any resistance. Upon seeing someone, the demon, sensing the presence of spiritual energy, called out, "Kind human, you've come to save me, haven't you? I send you my most noble words, wait." Huang Tian roughly grabbed the demon and pulled it along. He didn't forget to snap, "Cut the crap. Old Mo, this game of yours is too exciting. Are you trying to push me to my death?" Fortunately, the ice wall spell suddenly emerged, splitting the two sides. Then, Cheng Qianmo left a message: "Take good care of the goblin demon. As for luring these monsters and dealing with them, leave it to me." Huang Tian yelled from below, "Are you insane? Making such a big ruckus, do you think you can take on 100 boars by yourself?" In the end, Huang Tian finally made a decision. "I, the young master, will sacrifice myself today." His steps grew a little faster. On this side, 100 wild boars had gathered, their numbers completely opposite to Cheng Qianmo's. He gently curled his lips. "It's done, now let's gather all the pigs and make them stop in place." Then, he switched his weapon to a machine gun. Cheng Qianmo even specifically ordered for artillery. In an instant, a violent shockwave cut through the air, and the recoil affected him as well. It turned out that was one of the skills included, using the recoil to move through the air. Thanks to that, Cheng Qianmo had reached a more advantageous position. Behind him, Huang Tian ran over in a daze. The little imp added nervously, "Aren't you guys going to save me? How am I supposed to get out with so many wild boars?" Cheng Qianmo smugly replied, "Watch this, I'm going to perform a black orb trap on these wild boars." The machine gun in his hand was switched to a magic staff. Cheng Qianmo skillfully condensed an ethereal orb. As the orb swept through, dozens of damage notifications rang out. Huang Tian could only silently guess, is this old Mo's trump card? Although the damage was strong, it only lasted for 4 seconds. Once it was gone, the wild boars would definitely scatter. On this side, Cheng Qianmo had already condensed a new magic bullet skill. He coldly tossed out a few bullets for the wild boars to enjoy, prompting the little imp to urge, "If you've got more tricks, pull them all out." While the passive skill was triggered, Cheng Qianmo calmly reassured, "Don't rush. Even magic bullets have their own special uses." The ground was immediately struck by the ethereal orbs, causing a sudden disturbance. Every time the orb moved slightly, another damage deduction notification appeared. He watched the scene, pale with fear. A miracle? Where did the 2 orbs come from? Even he felt a surge of excitement. The Void Orb skill had a long cooldown and consumed an enormous amount of mana. An ordinary person could only use it once, and after triggering the passive, mana would be depleted, making repeated use impossible, a perfect way to offset its weakness. The ground behind him had already been completely cleared. "Follow me, and you too will create many such miracles." Then, the system also announced, "Congratulations to Cheng Qianmo and Huang Tian for breaking the record. Completion time, 2:14. The announcement appeared externally as well. Their names were also engraved atop the ranking stone. The crowd, having seen this, immediately praised Huang Tian's talent. Meanwhile, Cheng Qianmo received another notification: Lu Guangyuan has successfully approved the public blade, the attribute is fully activated at 100%. Because you broke the secret realm record, the reward has been upgraded by 1 tier. Because you possess the hidden profession of spell controller, the reward has been upgraded by another tier. Then yet another notification appeared: this dungeon run has been rated SS, awarding a diamond treasure chest 11. You have opened the treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the perfect spirit dark cloak. Its attributes were quite intricate. With perfect quality level 65, it could actively unleash a skill. The spirit dark form lasted for 2 minutes without being detected. At that moment, Huang Tian also smiled and said, I just received the level 35 perfect armor item, what did you get? And it's a tier 2 equipment, with the added spirit phantom state, its application potential far exceeds the rankings. You could auction it for 50 million blue star currency, you're striking it rich. Then, they all heard a voice, thank you for saving me from those nasty pigs. Previously, by accident, I discovered their secret in the sky disaster phantom. I've recorded everything and buried it at coordinates 3,826,922. I hope you can help me complete this task. Thank you, I must return home to recover now. Huang Tian immediately speculated, is that the hidden quest in the legends? I haven't heard of it. Cheng Qianmo then explained, this quest activates when escorting the elite to the exit in 10 minutes. Normally, it doesn't exist. This quest is only for the higher tier, my level isn't enough yet. I'll do it after my second awakening. He readily agreed, I'll level up quickly, let's go. Suddenly, he stopped him, wait, let's get to this place first. In the blink of an eye, they moved deeper. The cliff face here appeared quite steep, and the ground below was shaking violently. The cause was actually due to Huang Tian's recent attack. After drilling a hole into the rock, he stopped, then curiously asked, there really is something here, how did you know? Before he could get an answer, the light from within overwhelmed him. This seems to be an altar, right? I've only seen it in books before, and I heard it's used to learn a skill from another profession. I didn't expect to encounter one in a level 26 secret realm. Cheng Qianmo had to come up with an excuse. I received a hidden quest, and it led me here. In reality, he had concealed the truth. I've known this location for a long time. Huang Tian, meanwhile, was already lost in his burning passion. You're giving me such a precious piece of information? I love you so much. He waved him off in disgust. Hurry up and activate the altar. Following the instructions, Huang Tian raised both his hands to the altar. Mana streams slowly entered his body, and the learning ritual was immediately triggered. After a moment, the system notified him that he had learned the skill Rage Burst, and his entire body was swiftly struck by a surge of red electricity. Huang Tian proudly showed off to him. I've learned the Rage Burst of the Berserker class. This skill is really like adding wings to a tiger. Old Mo, you should try it too. I'm curious to see what you'll learn. Cheng Qianmo, however, felt quite skeptical. The level 26 altar could only teach first-tier skills, so what other skill could there possibly be for him to learn? Still, he decided to take a chance and extended his hand to test his luck. The mana from the altar began to probe him. The next second, his mind suddenly cleared. So that's what it was. The system is issuing a warning. Since you have learned all the skills, you may now choose one of the skills from the second advancement. The selectable skills are Death Tombstone, Frozen Hell Slash, and Burying Black Hole. He couldn't help but ponder for a moment. Based on the forms that Lu Guanyuan's Shattering Ring could unfold, it would be better to choose a ranged one. I choose the Quantum Bomb of the Berserker. Cheng Qianmo immediately tried to use it and successfully mastered the level 1 Quantum Bomb. Throwing a bomb at the enemy deals light attribute damage within a 10-meter radius, with a certain chance of causing the enemy to be electrocuted. Chung Chien-mo gradually absorbed the remaining currents. He felt more invigorated at last. He had patched the gap in his ranged attacks. Now, his strength had no blind spots. In the next scene, he arrived at the forge. Jiang Wenliang looked at him in surprise. "Why are you here? I didn't expect the two of you to be so strong, and you've already set a new record." Chung Chien-mo only focused on his own needs. "Lend me your iron shield and your furnace for a few days. I want to raise my forging skill to intermediate before the entrance exam." The man stammered in shock. "You're just a 12th grade student?" "No, wait, the exam is in only 4 days. Shouldn't you be preparing for battle instead? With your cultivation talent, you mustn't let forging slow you down. Besides, intermediate forging requires 10,000 experience points. Even in 40 days, that might not be enough," he asserted bluntly. "I know my own limits." Jiang Wenliang looked at the pile of items on the table and immediately screamed in shock. "These are the bloodstones of Nikamo, at least 50 pieces in total. Even after 100 trips to that secret realm, it's unlikely to get this many." Chung Chien-mo smiled mischievously. "The drop rate for these is low, but once the linked skills reach level 100, it triggers a chance for them to drop. That's why I used the void orb to attack at the end." Next, he looked excited. "This can triple the forging experience, and with this many, who knows, you might even create a miracle." That night, the intense training continued, and Jiang Wenliang couldn't help but shudder. "Are you the reincarnation of Iron Hammer? The first piece of equipment you forged already exceeds the excellence grade limit. But how did you use so few materials? What's the principle behind this? Could you teach me?" 3 more days quickly passed. Chung Chien-mo was officially recognized. His classmates had already learned the intermediate forging skill. Currently, he was forging at least perfect grade equipment. To level up to advanced, he needed 100,000 experience points and recognition from the Forging Association. Jiang Wenliang looked at him with a dark expression. "You really are a monster. In just 3 days, you've already reached 10,000 points and even used 50 bloodstones to forge 46 finished items. The amount of equipment is now piled up like a mountain." He felt dizzy just saying it. "For a beginner to have a success rate of 92%, even though I'm at the top, compared to you, I really don't even deserve to be mentioned." Chung Chien-mo briefly instructed. "Sell this pile of equipment, and as for the price, you can decide it yourself. I trust your judgment. I'll come find you after I pass the entrance exam." Jiang Wenliang, while sitting and sorting through the items, couldn't help but glance at his back. Scene change. Chung Chien-mo had arrived at the exam site. Lu Yanmin, visibly annoyed, scolded him. "Do you even know the way back? I thought you weren't taking the entrance exam." Then he curiously asked, "What's the big deal with this grand battle?" The old man vaguely hinted he knew the answer but first wanted to talk about the exam. The exam venue was at the Hanwoo City Sports Arena, and by then, there would be over 400,000 examinees. He curiously asked, "Why do we have to go to a different location?" The old man explained, "Jiangcheng is just a small city, it doesn't have the qualifications to host an exam. The exam this time is called Monic Reagan, level 21, with 4 bosses in total. You need to defeat at least 2 to pass the test. The exam dungeon has been upgraded by scientific experts. Even if you die, there's no penalty. But everyone only gets 1 chance in their life, and the result this time will directly determine the highest limit you can reach. That said, Jiangcheng has grown as it has today, and you can be considered a hero. That's why I want to give you a surprise." Then, the old man opened the door for him to look inside. The crowd shouted, "It's Senior Chung Chien-mo. You're our pride. I'll definitely play next year. We're all trying to keep up with you." Lu Yanmin waited for a moment before speaking. "Today is the day all the 12th grade students of Su Ti Trin Academy are participating in the entrance exams. However, I have to announce something. Through high-level discussions, the Academy has decided to award Cheng Qian-mo the honorary title of principal. Cheng Qian-mo asked in confusion, honorary principal? But I'm just a 12th grader, why has the organization decided this? Immediately, someone explained, this is because you deserve it. In the future, don't forget the old ones. Zhangchang will always be your home, and we will do everything we can to support you. This was the Academy's promise. With such trust, Cheng Qian-mo sighed deeply, then declared with confidence, all right, as long as the Academy doesn't betray me, I will never betray the Academy. Lu Yanmin continued, you've given up on the direct admission slot, and the Academy has handed it over to Luo Xingxing. She shyly asked, which school in the top 10 do you want to apply to? He couldn't help but find her attitude strange. Just then, Li Huang appeared. Luo Xingxing allowed herself to translate. Actually, seeing you all, I just wanted to attend the same school. He was irritated and pinched her ear, finally deciding to become a knight. Did you read the notebook I left you earlier? Li Huang gritted her teeth and replied, I've read it carefully. Back at the scene, the crowd had already started cheering. They looked perfect together, like a family that had no need for external support. They were in love. At that moment, he received a phone call. Hello, who is this? The person on the other end of the phone answered, I am Wu Zhonglei, the standing committee member of the Tianhai City Management Association. Let's meet. Soon after, he arrived in Hanwu City, where the entrance exam for the recruitment test was being held. Sitting in the car, Li Huang teased with delight, Luo Xingxing is so outstanding, how come you're not acting on it? Now I'm just thinking about one thing, who would have thought that the Ding Huang incident would lead to Vice Principal Zhong Hongshan, the person Wu Zhonglei mentioned who protects him, must be that mysterious old man? If it weren't for him, I might have been dead without a place to be buried. Just then, an argument broke out in the parking lot. Where did your academy get so many cars from? It was rumored that the parking spots near Jiangcheng School had been taken over by Hanwu. Soon, another person stepped forward, your academy didn't report the number of cars and yet you're taking up the parking spaces. Move them outside immediately. Could it be that parking spaces and other services are allocated based on the school's strength? Han Yufeng hurriedly chimed in, a country school dares to act so recklessly? Kang Yang hesitated and said, Professor Lu, at just the right moment, Wu Zhonglei appeared, and so early in the morning, he's full of energy. Guo Lian then subtly flattered, how come you've come here? We'll arrange for the entire leadership to welcome you right away. He waved them off, no need. I'm here for personal business. You're Professor Lu, right? May I ask who is Cheng Qian-mo? They all couldn't help but wonder what was going on. Guo Lian immediately whispered, our parking space should be given to them. Then, Wu Zhonglei walked up to him, highly excited and praising, indeed, a hero emerges from the youth, very good. This is a reward from the Ma Ling Academy for you, take it. Everyone couldn't help but discuss, what did Cheng Qian-mo do that the Ma Ling Academy wants to compensate him like this? Cheng Qian-mo calmly accepted it, please thank the vice principal for me. Wu Zhonglei also smiled in response, but sarcastically added, you're quite something. I'll pass on your message. Behind them, Lu Yanmin silently judged, even the committee member Wu is familiar with him. The academy is once again indebted to him today, how many more surprises does he have for me? This was the central monitoring area for the exam. Other teachers were discussing the news about the Wuhan affiliate school being slapped in the face. At that moment, someone reported, quick, look at the top 1,000 potential rankings. The list displayed the names of heaven's proud sons. He smugly said, the top 300 are all from our side. What use is having so many people? All the students are useless. Then, Ma Xiao was noted as being in the top rankings. Guo Lian felt uneasy at the bottom of his heart. Then, who is number 1? The name on top shocked him, the first place went to Cheng Qian-mo. He angrily stood up, this is absolutely impossible. The other teachers also murmured in surprise, why did he get an S rank? I remember there has never been a student from Northern Hunan to achieve such a potential ranking. The terrifying thing is, he's playing solo without even determining his innate talent? Guolian sneered. No wonder you were so calm earlier. With a talent like that, it looks like Hanwoo's goal of becoming champion is under some threat now. The exam rules were being announced over there. All contestants, please note, the exam contents are as follows. To be admitted to the universities, you must pass 2 out of 4 bosses in the Monic-Reagan trial. Then, the loudspeaker sounded, the exam begins. Inside the teleportation space, Chung Chien-mo was observing everything. This exam would decide his future trajectory. No holding back. I'll let them witness my true strength. Only in this way can I secure a proper standing for the future. I hope the incident at the Ma Ling Academy doesn't repeat. If I hadn't received help, I fear I'd already be beyond saving. I must grow even stronger. Now was the time to unlock the basic training secret realm. Information popped up again on Blue Star. Although one could achieve advanced training by setting a new record in the secret realm projection, the basic training still had memories to store, no matter how isolated. Chung Chien-mo was very satisfied as he looked at the system. Luckily, I've set a new record for all the trials in Zhangchang. There are so many options. Then, Chung Chien-mo declared, I choose to reinforce basic storage. The system then transmitted, this storage can be permanently reinforced, adding 5 points to all attributes and increasing speed by 5%. Your personal information has been updated. You are now at level 20, with a battle power rating of 20,254. The North training is focused on primary enhancement. Everyone was immediately shocked and exclaimed, Chung Chien-mo was hiding this all along. He's the first student with SSS level potential. According to the records, Monroe-Reagan was once a marvel city, the epitome of cutting-edge technology. Now, it is polluted by radiation, leaving behind only monsters and out-of-control machines. Then, a monster-level dungeon appeared. The system also announced, the contestant has been brought to the entrance of the underground castle. The test begins. Chung Chien-mo silently sighed. At the end of the spiral staircase is the first boss, surrounded by mutated rats. Normally, the procedure would be to clear each level from top to bottom. However, I don't need to waste time on this. He activated his hidden external equipment. In an instant, no one could see Chung Chien-mo anymore. He had descended to the bottom of the abyss. From there, a slimy mass began to crawl towards him. Chung Chien-mo felt intrigued. We meet again. My old friend, sticky radioactive dust. What was particularly noteworthy was that he had realized something. It's a bit stronger than the one outside. Not only has it leveled up by 2, but its HP has also increased by 500. But now things are different. Based on my current attribute level, I have a 50% damage boost against you. Then, he immediately unleashed all firepower, and with every bullet, the notification of their blood loss rang out. Chung Chien-mo was extremely confident, believing that dealing with them in one round was more than enough. In the surveillance room, a teacher complained, the potential evaluation is just a reference, but the real determinant of performance has to be seen in the trial dungeon. By now, the spiral climb should have already cleared a quarter of it. But the next second, he screamed, am I seeing this wrong? Chung Chien-mo had already wiped out all the sticky radioactive dust. People began to discuss again, it's only been 2 minutes. What a pity we missed it. We have to pay close attention in the second round. Next, the robots reappeared on the screen. Chung Chien-mo stood alone facing them, and everyone found it ironic. They thought that, since the robots attacked indiscriminately, he wouldn't be able to withstand 2 hits when going solo. Han Yufeng also mockingly said, seems like even an SSS potential student is just a reckless fool. Inside the trial dungeon, several students had already been blasted past him. In contrast, Chung Chien-mo remained calm, jumping over the gunfire below. The teachers were once again astonished. How did he not get hit by a bomb in such a narrow path? His judgment is truly unbelievable. At that moment, someone realized that the second boss was at the end of the path. Liu Yanmin could only hide his anxiety. Chung Qianmo, how are you going to deal with this? Back inside, he approached the violet rift, which was tightly bound by old cobwebs. A mechanical spider immediately spat out more threads. In fact, it was called the Electric Shock Device 6000, with a life value of 4,500. Facing it, he maintained his cold, indifferent expression. In an instant, he used his lightness skill to leap as high as the spider. Finally, he landed directly on its power button, delivering an electric shock, overloading the attack, and initiating the charging process. The robots below, sensing the danger, started throwing bombs. Chung Qianmo had no choice but to switch to his staff, preparing for the moment to take them all down. It began. As soon as the phrase left his lips, he used the displacement technique. The robot behind him was a bit slow and couldn't analyze the situation in time. In this unexpected turn, it was sent flying by a swift strike from his weapon. The other robots were simultaneously hurled away, their bombs pushed closer toward the spider. In an instant, all the collisions were drowned out by the explosion. The blast was so powerful that he had to shrink slightly to brace himself. When the dust settled, only a few scraps of metal remained on the ground. After observing, a teacher praised, "I didn't expect that just 2 minor skills could cause the boss and over 100 little monsters to perish. I've never seen a student with such talent." At this point, Wolian suggested, "Switch the main screen to Chung Qianmo's perspective." Unexpectedly, this request was met with approval. The reason was that a few people wanted to study his movements. Han Yufeng could only swallow his frustration. Today, Chang Hanwu should have been the main character, yet he was overshadowed by an unknown student. However, now he was under the scrutiny of hundreds of pairs of eyes, with any mistake ready to be caught. I want to see how he manages to avoid making any mistakes. At present, Chung Qianmo had stepped into a different space. In front of him was the assailant, a serial attacker of the 996 system, with a life value of 5,000. Chang Qianmo couldn't help but be cautious. This was the top killing machine of Monroe Reagan. According to the customs of previous years, defeating it would definitely secure a spot in the top 10 universities. It was called the gatekeeper of the top 10 universities because of its muscle-based skills and its aging, decaying nature. Every second, its damage within 50 meters would increase by 5%. Anyone who challenged it for a minute would take 60% more damage, greatly increasing the chance of a fatal blow. But as for him, Chung Qianmo thought disdainfully, it was just a little trick. Then, he leaped forward, ahead of the boss, his spear continuously stabbing in a repeating motion. Next, Chung Qianmo took the opportunity to slide. He moved in parallel with the machine's body. After firmly grasping the back of the robot, his chest activation triggered. The projector displayed every detail of his actions. A murmur rippled through the room. Why use a backward fall with a heavy unit? Someone in the room wondered. It seems he doesn't understand the basic principles. Han Yufeng couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. But then, immediately, someone interrupted, "Look at the state of his body. He's not affected by the senescence halo." The others were astonished and shouted out, "Why is he not taking any damage? It's not having any effect?" He too felt a chill. This kid, could it be that he can nullify even the moment, the single second of invincibility from the reversal of time? What does invincibility even mean? Some skills, when activated, grant a period of invincibility. Due to the short duration, very few people can make full use of it. However, as long as you are within that invincible period, you are immune to any damage or abnormal statuses. One of the spectators watching on the screen exclaimed, "Every Awakened class has some skills like that." Could that be the reason he chose the solo player class? Inside the battle area, Chung Chien-mo used the Hujan pill and continued attacking the senescence halo, dealing significant damage to all enemies within a 3-meter radius in front of him and forcing them back. Then, he combined his energy chant to increase his damage. The senescence halo was hit head-on by a blow, unable to block it. Chung Chien-mo continued to pull out a bright golden spear and thrust it at the senescence halo. The spear struck the center of the senescence halo's body, landing 4 or 5 hits, each attack's force surpassing 260. He suddenly paused for a moment, activating the enhancement mechanism. At that exact moment, the system announced, "Senescence Halo has a cooldown time of 5 seconds, it is now ready." Chung Chien-mo's weapon also transformed along with him into a long sword. Outside the room, Shin Yongyang shouted loudly, This is a specialized silver tier weapon. He's only level 20, how could he possibly possess such a divine weapon?" The person next to him gasped, "Could it be that he has direct connections with the higher-ups?" On the screen, Chung Chien-mo remained unfazed, activating the senescence halo. The crowd outside clutched their heads in shock. Wait, why isn't he affected by the senescence halo? I understand now, he's using the invincible moment of fierce wave slash. The older professors couldn't help but marvel. With his predictive ability and such excellent execution, I fear I'll never reach that level in my lifetime. No wonder his potential rating is SSS. Inside the combat room, Chung Chien-mo excitedly called out, "The preparations are complete, it's time to end this." Illusory sigil emission shot out from the purple gems behind him, heading straight toward the senescence halo. Each attack hit different parts of its body. Amidst the hazy smoke, Chung Chien-mo confidently observed the inevitable outcome of the senescence halo. The crowd buzzed with excitement after the victory in just 24 minutes, breaking the previous record by over 2 hours. Some expressed regret, thinking that if he switched to being a battle mage, he'd reach rank 4, others rebutted, asserting that he must be a supreme martial saint, while still others believed that everyone was simply seeing things too narrowly. At this moment, Wu Zhonglei crossed his arms and seriously assessed, "In my opinion, Chung Chien-mo is very likely to follow a completely new path. In the near future, his solo player career may surpass all other careers." The reason why Mecha New York Lycanric can become the final boss of Monic Reagan is not just because of its level 24, 6,000 health, and incredible physical defense, but also because after the battle begins, all 6 pathways surrounding the boss's hall will continuously spawn all types of monsters from the entire dungeon. To defeat it, players must simultaneously face the boss and countless little monsters from all directions. A slight mistake could lead to being overwhelmed by the monster tide, which is why no one has ever passed this high-level test before. Seeing that the senescence halo had entered repair mode, Chung Chien-mo confidently faced it. "Others may not be able to do it, but I have a way to deal with you. 2 minutes is all I need." Summon Spirit, Adolf Iamsat Mindic, Leox Bagnice, Summoning Contract Fred Tangdel, Odoroix, Summoner Mage, Cabrum Hatchtel, Taunting Doll Shululu, Self-Destruct Unit S8 Corona Gone, Venom Serpent Cannon EXS, Trapmaster RX-60. The sentence ended as a group of spirits and mages appeared one by one. Around Chung Chien-mo, his weapons transformed into the mysterious staff. The incantation flowed from his lips: Song of the Blade Soul, Devourer's Spectrum Lemon, Icebone Zeta, Dawn's Bamboo Blessing. The sound of nature, the vengeance of holy lights him. Outside, someone screamed, "I get it now, he's planning to use a large number of pet armies to block little monsters' path, and then launch a full-force attack on the boss." A colleague next to him added, "He just said it would only take 2 minutes to finish the battle, but summoning little monster and powering up has already taken the full 2 minutes. Does this mean? Is he trying to say he's done?" Chung Chien-mo's weapon instantly transformed into a Gatling machine gun. He smiled and stepped forward. "All right, let's begin." In the distance, Senescence Halo no longer had the green light enveloping it, but it had revived after the earlier attack. It raised both arms, and a round of bullets shot continuously toward Chung Chien-mo. His eyes suddenly flashed a faint shade of purple, and then the Gatling gun aimed directly at the incoming Senescence Halo. A magic circle of jade green light gathered at the muzzle, and each magical blast fired dealt damage up to 1,000. On the large screen, senescence halo had collapsed to the ground, and behind it stood the imposing figure of Cheng Qianmo, carrying the Gatling gun on his shoulder. The crowd gasped in fear. Did he kill it? At the same time, the Hanwoo Ma Xiao ranking for potential was updated, ranking second. Ma Xiao wiped the sweat from his brow, breathing heavily. Today felt pretty good. Within just 30 minutes, he had defeated the second boss. At this point, most people were still stuck fighting the first boss. Looks like this year's top student in the province is going to be me. But just as he was basking in his own self-satisfaction, the system notification sounded. Congratulations to Cheng Qianmo from Jiangcheng Academy for successfully passing the college entrance exam and becoming the top student of Northern Hubei province this year. The time taken to complete this challenge was 30 minutes. The evaluation through the checkpoint is SSS level. This is the best record in history and will be preserved forever. Ma Xiao collapsed, holding his head, unable to believe his ears. What? A result so despairingly impressive? Can a human really achieve something like this? Hanwoo's affiliated school, Li Gangyu, ranked 6th in terms of potential, was running frantically when he saw the notification and opened his mouth in shock. Are you kidding me? The Hanwoo affiliated school was actually defeated? As soon as he finished speaking, 2 balloons appeared above his head, rapidly coming toward him, followed by a scream echoing through the battle zone. Meanwhile, Luo Xingxing was fighting fiercely, shooting at the control panels of each robot. Glancing at the notification, she stared, her resolve hardening. Classmate Chang, I will try my best to catch up with you. Li Huang simply smiled, his expression one of knowing calm. Old Mo never disappoints. He's created another miracle. The morale of our students is definitely going to rise. In the auditorium, the female students were shouting as if they had seen the man of their dreams. Cheng Qianmo is just too strong. I like him so much. I don't know if he has a girlfriend, but I want to have his child. Cheng Qianmo is not only handsome but also powerful. I've fallen for him. The assistant behind Han Yufeng whispered to him, "It's not good, Director Han, our school just lost a lot of students who were influenced by Cheng Qianmo's performance. Their operations failed and got eliminated." Han Yufeng gritted his teeth in frustration and slammed the table. Damn it. On the other hand, Wu Zhonglei clapped enthusiastically, praising, "Well done, may the heavens bless our nation H. Our nation H is lucky to have such an outstanding genius. This is truly a blessing for our nation." In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh, truly deserving of the recognition from the high-ranking members of the Management Association. Looking at the scene before him, Guo Lian, sitting next to Han Yufeng, couldn't help but smile in disbelief. Today, Jiangcheng Academy had truly given Hanwoo's affiliated school a lesson they would never forget. Lu Yanmin also bluntly took a jab at Han Yufeng. Sometimes, a trump card can tear apart the facade of thousands of people. Meanwhile, Cheng Qianmo's side displayed the announcement board. He clenched his fists, proudly reflecting on the specially designed secret trial test of the entrance exam. The limited visibility of the thermal circuit's embedded machine was exactly what allowed him enough time to prepare. However, this kind of operation was difficult to replicate in real combat unless one could consistently activate the muscles and summon them. The system jumped onto the box to congratulate him. Congratulations! You've successfully cleared Monik Reagan's trial with an SSS rating and broke the best record. On top of that, you are the one who controls magic. The reward for clearing the trial has also been upgraded by 2 levels. In this secret realm, Cheng Qianmo received a total of 182,933 experience points and a diamond chest as an extraordinary prize. Cheng Qianmo pressed the button to open the gift box, surprised to find that the experience from the entrance exam secret realm was so high. Even a level 20 secret realm can give a diamond chest as a reward? Could the entrance exam secret realm be more special than others? Let me see what other surprises await. At the same time, a book dropped along with the system notification. Congratulations! You've received an S-level skill book, Basic Attack Speed. He couldn't help but feel delighted. His luck wasn't bad at all, he had managed to get an S-level skill book here. Due to the limitations of being a magic controller, he couldn't learn skills at the academy, and finding an S-level skill book outside was almost unthinkable. So, this reward was really a jackpot for him. Especially with the effect of increasing attack speed, it perfectly compensated for the limitations of the agility stat. The so-called agility stat limitation refers to the increase in agility points, which, as a result, causes the attack speed to gradually diminish. However, this attack speed book could be directly added to the current attack speed, completely disregarding the effect of the limitation. This is truly a leap forward in terms of quality. Just finished studying, the notification popped up again. The passive skill basic attack speed can be increased by 15%, and currently, the attack speed is at 32.8%. Chung Chien-mo clenched his fist, confident. This wave was developing rapidly. Now, his speed had completely surpassed that of his fellow students in the same cohort, even exceeding most of the level 30 players. Glancing at the senescence halo beneath the floor, he slowly calculated, the next step would be the final hidden reward. He took out a vial of green liquid and opened the cap. Cheng Qianmo narrated, "If I remember correctly, this disgusting item, when applied to the final boss's face, will give you a leper mask." As he poured it onto the senescence halo, the system immediately sent out a notification, "Congratulations, you have received a hidden item, leper mask." When worn, the leper mask transforms your appearance into that of a dwarf race for the next half hour, also changing your height and weight. The cooldown time is 12 seconds. Cheng Qianmo remained calm. "Alright, now that I've received all the rewards, it's time to enter the academy." On the large announcement board in the campus, the words "Congratulations to Cheng Qianmo from Jiangcheng Academy for winning first place" were displayed in bold. Cheng Qianmo was teleported back to the central area. As the crowd saw him appear, they whispered among themselves. Some were even startled. However, soon, some of the crowd began to fawn over Cheng Qianmo. "Congratulations on winning the provincial top scholar this year. I've always believed in you. Today, you've earned the top spot, truly a deserved victory." His eyes swept around, taking in nothing but a flood of sweet praises soaring to the skies. Truly a once-in-a-millennium genius, tasked with the glorious mission of exterminating the demon beasts. If not you, then who else could it be? That's right, in a world teeming with dangers everywhere, Nation H needs brave souls like you. The future of Nation H rests in your hands. Come on, help us wipe out obstacles and hardships and build a beautiful homeland. I believe you can absolutely do it. Cheng Qianmo frowned slightly, feeling a pang of irritation. These people were clever manipulators, trying to exploit public opinion to force him into wearing the label of a patriot. Suppose the demon beasts attack later, he would have no choice but to grit his teeth and go to the battlefield, or else face their condemnation and criticism. The corner of his mouth lifted in a faint, sarcastic smile. Indeed, a kill without a knife. After standing slightly apart from the crowd for a moment, Cheng Qianmo finally spoke. "Excuse me, professors, earlier you wanted me to bring glory to the country. Could you step aside for a moment?" A lecturer clad in a violet uniform crossed his arms, asking confidently, "Classmate Cheng, what is it that you wanted to speak with us about?" Cheng Qianmo remained composed, playing along with them. "It's nothing much. I just wanted to get acquainted with the teammates who might be fighting shoulder to shoulder with me in the future. I understand my own limitations, and if the time comes when one must sacrifice for the country, it's only natural to seek out like-minded individuals to face the battlefield together." His gaze pierced through them sharply. If the teachers had been so eloquent earlier, they must have been mentally prepared to sacrifice their lives, right? The group could only break into a cold sweat and then refuse one by one. "Classmate Chang, you're joking. We're too weak to help in any way." The old teacher next to them chimed in. "Ah, yes, there's no way we can compare to you." The youngest of them twitched the corner of his mouth. "We were just joking around." Cheng Qianmo immediately zeroed in on the last part, the just joking around bit, and took a few steps toward them. "According to your logic, even a student like me dares to go." You, a group of people in your 30s and 40s, want to run away? Isn't Nation H your homeland? Or was there something more behind your earlier words? The others in the crowd immediately joined in. Why does what you just said feel so wrong? So you guys want to tie down morality and threaten to destroy the future genius of Nation H? How vicious, truly sinister. I'll have to file a complaint with the Ministry of Education later. Suddenly, a calm voice cut through the crowd, suppressing their words. No need to file a complaint. I heard everything just now. Guo Lian will now handle you on behalf of the Ministry of Education. All 6 of you will have your teacher qualifications revoked and will never be hired again. Your school will also be downgraded by 2 levels in the next 5 years. The 3 teachers began to cry and rush towards Guo Lian, wailing. President, please give us another chance, we know we were wrong. We only made such a huge mistake because of our jealousy. We have an elderly mother at home, and young children to care for. We can't bear the consequences of this. Wu Zhonglei stepped closer to Cheng Qianmo, complimenting him as he extended his hand. Not bad, as expected from the top student in northern Hubei. Not only talented, but your thinking is also exceptionally mature. Cheng Qianmo, still not very approachable, responded with a polite remark. Commissioner Wu, you flatter me. After shaking hands, he glanced toward Guo Lian behind him. President Guo, I hope you can arrange a private room for us. I have a few things I'd like to discuss privately with Cheng Qianmo. Understanding the hint, he nodded at him. A short while later, in a meeting room in the building on the premises, Cheng Qianmo and Wu Zhonglei sat across from each other. Wu Zhonglei took a sip of his tea and then spoke up. Classmate Chang, do you happen to know anyone high-ranking in our management association? Cheng Qianmo held the hot teacup, thinking to himself that it seemed like he couldn't hide it anymore. However, he was also very curious what exactly was the identity of that old man. On the surface, he appeared embarrassed but played it off. Actually, I don't know his exact identity. We just happened to meet by the lake when I was fishing once. Wu Zhonglei was struck by the answer as if struck by lightning. Fishing? Could it be? But he only thought to himself. Wait for Qianmo to continue. At that time, he gave me a ring. When he placed the ring down and clearly saw the inscription, Wu Zhonglei crushed his glass, standing up abruptly. You actually have a token from Old Qin? In the upper echelons of the Management Association, there was only one person with the surname Qin. He was the only 4th-tier battle mage of Nation H, a peerless powerhouse standing atop the pyramid of Nation H. Battle Spirit Esther Tower surpassed level 75, Qin Feiyu. Wu Zhonglei began to sweat slightly, watching the confused expression on Cheng Qianmo's face and pondering. Although Old Qin possessed an immensely powerful fighting strength, his personality was notoriously eccentric, and he never easily made friends with others. How could Cheng Qianmo, clearly just a student, have gained Old Qin's favor like this? No matter what, with this connection, the child's future would surely be incredibly smooth. After thinking for a moment, he slowly sat back down and said, Classmate Chang, I can't reveal too much about Old Qin. I can only tell you that he is one of the top powerhouses of Nation H. He pushed the ring with the character Qin towards him. In my personal opinion, the ring he gave you, just wear it on your finger. It might be of great help to you in the future. The voice of the announcer came from the TV, broadcasting Jiangcheng satellite news. The entrance exam had just concluded, and Cheng Qianmo, a student from Jiangcheng Academy, had made history by becoming the top scorer in the northern region of Hubei province. Under his leadership, Jiangcheng Academy achieved 2nd place in the entire province. The 3rd-year teachers of Jiangcheng Academy returned victorious. Mayor Gan Jiacheng and Tong Ao, the president of the City Management Association, personally came to the scene to welcome the heroes. At the entrance of Jiangcheng Academy, a long line of large vehicles was parked, blocking the entire road. The students standing at the side looked on in awe. Look at that, why are there so many cars today? A guy who seemed like a leader raised his voice, don't you know? Today is the day of the selective admission event for schools in Nation H. All these cars belong to representatives of those schools. Anyone who ranks in the top 300 in the province is eligible to participate in the selective admissions. The other person gasped. I looked at the logos on the cars. 16 of the top 30 schools in the country have already arrived. A few years ago, we'd have been lucky to get 5. This is a first in history. The guy with the blonde hair nodded, of course. These schools must have come here for Senior Chang. I wonder which school Senior Chang will choose in the end. Inside the classroom of the academy, the door was closed. A calm figure stood before the representatives, introducing himself. I am Liu Yen-min, a representative of Jiangcheng Academy. Welcome, everyone. On the large screen, information about the students who met the Academy's criteria this year appeared. Everyone could enter the student number of their desired candidate into the control panel in front of them. Afterward, I will arrange interviews based on your selections. One of them looked at the board and screamed, "Oh my god, a battle power of over 20,000 yen. Even if he's the top scorer in the entrance exam, there's no way he can be that exaggerated." The person next to him broke out in a cold sweat. This is even stronger than more than half of the students at our school. Chang Yusheng, the head of the Ma Ling University course, also smirked inwardly while resting his chin. Truly a bunch of country bumpkins who have never been to the city, he thought. This Cheng Qianmo has been wiping out teams at our school since his teenage years, so it's only natural for him to have such combat strength. Looking at the number of votes for Cheng Qianmo, which had already reached 16, he self-encouraged. I must invite him here, he thought. With his strange history, even if I can't recruit him, at least I should resolve the grudge from before. The head of the interdepartmental committee at Lantian University, Wang Kaifu, was even more impressed with him. This kid Huang Tian has always had an eye for a solo player career. The person Huang Tian mentioned must be him. He's definitely not an ordinary person. No wonder Huang Tian worships him so much. I must get him today. Half an hour later, the votes for Cheng Qianmo clearly reached 16, while Luo Xingxing had 10 votes. However, Sun Ko, Huang Yi, and the other 8 had fewer than 10 votes, with Zhang Wei even receiving only 1 vote. Looking at the results on the screen, Liu Yen-min announced, "All right, the results have been counted. In 5 minutes, please head to your respective interview rooms." I have already made the arrangements. But the situation with Cheng Qianmo is quite special. All the schools want to interview him. If everyone is so eager, why not wait until the other students finish their interviews and then hold a collective interview? The group clearly opposed this suggestion. What kind of joke is this? This isn't in line with the rules. A collective interview with 16 schools? Are we supposed to compete openly like this? That's right, we are universities. How can we allow your school to set the price on the spot like that? If that's not possible, then just give up on this student. A voice, loud and mocking, rang out. Our Ma Ling University agrees with this plan. Chang Yusheng smirked. A talent like Cheng Qianmo, a once-in-5 years genius, deserves to be treated differently. The person beside him was taken aback. Old Xiang, are you doing this on purpose? Wang Kaifu also smiled confidently and added, Our Lantian Academy agrees too, and we're willing to participate in a public interview. Immediately, the group started discussing. Wow, 2 of the top 10 schools have already betrayed the rest right here. If we don't join in, wouldn't we be letting them take the advantage? Exactly, I also want to see for myself just how extraordinary a student with 22,000 battle points and an SSS-rated potential can be. A few moments later, more voices from representatives rang out. Xinyu University, we also agree. Qingbei University, we also approve. Inside another room, Zhang Lei held the list of successful candidates and opened the door to step in. Professor Liu, the results of the independent interview are in. Jiangcheng Academy has accepted 28 candidates, with an acceptance rate of over 60%. He handed the paper to Liu Yen-min. Luo Xingxing has also been accepted by Beijing University. Taking the paper in his hand, the old man's pupils constricted. How is that possible? So many have been accepted? Since when have our students become so outstanding? This is insane. Lantian University has accepted 4 people, and Ma Ling University has taken in 6. It seems these 2 universities, in order to gain Chang Qianmo's attention, have really gone all out. Lu Yanmin's gaze shifted to the interrogation room opposite, his expression filled with concern. Next, it all depends on Chang Qianmo's performance. The group interview with 16 universities is unprecedented. That is the last thing I can do for you. No matter what your final decision is, from this moment on, your reputation will soar. Alone, Chang Qianmo stood in the center of the panel of 16 universities. Chang Yusheng, appearing familiar, spoke up. Student Chang Qianmo, I am Chang Yusheng, the representative of Ma Ling Academy. We had a small misunderstanding before, and I hope you won't hold a grudge. Chang Qianmo's gaze sharpened slightly. So he is the pawn sent by Zhong Hongshan. It seems Ma Ling Academy intends to settle the score with me now. Next to that guy, Wang Kaifu was also not willing to be outdone. I am Wang Kaifu, a representative of Lan Tian Academy. He is someone you know from our academy. Previously, he wholeheartedly recommended you to me. Chang Qianmo suddenly swallowed a gulp of saliva, his mind filled with worry. Isn't this the academy where Huan Tian is studying? Could it be that Brat has said something to others already? The surrounding representatives were all envious, their voices laced with challenge. Well, old Xiang, old king, turns out you two are familiar with each other. You've kept it well hidden. No wonder when the decision was made for the collective interview, you two rushed to the front. Classmate Chang, the choice of academy greatly influences your future development. It's important not to decide based solely on relationships. Among the 16 schools, the representative from the Divine Theology Academy sat on the edge and remained quiet. He couldn't help but think, it's hard to believe that the Divine Language Academy, which once held great prestige, has fallen to such a state. Now, only those with the authority to speak can shift the focus. Let's stop the small talk here. Let's begin. The person speaking was the representative from Qingbei Academy. He extended his hand towards Chang Qianmo. Classmate Chang, the 16 schools are here together. We hope to understand more about you. May I ask, what is the purpose behind your choice of becoming a solo player? His gaze was sharp, his lips curling slightly as he spoke 4 words, rise to kingship. The group burst into laughter, their voices low and mocking, such big words already. The representative of the Snow Academy, Run Hong, level 50, curled his lips and spoke to him in a lecturing tone, having dreams in youth is fine, but you still need to be a bit realistic. If you're that confident, then let me ask you, how do you expect to command an army with a profession like solo player that has no late-stage advantages? Chang Yusheng heard this and also wondered, indeed, this kid may possess incredibly strong abilities, but the solo player profession is extremely weak in the late stages. This is fundamentally why most of us hesitate to make offers recklessly to him. Chang Qianmo slowly raised his hand as if inviting a challenge, who says solo players have weak attack power. Come over here and test it yourself. Ren Hong jumped to his feet, his laugh low and sharp, good, very good. Young people these days really are reckless. The veins on his forehead had already bulged. If you manage to defeat me today, from now on I won't just refrain from criticizing you, I will lavish you with praise. Someone beside Ren Hong clapped once, focusing their gaze. Alright, if both parties agree to the duel, then we will follow the usual competition rules until it concludes. A moment later, the two stood facing each other under the watchful eyes of 15 other chief representatives. Ren Hong concentrated his skills, forming a series of swords at his side, challenging him, young man, I've reduced my power to level 21. Don't say I'm bullying you today, I will show you the difference in combat experience between people of the same level. The group of people behind were constantly whispering and discussing the speed at which he unleashed his skills, but since they were students, showcasing Ren Hong's special abilities would only lead to gossip. The thing was, unless he could turn the situation around on Chung Chien-mo's head, he would only become a laughingstock for everyone. On the other side, Ren Hong raised his hand, launching the frozen spear formation to send a flurry of spearheads toward Chung Chien-mo. Calmly standing still, almost a dozen spears shot toward him. Is this what you call fast? Let me show you what real speed looks like. With that, Chung Chien-mo drew his weapon. The dart-shaped projectiles were already loaded into the barrel. With just one hand, Chung Chien-mo continuously pulled the trigger. The spears, one after another, were shattered in an instant, and a few projectiles even zoomed toward Ren Hang. He didn't have time to react due to his overconfidence, and could only take 4 or 5 hits, spitting blood from his mouth. He collapsed on the spot, and within moments, the hall was filled with the sound of Ren Hang's fall. Chung Chien-mo tilted his head slightly, glancing at the crowd next to him. Anyone still unconvinced? The entire group immediately jumped up in shock. Finished in one move. The weapon in his hand is actually a special silver weapon. What kind of insane speed is that? Is he really playing solo and not piloting some kind of mobile fortress? Chang Yusheng ground his teeth in frustration. Exactly, this is the feeling I was talking about. I've been wondering why Ding Huang and the others were killed. Turns out, this kid's strength is really that monstrous. Wang Kaifu also lightly broke into a sweat. Huang Tian has a perverted friend like that, why didn't he tell me sooner? Damn it, we just had the group interview and yet Chang Yusheng managed to get ahead, that's a real loss. Before anyone could react, someone quickly jumped in to openly compete from Jialan Academy, Luyun Academy, Danfu Academy, and Yinglan Academy. They all offered prices in spirit currency and A-level skill books, with some even promising him the benefits of a faculty member, apartments, and more. Wang Kaifu immediately stood up, silencing the others. Lan Tian Academy, we promise, as long as you're willing to join, we can give you A-level access to our skill library. Wang Kaifu's eyes gleamed, and those around him sneered at him. Oh my god, Old King is really pushing it. Offering all the A-level skills? Is he trying to drain the school's entire assets? Chang Yusheng stammered, unable to speak. You Lan Tian academies are shameless. The two people at the edge of the table also subtly reminded Director Chen. Old Chen, it's down to Xinyu Academy now, at least you should offer something. Right, even if the deal doesn't go through, it won't hurt feelings. After all, it's just a formality, what's there to be afraid of? Chung Chien-mo quietly waited and then heard the person he was most interested in making an offer. Our Xinyu Academy can grant full access to all secret realms, plus an extra ability. The more he spoke, the quieter his voice became, and then he fell silent in frustration, causing the person beside him to criticize him. Is that all? Although this ability can increase all attributes by 5 points, the right to enter the secret realm of Xinyu Academy is no longer worth much. The strange and peculiar secret realms of your academy, how can any student possibly stand a chance there? Chung Chien-mo slightly lowered his eyes, smiled at Headmaster Chen, and started to calculate. To others, the skill books were incredibly precious, but to him, they had no real value. However, the right to enter the secret realm of Xinyu Academy was exactly what he needed right now. With the added bonus of an ability, this was truly an unexpected delight. All the schools had made their offers, and Chung Chien-mo was ready to make his choice. I can feel the enthusiasm of every teacher sitting here, but I have my own thoughts. My final decision is... Headmaster Chen lowered his head in contemplation. With such generous offers from these prestigious schools, it seemed Xinyu Academy stood no chance. Just as he thought this, his mouth fell open when he heard Cheng Chien-mo's final words regarding Xinyu Academy. Headmaster Chen jumped up in shock, and everyone around the table froze in astonishment. From within the forge, a furious voice shouted loudly. Ridiculous! Jian Wenliang angrily scolded Chung Chien-mo. How could the top student of northern Hubei province choose that decaying school? Why would you act so recklessly? But he merely smiled faintly, reassuring old Xiang. You don't need to worry about this, I know my limits. Let's get to the point. How many of the equipment items I sent for consignment at your place have been sold? Jiang Wenliang was not discouraged, nor did he bother looking at Cheng Qianmo rummaging through his bag. Never mind talking about you. I can tell you're not the reckless type, surely you have your own plans. All 46 pieces of equipment have been sold, and the profit is 920 gold. He handed the money bag to Cheng Qianmo and continued, so what's your next plan? After all, there's still some time before the semester starts. He glanced out the window and stated his intention, I plan to take a trip to Leiding City, and take care of a few things while I'm at it. Jiang Wenliang nodded and kept searching through his belongings. Leiding City, huh? That's the nearest major city to the newbie village, it takes about 3 days by foot. True, no banquet lasts forever, and it's about time you go explore the wider world. He pulled out a shiny gold token and handed it to him. I have a special token. If you want to participate in the high-level blacksmith's examination, this might be useful. On the way back, as the day was beginning to fade, Cheng Qianmo walked alone, holding the gold token, deep in thought. When old Xiang had first handed him the token, it seemed as though he had something he wanted to say, and this token surely held some unforgettable memories for him. Later, Cheng Qianmo spread out the system panel and began calculating, deducting the 120 gold transaction fee he had secretly sent to old Xiang. All of the current assets consist of 933 gold coins, and he has money in hand. Next, he will go buy materials for the second phase of Lu Guang Yuan. Looking at the items in his bag, Cheng Qianmo widened his eyes as he remembered, right, there's the black card Zhong Hongshan gave me. I'll stop by the auction house while I'm at it. He smiled and continued walking. There was no time to waste, he had to continue with his journey. Cheng Qianmo waved his hand, summoning the beast summoning technique, and a one-horned lion appeared. He smiled confidently, before leaving the novice village, I spent a significant amount of money to learn all 5 secondary professions, herb gathering, alchemy, mining, skinning, and crafting. Over the past 8 days, I've been hunting and gathering along the way. My herb gathering, mining, and skinning skills have reached 90% experience. At this rate, before I get to Leiding City, these 3 basic gathering skills will reach maximum experience. Suddenly, a sound from the forest caught Cheng Qianmo's attention. It was the sound of Marcus. Marcus was an extremely rare mobile treasure in the apocalypse. Although its level was only 27, its health reached 8,000 points. Therefore, it was usually very difficult for players at the same level to defeat it. However, if one was lucky enough to defeat it, there was a very small chance that it would drop a level 40 equipment item. Cheng Qianmo laughed, speeding up as he rushed toward it. What good luck! Today, I might just strike it rich. Suddenly, as he was running, he heard a helpless voice. Why is this big guy so hard to deal with? Cheng Qianmo froze for a moment. Huh, is there someone already? As Cheng Qianmo got closer, he saw a girl struggling beneath the cliff, facing off against Marcus. Ling Ruo, she was only level 24, a melee mage, yet she gritted her teeth and trembled as she fought back. I finally found it, and yet I can't defeat it. This isn't good, my magic points and stamina are running low. I have to run. But Marcus wasn't about to let her go. In the shape of a gorilla, it chased after her, making Ling Ruoshi panic. Ugly thing, don't come near me. She cursed while raising her staff. Don't chase me, illusory sigil emission. Ice blocks repeatedly slammed into Marcus, but it didn't even bother to dodge. Ling Ruoshi lashed out with a few more strikes, landing a meteor flash strike on the beast. Cheng Qianmo, standing on the cliff, couldn't help but silently praise her. This girl is only level 24, yet her attack speed is even faster than mine. Her innate talent must be top-notch. She's truly a promising prospect. It was a pity, though, that with her current strength, it would be very difficult for her to take down Marcus. Below, Marcus wasn't just unaffected, it was getting even more enraged, releasing a pressure of magic. It swung its enormous arm, and Ling Ruoshi, exhausted and shaking, turned to run. It was over. she resolutely shut her eyes to lessen her fear. This time, it's the end. But a sound struck down, and Ling Ruoshi widened her eyes in surprise when she realized that someone had blocked the blow for her. Cheng Qianmo rushed forward like an arrow, each strike aimed at the critical points, not giving Marcus any chance to resist. He then created some distance and continuously attacked with illusory sigil emission. After the move, as Cheng Qianmo landed, Marcus disintegrated into pieces of stone. The system also notified him that he had leveled up to 22. Ling Ruoshi's heart pounded in her chest as she blurted out, "He's so handsome, no, so strong." Holding an item in his hand, Cheng Qianmo immediately recognized it from the notification. "Congratulations, you have obtained the epic level weapon, Spirit Rhinoceros Staff. The Spirit Rhinoceros Staff has a quality rating of XT, item level 40, but it can be equipped at level 25. In addition to its basic attributes, it adds 50 points of damage and enhances the healing effect from all magic spells and magical effects." Cheng Qianmo tightened his grip on it, thinking that this was an extremely rare top-tier magic weapon from his previous life, and also the earliest weapon to boost skill damage for magic-based classes. Even though he couldn't use it himself, he knew it could definitely be sold for a high price. Meanwhile, Ling Ruoshi hastily struck up a conversation. "You're only level 22. How can you be so strong?" "I'm level 24 and still couldn't defeat Marcus." "Yet you killed him so easily." As she spoke, she wiped the corner of her eye. "I honestly thought today was my lucky day. Finally, I met this rare boss, but in the end, I couldn't beat him. He grabbed the staff first, and Cheng Qianmo comforted me. Your talent must give you a great attack speed, right? I estimate it's at least over 38%. I stuttered for a moment. How? How did you know? In my mind, I was thinking that my talent was actually SS level, and it could increase my attack speed by up to 40%. Cheng Qianmo knew I understood, so he shared more, but your technique is still a bit lacking. The skills required for a close combat mage are very high. Although your strategy just now wasn't bad, you still haven't mastered the timing of skill activation very well." Ling Ruoshi exclaimed, confused. "You're a solo player class, and yet you understand close combat mages?" Cheng Qianmo just smiled lightly and shook his head, not denying it. Then, he turned and walked away. Ling Ruoshi hurried to catch up. "Hey, wait for me." A little while later, along the way, any obstacles or monsters were easily dealt with by Cheng Qianmo. Ling Ruoshi's eyes lit up as she covered her mouth and exclaimed, "That's amazing." His understanding of close combat mages completely surpasses the teachers at school. Just watching his movements, I feel like I've opened a whole new door. Seeing her continue to follow him, Cheng Qianmo suddenly said, "Up ahead is Lei Ding City, and I have some business to attend to. I'll head on first." At a distance, she slightly bowed to him. "My name is Ling Ruoshi. Thank you for your guidance." If he hadn't looked, it would have been fine, but the moment Cheng Qianmo glanced over, he saw a soft, rosy place exposed right before his eyes. He quickly turned away, clearing his throat a few times, while Ling Ruoshi seemed to notice something as well and hurriedly covered herself. She gritted her teeth and said, "Detestable." At the same time, a streak of lightning appeared in the sky, splitting the world in two. The sun and the clear sky instantly turned red, and a blazing red crescent moon appeared. Both of them were startled by the announcement. Blood moon across the sky, an extraordinary event, has appeared in the Lei Ding City area, with beasts following in 7 packs. The beasts will arrive in 5 minutes. Everyone, please prepare to respond. Ling Ruoshi screamed and cried even louder. Oh my god. I thought today would be a lucky day, but it turns out to be a disastrous one. I never expected to encounter monsters attacking this city. We're still a distance away from Lei Ding City, we can't escape in time. Cheng Qianmo had no choice but to reassure her first. Beast tides are usually classified into 3 levels, small, medium, and large. Lei Ding City is just a low-level main city. Beast tides of medium level shouldn't even appear in this area. Right now, the only option is to see if there's somewhere nearby to hide. Spotting a place in the forest in the distance, his eyes lit up. Found it. Cheng Qianmo immediately grabbed Ling Ruoxi's hand, and without asking, hoisted her onto his back. Ling Ruoxi struggled in shock. You villain! What do you think you're doing? Cheng Qianmo only gave a serious instruction. If you want to live, stay quiet. His strong hands, without hesitation, supported Ling Ruoxi's waist. As they rushed forward at full speed, the sudden movement made Ling Ruoxi even angrier. Where are your hands, huh? Not there. But the beast tide offered no choice. A swarm of creatures surged forward, so numerous that they couldn't even be counted. After a long period of frantic roaring, Ling Ruoxi's face turned red. When she thought it over, he was trying to save her, but the position was too ambiguous. Ling Ruoxi suddenly proposed another idea. How about I get off and help you? If we fight together, we might have a chance to break through. With a hint of sarcasm, Cheng Qianmo replied, with your strength, it's better to just stay put. Women only slow down my sword drawing speed. Although her face was flushed with embarrassment, Ling Ruoxi stubbornly decided to fight back and pressed herself against his back. You want me to hold tight, right? Then I'll hold tight for you to see. Even Cheng Qianmo couldn't help but turn red, secretly thinking, oh my god, is this girl some kind of freak? Why is she doing this at a moment like this? A short while later, they arrived at the well. He glanced at her awkwardly and said, do you see the abandoned well nearby? Get in there and hide quickly. She couldn't help but worry. What about you? Cheng Qianmo quickly reassured her, don't worry about me, I can escape on my own. Go down now. I'll buy you some time. Seeing him rushing forward without hesitation, Cheng Qianmo bit her lip, feeling moved, and said, what nonsense is that? A solo player at level 22, how could he possibly survive the beast tide? Is this just to leave me with a sliver of hope? We're clearly strangers who just met. After thinking that, she quickly stood in front of Cheng Qianmo with astonishing speed, causing him to panic. What are you doing? Get down below quickly. Before he could finish, Cheng Qianmo was suddenly tackled by Ling Ruoxi, who hugged him and pushed him backwards. As expected, she wanted them both to hide in the well. Cheng Qianmo had to dig his hands and feet into the well's edge to slow their descent. How deep is this well? If they keep falling, they'll surely die. He needed to find a way to stop. When his feet finally anchored and the fall stopped, Cheng Qianmo's arms were trembling. Ling Ruoxi was still tightly holding his waist. We're saved. But then, she suddenly pulled away, embarrassed, and shouted, pull your stomach in, control yourself. Your thing is touching me. The roar of the beasts could still be heard as they ran past, their howls echoing near the well. The two below remained tense, waiting. Ling Ruoxi glanced at him, her face red but still stern as she warned, after this is over, don't you dare say anything about today, understood? Cheng Qianmo nodded in agreement, okay, I got it, let's just forget about it. Finally, Ling Ruoxi asked, by the way, I still don't know your name? At this moment, Cheng Qianmo hesitated. Ling Ruoxi's face turned bright red, her sparkling eyes staring directly at him. Tell me, you were with me just now, were you intentionally guiding me? Why did you do that? Don't think, I'll give you 3 seconds. Cheng Qianmo couldn't help but turn his head away, sighing inwardly. This girl really was a femme fatale. Where did she come up with all these strange questions? On the outside, he gritted his teeth. Yes, it's because you were born with good talent. As if she had caught something, her face showed a dangerous expression. Cheng Qianmo could only look up at the well's mouth, waiting anxiously. His head was already covered in sweat. Oh my god, this monster's attack has lasted too long. If this girl asks any more questions, I really won't be able to handle it. He didn't know how much time had passed, but a hook was thrown up to the well's mouth. The rope attached to it tightened, pulling both Cheng Qianmo and Ling Ruoxi up. He quickly jumped out of the well, and the sky had returned to normal. Glancing to the side, Chung Chien-mo let out a quiet sigh of relief. Phew, finally out. But Ling Ruoxi's clothes were almost completely torn. She screamed in panic and turned her face away. Don't look. Cheng Chien-mo, embarrassed, almost bit his tongue. Was your clothes torn when we were climbing up? Quickly trying to cover up, he added, it's okay, let me help you sew it back together. Chung Chien-mo quickly took out a simple dress and skirt from his leather pouch. He awkwardly turned his face away, handing both items to her. Take it and wear it. My leather working skills aren't very good, this is all I can manage for now. Ling Ruoxi jerked the outfit out of his hands and shouted, you stay over there, don't peek while I change. He couldn't help but feel frustrated. Is it really that bad? Is that the kind of person I am? Finally, Chung Chien-mo stepped back. When Ling Ruoxi finished changing, she emerged from behind a rock. He was stunned and covered his mouth in awe, while Ling Ruoxi glared at the short leather skirt and strapless leather top, which were barely better than her torn clothes. This is your workmanship? You did this on purpose, didn't you? Cheng Chien-mo's system immediately popped up a notification, and he handed her a cloak. Ling Ruoxi took it without hesitation. He couldn't understand why he hadn't given it to her earlier if he had it. As they continued walking toward the city, she muttered angrily, I knew it, men are the worst. My mom always said there's no good man in this world. Turns out she was right all along. Cheng Chien-mo silently sighed, poor your father, he must be so pitiful. In the bustling Lei Ding city, people were constantly coming and going. Ling Ruoxi glanced back at Cheng Chien-mo behind her. Hey, that person you mentioned, he's already in Lei Ding. What's next? Where do you want to go? Chung Chien-mo looked around, then spotted a sign pointing to the auction house. He nodded. Well, I want to visit the auction house. Ling Ruoxi couldn't help but feel intrigued. Auction, huh? I can take you there, I'm quite familiar with the place. He turned to look at her. Alright, then let's go together. It just so happens I can buy you a new outfit to make up for it. Ling Ruoxi's mood lifted even more, and she excitedly grabbed his hand. Really? Then let's go quickly. But the clothes I want to buy aren't cheap, you know. Looking at you, you don't really seem like someone with a lot of money, though. You won't run off and leave me with the bill later, right? Chung Chien-mo smiled confidently. Don't worry, I won't run. You can choose whatever you want, I'll cover everything. They entered a clothing store tucked away on a major street. Ling Ruoxi was taken aback by the grand scale of the interior. The store clerk greeted them. Welcome, dear customers. Though her greeting was warm, her voice stretched out in a way that conveyed annoyance, thinking to herself, what bad luck. Where did these country bumpkins come from? Their clothes are so simple, damn, what a waste of my time. It seemed that Cheng Chien-mo also sensed the clerk's disdain. Meanwhile, Ling Ruoxi continued to browse through the dresses with carefree enthusiasm. Hey, does this look good on me? Cheng Chien-mo nodded approvingly. Not bad, it suits you. The chubby clerk crossed her arms, looking down on them with contempt. Be careful when trying things on. Our clothes are very expensive. If you stain anything, you won't be able to afford to pay for it. Hearing that, Ling Ruoxi immediately looked at the price tag on the collar and was stunned. Wow, so expensive. This price is even higher than 30 golden coins. She hesitated for a moment before putting it back. I don't even have 150 golden coins on me right now. Never mind, let's go to another store. How could I let you spend so much money? Cheng Chien-mo, standing behind her, stopped her. It's fine, if you like it, I'll buy it for you. Is there anything else you fancy? Upon hearing that, both the shop assistant and Ling Ruoxi were taken aback. She leaned in to whisper to him, this is really expensive, it's in golden coins, not silver coins. Are you sure you're not mistaken about the price? Cheng Qianmo remained unchanged. It's fine, you keep looking around. He waved his hand, and a pouch of golden coins flew straight onto the shop assistant's counter, causing her jaw to nearly drop. She immediately changed her demeanor by 180 degrees, pulling Ling Ruoxi's hand. Miss, please follow me, we just got new stock in this way. A little while later, Ling Ruoxi came out wearing the new outfit. The assistant was still all smiles. These two outfits, right? That'll be 40 golden coins in total. Let me wrap them up for you. She even sighed inwardly, regretting not being a little more polite at the beginning. If she had been friendlier, she might have sold a few more pieces. However, when it came time to pay, Cheng Qianmo had already grabbed the items before she could even reach them. Don't rush, let me check the quality first. He picked it up, fiddled with it for a while, then commented, the quality of the clothes in my hands isn't anything impressive. All the indicators are far from good, and some even have defects, yet they're priced so high. His eyes lifted to glare at her. Is this bullying someone from outside the industry? The staff, startled by his words, shouted loudly, one can eat recklessly, but cannot speak recklessly. Our shop has been open for over 20 years, and its quality is among the best in Leiding City. Don't go around making baseless accusations. Cheng Qianmo was even more unyielding. Oh, in that case, bring your boss here. I can teach him what it really means to be a tailor. Suddenly, a voice rang out from their left. This guest certainly has a big mouth, doesn't he? A woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed elegantly, stepped forward. I'm the owner of the tailor shop. Did you just say you want to teach me how to do my job? Seeing her, Cheng Qianmo immediately stated, your fabric composition ratio is probably 50% silk, 40% mink fur, and 10% sheep wool, right? How could you put sheep wool into a suit price like this? What's worse, this batch of fabric had a flaw during the dyeing process. The original brightness should have been a level higher than it is now. It's clearly darker. Is this what you call top quality? Is this what you're trying to pass off as high-end? Are you deceiving customers? The shop owner's face turned pale for a moment, stammering, How? How did you figure that out? That's impossible. Ling Ruoxi glanced at him from behind, silently marveling. What is it that he doesn't know? She swallowed, sweating, and pondered for a long time. This is bad, she happened to run into a top-tier professional. If anyone else finds out, my tailor shop will definitely be shut down. The shop owner stopped making excuses and bowed deeply to Cheng Qianmo. Please forgive me, I was blind to not recognize Mount Tai. It turns out you are a hidden master of tailoring. This batch of goods was indeed our mistake, and I hope you'll show mercy. Please don't let this matter leak, I'm willing to compensate you appropriately. Ling Ruoxi immediately glared at the shop assistant and exposed her. Earlier, your shop assistant even looked down on my uncle. The shop owner instantly slapped the assistant hard across the face. How dare you, you actually dared to disrespect my valuable customer. The assistant, crying, tried to explain. Owner, I was blind earlier. But she was immediately interrupted with a shout. Shut up. From now on, you are no longer an employee of my shop. Get out. Turning back to Cheng Qianmo, the shop owner pulled out a box. I've already fired her. Please don't be angry. Today, in my shop, anything you like, you are welcome to take. Additionally, there's a small token of appreciation from me, please accept it. Cheng Qianmo pretended to smile innocently. Oh, I'm so sorry, I was just doing my job earlier, pointing out a few issues. If you have no ill intentions, just don't repeat it in the future. At this moment, Ling Ruoxi was wandering back and forth in the shop. I was just about to pick this set earlier, and that other one isn't bad either. I really like the design, and this color is beautiful, I'll take it too. The shop owner was both frustrated and speechless, silently praying in her mind, little devil, could you go easy on me? Don't take my whole store with you. After leaving the shop and strolling around the city, Ling Ruoxi still couldn't believe it. In just a short while, she'd gotten 8 of the newest sets for free. It was truly a windfall. Hurry up, see how much that woman gave you. Cheng Qianmo opened the box, and the brilliant golden color made her eyes sparkle. He smiled, clearly amused that she'd managed to swindle quite a bit of money. But then, she pulled out 300 gold as a hush fee. He calculated in his mind, with this, his wealth had reached an astonishing 1,070 gold. In Lei Ding City, that made him a local tyrant of local tyrants. Ling Ruoshi happily grabbed his hand. Aren't you planning to go to the auction house? Let's go, I'll show you the way. A little while later, Cheng Qianmo and Ling Ruoshi stood in front of the auction house, which was as grand as a castle. He blinked in amazement, never expecting this auction house to be much more magnificent than in his previous life. She glanced back and introduced, surprised? This is just a primary auction house. When I first came here, I reacted just like you. Without hesitating, Ling Ruoshi pulled him along. Let's go, I'll take you inside. Once inside the building, they walked up to the reception desk. Ling Ruoshi placed the card down and asked, May I ask, how long until the next auction begins? Is there still a private room available? The receptionist picked up the silver card, delighted, and replied, Good day, silver card holder. The next auction will begin in 10 minutes. There is one last VIP room available, and I will arrange it for you right away. Cheng Qianmo smiled slightly, having already guessed that this girl was no ordinary person. He hadn't expected her to have a silver card from the auction house, probably given to her by an elder in her family. But that was fine, there was no need to reveal his black card. Suddenly, a group of 3 people squeezed in. One of them spoke up, Is there a private room left? Young Master Wei Jun, she wants to attend the auction. The receptionist politely but apologetically declined, Apologies, but the last VIP room was just reserved by this young lady. She is one of our silver card holders. Wei Junji disdainfully flicked a gold card and tossed it onto the table, saying, It's just a silver card. Can she even be considered a VIP? Take a good look at this, what color is it? The receptionist picked up the card and was startled when she realized it was a gold card. Her expression changed immediately as she said, Apologies, miss. I'm afraid you'll have to accept the inconvenience. Allow me to arrange for you the best standard private room available. Ling Ruoshi blinked, unable to believe what she was seeing. She was about to turn to Cheng Qianmo to ask for his opinion, but when she saw him shake his head, she stopped. Wei Junji and his 2 lackeys swaggered off, leaving Ling Ruoshi fuming with anger behind them. It seemed like they knew their place. That's right. If you ruin Master Wei's mood, they will be embarrassed. Ling Ruoshi asked Cheng Qianmo angrily, We clearly arrived first, and just a moment ago, Shui Xian also agreed to give us the room. He's being unreasonable, why can't I argue with him? He only looked at her with a profound gaze, It's fine, let them suffer. In room 996, Ling Ruoshi's voice still carried frustration, that person earlier was really annoying. It pissed me off so much. Cheng Qianmo spoke gently to her, Calm down, don't rush. The real show has just begun. Ling Ruoshi puffed out her cheeks, What kind of show? We don't even know what number they are. Do you have some sort of solution? Cheng Qianmo took a sip of water and almost choked, turning his head to cough. He then walked in one direction in the room and spoke slowly, From what I observed, that Wei Junji is a level 26 elemental master. As long as we know this, finding him won't be difficult. Let's wait and let him experience what real discrimination feels like. After saying this, Cheng Qianmo lifted a ring engraved with the word Qin and a mountain of treasures appeared right before Ling Ruoshi's eyes. She gasped in shock, You actually have such good things. This is unbelievable. There are even mineral herbs I've never seen before. No wonder you're so rich. On the auction stage, the host had started to speak, Ladies and gentlemen, I am the auctioneer for today's event. Wang Gang, now let's officially begin today's auction. The first item for auction today is 10 creek grass plants. This is a necessary material for elemental masters to craft the Grand Blue Flask. The starting price is 2 gold, and each subsequent bid must be no less than 20 silver. In VIP room 414, Wei Junji smirked in satisfaction. 10 plants at once, and they're this cheap? Well then, I won't be polite, I'll take them. The numbers were displayed on the screen, gradually rising from 40 to 80 silver, then up to 3 gold. Finally, Wang Gang slammed the gavel. Congratulations to the bidder from room 414, who placed the final bid of 15 gold and secured the 10 creek grass plants. Holding the creek grass in his hand, Wei Junji nodded in approval. Not bad. Although it's a bit expensive, with an average of 1.5 gold per plant, it's still worth it. After all, getting 10 creek grass at once isn't something that happens easily. At this point, Wang Gang continued holding the announcement paper. Next up, the second item for auction, and once again, it's creek grass, but this time the quantity is an astonishing 46 plants. The starting price is 4.6 gold, with each subsequent bid no less than 50 silver. The crowd below began to stir. What? 46 creek grass plants, and the starting price is even lower than the 10 plants earlier? What are we waiting for? Let's take it. The auction board displayed numbers, starting at 6 gold and climbing to 50 gold. Wei Junji grinned widely, pressing the button repeatedly. Humph, this pile of creek grass is definitely mine. Let's see how I crush you all. But then the screen displayed a restriction, accompanied by a voice. Sorry, due to the request of the seller, the buyer with the surname Wei is prohibited from participating in this auction. Please wait for the next opportunity. Wei Junji almost bit his own tongue. What? Damn, is this aimed at me? Wang Gang's voice quickly announced, congratulating buyer number 782 for placing the final bid of 60 gold and winning the second auction item. Wei Junji's veins popped out in frustration. Damn, this price is even lower than mine, and they managed to get 46 pieces of creek grass. I've really taken a huge loss. The gold was transferred to Chung Qianmo's room. He looked at it and said, I found it. Room 414 is Wei Junji. Ling Ruoshi was confused. Hey, how did you figure that out? At this, he pointed to the pile of gold he just collected. Both batches of creek grass had been put up for auction by me. However, I had set a restriction to prevent Wei Junji from bidding. Based on the level of desire for creek grass from the person in room 414, there's no reason for him not to go for the second batch. The only explanation is that the person in room 414 has the surname Wei and he's an elemental mage. She understood and couldn't help but praise him. Master, you're amazing. You've completely figured out this auction restriction system. That Wei person must be going crazy right now. Cheng Qianmo modestly rubbed his hands. Humph, this is just an appetizer. There will be times in the future when he'll be left with nothing but watch. The next few auctions were all conducted in that indifferent voice, which drove Wei Junji mad with rage. Sorry, due to the seller's request, participants with the surname Wei are not allowed to join this auction. Please wait for the next opportunity. He shouted out in frustration. Damn it, who the hell is messing with me? Wei Junji's eyes turned bloodshot as he yelled at his two subordinates. You two go find the auction manager for me. I must find out who that damn seller is today. I want to see who the hell has the guts to do this. The two quickly ran off. Below, at the auction hall, Wang Gang continued with his presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, next up is the final item for this round. A very rare treasure, please take a close look. Item number 88, a weapon of the execution level, a spirit tusk staff, which increases both spirit and physical attributes by 11 points, and adds 50 points of magic damage. Moreover, it can be equipped by anyone level 25 or above. I don't need to say more, right? The starting price is 100 gold, with a minimum increase of 10 gold per bid. Please, feel free to place your bids. The numbers continued to rise until it reached 520 gold. Wei Junji covered his face in regret and could only press the bid button. God, this is truly a rare item. It's really worth going all out for. But I guess this one might be out of my reach, huh? Just as he had guessed, this time there was a different condition for participation. Sorry, due to restrictions set by the seller. The buyer's surname is Wei, and he is only allowed to bid no less than 100 gold each time. Wei Junji grew even more furious. In the VIP room, the sound of objects being slammed echoed loudly. His body trembled. You want me to raise the price 10 times, huh? You think you can mess with me like this? Fine, I'll take the risk today. You'll find out soon enough. My money isn't that easy to take. Despite saying this, the auction announcement still rang out. Congratulations to bidder number 414, who successfully acquired the Lingte magic staff for 840 gold with an imposing bid. Wei Junji collapsed to the floor. Damn it, I've lost my mind. I never thought I'd burn through all my savings just to buy a weapon. Chung Chien Mo snapped his fingers, peeling off the last bit of wrapping and smiled in satisfaction. Today, both buying and selling, my wealth has reached 2,660 gold. What a huge harvest this has been. At the same time, there was an uninvited guest outside the room. The door opened, and the person walked straight in. Hello, I'm the manager of the auction house. There are a few people who wish to speak with you. Cheng Xianmo stood in front of Ling Ruoshi, thinking to himself, at first, I just wanted to make him lose a little money, and I would have forgiven him. But if he has other intentions, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wei Junji walked up and glared down at Cheng Xianmo. So it's you, brat. You were the one who used tricks to trap me earlier. Cheng Xianmo didn't deny it and simply replied, yep. The group of underlings, seeing Cheng Qianmo's calm demeanor, shouted angrily, do you know who our Wei master is? How dare you go against him? Are you tired of living? Cheng Qianmo still wore a smile. Of course I know Wei Junji, Wei Junzi, right? What does he even amount to? Hearing his sharp insult, Wei Junji grew even more enraged. He clenched his fists, challenging him. You're looking for death. Are you brave enough to fight me to the death? Cheng Qianmo faced him calmly. Fine. His eyes slightly lowered, filled with profound meaning. Moments later, in the auction house courtyard, Cheng Qianmo and Wei Junji stood facing each other. Wei Junji raised his staff, sneering. You little brat, you brought this upon yourself. Facing off with me, this will be the biggest mistake of your life. The crowd around them gasped. He was wielding a weapon used for execution, so ridiculous. The solo player was at a disadvantage, for levels lower than his opponent. Wasn't it obvious he would be crushed? A PK like this was completely pointless. The tip of Wei Junji's staff burst into flames, and he mocked further. Today, I will personally send you on your way with the very staff you sold. Cheng Qianmo slightly pursed his lips and smiled with confidence. With lightning speed, he darted behind Wei Junji without a sound. A swift kick to the back sent him flying without him even having a chance to make a sound. The pain made Wei Junji dizzy. He couldn't believe it. What happened? The military strategist must be flying in the air while tightly gripping his staff, worried. It's over. He's been controlled already. Cheng Qianmo drew his weapon, transforming it into a spear, and then repeatedly struck at the staff and Wei Junji. The people below rubbed their chins, watching with confusion. Clearly, he could have directly taken Wei Master away, so why was he attacking the staff? Was his goal to wear down the durability of the staff, perhaps? How cruel. Once an item's durability reaches 0, it breaks permanently and can never be repaired. Ling Ruoshi, standing behind, couldn't help but be shaken. As expected of the man she admired, he didn't hold back at all. Not only did he cause Wei Junji to lose money without gaining anything, but he also made him drop 4 levels. Wei Junji was gasping for breath, holding his cracked staff, hearing the notification that the durability of his Ling T staff had been reduced to a mere fragment. Chung Chien-mo pointed 2 fingers at him, casting magic. If you like this kind of bullying staff so much, then I'll follow through. Illusory sigil emission. Since the Ling T staff had broken, it could no longer protect Wei Junji from any more strikes. The sharp ice spikes pierced straight into his body. No! My staff! Wei Junji's heavy body collapsed to the ground. Cheng Qianemo slowly walked over to where he lay face down. He pulled out a small card and patted it against Wei Junji's temple, a mocking smile spreading across his lips. He held it in front of Wei Junji's eyes and asked, "Have you looked closely? Do you see what color this is?" Blood welled up at the corner of Wei Junji's mouth, his eyes seemed on the verge of cracking. Black card. He was unwilling, but there was no strength left to resist. After the shock to his core, he completely collapsed. The crowd outside stared, mouths agape in fear. Did I see that right? The thing he's holding is a black card? Someone asked, what exactly is the rank of a black card? Until now, I had never heard of it. A scar-faced man explained, the black card is second rank, just after the red card. Suddenly, someone snapped their fingers, staring at Cheng Qianmo and Ling Ruoshi. I remember now. He's Cheng Qianmo, the top scorer from the northern province of Hubei. Nicknamed the left-handed monster. I heard his potential rating is SSS. No wonder he beat Wei Jun like a child. Not only is his strength far beyond his peers, but his background is also deep and unpredictable. He must be from one of the major families in Nation H. Ling Ruoshi's face flushed red with anger as she grabbed Cheng Qianmo by the collar. Yeah, you really kept that top scorer thing hidden well. You clearly could have shown the black card but didn't. Cheng Qianmo gently patted her head. Sorry, I didn't tell you because I wanted Wei Junji to fall for the bait. Don't be mad. Ling Ruoshi, embarrassed to the core, turned away. Ugh, it's so annoying with so many people watching. You better watch out next time. I'll let it go today. At that moment, Manager Su had already bowed deeply. I failed to recognize your status earlier, and I apologize for not giving you the proper reception. I have a small gift here, I hope you won't find it rude. He broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself that he truly must be blind. How could he have offended such a high-ranking official like this? It seemed that if he didn't lose a lot of blood today, he wouldn't be able to salvage the situation. When Cheng Qianmo saw the item inside the golden box, he couldn't help but laugh. Sun Moon Demon Scale, huh? Looks like today's my lucky day. And to top it off, I even got some materials to upgrade the Heavenly Ring powder. He took it without hesitation and handed the man a piece of paper. This is completely Wei Junji's fault, he has no one else to blame. Also, here's a list. If anyone sells the items on it, I'd appreciate it if you could help me buy them. Manager Su immediately reached out to take it. Yes, sir. I'll make sure to complete the task. Afterward, he continued to bow, sending Cheng Qianmo and Ling Ruoshi off. On the way, Ling Ruoshi's face showed a hint of sadness. Cheng Qianmo couldn't help but be concerned and asked, "What's wrong? You look troubled." With her eyes slightly watery, Ling Ruoshi softly asked, "I have to go home for a while. Will you miss me?" He blushed slightly, quickly looking away, and scratched his nose awkwardly. Yeah. Hearing this, Ling Ruoshi placed her hand on his chin, turned his face toward her, and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Well, that's acceptable. After kissing him, she giggled and darted away. You naughty boy, that's your reward. While I'm not here, you better not look at any other girls, understand? You better keep your word. Cheng Qianmo smiled and rubbed his cheek. She really was a little devil. In the following days, Cheng Qianmo remained focused on his refining work. The refining of both the acceleration potion and the primary vitality potion has been flawless. The herbal experience points stand at 9/10,000. With the bonus points added, the total experience reaches 10,000, allowing the basic herbalism skill to be upgraded to intermediate level. Cheng Qianmo shook the potion bottle, which had an 80% experience bonus. I can't believe I've already maxed out my herbalism experience in just one day. The 400 gold I spent on renting the high-level alchemy room was totally worth it. Just then, all the herbs he had collected on his journey were used up. It was time to step outside and check the supplies. Around Leiding City, in the night suppression color, Cheng Qianmo surveyed the area. The night suppression color was a strange cave occupied by elite level 25 resentful spirits. However, after nightfall, these spirits became 5 times stronger than during the day. Therefore, no ordinary players would be out at this time. This was his personal stage. He unfolded an umbrella, signaling the start of the deadly night. His staff immediately activated. Summon Spirit, Samin Dark, Levis, Benes, Summon Mage, Goblin Hodge, Aggressive Puppet Shululu. He issued commands to his followers in the darkness. Your task is simple: lure all the monsters from every corner into the battle. With that, he ordered them to scatter. Instantly, the spirits and mages began to move. One by one, they started to draw the packs of resentful spirits back toward Cheng Qianmo, who continued onward. Everyone, gather at the central square and temporarily hold off all the resentful spirits. This last room, I'll handle it myself. A moment later, in the window of a house, 2 factions of monsters were fighting, smashing the window and rushing out. Taking advantage of the battle, the minions held them back. Cheng Qianmo decisively leaped over their heads. A specialized net was thrown, tightly ensnaring 3 monsters. He then activated his long-range skill, dragging them away. My speed needs to be faster. If I don't get out, my summoned creatures will die. Cheng Qianmo decisively drank a perfect agility potion, increasing his movement speed by 80%. The effect lasted for 1 minute. His spirits and summoned creatures were being surrounded by resentful spirits outside. Cheng Qianmo tossed the net in front of them. He stood protectively in front of his summoned creatures, releasing an aura of extreme danger. Luckily, not all of them are dead. The resentful spirits are still gathering together. With a swing of his staff, a wall of ice formed, encasing and trapping the resentful spirits. Cheng Qianmo leaped into the air, summoning a harpoon gun. He smiled as he looked at the resentful spirits. The next step is my greed. As he spoke, Cheng Qianmo snapped his fingers, activating a quantum burst. At the end of his words, a huge ball fell to the center of the ice wall. The level 1 quantum burst launched a light attribute quantum bomb at the enemy, dealing damage within a 10-meter radius and with a certain chance to stun enemies, while allowing the bomb's launch position to be freely controlled within a 100-meter radius. The cooldown time is 20 seconds, and a thunderous explosion shakes the walls of ice. Cheng Qianmo had long since evaded it. The resentful spirits and the monster with a beard, missing both hands and legs, and whose body was decapitated, had been completely wiped out. Cheng Qianmo couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment as he defeated them instantly. It seems that using large-scale destructive weapons like this quantum bomb is an incredibly strong attack against areas below level 30. Truly worthy of being a skill learned from the altar. Just from this burst of light alone, my experience has increased by 1/40. Watching the monsters and resentment gradually rise, he also guessed that he had successfully gathered their corpses together, and they would soon be reincarnated. Just listening to it. Next came a simple mechanical upgrade. After speaking, Cheng Qianmo waved his hand, and once again, a massive oppressive figure appeared in the sky. The sun began to rise in the sky after a night of struggle. Cheng Qianmo sat on the rooftop, resting. He gazed at his status window in awe. 1 night, and I've already leveled up to 25. The status window displayed all of his attributes and assets. Some of the attributes had also increased with the level. Cheng Qianmo nodded slightly, commenting to himself. After allocating points, my 79 basic strength has gradually caught up to my agility. Before level 30, I should be able to surpass 100 in both of these basic attributes. After evaluating, he jumped down from the rooftop. In 4 days, the freshman enrollment would begin, so he decided to use this time to complete his crafting experience. In Lei Ding City, at the workshop, Cheng Qianmo sat on a chair, out of breath, resting. But in the end, he had successfully crafted the excellent wolf leather hat, enough to reach the intermediate level. These past 3 days have been exhausting, but finally, I've earned all the experience points. If tomorrow weren't the opening day, I would really want to relax a bit. In the library service area, a staff member handed him a book. Hello, this is the intermediate level crafting skill book you requested. As he took the book, a man approached him from behind and struck up a conversation. Friend, you're so young, yet you've managed to level up both your herbalism and crafting skills to intermediate. Such talent is truly rare. The crowd behind them couldn't help but murmur in admiration. Hey, isn't that the president of the Lei Ding City Life Association? And isn't the young man next to him Cheng Qianmo, the top scorer from North Hubei province this year? Everyone was impressed by his natural talent. Cheng Qianmo turned around cautiously and politely asked, "May I ask who you are?" The man smiled warmly and introduced himself, "I am Gao Jin, from the Lei Ding City Life Association. My staff has reported on your performance at the herbal store and the workshop. So, I'd like to invite you to join our association." Cheng Qianmo, uninterested, began to walk away. "Sorry, I'm not interested." Gao Jin, still in disbelief, tried to persuade him further, "Don't refuse so quickly. I'm not just inviting you to join, I'm offering you a position as a counselor of the Career Life Association." The crowd buzzed continuously as they listened to his explanation. A counselor is the third rank in the guild, just below the president and the elders. At all the stores on the Apocalypse continent, you will get a permanent 15% discount. Just with this, you could save a ton of money. Cheng Qianmo glanced briefly at those around him, suddenly recalling that this guild association had never existed in his past life. Judging by the reactions of those around him, it seemed there were great benefits hidden within, but he remained indifferent, responding as he had earlier, leaving Gao Jin open-mouthed. "Sorry, I'm still not interested." Gao Jin was incredulous and stubborn. "Friend, do you not fully understand the position and authority of a counselor in our guild? If you don't become a counselor, you might suddenly..." He was cut off by Cheng Qianmo's sharp tone. "I'm speaking." Cheng Qianmo's eyes gleamed with amusement as he looked at him. The counselor position was still not enough. The crowd erupted in noise once again. Damn! Cheng Qianmo really doesn't know what he's missing, such good conditions and yet he's still not satisfied. Yeah, human greed knows no bounds, have some shame. Though slightly regretful, Gao Jin still adjusted his words. With your 2 current intermediate secondary professions, the offer I've made is already the limit. If you still can't accept it, then I'll have to give up. He turned away, lost in thought. Look at this, Cheng Qianmo's talent is strong, but his personality is not great, too greedy and arrogant, he's unlikely to reach the top. But just as Gao Jin was about to leave, he heard Cheng Qianmo say, "Who said I only have 2 secondary professions at the intermediate level?" He was startled and quickly turned his head back. "Is what you just said the truth?" He made a swift decision. "If you truly have 3 secondary professions at an intermediate level, I will grant you an elder position. All stores will offer you a permanent 20% discount." Cheng Qianmo smiled and pulled out his system. He thought that a 20% discount for stores was quite a good deal. Unexpectedly, the skills he was conveniently practicing also brought him a pleasant surprise. When they saw the blank book, everyone was taken aback and astonished. Look, he's taking out a blank skill book. He's actually completed a new skill at the intermediate level, and it's the most difficult blacksmithing profession among the 3. Seeing Cheng Qianmo raise the book and gesture towards him, Gao Jin almost bit his tongue. How could this be? I'm just an intermediate blacksmith, how does he have so much energy? After a while, Cheng Qianmo finally followed Gao Jin. He both praised and blamed himself. I've been learning all the way here, and I didn't expect your skills to have surpassed mine. I truly feel ashamed. Ahead was the Lei Ding City Activity Hall. There, I will grant you the Elder Insignia. In the future, all the stores will show you the highest respect whenever they see your insignia. Cheng Qianmo then curiously asked, President Gao, may I ask what is the relationship between the Blacksmith Association and your Professional Activities Association? Gao Jin, feeling a bit downcast, lowered his head and spoke with a hint of embarrassment. The Blacksmiths Guild is the only organization on the Apocalypse continent that is outside the control of the Professional Activities Association. The old folks in that group are so arrogant. It's a pity that we don't have a master blacksmith in our ranks, so in the path of blacksmithing, we really can't compare to them. Cheng Qianmo nodded slightly, understanding. Gao Jin looked at him and, almost as an afterthought, added in his mind, maybe in the future, you'll be able to work miracles. As they entered the high-level meeting room of the Professional Activities Association, someone greeted them immediately. Hello, President Gao. President, is this your relative? The man stood up and cheerfully addressed Cheng Qianmo. Ladies and gentlemen, today I have some exciting news to share. The friend beside me, Cheng Qianmo, is this year's top scorer in the university entrance exam for the northern province of Hubei. Starting today, he will be joining us as an elder of the Professional Activities Association. The senior members sitting in the room, fewer than 10 in total, were all stunned into silence. The first to speak up was the senior herbologist, Qin Yongyang. President Gao, this is not right. No matter how talented this young man may be in combat, it has nothing to do with the profession. The others, out of respect for the association's reputation, also voiced objections to Gao Jin's decision. It was then that Cheng Qianmo spoke up, immediately throwing a sarcastic remark. Truly a bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well. No wonder the Blacksmiths Guild has been beating you all to the punch. Do you think my combat talent is the pinnacle? Isn't innate talent supposed to be the peak? Qin Yongyang was frustrated, pointing at him and shouting, Kid, you should know that our association always speaks with strength. If you can pass our test, I, Qin Yongyang, will have nothing to say and will wholeheartedly support you to become an elder. On the other hand, if you can't pass, then just get lost. Cheng Qianmo did not hesitate and agreed immediately, alright, no problem. But with so many people testing me, can there be a little reward? Cui Feng, an elder of the association, also stood up to assure him, fine, what you said makes some sense. I promise that as long as you pass the collective test, all the examiners will reward you with a prize. After hearing this, Cheng Qianmo immediately agreed, deal. To make it easier for everyone to choose the right exam question, I will explain my secondary professions. Currently, I have learned 6 secondary professions: herb gathering, mineral collection, lamp crafting, skinning, and crafting. Cheng Qianmo looked straight at each person, and all of them were at the intermediate level. Qin Yongyang broke into a cold sweat and shouted, What? All 6 secondary professions are at the intermediate level? What kind of monster is this? He then turned to scold Gao Jin, President Gao, why didn't you tell us earlier that he was this terrifying? Gao Jin shook his head disdainfully, Humph, what does that have to do with me? That was your decision. The entire group of elders immediately fell silent like a bunch of banana leaves. Cheng Qianmo had no choice but to speak up first. Are you all worried about the difficulty of the question? The limited time? Or how about this, let's do it quickly. I will ask each of you a question. How does a best of 7 format sound? Gao Jin also nodded in agreement with his suggestion. I think this idea isn't bad. It saves time and doesn't require too much brainpower to think through the issue. Comrade Cheng Qianmo, leave the mental gymnastics to you. Please go ahead with the questions. A moment later, the entire group of elders started clamoring. He had just brought up the classification of soft iron and hard iron, as well as the steel tempering process. How it's done and how you can use metal cutting methods to identify the type. It's unbelievable. Ghost mushrooms in the swamp, full of stagnant air? How did you know about that? Cheng Qianmo awkwardly scratched his head. This? Well. Shin Yongyang sighed, holding his head. I thought he was just making up some questions to win. Didn't expect him to have such rich theoretical knowledge, far beyond what everyone imagined. Chui Feng helplessly gripped his chair tightly. All-powerful, indeed, truly all-powerful. You're the one who took the first step and made the promise. Now that you've won, I'll naturally honor my word. Chui Feng presented a fruit with strange patterns that left Qin Yongyang gaping. Here, this is a power fruit, something worth a fortune. Can you just give it away like this? Cheng Qianmo naturally lowered his head and raised both hands to accept. Thank you for your gift. In that case, I respectfully accept the order. After finishing his words, he continued to extend his hands toward the remaining 6 elders. I didn't expect everyone to be so generous. Today, I can only accept everything. No one had anticipated that Cheng Qianmo would directly ask for the reward like that, and everyone was left speechless. After a moment, Cheng Qianmo wandered alone through the forest. On his clothes, he had a unique symbol, the Elder's Mark, Iron Starstone, Poisonous Dragon Vine, and Netherworld Tiger Hide. Today had truly been a bountiful harvest. No matter the type of material, each was a treasure worth thousands of gold, and even the Iron Starstone was one of the main ingredients for Lu Guangyuan's ring powder. The day after tomorrow would be the day of the opening ceremony, and it was time to leave the Apocalypse continent. When he arrived at the teleportation location, the system announced several other upgrades after Cheng Qianmo obtained the former elder's symbol of the Occupational Association and leveled up 6 of his auxiliary professions to intermediate level. The system conversion had been upgraded to level 4, unlocking a new ability. Ability 2, one can now choose a currently available potion to convert into a passive effect, and all passive levels will be raised to level 4. The Glinglin machine gun's passive level 4 allows any weapon used for attack to have a 35% chance to shoot 15 Gling bullets with 100% accuracy, plus an additional 5% chance. Cheng Qianmo widened his eyes, then took a deep breath and glanced at the system. So it turned out that increasing experience for auxiliary professions could also help upgrade the system conversion. And he even unlocked his second special ability. In the status window, Cheng Qianmo's attributes had changed quite a bit, but the most notable change was that his talent had reached SSS level 4. He stood there, staring at the information, lost in thought for a while. Not bad, this level up was indeed impressive. As for the new ability, I still shouldn't attempt the transformation. After all, I've only learned intermediate level herbology, the formulas still have room to level up further. If I try to transform too soon, I might regret it later. Closing the system window, Cheng Qianmo placed his hand on the teleportation portal. It was time to head back. At Zhangcheng Academy, under the stadium, the area was packed with people. Cheng Qianmo appeared amidst the crowd. He stood there, dazed, thinking, isn't it still summer break? Why are there so many students and parents at school right now? As he approached, a student shouted excitedly, "Look, it's Senior Cheng Qianmo." The female students immediately rushed over, shouting, "Oh my God, it really is him. So handsome. Senior, please sign for me. You will forever be my idol." Noticing the situation was getting out of hand, Cheng Qianmo quickly darted away, leaving his juniors calling after him in regret, "Senior." In a dark but safe place, Cheng Qianmo poked his head out from behind a bush and surveyed the surroundings. A voice suddenly appeared behind him, causing him to jump in surprise. This kid finally decided to come back. Seeing Lu Yanmin, Cheng Qianmo called out, "Commissioner Lu, who are those people standing outside? They're really going overboard." He stroked his silver beard and laughed heartily. "They're all new students who enrolled at Zhangcheng Academy because of your reputation. Thanks to you, our school's enrollment this year can rival that of Wuhan Academy nearby. Come with me, before you leave, we have a gift for you." A burst of colorful paper fireworks shot up, filling the air with a dazzling display of flowers. Cheng Qianmo rubbed his face, gritting his teeth in resignation to the mess on his head. All the teachers had gathered together. Although it might seem old-fashioned to the younger generation, we've put a lot of effort into this over several days. It's been a real struggle. We just wanted to send our best wishes to you, so please don't laugh at us. Chung Chien-mo reluctantly removed the tangled cords from his head. It's great, but please don't do this again next time. Lu Yen-min handed him a red certificate and advised, this time, you have to go to the capital. We thought you might still be lacking a place to stay, so we've bought a house for you. It wasn't expensive, only around 20 million. Please don't think it's too much. Also, we've bought tickets for flights to the capital for these days. Since we weren't sure exactly when you'd return to avoid any mishaps, we bought them all. Holding the 2 items in his hands, Chung Chien-mo was pleased and sincerely thanked them. Thank you all. In that case, I can't refuse. Lu Yen-min and everyone else felt proud. The cheers for Chung Chien-mo were no longer early. Remember to come back and visit us if you get the chance. Keep that in mind. If you ever feel wronged outside, the Zhongcheng Academy will always be by your side. Chung Chien-mo bowed respectfully to the teachers, expressing his gratitude. Thank you all for taking care of me all this time. I will not bring shame to Zhongcheng Academy. The next time I return, my name will definitely echo throughout the entire nation of H. The following day, at the entrance of Shinyu School, there were very few students coming and going. One of the 2 people welcoming the freshmen exclaimed, "Oh my, is this classmate also a freshman this year?" They examined Chung Chien-mo from head to toe. Wow, this body is incredible. With such an amazing appearance, it would truly be a waste if you didn't become a celebrity. Come on, hurry up and go talk to him. And don't forget to ask for his contact details. A few senior girls crowded around him, enticing Chung Chien-mo to share his contact information so they could either flirt with him support him in times of difficulty. Chung Chien-mo, feeling a bit shy, turned away. I'm just here to register. Could someone please tell me what I should do next? One of the girls confidently took his hand and pulled him along. Come on, let me lead you to register your information. She shot him a flirtatious glance. After that, I'll take you on a tour of our school. Shinyu is huge, you know. You could easily get lost if you're not careful. The group of female students at the back gritted their teeth in anger. This Hua Ningyu, relying on her position as president of the student union's propaganda club, can act so shamelessly. But in the end, they had no choice but to let it go, quietly regretting it in their hearts. Hua Ningyu, while leading Chung Chien-mo, explained, "This is our school. As long as you reach level 30 and successfully complete the second class change, you can officially graduate. But before that, the school will classify students into different classes based on their level. The first group will be level 15, and those at level 25 will be placed in the freshman class. The second group consists of levels 26 and 28, which belong to the second-year students, and as you move further ahead, level 53 students only have one level, which is level 29. And finally, of course, level 30. All students who haven't completed their second class change are considered fourth-year students." She paused and then said, "We've arrived. Junior, please swipe your ID card on the device next to you. The system will use your data to assign you to a dorm." Following Hua Ningyu's instructions, Chung Chien-mo swiped her card on the machine. A robotic voice sounded, "Identity verification complete. All data is accurate. Freshman Chung Chien-mo of Shinyu University. Current level, 25. This year's top scorer in Yanbei Province. Occupation, wanderer. Assigned to the luxurious dorm in Zone Z, Room 1. She and everyone else were stunned. You've already reached level 25? The other students quickly gathered around, as it was rare for a freshman to reach level 25. No wonder this year there's a monster entering our school. Even the exams, they must have been a piece of cake for you. Hua Ningyu became even more flattering. Cheng Qianmo, your junior, is the top scholar from the Hebei province, invited by teacher Yi Lei, right? No wonder you're rated with an SSS rank. Every year, this dormitory only has 9 rooms available. Let me show you to the cold dormitory. If you go alone, you won't know the way. Cheng Qianmo politely waved his hand to decline her. No need, I can go by myself. Left behind, Hua Ningyu's face turned purple with anger, but she suppressed it. She silently made a resolve, you definitely won't escape my grasp. At the cold dormitory area of Xinyu School, besides the dormitory, there was another courtyard. Cheng Qianmo wandered around, thinking about his plans. He would stay here for now. He had just enrolled and there were still many things to take care of, so he didn't have time to check out the house that committee member Lu and the others had given him. Suddenly, an old man appeared before him, practicing martial arts, the supreme martial saint's roaring divine technique. No wonder this was the capital, even here one could encounter a 4th-class change expert, but judging by his health, the old man seemed to be suffering from some illness. The old man glanced at him and spoke first. Young student, are you a freshman at Xinyu School this year? Cheng Qianmo responded politely, yes, I've been assigned to live here. In his mind, he speculated, could this man be a teacher at Xinyu School? Didn't Xinyu School no longer have many martial arts experts? How is there a 4th-class change expert here? What number? Cheng Qianmo still maintained a polite demeanor. None, sir. Suddenly, Ling Xiao was startled and asked, What? What is your name? Although Cheng Qianmo was a bit confused in his mind, he still responded, Cheng Qianmo, sir. After hearing this, the man didn't comment and continued practicing his martial arts. You can go now. As he turned to leave, Cheng Qianmo thought to himself, how strange, this person seems to have mental issues as well. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao let out a faint smile. Cheng Qianmo, number 1, very interesting. But just as he was leaving, Ling Ruoshi appeared angrily, unexpectedly sneaking in to practice her punches. It's time for your medicine. Ling Xiao was startled, turning his head back. Oh my, I'll take it right away, it was just a momentary impulse. At Xinyu Academy, the secret chamber's main hall was crowded with students, all anxiously discussing the entrance exam and their future life. Lei Junjie, the head of the Academic Affairs Department, smiled as he looked at Department Head Chen. Department Head Chen is really skilled at recruiting students. I didn't expect that this year we would have 2 top scholars joining our school. He was curious about who would win in the entrance exam between Cheng Qianmo from Yanbei Province and He Xiujie from Qilu Province. A teacher from behind confidently spoke up, it will definitely be He Xiujie. Our Magic Academy absolutely must have him. Although Cheng Qianmo was highly ranked, his profession was too lacking, the vagrant class was only beautiful, but of little use. Others mocked him. He Xiujie's 2nd-class change is Wind Chaser, not even a pure mage class. It's not something we can overlook in our war academy, even the commanding officers are determined to claim him. Instructor Chen remained silent, not bothering to argue or compete with them. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the secret realm, He Xiujie stood behind Cheng Qianmo as he called out to him. You're the top scholar this year from Yanbei Province, right? I'm He Xiujie, the top scholar this year from Qilu Province. You may be good, but right now, my skills are still above yours. He shot a cold, indifferent glance at him. I don't think I know you. He Xiujie's veins bulged in anger as he shouted, I'll let this arrogance slide for now, but once we enter the secret realm, I'll show you who the real top dog is. Cheng Qianmo turned around, clearly impatient. How boring. Do you really think you're worthy of fighting me? He Xiujie gritted his teeth in frustration and snarled, Fine, we'll just wait and see. A short while later, all the freshmen entered the secret realm and received the following notification: You have entered the secret realm of the Taoist Academy's Tomb of Death. The current area has been unlocked, Cemetery Library, levels 20-30. Difficulty, hard. Because your hidden profession is a curse mage, the highest difficulty level has been activated. You have unlocked a new area, the church's armory, levels 30-40. Extreme difficulty. Cheng Qianmo received his own notification, you have entered the cemetery. Good luck. He suddenly froze. I almost forgot the hidden characteristic of the fake Buddhist law. Today, there's an additional map unlocked for levels 30-40. This should be interesting. He looked at the monsters in front of him. If there are no difficulties in these two areas ahead, then I'll finish them quickly. Outside the secret realm, the teachers were closely monitoring them on the large screen, with detailed statistics for each student. The group of teachers started discussing the performance of the participants. Even though the boss was at level 28, they still wanted to see He Xiujia's performance live. When the data appeared, He Xiujia, at level 23, had already completed 40% of the cemetery. The time was only 4 minutes and 13 seconds, but he was ranked second. The teacher who was proud of He Xiujia smiled widely, hoping he would clear the level as soon as possible. But a young teacher beside him nervously asked, "Wait a second, does anyone know why he's only ranked second?" Seeing the issue, they reopened the progress bar for Cheng Qianmo. He had already completed 100% of the level. Wow, I didn't expect Cheng Qianmo to finish the test in just 25 minutes. That's pretty impressive. Just like that, the teachers continued to debate. From the War Academy to mages, commanders, and sports, everyone seemed to favor Cheng Qianmo. However, someone eventually noticed something strange and shouted, "This doesn't make sense. Didn't he already pass the level? Why hasn't he exited yet?" When they updated again, it turned out he had discovered the weapon vault, reaching 1%. How is that possible? Did she actually make it into the ultra-difficult area? The test today didn't even extend to the armory and the chapel. Is there a problem with the projection system in the secret realm? Supporters of He Xiujia immediately raised their voices, accusing Cheng Qianmo of violating the rules and calling for his punishment. But the head of the department, Chen, intervened to stop them. Please don't jump to conclusions just yet. From what I know about Cheng Qianmo, she's not the type to act recklessly. How about we ask Director Lei to report this situation to the principal first, and let's see what the principal says. Lu Junjie also agreed with him. Alright, I'll go to the principal's office to report this to him. You keep a close watch on the exam for now. With the situation temporarily under control, Chen took a deep breath. My dear little one, you need to make good use of your time. The round trip to the principal's office won't take more than 30 minutes. If it exceeds that, not even the gods will be able to protect you. Inside the secret realm of the armory, Cheng Qianmo crouched behind, observing the monsters guarding the entrance. Now that he was in the armory, the difficulty level had definitely increased. The monsters here were all at least level 30, with around 70 of them. Furthermore, all the monsters here were crusaders, making them especially difficult to deal with. Though it's a bit tough, I still have a way. With that, he put on his hooded cloak and transformed into a ghostly figure. Then, in his invisible state, he grabbed a box and glided past the crusader monsters without them noticing. Once everything was taken care of, he dusted off his hands. Finally, he gathered all the explosives in the armory together. It was time to take action. He stood by the barrel of explosives, waving his hand and shouting loudly, drawing the attention of the monsters. Hello there. But by the time they rushed over, he had erected a wall of ice, using the continuously growing ice wall to slow them down. This way, he could gather all the monsters in one place. Once they were grouped together, he quickly backed away from the barrel of explosives. It's time for the fireworks show. Fireball spell. After casting, he immediately activated the ice shield to surround himself. The ice shield would make him immune to all damage for 10 seconds, which would be enough to protect him from the explosion. A moment later, a huge explosion erupted, and Cheng Qianmo's ice shield effectively reduced the damage, protecting him. Outside, Lei Junjie had found his way to the principal's office. Principal Ling, I am Lei Junjie. I have something very important to report to you. Ling Xiao, the principal of Xinyu School and a supreme martial saint at level 73, was flipping through some documents while asking, "What's so urgent that it requires the head of the education department to come all the way here in person?" Lei Junjie got straight to the point. Today, a student participated in the entrance exam and engaged in extremely serious misconduct. Though they cleared the challenge early, they didn't leave the premises. Ling Xiao wasn't surprised and asked in return, "They cleared the challenge in just 25 minutes? Are you referring to Chung Qianmo?" Lei Junjie was stunned. "Principal, how did you know?" He's still insisting that the other teachers want to punish Chung Qianmo because of the rules. But before he could finish, Ling Xiao snorted coldly. "What school rule says that? Show me, and I'll fix it immediately." With that, he waved his hand, and a flash of golden light appeared, leaving Lei Junjie even more stunned. As the golden light shot off, the old man gaped in disbelief. "Did you grant him immunity to injury? But this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity during the new year. The immunity privilege ensures that students participating in the test won't be injured, even if they're defeated." Ling Xiao didn't bother to explain and waved him off. "Go on, for a talented child like that, we must pay more attention in the future." Although Lei Junjie was confused, he had no choice but to comply. After a while, he looked out the window, thinking that having a young person with ambition was great, but they shouldn't be too impulsive. "I'll let him off this time, but there won't be a next time." Looking at the burnt-out monsters behind him, Chung Qianmo nodded slightly and turned away. Not bad, it only took 8 minutes to deal with all the monsters. As expected, the greater the risk, the better the reward. What followed was a fierce battle. The large door in front of him was pushed open, revealing the silhouette of someone standing guard in the dark night. When the light was sufficient, he saw clearly that it was the master of weapons, Harrow, a level 35 elite with a life score of 18,000 points. Cheng Qianmo was somewhat cautious. Although this guy only had the full wind slash skill, he was still incredibly hard to deal with. Full wind slash was an attack of imperfect mass destruction that had a lasting effect, and furthermore, the skill had a limited duration, with control immunity that couldn't be interrupted. It seemed that breaking through my golden body would have to wait until today. "Let's begin." His staff immediately gathered the void sphere and then shot it towards Harrow. "Go, show me your strongest move first." As the sphere approached, the guy's eyes suddenly lit up. He swung an axe down, shattering the sphere, leaving no impact. He charged at Chung Qianmo, gritting his teeth. "I've been waiting for a real challenge. Let me see your true strength." He immediately used the speed-up flower to dodge the axe. With Harrow's attacks, Chung Qianmo continued to retreat, his head pounding. It turned out that the void sphere had been sent flying by that strike. Unfortunately, the cooldown of speed up was too long, and if he used full wind slash again, he might not be able to dodge it. Next, with Harrow's health steadily declining, the frequency of his full wind slash would only increase. The only option now was to go all in with him. It took a moment, but he finally regained the initiative. The skill was over now, wasn't it? "Take this, old man." The eyes behind Harrow's helmet glowed bright red, his HP now down by more than half. "Very good, you've pissed me off. Now you'll taste the sharpness of my blade." He continued to enter a frenzied state, his attacks relentless and unending, accelerating, a whirlwind sharp as a blade crashing towards him. Cheng Qianmo sighed inwardly. Thankfully, he had plenty of potions. His HP was still at 50%, and it was time for a direct confrontation. While dodging, he searched for an opening to strike. By his side, he had already consumed 4 high-quality primary vitality potions, which granted him a 21% damage immunity. Determined, he muttered to himself, "Let me show you what a real king of medicine looks like." The battle raged on intensely, with potion bottles constantly being opened, and the system notifications ringing non-stop. Each time his life points recovered, the damage he sustained would immediately counterbalance it. Moments later, with his HP low, Chung Qianmo managed to land a final fatal blow, striking Harrow from behind. System notification: Master Weapon Harrow has been defeated. Cheng Qianmo panted heavily. Finally, it was over. His remaining HP was under 1500. Monsters that attacked in packs and were immune to control like this really made one feel nauseous. But suddenly, a burst of golden light enveloped him. Congratulations, you have received the special privilege of injury immunity. In this challenge dungeon, even if you die due to failure, your main body will not suffer any injuries. He stood dazed for a moment. Is that really possible? Who's helping me out like this? Well, never mind. It's better than nothing. Let's just assume it's for the next challenge, and the higher-ups want to ensure more safety. See, it's already been 54 minutes, and Cheng Qianmo has already passed the weapons vault. The group of teachers heard Lei Junjie exclaim in shock, how is that possible? I just made it to the principal's office for a little while, and yet she's already passed the weapons vault? Does that mean the immunity from injury privilege Principal Ling gave her is meaningless? The homeroom teachers, upon hearing Lei Junjie's words, gaped in disbelief and asked, Principal Ling actually gave Cheng Qianmo the immunity privilege? That's the highest honor for incoming freshmen. No one has received that privilege in the past 20 years. Looks like Cheng Qianmo's status is about to rise. Look, Cheng Qianmo has entered the chapel area. I can't believe he still wants to continue. At level 25, he dares to challenge the 40-level Wind Road area. This is getting really crazy. We can't let this go, we need to activate the secret chamber cameras. Lei Junjie had been waiting for this and immediately pressed a red button on the control panel. Fine, if Principal Ling said to pay attention to him, then we'll make an exception this time. After all, I want to see with my own eyes how he plans to handle that terrifying final boss. Inside the secret chamber, another stone door opened. Cheng Qianmo carefully pushed the stone door and stepped inside. Before him stood a wind road filled with believers kneeling beneath. He looked toward the center and muttered to himself, the final boss of the monastery has two forms. One is Moni, the officer commanding Bloody Cross, sitting on the silver throne. The remaining one is his wife, and the high priest is in the room behind him. Cheng Qianmo smirked, pulled up his hood, and activated the shadow mode. The soldiers and followers below collapsed to the ground like lifeless armor. He casually lit a torch and set it on another path. Soon, he would have to face two level 38 bosses at once. To be honest, it would still be a bit difficult, but it was just the right moment to make use of that person. Looking at the prisoner, his limbs shackled and bound, but still alive, Cheng Qianmo stood before him and asked, Fabank, do you want revenge? Fabank's eyes flickered open. His skin was scratched and torn. Can you help me? Fabank was originally an assistant officer in the Bloody Cross Army. Due to exposing the illicit affair between the commanding officer and the high priestess, he had been imprisoned here for decades. In the previous life, Fabank was an NPC hidden in the game. Players had two options, either kill him, which would drop a piece of perfect level blue equipment, or help him sever the chains. He would then aid the player in battling a major boss. Clearly, Cheng Qianmo chose to use his healing ability from his priest-like skills to treat him. He thought for a moment, but since Fabank was severely injured and in the previous life players couldn't heal NPCs, the effect on the real battle would be limited. However, in this world, as Fabank's limbs and body gradually recovered, his expression was dazed. He kneeled down on one knee. Cheng Qianmo, thank you for healing me. As long as I can have my revenge, I will listen to everything you say. He nodded, formulating a strategy. Later, pay close attention to the sounds outside. I will clear all the Bloody Cross followers in the chapel. Once you hear the high priest's voice, when you return to the chapel, Cheng Qianmo will immediately close the shadow state, which also means the blood cultists will be activated. Cheng Qianmo turned and dashed forward. As he ran, the cultists poured in, with him leading the charge toward the stone door. Cheng Qianmo stepped onto the surface of the water, leaping across to the other side. The cultists followed, scrambling down, water splashing everywhere, but Chung Chien-mo had jumped up from below. He quickly cast the freeze spell toward the group of cultists. The ones who got wet and gathered together were frozen solid. Outside, the academy staff stood in stunned silence, their mouths open wide like bowls. Who would have thought Chung Chien-mo could freeze 50 level 37 cultists at the same time? His calculations were insane. Not letting them wait for too long, Chung Chien-mo conjured 2 spells, a fireball and void sphere, plus an activated passive. The people outside were left in confusion. What's going on? Isn't the cooldown for the void sphere 15 seconds? How can Chung Chien-mo cast 2 skills within 5 seconds? Could this be related to his talent? Everyone thought it must be some rare talent of his. On Chung Chien-mo's side, he had already reached his destination. Moni sat motionless, holding her golden spear, as he spoke to himself. Finally, he had to face this pair of dogman and woman. When the distance closed enough, the MC's eyes suddenly lit up. Moni had activated and entered a combat state, standing up in a fit of anger. Heresy, I will purge you in the name of the holy light. He didn't hesitate and charged forward to meet him. Humph, someone like you, who has fallen into darkness, dares to speak in the name of the holy light? Heavenly strike landed, disarming Moni and sending his shield flying, his body soaring several feet away. With godly speed, Chung Chien-mo didn't wait for him to land but attacked in midair. By the time Moni's body was battered, he spat out a mouthful of hot blood. The onlookers outside were practically in awe. He's been continuously controlling the boss for 30 seconds. This guy's skills are so smooth, his timing is just perfect. This is something I've never seen before. Looking at the intensity of the illusory rune behind him, it had already reached the level of a full-fledged illusory rune. Illusory rune spheres gathered in a chaotic swirl around Chung Chien-mo. He smirked, inviting them to witness it. The power of this illusory rune, with its dark attribute, is on par with a full-fledged one. With those words, he swung his hand and hurled all of the runes toward Moni, unleashing a series of crushing, fatal attacks that exploded in continuous damage. Chung Chien-mo leapt back, avoiding the aftereffects of his own skill. As soon as Moni collapsed, another woman appeared from behind the door. My M has fallen. You will pay for this with your blood. A surge of energy like a shockwave enveloped Chung Chien-mo's body. A notification popped up, you have entered the forced immobilization state, which will automatically after 60 seconds. He gritted his teeth, bracing himself. This was the hardest part of the monastery edge, and the very reason there were 2 bosses. The so-called 2 bosses didn't mean a consecutive fight against 2 opponents. She raised her pitch-black staff, summoning the resurrection spell. My love Wyman had used the resurrection spell. After Moni fell, the storyline would trigger, and Wyman would forcibly resurrect Moni. No matter who it was, in the end, everyone would have to face the combined attacks of 2 level 38 bosses at once. But Fabank appeared from the side, wielding a double-headed hammer and shouting, blood debt must be paid in blood. Today is the day of reckoning. Wyman flinched, panic setting in. How did you get out? He swung a hammer at her head, forcing her to dodge. Chung Chien-mo's body trembled as she watched the resurrection spell being interrupted. Fabank stood opposite her, mocking, didn't expect this, huh? Today will be the day you 2 lovers die. The shame you've caused me for so many years, I will repay 100-fold today. Chung Chien-mo managed a faint smile, the forced immobilization state had 10 seconds left. I can't break the storyline, so let's have that NPC break it for me. Sounds fair, right? Suddenly, she froze, glancing at him in shock. It's you were the one who freed him. I must kill you. Wyman turned around, attacking Chung Chien-mo. But before he could gather energy, Fabank leaped at him. You better not lay a finger on a single hair of my benefactor, or you'll pay with your life. At this moment, the state of coercion had ended. Chung Chien-mo propped himself up, not expecting that the Fabank of this world could be so brutal. It was definitely much stronger than in his past life. Could it be because he had treated his injuries? He grabbed his sword and rushed toward Wyman. It seemed that in the future, he would need to change his way of thinking. He couldn't continue using his previous life's apocalypse mindset to interpret things. It was very clear that, in many situations, optimizing certain processes in this world would yield unexpected benefits. For instance, right now, the leaders from outside were sweating profusely. The freshman who had just entered the secret realm for the first time already knew about this strategy. It was terrifyingly impressive. Lu Junjie, meanwhile, was so excited that he was trembling all over. No wonder he was favored by Principal Ling. Showing off like this, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the national top scorer. At that moment, he showed Jia casually walked out of the secret realm's gate. Was no one coming out yet? Ha, I came first in this entrance exam. In the end, I still beat you. Cheng Qian-mo, what a shameless person, nothing special. 1 hour and 38 minutes successfully passed the tomb area and the library area. Can you do that? However, he showed Jia soon realized something was wrong. Hey, why isn't anyone clapping? I came first, after all. This silence is too much. Suddenly, he turned his head toward the onlookers. His eyes looked as though he had seen a ghost. His eyes widened as if they were about to pop out. Seeing Cheng Qian-mo just finish off the last boss, he leaned back, pointing and stammering, "Why? Why is he in the chapel area?" The stone monument outside clearly displayed Cheng Qian-mo's name and rank, placing him at the top of the entire class. He cleared the blood-colored training level in just 1 hour, 40 minutes, and 58 seconds. As the light column from the monument shone upwards, Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire him. This person was truly a prodigy, and yet he had managed to clear the blood-colored training level at level 25. Remarkable, indeed. Could it be that after so many years, even the heavens couldn't stand seeing Xinyu University fall so low? At this moment, someone brought in a bowl of medicine and called out, "Grandpa, it's time for your medicine." Ling Xiao looked at Ling Ruoxi as she set the bowl down and asked, "Ruoxi, how long do you plan to stay on the Apocalypse continent this time?" She slightly lowered her head. "Well, this time it might be a bit longer, probably more than 10 days, if that's okay?" He took his medicine and casually asked, "My health is fine, you can stay a few more days. But speaking of which, you're not a child anymore. Do you have anyone special in your life?" Ling Ruoxi stiffened for a moment, then forced a smile and said, "No, Grandpa, don't think too much about it." At that instant, Ling Xiao pulled out a file on Cheng Qian-mo. "Well, I have a very good candidate in mind. He's handsome and polite, even more outstanding in terms of strength. How about you two get to know each other?" Ling Ruoxi didn't even glance at it as she quickly ran off. "No need, I've already made up my mind." "Then I'll go ahead." Seeing her dash out and slam the door shut, Ling Xiao let out a quiet sigh of relief. Our Ruoxi has finally grown up, and now she has someone she likes. No wonder she wanted to stay a few more days on the Apocalypse continent. Outside in the courtyard, Ling Ruoxi also sighed with relief. But not long after, Ling Xiao flung open the window and shouted down to the yard, "Even a daughter like you still needs to be cautious on the Apocalypse. There are plenty of bad people there, don't let yourself be deceived." Her lips trembled as she repeated his words. Bad people? Recalling the scene that made her blush, Ling Ruoxi pouted. "Yeah, especially that bastard, he's the worst." TCH, she looked up at the sky, deep in thought. "Humph, you jerk. Did you miss me in the days I wasn't around? If you didn't, I'll make sure you regret it." Meanwhile, at the gate in the secret realm, something strange was happening. Cheng Qian-mo, brushing off the dust from his clothes, stepped out through the gate. The group of supervisors quickly gathered around, praising him endlessly. Everyone wanted to pull Cheng Qian-mo toward the so-called prestigious academy they represented. He showed Jia, who could barely stand, muttered to himself, trembling, "A pervert like Cheng Qian-mo, damn it, did he tell me he was the top scorer? Can we rate him as a national top scorer next time? He's ruining Qi Lu's glory, making me lose face." At this moment, Lei Junjie stepped forward to stop the chaos. Everyone, please calm down. Classmate Cheng Qian-mo, first of all, congratulations, you've made history today. Sure, here is the translation. Surely you know that our school has a total of 4 major academies. With your achievements, of course, you can choose whichever you like. May I ask if you've made your choice yet? Cheng Qian-mo carefully thought about it. He still didn't know how universities in the Blue Star world operated, nor did he know the level of their teaching. It might be better to ask if he could attend a class to get a feel for it. After thinking it through, he scratched his head and smiled innocently. I haven't decided yet. If I could listen to a class from each academy, that would be great. They all vied to express their thoughts, it wasn't an issue. The doors of our War Academy will always be open to welcome you. Our Magic Academy also welcomes classmate Cheng to attend a trial class. The Command Academy is in agreement. The Support Academy is in agreement. In a large building on campus, students from various years were gathering for their lunch break, sitting together at the dining table. Lin Bing, Minister of the Discipline Inspection Department of the Student Union, class of 2953, held a stack of tickets and said to the person opposite her, Ningyu, I spent quite a bit of effort getting 2 tickets to Zhou Tong's concert. Do you have time today? How about going to watch it with me? She sighed inwardly as she looked at him happily. Although Lin Bing wasn't bad in terms of strength and family background, and could be considered a decent guy, his looks weren't really her type. How could she politely turn him down? Just as she was unsure of what to do, Hua Ningyu suddenly noticed a familiar figure behind her. She saw Cheng Qian-mo and immediately recognized him. It was him. Hua Ningyu immediately stood up, said a few words to Lin Bing, and then left. Sorry, I still have something to do, you can go ahead. He thought she was really busy, so he remained casual. It's fine, next time. But in the blink of an eye, he saw Hua Ningyu sitting next to Cheng Qian-mo. He almost bit his tongue. Damn it, what was her relationship with Ningyu? Meanwhile, she calmly brushed her hair, giving off a gentle demeanor. Junior Cheng Qian-mo, we meet again. Cheng Qian-mo, still chewing, asked. Is there something? She immediately found something to talk about. I heard you got the special privilege to attend the school-wide trial, that's impressive. Like most other words, Cheng Qian-mo only murmured in response, then remained silent. Lin Bing, who was behind, was so furious that the veins on his forehead were about to burst. The woman I'm fond of, and you just ignore her like that. The worst part was, Ningyu didn't even show the slightest sign of anger. This was driving me crazy. He rolled up his sleeves, walked up, and stood in front of him, raising his chin. Cheng Qian-mo, right? I've heard of you. Stand up. Don't think that just because you did well in the entrance exam, you can be so arrogant. As a junior, you should behave like one. I'm the Minister of the Discipline Inspection Department of the Student Union, and I have the authority to supervise you. Out of nowhere, Cheng Qian-mo found himself surrounded by 2 gossiping people while eating. He angrily shouted and slammed the table, making the plates rattle. Enough with the chatter. The plate hit Lin Bing right on the head. He stood there dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. He Xiao Jia, who was sitting a distance away, watched the scene unfold while eating, occasionally murmuring in amazement. Wow, this guy is really something. On the first day, he already dares to put food on the head of the minister in charge of discipline. By this time, the rice had fallen, and Lin Bing's face was covered in sauce and leftover pieces of vegetables. He was furious, raising his fist. Kid, are you looking for death? But unfortunately, his hand was a bit too stretched out, and his punch landed weakly. Cheng Qian-mo dodged, causing him to punch straight into the table. The dining table broke into pieces, and Hua Ningyu next to him was showered with a mess of wood splinters and dust. Looking at Lin Bing lying flat on the floor, trembling, Cheng Qian-mo turned away, unconcerned. Sorry, I slipped. He called out angrily, Kid, you just wait. If I don't get revenge for this, my name isn't Lin Bing. The next day, in a large classroom, the lecturer solemnly instructed everyone to turn their books to page 265 to read about the main techniques of the berserker. The lecturer, Gan Yang-hui, level 58, a third-class change powerhouse from the War Academy, wrote on the board. He was fuming inside, grinding his teeth, thinking, what the hell is the dean thinking? How could he arrange for a third-class change powerhouse like me to be evaluated by a freshman? This is infuriating. Gan Yang-hui couldn't hold back anymore and turned sharply to look at Cheng Qianmo's bored expression. What did that look mean? Does he think what I'm teaching is too simple? He flipped through the book and sighed inwardly. His explanation wasn't stupid, but it was outdated and very rigid. Clearly, there were many better technical options, but the teacher insisted that students learn exactly what he taught. Insisting on holding on to the old ways like this is stifling the creativity of the students. Cheng Qianmo decisively closed the book, then stood up abruptly. Then don't waste time here anymore. After all, there are very few people in this world who can actually teach him. Seeing him leave, Gan Yang-hui called out to him, Student Cheng Qianmo, I've been teaching for over 10 years, and you're the first person to leave the class early. May I ask if you have an urgent matter? Even if you do, you should report it first. This is the most basic rule. Didn't anyone teach you that? Cheng Qianmo kept climbing the stairs, as if he hadn't heard anything, leaving the whole class dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Gan Yang-hui grew even more furious. Using his teleportation skill, Gan Yang-hui blocked Cheng Qianmo's way. He glared at him angrily, Today, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Cheng Qianmo just shrugged lightly, If you insist on forcing me to give a reason, I'll give you one sentence. Standing still, blocking the progress of students. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gan Yang-hui was so furious that he trembled, his lips parting but no words coming out. You, a student, just stood up and shouted at me? Cheng Qianmo, we all know your abilities are impressive, but the teacher has eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. What right do you have to say such things? The people around them echoed, That's right, apologize to Teacher Gan. Lin Bing also entered the class, leading two people. Student Cheng Qianmo, our disciplinary inspection team was patrolling as usual and found that you left early without permission, which we suspect is related to insulting a teacher. Currently, I hope you can cooperate with us. Returning to the investigation. 3 people blocked the corner, none of them willing to let Cheng Qianmo leave. Lin Bing silently smirked to himself. Kid, so you're arrogant, huh? You've fallen into my hands today. No matter how much of a genius you think you are, I guarantee you won't walk away with anything sweet. Gan Yang-hui didn't pay any attention, walking past him and casually agreeing. Fine, you guys take him away. The other students, continue listening to my lecture. If anyone dares to break the school rules again, this will be your lesson. He merely chuckled derisively and said with a sneer. Stubborn, no wonder Xinyu University has fallen to this state. Seeing that Cheng Qianmo was about to swagger away, the old man called out loudly. Wait, what do you mean by that? If you have something to say it directly. Cheng Qianmo, sensing the opportunity, frowned and turned back. If you really want to hear the truth, then let me tell you. The lesson you just gave has a lot of mistakes and is far too rigid in many places. If everyone follows your methods, the path they take will only get narrower. Gan Yang-hui was trembling with anger. All right then, if you have the ability, refute my points in front of everyone. If you can actually come up with 1 or 2 decent arguments, I will leave right now and never pursue teaching again. He was so confident because he thought, I don't believe someone from a vagrant class with no teaching experience like you could find any flaws in my lecture. Cheng Qianmo didn't bother to argue further and walked straight to the podium. All warrior class professions should allocate points based on a strength to physique ratio of 3:1. In practice, if points are allocated this way, the later stages will see more than half of them falling behind. Next, please allow me to explain the data I've deduced right here. With that, he picked up a piece of chalk. The sound of the chalk scraping against the board echoed sharply, particularly clear in the otherwise silent classroom. The students paused for a moment, then exclaimed, "Hey, this seems true. Look at the calculation formula. After surpassing level 50, the benefits of physique will gradually decline due to a reduction in vital force." Others also saw it. According to this formula, compared to the standard values in the textbook, it should be about 3 levels lower. No wonder 3 conclusions can be drawn from this. Chung Chien-mo glanced at Gon Yang-hui at the back. Just a moment ago, Teacher Gon had mentioned that the attack speed attribute should be sacrificed in favor of critical hit, so that damage could be maximized. I have another formula that can refute this viewpoint. A moment later, the green board was covered with white text. Standing at the podium, he concluded, everyone should possess the ability to think independently. What I just said isn't necessarily entirely accurate in terms of so-called practicality. Smiling provocatively, he asked the older teacher, Teacher Gon, do you find anything to disagree with? By this point, Gon Yang-hui had slumped to the ground. How could a first-year student have stronger theoretical knowledge than I do? At that moment, a senior with blonde hair walked in, leading 4 others. We are from the student council, and we've received instructions from the dean. There are suspicions regarding your involvement in the blatant humiliation of the top-ranking freshman this time. Take a trip with us. He was dragged out of the classroom in front of everyone, unwillingly shouting, "No, no." When the class ended, the students began whispering. Have you heard? The minister of the Discipline Inspection Department has offended Chung Chien-mo and was directly dismissed by the school. That's nothing. Just now, Professor Gon Yang-hui voluntarily resigned. Chung Chien-mo is really impressive. He's been making waves across the 4 major colleges. I heard that this incident even reached the principal's ears, and they directly requested to meet with Chung Chien-mo. At this moment, Lei Junjie was leading Chung Chien-mo and complimenting him. Kid, you're really something. You've managed to take down all those old stubborn fools. I think they won't have the face to argue in the school anymore. But don't worry, Principal Ling has wanted to deal with them for a long time. Suddenly, Chung Chien-mo remembered the bold woman and muttered to himself. Principal Ling, the one with the surname Ling. But he quickly reassured himself and stepped forward to push open the door. There are many people with the surname Ling in this world, it couldn't be that coincidental. As he entered and closed the door, Ling Xiao spoke up. Friend, we meet again. Remembering the old man he encountered while walking around the dormitory in the cold area, he widened his eyes. It was him. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and responded to him. I can't deny that my luck isn't bad. Suddenly, he saw the old man channeling his energy, the pressure of a 4th-class change radiating golden light around him. Chung Chien-mo wasn't afraid of anyone. He gathered his skills, creating similar pressure, but the light he emitted was a dark purple. Ling Xiao joyfully praised, the younger generation is truly to be feared. He withdrew his skills, and solemnly said, I have heard about your performance at the 4 major academies. I won't ask how you were able to accomplish all these things, nor will I investigate what you have gone through. I only want to ask you one question. If I were to make you the head of the most special class at Xinyu University, would you dare to accept? He smiled confidently. What's there to be afraid of? The real question is, would you dare to delegate the authority? Having received the answer, he moved on to discuss the conditions. All right, if I have chosen you and entrusted you with such a prestigious position, then so be it. Moreover, I naturally won't let you help without compensation. The two sat down. Ling Xiao continued, Tell me, what do you require? As long as it's not too unreasonable, I will do my best to help you achieve it. Chung Chien-mo gently rubbed his chin, pondering, I need a few high-quality intermediate herbal diagrams. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be curious, is that all? Very well, you're not arrogant, not impatient, and certainly not greedy. Fine then, the items you need are all within the diagram repository. You'll need contribution points to exchange for them. I will directly approve 100,000 contribution points for you. If you need anything, you can go and exchange it yourself. Suddenly, his phone in his pocket rang. Cheng Qianmo opened his phone and was slightly surprised when he saw that Huang Tian was calling. So it was him. Ling Xiao casually said, "It's fine, go ahead and answer." So he turned on the speaker and put it to his ear. "Hello, old Mo, long time no see. What have you been up to lately? Do you miss me? By the way, the reason I'm calling today is to share two pieces of good news with you. Which one do you want to hear first?" Cheng Qianmo and Ling Xiao exchanged a glance, both breaking into a cold sweat. "Hello, why aren't you saying anything?" Huang Tian continued talking while walking. "Come on, I know you're listening. Never mind, I'll just tell you everything. The first good news is, I've been promoted to level 30. The second piece of good news is that my awakening mission requires a team, and you're the one I want. How's that for a surprise? Pretty shocking, right? I didn't even consider any other level 30s, I just thought of you right away. How's that for sincerity? Our relationship is good enough, so you wouldn't refuse, would you?" Cheng Qianmo couldn't help but feel confused. "A college student from Lantian like you, why not look for someone from your own school? Doesn't that seem a bit strange?" He was immediately interrupted. "I can look for whoever I want. What does it have to do with anyone else?" Cheng Qianmo sighed. "Alright, if you're not afraid, then fine. Send me the address later." After turning off the machine, Ling Xiao finally spoke up, complimenting, "I didn't expect your circle of connections to be so broad. But inviting a level 25 student for assistance, I think only this person in the entire nation could do it. How confident are you?" He gave the man a confident, bright smile, a perfect 10. Standing in front of the Blueprint Museum, Cheng Qianmo started calculating. Before heading to Lantian University, he planned to splurge a little and, conveniently, pick out a blueprint suitable for his level 4 transformation position. The guide there, upon seeing him, immediately pointed, "Student, please insert your student card into the slot over here." As soon as the card was inserted, an announcement sounded. Cheng Qianmo's card number was 500.1, with a contribution point balance of, current transformation 100,000, which allowed access to all areas. The guide was stunned. 100,000 contribution points? The people waiting behind shouted in disbelief, "Someone, slap me so I know I'm not dreaming. He's been at the school only a few days, and he already has 100,000 contribution points. Is he even human? Damn it, I spent an entire year last year and barely earned 8,000. This is infuriating." On the third floor of the Blueprint Museum, Cheng Qianmo entered alone. It turned out this was how the museum worked. These blueprints were exclusively provided as exhibits. That said, Xinyu University's wealth was indeed impressive. Who would have thought they had so many reserve collections like this? He skimmed through the manuscript. Spirit freeze potion, lava fireball. Anything under 1,000 points he skipped over. Looked like there wasn't anything worthwhile outside, just the lowest grade blueprints. Better go inside and take a look. Glancing at several perfect grade blueprints: forest barrier against death, sacrificial mark dealing fire damage, magic potion boosting damage, Cheng Qianmo marveled, not bad, starting from here everything is at least perfect grade. Still, since there was only one level 4 transformation blueprint, he had to go through everything carefully. What if there was something even higher? A moment later, he stopped before the last section and shouted, "And in the intermediate herbalism section, there are actually 4 epic grade blueprints, including Demon Blood Potion, restoring 100 mana per second, lasting 1 hour, Invincible Elixir of Limited Supply, boosting all spell damage by 35, lasting 1 hour, Purification Potion, cleansing all minor abnormal statuses, lasting 1 hour, and Ancestor's Potion, increasing all attributes by 8, lasting 1 hour." Grinning with delight, he continued, "Worth every bit of restraint. Then I'll take the purification power. Too many late game bosses spam those annoying buffs. If the potion's transformation effect works well, it might just give me the surprise I need." Having made his choice, he immediately issued the command. "System, I want to transform into purification power." The system promptly chimed in, "Congratulations, host. Transformation complete. You have successfully acquired a new passive ability, Purification Power. The passive purification force, the entire host's body will generate a type of cyclical bug that can eliminate all primary abnormal states. The duration is 5 seconds, triggering a 3-minute cycle." The system notification continued to ring. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring the passive ability, Purifying Power. The host's body generates a cyclical bug that can remove unfavorable states, lasting for 5 seconds and triggering a 3-minute cycle. Chen Qianmo felt elated. This cyclical bug was incredibly strong. At least before reaching the mid-stage, he could eliminate most of the terrifying monsters. Now, it was time to check the results of Huang Tian's progress during this period. At the entrance of Lantian University, the number of students passing by was far greater than that of Xinyu University. Seeing an incoming call, Cheng Qianmo, with his face covered, turned on his phone to answer. "Hello, is this old Imo? Have you arrived? You can just wander around the campus, I'll come find you as soon as I'm done with my classes." With that, Huang Tian hung up. Cheng Qianmo couldn't help but laugh. This brat, who else would invite help like him? I didn't even accept a single cent from him, and now he can't even bother to welcome me. Another voice from the crowd in the distance caught his attention. "I, Zhao Dabao, am standing on the stage today. I've already fought 11 matches, and no one has been able to defeat me. But if anyone can defeat me, all the prize money here will go to them." Zhao Dabao is a 4th-year student at Lantian University, part of the 30th graduating class, and an expert in ammunition. Cheng Qianmo took off his hood and thought to himself, Lantian University truly lives up to its reputation as a top-tier national institution. It's even publicly encouraging students to fight each other. Only this way can everyone's strength improve quickly. Another person standing under the stage sneered, "Zhao Dabao, aren't you ashamed? You're bullying juniors for money. What tricks do you have? Speak up and let's hear." Zhao Dabao, irritated by the comment, snapped, "Lu Xinghuai, don't slander me. I'm here openly challenging anyone. The rules are clearly written, so how is this cheating for money? If you think you can play, then put up 4 million blue star currency first. If you win, all the rewards will be yours." He pulled out a gold card and smirked, "4 million isn't enough. This card has 6 million blue star currency. Do you dare not accept it?" Zhao Dabao's face paled slightly, thinking to himself, "The reason I opened this duel arena was to earn a fee, to recruit helpers for awakening tasks. If I win this match, I'll have enough to perform a second-class advancement." But he gritted his teeth and agreed, "I accept. Please, come up to the arena." The students below were whispering among themselves. Lu Xinghuai was relying on his advantage as a sole weapon profession to bully others without restraint. This fight was likely due to some old grudge. Although not many people were betting on Zhao Dabao to win, no one was really supporting Lu Xinghuai either. Cheng Qianmo smiled with squinted eyes, intrigued by the unexpected drama unfolding before him. It was a rare occasion when he had a free afternoon, and he might as well take the opportunity to observe the educational standards at Lantian University. The moment the match began, Zhao Dabao fired a barrage of long-range shots. Lu Xinghuai dodged while using his sword to deflect some of the incoming projectiles. He gritted his teeth, struggling to block the shots. "Oh my, did this guy take some kind of drug today? Why is he so strong? I can barely keep up now." No, losing money was one thing, but losing face was another. He had to give him a surprise. Lu Xinghuai was determined not to embarrass himself, and his hand, hidden behind him, was preparing something. Chen Qianmo noticed the movement and immediately understood that Lu Xinghuai was about to resort to underhanded tactics since he could see that defeat was imminent. But Zhao Dabao didn't expect it and was shocked when he saw the grenade metallic and deadly, with a damage range of 600 to 700 points and a stun effect of 3 seconds being thrown in his direction. "You're actually using props in the arena, Lu Xinghuai, you shameless bastard. In an instant, the grenade exploded, flames erupting in front of him. When the smoke cleared, Zhao Debao was lying unconscious on the ground, and Lu Xinghuai sneered. So, what does a metal grenade taste like? Unaware of his own disgrace, he continued to boast, I'll take the 4 million first. The rest, I'll come by tomorrow to collect. And from now on, I'm the host of this arena. The rules stay the same, only those with guts can keep playing. Cheng Qianmo chuckled, turned, and walked away. Lu Xinghuai, realizing his mistake, shouted at him, trying to stop him. Hey, you in the gray clothes, stop right there. What are you laughing at? Cheng Qianmo's eyes were cold as he glanced at him. Are you sure you're calling me? Lu Xinghuai raised his chin, looking smug. Who else would I be calling? Our Lantian University isn't a place where any stray cat or dog can just walk in. And what was that look you gave me just now? You seem to be looking down on us Lantian University students. Cheng Qianmo narrowed his eyes and glared at him. I may not be a student of Lantian University, but isn't today an open day? And who do you think you are? You think I need your permission to laugh? Hearing Cheng Qianmo's disdain, Lu Xinghuai became even more furious. You're just an outsider, and yet you're speaking so arrogantly. Right now, I'm still up on the competition stage. Do you dare to come up? Before Lu Xinghuai could finish his words, Cheng Qianmo had already jumped onto the stage. The current prize money is 12 million, right? He took out both his property deed and his personal card. I've got 6 million blue star currency here, plus a 20 million yuan property in the capital. Do you accept it? All the Lantian University students were stunned, seeing that Cheng Qianmo was only a level 25 vagrant class, yet he was offering a fortune and seemed to be treating this like charity. They all looked down on him. Greedy as ever, Lu Xinghuai's face lit up. Alright, if you're up here to give me money, then I'll take it. Today, I'll let you off. Just waiting for that word of acknowledgement, Cheng Qianmo's figure vanished without a trace, leaving him to wonder, where did he go? Only a second later, Cheng Qianmo reappeared as swift as lightning, landing a straight punch into Lu Xinghuai's stomach. What do you need a sword for? When your mouth is already spitting black blood? Even with the naked ear, one could clearly hear the sound of 4 or 5 ribs shattering. As he collapsed to the ground, Lu Xinghuai's pupils contracted in fear, trembling as he asked himself, what just happened? Elsewhere in the academy, someone suddenly rushed in. Professor Lu, something terrible has happened, please hurry to the arena. Lu Guangyuan, professor of Lantian University and a level 57, third-turn powerhouse, was reading when he snapped irritably, what's with all the shouting? Do you have no sense of propriety? The man, even more flustered, blurted out an urgent report. Professor Lu, your son just entered a duel in the arena. Right now, he's been gravely injured. Please come quickly to see for yourself. If you're any later, it might be too late. At those words, he shot to his feet. What? Who has the audacity to lay hands on my son? On the stage, only one man remained standing, while the students clamored in shock. Who in the world is this guy? He killed Lu Xinghuai in just one move. He's way too strong, I couldn't even catch the moment he struck. Cheng Qianmo stood there calmly before the trembling body of Lu Xinghuai, demanding repayment. Hand over the money. Stiffening his neck, the man swallowed down the salty taste in his mouth, stammering, that. Could you give me a few more days? Cheng Qianmo drove his foot into the chest of the bully who preyed on the weak. What? Don't tell me you're planning to skip out on your debt? He hurriedly explained, I'll pay, I'm definitely going to pay, but I have to wait for my father to arrive. He's a professor at Lantian University. Cheng Qianmo raised an eyebrow in disdain. Oh, a professor from Lantian University? That's pretty impressive, isn't it? As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd below started shouting wildly again, who do you think you are, insulting our professor? Lantian University isn't some place you can just walk in and out of. Even if you're here to help them, who knows? You think you're the best on this server, yet they're still kicking you out. Despite this, Chung Chien-mo calmly addressed them, "What's going on? You're too proud to back down?" The arena is still open, and the rules haven't changed. Who dares to step up? Everyone fell silent. Right now, there's a total of 38 million blue star currency in the pot. Who here can even afford that? Chang Chien-mo then gave them a choice. It's fine. If you can't afford it, I'll lower the stakes a bit. Just 3 million for a single round. If you win, all the prize money will be yours. As soon as he finished speaking, someone jumped up onto the stage. Aiki Gong Fei, will bet 3 million for a chance to challenge you. The students were all excited. Look, that's Senior Gong. He's an outstanding student from the graduating class. His strength is incredible, it's really him. Looks like we're saved. But before even a second had passed, he let out a scream. Kicked straight off the ring by Chung Chien-mo, he casually yawned and said to them, "Continue, the current prize money is 41 million blue star currency. The person called has arrived." "What are you doing, being so rude? Which school are you from to act like this?" The students all jolted in shock. "Look, Professor Liu is here. This is going to be interesting. It won't be easy to deal with his son." Lu Xinghuai's son was lying on the edge of the ring, half-conscious, glancing around. The father, worried about his son, growled angrily, "You've got some nerve, going this far with my son. Let him go now." Chung Chien-mo kept his foot on the man's chest and smiled. "Are you joking? Your son still owes me money." His face full of arrogance, he laid out his condition. "You give me the money, and I'll release him." The father broke into a cold sweat, clearly flustered as he replied, "How much does he owe?" "I'll pay it." Cheng Chien-mo raised 2 fingers casually and said, "As per the rules of the ring, he still owes me 26 million blue star currency." Lu Guangyuan trembled, his eyes wide in disbelief. 26 million? This worthless piece of trash lost that much money? This is the total savings of all my years. But he gritted his teeth and pulled out a pen from his pocket, signing the agreement. He decisively threw the signed document to Chung Chien-mo. Lu Guangyuan growled, "Here's the money, now let him go." Chung Chien-mo waved the document in his hand with a satisfied expression. He kicked Lu Xinghuai, sending him flying down from above, to the shock of the man's father. As the elder caught his son, he saw Lu Xinghuai's mouth covered in blood, who weakly muttered, "Father, you must avenge me." No sooner had the words left his lips than he collapsed unconscious, leaving Lu Guangyuan's face drained of color. "Take my son away." His expression darkened, his hand clenched tightly as he calmly asked, "Which school do you belong to? Coming here today to Lan Tian University, are you here as a reserve student?" Cheng Chien-mo acted as though he hadn't heard a word, brushing past him. Enraged, Lu Guangyuan roared, "You insolent brat, I'm speaking to you. Can't you hear me? Are you deaf?" He turned back with a look of indifference, mocking, "Your mouth spews nothing but filth. Do you even have a brain?" Lu Guangyuan's fury reached its peak as he rushed forward to punch him. Cheng Chien-mo stood still, smiling as he taunted, "Do you dare strike me?" Below, the students began to show their indignation on Lu Guangyuan's behalf. How hateful! Professor Liu is more than 20 levels above this guy. If he lays a hand on him, it'll be judged as murder. Another student spoke up, "Our Lan Tian University has been humiliated like this. Does no one have the power to deal with him?" Look there, Senior Huang Tian has arrived. As Huang Tian approached, he thought to himself, "This old emo really is popular. No matter where he goes, there's always a crowd around him." The students quickly surrounded him, flattering eagerly, "Please, stand up for us. This guy has just injured 7 of our schoolmates in a row. His arrogance knows no bounds." Another student chimed in, "He even beat Professor Liu's son severely, took 26 million from Professor Liu too. You have to take charge for us." Huang Tian was also sweating profusely, sighing, "Old Mo is really impressive. I've only just arrived, and he's already caused a ruckus at our Lan Tian school, shaking it to its very foundations." He scratched his head and explained, "Is there some misunderstanding here? This classmate is a distinguished guest I specially invited. Enemies should be resolved, not linked. Just let this matter go as a favor to me." Lu Guangyuan looked bitter, "Damn it. And this guy was invited by Huang Tian? I thought maybe he could help me vent some frustration, but it looks like I'm not going to get anything from this." He turned to leave, his voice cold. "I won't let this slide so easily. We'll meet again." Huang Tian looked dejected as he walked over to Cheng Qian. "Mo, old Mo, you've really put me in a tough spot today. Let's go, I'll take you to the secondary examination classroom." Mo angrily tapped Huang Tian on the head, then said without shame, "I put you in a tough spot? Do you really not know who's at fault here? You just laugh it off when you're the one who's hurt." The students nearby began discussing, did Senior Huang just say where they're going? The secondary examination classroom? Is this 25th level vagrant class a special aid to Senior Huang Tian? In front of the conference room of Lan Tian School, Principal Fei Yingguang held a list in his hand, glancing at it as he spoke. "The list of assistants for this ritual promotion ceremony is now available. Does anyone have any questions?" Lu Guangyuan hastily spoke up, "Principal Fei, I feel there might be something troubling about student Huang Tian. Otherwise, how could he possibly invite an assistant at level 25? With his talent and potential, isn't this just reckless? I suggest a thorough investigation into this assistant and temporarily suspend Huang Tian's test today to protect the future star of our school." He felt smug inside. He hadn't known who had harmed his son earlier, but it turned out to be Cheng Qian Mo. As long as they stopped Cheng Qian Mo from participating in the exam today, he could later spend money to find someone to deal with him. Wang Kaifu immediately countered, "Professor Lu, I have a different opinion. When I went to recruit students, I visited Jiangcheng Academy, so I witnessed Cheng Qian Mo's abilities firsthand. He is an extraordinary talent and should not be judged solely based on his level or profession." Lu Guangyuan quickly responded, "How extraordinary? Extraordinary enough to become a level 25 assistant in a secret realm second-tier promotion? That's truly the biggest joke in the world. Department Head Wang, you shouldn't be playing with the future prospects of our school's rising star." Fei Yingguang gently intervened, "In principle, I respect the choices made by the students themselves. However, if Professor Lu and Director Wang continue to argue endlessly, why not settle it with a bet? The loser will be responsible for their words and actions." Lu Guangyuan smiled smugly, "Is there such a good thing? Cheng Qian Mo is definitely not going to complete the awakening mission. At that point, not only will I be able to eliminate the thorn in my side, Wang Kaifu, but I can also take revenge for my son. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." He happily agreed immediately, "All right, I accept the bet." Wang Kaifu was not to be outdone. "If that's the case, I also accept the bet. Now, let's turn on the big screen, the second phase exam is about to begin." In front of the door to the underground labyrinth, Huang Tian said to Cheng Qian Mo, "Old Mo, this time's secret realm is the Otomat underground palace, full of earth element monsters. The awakening mission is to find an item called the Norgan circular disc." Cheng Qian Mo asked suspiciously, "So, as long as I get this thing, the task is considered completed? We don't need to go through the whole secret realm to pass the test, right?" Huang Tian confidently replied from behind, "I'm absolutely sure. As long as you get the item, it counts as a success." Cheng Qian Mo turned to Huang Tian and whispered, "In that case, I have a brilliant idea." He was stunned after hearing it and asked again, "Are you sure there's no problem with this? Today is my second phase assessment, don't mess with me, don't use me as a guinea pig." Cheng Qian Mo confidently pushed open the door to the secret realm. "When have I ever tricked you? Remember, don't stay too close or too far from me, always maintain a distance of about 15 meters." In front of them was a pitch-black cave. Countless monsters were rushing toward them, followed by the silhouette of Huang Tian. Chang Qianmo didn't realize when he had already jumped to the side of a monster. Immediately, the level 34 elite boss Lugo screamed. Intruder detected, eliminate them. Huang Tian cursed inwardly, damn it, every time I go with old Mo, we always end up doing these heart-stopping stunts. I don't even know if following his method will work. Outside, the department heads were discussing. To pull so many monsters at once, yet Huang Tian was still behind the person in front. Could it really be Chang Qianmo? Isn't this reckless? Who would underestimate a second awakening test like this? The ancient tomb was a level 35 dungeon, after all. Lu Guanyuan gestured and said, "This is exactly why we can't trust students from outside the academy. Maybe he's a spy sent by Zhang Xinyu to cause trouble for us. Once this is over, we must capture him and demand an explanation from Zhang Xinyu." Wan Kaifu silently reassured himself, "You guys must try your best, don't let me down." Fei Yingguang also quietly calculated, hoping that old man wasn't deceiving him and would show some real skill. Inside the dungeon, Chang Qianmo turned and shouted loudly, "Huang Tian, now's the time." After luring the monsters, he immediately took a different direction, then used the skill of the specter cloak to conceal himself, escaping from the group of monsters. After losing track of him, the monsters stood there, dumbfounded. Huang Tian, hiding behind a rock, couldn't help but admire Chang Qianmo. Huang Tian smiled and complimented, "As expected of you, a trick like that, and you could come up with it. The skill to control hatred to such an extreme degree really opens my eyes." Outside, the department heads were also stunned. How did he manage to do that? How could he suddenly vanish? Wait, clearly Huang Tian had been following him the whole time. Why didn't he become the second target after Chang Qianmo disappeared? Fei Yingguang, witnessing this scene, stood up excitedly, amazing. He continued analyzing, this is a very clever use of the hate mechanism. Classmate Chang Qianmo, by leading the monsters ahead, attracted all their hatred, while Huang Tian followed closely behind, maintaining the largest safe distance and not engaging in the fight. When the timing was right, Chang Qianmo instantly concealed his figure, and Huang Tian, who had clear vision, was able to completely sever the monster's hatred. Truly, a young hero in the making. The coordination between these two is truly exquisite. After avoiding the monsters, Huang Tian and Chang Qianmo chatted with each other. "Old Mo, I think I'm starting to understand your thinking now. Because my task only requires me to get the boss's disc. Finally, if the small monster and the boss in front of me can be ignored, then so be it. However, doing so would significantly reduce the difficulty of my second phase test." Chang Qianmo put his hands in his pockets and said, "That's right. However, the boss behind can't be easily ignored, because it will drop a key item. Earlier, when you took the Awakening Guidance course, you must know where the old third is, right?" Huang Tian pointed through the door and answered, "Isn't it over there? The old third should be behind the stone door opposite, right?" "Irona's, elite boss level 35, 16,000 health points," Chang Qianmo said with a bored expression, then casually asked, "You're pretty confident, aren't you?" I asked him, "Are you planning to open the door and fight the boss directly?" Huang Tian replied, "Huh? Yeah, why else?" Chang Qianmo placed his hand on his shoulder, seemingly preparing to whisper something to him. Huang Tian, looking confused, asked, "Is this for real? Can it really be like that? Damn it, when I took the Awakening Guidance course, why didn't the teacher ever mention this?" The other instructors outside seemed a bit frustrated that they couldn't hear anything. Another person spoke up, "No, this can't be encouraged. The school must introduce a new rule stating that whispering during the second phase test in a dungeon is prohibited." Immediately, one of the instructors stood up and called everyone's attention to the screen. "Hey, look at Huang Tian. What's he doing? Isn't this part of the dungeon layout?" After Huang Tian finished speaking, the mechanism was activated. Below it, a golden staff emerged, with a white orb attached to the top. Light streamed through a pink hole in the ceiling of the maze, shining onto the orb on the staff. The light from the orb projected onto an inner circle on the wall. Instantly, the level 35 elite boss Ironas appeared. Health points, 16,000. No one can break the sacred seal of the creator. You will pay the price. The department heads were in disbelief. Such a way to open the door. I've studied Odomant for many years, but I've never seen such a bizarre method to unlock a door. One of them spoke up, praising Huang Tian, so the small architectural group in front of the door actually concealed a hidden mechanism. Huang Tian truly lives up to being the unparalleled genius of our Lan Tian Academy. It seems he has a great chance of clearing this challenge. Huang Tian chuckled, so it really works. Cheng Qianmo spoke up, giving him a glance, this battle is yours, I'll only assist you a little. Today is a good opportunity to test your current level, so don't slack off. Huang Tian confidently responded, got it, keep your eyes wide open and watch how this master handles it. With that, he charged forward, unleashing a continuous combo. Ghost Swordsmanship, Cross Sword, Slicing Backward. Ghost Swordsmanship, Fierce Wave Slash. The department heads outside were all excited, truly a genius in swordsmanship, the best our academy has ever seen. This combo is really impressive, of course. If the students in my class had half the skill of Huang Tian, I'd be secretly smiling to myself. Cheng Qianmo stood to the side, analyzing. Just now, when he used Ghost Swordsmanship twice, he was 1 second slower. Then the combo that followed needed a bit of refinement. He continued his analysis, finally, don't end with Fierce Wave Slash. Use Little Iceberg first, take advantage of the stun time, then finish with Blade Drawing Slash. Isn't the damage from Blade Drawing Slash lower than Fierce Wave Slash? The heads of the departments, sitting outside, were furious. Who does he think he is, telling our soul sword genius what to do? And ending with Blade Drawing Slash? I think Fierce Wave Slash is perfectly fine. A small fry like him probably has no idea what soul sword even is. They all continued to curse him. Huang Tian thought about Cheng Qianmo's words, Blade Drawing Slash, huh? Cheng Qianmo's voice yelled from behind, don't get distracted. Just a moment of carelessness, and Huang Tian would have taken a punch from the boss. Seeing it use the title Shock Soul Charm, Huang Tian immediately heard him say, quick, strike now. Huang Tian began to use the combo as Cheng Qianmo had advised, Ghost Swordsmanship, Cross Sword Slashing Backward, Ghost Swordsmanship, Little Iceberg, Blade Drawing Slash. The department heads were astonished. The damage had surpassed 20%. He was so familiar with the soul sword combo, maybe someone at home was teaching him. Some agreed, but others still had doubts. Perhaps it's all just theory, real-world experience might not measure up. Wang Kaifu stood up and spoke clearly, I fear you don't realize, let me remind you. Classmate Cheng Qianmo was the top scorer in the college entrance exam for Yanbei province, and also the first student from Nation H to be rated with the potential to reach the SSS level. Another person pointed at the screen, look at that, what's going on here again? With a final strike, Huang Tian's sword pierced through Irona's, reducing its HP to 0. It angrily said, despicable humans, I refuse to accept this. Why does it have the aura of a titan? The heads of the departments joyfully praised, so it really does have a special effect. Classmate Huang Tian has made a great contribution. When the exam ends, we must definitely implement small-scale sand tables, this will reduce the difficulty for future participants. Fei Yingguan thought deeply, this is getting interesting. Huang Tian turned to Cheng Qianmo and said, Old Mo, you're amazing. Not only did you improve the sword-soul combo, but you also managed to find such a clever mechanism. I just leaned against the wall and relaxed. Alright, let's grab the items, we should head to the next area. In Huang Tian's hand was the fragment of the key, the broken piece of the final boss's large door key. The two continued deeper into the maze, where they could already see the monsters covering the walls, their red eyes staring down at them. They exchanged words, noticing that the path here was narrower than the stone corridors from before. We can only clear the monsters here. Huang Tian volunteered to charge forward. When it comes to that, I can't compare to you. I'm in charge of aggroing the monsters. Just make sure your movements are faster, don't let me get killed. A moment later, Huang Tian returned with a swarm of black bats. Old Mo left it to you. Chung Qian Mo quickly raised his staff and conjured a void orb. The moment Huang Tian arrived at his side, he threw the swirling orb right through the swarm of bats. Huang Tian dropped to the ground, panting heavily. When it comes to pure damage, we still have to rely on old Mo. A department head stood up and said, "Do you think Chung Qian Mo can be convinced to transfer schools? A talent like him, staying at Divine Realm Academy is really a waste." Wang Kaifu closed his eyes and sighed. You all don't know, at the start, I was the one who personally represented the school to extend the invitation. I don't know why, but in the end, he chose to attend Divine Realm, a school ranked far behind. If he made the decision on his own, I don't think there's any chance of him transferring now. After walking a bit further, 3 monsters stood waiting ahead, one holding an axe, and 2 with swords, standing in battle stance. The Fire Mace Gagarin was a level 36 black steel dwarf, with 18,000 health points. Chung Qian Mo glanced back slightly and asked, "You're familiar with the skills of Fire Mace Gagarin, right?" Huang Tian confidently replied, "Of course, that bug activation skill that instantly boosts fire damage and the big group fire damage ultimate, the supernova, those are some seriously nasty skills." Chung Qian Mo nodded lightly, stepped forward, and casually treated it as a test of the right moment for him to strike. "Soon, I'll tank the boss's damage, and you support with the damage output, make sure to dodge every fire burst," he said. One of the 3 bosses, a monster with 2 fiery wings, raised them high. This place was the kingdom of the dwarves, where no foreign race was allowed to invade. Cheng Chen Mo and Huang Tian had entered a state of taking an additional 150 points of fire attribute damage. After Chung Qian Mo activated his passive purification skill, he cleared that status effect and charged forward with his spear. The boss monster panicked. How is this possible? Cheng Qian Mo unleashed a series of combos, his martial arts flowing like a rain of celestial arrows, striking hard. Continuous critical hits followed. Huang Tian, while fighting another boss on his own, turned inside. Old Mo was still as ruthless as ever. Even this mage's combat skills are being exploited by him to the fullest. I almost feel some sympathy for the Gagarin Fire Mace now. Cheng Qian Mo, from behind, kept guiding Huang Tian, helping him handle the 3 monsters effortlessly. Suddenly, he spoke up, "Want me to teach you a move that's even more advanced? Want to learn?" Huang Tian gave him a sidelong glance and panted heavily. "I'm tanking the boss while also having to talk to you. Instead of just telling me directly, you're trying to bait me. You must be a demon, right? Stop being vague, just tell me." Seeing this, Chung Qian Mo responded directly, "Actually, there's a bug that increases the fire damage of the Gagarin Fire Mace, and it's traceable. If your reactions are fast enough, you can dodge it. Pay attention to the moment when he raises his hand and see if there are any distinctive features." Huang Tian suddenly fell into deep thought. The moment he raises his hand? Gagarin slightly narrowed his eyes as he watched them, his right hand twitching ever so slightly. Huang Tian continued to endure Gagarin's attacks, and a notification immediately rang out, "Fire damage increase, you have entered the 5th level of fire damage increase. Fire attribute damage you receive is increased by 750 points." He panted heavily and lowered his sword. "I saw it." Before he raises his hand, his right hand pulls back slightly. Cheng Qian Mo laughed softly. "Correct, at the moment he retracts it, if you use the Fierce Wave Slash, you can block his attack. The window for this counter is only 0.1 seconds. On the other side, Gagarin continued to raise his hand, prompting Huang Tian to mutter, "Here it comes again." In that instant, Huang Tian swung his sword and unleashed the Fierce Wave Slash. However, it failed, and he was hit with the 6th level of fire damage increase. The fire attribute damage he received was raised by 900 points. Huang Tian swore loudly, "Damn it, is this something a human can even pull off?" Chung Qian Mo barked, "Don't get distracted, keep practicing." Huang Tian kept swinging his sword, first 0.5 seconds too slow, then 0.2 seconds too slow. Cheng Qianmo's voice echoed behind him, "What are you doing? You're fast again. Remember the feeling from before, don't be too tense. Slow down just a little next time." Outside, the professor shouted angrily, "This is outrageous, truly absurd. No matter how strong he is, he still can't take our genius for a fool, right? Even if he's right, can he really strike with just a 0.1 second reaction time?" Huang Tian had fallen into the M threshold of the fire damage boost, and the fire attribute damage he received increased by 15 points. He knelt on one knee, having to lean on his sword to stabilize his body. Cheng Qianmo, who was behind him, snorted and reminded, "Huang Tian, this is your last chance. Don't say I didn't warn you about the bug status you're in right now. Even if Gagarin uses one move, he could instantly kill you." Huang Tian's face, which had been pale from exhaustion, immediately filled with the will to survive. Before the fiery circle Gagarin shot out, he leaped forward and slashed. "Damn it, take a hit from me." He struck down with a life-risking blow, and the fiery circle was shattered. The system chimed with a new notification: "You are currently in the invincible state of Fierce Wave Slash, and the fire damage boost cannot take effect." Huang Tian let out a joyful laugh, but Cheng Qianmo looked at him with frustration. "What's with the old, blind reaction? It took you this many tries to succeed, keep it up. Only after you manage 10 consecutive successful attempts will I help you." Huang Tian jumped in surprise, "Old Mo, you're such a villain." A moment later, the fire damage boost notification kept appearing. Cheng Qianmo smiled and praised internally, "Not bad, it's rare to have such a good opportunity for training. This old Huan finally mastered this ultimate skill." He gently turned the tip of his spear and moved forward. "Now it's my turn." Phantom Mark launched a purple sphere towards Gagarin like a nuclear missile, exploding with a loud bang right in front of Huang Tian. As soon as the move ended, the man lay sprawled on the ground, his soul long gone. Cheng Qianmo chuckled and asked, "How do you feel?" Huang Tian raised his sword and said, "Very satisfying. I didn't expect I could be this powerful. Though not as overpowered as you, crushing someone at the same level is definitely within my ability." The instructors believed this person had created a miracle by helping Huang Tian break through his own limits, and they absolutely had to keep him at all costs. Otherwise, he would become the most dangerous enemy not only for the school but for the entire nation. Cheng Qianmo and Huang Tian each held a shard that was the key to the door. He spoke. "The final boss is right ahead, Azada's room. Let's begin." At that moment, both placed their shards into the indents on the door, immediately activating the mechanism, causing the door to open. Upon seeing the boss, Cheng Qianmo asked Huang Tian, "You must be very familiar with the process for facing the final boss, right?" Huang Tian nodded and replied, "Yeah, the main challenge of this battle is to kill the boss while also dealing with a lot of small monsters. As you mentioned, every 10 seconds, the boss will activate 5 statues to join the fight. When its health drops below 50%, all the stone statues will come to life. According to standard procedure, we should divide our tasks. One of us focuses on the boss, while the other handles the smaller monsters." Cheng Qianmo had an idea and said, "Well, I have an even more exciting plan now, do you want to hear it?" Huang Tian suddenly became curious. "What plan?" After listening intently, he exclaimed in shock, "You mean forcefully kill? Just those 2 words, and that's it? Bro, where's your combat strategy? This is a level 38 boss we're talking about. You think just those 2 words will solve it?" Cheng Qianmo smiled mockingly. "What strategy do you need for a forced kill? As long as we kill fast enough and control the damage rhythm, this boss is really easy." Huang Tian stroked his chin and repeated his words, "Kill fast, control the damage rhythm at 50% of its health, then awaken." He laughed and responded, "I almost get what you're saying now. It's pretty bold, but worth a try." Cheng Qianmo confidently struck a pose and said, "All right, then let's start preparing." He equipped his weapon with a set of skills: Blade Soul, Ring-Breaking Soldier Sword, Blessing of the Holy Paladin, Mobile Fortress, Burning Battle Soul, and Blessing of the Little Fairy. All the instructors were stunned when they saw this. It was only today that I truly understood the real power of the Vagrant class and All-Purpose class when fully bugged and supported by pets. Its strength was like adding another person to the team. However, the Vagrant class was very rare, and few people had reached the level of Cheng Qian Mo, which was why it caused such a big stir. When he summoned a large group of subordinates to back him up, Wang Tian stood there, stunned. He spoke up, "Start now, I'll focus all my efforts on stacking damage vulnerabilities on the boss. You focus on dealing damage, but be careful of its wide area attacks." Azada used an electric sealed torpedo, and Cheng Qian Mo's armor-piercing bullets fired in retaliation. The two sides clashed, creating sparks. He grunted and yelled, "Who dares summon Azada? Who dares anger the god of creation?" Azada, the elite boss at level 38, has 22,000 HP and is currently electrified. Each time a stack is accumulated, all damage taken increases by 20%, lasting for 8 seconds. It also has an armor-breaking state, where each stack increases physical damage taken by 10%, lasting for 15 seconds. Cheng Qian Mo ordered his spirits, "You guys, hold the resurrected statue in place." He charged forward, calculating in advance. The only vulnerability in this fight was easily damaged. To quickly take down Azada, they needed to stack as many vulnerability states as possible to ensure enough damage. Other classes couldn't do this, but the Vargand class could. His speed increased instantly as he shot backward. Seeing the HP bar barely move, Wang Tian grew worried. "Old Mo, are we really doing damage? We've only taken down a tenth of its health so far." Cheng Qian Mo reassured him, "Don't be discouraged, the damage will increase soon." With that, Cheng Qian Mo fired a series of phantom marks at Azada. The damage steadily stacked onto its body, but it still couldn't be offset. Huang Tian exclaimed joyfully, "Old Mo, you're amazing. My damage output has literally doubled. You're definitely the top support in Nation H. Don't worry about giving orders, just keep attacking." Azada's eyes flickered with a strange red glow as he raised his clawed hand high. "I summon you in the name of the Creator. Come forth, my slaves." The system notification echoed again, warning that Azada's HP had fallen below 50%, activating all the statues. Outside, the professors sighed repeatedly, clearly seeing that the damage output wasn't enough. Their strategy had been too aggressive. A boss with 22,000 health points wasn't so easy to kill. It would be difficult to continue dividing the workload like they did with the previous bosses. Lu Guangyuan grinned wickedly. "Looks like you guys are acting like I'm about to turn things around." Inside the dungeon, Cheng Qian Mo remained highly alert, focusing on Phantom Mark. Each of his Phantom Mark attacks on Azada triggered critical damage, rapidly draining Azada's HP to 0. As the boss shattered into pieces, Azada's angry shout echoed, "You vile humans, the mighty Titan race will surely punish you." Huang Tian wiped his forehead in sighed in relief, watching the final boss get dealt with. He slumped to the ground and groaned, "As expected of you, always enjoying these heart-stopping moments." Cheng Qian Mo remained indifferent. "Life is so dull, isn't it better to add a little spice?" In the meeting room, the professors sat in stunned silence. Fei Yingguang also lowered his eyes and said coldly, "Zheng Xingyu, it might be about to rise." Fei Yingguang sternly addressed Lu Guangyuan and Wang Kaifu. "If the outcome has been decided, then you two should settle it yourselves." Confused, Lu Guangyuan suddenly fell to his knees. With a pleading look, he said, "Principal, I admit my mistake. It was my wrong assumption earlier. I didn't expect Cheng Qian Mo to be so strong. I am willing to step down and resign from my position." Fei Yingguang simply responded with a soft "oh." "Then, what about the incident that happened on the arena 2 hours ago?" Other lecturers still didn't understand. "Arena? What is the principal talking about?" Fei Yingguang asked again. "Don't you know yet?" I just heard from the students. Lu Guangyuan's face turned pale. How did the conflict between me and Cheng Qianmo spread so quickly to the principal? He immediately kowtowed and begged. Principal, I'm old and only have children late in life, so I temporarily went astray. I have elders above me and young ones below me, please give me a way out. Fei Yingguang's expression turned dark as he said. Well done, Lu Guangyuan. I wondered why you attacked Cheng Qianmo so vehemently today. So it turns out you wanted to use public matters to settle personal grudges. The competition on the arena has always been fair and open. Your son lost money, so he should compensate. Yet you, with your selfish desires, used your position to take revenge on a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Do you even have any conscience left? He firmly told Lu Guangyuan, tomorrow, you take the initiative to submit your resignation. This is the last shred of dignity I'm giving you. Escort him out. Lu Guangyuan was dragged away by two men, yet he kept pleading, Principal, Principal, please spare me. At that moment, the announcement board within the secret realm lit up. Congratulations to Huang Tian for successfully completing the mission of the Second Awakening. You have advanced smoothly to Sword Saint, rewarded with 20 free attribute points. Total time spent in the secret realm, 1 hour 58 minutes 49 seconds. Personal rating, S. You have received 500 million FB and a platinum treasure chest. Cheng Qianmo's system board also chimed in, activating the hidden class trait of Spellbreaker. His personal rating increased, reaching SS. The platinum treasure chest was upgraded to a diamond treasure chest. Cheng Qianmo was overjoyed as he looked at the reward in his hands. At the same moment, he had also risen to level 27. Huang Tian turned to him gleefully, saying, Old Mo, these rewards are ridiculously generous. I didn't just get a platinum treasure chest, I even leveled up 3 times. This is awesome. Cheng Qianmo smiled in satisfaction, reflecting to himself. So the FB points from the Second Awakening secret realm were that high. With the FB he had accumulated earlier, he had directly leveled up twice. It seemed mercenary missions could definitely be worked into his plans. Right then, he opened his status window and began allocating points. With a grin on his face, his hands followed the old rule, all 13 attribute points went straight into strength. This promotion, my battle power has probably broken through 28,000 points, just one step away from 30,000 points. By the way, I also opened the diamond treasure chest I had just received. The system's voice echoed, Congratulations, you have received the perfect level shoulder protection equipment with an extremely rare attribute. I was stunned when I saw the reward along with the item's stats. My expression turned excited as I received the item, and it turned out to be a second-class piece of equipment, not to mention it came with a group control skill. Instantly, I imagined myself luring monsters and using this new skill in combination with the Void Orb or Quantum Bomb. Wouldn't that be perfect? I couldn't help but feel proud and self-satisfied. In the future, all I'd need to do was gather the monsters, drop a net, then unleash a wide area attack, clearing the entire area in one go. Huang Tian laughed and turned to show off, Old Mo, I'm hitting it big this time. I got another high-level equipment. Right, let me see your reward so I can envy you a bit. Seeing the shoulder protector, I immediately gasped and shouted, Your luck is just exploding, and you got a second-class piece of equipment. I remember this is your second one, right? I've successfully reached second class, and yet I still don't have one. It's so frustrating. He continued, Old Mo, I'm level 31 now, so I've pretty much graduated from Lan Tian Academy. What's your plan now? I could always come and join you if you need help. Cheng Qianmo replied casually, Wait until I reach second class, and then I'll let you know. The next day, everyone at the school was abuzz with gossip. Have you heard? Yesterday, Senior Huang Tian and the level 25 monster broke the record to pass the second transition exam. Who doesn't know about that? I heard that today, both of them were personally summoned by the principal. After inviting Cheng Qianmo and Huang Tian into the room, Wang Kaifu began to speak. Student Cheng Qianmo, it's been a few days since we last met, but it feels like 3 years have passed. I didn't expect your strength to have leveled up. Cheng Qianmo didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, leaders, I assume the reason you've called me today is to persuade me to transfer to another school, right? Wang Kaifu clicked his tongue, well. Actually, yes, that is part of the reason. You must be aware of the strength of our Lan Tian school. When you were graduating from high school, I personally tried to recruit you, but unfortunately, I was unsuccessful. Now, our principal has personally promised that as long as you're willing to join, we are open to any conditions you propose. As for Zhang Xingyu, he will personally handle the negotiations. Cheng Qianmo made his stance clear, I'm afraid this will disappoint you. If I had chosen Zhang Xingyu from the beginning, I would never change my mind. I believe you are aware of the relationship between me and Huang Tian, so you don't need to worry. As long as Lan Tian School doesn't provoke Zhang Xingyu, there will be no conflict between us. I can guarantee that. Fei Wang laughed heartily and said, You're quite bold. In that case, we won't make things difficult for you anymore. Cheng Qianmo then raised another issue, however, I have a plan, which might be beneficial for both sides. The two leaders listened intently, eager to hear his proposal. At Lan Tian Academy, on the field for the second-tier awakening trials, everyone was discussing the latest news. Had anyone heard what happened? The principal personally invited Cheng Qianmo to be a temporary teacher. He'll stay at Lan Tian Academy for 10 days to help students overcome the second-tier awakening trials. It's said that the payment for his service will be a few special materials, which can guarantee a 100% success rate in breaking through to the second tier. 100%? That's not boasting, is it? Yesterday, the success rate of Huang Tian's group of students was only 37.5%. In the entire H nation, even the strongest level 30 students wouldn't dare to guarantee that they could help others pass the second-tier trials. Some people still didn't believe it, so they decided to wait and see. It's said that Senior Lu Kuei plans to be the first to give it a try and see what the outcome will be. A student holding a wooden box walked into Cheng Qianmo's room. Good day, Teacher Cheng Qianmo. I'm Lu Kuei, from the Berserker Department. The spirit stone you asked for yesterday has been obtained. I was wondering when we could begin the second-tier awakening trials. Cheng Qianmo brightened when he saw the contents of the box. Not bad, a high-grade spirit stone. If I were to refuse this, it would be disrespectful. Anyway, there's no one else here right now, you're the first one to arrive, so let's go right away. Lu Kuei was stunned. Huh, we're leaving now? Don't you need to prepare anything? Like, for example, some medicine? Cheng Qianmo responded with a calm expression, You don't trust me? If you don't, you can bring your own stuff. Lu Kuei panicked, Cheng teacher, please don't misunderstand, I absolutely trust you. I was just worried you might be overexerting yourself. If you want to leave right now, I couldn't be more eager. I'll lead the way. Up ahead, the crowd was murmuring, Look, Lu Kuei's here. He failed half a year ago, and back then he even dropped 4 levels. But it seems like he's working his way back up now. Another person added, This guy doesn't have much talent. The experts they hired before couldn't even pull him through. Cheng Qianmo's first business deal is this mountain of weights, I wonder if he can actually pull it off. Cheng Qianmo turned to Lu Kuei, his tone relaxing, Don't pay attention to what others think. You need to trust yourself, and more importantly, trust your own judgment. Lu Kuei clasped his hands, embarrassed, but Cheng teacher, my hands are really unlucky. Just now, I pulled out the map of the Ghost Mountain, and the difficulty is probably even higher than Odomance. Whatever burden you have later, you definitely need to take me with you. Cheng Qianmo confidently replied, Don't worry, I always keep my word. Let's go. A notification board popped up, the progress of the Ghost Mountain Secret Realm is currently 80%. The crowd was stunned, the speed at which he was advancing was truly unreal. Did he really take Lu Kuei along? In less than half an hour, he had already cleared the first boss. 2. He does have some skills. It seems that we were wrong to judge him based on the small-mindedness of our own assumptions about him. A level 39 evil dragon, the final boss of the Ghost Mountain. As it fled, it pleaded, "Chung Chien Mo. No, please stop." Lu Kuei stood to the side, his eyes wide, staring at him as he crazily grinded through the game. My god, why couldn't I have met him 6 months ago? If I had, I wouldn't have wasted all this time. The boss fell, and the notification screen popped up. Congratulations to Chung Chien Mo for breaking the record in the Ghost Mountain Secret Realm. Total time spent, 1 hour, 35 minutes, and 32 seconds. Personal rating, SS. You have received 600 million FB, a diamond treasure chest, activated the hidden profession, illusionist, and your personal rating has been upgraded to SSS. The diamond treasure chest is upgraded to a mystic treasure chest. Chung Chien Mo was beaming with excitement as he collected his rewards. This temporary service isn't bad at all, it's a 2-for-1 deal. Not only can I get materials to upgrade my weapons, but I can also farm FB in treasure chests. I wonder if these secret realms will still drop FB after this. As for this mystic treasure chest, I'm not in a rush to open it. There are still many secret realms to farm later, so I'll just open them all at once when I'm ready. The progress table of Lu Kuei displayed a notification that the progress had reached 100%. Everyone who saw it was astonished to the highest degree. It turned out that what Chung Chien Mo had said was true, and not an exaggeration. Even someone like Lu Kuei could be dragged through, so practically no one would be impossible to pull through. Everyone immediately became agitated and started rushing back. I must hurry back and find materials. Damn it, I also have to go quickly. Teacher Chang only dragged for 10 days, I absolutely must get my turn. At the end of the trial, Chung Chien Mo and Lu Kuei walked out proudly. After everything was settled, Lu Kuei immediately knelt down, clasped his hands, and said, "Thank you, Teacher Chang, for pulling me through to the second awakening. You have bestowed a second life upon me, please accept my deepest bow, younger brother's gratitude." Cheng Chien Mo turned away and lightly responded, "I'm paid for my work, there's nothing to thank me for, it's just fate that we meet again." In front of Cheng Chien Mo's office, the sky had already darkened. A lecturer stood up to direct the students, "Everyone, line up neatly, you must maintain order. In a moment, based on the number I call, each of you will enter in turn. Anyone who dares to cut in line, don't blame me for being impolite." Immediately, a student noticed he had returned. Look, Teacher Chang is back." Seeing the crowd gathering since early evening, Chung Chien Mo swallowed nervously. Has his office turned into a hot pot restaurant? Now they even have to take a number. This is getting unreal. Right on time, a luxurious black car drove into the Zhangshunyu courtyard, astonishing the surrounding students. People were talking. This is the special vehicle of Lan Tian University. Could something big be happening today? Don't tell me they're coming to cause trouble. No, we need to report this to the teacher immediately. A lecturer from Zhangshunyu asked, "Director Chen, did you receive any prior notice? Our school has never had any issues with Lan Tian University before. Why are they suddenly sending someone here today? What do they want?" Director Chen replied, "I didn't get any messages." Damn it, he's worried. Why would anyone show up at this critical time? Chung Chien Mo is at their school right now. Could it be that Chung Chien Mo caused trouble at Lan Tian University? Is that why they're seeking revenge on us? Chung Chien Mo slowly stepped out of the car, with the lecturers watching. He closed the door and said, "Director Chen, I'm back." Director Chen looked at him in disbelief. Why is he riding in the high-end special vehicle of Lan Tian University? What exactly has he done? Has he joined the enemy's side? Chung Chien Mo introduced, "This person next to me, you must be familiar with him. He's here today to not only take me home but also to represent Lan Tian University in discussing future cooperation with Principal Ling." The lecturers were stunned, especially when they heard he was visiting. Cooperation? Why does it sound so forceful? Just how incredible must Chung Chien-mo be to have the very head of Lan Tian University's department personally escort him home? Moreover, with such a large gap between our school and Lan Tian University, why would they willingly agree to cooperate? Wang Kaifu spoke up, "Your student Cheng Chien-mo is truly remarkable, you should cherish him well." Department head Chen and the lecturers looked puzzled. Have we missed something earth-shattering? When they entered Ling Zhao's classroom, Wang Kaifu said, "Principal Ling, you've indeed found a treasure." In just 10 short days, Chung Chien-mo has helped 28 students successfully level up, with a 100% success rate. This is nearly a quarter of the school's annual graduating class in Lan Tian. Ling Xiao politely replied, "You're too kind, Director Wang. Previously, I had discussed with your principal. In the future, our two schools will use classmate Cheng as a link to form an alliance. We're all part of the same family, so there's no need for such formalities." Wang Kaifu smiled and went along with it. Principal Ling continued, "Yes. However, since we're about to establish this alliance, Principal has entrusted me with a message. From now on, he would like to formally invite Chung Chien-mo to become a visiting professor at Lan Tian University." Ling Xiao froze, thinking to himself, "Is this old man waiting for me? This is no different from blatantly stealing someone. A freshman, a department head at our school, and now a visiting professor at another school. This kind of absurd situation might be a first in the history of Nation H." He turned and asked, "What's your opinion?" He calmly replied, "I don't have much time to write some academic report or anything like that." Wang Kaifu cut in, "I've already thought of this. You don't need to write any academic reports, just having your name is enough. Of course, all the benefits will be the same as those of the university professors." Chung Chien-mo did some quick calculations in his mind. Zhang Xinyu and Lan Tian University would both eventually become his allies. Once his guild was established, he would need a large reserve of talented people to join, so maintaining a proper relationship was very necessary. With that thought, he immediately agreed. "All right, then I accept." By the time they stepped out of Zhengxinyu, the day was already turning into evening. Wang Kaifu adjusted his coat and walked out with a look of deep satisfaction. Ling Xiao asked Chung Chien-mo, "What plans do you have next?" Cheng Chien-mo turned to him and explained, "Today I'll spend some time finalizing the specific details for upgrading the teachers' classes, and then I'll prepare the teaching materials. Tomorrow, I'll head to the Apocalypse continent to make the final sprint before my second transition." Ling Xiao asked curiously, "What level are you at now?" He answered casually, "After spending some time at Lan Tian, I've already reached level 29. The man looked pleased and patted Chung Chien-mo's shoulder. "Excellent, very good. I remember before you set off, you were still at level 25. I didn't expect that in just a few short days, you've already gained 4 levels. At this rate of progress, you'll definitely be able to catch up with the schedule for the National H University competition in the next 3 months. Chung Chien-mo didn't understand and asked, "What university competition are you talking about?" He casually replied, "That's right. What is called the university competition is actually the annual ranking competition for universities. It is divided into 2 levels, the regular zone and the advanced zone. The regular zone allows everyone from the 3rd transition down to participate, while the advanced zone only allows those from the 4th transition down. All participants must be students or teachers from public schools. And the final ranking will determine the rankings of the universities." Ling Xiao smiled and turned to him, saying, "With your current rate of progress, you'll definitely be able to participate in the regular zone of the competition. By then, it'll finally be our Zhang Xinyu's turn to show off." Chung Chien-mo, with a confident look on his face, thought to himself that this university competition was a great opportunity to boost his reputation, as well as the perfect moment to officially introduce himself to the entire nation of H. The scene shifted to the streets of Leiding City. Chung Chien-mo opened his system interface to check the message from Ling Ruoshi. As expected, she was both scolding and questioning him. Cheng Chien-mo quickly replied, "I had something important to deal with earlier, so I missed our appointment. Where are you now? Ling Ruoshi quickly replied, I'm on a mission at Ji Mountain, almost level 27. Pretty impressive, right? However, this place is far from Lei Ding, and I don't have time to come back and meet you anymore. Cheng Qianmo sighed softly, your leveling speed is too fast. Have you found an hidden quest or something? She asked in astonishment. You're able to guess this? You're still as impressive as ever. Amazing. She slowly began to tell him. That's right, you bastard. What would you do if I told you my family is preparing to find a partner for me? I heard this person is incredibly outstanding, and very handsome too. She waited for a message, then trembled when she saw his reply. What would I do? Of course, I would wish you happiness. You're about to cause trouble for your next target, and I'm finally free. Ling Ruoshi's anger flared up like a thunderstorm. Don't regret it. I didn't agree back then, but now I've decided. When I return, I'll go on a blind date. She clenched her fist in anger, turning off the system panel. This annoying guy is trying to provoke me with tricks. Alright, I'll give you what you want this time. When I get back, I'll go find Grandpa and tell him how I made you suffer. After calming down, she said to herself, but no matter how the other person looks at us, I won't agree. Cheng Qianmo was speechless. This girl is really pure, she can't handle a single provocation. I said a few casual things, and she believed them. I used just a basic move, and she fell for it right away. Later, Cheng Qianmo arrived at a luxurious place. The manager respectfully said, It's been a long time, sir. Please, have a seat. Cheng Qianmo asked the manager, Have you made any progress with the materials I asked you to look into earlier? He thought to himself, Lu Guang Yuan requires a total of 12 types of materials. At Lan Tian Academy, I managed to collect 10 of them in one round. Manager Su brought over a wooden box and handed it to him. As for the matter you entrusted to me, of course, I wouldn't dare take it lightly. The materials you asked for earlier, I have managed to collect 4 of them. When he opened the box, Cold Bone Spring, Exotic Worry Tree, Blood Peach Jade, and Shadow Moon Sacred Flame all sparkled, each carefully wrapped. His expression seemed more startled than before. Shadow Moon Sacred Flame, such a valuable item, yet he managed to find it. Seems like this truly is an unexpected stroke of good luck. He pretended to remain calm and said, You've only gathered 4 types? Looks like the efficiency of your auction house isn't all that great. Manager Su forced a smile and replied, I've really tried my best to gather them. My lord, I. Cheng Qianmo motioned for him to stop. Forget it. With your abilities, gathering 4 types is not too bad. Tell me, how much do these things cost? Manager Su's face turned pale. These materials cost me a total of 1,000 gold. Since my efficiency wasn't high and it delayed your time, I've given you a 20% discount. But in my heart, I know I had to spend over 2,000 gold to acquire them. Yet, seeing the dissatisfied look on your face and knowing your terrifying status, how could I possibly charge you the original price? Cheng Qianmo pushed a bag of gold towards him, responding, All right then. If this is your gesture, I'll accept it. Also, I'll recommend you to those above. By the time he left, the manager was still bowing. Thank you, my lord, for your kindness. It is truly an honor for a humble person like me to work for you. As soon as he stepped outside, Cheng Qianmo happily began to calculate, if he's not mistaken, that place will likely have the Yin Yang holy mark. However, there was still another stop he needed to make first. The scene shifted to a horse outside Lei Ding City, where Cheng Qianmo was lifting the cover of a basement. Entering this basement would lead him to the Lei Ding branch of the Dark Brotherhood, where he could pick up an assassin's token and enjoy a little work before continuing on his way. The Dark Brotherhood was the largest assassin organization on the entire continent. Anyone who awakened could come here to apply for membership and become an assassin, though they had to pass a test to officially join. The reason he chose to come here was partly to accept some dark missions and make some money along the way. On the other hand, once someone reached a certain rank in the Dark Brotherhood, they could receive a very valuable reward. The Assassin's Mask. Though the Assassin's Mask doesn't have any attributes, it can completely conceal one's true identity. As long as it is worn, others won't be able to discern the wearer's real identity unless the wearer chooses to reveal it. Outsiders can only see the assassin's code and rank. The ranks of assassins in the Dark Brotherhood were divided into 8 levels, from highest to lowest: Tian, Sat, D, Ju, D, Ni, Wang, and L. Most people remain stuck at the Sini Wang L stage. Only those who have reached the 3rd tier realm or higher have a chance of advancing to the Ju rank or higher. Cheng Qianmo walked to the end and directly pushed open the door, stepping inside. The place was surprisingly crowded, packed with people. Everyone was wearing assassin masks to conceal their identities. On their hips, they each wore a token symbolizing their rank. Cheng Qianmo stood in front of the reception desk. "Hello, I would like to apply to join the Brotherhood of Darkness." The members of the society couldn't help but whisper in awe. "Hey, look at that, a vagrant class is here to register." It's true, and it looks like that person hasn't even reached level 30 yet. Everyone else here is either a 2nd tier awakened assassin class. How could a vagrant class possibly pass the entrance exam? Despite this, the receptionist, still wearing a mask, handed him the registration token costing 100 gold coins and the token for the tournament. "Go to the 3rd underground floor to register for the exam, someone will guide you there." At the staircase to the upper floor, which the receptionist pointed to, there were already quite a few people lined up for the exam. Akin cracked her whip and, irritated, said, "Not eligible." Next. The people in line couldn't help but feel anxious. Are these girls here just to win? Such a fiery temper. She directly cursed someone out until they were covered in blood. Too brutal. One of them mentioned that Akin was a rare, high-level assassin. It was rumored that she was just one step away from breaking through to the ultimate level. While they were still discussing, she appeared right behind them. The discussion continued. "I'm fine. But you all need to show some real skill." She tilted her head and gestured toward the inspection area across from her. "Now, each of you go over there and take the test. As long as your combat power exceeds 20,000 points, you'll be fine. I can pretend I didn't hear the farting sounds you just made. Otherwise, before I finish my sentence, they'd already panic and interrupt. My lord, please calm down. It's all our fault for being too talkative earlier. We won't dare to do it again." But Akin directly swung her whip, hitting them and forcing them to run off. "Quit being so slow, don't make me take matters into my own hands." A while later, all 3 of them received invalid results. None of their combat power reached 20,000 points. Akin scornfully mocked them, "A bunch of useless fools, can't even hit 20,000 combat power, and you think you're worthy of discussing leading the entire group to serve in the prison?" The staff from the Brotherhood dragged the 3 away, still shouting for her to spare them. When she saw Cheng Qianmo, she looked at him with teary eyes. "You want to join the Brotherhood of Darkness, but you're still not even at 2nd tier, and you're a freelancer. I'll give you some advice, it's best if you don't waste my time. Turn around and leave now, there's still a chance. Otherwise, you'll be interrupting." But he simply replied, "It's fine." Seeing Cheng Qianmo voluntarily head toward the inspection area, she added, "Let me make this clear first, the Brotherhood of Darkness doesn't accept trash. Even if you haven't reached 2nd tier, I still won't lower the standards for you. Your combat power must exceed 20,000 points. You don't even have the qualification to take the entrance test. Wait a moment, if you don't meet the standard, you can go sit in the Shui Lao for a few days." He didn't say anything, just placed his hand on the stone surface. Cheng Qianmo, level 29, profession, wanderer, first transition, combat power, 30.58 points. Upon hearing this, Akin suddenly froze. Her eyes widened in shock. Level 29, combat power surpassing 30,000. Who exactly is he? Cheng Qianmo glanced behind him and asked, do I now have the qualification to take the test? She no longer tried to intimidate him but said, turns out, I underestimated you. Next, you will face 4 consecutive trials. In order, they are the strength trial, the spirit trial, the body trial, and the mental trial. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you die in any of these trials, you will also lose a level. After hearing this, he directly stepped into the secret gate. It seemed far more interesting than the previous level. A gust of wind blew inside briefly, before the area fell silent again. Feng Qiong walked over from outside. Akin, I'll just kick you out of here. So, how's it going? Have you found someone suitable yet? She stared intently at the secret gate as she answered. It's possible I've found someone, but it still depends on the test results. Standing in front of a stretch of golden sand by the shore, Cheng Qianmo was a bit surprised. He looked around, as if he had wandered into a vacation spot, and smiled with interest. This was an independent space outside of the secret realm. The announcement echoed in the background. In 30 seconds, the next wave will arrive. Contestants, please prepare yourselves. You are required to strike the ocean waves with all your strength. The use of any auxiliary skills or items is strictly prohibited. After hearing the announcement, he thought to himself, as expected, the 4 trials correspond exactly with the 4 main attributes of an awakened person. The first trial was the trial of strength, designed to test one's physical power. The ocean waves outside surged relentlessly, crashing with no mercy. After watching for a moment, Cheng Qianmo drew his weapon, transforming it into a giant sword. If the use of any auxiliary methods is prohibited here, then this is clearly meant to test my strength attribute. The ability to use tricks and techniques was very useful for strength. It had been a long time since he had used an all-out strike. Watching the wave rush toward him, he stood ready. This wave was already considered a small tsunami. Were they truly treating him seriously? The giant sword he transformed glowed, activating the blood chi ring, and the blade turned a bright red. Cheng Qianmo swung it toward the wave, cutting through it. His sword strike cleaved powerfully through the massive wave, and he used the sword's body to shield himself from the crashing water. The announcement flashed on the screen, 1 strike cuts through 1,000 meters, congratulations on passing the strength trial. Total score, combat excellence. The light portal on the left led to the next trial, the agility trial, while the portal on the right led to a restroom. You may recover your condition in the restroom. Continuous performance will improve your final evaluation. Please make your choice. He resolutely turned to the left. Let's just push straight through all 4 gates in one go. Outside, the secret realm glowed crimson as well. Feng Qiong stared blankly, watching the color turn into the mark of superior armor. How can this be? Akin glanced at her and asked, what rating did you get at the Gate of Strength back then? Feng Qiong answered softly, it was grade B, superior. She gave a faint, mocking laugh. To think that even the ace assassin of our Lei Ding branch back then could only achieve grade B, superior. Feng Qiong frowned and retorted, at that time, I was only level 32 when I went to take the test. The challenger this time must be at least close to level 40, right? Otherwise, there's no way they could get superior armor. Akin covered her mouth with a laugh, repeating her words, close to level 40, huh? Feng Qiong asked in utter confusion, why are you laughing? Did I say something wrong? Akin gazed expectantly at the secret realm. Even I only managed to get lower armor back then. But since I was a melee class, the Gate of Strength was considered the easiest. I just hope you're not a flower that blooms too soon. If you can perform even more brilliantly, then as long as you achieve twin armor, you're exactly the one I've been searching for. At the Gate of Agility stood a snow-capped peak. The trial announcement resounded, quickly adjust your state within 30 seconds before the challenge officially begins. At the 40th second, an avalanche will occur. Reach the mountain summit as fast as possible. The use of any skills with invincibility or slow immunity effects is strictly forbidden. Cheng Qianmo silently sighed in his mind, this rule was indeed strict, a single sentence had basically cut off all speculative means of gaining profit. The mountain stood at a sheer 1,000 meters, and to avoid an avalanche, one must possess extreme speed. Along with sharp judgment, the gate was, indeed, as agile as it could be. He pulled out a flexible medicine tube and chuckled to himself. Nearly 2/3 of the mountain is covered with snow, which will greatly affect my speed. However, luckily my agility attribute is quite high, and since it's not prohibited to take medicine, overall, it's not too difficult. The countdown rang out, 3, 2, 1, challenge begins. The effects of the agility potion had already kicked in. Cheng Qianmo shot down the foot of the mountain at an unbelievable speed, his breath blowing upwards in the process. He calculated in his mind, trying to make the most of the 10 seconds before the avalanche started, pushing himself to run as far as he could in the limited time. The snow on top of the mountain had already begun to crumble. He pulled out his weapon, quickly switching to a staff. Cheng Qianmo spun around, swinging the staff as he shouted. Looking at the wall, which had cracked in less than a second, he was startled. It can only hold for so long. I need to speed up. Without hesitation, Cheng Qianmo jumped off the mountain. Even if the avalanche was fast, it couldn't match his free fall. As he looked down at the depth below, his mind raced and his speed grew faster and faster. Clearly, relying solely on the grappling hook wouldn't be enough to withstand the final shockwave. If I don't use the deceleration method, I'll be turned into minced meat, but just 100 meters more and I'll reach the snow-free area, which is the key to winning. The scepter once again shifted its form, turning into a spear. The mystic wind spear, its skill allowing the spear to spin rapidly with astonishing speed, gradually descended toward the mountainside. Cheng Qianmo slightly curled his lips into a smile. This was already a snow-free area, and no matter what he did now, it was impossible to trigger a second avalanche. Reaching the tree trunks at the base of the mountain, he shot out a rope with a hook that wrapped around the sturdiest branch, then used that momentum to land firmly at the foot of the mountain in a spectacular manner. Looking back at the pile of snow above, Cheng Qianmo calmly praised himself. It's because I'm fast. I've never lost. The announcement also jumps along with me, dropping down in a hurry. Congratulations on passing the flexible gate. Total assault. He folded his arms and listened to the announcement, full of pride. Although I don't know the exact evaluation system, based on common sense, a plus should be the best result, right? You can't tell me that the top results are A+ and there are also A+, C+, right? That's just too unreal. Seeing the next obstacle glowing in bright red, Feng Qiong shifted from astonishment to sheer horror. Who is he, really? 2 strength challenges, both a C+. Looking at the color of this stage, it's not an exaggeration to say he's A+, C+. Akin smiled greedily. 2 consecutive stages, both A+, then you must be the one I need. Come on, show me if you can bring even more surprises. Feng Qiong was silent, staring blankly as she silently assessed the situation. This person is doomed, and yet she's caught the attention of that violent lunatic. The next scenario, a thick layer of lava. Every step Qianmo took cost him 100 points of health, with molten lava fireballs beneath the ground, environmental damage, and the added effect of accumulating a burning status. He slightly lifted his leg in doubt. This place. Every step costs health? Something feels off. He glanced at the lava fireballs, contemplating. This is a physical trial, probably testing physical attributes, but I haven't invested a single point into physical stats. Right now, I have only 3,980 health points in total, and this lava fireball tunnel looks to be at least 2,000 meters long. After entering, every second costs 100 health, and it stacks a burning status. Even if I take medicine, I won't last a minute. Looks like I'll have to come up with another plan. First, he decided to test whether stepping into the lava fireball space itself caused health loss, or if it was only direct contact with the lava surface that did. After thinking this through, Qianmo leaped toward the lava fireball. Although he stood very close to the molten lava, he didn't touch it, instead shooting a hook that latched onto a rock, then began retracting the rope. Using this momentum, Chung Chien-mo jumped back onto solid ground, snapped his fingers, and realized he had stepped onto the molten lava surface earlier without paying attention, which had caused the health loss this time. There was no health loss in the air, so it seemed he'd found a solution. Cheng Chien-mo then popped open a few more bottles of medicine. The jump state has been activated, and the high-speed warp line has started running effectively. You have taken the agility-enhancing medication to perfection. As soon as it was activated, Chung Chien-mo jumped up immediately, with the hook line attached, to test how many meters he could jump at maximum speed. When he was close to the molten lava ball's surface, he fired the line to pull himself up. Seeing the landing point ahead, Chung Chien-mo tugged hard on the line to accelerate. When his foot landed on the molten lava ball's surface, the system prompt sounded, indicating that environmental damage had stacked a layer of burning status. The current burning status was at 2 layers. He smiled with satisfaction. He had jumped 600 meters in one go, not a bad start. He swung his staff, changed Lu Guang Yuan to a form that granted approval for the staff shape, and then created an ice block in front. Afterward, Chung Chien-mo kicked and split the ice mountain in half, then stood up on the ice block, sliding along the molten lava ball tunnel. The ice block, emitting smoke, sped toward the goal. There were still 700 meters to go, almost there. Finishing his words, he swapped heavenly blade powder into the machine down form, then shot it at the ice block to propel himself higher. Cheng Chien-mo swung out an aerial combat machine in a storm, using a mechanic's signature summoning skill. He then deployed the radiant heaven and earth net with a net-like pulling line to grab the plane, having it take him all the way to the end. When he reached the end of the molten lava ball tunnel, he jumped down and landed safely. Watching the plane above explode, Chung Chien-mo couldn't help but think that it wasn't bad after all. He had suffered a total of 2 damage instances. Lost 200 health points. The third gate suddenly praised, masterful technique. Congratulations on passing the physical trial. Overall evaluation, A+. Cheng Chien-mo scratched his head, confused. Is there really such a thing as an A+ or C+ evaluation? This is truly surreal. Feng Xiong outside had her mouth agape, her expression shifting to fear as she saw the secret gate glowing bright red. Could it be that the legend is true? Isn't A+ the highest rating? A red glow like that. I've never heard of anything like it. Who exactly is this person inside? She added, stop stalling, and tell me. Akin, in deep thought, spoke honestly, I don't know his background either. Right now, he's only level 29, and he's a vagabond class. Before he entered, he had also participated in a combat power test. His current combat power is 30.58 points. She widened her eyes in disbelief. What? A level 29 vagabond, with combat power over 30,000. Then he even got 3 A+ ratings in a row. The third gate, just now, had a very high chance of giving an A+ or C+, according to the legends. So what are we supposed to be? Useless? I think we should report on this freak, another voice chimed in. With his current achievements, even if he fails the last gate, there's a very high chance of him getting an S rating. I'm sure the higher-ups would be thrilled to hear about this. But Akin suddenly turned around, furious. No, I still need him. If you report this, someone might immediately send him away. I've waited half a year for this, and it's not every day you come across someone of this caliber. I absolutely cannot let him slip away. Feng Xiong still tried to advise, that place is indeed only accessible to those awakened at level 35 or below, but it's not necessarily true that if it's not him, he can't return. If there's a punishment from above, I believe you understand the consequences. But seeing her stubbornness, she could only sigh and give up. Feng Xiong quickly turned around and said, let's pretend this never happened today. Inside, Chung Chien-mo had reached the final trial. Judging by the exterior and the architecture, there was a high probability that this place was a library. Following the previous rules, this trial would definitely be a mental or intellectual assessment. The voice echoed, next, you will enter a maze-like library. This maze has only one entrance and exit. Additionally, when you come across a fork in the road, you can use your mental power to sense the correct direction. The correct shelf will have books to guide you. However, as your mental power depletes, the feedback you receive will become weaker, and may even disappear completely. We wish you luck in finding the exit soon. Chung Chien-mo smirked. A mental trial, and yet it relies on mental power to find the correct direction. I must admit, this is a rather novel approach. He gently closed his eyes, but there was a major issue here he needed to sense at first. The faint outline of the maze seemed to flicker, appearing and disappearing in his mind. Seeing the glowing books on each shelf, Chung Chien-mo understood. So that's it, these were the instructions for challengers. However, Chung Chien-mo felt a slight headache. After using her mental power for the first time, she could sense a bit of mental fatigue. Her current mental power was barely any better than her physical strength, essentially empty. This girl seemed to have high demands for mental attributes. If one didn't reach a certain threshold, trying to leave would likely require an unimaginable amount of time. But the person who created this trial probably never anticipated that she could simply steal her way out. He donned the ghost spirit cloak. The invisibility effect was activated, and he laughed heartily, walking straight through the bookshelf. Surprisingly, he was able to pass through the wall. The invisibility effect of the ghost spirit cloak had a unique ability. It allowed him to bypass terrain. Clearly, this large bookshelf was considered part of the terrain. Chung Chien-mo casually stepped out with the notification that he had passed the mental trial and the Brotherhood Dark Guild entrance exam, both achieving an A+C++ rating, earning a total of 1.6 million FB points, making him the first in the history of the guild to reach A+C++. He was ranked, just 20,000 points away from the perfect rank. Chung Chien-mo was slightly surprised to have leveled up and passed the trial. To top it off, he had such high FB points. The final trial for him to reach level 30 was supposed to be tough, yet he breezed through it with ease and unexpected delight. Looking at the secret gate, Chung Chien-mo clenched his fists. Now, only one thing remained before his class change, obtaining the yin-yang holy mark. Suddenly, his system popped up with a notification. Congratulations, you have reached level 30 and received the special second class change quest. Complete the mid-level secret trial solo, achieving an SSS rating in the exam. The Buddhist Dharma practitioner bonus effect will expire. Completing the quest will promote you from law-binding mage to soul-binding mage. Chung Chien-mo was taken aback. Even the vagrant class had a career promotion? Outside, the exam participants were discussing it. An A+ rating, and even more surprising, Chung Chien-mo was only level 29. Akin suddenly remembered something and ordered her subordinates, swallow all the contestants who haven't retaken the exam yet for me. Dragged away without knowing why, they screamed in panic, demanding to be let out. But she just glanced at them with a hint of guilt and thought to herself, this person is extremely useful to me, I can only let you suffer a little. Akin turned to her subordinates and barked, what happened today must not be leaked. If it gets out, don't blame me for being rude. Also, after some time, release them and compensate each of them with 100 gold. I'll cover the cost. At this moment, Chung Chien-mo casually walked out from the secret gate. Awaiting him was a very enthusiastic Akin. Congratulations, you've received the first A+ rating in the history of the Dark Brotherhood. He still pretended to be innocent, smiling as he replied, you're exaggerating, just lucky, just lucky. But in his heart, he was confused. Did she take the wrong medicine? She was just looking like she wanted to eat people, and now she suddenly changed her attitude? When she saw the token similar to hers hanging by Chung Chien-mo's waist, she was even more surprised. How did he directly reach that level? Akin turned around and smiled, no need to be modest. Being able to achieve this after robbing from you is definitely not something an ordinary person can do. From now on, we can consider ourselves colleagues. Follow me. As they walked, Chung Chien-mo evaluated her, this woman isn't simple, but for now, I'll follow her. If things really go south, I can always activate ghost spirit's form and run. Akin handed him a stack of clothes. These are sea-level assassin clothes. Take them, and from now on, if you want to accept assassination missions, just go directly to the mission hall on the second basement floor. With the strength you've shown so far, I estimate it will take at most 2 years for you to reach the highest level. Don't let down the organization's trust in you, I value you highly. Cheng Qianmo smiled foolishly. Alright, that's great. His gaze shifted elsewhere, sharp as he pondered. It seemed he knew why she was called Akin. These two were indeed quite round. He quickly stood up and asked, Sister Akin, is there anything else? If not, I'll leave. But she seemed troubled, holding onto his hand. Wait, actually there's still something I need your help with. I see you have exceptional talent, so I want to share some information with you. But you absolutely must not tell anyone. He nodded seriously. Got it, I won't tell anyone, but inwardly, he was already smirking, taking the bait. Thinking Cheng Qianmo was just as he appeared, she began to share, looking gloomy. Not long ago, I accidentally discovered a mysterious cave. Inside, there's an ancient altar that hasn't been discovered by anyone yet. Upon hearing this, he understood. It turned out she was acting out of the altar's importance. If she hadn't activated it herself, it likely meant she had some kind of restriction on her level. Cheng Qianmo pretended to be amazed, exclaiming, An hidden altar, really? Akin glanced at him and continued, I'm telling you this because I value you. However, inside that cave, there must be a guardian beast keeping watch, which is why the cave entrance is restricted. With my current level, I can't enter. On another day, Akin led Cheng Qianmo to a waterfall with a barrier outside. When they arrived, she said, This is Shi Lu Yun. She gestured ahead, indicating that behind the waterfall was the ancient sacrificial altar. In a moment, I'll guard the entrance of the cave for you. You just need to go in and challenge it. Don't worry, with my strength, no one will disturb you inside. Cheng Qianmo hesitated slightly, then replied, Sister Akin, of course I trust in your abilities. She crossed her arms and asked, Just what? Cheng Qianmo faltered, then said, At first, I was a bit arrogant after getting my results from the previous test. But after thinking about it for the past 2 days, I suddenly feel a bit worried. The beast inside. It won't be too strong, will it? Do you know its exact level? I'm afraid I won't be able to deal with it. Akin patted his shoulder, encouraging him, Your concerns aren't entirely unfounded. Since I can't enter, I'm not sure what level the beast inside is, but based on the seal level, it shouldn't be too high. Here, I have a life-saving item. Take it with you, it might come in handy. Akin rummaged through her bag and took out an object. She said, This is the Blue Station Jewel. Once activated, it can temporarily increase your vitality by 3,000 points. It can be used 3 times in total. I've already used it twice, so definitely don't use it too early unless it's a critical moment. Cheng Qianmo tightly gripped the jewel and made a promise with determination. Sister Akin, I will definitely ensure the mission is completed. I will not disappoint you. With that, he leaped into the waterfall. Akin, standing behind, sneered and said, Unfortunately, you really are a rare talent. If you manage to successfully break the seal, perhaps in the future I will compensate you accordingly. But if you fail, then I can only blame your abilities for being too weak. After crossing the waterfall and entering, Cheng Qianmo paused for a moment, then ironically mocked himself. The Blue Station Jewel is indeed a fine item, only the wealthy could normally afford it. Looks like the assassin really has a lot of money. She's only level 45, but she can already afford such a powerful item. Since she's proactively given it to me, it would be disrespectful to refuse it. Originally, he hadn't planned to activate the Shi Lu Yun altar so soon, but since he was already here, he might as well deal with it now. He pulled out a mask, an anti-magic mask. Once worn, the user could transform into a dwarf for half an hour, and their height, weight, and physical features would change accordingly. The cooldown was 12 hours. After putting it on, Chung Chien-mo transformed into the form of a dwarf. Using such an item here was indeed a bit odd, but he shook his head and proceeded inside, thinking to himself. If I remember correctly, the guardian beast of this eternal altar is a level 40 rock rat. With my current strength, defeating it head-on shouldn't be difficult. However, the seal would disappear as a result. Seeing the claws of the rock rat protruding, Chung Chien-mo was determined that he could not let that wicked woman Akin get away with this opportunity. Chung Chien-mo, with his small dwarf body, stood face to face with the rock rat, whose body was 10 times larger than his. When it extended its sharp claws, he calmly introduced himself. "Hello there. Rock rat, I am the dwarf Lin Feng. Like you, I am a creature from the continent of T-Kai. Were you trapped in a cave? Is the food not to your liking?" Seeing the rock rat nodding vigorously, Chung Chien-mo silently thought to himself, "Success." Then, he pulled out various food items and tossed them toward the creature. Whoever met him was lucky. "Here, feel free to eat whatever you like." The rock rat's eyes lit up when it saw the golden brown roasted thigh meat and ribs. It happily sat there, munching on the small pile of food. Chung Chien-mo took advantage of the situation and said, "Rat brother, you can keep eating. If it's not enough, there's more. I'll go for a walk around." A while later, Chung Chien-mo had made his way to the altar deeper inside. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the staircase. "Let's go, this time I should still be able to learn the second-class change skill." When Chung Chien-mo placed his hand on the altar, the system prompted him. Due to your profession as a Buddhist Dharma practitioner, all first-class skills have been learned. You can now choose to learn a second-class change skill from any profession. Currently, you can choose the Tombstone of Death skill, which can chop down mountains and shake the earth. A black hole buried in the ground, Chung Chien-mo grinned broadly. "It's time to perform some tricks. I choose to learn the oscillating killing intent." The altar pillar shines brightly, and when the oscillating killing intent is activated, it releases a fierce killing aura, dealing piercing damage to all enemies within a 5-meter range, while also increasing the physical and magical critical hit rate by 5% for both myself and nearby allies. The skill consumes 50 mana per second to maintain, and the effect ends when mana is exhausted or deactivated. Chung Chien-mo clenched his fist, waiting for his next system upgrade. He was determined to turn this skill into a passive one. With his current mental attribute, consuming 50 mana per second was unsustainable. He could only use it as a critical strike skill for now. Akin outside the waterfall was anxiously pacing. The guy had been inside for a long time now. How could there be not even a sound coming from within? Don't tell me he was killed instantly. No way, right? Even if he was killed instantly, at least there should be a cry for help. Could a mere level 40 beast kill him with one blow? That's absolutely impossible. Inside the waterfall, everything was peaceful, with no signs of battle. Chung Chien-mo stepped out and curiously asked, "Rock rat brother, is the barrier outside maintained by your strength?" It understood and nodded friendly. Chung Chien-mo continued, "When I was walking around earlier, I noticed that the altar seems to have lost its power." "Do you know what happened?" The rock rat was startled, leaping in shock. Its mouth hung open, eyes wide, and its chest puffed up. It quickly rushed inside to check. Chung Chien-mo wore a mischievous smile, and moments later, a loud sound echoed outside. Akin, delighted, thought to herself, "Finally, there's a sound. Looks like they're fighting. He's been so cautious, taking forever to strike. But it's fine, the more careful he is, the higher the success rate." Seeing Rock Rat clutch his head and cry uncontrollably, Chung Chien-mo couldn't help but console him. "Rock Rat brother, the altar is already extinguished, and it'll probably take a few more months to accumulate enough energy again. You're so starved that you've turned into a bag of bones. How about we go outside, eat well, and drink something?" After speaking, Ziying sighed, but then she remembered that there was someone outside the cave, an awakened human at level 45. She herself had been chased by this person earlier, which was why she had rushed into the cave. Even if she and Rock Rat teamed up, it would still be difficult to defeat this person. When Rock Rat had offered to help earlier, he had deflated after hearing the whole story. Well, Chung Chien-mo whispered in his ear, I do have a plan that might help us escape safely. A moment later, Chung Chien-mo, appearing as a small figure, dashed out. Oh my god, Rock Rat's eating people. Don't chase me, don't chase me. Seeing Rock Rat chasing after the stranger, Akin couldn't hold back and cursed, what a waste. You can't even deal with a level 40 beast. When the seal before the waterfall disappeared, she was taken aback, her eyes lighting up. The seal on the cave entrance had actually been lifted. With astonishing speed, Akin rushed towards the spot. Seeing that she had jumped into the waterfall, Chung Chien-mo froze. He panted heavily, a satisfied smile forming as he watched her. Rock Rat brother, we make a pretty good team. That wicked woman has gone in, it's time, let's restart the seal. Inside, upon seeing the altar's light go out, Akin angrily shouted, who did this? How dare they steal my things? I've spent more than half a year preparing the eternal altar, and yet someone beat me to it. Could it be that Chung Chien-mo guy? No, that can't be right. I don't even see him in the cave now. Maybe the Rock Rat killed him. After all, only the dead can disappear like that. She squinted, thinking deeply. And why are there dwarfs in this cave? Did they come in with someone else? Did that person activate the altar before me? Then Akin tossed her hair, gave up, and left. Forget it, maybe this is fate. Anyway, the sealing barrier is gone now, I'll try my luck again in 3 months. Suddenly, as she returned to the cave entrance and placed her hand on the waterfall, Akin felt something was different. She was forcefully repelled by a strong barrier, crashing to the ground, gasping for breath. Confused, Akin couldn't understand why the sealing barrier had appeared again. She half smiled, half fearfully realizing, oh no, this time I'm completely out of options. The only outcome now is to starve to death. Could it be that all of this is a trap aimed directly at me? She drew a sharp knife and aimed it directly at her chest. Rather than dying in agony like this, it would be better to be resolute. As the red liquid sprayed out, Akin's face contorted in pain. Absolutely don't let me find out who you are, or else neither of us will be able to survive under the same sky. Outside, the Rock Rat was still engrossed in the food Chung Chien-mo had provided. When the time came, Chung Chien-mo stood up. Rock Rat brother, let me show you a magic trick. He removed his mask, returning to his original form, causing the Rock Rat to jump in shock and squeak, shit shit. Seeing it about to fall, he drew his sword and asked, Rock Rat brother, you're not scared, are you? He smiled, his voice laced with a hint of devilish intent as he continued, if you want to live, I can give you a chance. On the golden desert sands, a person and a rat sped off in one direction. Sitting on top of the Rock Rat, Chung Chien-mo complained, Rock Rat brother, your speed is lacking. Can you go a little faster? I'll increase your food supply tonight. Hearing this, the Rock Rat seemed elated and accelerated to its maximum speed, leaving a trail of dust behind. Chung Chien-mo smiled contentedly. On the Apocalypse continent, when a person awakened to level 30, they would automatically gain the beast taming skill. This Rock Rat was quite obedient. With the promise of ample food and safety, it had agreed to become his temporary mount. Riding it increased his speed by 150%, allowing him to travel much faster than running on his own. Their destination today was the Spider Canyon, where a level 40 outdoor boss awaited. After Huozhu is defeated, there is a very high probability that the yin-yang life and death will drop. If it can be successfully picked up, the future second-class change and weapon upgrades will progress smoothly. The hunters in the desert only caught a fleeting glimpse of him passing by. They marveled and followed him with their eyes. Who is this person? He's only level 30, and yet he's already riding a mount. Amazing. This rat, its whole body is covered in magma. So cool. When they reached the spider's tooth, Chung Chien-mo patted the Rock Rat's head and instructed. Wait for me here. The path ahead is too narrow for you, and you can't come down. I'll go alone. The rat obediently nodded and sat down to wait. As he approached, Cheng Qianmo suddenly heard the sounds of a battle nearby. Someone had already made a move. Below, a person was desperately dodging attack after attack from Huo Nu, almost risking their life to escape. Seeing how fast this person was moving, Cheng Qianmo couldn't help but sigh. This person was even a level lower than him, yet he didn't expect to find such a promising assassin here. He immediately rushed down. Although this person didn't deal any damage to Huo Nu, their evasive movements and speed were extraordinary. Perhaps I could think of a way to recruit him. Below, he sighed, watching as Huo Nu furiously attacked. The level gap was still too wide. Dodging this AoE group damage attack was still a bit too difficult. Li Minghao stood there in a daze, seemingly resigned to accept the fiery onslaught heading his way. Luckily, Cheng Qianmo arrived just in time, swinging his sword to cut through the flames, leaving him startled. Li Minghao joyfully exclaimed, "So it's you." Cheng Qianmo glanced at him with some suspicion and asked, "Do you know me?" He patted his chest and replied, "I'm Li Minghao, just entered Yunba this year. Thank you for letting me collect materials on the outskirts of Leiding City. It helped me gather enough tuition fees." Cheng Qianmo suddenly understood. So he was one of the people who had followed him back then. On his way to Leiding City, he'd collected almost all the resources along the way. There were quite a few people behind him who had been picking things up too, but he hadn't paid much attention at the time. It turned out that Li Minghao was one of them. Cheng Qianmo then turned his gaze to Huo Nu, while Li Minghao continued to excitedly chatter. At that time, many students from the academy were also collecting tuition fees just like me. You allowed us to follow behind, and we're all very grateful. Without further hesitation, Cheng Qianmo charged towards Huo Nu. We'll talk about other things later. Your level is too low. Stand to the side and wait. I'll deal with this first. Cheng Qianmo rushed in, continuously landing combo attacks, dual mace strike, shattered tyrant, heavenly strike dragon fang. Li Minghao, watching from behind, couldn't help but praise, "Is it really that powerful? But I'm level 29, and you're only one level higher than me." Cheng Qianmo remained silent and switched his weapon to a dagger. Li Minghao was puzzled. Does he want to teach me how to play an assassin? Cheng Qianmo leapt up, attacking Huo Nu from above. Every fiery strike she unleashed was skillfully dodged by him. A swift and deadly slash cut straight for the vital point, closing in with terrifying speed. Li Minghao could only stand there, dumbfounded. Was he really a vagrant class? Surely, he couldn't be an assassin. Huo Nu was momentarily stunned for 2 seconds, and he shouted as if giving a lesson, "Now is the best time to forcefully trigger the phantom mark." Each spear gathers all the phantom marks that have been created on the target, striking forward and triggering an explosion that can cause massive damage to surrounding enemies. The more phantom marks generated, the greater the power, the larger the attack range, and the more dangerous the critical explosion, dealing over 12,000 damage. Huo Nu, choosing to remain silent, gave no response. Li Minghao raised his hand to shield himself. "Wow, what kind of attack is that? Is he really only one level above me?" Looking at the large fragments still left on Huo Nu, Cheng Qianmo remarked, "Unlike the sustained damage of Phantom Mark, the forced Phantom Mark could deal all its damage in an instant, making it ideal for landing critical strikes targeting the weaknesses of monsters." Holding the delicate strands in his hands, Cheng Qianmo smiled contentedly. It seemed luck was on his side. He had already obtained the yin-yang vitality with just one kill. At that moment, Li Minghao excitedly ran over. Master, that move you just did was amazing. Your deep understanding of the assassin class is truly terrifying. Can you accept me as a disciple?" Cheng Qianmo calmly asked again. "It would be better to discuss your situation a bit first. After all, we've only met twice." Seeing this, he awkwardly introduced himself properly. "Sir, my profession is assassin. I have an SS-level combat sensing talent. This talent allows me to avoid the most dangerous attacks at the right moment. I relied on this to pass the entrance exam for Yunba Academy, ranking first in the National H exam. He gently rubbed his chin, thinking. Your leveling speed is impressive. You've reached level 29 not long after entering university. Seeing this, he honestly took something out. My luck isn't bad. I received this item before, which allowed me to level up quite quickly. Jade Spirit Energy is an item that restores 100% experience points when the wearer kills monsters, with a maximum accumulation of 800,000 points, totaling 24 million experience points. Holding the Jade Spirit Energy in his hand, Chung Chien-mo was dumbfounded. This kid has a bit of the aura of a child of destiny, managing to obtain an item with a 1 in a million drop rate, meaning he has 2 million more experience than others. He flicked the jade back and turned to leave. I can accept you as a disciple. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Come find me after you change your class. As Chung Chien-mo stepped out of the teleportation array in the secret realm, someone approached him and inquired. Excuse me, are you Mr. Chung Chien-mo? He replied indifferently. Yes, what is it? The person immediately invited him. Please follow me. President Zhang, we invite you. At the president's office, the wooden door was quietly closed. As soon as he entered, the person inside spoke. Mr. Chien-mo, please take a seat. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Xiaoyuan, and I am the president of the Capital Management Association. A moment later, Chung Chien-mo also entered the room and sat across from him. Noticing that Zhang Xiaoyuan kept staring at him without speaking, he wondered, why does this person keep staring at my ring? Could it be that he's targeting old Qin? He decided to speak first. President Zhang, is there something you need from me today? Zhang Xiaoyuan opened his mouth and complimented him. Truly, a hero emerges from the young. You've only just entered the Xinyu estate, yet you've already reached level 30. Impressive, truly impressive. After old Qin learned you had reached level 30, he sent me to deliver something to you. He said it should only be used once you've completed your second class change. Chung Chien-mo took the item and tried to open it with all his strength. He couldn't open it. The box seemed to be sealed with some kind of mysterious force. Perhaps I really need to complete my second class change before it can be unlocked. He lifted the box and bowed to Zhang Xiaoyuan. Please convey my thanks to old Qin. The young one has received it. In the second class change exam room at Xinyu Academy, Lei Junjia asked him again, are you sure you don't want to rest for a while? You've just returned, and you're already taking the second transfer exam. He reassured the old man. Director Lei, trust me, I'm fine. But I have a special mission. I'm a wanderer, so my second class change exam is a bit different. Can the school prohibit live streaming? Lu Junjie smiled at him, but unfortunately, I still have to organize a study session for all the teachers and students in the school. However, if you're taking the initiative to leave, it seems there's a reason you have to do so. Alright, I promise you, no one will be allowed to see the second class change exam today, including the teachers. Suddenly, the old man looked behind him. By the way, has your assistant finished making their choice? Why don't I see the others? He gave the old man a meaningful look. Today, it's just me. I want to take the second class change exam alone. Seeing Chung Chien-mo rush into the secret gate without hesitation, Lei Junjie couldn't say a word. He hurried to Ling Zhao's office. Principal Ling, Chung Chien-mo just returned. But now he's in a rush to advance to the second class change. I couldn't stop him. Ling Xiao remained calm, trimming a branch. Still the same, the feeling of youth is truly wonderful. Then, Lei Junjie added another piece of news. Also, there's something else I need to report. He requested that the second class change exam be off limits for everyone to view. After thinking it over, I finally agreed. Even the teachers are banned from watching. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao paused for a moment, causing the old man to worry and swallow nervously. But then, he shook his head in acceptance. Forget it. Everyone has their secrets. A talent like that can't be monitored too closely. Let him be. You did well this time. At that moment, Ling Ruoxi entered on time to remind him to take his medicine. Lu Junjie smiled warmly when he saw her arrive. So it's Xiaoxi, long time no see, you've become even more beautiful recently. Ling Ruoxi shyly pouted. Uncle Lei is teasing me again, I hate it. The old man slowly turned and walked away. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Uncle Lei has already talked about his work, you two can talk, I won't disturb you. Ling Xiao gave Ling Ruoxi a meaningful glance, about to drop the pill into the glass of water. The guy I introduced to you has returned. She was shocked and nearly dropped the water glass. So soon? Grandpa, didn't I tell you I'm not going on blind dates? He drank the last of his water. That's not possible, I've already spoken to him. He's currently participating in the second class change, and once he's done, I'll arrange for you two to meet. Ling Ruoxi still wanted to say more, but Ling Xiao had already made up his mind and turned to leave. Let's leave it at that. Whether it works out or not, I won't force you, but at least you have to meet him. Inside the desert, the golden sand stretched across the bright blue sky, and a rock rat leisurely scurried through the sand. Xian Mo, holding the power fruit given by Cui Feng, sighed in relief. This career-change secret realm is a desert this time. To get an SSS rating, I'll have to give it my all. Thankfully, there's no live stream interference. Finally, I can evolve into a complete form. He swallowed and chose all his strength. After drinking it, his attributes would permanently increase by 5 points for anyone who had awakened. You've used the power fruit twice, all attributes plus 10. Chang Qianmo's status window appeared again, showing changes. The identity and attributes have both increased, and he is filled with a burst of joyous energy. Now, my body is brimming with power, it's time to push forward and force the legendary Soulbreaker out. Chung Qianmo patted the head of the rock rat. Buddy, today is the last day you'll accompany me. As long as we can successfully get through this secret realm, I'll grant you your freedom. After a moment, various monsters began to emerge from the desert, and the rock rat dodged attacks while charging forward as if fighting for its life. The notification from him echoed. You have fallen into the curse of obsession, crippled, weakened, electric famine, burning state. The rock rat squeaked in dissatisfaction, whining incessantly. He laughed. Are you saying that by attracting so many monsters, I'm seeking death? He pointed toward a stone slab ahead, giving orders, aiming precisely at the rock formation before leaping up. The rock rat was quick, far outpacing the monsters, and landed precisely where Chung Qianmo had indicated. Then, Chung Qianmo pointed ahead for both of them. Do you see the wall over there? Get ready for one more jump. The rock rat used all its strength to claw at the stone wall and climb up. When they reached a high enough point, the monsters suddenly scattered and stopped pursuing them. Chang Qianmo took out a high-grade blood recovery potion and drank it, sighing in relief. This is exactly why I chose this map. There were so many places to escape, whether it was the stone walls along the passage or the stone pillars surrounding the path. As long as they used a mount to jump, they could break free from the battle. The system's gatekeeper voice rang out. The time to recover the pure transformation power has ended. All obstacles have been eliminated for you. He looked at his hand in deep thought. If the waiting time could be a little shorter, that would be great, then we wouldn't need to play with the heartbeat rhythm anymore. Looking at the chaotic mess of rock rats below, Chung Qianmo began to calculate. To achieve an SSS rating today, the most likely outcome would be to eliminate all the small monsters while completing the 100-person kill mission. Fortunately, there was something here for that. These monsters would be dealt with later, it would be simpler. The rock rat glanced briefly, obediently sitting down to listen to Chung Qianmo's instructions. Ahead, the number 1 training boss remained atop the high platform. Now it's my turn. A massive bull-like creature lay at the center, behind the stone wall, with smaller bugs slowly crawling away beneath it. Chung Qianmo leaped off the stone wall, landing safely on the ground. Looking at the swarm of bugs crawling on the sand, he hesitated. It was just like in his past life. The holy armored beetles were neutral creatures in the desert city. Unless provoked, they would silently search for food on the ground. But his goal today was to achieve an SSS rating, so the first mission was to clear the secret realm. He took out an M18 broadsword, grinning kindly. Facing these neutral creatures, eliminating them all at once was the best choice. Taking advantage of the fact that the training boss was still on patrol, he started preparing. A while later, the M18 had covered the area where he stood. After setting up, Chung Chien-mo turned and hid. Perfect, the training boss would soon enter the deep group, and next would be the time for fireworks. After hiding behind the rock, he, the cunning one, pressed the control button, which was now the time to take off. A massive explosion erupted continuously, igniting a vast expanse of desert. Red liquid rose into the sky, then fell like rain. Chang Chien-mo deployed a parachute to shield himself. Beneath the canopy, his face was one of triumph, accompanied by the mechanical notification sound. You have defeated the level 36 elite boss, instructor. The vast ground below was now engulfed in swirling sand and dust. Chang Chien-mo slowly approached the corpse of the giant creature in front of him. On its carcass, a sword was suspended at its midpoint. It was a one-handed sword weapon, the Guardian's Sword. In addition to its high-end attributes, it could also combine with a counterattack blade to form the legendary weapon, Glory Vanguard. He eagerly took the sword in his hand, constantly marveling, even stronger than my Lu Guangyuan's ring, this is truly a semi-legendary weapon. The basic damage and attack speed are impressive. Speaking of the legendary weapon mentioned earlier, in the desert city, there once existed a true legendary weapon called Glory Vanguard. However, long ago, this weapon had been split into two, becoming two semi-legendary weapons. One half was the Guardian's Sword in my hand, and the other half was the counterattack imitation human. Chung Chien-mo looked at the sword in his hand with joy. When the two swords merged, the ancient Glory Vanguard would be reborn through the flow of time. Although the Glory Vanguard could only be temporarily used here and could not be taken outside, as long as one possessed it. Clearing the hidden realm will be easy. He said this while watching a rock rat that had appeared out of nowhere. The creature let out a cry and charged toward him. The rock rat dashed straight ahead. Not far from it, there was an area with several military camps located at the foot of a staircase. He shouted a command to it, "Do you see the camps below the stairs? Bring all the monsters to me and then charge up the stairs." The rock rat immediately took the order, speeding toward the monsters. Its agility caused a commotion among the large creatures. At this moment, the level 36 elite boss, demonic sand monster, appeared. Chung Chien-mo mounted the rock rat and charged straight at it. When he was not far from the boss, he quickly leaped off the rock rat's back. His hand grabbed the boss's arm as he simultaneously struck it with a powerful blast of heat. He gritted his teeth and said, "Down you go." The massive boss fell, causing a loud noise among the monsters below. Cheng Chien-mo walked to the area with the prison cells, where each person was locked in a separate iron cage, placed close together. One person shouted for help. "We were 5 people who came to the desert city to explore but were captured. Could you let us out? We'll reward you." He quickly agreed, "No problem, I'll let you out right now." As he spoke, the sound of chains breaking echoed. The people who had escaped from the cages hurriedly thanked him. The voice of the demonic sand monster rang out, filled with anger, "Those damned human slaves, the price for your escape is death." Following him was a group of monsters, all vying to charge forward. The group of people who had just been rescued, upon witnessing this sight, immediately felt fear. What should we do? Below is filled with giant monsters, at least over 100 of them. We're doomed. A man full of courage within the group shouted. We're all level 40. If we can hold this staircase, there's a chance. What's there to fear? We'll fight them. With that, he loudly called out for everyone to prepare for battle. Though brave, the man couldn't help but feel anxious. He turned to Cheng Qianmo and said, "Please grant us strength." He encouraged them. "No problem, I'll make my move when the time comes. You just go ahead." Feeling empowered, the man thanked him and turned around, loudly commanding, "Heal me up. Activate all offensive abilities, start the fight." A fierce battle erupted immediately. The group and the monsters began to clash. Cheng Qianmo stood on the side, watching the fireball spell in his hand, secretly smiling. "Want my help? Maybe you're thinking too much. This isn't my first time in this secret realm." The group was still fighting with all their might. One of them spoke to the captain, "It seems our attack power isn't enough. The monsters are about to break through our defenses." As soon as he finished speaking, one of the monsters lunged at him, causing him to panic and scream for help. The man, the captain, quickly turned to Cheng Qianmo, "Warrior, please quickly enhance our offensive power." He looked at the magic bullet in his palm and calmly replied, "First, let them kill 3 people, then we'll think about the next step." The battle had not stopped yet. Humans and monsters continued to clash, though the situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable. Without giving them any time to rest, another monster charged forward. The captain gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "We only need to defeat a dozen more small monsters to win. Do we really have to stay here?" Just as he finished speaking, a figure appeared from nowhere, and with a single strike, it brought down the massive monster. After that, a series of attacks followed, and countless monsters were swiftly annihilated by the powerful wave of heat. After a while, only 2 figures remained on the ground: the captain and Cheng Qianmo, who still held his long, sharp spear. The man clasped his hands together and bowed his head in gratitude for the timely help. It was fortunate that there were still 2 survivors. Just as he finished speaking, the sharp tip of the spear was pointed straight at his chest, serving as a response. The captain trembled in fear and asked, "What do you want to do?" Cheng Qianmo's eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was laced with danger as he retorted, "Shouldn't I be the one asking that? Are you planning to thank your savior with a dagger?" The man was struck at his most vulnerable point, and his gaze turned vicious. "How do you know?" Without responding, Cheng Qianmo thrust the spear forward and unleashed the illusory rune suppression. The blinding light faded, and the man was now lying motionless on the ground, his form barely recognizable. Cheng Qianmo leisurely replied, "Of course I know, because I don't know how many times I've entered the desert city. The true second stage boss is actually your 5-person team. These 5 are not explorers at all, but traitors to humanity. After being hunted down, they had no choice but to flee here. If I help them too much, the remaining strength of this expedition will only grow stronger, and once they betray us, they'll be far harder to deal with. If I help too little, they'll die too soon, and in that case, the counterfeit ring of rebellion won't drop. Running into me is the greatest misfortune you could ever face." He looked at the saber radiating an orange glow, hovering in the air, and smiled in satisfaction. "A fine blade indeed. What a pity that I must merge it right after obtaining it." With that, he fused the 2 sabers together. Brilliant golden light flared across the ground. Moments later, a massive greatsword appeared, the legendary Glory Vanguard, bearing extraordinary attributes, capable of releasing shockwaves, dealing base damage to enemies ahead, and scaling with all 4-dimensional stats when attacking. Cheng Qianmo grasped the blade with delight and praised, "Truly worthy of being a legendary weapon. These attributes are absolutely astounding." He hefted the enormous sword onto his shoulder, stomped heavily on the ground, sending dust billowing, and continued forward. Before Cheng Qianmo, a horde of massive monsters appeared, each with the form of a different beast. He glanced at them and commented, "Before meeting the final boss, only these level 39 mobs remain. They're considered the strongest monsters in this desert city. Perfect for you lot to serve as my test dummies." He rushed forward, 1 foot landing on the ground. At the same time, he used the bone-breaking strike, swinging his blade and sending the monsters flying back a distance. Cheng Qianmo's gaze grew cold as he continued to focus on the target. At this moment, the Glory Vanguard equipment's effect was triggered. With a single swing, a fierce wave of heat swept through the monsters, and red damage numbers appeared in rapid succession, indicating the special attack effects. After a while, he rested the blade on his shoulder, realizing that the attack hadn't drained much of his strength. Chang Qianmo sighed with a hint of regret. So strong. In just 10 seconds, with nothing but basic attacks, I've already wiped out 24 elite monsters. If only this weapon could be taken outside. It feels like every strike is drawing blood. Suddenly, the surface of the water behind him made a noise, causing Chang Qianmo to glance back. He saw more and more bubbles rising in front of him, filled with anticipation. At least there's the final boss, the nine-headed serpent, to entertain me. Otherwise, this would be really boring. The water surface suddenly erupted with a loud explosion. Chang Qianmo stood still, watching the massive cloud of smoke formed by the rising bubbles. The 40th level 9-headed serpent with 26 heads emerged from the water. It looked down at him, speaking with an aggressive tone, "Foolish mortal, you are the one who awakened me from my slumber." His sharp eyes met the serpent's gaze as he responded provocatively, "A demigod like you dares to challenge me? I've already killed all the leaders of your 9-headed serpent clan. What are you?" The 9-headed serpent, growing even more furious at the taunt, became even more aggressive. It swung its large tentacles through the air, creating swirling clouds of dust that nearly suffocated the surroundings. At this moment, Chang Qianmo simply stood calmly, observing without avoiding the attack, his legs shifting nimbly. His two hands gripped the sword tightly. Chang Qianmo leapt into the air, continuously launching attacks with the ghost swordsmanship technique. The 9-headed serpent stammered in disbelief, screaming, "How did you get the holy orb of the immortal cultivator?" "Impossible." He didn't respond but continued to charge forward. His eyes of bloodshot were filled with a murderous intent that rippled through the air. Chang Qianmo unleashed the ascending dragon sword technique, and around him, dense heat waves appeared like bolts of lightning. With lightning speed, he closed the distance, raising his sword high. The 9-headed serpent couldn't react in time and could only glare at Chang Qianmo with its furious, bloodshot eyes. Countless sword strikes rained down upon the massive body of the 9-headed serpent. It widened its eyes, its sharp teeth bared in a grotesque roar. The 9-headed serpent's body disintegrated with a loud crash. Chang Qianmo leapt into the air, watching the creature's corpse slowly fade beneath his feet. Sweat dotted his face as Chang Qianmo gasped for breath, his chest heaving. Maintaining this state for so long was undeniably taxing. If he could switch it to a more dynamic skill, it would be much easier. It was time to deal with those little monsters. The system's voice rang out, congratulating Chang Qianmo for completing the mission and unlocking a new skill. The evening sun dyed the sky a reddish hue. After listening to a long string of system notifications, Chang Qianmo felt a bit dazed. What kind of monster hunting profession was Phoenix Tamer? I have become a master of second-class change. If this development trend continues, wouldn't my complete form be a fifth-class change full-fledged profession? He and Rock Rat closed the information from the system table, feeling pleased. Chang Qianmo pointed to the sky, speaking loudly, "I'm getting more and more excited about what the soul-binding mage profession will ultimately evolve into. Maybe in the end, I can break through the rift in the void above and exterminate all the monster beasts." Meanwhile, in another location, a tense preparation was underway. People were bustling about, quickly completing their tasks. How were the members of various departments preparing? Fresh flowers, medals, has the welcome team prepared the flowers for the young lady? Lu Jinjie asked loudly, gesturing with his hands to direct the arrangements. Everyone, hurry up. Who knows when that little monster Chang Qianmo will show up? A man sitting nearby spoke up, could it be that Director Zhang is being too cautious? The man asked in confusion, how bad has the Xinyu Academy become? Just one phone call and Director Zhang is this scared. Another person explained, Xinyu Academy has a long history. After all, their principal is a fourth-class change powerhouse. At this moment, Li Yushan, the top female MC from Beijing television and one of the 10 most beautiful female broadcasters of Nation H, stepped down. Some people, seeing her, greeted her. She stood with her arms crossed, frowning, and spoke in a dissatisfied tone. "I was supposed to go to Yunba Academy for an interview today. Who would have thought that the director would pull me here? The academy only has one graduate, what's there to report? It's such a waste of my time." The cameraman standing behind her reluctantly smiled and said, "Just go with it. Isn't it better to go there than to the Xinyu Academy by 10,000 times?" Yushan wondered why Director Zhang had agreed to this. She then took off the coat draped over her shoulders and ordered the cameraman, "We're here, start filming. Let's also check on the current state of Xinyu Academy. The last time we were here was years ago." The camera started. The female host on the screen greeted the livestream audience. "I'm Li Yushan. Today, at the invitation of the principal of Xinyu Academy, we're here to witness the promotion exam of a talented student." The comments on the livestream screen were scrolling continuously, most of them mocking and sneering. Dusan also read the unflattering comments and silently thought to herself, "Well, whatever, let them be." Such a dull interview program was honestly not something anyone would watch. Suddenly, a convoy of cars appeared, grabbing attention. Viewers now wondered why the cars from Lanshan Academy were here, along with those from Maling Academy. Could something happen today? Two black cars stopped side by side. Two men got out of the cars, one was Chang Yusheng, the head of the cross department at Maling University, and the other was Wang Kaifu, the head of the cross department at Lantian University. The two shook hands and greeted each other, almost in unison, saying, "Are you here to attend Cheng Qianmo's graduation ceremony too?" The scene caused the livestream room to explode once again. Who is Cheng Qianmo that two veterans would come all the way here? Even a provincial top scholar wouldn't receive such treatment, would they? The livestream screen was also being broadcasted in the conference room of Yunba Academy, the #1 academy in Nation H. Wu Shuijing, the principal of Yunba Academy, sat watching the screen, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table, then asked aloud, "What do you all think Xinyu Academy is preparing for today?" Zhou Siwei, the head of the academic department of the academy, closed the file in his hand and responded, "From what I know, Cheng Qianmo is this year's top scholar in the province, but his profession is vagrant class, so we didn't send anyone to recruit him earlier. Xinyu Academy might be trying to leverage his reputation to create a spectacle today." Another person spoke up, "Perhaps Cheng Qianmo performed exceptionally well in the entrance exam. I heard he even received an SSS level potential rating. It's likely that this is why Ling Xiao wants to build up his influence for his academy." Shui Jing frowned and thought to himself, "That old man is about to kick the bucket, yet he still refuses to settle down. The times have changed, does he still dream of returning to the top of Nation H?" After thinking for a moment, he spoke up, "In any case, we are all fellow alumni, and with so many schools involved, we naturally can't be impolite. Let's do this, Xiao, go in my stead." Xiao quickly agreed. Shui Jing didn't forget to remind him, "Don't forget to call that kid up, he's been back since yesterday." Back at the sandy area, only Cheng Qianmo remained. He was just smoothing his bangs when he suddenly remembered the velvet box old Qin had asked someone to deliver to him, which he hadn't opened yet. He took the box in his hand, preparing to open it, and indeed, now was the right time. Let's see what useful items are inside. As soon as the lid of the box was lifted, a golden light immediately shone brightly before Cheng Qianmo's eyes. He stared in astonishment at the item inside the box. It's an SS-level skill book, and moreover, it's a passive skill. No sooner had he spoken than the scroll in front of him shattered into pieces, turning into crystals that flew up and absorbed into Cheng Qianmo's forehead. A congratulatory voice from the system rang out, "You have learned the SS-level passive skill, Violent Explosion Success, which increases your critical damage by 20%. His gaze was now filled with a deep purple hue. Cheng Qianmo carefully thought to himself, "Old Qin probably didn't want to help him during the promotion exam, so he had sealed the box until he had completed his second-class change, allowing him to open it afterward. This gift must not be a trivial one. Cheng Qianmo smiled brightly. If I get the chance, I'll definitely express my gratitude directly. He then opened the system panel. Next, I'll allocate the 20 free attribute points from the second awakening reward to Spirit first. I don't want to experience that exhausted state again. After making his choice, the system panel shifted to the next section. The points were successfully allocated. Now, it was time to focus on the two new passive skills. For the first choice, the skill Killer Intent Vibration will be unlocked. The system announcement rang out, "Congratulations, the host has upgraded Killer Intent Vibration to level 2. There is an additional 20% chance to cause all enemies within a 5-meter range to take damage, while also increasing the critical hit, physical, and magical damage of oneself and surrounding teammates by 5%. Cheng Qianmo looked at the notification information on the system panel, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and sighed in relief. This time, the passive skill didn't switch to a permanent activated form. If that had happened, not only would my mana be insufficient, but it would also have been very easy to cause trouble and attract monsters. If the current trend of passive skills development continues, by the endgame, I would need to increase attack speed. Next, he transformed that skill. His finger pressed the activation button, followed by the notification of a successful transformation. This was a skill that could summon a swarm of falling creatures, dealing significant damage to enemies within the range and draining their health. Cheng Qianmo reviewed this information and was quite satisfied. Very good, this passive skill is very useful. From now on, I will have a dual health regeneration method during combat. The status window opened, clearly listing the basic information and equipped skill stats. He walked through the door and, as he spoke, didn't expect that in just one day, his combat power had directly increased by 20,000 points. He still had quite a few unopened treasure chests left, which he planned to deal with after returning to the Apocalypse continent. The large bell rang loudly, sending its sound echoing across the sky. Ling Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at the bell in front of him and feeling at ease. The Xinyu bell has tolled 9 times, he has succeeded, and this time, it's an unprecedented record. On the smooth surface of the large stone slab, the name Cheng Qianmo appeared as the one who held the best record in history. Ling Xiao, with eyes full of wrinkles, gazed thoughtfully at the bell. This Xinyu bell had been brought by the first principal, and each time a student achieved an unprecedented record, the bell would be rung. Over the nearly 100 years, the bell had been rung countless times. However, this was the first time it had been struck 9 times in succession. The highest number in heaven and earth starts with an end at 9. 9 represents the pinnacle, and is also a symbol of supreme power. Once he finished speaking, he turned and left. His mind was still filled with admiration for Cheng Qianmo. As he stepped out from the teleportation gate, the continuous flashing of camera lights immediately dazzled him. Cheng Qianmo raised his hand to shield his eyes from the unexpected lights, his heart full of confusion. Is there some important event today? As soon as he appeared, the entire hall began to buzz with excitement. The great elder, Cheng Qianmo, is out. He's truly succeeded. He has become the youngest outstanding graduate in the history of our nation H. The live stream screen also erupted at the same time. Yushan opened his eyes wide, mouth agape in astonishment. Comments scrolled rapidly in response to this shocking news. 2 men walked towards Cheng Qianmo. Shang Yuan Shang took the initiative to greet him. Long time no see, Chang. After receiving the news, I rushed over immediately. Luckily, I made it in time. Wan Kaifu, standing beside him, spoke up and interrupted. Congratulations. Today, I am here on behalf of Principal Fei Ying Wang. He asked me to convey his apologies, saying that today, unfortunately, he has an important meeting that he cannot leave, or else he would have personally come. The people standing behind, who overheard this, were astonished. What earth-shattering thing did Director Wang just say? He's a 4th-class change powerhouse, the principal of Lan Tian Academy. If not for an urgent matter, would he really have come personally to show support? Could there be some mistake? Today doesn't seem to be the fourth class change promotion exam, but rather the second class change exam, right? In the broadcast hall of the H Nation General TV station, the man sitting and watching exclaimed in surprise. With 5 million people online, this had set a new record, the highest since the establishment of the capital city's TV station. The director of the H Nation General TV station, infuriated, said, "Damn it, on such an important occasion, we received absolutely no information, and now the capital city TV station has easily profited from this." Back at Cheng Qianmo's location, the crowd was invited to make way for the person approaching, Ling Xiao. His appearance caused an even bigger stir among the crowd. Lei Junjia had to step forward to remind everyone to maintain order. Ling Xiao looked at Cheng Qianmo with a gentle smile and informed him, "This record has already been recognized by the Xinyu Bell. Congratulations, you've just set a new historical record for H Nation. The 9 strikes just now are the clearest proof." Upon hearing these words, Cheng Qianmo's face lit up with even more excitement. Ling Xiao's words were not just for Cheng Qianmo, but seemed to be directed at everyone. The discussion on the livestream screen continued to intensify. What is the Xinyu Bell? Why are the expressions of the 3 senior leaders so astonished? Wang Kaifu spoke, his voice slightly trembling. "I told you, after hearing the bell just now, I felt like my soul was shaken. It turns out that the legend is true. The Xinyu Bell really exists." The voice of the announcer, Yushan, rang out, "Dear teachers, I am the host from Capital TV. Since no one seems to know what the Xinyu Bell is, would you be able to explain it to everyone?" Lu Junjie proactively stepped forward, stood in front of the camera, and spoke into the microphone. "Legend has it that the Xinyu Bell was created by the first principal of Xinyu Academy. It has a miraculous ability to assess the potential of students. When an outstanding student from our school breaks the secret realm record, the bell will ring a certain number of times. The more times it rings, the faster the achievement improves, and the greater the student's potential. But only a very few people can activate it, and usually, it can only be activated 2 or 3 times. Before today, the highest record at our school was 6 rings. Moreover, this record was directly set by Principal Ling." On the live stream screen, Yushan seized the key point and quickly asked, "Director Lei, are you implying that Cheng Qianmo's potential is even stronger than a 4th-class change expert?" The majority of comments on the live stream didn't believe Director Lei's words, thinking he was just bluffing. Lei Junjie read these comments and was so angry that he clenched his fist tightly. "Anyway, I am someone with a reputation, how could I possibly lie? And yet, these people still don't believe me." Chang Yusheng calmly looked up at Cheng Qianmo, who was still standing in place above. He asked with a voice full of casualness, "Mr. Cheng Qianmo, may I ask what your evaluation of the second-class change exam was today and how long it took you to complete it?" Cheng Qianmo leisurely replied, "The evaluation was SSS rank. As for the exact time, I didn't check it closely, but anyway, it was just about an hour, give or take a few minutes." This answer caused an explosion of comments on the livestream. Some people praised him, while others doubted Cheng Qianmo's words. Lu Junjie read these comments and just sneered. "These people really are like pigs that don't fear boiling water. Wait until I smack them in the face with the truth." Then, Lei Jun raised his voice and asked Cheng Qianmo, "May I ask where your assistant is? It seems we haven't seen him around." In an instant, Cheng Qianmo's mind quickly processed the situation. "Didn't you already know? You want me to cooperate, don't you?" Thinking for a moment, he then responded loudly, "Today, I'm going solo. I didn't bring an assistant." At that moment, the comments on the livestream finally started acknowledging him. Now this was truly impressive. The reporter's sister was once again stunned, completely in awe of the expert. It seemed that Xinyu Academy was really on the rise now. The people who had doubted MOZ earlier, how painful must their faces be now? At the very least, it would hurt for the next 2.5 years. Cheng Qianmo's name would definitely spread throughout the capital tomorrow. A girl holding a rose walked up to him, and the sound of endless admiration filled the air. Senior Hua Ningyu, I'm so lucky to meet you today. Despite that, she was chosen as the student representative to present the flowers. Ningyu felt a surge of admiration. Her heart was full of determination at this moment. A man as outstanding as him, she was bound to win his affection. She had to put in her utmost effort to successfully present the flowers today. Later, she would show them all her skills. Meanwhile, in another place, a delicate, slender hand, still wet, reached up to turn off the faucet. Ling Ruoshi, wrapped in a towel, was feeling despondent, crying with no tears. What should I do when I meet the person for the blind date later? Why did he change to second class so quickly? Couldn't he slow down a bit? Why did I follow my grandfather's arrangement? I'm such a fool. She pulled at her hair and screamed, this is really bad. I have to make him fail. If he fails, then I won't have to go anymore. I really don't want to go on this blind date. She was saying this as she walked over to the phone, which was vibrating incessantly on the table. Ruoshi picked it up and opened the live stream screen, looking at it with suspicion. Why are there so many people watching the live stream from the capital TV station today? It's already surpassed 10 million. Her eyes widened in surprise when she saw that the main character was Chung Chien-mo. At Chung Chien-mo's side, he stood on the stage with the teachers, looking at the crowd below, where people were noisily milling around. Lu Junjie spoke up, asking everyone to quiet down for a moment. I'm sure everyone is aware of Cheng Chien-mo's impressive achievements. Now, let's invite our student representative to the stage to present the flowers. We also hope that everyone will applaud for the outstanding contributions Chung Chien-mo has made. According to his introduction, Ningyu slowly stepped onto the stage holding the bouquet. When Cheng Chien-mo saw the person walking toward him, he felt displeased. Why did they let her present the flowers to him? Was it intentional to make him disgusted? As he saw her getting closer, Chung Chien-mo's face darkened. He thought to himself, this is really bad luck. For the sake of Shinyu Academy's growth plan, I can only sacrifice my personal interests to achieve the greater goal. Standing in front of Chung Chien-mo, Ningyu smiled inwardly with joy, thinking, I wonder how he'll react when she confesses to Chung Chien-mo in front of tens of millions of people. Down in the audience, there was a constant buzz of compliments for Ningyu. Cheng Chien-mo forced a smile as he accepted the bouquet and listened to the senior's congratulatory words. The girl's face flushed as she hesitantly spoke, actually, I. At that moment, a voice cut her off. So it's you? Cheng Chien-mo looked at the person who had appeared, shocked. He gazed at Ruoshi, wondering why she was here. Ruoshi didn't answer but threw herself into his arms, cursing softly. You applied to Shinyu Academy, and you didn't even tell me? She looked at Chung Chien-mo with eyes full of tears and said in a choked voice, so, the person my grandfather always wanted me to meet was you. Cheng Chien-mo stared at her, momentarily speechless. President Ling, watching the scene unfold, cursed inwardly, Chung Chien-mo, you're ruining your family. I'm not done with you yet. The livestream screen continued to buzz with noise as they saw her throw herself into Chung Chien-mo's arms. Daring to act in front of so many people, the first one clearly has an interest in him, the second one is even more proactive. It's so frustrating and filled with jealousy. Cheng Chien-mo glanced at Ruoshi, who looked a bit embarrassed, and spoke up, stop scolding, we're live streaming right now. Please mind your image, my lady. Hearing this, she seemed to snap back to reality and pushed his hand away sharply, her face darkening as she remained silent. Chang Yusheng and Wang Kaifu observed the unexpected situation and simultaneously turned to Principal Ling for an explanation. He hesitated before answering, This is an accident. Inside his mind, he was filled with unspeakable thoughts. He couldn't possibly tell everyone that the man on stage was his son-in-law, could he? Lei Junjie stepped in to end the awkward scene. The congratulatory ceremony for Chung Chien-mo is now concluded. I invite all reporters to follow me to the staircase classrooms. The important decision of our Shinyu Academy will be announced shortly. Upon hearing this, the audience below the stage began to move. Cheng Qianmo ruffled her hair and smiled, asking, "Everyone's gone. Do you still want to keep crying?" In response, she punched him in the chest and scolded, "I knew it, you're always picking on me." With that, she turned and ran off, not even looking back at him. Hua Ningyu gave him a quiet glance before leaving without a word. After walking a little way, she quietly turned her head to see him still standing there. A look of sorrow filled the young girl's face as she whispered to herself, "And the opponent is Ling Ruoxi. The genius with SS-level talent, superior in everything from her figure, looks, to her family background. From now on, I might just become the laughingstock of the academy." After thinking for a moment, the girl leaned back, succumbing to gravity, and fell backwards. Below the stands, decorated with flowers, Hua Ningyu lay on the ground. The bouquet from earlier now lay silently on the ground beside her, looking both lonely and struggling. After everyone sat down at the meeting table, they began to excitedly discuss Xinyu Academy. Teacher Lei Jia arrived, and someone spoke up. "The headmaster of Xinyu Academy, Lei, is here. He's gesturing for you to sit here." Cheng Qianmo thought to himself, "Is the principal going to announce that today?" Yushan, confused, said from below, "How can a student like Cheng Qianmo sit in the main seat? That's the position of the high-ranking elders of the academies. Even with exceptional talent, he doesn't have the right to be here." Someone next to her responded, "Maybe he's here to represent the outstanding students and give a speech." Yushan found this reasonable and nodded. She then ordered, "No matter what, Cheng Qianmo is the focal point of today. Direct the camera to him." Meanwhile, on the other side, upon looking at the screen, they saw the worthless bunch. Why didn't we send anyone to Jiangchang Academy when we were promoting to higher levels before? Yet now, a prodigy like Cheng Qianmo is falling into the hands of Xinyu Academy. Shui Jing shouted loudly, "Lightland, you're the head of admissions, what kind of work are you doing?" Lightland explained, "Right before Cheng Qianmo, we couldn't display such terrifying strength. No one could have predicted his future with that legendary style, nor with such an academy. We don't consider students without a future, and Shui Jing is right, this kind of misjudgment happens once or twice every few years. Let's not talk about this for now. What do you think Ling Xiao will do next?" Lightland speculated, "I feel like the help from Xinyu Academy towards Cheng Qianmo is just a facade. Their real intention is to get back into the top-tier ranks. If I were Ling Xiao, with the trump card Cheng Qianmo in hand, I would make full use of it." Shui Jing was pleased, his analysis was spot on. If they want to take advantage of the opportunity to build momentum, then all I can do is pour a bucket of cold water on them. "Zhou Siwei, it should be coming soon, right? My grand ceremony is about to be sent out." Ling Xiao declared, "Next, I will announce an important measure. From now on, Xinyu Academy and Lantian Academy will become strategic allies. The two schools will support each other and share resources." He extended his hand. "In addition to establishing a student exchange system, we will also collaborate to offer advanced training courses for our teachers. The purpose of the course is to improve teaching skills." After a unified decision, the temporary head of the advanced teacher class will be Cheng Qianmo, a student. Everyone couldn't believe their ears and immediately raised objections. One person voiced his thoughts, "Xinyu Academy really made a bold move." He laughed and said, "Why is everyone so quiet? Keep talking about your collaboration plans. We at Yunba Academy would love to hear it. Just how miraculous can a plan be that aims to help weaker academies improve together?" The crowd began whispering and discussing his words. Jun Jia remained welcoming. "Ah, so you're from Yunba Academy. Xinyu Academy warmly welcomes you. Please, everyone take a seat." Thinking further, Principal Ling, if I'm not mistaken, you did just say that you want this student to be the head teacher of the advanced class, right? Ling Xiao coldly looked at Thinking, "Does Yunba Academy have any guidance to offer?" Thinking questioned, "I just want to ask, what qualifications does Cheng Qianmo have to be the teacher of the advanced class?" Everyone hesitated. At this moment, Cheng Qianmo spoke up, Do I need Yunba Academy's approval to be the head teacher? Isn't that a bit too arrogant? Thinking was furious. Education is the foundation of the academies in Nation H, and are you letting second-class students teach third-class teachers? His expression was filled with anger. You are using the students from your own academy as experiments. How can you treat the future of Nation H like a joke? Seeing this, everyone supported him, offering all kinds of reasons to reject this proposal. They all murmured, agreeing with the argument. No matter what, Chung Chien-mo was still just a student. It seemed that Shinyu Academy was desperately searching for a cure to its problems. Kaifu spoke up. Cheng Chien-mo has a high level of teaching ability and has received recognition from many teachers. A voice rang out, "All right, Headmaster Wang, there's no need to continue." Cheng Chien-mo stood up. It seemed Yunba Academy had come well prepared today. If that's the case, let's get straight to the point. Today, I, Cheng Chien-mo, want to be the head teacher of this class. What exam do I need to pass? Thinking immediately replied, "There's no exam, but today Yunba Academy is setting up a challenge platform at Shinyang Academy. The referee is a graduate of Yunba Academy. If you're confident enough, feel free to try and beat him. I have nothing more to say." People around them began to gossip. The challenger is Chi Xiong, the genius who switched to Silver Moon, right? 2 years ago, he broke many rules at Yunba Academy, and there are rumors that he has reached level 40. Coming back as an alumnus now seems a bit like bullying. They continued, "Aren't students trained by the academy? If they're outdated, they have to lose. What's the big deal with bullying? Do you dare accept the challenge?" The department heads were uneasy. There was a 10-level gap between them. Furthermore, Chi Xiong was best at soloing against the Silver Moon class. Who would dare accept the challenge? But refusing might mean the teacher's class wouldn't be able to continue. Cheng Chien-mo confidently replied, "Chung Chien-mo, I will play until the end." The crowd murmured again. He actually agreed. Truly fearless. In fact, for Shinyu Academy, there was still a chance to turn things around. But with a 10-level difference, this time, Shinyu Academy was finished. Ling Xiao spoke up, "The press conference is nearly over, and since you've requested a public challenge, I suppose I'll have to agree. Everyone, follow me to the arena." From a distance, a voice suddenly rang out. Looks like I arrived just in time to watch the drama unfold. Yuan Hao walked in. "Principal Ling, I heard you're organizing a martial arts event?" Jun Jie was surprised. "Commissioner D, why are you here?" Ling Xiao was excited. It had been a long time since they last met. Today was supposed to be a press conference announcing the alliance between the two schools, but the Yunba Academy decided to challenge us to a duel. The crowd below was getting noisy. "Who is this committee member D?" someone asked. "Don't you know Yuan Hao?" Another person replied. "He's a trusted confidant of Old Qin, the great elder." "The reasoning is like this," someone continued. "Our Yunba Academy heard that Shinyu Academy had a second-class student become a teacher, so we want to organize a friendly match." Yuan Hao nodded in agreement after hearing this. He then announced, "I am here today as a representative of the Management Association to express our stance. We wish for the advanced classes for teachers at Shinyu Academy to continue to grow. I hope Cheng Chien-mo can lead the teachers at Shinyu Academy to bring glory to our nation." Ling Xiao thought to himself, how many secrets is this kid hiding? Could he have some connection with Old Qin? After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Shinyu Academy will definitely live up to the expectations of the Management Association." Cheng Chien-mo secretly felt pleased. Old Qin truly is impressive. Not only does he have a firm grasp of the situation here, but he also made a move that leaves no room for further discussion, he thought. I must take the time to visit the Management Association headquarters. Yuan Hao turned and said, "Your Shinyu Academy is very good, we look forward to your results. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." The crowd began to murmur. It seems that the Management Association's stance is with Xinyu Academy, one person commented. Didn't he specifically mention Chung Chien Mo? It's to support Chung Chien Mo. The thought was filled with silent worry. Why would the Management Association side with Chung Chien Mo? Does he have some kind of backing? At that moment, Yu Sheng's phone suddenly rang. A message from Hong Shan popped up. No matter the cost, we must form an alliance with Xinyu Academy. Yu Sheng thought to himself, has the principal already made a decision? He then relayed the discussion between our school and Principal Ling. I, representing Ma Ling Academy, hereby announce that Ma Ling will join this alliance starting today. The students adjusted as Chung Chien Mo took the role of headmaster. Everyone was shocked. No one expected Ma Ling Academy to join. With the support of the Management Association, it was clear that teams would begin to form, and things were bound to get interesting from here on out. They raised their hands in agreement. We too will join the strategic alliance of the academies. We also wish to join the alliance. We too. On the side of Shuijing, there was complete silence. No one reacted. He slammed the table. Since when did Xinyu Academy become so close with the Management Association's headquarters? Ma Ling Academy just follows the wind? Are these old men really trying to bring everything back to the way it was? Lightland laid out its plans, but what about the president of the Management Association? As long as we defeat Cheng Chien Mo, he won't be able to stay as headmaster anymore, and the alliance will fall apart. After hearing this, Shuijing felt somewhat reassured. That's right. Bao Siwei and Qi Xiong must defeat Cheng Chien Mo in the arena, yet Cheng Chien Mo remained calm. Didn't you say you wanted to set up a ring? Then let's quickly go to the fight. If we finish early, I'll have time for dinner. The thought was trembling. The Management Association and Ma Ling Academy were on the same side. Even if they won the battle, it would only be a slap in the face to the Management Association. The principal standing behind them was fine, but it was him who had to take the front. Qi Xiong hesitated at this moment. Suddenly, a message popped up in his thoughts: you must defeat Cheng Chien Mo at all costs. Whatever happens, I'll take the responsibility. The thought was filled with fear. The principal is pushing me into the fire. He was frustrated. No matter what background Cheng Chien Mo has, I'm not afraid. Here, strength is what proves everything. The thought yelled loudly, of course we're going to fight. You're a level 40 PK specialist, and you're afraid of a free player who's 10 levels lower? After speaking, he stood up with a tone of determination. Let's go to the fight. The crowd outside was in a stir. Did you hear the news? Yunba Academy has challenged Xinyu Academy. Everyone rushed to watch the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, the television station was working quickly to ensure the broadcast didn't slow down. The audience was discussing, mocking that Cheng Chien Mo was sure to lose. Qi Xiong secretly worried. Damn it, this time Zhou and the principal have really played me. Cheng Chien Mo has the Management Association backing him. Even if I beat him, they'll make things difficult for me later. This is not good at all. He was arrogant. I'm not the type to bully the weak or look for someone else to take my place. With his skills and rank, switching players wouldn't be shameful. Cheng Chien Mo smiled and replied, I'm different from senior, I enjoy bullying the weak. You're so confident, so today's match must be handled by me. Yu Shan sneered. Cheng Chien Mo is too arrogant, daring to call Qi Xiong, level 40, a soft persimmon. Someone beside them responded, arrogance must be backed by strength, but the opponent is 10 levels higher than him. Provoking your opponent is not a good strategy. Qi Xiong, angered, looked at the representative from the guild. I was going to give you a way out, but you don't know what's good for you. Don't think just because you set a record, you're great. If you're looking for death, I won't be polite. The referee announced, this is a combat match. You may use any items or equipment, but cannot harm each other's lives. The person who either loses consciousness or is knocked out of the arena will lose. Qi Xiong activated his silver moon stealth, making his body almost disappear. Cheng Chien Mo sneered, silver moon stealth? A petty trick and you dare to show off in front of me. The entire audience was stunned when Chi Xiong suddenly vanished. Then, cracks began appearing at the bottom of the arena, drawing everyone's attention. Soon, cracks spread rapidly across the ground. Within moments, the entire arena was filled with fractures. In the observation room, it was a shame they couldn't see their figures. Aren't they both supposed to be invisible? How can they still see each other? It was all down to their combat instincts, surpassing level 10, allowing them to perceive such things. Ling Xiao spoke up, stealth skills rely on perception, but unfortunately, it lacks a bit of the necessary attraction. Not enough to satisfy me. Saying that, he used a special technique to make the old man step in and help out a little. Chi Xiong was shocked. How can that be? This guy is just an ordinary person, he's even 10 levels lower than me. Not only can he sense stealth skills, but he can also keep up with my speed, Cheng Qian Mo sneered. As expected of a Silver Moon level 40, his speed and battle instincts are above average, but from now on, this stage will belong to me. At that moment, as Chi Xiong lost focus, Cheng Qian Mo activated his Shadow Pursuit skill. Then, a backlock skill was unleashed, causing Chi Xiong to bleed and fall to the ground. As soon as Chi Xiong fell, Cheng Qian Mo followed up with a throw, sending Chi Xiong flying into the air. He thought to himself, this kid is no simple character, I can't let Qian Mo control this fight anymore. Seeing Chi Xiong use Shadow Step, Cheng Qian Mo smirked, it's useless, the backlock already caused a bleeding effect, your stealth won't last long. Cheng Qian Mo timed it perfectly, and exactly 3 seconds later, Chi Xiong reappeared. Chi Xiong took a healing potion and said, I really underestimated you. I can't deny, your assassination skills are really impressive. He then split into 5 clones, continuing, that was just a mistake on my part, but from now on, you won't be so lucky. At this point, everyone couldn't help but marvel at Chi Xiong's power. Immediately after, the 5 clones of Chi Xiong rushed forward, attacking. Cheng Qian Mo Jun Jie silently worried, this is bad, 5 times the attack speed. But he remained calm, holding the knife and delivering a decisive slash, nearly nicking himself slightly. With a single strike from him, Chi Xiong's blood spilled onto the ground. Once again, he reappeared. How is this possible? Could it be that he has eyes on the back of his head? Cheng Qian Mo explained, there's a skill called sound-based positioning. I've locked his true position from the start. Cheng Qian Mo thought to himself, sound-based positioning is very important in FPS games. I've practiced this skill, and now I can use it in combat. Chi Xiong, infuriated, shouted, I won't accept this. You're just a level 30 non-player character, what makes you think you can beat me? He spread his arms wide. If you forced me to use this move, then get ready for it. The pain of death is fleeting. Use Gale Chaotic Dance, using my own blood as a medium to stimulate all the energy in my body. This will allow me to move at high speed and launch an attack on my enemy. The crowd commented, he's about to use Gale Chaotic Dance. No, this move is the most powerful. Silver Moon Blood for blood. If he uses it, either Cheng Qian Mo will die, or he will. Thought process, despite being 10 levels higher than Cheng Qian Mo, Chi Xiong was the first to use Gale Chaotic Dance. After this move, his life will be reduced by 80%. Is Cheng Qian Mo really that strong? He observed, but no matter how strong, it didn't matter. Now that Chi Xiong had used his ultimate move, everything was as good as over. Then, Jun Jia, worried, said, why isn't the principal intervening in stopping the match? I'm afraid Cheng Qian Mo might be in danger. Ling Xiao thought to himself, perhaps this time, he would really have to lose. If anyone was to be blamed, it could only be the Xinyu Academy for being too weak, unable to protect Cheng Qian Mo this far. After thinking for a moment, he decided to stand up. Fine, let me just end this. Seeing this, Cheng Qian Mo intervened, the principal dares to show off a second-class change technique in front of me. Chi Xiong, enraged, tried to block with his defensive shield against my attack, a shield he had just started using. After finishing his words, he jumped high, intending to charge at Cheng Qian Mo with a punch, which was truly a ridiculous idea. But Chi Xiong was quickly knocked back by a single blow from Chung Chien-mo, his thoughts dazed, his defense perfect. Even though it was a new shield, as long as he executed a perfect block, he could still counterattack. How fast were his reactions? That was insane. Chi Xiong stood up and countered, "I don't believe you can keep blocking like this." The crowd below was discussing Chung Chien-mo's abilities excitedly. Jun Jie said hurriedly, "The perfect Saint class skill not only makes the user immune to damage but also deflects attacks." Chi Xiong, forced into an offensive stance with only 4 more strikes left, was not only uninjured but also affected by the counterforce. Above, the spectators observed, the huge force behind him was the clearest indication. Even though the counterattack wouldn't cause him to lose health, the pain his body endured was real. Chung Chien-mo smiled widely, "I'm done playing, time to end this." With that, he used his foot to kick Chi Xiong, sending him crashing to the ground. Chang Chien-mo then stepped on Chi Xiong's body. "Don't get up if you've fallen, let me call the doctor or the teacher," the thought struck, slamming the table in frustration. "Enough already, Chung Chien-mo, don't push your luck." He smirked. "If you all recover, why don't you let someone else take over?" The referee announced, "I declare that Xinyu Academy competes against Yunba Academy. Xinyu Academy wins, Chung Chien-mo." After the match, the entire arena was full of praise for Chung Chien-mo. Ling Xiao, in high spirits, congratulated him on his victory. Thinking, praise. The head of the department, "You were really bold today, daring to openly oppose them." A student felt embarrassed. "Our Ma Ling Academy has always been quite bold." "I knew Chung Chien-mo was no ordinary person." The students secretly rejoiced, feeling the transaction was a sure win. "Looks like today's a guaranteed profit." The thought cried out, "Quick, take Chi Xiong to the best hospital for emergency treatment. If the treatment is delayed, you all can leave." He thought to himself, "Not only did I offend the management association today, but Yunba also lost the match. Looks like the days ahead won't be easy." The thought turned around, "This person absolutely cannot be left alive. Otherwise, he will become a future threat to Yunba." Chung Chien-mo smiled, "Headmaster Zhou, if you have more challenges, feel free to throw them at me." "Chang Chien-mo, I'm ready." The thought irritably turned back, "The mountains remain green, the water flows forever, we'll meet again soon." People whispered among themselves. It's been years since Yunba Academy has had such bad luck. Honestly, when did Xinyu Academy become this strong? Chung Chien-mo was so talented, how did they manage to recruit him? Other headmasters of the academy, upon witnessing Chung Chien-mo's abilities, rushed to request for him to join their classes. Ling Xiao turned his face away. "We will discuss this matter separately later." He thought to himself, a bunch of people like ornaments hanging on the wall, with no clear stance. Ling Xiao looked down at the courtyard. "Later, come to my office. It would be best if you could offer a reasonable explanation." Chang Chien-mo appeared confused. "What exactly do you want me to explain?" At that moment, Yu Shan approached. "Chang Chien-mo, could I trouble you for a moment? Right now, there are thousands of viewers in the livestream room who want to interview you." He declined. "Principal Ling mentioned there was an important matter to discuss with me, so I am unable to accept the interview for now." With that, Chung Chien-mo walked away, leaving them standing there, stunned. She was bewildered. This was a rare opportunity for fame, and yet he rejected it. Contrary to her expectations, he had earned the admiration of the fans instead. A short while later, he arrived at the principal's office. As soon as he entered, the teachers, who had been waiting for him, were already present. Ling Xiao gave an order, "Ruoshi, go prepare some tea and pastries for Mr. Chang. We still have a few things to discuss." Ruoshi complied immediately, walking past him with a faint, incomprehensible snort. She slammed the door shut behind her, causing Chung Chien-mo to feel a sense of unease. Sunlight streamed through the window, directly illuminating the bonsai plants in the room. A voice broke the silence. Mr. Ling, this time you truly found a treasure. A person next to him added, if I had a beautiful daughter, I'd certainly compete with you for him. Yu Sheng also agreed. Ling Xiao smiled, alright, no more jokes, let's get serious. Do you have any plans for the next class change? Chen Qianmo then replied, next, I might stay in the Apocalypse mainland for a while. I'm planning to set up a small team. He smiled, of course, before I leave, I'll handle the advanced classes of the 3 academies properly, so there's no need for everyone to worry. Kai Fu was puzzled. Even though one could form a small team at level 30 and a guild at level 35, developing a guild was not an easy task. Did he already have a solid foundation now? He pondered for a moment. There were 4 people now, but it was certain that it would grow quickly. Kai Fu suggested that at least 5 people were needed. If he didn't have a suitable candidate yet, he could recruit from the 3 academies. Cheng Qianmo said, currently, apart from myself, I've already confirmed 2 people, Wang Tian, Sulan Tian, and Ruoshi, the Principal Ling's niece. The 4th person might be from the Yunba Academy. Ling Xiao was surprised, not knowing what he was thinking. Kai Fu grinned mischievously. You're quite something. Huang Tian is the future star of our academy, so you've already started poaching people. Cheng Qianmo smiled faintly, don't worry, Director Wang. Even though Huang Tian is willing to join, I won't let you guys lose out. If there's an opportunity, I can help you train a group of exceptional soul sword spiritualists. People are in a hurry. Our academy also has a good number of talented mages. If you need them, feel free to ask. We'll cooperate fully. He replied, let me build it up first, and then we'll talk. I'll definitely need mage-type professionals. Cheng Qianmo and Ling Xiao discussed the scale and strength of the guild at the Xinyu Academy. He clenched his fists with a determined expression, resolute in his desire to establish the guild as soon as possible, and also wanted to get in touch with the person in charge. After hearing this, Ling Xiao's face clearly showed a sense of helplessness. Jun Jie explained, the president of the Xinyu Guild is the vice principal of Panhanyu Academy. He is 48 years old this year and is a level 64 powerhouse who has reached the 3rd transition. He is just 1 step away from breaking into the 4th transition. Cheng Qianmo didn't expect the vice principal to be so strong. He thought to himself, then why does the principal look so helpless? Kai Fu believed the vice principal's talent was remarkable, but his temperament was eccentric, so contacting him would likely be difficult. Cheng Qianmo guessed that the relationship between Han Yu and the principal seemed quite complicated. Ling Xiao sighed deeply and said, I will give you a token. If you have the opportunity in the future, you can meet him once. With that, Ling Xiao took out a token and handed it to him, instructing that simply presenting the token would prove his identity. At that moment, Ruoshi entered with tea, saying, Grandpa, I'm back. She then served tea to everyone. When it came to Cheng Qianmo, her face unexpectedly flushed red. Seeing Ruoshi's shy expression, everyone understood and promptly left the room. They laughed and made excuses to step outside, leaving the 2 of them alone inside. At this point, everyone had exited, leaving only Cheng Qianmo and Ruoshi. The 2 looked at each other, and in unison, they both spoke at the same time. Upon realizing they had spoken together, they both awkwardly turned their faces away. He scratched his head and rubbed his ear. The girl has priority, let her ask first. Her face flushed, she hadn't expected him to be in the same place as me. I'd come back once before but didn't notice it, then my grandfather made me go on a blind date, who would have thought? Ruoshi hesitated, stammering, unsure what else to say. Seeing this, Cheng Qianmo asked curiously, what do you mean by who would have thought? She blushed shyly and smiled at him affectionately. You brat, you're bullying me again. Ling Xiao's men standing outside heard the entire conversation between the young couple. Hearing this, Ling Xiao felt relieved, a few matters that had worried him were resolved. They stayed outside the door eavesdropping. Ling Xiao cleared his throat. All right, you shameless old people, off you go. He thought to himself, Cheng Qian Mo, my treasured granddaughter, is in your care now, the old man should rest a little. The scene shifted to a magnificent, splendid castle that appeared before them. Ling Xiao spoke up, this time, you two should stay on the apocalypse continent a while longer. If this girl can stay with me for another half month, I'll be satisfied. She's also about to undergo a second-class change, help her more. Qian Mo gladly agreed, don't worry, principal, I'll take good care of her. I've already arranged everything in the class and briefed the teachers. For now, let them intern first, I'll check later. Ling Xiao instructed, my treasure is entrusted to you, if you dare bully her, I won't let you off. He hesitated, I would never dare to bully her. Ling Xiaodi said to Ruoshi, you two, you need to control your temper a bit. If you dare bully Qian Mo, I won't let you off the hook. He secretly felt happy. It was rare to have such a good grandson-in-law. He hoped that his volatile temper wouldn't make him angry. Ruoshi was also speechless. After that, Ling Xiao saw them off. All right, I've said everything I needed to say. You two should be on your way now. He thought to himself, it might be time to schedule the treatment for Principal Ling's hidden illness. If the Xinyu Academy wanted to return to its former glory, it still needed a healthy and strong fourth-level transcendent to defend it. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Mo spoke up, we should officially set off now. Sometime later, the scene shifted to the outskirts of Lei Ding City. He walked while yawning. It had been a long time since he had returned to the apocalypse continent. Ruoshi smiled, yes, the air here is much fresher compared to the Blue Star continent. At that moment, 2 text messages arrived for Qian Mo. He thought to himself, just arrived and they're already here? Why are they in such a hurry? Qian Mo quickly replied, suggesting that they meet at the Lei Ding Tavern in an hour. She then turned to Ruoshi and asked, who just texted you? Why do you look so strange? Could it be that someone unlucky is about to fall for your tricks? Qian Mo took her hand. Let's go have a drink at Lei Ding Tavern, and I'll introduce you to the two of them. Ruoshi followed, still curious. Who are we meeting? After a while, the two of them arrived at the Lei Ding Tavern. She was still intrigued. So, who exactly are we meeting? Qian Mo explained, he is my good brother and also a teammate in our future guild. He has arrived. Huang Tian opened the door, old Mo, let me tell you something. You still need to work harder in life. Look at me, I'm almost level 32 now. Shouldn't you try a bit harder as well? Stop slamming the door, don't waste any more time. Go practice and make your second-class change, or I'll end up embarrassing you. Seeing that he had reached level 30, Huang Tian was shocked, you've already done your second-class change? That fast? Qian Mo was confident, what's wrong? You don't believe me? How about we have a little competition? He forced a smile, no need, is this girl your sister-in-law? First time meeting, please take care of me later. Hearing this, Ruoshi, who was drinking water, choked and sprayed it all over the two of them. At this moment, Ming Hao also arrived. What kind of water festival are you all having? Huang Tian asked in confusion. Who is this person? He introduced, this is Li Ming Hao from Yunba Academy. Alright, it seems like everyone is here now. Qian Mo announced, I invited all of you here to inform you. I'm preparing to form a team. Ming Hao, curious, asked, are you planning to form a guild, big shot? He was concerned, a guild can only be formed after reaching level 35, and it requires at least 5 people. We only have 4. He responded, don't worry, the condition for forming our team is for me to reach level 35. I'll invite everyone to be the founding members of the guild. Does anyone have any objections? Qian Mo said in a teasing tone, even if I say it, you won't listen. If anyone doesn't want to participate, they can skip it. Huang Tian raised his hand. Who doesn't want to participate? Whoever doesn't, I'll be the first to be dissatisfied with them. I live and die for the guild. If anyone wants to destroy the guild, they'll have to step over my dead body. Xian Mo glanced at him, but some people seem to be geniuses from the Tian Lam Academy. Aren't they afraid of the bad influence? Huang Tian made his determination clear. What genius! I'll go wherever I like. Anyway, I'm definitely joining. Xian Mo looked at Ming Hao. I won't hide it from you. Right now, I have some conflicts with your school. Yunba Academy has already considered me an enemy. If you want to join my guild, you'll have to sever all ties with them. After hearing this, Ming Hao immediately drank the entire glass of wine on the table in one gulp. He clenched his fist. Of course, I'm willing to join. Xian Mo smiled. Then, starting today, our team is officially formed, and our guild will be called Eternal Peak in the future. He thought to himself, this guild name is just like the one from my previous life. Together, they placed their hands on each other. Let us reach the peak of apocalypse. Huang Tian asked curiously. So, dear President, what's our next goal? Xian Mo replied. Our next goal is Bloodfang Castle. Ming Hao was curious. What is Bloodfang Castle? Huang Tian answered. It's an outdoor battle arena, where people whose steel skills have awakened from level 20 to 50 can freely participate in competitions. You can earn some rewards and resources, while also honing your combat abilities. You're hard to understand, but there are many dungeons around Thunder Peak like this. Why choose this one? Xian Mo explained, there are 3 reasons. First, the team is newly formed, and our strength is still weak, so we need to improve quickly. Second, I'm low on money and need to earn it fast. He continued, and the third reason is to quickly get Ruoshi to change her class and help her take revenge. Huang Tian didn't understand what the revenge was about. Ruoshi had been deceived by a ruthless merchant at Bloodfang Castle, so Xian Mo wanted to avenge her. He put his arm around Xian Mo's shoulders. Since we became teammates, we're brothers. Moreover, the one who was wronged is my sister-in-law. This grudge must be avenged. The scene switched to Bloodfang Castle, where the 4 of them stood right in front of the gate. Xian Mo hesitated. It seems like I forgot to mention something important. Huang Tian thought he had come up with a new plan. Xian Mo asked how much money everyone had left because it seemed like he didn't have enough for the registration fee. Currently, Ming Hao had more than 500 gold, Ruoshi had over 80 gold, but it had all been stolen by that cruel old man. Xian Mo thought to himself that the money he had used to craft the 2nd-tier heavenly ring powder had left him with very little. He pulled out a pouch of money. Not enough money? Come to me, I've got money like water, earning a coin every day. Our captain is actually this poor? Xian Mo immediately gave Huang Tian a punch. Sorry, I'm the captain and the guild leader. Your assets have been forcibly reclaimed by the guild, and with me, it's 10%, gone without a trace. After a while, they began discussing the upcoming challenge. Once they finished talking, Xian Mo led everyone inside. Let's go, we'll take a look first, then decide. The group stepped into the hall of Bloodfang Castle, where a crowd had already gathered. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone passing by, don't miss this. I've got top-grade life-saving items here, fair prices, absolutely no tricks. At a glance, Ruoshi immediately recognized the man who had deceived her. She pointed straight ahead. That's the cunning man who tricked me out of all my feelings. Wei Shen is sitting there selling his goods. Whether you buy or not, you won't be at a loss, you won't be cheated, just take a look. He smirked. So it's him. This guy only has a bit of scruffy stubble, doesn't look like some old uncle at all. Huang Tian questioned, Old Mo, do you recognize him? From Ruoshi's earlier description, Xian Mo had already suspected that it might be Wei Shen. In his past life, this man was notorious as a collector of souls. He delighted in trickery and deceit. Xian Mo secretly felt amused. The goods hadn't changed, still standing there selling fraudulent items, as always sticking to his routine. Looks like there's a target now. First, let him suffer a little loss. Best if he shaved off that scruffy beard too. Shanemo walked up to Weishin and asked about the invisibility potion, wondering if it might be fake. Weishin assured him, "There's no such thing as fake goods here. I've always valued honesty in business. Everything I sell is real, not a single counterfeit among them." Shanemo smiled happily. "Is it really true, or are you just exaggerating? You say 1 for 10, are you serious?" Weishin quickly replied, "Of course it's true. When I say 1 for 10, I mean 1 for 10. He thought to himself, "It's definitely not a lie, but you're young, don't blame me now, a juicy catch." Shanemo held the vial of medicine in his hand and asked, "How much is this invisibility potion? How many golds for one?" Weishin smiled and quoted a price, 80 gold per vial, "But you seem unsatisfied with the price, so I'll offer a little discount." Weishin tried to convince him, "This is a divine item for PK. With it, you might progress to the next round in a one-von. I'll sell it to you for 75 gold. He grinned sinisterly, thinking to himself that he would trick Qian-mo. Ru Shi and Huang Tian behind them remained on high alert. "Right now, we only have a little over 1,000 gold, not enough for anything, and you still want to spend 75 gold on an invisibility potion?" Seeing that Qian-mo was hesitating, Weishin immediately lowered the price. "If you need to buy more, I can offer you a further discount. 70 gold per vial." Upon hearing this, Qian-mo was greatly surprised and ended up buying 4 vials, 1 for each of them. Weishin thought that Qian-mo had fallen into his trap, but little did he know, Qian-mo had long figured out that only one of the 4 vials was real. He silently smiled, unsure whether to praise him for being conscientious or for being too cunning. Suddenly, Qian-mo spoke up, "I'm still a bit worried that I might be buying a fake." "You're not planning to scam me, are you?" Weishin reassured him, "People from Nation H don't scam people from Nation T. If there's a quality issue, I'll compensate you tenfold." The reason he was so confident was that this kind of drug couldn't be identified as fake or real before use, but he wasn't going to let it go that easily. "I think it's worth a try. How about you take a shot and let's see how it goes?" Weishin looked a little awkward. "Are you sure? This stuff isn't cheap. It could help you perform better in the singles competition. Isn't wasting 1 vial a bit of a shame?" As he spoke, he stood up abruptly. "If you really want to try, fine. But let me make it clear, if you waste this vial, I won't give you another one." Qian-mo smiled and nodded. "As long as it's the real deal, I'll take full responsibility." The people around them started whispering and criticizing him, witnessing their little transaction. Seeing the tension, Ruoshi stepped in, trying to advise Qian-mo to forget about it. Weishin outwardly agreed to try the drug, but secretly smirked, thinking Qian-mo was a fool. He was sure that one of the 4 vials was real, and he had marked it beforehand. Weishin took the vial from Qian-mo and confidently drank it all. "1 second, and I'll become invisible." He arrogantly believed he had truly turned invisible and then teased Qian-mo. "I told you it was the real deal. You were too cautious and wasted it. I'm standing to your left now, can't you see me?" But Weishin didn't expect that not only had he not turned invisible, but everyone around him had also noticed that he had sold counterfeit goods. Weishin was stunned. "How is that possible? I clearly chose the real one to drink." Qian-mo exposed Weishin's tricks, saying he was still too green, and chuckled to himself. This kind of counterfeit scheme was usually hard to detect, but unfortunately for him, he had run into me. "It's all thanks to your smuggling in a past life that I know every last one of your moves." At that moment, the 3 of them realized he had planned everything in advance, which earned him 2,800 gold. They were both shocked and unconvinced, calling him a money-making master despite his plain, unimpressive appearance. Minghao suddenly turned around warily, "Everyone, wait, he's about to make a run for it." Before they could react, Weishin had already bolted far away. "I can't pay 2,800 gold. Everything I'm carrying, consider it a gift to you. Farewell." Huang Tian inspected the items Wei Shen left behind, nothing but fakes, hardly worth a few gold. Then Minghao suddenly noticed that Qian Mo was nowhere to be seen. Looking closely, the spot where he had just been standing was now filled only with drifting white smoke, not a single trace of him. By then, Qian Mo had already caught up with Wei Shen. The latter panicked and pleaded, "I give up, don't do anything rash. Out here beyond the city walls, only in the arena is killing allowed. If you act with malice, you'll be thrown straight into jail." Helpless before Qian Mo's power, Wei Shen muttered, "I have no money, only my life. If you want it, take it." Hearing this, Qian Mo replied coldly, "Done. I want your life." Seeing how serious he was, Wei Shen grew uneasy. "Are you really going to kill someone outside Blood Fang Castle? Have you truly thought this through?" Qian Mo held the contract in his hand up before his eyes. He asked Wei Shen to sign the contract, which left him in extreme confusion. After reading through the contract that sold his body, Wei Shen was utterly stunned. Qian Mo still maintained a serious expression. Huang Tian also acknowledged that Wei Shen was a talented individual. On the surface, Wei Shen reluctantly accepted signing the unequal contract in front of him. However, deep down, he thought that following him might not be such a bad thing after all. It could even lead to a good opportunity. After signing, as he returned the contract to Qian Mo, he immediately asked, "When are we going to eat? It's been days since I've had a proper meal." He sneered. "No problem." Saying this, he took out a pouch of money and handed it to him. "Here are 200 coins. Go register for the solo competition first. Win 10 consecutive matches and then come back to find me." Upon hearing the condition Qian Mo set, Huang Tian and Li Minghao were both stunned. Winning 10 consecutive matches was no easy feat, and the 200 gold might end up being wasted. He didn't say anything else and turned to walk away, leaving everyone confused. Seeing Qian Mo's indifferent attitude, Wei Shen guessed that perhaps he had noticed something. At that moment, he spoke up. "Register for the solo competition. The goal is to achieve 10 consecutive wins. Huang Tian and Minghao, your targets are 12 consecutive wins in the intermediate level and 8 consecutive wins, respectively." He then gave them instructions. "Whether you win or lose, remember to bring me the video of your matches. If you complete it, there will be a reward. If not, it'll be a vegetarian meal." Huang Tian persuaded him to reconsider. Right now, they only had a little money left, and if they lost, they would lose everything. Qian Mo listened to him and found his argument reasonable. It was better to save their energy and focus on the team fight. So, he urged everyone to quickly go register. They all reluctantly agreed to follow his lead and support Qian Mo. Suddenly, Wei Shen spoke up, asking about the goal Qian Mo had set for himself, but the response was just a casual mockery from Qian Mo. "I never said I was going to participate in this singles match," he explained with a calculating look on his face. "Everyone else is going to participate in the singles. As the team captain, I, of course, will stay here to cheer for everyone." Wei Shen was not convinced. While everyone is fighting for their lives, you're just sitting there drinking tea and watching the show. But before he could finish his sentence, Huang Tian dragged him away. Qian Mo just smiled, as if he already knew that today's meal would consist solely of vegetables. Therefore, he planned to go earn some money, or else everyone would truly be hungry. A little while later, at the singles competition area in the mid-level arena of Blood Fang Castle, the singles match was becoming intense, and the player Zhou Kai-chang was slowly running out of energy. His opponent kept taunting him. "If you're exhausted, you should just admit defeat. Out of respect for your father, I'll spare your life." People were chatting excitedly about the match between He Yongshang and Zhou Kai-chang. He Yongshang had won 15 consecutive matches and was considered the superior player. At this point, the crowd was eagerly placing bets on him, hoping to make a profit before the match ended. The betting staff assumed that Qian Mo was a newcomer, so they offered to explain how the betting works. However, he immediately declined and placed a bet on Zhou Kai-chang to score a goal. She reminded him, currently, Zhou Kai-cheng is at a disadvantage, and the odds are 2-1. Chen Mo didn't say much and bet 700 gold, which made the staff curious enough to double-check. She was confused but had no choice but to comply. This is your betting information, please keep it after the match ends. If you win, you can come here to exchange your gold. The crowd murmured in surprise and discussion, since Zhou Kai-cheng was about to lose, but he still placed his bet. They assumed he was a newbie who didn't understand the game and was likely betting on the high odds, certain to lose. Chen Mo ignored their idle chatter and focused on calculating in his head. After deducting the registration fee, the team was left with only this amount. What a shame, he could only make this little from this round. Soon after, the results of the match were clear. Zhou Kai-cheng had unexpectedly defeated He Yongsheng and won, advancing to the next round. Those who had bet on He Yongsheng started to get anxious. They couldn't believe that someone as exhausted as Zhou Kai-cheng could turn the tables. They refused to accept the outcome and even blamed VNH Sin for being useless. The staff announced, Chen Mo has won the bet, with a current prize of 1,470 gold. Everyone around was envious of his good luck. Chen Mo had earned a large sum by betting on Zhou Kai-cheng. Despite being at a disadvantage, he was confident in his experience. He could see the weaknesses in Poison King, and he was sure that the winner would be Zhou Kai-cheng. The staff offered to help Chen Mo exchange his winnings, but he declined. He thought it was still early, and probably everyone hadn't completed their objectives yet, so he decided to take advantage of the opportunity and play 2 more rounds to earn a little money. Then, Chen Mo confidently asked the staff to place the entire amount of his previous bet on player number 8827. She was very surprised. Chen Mo was still very confident in his decision. Those around them witnessed the scene and couldn't stop gossiping about his actions. At the final moment, the player with number 8827 won by eliminating his opponent in a clean, minimal bloodshed strategy. Everyone was amazed and envious. They talked among themselves, saying that Chen Mo was just too lucky. The staff member announced, Chen Mo wins the bet again. His current betting amount is over 18,000 gold. She then asked Chen Mo if he wanted to continue placing bets. He didn't answer, remaining silent for a long time as if contemplating something. Time was running out, and the match had probably already ended. Chen Mo thought it was time for him to leave, so he asked her to withdraw all the prize money. He then exited the noisy, bustling arena. A while later, Chen Mo returned to the waiting room and saw Li Minghao. He immediately walked over to inquire about the situation. Minghao, downcast, recounted, I only won 3 matches. In the 4th match, I faced an opponent who was 6 levels higher, so I lost. Chen Mo asked again, do you have the video? He took out a USB drive and handed it to him. Chen Mo carefully examined the USB containing the video and then asked how Minghao was feeling. Li Minghao sadly replied, the only feeling I have is that I'm too weak. He patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. Realizing your own shortcomings is a good thing, but don't feel inferior, you must believe in yourself. I'll help everyone analyze and summarize it later. Hearing this, Li Minghao immediately cheered up. After a while, Huang Tian and Ling Ruoxi also arrived. Despite their defeat, Huang Tian remained carefree and optimistic, as if nothing serious had happened, while Ruoxi and Minghao were both deeply discouraged. Wei Shen walked over with a smug expression, singing and dancing as he boasted. 10 consecutive wins, looks like I breezed through it. Hearing his bragging, everyone was surprised. Huang Tian was stunned, thinking he might have heard wrong. Wei Shen, full of arrogance, said, you didn't hear wrong, 10 consecutive wins is my achievement, and you can check it. Huang Tian suspected he had some secret skill, and Wei Shen didn't hide it. Look at this, it's called Lamp Leg Great Strength Pill. When the enemy gets hit by it, their life points will continuously decrease, causing a maximum of 2,000 damage. Chen Mo thought to himself and couldn't help but smile. On the surface, Wei Shen seemed untrustworthy, but his strength was far superior to theirs. He was just a bit mischievous, but together with Huang Tian, the atmosphere was much more lively. Ling Ruoshi, Huang Tian, and Ming Hao all scrambled to beg Wei Shen for his lamp-leg great strength pill. He laughed generously. "From you, one is enough, don't rush, there's plenty for everyone." Qian Mo stopped being silent and immediately spoke up to expose the truth. "There's no way, it's just a fake great power return, everyone has been tricked by him again." It was only then that the three of them realized they had been deceived by Wei Shen. He laughed triumphantly and responded, "Once it's sold, there's no return, you know." Qian Mo spoke again, "The task completion rate today is 1/3. According to the rules, we only get a vegetarian dinner tonight." He took out a pouch of money and placed it on the table, continuing, "Here are 200 gold coins. After you eat, bring the video of today's battle to room 301 to meet me." Li Minghao was worried because Qian Mo wasn't eating with them. He guessed that Qian Mo was busy preparing for the next lesson. Wei Shen, standing next to him, immediately revealed to Ming Hao that Qian Mo had secretly gone to eat a full meal in the banquet area, leaving him utterly surprised. Qian Mo frowned in anger at being exposed and scolded Wei Shen for always causing trouble, secretly vowing to teach him what real hard training was like. After eating to their fill, as per Qian Mo's instructions, everyone gathered in room 301. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Qian Mo wasted no time and said, "We'll officially start analyzing the battle now. Old Wei, bring the battle footage here." Wei Shen smiled proudly. As the only one who met the standard today, it was only natural that he'd be used as the exemplary model. He had to admit, our team leader certainly had an eye for talent. At that moment, he suddenly realized something was off. Where did the money come from for them to rent such a luxurious room? Could it be that you used the public funds? His words immediately left Huang Tian beside him stunned, mouth hanging open. Qian Mo coldly threw the bag of money onto the table and responded, "Stop guessing, while you were fighting, I went to the casino to help you guys restock." Huang Tian rushed forward, excited to learn that he also knew how to gamble, and even Wei Shen's eyes lit up, eager to have him teach him. Qian Mo seriously asked the two to stop chatting nonsense and return to the main task of watching and analyzing the match video. He then played a video of Wei Shen's matches for everyone to watch. After a while, Qian Mo unexpectedly paused the video and asked everyone to share their thoughts. Ruoshi, Ming Hao, and Huang Tian were all surprised and admitted Wei Shen's skill. Initially, they thought he was just a con artist, but it turned out he was a real expert. Huang Tian was even angry at being tricked by him. Qian Mo analyzed seriously, Old Wei is very skilled at controlling various types of bets, but his reactions are a bit slow, so he's prone to losses. Wei Shen reassured him, "It's not that bad, I've played 10 matches and haven't faced anyone worthy yet." Qian Mo smirked provocatively, "Seems like you're not convinced. Why not train a little?" Wei Shen accepted the challenge but demanded some kind of reward. Qian Mo immediately agreed, with the condition, if you win, the previous contract for your sale of yourself is void, but if you lose, you have to shave off that beard. Wei Shen reluctantly agreed. Huang Tian, witnessing his confident speech, couldn't help but feel excited, thinking he was sure to win. Then Qian Mo turned and walked away. "Let's go, open a separate battle room." Half an hour later, their match ended. The result was that Wei Shen was defeated by Qian Mo, but he still maintained a strong, optimistic attitude. "It's nothing, just a little shave," he said. After shaving, he still looked as handsome as ever, which made Ruoshi and Huang Tian both comfort and tease him at the same time. At that moment, Qian Mo declared, "Since everyone has acknowledged it, starting tomorrow, before signing up to participate, each of you will train an extra 2 hours with me." Everyone unanimously agreed. He didn't forget to tease Wei Shen a little more, and "Mr. Wei, training will cost you 300 coins per hour." Wei Shen was stunned and exclaimed, "Why are you charging me?" Qian Mo smirked and explained, "Didn't you sell those stinky power pills to them? You've earned quite a bit of money, haven't you? Hand it over to me." Wei Shen was so exasperated by his teasing that he could only shout out in frustration, "So annoying. At this rate, when will I ever pay off my bills?" The next day, as agreed by Qian Mo, Huang Tian worked hard with him before the competition. As expected, the Eternal Peak team, led by Huang Tian, defeated their opponents, completing a streak of 10 consecutive wins in the solo tournament. Although Manhwa also put in a lot of effort and focused on training with Qian Mo, his performance had improved significantly, but unfortunately, he still lost in the 8th round of the solo tournament. This was the 3rd time he had fallen short in the competition. His record was still on the rise. The future is wide open, and Ling Ruoxi is no exception. Like the two before her, she trains with Qian Mo 2 hours before the match, determined to win with fierce resolve. When the match begins, she faces off against the demon swordmaster Li Wanyu, who has won 9 consecutive battles. Both of them are evenly matched, each aiming for a streak of 10 wins in a row. The battle between them is intense, with the crowd in the stands murmuring excitedly. Meanwhile, Qian Mo is surrounded by a group of people, all thanking him for helping them earn money in the past. They express their gratitude, ask for more information about betting, and even present him with gifts as a token of appreciation. However, what he doesn't realize is that every action of his is being closely observed by the owner of Bloodfang Castle from a distance. The staff member from earlier reports that Qian Mo has placed 56 bets in the past few days with a 90% win rate, winning 20,000 gold, and attracting many people to bet along with him. If this continues, the casino could suffer significant losses. The owner analyzes and evaluates, is it just about predicting wins and losses? There are many ways to play at the casino, but only this one lacks an element of chance. It relies entirely on vision and skill. Gu Kan, curious, asks, what about the team data for Qian Mo? The staff member explains, his team members always participate in solo battles and bet on winning streaks. Initially, there was just one person, but now there are 2 who have won consecutively. The owner concludes, it seems Qian Mo is testing the limits of the arena, seeking to evaluate and improve his skills, even though he has already sent an internal team. But suddenly, one of his team members became stronger and won. The staff member bowed and reported, "Boss, please rest assured, the next one to go on stage will be Xin Shuyun, and I guarantee they will not have a chance to win again." Seeing that things were getting more interesting, Gu Kan laughed excitedly, "I hope they won't disappoint me in showing their strength." Returning to the match earlier, under the intense attack, the demon sword Li Wanyu lost consciousness. Ling Ruoxi won with a streak of 9 consecutive victories. She smiled smugly, finally reaching level 30. One more victory and she would meet her goal. The things that nasty person taught were truly effective. Amidst the cheers and claps from the audience, Wei Shen turned to Qian Mo and said, "One more win, and this girl will be ready for the second-class change." Qian Mo, however, thought it wasn't as simple as that. Now that Wei Shen understood his thoughts, Qian Mo explained, 2 days ago, your opponents were not the same as before. But you and Huang Tian are too strong for them to defeat. As for Ruoxi and Manhwa, they are under a bit of pressure. You blame yourself for being too showy, which is why the tournament organizers couldn't stay idle. Wei Shen was doubtful. Having been in the arena for so long, he knew the secrets of it well. But how did this guy know? It was truly frightening. Ruoxi's next match had begun. This time, her opponent was the one who held the title of 100 Victories King in the arena, the 2 transmission marksmen, Xin Shuyun. The moment she met her, she immediately started provoking her. Below the stands, when people saw that the player competing this time was Xin Shuyun, they couldn't stop cheering for her. Xin Shuyun arrogantly raised her chin, saying, "Do you still want to fight, little girl? If not, then admit defeat." Ruoxi wasn't having it and responded, "You have no idea how much I've been looking forward to meeting you again." As Ruoxi spoke, she drew her weapon and charged forward. "I'm really excited right now." The crowd below started to argue and discuss which side they should bet on, who would win, and who would lose. Even Wei Shen was swayed. "How about we bet on Xin Shuyun?" Although hesitant, it seemed like they could make some profit. Qian Mo, angered, shouted, "Are you underestimating Ruoxi or the way I train her?" Then, Qian Mo loudly declared that he was betting all 20,000 gold on Ling Ruoxi. Even though Wei Shen tried to stop him, he was met with a threat from Qian Mo in return. The people around the stands were still skeptical about his bet, but a few started to waver and decided to place their bets on Ruoshi, following his lead. A staff member went back to report to Guken that Chien Mo had placed the entire prize money on Ruoshi, but this time, the bookmaker did not back the same side, so the odds were surprisingly high. He looked up at the screen in shock, wanting to confirm that Chien Mo had indeed bet everything on this match. She reassured him, Shin Shu-yun is the 100 victories king, she's beaten this opponent 3 times before, so nothing surprising should happen. At that moment, Guken suddenly shouted in anger upon realizing that the two of them had fought each other 3 times already. Returning to the competition arena, the much-anticipated match between Shin Shu-yun and Ling Ruoshi finally began. Right from the start, Ling Ruoshi immediately swung her staff, charging straight to attack Shin Shu-yun. She calmly taunted her, "Why haven't you made any progress? Still using the exact same opening move. There's really nothing new." But suddenly, Ruoshi retracted her staff, catching Shin Shu-yun off guard. Before she could understand what was happening, Ruoshi quickly executed another move, striking fiercely at her opponent's stomach, leaving Shu-yun completely unable to react in time. Glancing behind, where Ruoshi was moving to attack from her back, Shin Shu-yun sensed something was wrong. At this point, she had little chance of avoiding the relentless attacks from Ruoshi. She quickly countered, firing 2 shots toward her. But looking at the trail of light patterns behind, it was hard to believe that Ling Ruoshi had managed to perform 5 consecutive moves in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone in awe. Shin Shu-yun doubted, this can't be the technique that Ruoshi could execute on her own. "Who taught you?" Ruoshi didn't answer, only taunting Shu-yun to surrender. Realizing that Ruoshi had shifted the situation to her disadvantage, Shin Shu-yun cautiously used her long-range advantage to widen the gap, ensuring Ruoshi couldn't close in easily. She said, "That was because I was careless. Now, I'm taking this seriously." She fired 3 rapid shots, launching a deadly barrage at Ruoshi, making it difficult for her to evade. Shin Shu-yun began with 2 consecutive moves. If she felt that the counterattack was not enough to dodge all the bullets, then she could only exert all her effort to evade the final critical strike. According to Chien Mo, as long as she could dodge the last bullet, there would be a chance for a counterattack when the opponent left an opening. And as a result, Ruoshi truly succeeded in avoiding my lethal shot. Seeing her opponent dodge her attack, Shin Shu-yun was both surprised and stunned. Seizing the opportunity when the opponent failed to defend in time, Ling Ruoshi rushed in and continued her offensive. In the end, Shin Shu-yun was hit by a series of counterattacks from her. With no other options, she resorted to using a force technique to instantly stand up within 1.5 seconds. Now, she was in an invulnerable state. Ling Ruoshi calmly looked for a way to respond, as Chien Mo had previously warned her about such a situation. She then focused her strength into the staff and swung it fiercely toward her. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Shin Shu-yun was severely injured and tumbled onto the battlefield. She was stunned by the current power of Ruoshi, especially how quickly she could get back on her feet. How had she become so strong in just half a month? At this moment, she was lying at Ruoshi's feet, trembling and pleading for her not to kill her. Ruoshi coldly said, "What are you thinking? This is just a match. If you've accepted defeat, then just admit it." She verbally acknowledged her defeat, appearing surprised at how much Ruoshi had grown since their last encounter, to the point of envy. But in her heart, there was a scheme and a trick as she gripped the gun in her hand. While declaring her defeat, Shin Shu-yun fired a shot at Ruoshi and let out a loud laugh. The audience in the stands buzzed with criticism, calling her shameless for pretending to lose and then launching a surprise attack. But some defended her, saying that since the referee hadn't officially announced the end, it couldn't be considered a violation. Guken casually watched the drama unfold, noting that while a woman's natural cunning wasn't bad, it was still too naive. It seemed that today's bet was going to be won by him. He chuckled arrogantly, thinking that all the betting money from Chien Mo this time would fall into the hands of his blood fawn castle. Meanwhile, the stands were in chaos. Some criticized Shin Shu-yun for being despicable, while others blamed Ruoshi for being too foolish, costing them all their bets. Wei Shen, anxious, turned to ask Chien Mo, This is too despicable. Should we go to the scene to check it out? Xianmo calmly reassured him, "Don't worry, everything is as I expected." He sneered lightly. This is also an important lesson for Ruoshi. At this moment, Shin Shu-yun was still indulging in her arrogant self-satisfaction. She sneered provocatively, which made Ruoshi tremble with anger. She pointed the gun at Ruoshi's face and taunted her. "I admit you have talent. I'm envious of how quickly you've improved, but I think it's time to teach you a lesson so you can see the coldness of the world." As soon as Shin Shu-yun finished speaking, she fired 3 shots into Ruoshi's body. Ruoshi didn't dodge, remaining silent as she absorbed the shots. It seemed like the match would end there, but suddenly, Ruoshi appeared to be enveloped by a surge of powerful energy. She looked up at her with a sharp, cold gaze. The wicked man was right. It turned out that in this world, there were still more bad people than good. Shin Shu-yun was startled and frightened. She didn't understand how the other could still be standing. Was there some strange equipment she had? The audience in the stands quickly recognized Ruoshi's sapphire stone. It could generate a protective shield with about 3,000 health points, and everyone was shocked and amazed. Shin Shu-yun was panicked to the point of madness. She kept firing at Ruoshi. Where did she get that equipment from? This isn't fair, I have to kill her. But miraculously, Ruoshi managed to dodge every single bullet that was shot at her. The situation reversed, and the crowd cheered loudly for Ruoshi. Wei Shin was suspicious if the equipment was given to her by Qianmo. He just smiled calmly, preparing to congratulate Ruoshi. After saying that, Qianmo slowly turned and walked away. Gukan on this side was so angry that he crushed the wineglass in his hand. He accepted that he had lost the bet and ordered his staff to invite Qianmo to meet with him. In the end, the result of the match was turned around. Ling Ruoshi of the Eternal Peak team completed 10 consecutive wins and received a reward of 1,000 gold. Since Qianmo's winnings this time amounted to 39,600 gold, the arena gave him a free black card. Wei Shin, seeing such a large sum of money, couldn't help but exclaim that betting was even more profitable than selling fake medicine. The surrounding bettors continued to discuss loudly, incessantly amazed by Qianmo's consecutive victories. The skeptic was puzzled, while others were delighted that they had bet on him. Suddenly, a stern voice shattered the lively atmosphere. "Move aside." Someone recognized the voice as Chowda, one of the 4 top bodyguards of the arena's guard team. Everyone was curious as to why he had appeared here. Chowda didn't bother with explanations and went straight to the point. "Mr. Qianmo is invited to meet with our master." People around them speculated that Qianmo had caught the attention of the arena master. Wei Shin spoke up. "Making some money and now I'm being called in for tea? Is your arena this petty?" Chowda clarified it was just a misunderstanding. "The master has something to discuss, and besides, the betting winnings will be rounded up to 50,000. Wei Shin was skeptical, but Qianmo seemed the opposite, his expression filled with interest. "Is it the master of Bloodfang Castle? Lead the way." As they walked, Qianmo pondered. Though he wasn't sure what the master's intentions were, with the help of the ghost spirit, even in an unfavorable situation, he could manage to escape unscathed. Back in the waiting room, everyone was anxious when they heard that Qianmo had been taken by someone from Bloodfang Castle. Minghao and Huang Tian reassured them that nothing dangerous would happen to Qianmo, but Ling Ruoshi couldn't shake her unease. Huang Tian suggested, "If you're still worried, let's go check it out." Minghao supported the idea. "Even if we have to fight, we'll save the captain." And so, the 3 of them decided to go after Qianmo. Huang Tian boldly initiated the plan, stating that once they encountered the higher-ups of the arena, he would strike directly. 2 people will attack from behind unexpectedly, capturing the highest-ranking officials possible. Threatening their positions will work to our advantage. After taking a few more steps, the 3 of them encountered the arena staff. It just so happened they were also searching for Huang Tian, Minghao, and Ruoshi. Huang Tian suddenly shouted, signaling the start of their plan. However, before they could act, the staff member bowed her head and announced, "I've been looking for you all. Your team leader has already been invited by the arena master as a guest." The current situation left the three of them utterly confused, unsure of what was happening. Meanwhile, Shen Mo had arrived at his meeting with Gu Kan. The man politely invited him to sit and talk. Gu Kan briefly introduced himself as the arena master of Bloodfang Castle and invited both Qian Mo and Wei Shen to drink. Qian Mo wasn't polite and calmly took a sip of his wine. After finishing, he complimented the taste. Meanwhile, Wei Shen beside him was sweating, clearly on edge. "Aren't you worried about being poisoned?" he asked. Qian Mo was confident. He had antidotes, and besides, he was a third-class change powerhouse. They wouldn't need poison to deal with them. Gu Kan, hearing this, took a cup of wine himself and drank it as a form of apology for Shen Shuyun's underhanded behavior. Qian Mo slammed his cup down on the table and continued, "In the arena, the strong defeat the weak. No matter what tactics are used, it's all about beating the opponent. There's no need for apologies." Gu Kan appreciated his straightforwardness, noting how Qian Mo had cleanly shifted all responsibility for Shen Shuyun's death onto him with just a few words. Then he said directly that the reason he invited the two of them was because he needed help, and he wasn't sure if they would dare to accept. Qian Mo coldly guessed, "I've heard that the major arenas will be holding exams soon. I guess the faction leader wants to hire us to cause trouble in other arenas." Gu Kan was surprised by how accurate his guess was. Qian Mo calmly explained, "It's easy to guess. Our team has strength, but we're not at the top level compared to Bloodfang Castle. If you came to us not for our strength, then it must be for my betting ability." Since Qian Mo had guessed correctly, Gu Kan didn't beat around the bush anymore. "Indeed, I want to invite you to visit some other arenas and take a portion of their profits. That way, the ranking of Bloodfang Castle will rise. Since this will offend quite a few people, I want to confirm if Qian Mo dares to accept." Qian Mo remained calm. Why fear offending others? As long as the benefits are large enough, there's no one you can't offend. Then Gu Kan declared, "As long as Qian Mo can steal 100,000 gold within 2 months, the profits will be split. I'll provide all the initial capital and take responsibility for any consequences you cause." Although he appeared to be acting kindly on the surface, his heart was calculating and strategic. After all, you're young, brave enough to fight but not thinking of the risks. If you win, I profit; if you lose, you take the fall. Shen Mo didn't immediately agree but instead turned the conversation into a negotiation. "If you want the money, at least 5 years. Wei Shen, sitting beside him, was stunned and extremely worried. Gu Kan considered your 5-year proposal on the condition that Qian Mo must put up sufficient capital. His attitude instantly shifted, his tone carrying a faintly intimidating and threatening edge. "I value you both highly, but prying money from my hands won't be so easy." Qian Mo replied with utmost calm. "First of all, the accuracy rate of my wagers can reach absolute certainty. You need me, and that is part of my stake. Second, take a look at this item." At a glance, he immediately recognized it as the emblem of the professional guild and the Brotherhood of Darkness. Gu Kan and Wei Shen were both stunned by Qian Mo's secret. Gu Kan began to see him differently and agreed to the proposal of splitting the wager 50-50. After that, the two of them officially entered into cooperation. Before leaving, Chada handed Qian Mo capital of 50,000 gold, in addition to the 100,000 gold he had already won from his earlier bets. Wei Shen's eyes gleamed the moment the money landed in their hands, and just as he was about to leave, Gu Kan spoke up. "I have one more question. Weren't you afraid I might suddenly make a move on you just now? My temper really isn't all that good." Qian Mo sneered in reply. "I'm still standing here, aren't I? The sect master is free to give it a try." His provocative answer only made Gu Kan find him all the more intriguing. Chowda warned Gu Kan that this deal might be too risky, but he answered with calm composure. "I've never made a careless bargain. That money not only gets the job done, but also secures his friendship." That makes 3 gains for us. Not long after, Xianmo and Weishin reunited with their 3 teammates. He felt incredibly irritated seeing himself and Xianmo fighting desperately while the 3 of them could leisurely eat and drink to their heart's content. The 3 of them took turns explaining the misunderstanding and asking about Xianmo and Weishin. Xianmo reassured them not to worry. Huang Tian thought he had won too much money and was about to argue, but Ruoshi stopped him, saying that as long as everyone was fine, that was enough. Weishin smugly flaunted the black card in his hand and recounted the incident. They not only didn't take it back, but they even gave an extra 50,000 gold. Ruoshi could hardly believe his ears. Before he could show off, Xianmo snatched the black card from his hand. Let's go. We'll talk about it later. They all then returned to room 301, Shenmo's room. It was then that Weishin and Xianmo explained in detail that Guken wanted to collaborate with them. He asked if they were afraid, and one by one, they boldly declared that as long as Xianmo was the team leader, they had nothing to fear. Seeing their unwavering determination, Xianmo felt reassured and continued. There's still half a month before the mission. During this time, we'll split up and act separately. He assigned Ruoshi to quickly return and perform the second-class change ceremony tomorrow, as their future missions would be demanding. Next, he tasked Manhwa with going to the Dark Brotherhood branch in Lei Ding City to complete the procedure for acquiring the assassin identity. Finally, Huang Tian and Weishin were instructed to stay at Bloodfang Castle to train. Winning 100 battles doesn't seem like much of a challenge for them. Xianmo continued, I have 10,000 gold, everyone can share it, and later I'll replenish the equipment and skill books. Weishin's eyes lit up. If you added the money he had earned recently, he could pay off his debts, but before he could rejoice, Xianmo hit a nerve and left him speechless. You eat my food, use my things, and now you're using my money to pay off your debts. Aren't you ashamed? Have you forgotten the training fees? Weishin, in despair, shouted loudly. He forgot about the training fees, so now he still owes 9,000 gold. He hated Xianmo so much that he cursed him, saying he wasn't human. In Lei Ding City, the special field nameplate of the Grassland Cavalry stood out. Xianmo looked at the white horse in front of him, quite satisfied. The horse was not bad. He asked the shopkeeper, who was standing not far away. Shopkeeper, how much is this horse? Could you introduce it to me? The shopkeeper pointed to the group of horses behind him and said, This horse is a good one, but I'm sure you can't afford it. The ones over there are lower tier, you can take a look at those. He looked at the shopkeeper and coldly asked, You think I can't afford it? Xiao Wang appeared from behind to mediate. Hello, let me assist you. This horse is a special class 1. The current price is 1,000 gold, but if you're a member of the professional association, we can offer you a discount. Xianmo replied decisively, No need for a discount. I'll take this horse. Please handle the paperwork, I want to take it right away. As he spoke, he threw a large bag of money into her hands. Xiao Wang looked at the big bag in her hands, her eyes gleaming with excitement. I'll take care of the paperwork for you right away. At this moment, the shopkeeper, standing nearby, stared at the heavy bag of money with wide eyes, unable to close his mouth. Xianmo leisurely mounted his horse and began to move out of the shop. Xiao Wang walked beside him, happily seeing him off. The sounds of gossip filled the air, with people talking about how unexpectedly he had sold a special great horse. It was truly surprising that a level 30 player could spend 1,000 gold. Xiao Wang was so lucky, with a commission of 100 gold already, all because someone was shallow and couldn't see the worth of talent. Xianmo rode further away from the shop, moving slowly in the early sunlight, as he mentally planned the upcoming collaboration. There was only half a month left. With this horse, he would have enough time to gather the materials needed to complete the second-class change for the Heavenly Blade powder. After riding leisurely for a while, Xianmo reached the gates of Lei Ding City. At the Profession Guild, 2 soldiers standing guard at the city gate saw him and greeted him with respect. Hello, old Chang. As he dismounted, he saw Gao Jin walking over to greet him. Congratulations. You finally completed the second class change. I've gathered all the auxiliary materials you need, just waiting for you to pick them up. As he followed him inside, Chen Mo asked. Gathering these materials wasn't easy. Guild leader Gao, you've worked hard. How much in total? Gao Jin happily replied, this time, it really took quite a bit of effort, but consider this money as a support from the association, you don't need to pay it back. Although he said this, Chen Mo still took out a VIP membership card and handed it to him. This is the material I prepared for myself, how could I let the association pay for it? Besides, this amount of money is nothing much to me. Gao Jin was astonished as he looked at the card Chen Mo handed over. This is the VIP membership card of Bloodfang Castle. It's been a while since we last met, and you've become quite successful, haven't you? He didn't deny it, nor did he give him a chance to refuse. Gao Jin then reached out to take the card, casually asking if he could be of help. Then I won't be polite either. I see these materials are all used for making weapons. You must be planning to forge a reincarnation weapon, right? Do you have someone in mind to forge it? Would you like me to recommend someone? Chen Mo didn't hide anything. You're right. Thanks for your kindness, but I've already chosen a blacksmith. Gao Jin couldn't help but be a bit curious. Anyone who catches your eye as a blacksmith must be someone interesting. I'd love to hear who it is. He looked at him and then spoke the name. His name is Jiangwen Liang. Hearing this name, Gao Jin's eyes immediately widened in disbelief, and he asked, Old Xiang? I've heard he has quite an eccentric personality. How did you manage to get connected with him? Chen Mo didn't answer his question directly but simply replied with one sentence. So, it turns out Chairman Gao knows about him. Gao Jin's voice carried a hint of reminiscence. He almost became the president of the Blacksmiths Association in Tianfeng City years ago. Of course, I know about it. Moreover, the situation in Tianfeng City has been quite tense recently, and it might affect him. Do you think there's still a past like that? Chen Mo asked curiously. What kind of storm was it? Can you tell me about it? At that moment, the two of them had reached a large door. The man placed his hand on the door, not rushing to open it, but instead responded to him. As for the chaos among the higher-ups in the Blacksmiths Association, all I can tell you is what I know. After a moment, Gao Jin watched as Chen Mo rode his horse away from the city gates, waved to him, and then added a few more words. You're definitely going to get caught up in the storm of the Blacksmiths Association in Tianfeng City this time. If old Xiang can return, I hope you can ask him a few things for me. Chen Mo replied briefly, don't worry. Then he rode off. On the busy street, sitting on his horse with his arms crossed, Chen Mo was deep in thought. He had already gathered all the materials for forging the second phase of Lu Guanyuan's promotion, and now he just needed to go back to the village and find old Xiang for cooperation. No one else could complete this forging task. There was still some time on the road, so he decided to open a dozen or so treasure chests. The chests opened in succession: Savage Chain Armor, Loyal Battle Gauntlets, Adventurer's Helm, Dragon Wing Bracers. Chen Mo looked at the items in front of him and smiled in satisfaction. What great luck, all of them are equipment above second class change. You can replace the level 25 equipment now. The next item that can be unlocked is the Magic Dark Energy. Just as I expected, there is indeed a level 50 accessory. As long as the level difference doesn't exceed 20 levels compared to mine, it can be immune to magic. In the future, if my magic resistance increases, perhaps mages will have to stay away from me. He opened the system interface, and the first set of equipment surpassed my expectations. Let's see if there are any more surprises ahead. Then, a series of congratulatory sounds echoed from the system: received intermediate experience book, received spider net. He chose to open 2 starlight chests. The experience book and the item were both quite good. Next came the 2 final starlight chests. They opened to reveal the flame accelerator belt and Rodrigo's ring. Xianmo looked at the two items, one from the executioner class and the other from the scholar of the 3 arts class, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that, despite only having done the second class change, he would already unlock third class change equipment. It seemed like this had completely shifted the situation. He couldn't wait to see how powerful he'd become after equipping everything. At Chu's fishing gear shop, old Zhu was being loudly scolded by a man. "Misunderstanding, old man, do you want to hit me?" With that, he raised his hand to physically strike old Zhu, but his arm was firmly held by Qianmo. The man glanced at him, angrily shouting, "Kid, who are you? Do you want to die?" Qianmo didn't answer him but asked, "Old Zhu boss? What's going on?" He rubbed his arm and looked at Qianmo, hesitating before replying. "They deliberately ruined the fishing rod and falsely accused me of selling faulty goods. Now that you understand everything, so that's what happened." Qianmo's hand still gripped his arm tightly. At this point, his face twisted in pain, but he still stubbornly threatened him. "I'll count to 3. If you don't let go, you'll suffer the consequences." Qianmo coldly asked in return. "Suffer the consequences? I'd like to see what consequences there are." As soon as he finished speaking, Qianmo increased the pressure on his wrist. To the naked eye, his wrist was probably already broken by him. The man was in so much pain that he collapsed to his knees, repeatedly begging for mercy. "Sir, please, I beg you, forgive me. I offended you earlier. It's true that I intentionally framed this gentleman. I was wrong, I really am a disgrace." Only then did Qianmo release his grip, but not without giving a warning. "If I see you again next time, it might not just be a broken arm." The scene had unknowingly attracted a crowd. Old Zhu, standing nearby, wore a smile. A girl walked up from behind him and proactively introduced herself. "Hello, I'm from the Bai family group in the capital. May we be friends?" The man whose arm had just been broken was also from the same group. Seeing her, he was slightly panicked, stuttering as he called out, "Lulu," but then he couldn't say anything else. Hearing him call her name, she immediately became angry and spoke in a cold voice. "How dare you call me Lulu? A useless person like you should stay away from me." Saying that, she turned to Qianmo, laughing softly as she spoke, but fearing he might misunderstand, she hurriedly explained, "What happened just now has nothing to do with me, everything was just that guy's own doing to harm you. Look." Before she could finish, he impatiently raised his hand and coldly interrupted, "There's nothing to look at. I don't know the Bai family in the capital. If you don't want to get your arms and legs broken, you should leave now." It felt like a slap across the face. Her face twisted in disbelief and anger. She turned away, her mind burning with the humiliation. "How dare you insult the Bai family? I'll remember you." Old Zhu scratched his head, smiling at him and speaking in a tone of both praise and warning, "Your progress is a bit astonishing, but that woman named this, her background is indeed not simple. You need to be careful. Also, I don't know what's going on today, but many experts have appeared in the new Hand Village. You're not paying attention at all." He succinctly responded, "Don't worry about me. Focus on the information he just gave us. It seems like many of these experts are targeting old Xiang. So what Gao Jin said must be true." He glanced over at the fishing rods in the store, an idea forming in his mind, "Since we're here, might as well pick out a good fishing set. Next time I see old Qin, it'll be a gift." Qianmo rode into the new Hand Village, slowly advancing. The surroundings grew chaotic. People were all talking. "Is this really the big shot? That horse is so cool. Just one look at this white stallion and you can tell it's worth a fortune. Gorgeous. Someone must have been lucky enough to have the big shot carry them through a secret realm. So envious. Big shot, can we be friends? I can do laundry, cook, or even warm the bed." Qianmo didn't respond to them, only quietly remarked to himself that such ostentation was far too much for a beginner's village. Ahead of him was Jiangwen Liang's smithy, now drawing quite a crowd, which piqued his curiosity. "This is old Xian's forge. Why are so many people gathered here? Seems like they've all caught wind of something." In the midst of the crowd, and her people were speaking with a staff member from the capital's blacksmith shop. The Bai family's eldest daughter requests an audience with old Xiang on behalf of her clan. Please pass on the message. The staff replied, "I've already said it, our boss is resting these days and isn't receiving guests." No exceptions. Her people pressed, "Did you mention the name of the Bai family?" At that moment, Chen Mo also stepped forward, asking the staff to report that he wished to see old Xiang. But the staff remained firm, unwilling to admit him. "Didn't you hear? The boss is resting. No guests." He pulled out a scroll and handed it over, instructing, "Just deliver this to old Xiang." The staff glanced at the scroll in surprise, then finally agreed to take it, telling him to wait there. When she saw him, her brows knit in displeasure. It was that guy again. Her subordinate had just had his arm broken by him earlier. He was standing beside, his arm wrapped in bandages, the other hand clenched tightly into a fist. With a determined voice, he said, "Miss, don't worry, if we can't get in, he won't be able to either." The staff entered and reported, "Boss, someone is looking for you." In Jiang Wen Liang's hand was a hammer. He didn't pay much attention and asked, "Didn't I already say? Don't disturb me today." The staff handed him a scroll of paper, saying, "I was told to give this to you." He paused, staring at the scroll in the staff's hand. When he opened it and read, he exclaimed in surprise, "It's him." Outside the shop, she and her people glanced at Qian Mo, who was also standing and waiting. He smiled and said to Shi Lu, "See? I told you I wasn't wrong. This kid is still acting all high and mighty, delivering some scroll or something?" Before he could finish, Jiang Wen Liang appeared at the door. In his hurry, he hadn't even put on his jacket yet and yelled at him, "My ancestors, why are you standing there? Come in quickly and stop making people deliver this scroll." He smiled at him and explained, "Didn't your shop close? I was worried I'd disturb you." The old man walked over and pulled him inside, loudly replying, "That's for those pesky mosquitoes. As for you, I've been waiting for you day and night." Turning to the crowd that had gathered around, clearly annoyed, he shouted several times, "Get out of here, stop crowding around me." Her people, witnessing this scene, stood there in disbelief, both astonished and angry. Xian Mo hesitated a little and said to the old man, "Old Xiang, why don't you finish putting on your clothes first before continuing? I'm afraid others might misunderstand." The old man, with an indifferent expression, seemed unconcerned about what others might think and replied, "What's there to misunderstand? I'm just in a hurry." Scene change. The two of them were now inside the house, leisurely drinking tea and eating cakes. Jiang Wen Liang happily said, "You usually never come to Three Treasures Hall unless you have something to do. This time, you're looking for me, aren't you, to forge the second stage of the divine artifact?" But Chung Qian Mo said something unrelated, "This father isn't bad." The old man grew frustrated. "Oh my God, stop being so vague, I'm about to lose my patience here." Finally, he said, "You guessed right. I came here today specifically to forge the Lu Guan Yuan ring for the second stage." Jiang Wen Liang suddenly stood up. "Have you already gathered all the main materials?" "That's great." Cheng Qian Mo nodded. "I've gathered all 12 main materials. Besides that, I've also prepared quite a few supplementary materials. I came today to ask for your help." The old man replied, "You're just a supplementary material I already have, why would I need to buy any?" Jiang Wen Liang then spread out a pile of supplementary materials for him to see, enthusiastically introducing them. "Look, red light star, mountain sea dragon tendon, scarlet refining stone, these are all quite good, don't you think?" Chung Qian Mo waved his hand. "These aren't bad, but they're still not enough." The old man squinted, puzzled. "These are all treasures I've carefully stored at the bottom of my chest. Do you have something better?" "Don't talk nonsense." He immediately showed the old man, "Look at what I have." Upon seeing the items before him, Jiang Wenliang was shocked, another heavenly flame blood chest. Are you really planning to use materials of this level as auxiliary ingredients? This is too extravagant. Cheng Qianmo then took out even more materials, but it still wasn't enough. Looking at the treasures before him, the old man was even more astonished. You even have Thunderfire Rock and the mysterious Dark Dragon. Kid, did you strike it rich? If I'm not mistaken, the Yin Yang Holy Mark of the Saintess just dropped, right? That's a level 40 outdoor boss. Don't tell me you killed it yourself. You're truly a monster. Not only do you have an innate talent for forging, but your combat skills are also terrifyingly strong. Our Nation H is incredibly lucky to have a genius like you. You can rest assured. I've been training for half a year according to your instructions. My skills have improved significantly, I'll do my best. Cheng Qianmo humbly replied, I came to find you precisely because I knew old Xiang had the skills. Don't worry, I'm happy to do it. Let's get started right away. Immediately, Jiang Wenliang closed the forge door to focus on forging the second stage Lu Guang Yuan ring for Qianmo. Du Xia, seeing this, was curious. Little brother, why aren't you opening the door today? The blacksmith's apprentice replied, Sorry, old Xiang has something to do today, so we're closed. He immediately introduced himself, My name is Du Xia, my father is a counselor in the Tianfeng City Blacksmith Association. I've come here today to ask old Xiang for help. The staff member was firm, I've already said it's not possible. No matter how much you talk, it won't change anything. Du Xia then pressed a large gift bag into the staff member's hand. This is a token of my sincerity, I hope you'll accept it. All I need is for you to deliver this letter. Seeing this, the blacksmith staff member agreed, I can deliver the letter for you, but whether old Xian wants to meet you or not, I can't decide that. Du Xia agreed and went inside. Jiang Wenliang spoke up, the furnace is blazing hot, we'll soon be able to get to work. Cheng Qianmo replied, There's no need to rush, slow and steady is what leads to finely crafted products. The staff member entered to deliver the news, Old Xiang, there's a young man named Du Xia, claiming to be a member of the Tianfeng City Blacksmith Association. He says he has a letter for you. I don't think he's lying, so I came to pass the message on. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenliang extended his hand to pass the letter to me. Watching this scene, he thought to himself that this must be the high-level change in the Tianfeng City Blacksmith Association that President Gao had mentioned. Old Xiang gave the order, Tell that kid to wait for me in the parlor. I'll deal with him once I'm finished with my work. The staff member complied. He then asked, Is old Xiang in some kind of trouble? Old Xiang shook his head, No, just some old matters. Please don't make fun of me. Let's continue. Cheng Qianmo appeared displeased. Old Xiang, you are the top blacksmith, you should know the basic requirements of forging. If you can't adjust your mood, I'm afraid I'll have to complete it myself. When Liang immediately panicked, Don't. I've been waiting for this opportunity for half a year. Every day, even in my dreams, I've been hoping to continue participating in forging the Lu Guang Yuan ring. He asked, Then tell me, why did you act so out of line just now? Jiang Wenliang hesitated slightly, Although your strength isn't bad, you are still just a loose cultivator, so I don't want you to get involved in this trouble. It's best if you don't push me. Looking at the item in his hand, the old man was startled. How could you have the Elder Badge of the Professional Lifestyle Association? Qianmo replied calmly, I obtained it, of course, by passing the trial. What do you think? The identity of an elder of the Professional Lifestyle Association. Jiang Wenliang stroked his beard in admiration. You're still young, and yet you've earned the Elder Badge. Your talent is truly astonishing. But with the relationship between the two associations, even with the Elder Badge, it probably won't do you much good. Cheng Qianmo shifted the topic. I'm aware of the matter between the two sides, let's put that aside for now. Now, let's talk about your issue. The old man slowly began to explain, this is a long story. Back then, on the Apocalypse continent, the blacksmith guild in Tianfeng City was renowned throughout the continent. Many young people who aspired to be blacksmiths sought out Tianfeng City. I was no exception. Master, I am Tong Hufei, a famous blacksmith who was honored to be accepted as your disciple. It was both a privilege and a misfortune for me. You valued my natural talent and took me in, not to pass on the craft, but to have a capable assistant to help you reach the pinnacle of glory. However, you never expected that I would exceed even your expectations. Once, I discovered a new forging method and eagerly shared it with everyone. At first, I thought you would be pleased for me, but to my surprise, this became the source of your jealousy. Later, during an important competition that would determine the future of blacksmiths, you secretly switched my materials, causing me to fail in the forging process. What's worse, your son, who is also my junior brother, presented a work that was identical to mine and accused me of plagiarism. From that moment, I was expelled from the blacksmith guild. In truth, if I had continued to fight, I might have been able to prove my skills. But I was truly exhausted, so I returned to the village, planning to spend the rest of my life there. Recently, many clans and financial groups have approached me. I've also caught wind of the movements in Tianfeng City, but after all these years, my heart has cooled. I couldn't be bothered. If it weren't for meeting you, which reignited some of my passion for the craft, I wouldn't even want to continue running this shop. Cheng Qianimo made a proposal to old Xiang. If I help you return to the blacksmith guild, even sitting in the position of president, what do you think? The old man advised, Kid, I know you're capable, but it's best if you don't get involved in this matter. He continued to persuade, not wanting old Xiang to misunderstand, I have my own plans. To be honest, I'm currently in the process of establishing my own guild, called Eternal Peak. Once my guild has a headquarters, high-level talents will become a huge support. I am already an elder of the professional association. If I can push for the merger of the Blacksmith Association and the Professional Association, it will be a promising endeavor. Population is always the core metric for evaluating the strength of a guild. As long as we complete this important reform, the Eternal Peak Guild will soar in a short period of time. Jiang Wenliang declined again. I've long realized that you're no ordinary person, but such a grand plan was beyond my expectations. Unfortunately, I'm old now, and I don't want to get involved in such troublesome matters anymore. He shouted in frustration, so you're willing to bear this unjust reputation for the rest of your life? You have unparalleled talent in forging, but why have you not been able to improve over all these years? Do you know why? Because your mind isn't clear, this issue has been stuck in your heart, preventing you from moving forward. Even a little progress requires cutting off your inner demons. If you keep avoiding it, you'll never resolve the problem. After his advice, the old man finally agreed. All right, I'll agree to your plan. Cheng Qianmo continued, all right, I have a preliminary plan. After we finish today's forging task, we can discuss it in more detail. Jiang Wenliang immediately replied, okay, let's complete the forging first. He handed the paper to the old man. This is the design for my new weapon. I will be responsible for forging the main materials, while you need to focus on the fire temperature and the ratio of the catalyst. Also, when adding the auxiliary materials, be sure to follow the order specified in the design. The old man showed he understood. In the hot and stuffy blacksmith workshop, both of them were deeply focused on their tasks. Switching to the living room, Du Xia, frustrated, questioned, I've been waiting for nearly 3 hours, why hasn't old Xiang come out yet? Brother, you aren't lying to me, are you? The staff member remained calm. Old Xiang must be forging a masterpiece that will shake the world, so it's natural for it to take time. If we have to wait a bit longer, don't complain. If it affects old Xiang, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. He asked in return, what kind of masterpiece could it be? Could it be a death-level equipment? Seeing Du Xia about to rush in, the staff member quickly stopped him. Don't worry, I won't go in. Suddenly, a strange beam of light burst from the room. The air inside emitted a powerful aura, causing the door to explode. The explosion filled the room with thick smoke, turning everything white. Du Xia was shocked. What kind of weapon is this? Its attributes and stats are just too terrifying. Looking at the new weapon, the old man shouted joyfully, "It's a success!" The system also rang out, "Congratulations on successfully forging a Tier 2 silver weapon." Lu Guangyuan dispersed his ring, receiving 120,000 forging points. His experience had been pushed forward, allowing him to go to the Blacksmith Association to complete his advancement quest. Since the weapon had not yet been claimed, its attributes would temporarily be reduced by 50%. To claim it, he would need to use the blood of a boss level 40 or higher. Cheng Qianmo's new weapon carried two brand new, extremely impressive equipment effects, including the ability to seamlessly switch between 7 forms and the activation effect of hook and pull mode, as well as rotating wings. Cheng Qianmo proudly declared, "These attributes truly make all my days of effort worthwhile, absolutely amazing." Beside him, Jiang Wenliang could not contain his excitement. "I've touched the threshold of Grandmaster. I can finally attempt a breakthrough. It's all thanks to you. Without you, perhaps for the rest of my life I would have remained nothing more than a high-level craftsman." "You're being too modest. I told you already, old Xian, once you break through the barrier in your heart, your progress will come swiftly." The old man continued to beam with joy. "Regardless, I must thank you. In the future, if anything arises that this old man can help with, I will never refuse." Cheng Qianmo asked, "By the way, old Xiang, if you want to advance to Blacksmith Grandmaster, do you also need to return to the Blacksmith Association?" At this, Jiang Wenliang's face fell into sadness. His guess was correct. If I want a breakthrough, I must return. But with the current situation, how could I possibly have the face to go back? He turned to him and said, "Let's first listen to the story from that person, then we'll decide." It turned out that Du Xia had been standing behind the curtain all this time. He spoke up, "Xiang uncle, I finally found you. The Du family is in trouble." Jiang Wenliang asked, "Are you Tian Lei's son? In your letter, you said your father was in trouble. What exactly happened?" Du Xia reported, "Xiang uncle, your whereabouts have been exposed. Tong Hufei said you were expelled but are still continuing to forge weapons, thus tarnishing the reputation of the Blacksmiths Guild. Now they want to capture you and put you on trial. When the higher-ups of the guild held a vote, my father opposed him and argued with him. That's why he offended him. Now my father has been taken hostage, and I really have no other choice but to come to you." Jiang Wenliang was furious. "That damn old man still won't let me go? I even went to the new village, what more does he want?" Cheng Qianmo then encouraged, "See? Old Xiang, even if you want to run away, they're still not likely to let you off. If you want to settle things with Tong Hufei once and for all, it seems you'll have to go back. After all, you still need to break through to become a master blacksmith. Might as well do it while you're at it." Du Xia was quite surprised. "Xiang uncle has already reached the master level? That's amazing. Then my father has hope of being saved." Jiang Wenliang reassured him, "Your father and I have known each other for a long time. I won't just stand by and watch. Let me plan this out carefully." Then, he returned to Tianfeng City with you. "This is Cheng Qianmo, you helped me reach the threshold of the master level." Du Xia knelt down to express his gratitude. "Hello, Cheng brother, thank you for your help." You also reassured him. His father should still be safe for now, because Tong Hufei's target is still Xiang uncle. When the time comes, I will go with everyone to Tianfeng City. I also have a big gift for the Blacksmith Guild." Du Xia exclaimed joyfully. "That's great." He silently assessed, "This aura definitely isn't something that a level 32 awakened person can possess. He looks so young, I thought he might be a disciple of Xiang uncle." Cheng Qianmo continued, "If that's settled, then let's start acting. Well, I'll go prepare a little, see you in Tianfeng City in half a month." He thought to himself, the weapon has been upgraded, it's time to start the next phase of the plan. Scene shift, Huang Tian and Wei Shen were still in the process of carrying out their assigned task. He laughed cheerfully and said, "Old Wei, are you okay? I've won 13 matches in a row." Wei Shen replied, "What's there to gloat about? I've won 2 more than you. Want to try? Looking at the dark figure in front of him, Huang Tian wondered. This person has quite a strong killing intent. Old Wei, do you know him? Wei Shin shook his head. No, I don't. The person was wearing a mask that looked extremely ferocious, with sharp, menacing teeth. It turned out that Li Minghao was disguising herself. She mischievously said, Huang brother, did Y brother get scared? This outfit looks pretty cool, doesn't it? Huang Tian, annoyed, knocked on his head. You brat, you've gone astray. How dare you threaten us? You've really got some potential. The spirit of the body sensed keenly and realized that it seemed the boy had passed the assassin organization's test. Huang Tian curiously looked at the token hanging from his waist, on which characters were engraved. This must be a rank within the assassin organization, right? What level is this? Li Minghao explained, assassins are divided into 8 levels, mine is the 2nd level below 3rd class change. Huang Tian couldn't stop praising him. Not bad, but you still need to keep working hard. Li Minghao was puzzled. Where's the captain? Wei Shin replied. Not just him, even Ruoshi hasn't returned. What do you think, could they have run off together? Having seen the 2 of them in the distance, Huang Tian became serious. Things like this can't be joked about. If old Mo hears it, we might be in trouble. Wei Shin responded. What's there to be afraid of? Even if he were here, I'd still say it. The brothers here endure hardship, while he's living the good life, running off by himself to enjoy the benefits. Li Minghao kindly reminded him. Why brother? Wei Shin grew even more irritated. Minghao, don't stop me. There are some things I can't hold back anymore. Chung Qian Mo, that damn kid, he's fine as a trainer, but as a captain, he's not cut out for it. His team, besides the daily training, has all sorts of social and team building activities, right? And what do we have? Nothing. What do you all have to say for yourselves? The 2 people were now terrified, their faces completely pale. Cheng Qian Mo silently kicked Wei Shin hard in the butt. Annoyed, he shouted loudly. Who the hell dared to kick me? Are you looking for death? Cheng Qian Mo, with a face full of murderous intent, said. It's me. After enjoying himself, Wei Shin immediately turned back, frightened and flattered. Oh, it's my beloved captain, then it's all good. Huang Tian teased. Why are you 2 coming back together? Could it be that you're really running away together? Ling Ruoshi quickly spoke up to explain, babbling something. I just happened to run into him on the way back. Cheng Qian Mo declared. It seems like everyone has completed their mission, the original appearance of Eternal Peak has been revealed, and it's time to make a small impact on the Apocalypse continent. A little later, outside Tianfeng City, their group was riding swiftly towards their destination. Huang Tian was puzzled. Old Mo, why are we doing this? Isn't Fenghua City the closest to Leiding City? Cheng Qian Mo explained. This time, we're coming to Tianfeng City because of 2 commissions, a combined mission for the first time. Wei Shin suddenly interrupted. I only know about the mission Gu Tian entrusted to us to go destroy things, but what's the other one? Cheng Qian Mo answered. The second thing is to help an old friend of mine take the position of president of the Tianfeng City Blacksmith Association. Huang Tian assessed. Although the Blacksmith Association was not an organization centered around combat, it was still a formidable force. Cheng Qian Mo assigned, I'll handle that myself, while the task in the arena is for you guys. Are you scared? Huang Tian shouted loudly, if anyone's scared, it's me. Cheng Qian Mo praised, very good, let's head out. After a while of traveling, their group arrived at the Phelan Arena. As Cheng Qian Mo entered, he said, it seems like Gu Tianlai's Moonfang Castle is really a bit weak. The crowd here should be a little more substantial. You guys wait here, I'll go set up a temporary combat team. Saying that, he quickly made his way to the registration desk. After a brief greeting, Chen Mo requested, "I want to form a temporary combat team for the tournament." The clerk quoted, "Forming a temporary combat team requires 500 gold." Without hesitation, he placed the full amount on the counter. The receptionist then asked for more details. "What do you want to name your team?" Cheng Qianmo replied without hesitation, "Eternal Peak." The members of the Soaring to the Clouds team overheard and started discussing the name. Hearing him say it, the teammates who were with him showed some resistance, clearly displeased. The receptionist introduced, teams are divided into 8 levels: Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Starlight, and King. This level classification is widely used across the Apocalypse continent. The current level of the Eternal Peak team is Black Iron. To reach Bronze level, you need to accumulate 100 points. Each win grants 10 points, while each loss deducts 6 points. Cheng Qianmo stroked his chin. With this point system, you can easily level up to Bronze by winning 10 consecutive matches. The receptionist outwardly agreed with his statement, but internally, she thought he was just boasting. Qianmo took out a pouch of gold. "By the way, I want to bet 3,000 gold on the next win of the Eternal Peak team." "That doesn't violate any rules, right?" The receptionist replied, "Betting on a win is fine, but betting on your own team losing is not allowed." He pointed behind him and whispered, "Then how about we make them our opponents, what do you think?" The receptionist refused, "That's against the rules because they are a Bronze hunting team. The captain is level 38, their team is stronger than yours. You're no match for him." Cheng Qianmo then offered a bribe. "This isn't something you need to worry about. Here's 500 gold, if you help us arrange it, the reward is yours." The receptionist immediately declined, "I've been working here for years, how could I break the rules? Do you want to add more gold?" This guy pretended to follow the rules on the surface, but inside, he was shameless, trying to make a profit for himself. Soon after, the referee announced some information about the match. "Please have the Eternal Peak team and the Soaring to the Clouds team move to Arena 987. The match will begin in 10 minutes. Wei Shen happily complimented, not expecting Qianmo to spend money to go up against them. Huang Tian also spoke up, reminding, "Old Mo, their levels and skills are stronger than ours, we can't afford to take the risk." Cheng Qianmo casually replied, "Risk is not in my dictionary, let's head to the field." The Soaring to the Clouds team over here was extremely pleased with themselves. One of them said, "Captain Zhang, we're lucky. We're up against a rookie team, this match is a guaranteed win." Captain Zhang, however, acted dismissive. There were 2 people on the opposing team wearing blackened masks, they seemed to enjoy showing off their dangerous vibe. Once they entered the arena, the referee announced the start of the match. If any team members are not present within 3 minutes, they will be disqualified immediately. "Please hurry," Captain Zhang arrogantly declared, "the match will be over in less than 10 minutes. Cheng Qianmo, wearing a mask, was ready for his challenge. "All right, 10 minutes it is." The spectators in the stands were slightly disappointed with the uneven matchup. One team was made up entirely of members who had just undergone their second-class change and were still at Black Iron level. Cheng Qianmo calmly issued his instructions, "Huang Tian, you'll focus on the offense and provide support. Old Wei, you'll stay in the back and do as you please. Ming Hao, your job is to hold back their backline." The other team was a bronze-ranked squad, with a higher average level than theirs, so the result seemed inevitable. The referee shouted, "The match is about to begin, both sides, prepare yourselves." As soon as the words were spoken, the 2 teams surged forward like a storm. The man couldn't help but wonder why they only had 3 members. Even if one of them, Silver Moon, was in stealth, there should still be 4. The opponent had a useless wanderer on their side, who was probably hiding now. Huang Tian attacked while shouting, "Use all your strength to take them down." The clash between the 2 sides was fierce, dust flying everywhere. Team leader Zhang secretly wondered, clearly only level 33, how can they be this strong? Ling Ruoxi, on this side, effortlessly knocked a man flying, and he quietly assessed her. Her attacks are unbelievably fast. The opposing girl immediately shouted, "This is bad, the fake apocalypse is being ambushed by Silver Moon." Wei Shen felt a surge of excitement, daring to leave such a large opening. Get ready for a nightmare. With that, he unleashed his ultimate move, the corrosive rain. The opposing team was horrified, as the corrosive rain inflicted continuous dark damage on the target, with up to 5 layers that lasted for 12 seconds. Team leader Zhang recognized the move immediately and quickly ordered, "Suppress Wei Shen." Another member quickly obeyed the order, shouting, "Frenzied Heavy Lance, I'll take you down." This person probably hadn't noticed Cheng Qianmo appearing behind him. With a calm demeanor, Cheng gave him a gentle kick into the corrosive fog, making him lose his composure. The red-haired girl on the other side was also struggling due to the relentless attacks. Team leader Zhang silently wondered, what is going on? Clearly, their ranks are much lower than ours. Why are we being overwhelmed? After thinking for a moment, he delivered a powerful blow that caused Huang Tian to stagger slightly. He shouted, "Formation, assemble, don't let them set the pace, hold the line." His subordinates immediately obeyed and charged forward. He commanded, "Use the combined skills." Wei Shen spoke up, "Break their formation, we absolutely cannot let them use their combined skills." Captain Zhang charged forward, shouting, "We won't let you cause chaos." This is the classic combined skill of the Soaring to the Clouds team, the Bloodthirsty Demon. Once this skill appears, Eternal Peak stands no chance. Prepare to die. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed an incredibly powerful force. Seeing the terrifying wave of energy in front of him, Huang Tian thought to himself, "This is bad." Suddenly, the force shattered into hundreds of images. It turned out this was the result of Lu Guanyuan's shattered seal. Cheng Qianmo grinned proudly, "Is that it? Are you down already? Go back and train some more." Captain Zhang was unwilling to accept it. How is this possible? How could one person stop our combined attack? What kind of weapon is that? Huang Tian complimented, "So this is the new creation you and old Xiang forged? It's amazing." Taking advantage of the situation, Ling Ruoshi advanced with an attack. "What are you looking at?" On the other side, Li Minghao was easily dealing with 2 opponents. Naturally, Captain Zhang was frustrated and shouted, "Damn it!" Cheng Qianmo gently struck him with a blow that felt like a thunderstrike, then subtly advised, "Next time, don't be so reckless." He glanced at the time, 4 minutes 58 seconds. 10 minutes was still too long. The referee shouted, "Congratulations to the Eternal Peak team for their victory, earning 10 victory points and an additional 400,000 experience." In the face of Qianmo's victory, the audience in the stands was still in a state of confusion. How could the Soaring to the Clouds team, with their 9-game winning streak, lose to a rookie team? Even their combination skills had been broken. Judging by their facial expressions, which could hide information, these two must definitely be assassins from the Brotherhood of Darkness, only they would possess such equipment. At this moment, Shen Mo slowly walked over to the reception desk. The receptionist spoke, "Hello, sir, here is 3,000 gold from your recent victory, totaling 6,000 gold. Cheng Qianmo responded, "Place another 3,000 gold bet on Eternal Peak winning." The receptionist asked, "Don't you need to rest for a while?" Cheng Qianmo replied, "No, we're in a hurry." The referee's voice echoed again. "Congratulations to the Eternal Peak team for winning 2 matches in a row. Congratulations to the Eternal Peak team for winning 6 matches in a row. Congratulations to the Eternal Peak team for completing the achievement of 10 consecutive victories, earning 100 victory points, an additional 1 million experience, and successfully leveling up to bronze." His team was happily chatting in the corridor, walking and talking. A family member asked, "Old Mo, how much did you earn today?" He answered, "Not much, around 20,000 gold." The family member was a bit surprised and asked, "Is that not much?" Cheng Qianmo suddenly received a message from Jiang Wenliang, informing him that he had arrived in Tianfeng City and was waiting for him at the Yuliang Inn to discuss matters regarding the Blacksmith Association. He notified his team, "I will be going to the Blacksmith Association in the next few days to handle some important matters. You all continue with the personal challenge rounds as planned." Huang Tian asked, "Is this about competing for the position of president of the Blacksmith Association? Are you going alone, Captain?" Chung Qianmo didn't deny it. "That's right. It's a crucial matter for the development of our guild." "What? Do you not trust that I can handle this, or are you worried that if I go, you won't be able to win anymore?" Huang Tian patted his chest. "Of course not, we've participated in personal challenges plenty of times. You can rest assured." Wei Shen also chimed in, "Exactly, no matter what happens, I'll still be here. If you're fighting at the Blacksmith Association, don't forget to let us know. We'll be ready to help." He waved his hand with authority. "All right then, let's proceed as planned. If anything comes up, just message me." As night fell, Chung Qianmo rode his horse to the meeting point. He slowly walked along the long corridor, searching for them. Cheng Qianmo knocked on a door. "Hey old Xiang, are you in there?" Jiang Wenliang carefully cracked the door open to peek outside, confirming it was indeed Chung Qianmo. He joyfully exclaimed, "Kid, it's really you." The two entered the room, closing the door cautiously as though guarding against something. Du Xia asked, "Are we heading straight to the association now, or?" Cheng Qianmo laid out the plan. "For now, old Xiang can't make his appearance yet. One should not rush in recklessly, or the guild will capture us. It's better for me to open the way first, and once everything is successful, we can bring old Xiang in. That way, it will be safer." Jiang Wenliang immediately objected, as being discovered would affect him. Xianmo scoffed, "The Blacksmith Guild is nothing but a group of people who haven't awakened yet. Even if they invite a distinguished guest, I'm not afraid. Do you still doubt my strength?" The old man sighed deeply. "I know it's useless to advise you, but you must agree to this. If things go wrong, we need to retreat immediately." He still acted nonchalant. "Don't worry, a mere blacksmith guild can't stop me." Du Xia couldn't help but admire him, saying, "Brother Chang, you are truly righteous. If you manage to save my father this time, the Du family will definitely follow your lead." Cheng Qianmo stood up and said, "You two should rest early. Tomorrow, wait for good news from me." Du Xia still wasn't entirely at ease. Was Brother Chang really fine handling this alone? Jiang Wenliang reassured him, "Don't worry. The Blacksmith Guild will never anticipate that tomorrow they'll be facing a monster." The next day, they had already arrived at the gate of Tianfeng City, at the Blacksmith Guild. Chung Qianmo was thinking to himself. Although their strength was slightly weaker than the professional guild, it had to be admitted that the Blacksmith Guild was quite wealthy. Someone asked him, "Hey brother, are you here to take part in the Blacksmith Guild's admission test?" Cheng Qianmo denied, "I'm here to participate in the Advanced Blacksmith Qualification Test." Hearing that, the people around immediately showed disdain, not even bothering to pay attention to his words. A line of people was waiting, while the examiner said to him, "Sorry, let me double check." He silently wondered, "It can't be, the machine is still new, it shouldn't have any issues." The machine continued to report his current level of training as intermediate, with 100,000 experience per thousand, qualifying him to register for the advanced blacksmith exam. The examiner announced, "You are qualified to participate in the test, please follow me to register." Seeing this, those who had looked down on him now regretted it. "I was really blind, not only did I miss the chance to make connections with someone talented, but I also offended him." At the advanced blacksmith exam point, there was also a long line waiting for the test. Chenshur Xin read the personal information sheet. Chung Qianmo, 19 years old, vagrant class level 32, apprentice to Wen Liang. At such a young age, being a vagrant class, and yet already qualified as an intermediate blacksmith. "Go ahead, your spot is in the second line on the left, just look for it." He silently praised, finally encountering a promising young talent, a 19-year-old who was both awakened and cultivating dual professions. "I hope he can bring me a surprise." Chenshur Xin ordered to check if there was a blacksmith master named Wen Liang. The staff immediately followed the command. He was still smiling inwardly. If I'm lucky, maybe I can help the association gain 2 more talented individuals. The people in the advanced exam room couldn't help but remind Chung Chien-mo with surprise. This is the examination room for the senior blacksmiths. When they saw him walk up to the examination table, they finally acknowledged him, realizing that he was indeed a candidate for the post of junior officer. Chinshur Xin loudly introduced, "Let me introduce myself first. I am Chen Shur Xin, a member of the Tianfeng City Blacksmith Association and a senior blacksmith. The person beside me is Yi Long, also a member of the association. We will be the judges for this senior blacksmith exam. Now, I will announce the content and rules of the exam. The exam consists of 2 parts. The first part is that, within the given time, candidates must select the appropriate materials based on the topic and design a forging plan that meets the standards." Cheng Chien-mo silently assessed, "This exam seems simple, but in fact, it tests the fundamental knowledge of blacksmithing. Considering this exam, the Blacksmith Association is no ordinary one." Chen Shur Xin then asked, "Has Dong Shuichang arrived? Why haven't I seen him?" Yi Long replied, "He entered the city over 10 minutes ago. He should be here soon." The old man was quite dissatisfied. Even though he was Dong's son, he shouldn't blatantly disregard the rules. At most, they could give him an additional 5 minutes. Yi Long quickly reassured, "Calm down, calm down." The crowd around the table began to murmur, "Why hasn't it started yet?" Another person answered, "Didn't you hear? Dong Lao's son hasn't arrived yet. We have to wait for him." Chung Chien-mo thought to himself, "The Dong Yuan elder is the father of that arrogant old Xiang, right?" As expected, what Du Xie said wasn't wrong. The Blacksmith Association has indeed rotted to the core. At that moment, Dong Shuicheng finally staggered in. "Sorry, Counselor Chen, there was a party earlier, so I arrived a bit late." Chen Shur Xin was annoyed. "Your seat is right in the middle of the second row, go over there quickly. The exam is about to start." He looked at him and silently judged. He didn't expect someone so young to be in the advanced artisan blacksmith exam. Chen Shur Xin barked, "Hurry up and go to your seat." He couldn't help but evaluate. This kid was neither arrogant nor self-deprecating, remained calm, and seemed like someone with potential. Yi Long announced, "Today's test is to design a forging plan. The finished weapon must reach level 50 or above, have a damage value of over 150 points, and its weight must not exceed 3 kg. In 1 hour, draw up the detailed design and select all necessary materials. The test begins now." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone quickly started working on their tasks. Yi Long seized the opportunity to chat, "Mr. Chen, do you think the pass rate today will reach 15%? You set the questions yourself. Give me your prediction." The old man replied, "Setting the questions is never that simple. Today, the number of people who will make it to the second round will definitely not exceed 10%. Yi Long commented, "It's probably just because his father taught him well." Chen Shur Xin noticed the young man seriously rubbing his chin and couldn't help but wonder. Why hadn't he started yet? Could he be incompetent? Is he already struggling in the first round? Yi Long remarked, "It seems like you care quite a bit about this young man. Does he have something special about him?" Chen Shur Xin replied, "Currently, there's nothing special to see, maybe I misjudged it." Not long after, Dong Shuichang happily slapped the table and shouted loudly. He then secretly felt proud, thanks to his father's help with the prediction. Once this assignment is submitted, no one here will be able to surpass it. He thought there was something special, but it turns out they only just started making their move. It seems like they're nothing more than a name without substance. At this moment, Chung Chien-mo's hands were moving swiftly over the table, sketching. Yi Long clicked his tongue. This kid took half the time to start, but I have to admit, his drawing speed is indeed a bit astonishing. Chen Shur Xin interjected, "The key to a good design is accuracy, not speed. If you wait until half the time has passed before starting, it might feel rushed, making mistakes hard to avoid. Looking at the design in his hands, he was quite confident. For a first serious attempt at drawing a design, it wasn't bad. Next came the choice of materials. He silently felt smug. How could this person ever reach the level of a mid-tier blacksmith? They didn't even know that fire gold and wind spirit stone counteracted each other, and yet they chose nearly 5 kilograms of fire gold as the main material. Truly foolish. Cheng Qianmo lightly recited a poem: "Summer insects cannot speak of ice, and a frog at the bottom of a well cannot discuss the sea." There are fools who, upon encountering matters beyond their understanding, arrogantly speak without knowledge. Dong Xuecheng immediately flew into a rage. "Dare to insult me? Do you know who my father is?" Chen Xin shouted, "Quiet down." Yilong announced, "All right, the round is over, everyone, stop." Next, Counselor Chen will begin the comments. After reviewing the submissions, many were eliminated, and only a few barely made it to the next round. Chen Xin walked over to evaluate Dong Xuecheng's drawing. "This idea isn't bad at all, it could be rated an A-. Also, the material proportions are quite reasonable. It meets the requirements." He then appeared slightly dissatisfied. "Just an A-? Could you take another look?" The elder frowned and turned away. "Since when do you get to teach me how to grade?" When it was Cheng Qianmo's turn, Xin skeptically asked, 5 kg of fire gold? Is this the material you selected? Cheng Qianmo casually replied, "Yes, what's the issue?" Chen Xin shouted in anger, "With such a large amount of fire gold, how can it be catalyzed? Moreover, there's wind spirit stone mixed in your materials, which contradicts each other. Is this what you call material mixing? Are you just going through the motions in this competition?" He explained, "Increase the temperature to 6,000 degrees, use 4 techniques: light, slow, heavy, and rapid forging, continuously hammering 1,000 times to remove impurities, while adding a bit of flux to raise the temperature, and then continue forging with double the force. Is this method acceptable?" Dong Xuecheng interrupted, "Kid, do you even know how to forge? For continuous forging techniques 1,000 times, and raising the temperature, do you think that's something a human can do?" Chen Xin found the method slightly exaggerated but still somewhat plausible. He decided to overlook the material selection for now. "The rest depends on the design," he said, clearly displeased. "Is this even acceptable? Are you going easy on me?" Looking at the blueprint, the old man couldn't help but exclaim, "This design is truly excellent, no, I should say it is outstanding. Even I couldn't do better. Just judging by the level of design, I would rate this an A+, or even higher." The people around him were not happy with this assessment and began to object, claiming that he was giving special treatment. Dong Xuecheng shouted angrily, "Chen Xin, how dare you openly show favoritism?" Yilong also stepped forward to advise, "Mr. Chen, this is a public examination. If this gets back to the master, both of us will be in trouble." Chen Xin seemed unfazed. "I'm grading according to the standards. If you want to report me, I'm not afraid." Cheng Qianmo, trying to be modest, said, "You're giving an A grade for just one design? Counselor Chen, you're being a bit hasty. Perhaps it's better to wait until you see the next round before making your decision." Upon hearing this, the others grew even more agitated. Dong Xuecheng thought to himself, "I thought he had some skill, but it turns out he's not only useless, but also has a problem with his thinking." Chen Xin agreed, "Then, for this round, I'll withhold a grade. Let's see if you can show me your ability with a weapon in the next round." He silently complimented him, "This kid may talk arrogantly, but he's indirectly clarifying the relationship between me and him. He's quite a promising young talent. But we'll have to see what his actual capabilities are." He gave his feedback because the result of the first round had already been decided, so he urged to quickly start the second round of the test. Yilong announced, "The first round of testing is over, with 90 people eliminated and 12 people advancing. The eliminated contestants may leave the competition field or move to the observation area on the right to watch. Naturally, the eliminated ones are also eager to see how talented he truly is. Yi Long continued. We will now proceed to the second round of the test. I invite the contestants to complete the recreation of their design within 3 hours. The contestant who ranks first will receive the title of counselor and 10,000 gold. The second round officially begins. Dong Xuechang proudly assessed his great design. The 10,000 gold is definitely mine. What are you staring at? Want to learn my methods? My approach is very complex, someone like you wouldn't understand. Cheng Qianmo did not respond, silently observing his design. He thought to himself. He wants to forge a polearm? Looks like I don't need to make many adjustments. Chen Xin and Yi Long were surprised to see him adjusting the design, continuously discussing among themselves. Yi Long, displeased, shouted. This is too chaotic. I gave him a chance earlier, and now he wants to change his plan on the spot. I must disqualify him. The old man stopped him. It's fine. I've already given him a chance, let's just continue watching. He thought to himself. The polearm Xuechang designed is a bit too heavy, so my new plan needs to adjust the material ratios accordingly. Using this block is just perfect, he said happily as he looked at the material. Dong Xuechang secretly sneered, foolish. A fire gold block this large, let's see how you plan to handle it. Cheng Qianmo assessed the situation, the temperature is almost right, we can probably start forging now. The scene before them made someone exclaim, oh my god, he can control such a large hammer with just one hand, it's incredible. He must be an awakened one, and moreover, an awakened one who specializes in strength enhancement. Isn't the progress of a dual cultivator supposed to be slow? How could his proficiency be at this level? Yi Long suddenly realized, so he's a dual cultivator. He added, dual cultivation is rare, but almost no one can progress equally in both fields, so it depends on how it goes. He gently swung the hammer, striking the fire gold block. Cheng Qianmo continued hammering the fire gold block relentlessly. At this point, Dong Xuechang was starting to panic, and Long couldn't stop thinking, a 50-pound iron hammer, and he can still use the 4 forms of guesses to create a technique. This guy is just too terrifying. No, I can't panic. He's just strong in terms of brute force, while I haven't even revealed my trump card yet. There's nothing to worry about. The people around them were still full of doubts, some even showing signs of dissatisfaction. He wiped the sweat off his forehead, 1,000 hammer strikes are done. Now, it's time for the final step. Someone cried out, wait, everyone, look over at young Master Dong. What's that? Is it form ascension? The weapon isn't even fully formed yet, but it's already showing signs of upgrading. He silently felt a sense of satisfaction, no matter how skilled you were, in front of my family's craftsmanship, it was nothing more than waving an axe in front of a blacksmith. Cheng Qianmo also had his own thoughts. Wasn't this the body ascension technique invented by Mr. Xiang? It truly amazed people, but this wasn't the best method. The glory that they, father and son, took from your hands, I will help you take it back. Yi Long panicked, is he out of his mind? The temperature is 1100 degrees. If we add the wind spirit stone now, the forging core will collapse. Chen Xian was also slightly agitated, what exactly does he want to do? Cheng Qianmo ignored the murmurs and calmly placed the wind spirit stone into the forge. Everyone watching felt a cold breeze sweeping through as they crowded around. Why did the temperature drop? Look inside the forge. There's a strange blue light coming out. He picked up the weapon core from the forge, and it had a uniquely stunning blue color. Dong Xuechang laughed loudly, I knew you wouldn't be able to do it, but I didn't expect that you haven't even finished the core. It's truly garbage. Yi Long sighed in disappointment, what a shame, I thought we were going to witness a new forging technique. Chen Xian silently thought to himself, what was I really expecting just now? Did I honestly think he could forcibly merge fire gold with the wind spirit stone? Looking at the blue glow emanating from the weapon core, Chung Chien-mo triumphantly exclaimed, "It's done." The crowd was still filled with confusion. What exactly is he doing? The violent shock and the terrifying aura, could it be a phenomenon that only appears when forging a masterpiece? The embryo in his hand shattered, gradually revealing the form of a state-of-the-art weapon. Once finished, Chung Chien-mo raised it for everyone to see. The people around him couldn't stop admiring his talent. Those outside were also discussing amongst themselves as they sensed the aura emanating from it. The elder of the Blacksmith Association, Tong Hufei, spoke up, "It's an epic-grade masterpiece." Could it be that Dong Xuecheng forged it? The president of the Blacksmith Association, Shi Dong, also walked over. "This is a rare forging phenomenon. Could it be that a genius is about to emerge from our Blacksmith Association?" Chen Xian was so stunned that he stuttered, unable to speak clearly. "This is the level of a master, an epic-grade masterpiece. Cheng Chien-mo was able to forge such an epic masterpiece. I declare that Chung Chien-mo is the winner." Dong Xuecheng immediately shouted, "Impossible. I don't believe it. He must have looked at my design during the competition, then suddenly made alterations. It's clearly plagiarism. I refuse to acknowledge this." Those around him sneered. Chung Chien-mo's skills are clearly far superior to Dong Xuecheng's. How can he say it's plagiarism? What a pathetic excuse. Chen Xian scolded him, "Accept your defeat, and don't embarrass our Blacksmith Association." Dong Xuecheng yelled back into his face, "You keep defending that brat. I suspect you've made some under-the-table deal with him." Chen Xian calmly replied, "Here, I am the one making the decisions." Tong Hufei slowly walked over. "Going to school." Upon seeing him, Dong Xuecheng immediately obediently called out. Xian-mo silently assessed him as the one behind the scheme to frame old Xiang. Chen Xian and Long respectfully bowed to him. Xuecheng then tattled, "Your father came just at the right time. Councilman Chen, as a judge, is covering up for a contestant. I intend to report him to the association." Tong Hufei responded, "You don't need to say any more, I already know everything." He walked straight up to him and asked, "Are you the contestant who forged the epic tier masterpiece with fire gold?" He answered solemnly, "Yes, I am." "Elder Don Yuan, do you have any guidance?" Tong Hufei clasped his hands behind his back, looked at Chien-mo, and said, "You're still young but already possess such skill. Who is your master?" Chen Xian, standing behind him, moved closer. The information showed that the person's name was Wen Liang, but the old man had checked all the records in the association, and there seemed to be no information about this person. When Tong Hufei heard the name Wen Liang, he felt it strangely familiar. Cheng Chien-mo just smiled lightly, his expression calm. "My master doesn't care about fame or fortune, so he has no public reputation." Tong Hufei raised his hand and placed it on Chung Chien-mo's shoulder. "Then, for now, we can confirm that you are the top contestant in this advanced exam. However, the 10,000 reward will only be issued after the association discusses and decides." As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Xuecheng quickly called out "Father" as if trying to stop him. Tong Hufei ignored him and continued speaking to Cheng Chien-mo, "The association needs to meet your master. I hope Chien-mo can convey this to your master." Cheng Chien-mo yawned slightly. "I will convey the message of the blacksmith's guild, but whether he agrees or not, I can't say for sure." He turned towards the door, raising his hand in a wave. "But if the guild has recognized your achievement, then in a few days, Chung Chien-mo will return to receive the examination certification and the reward for the top performer. I must take my leave today." Dong Xuecheng pointed at Chung Chien-mo's retreating figure. "Is your father really going to just let him leave like this? It's even more ridiculous." It was clear he was showing favoritism for personal gain. Tong Hufei furrowed his brows and snapped, "Be quiet." He turned to Chen Xian, his expression softening. This time, the evaluation was fair and just, and Hufei will propose a reward for Chen Xian at the guild. The old man humbly lowered his gaze and responded, "It is my duty, I wouldn't dare have the elder propose a reward for me." Tong Hufei turned to leave, reminding Dong Xuecheng to follow him. He trailed behind, feeling confused. Why would his father award Chung Chien-mo the top title for the evaluation? With his status, all he had to do was speak up, and Shenshur Xin wouldn't dare say anything. The blacksmith's guild was in the hands of the Dong family. How could they possibly care about the opinion of a mere counselor like him? Dong Xuechang did not notice the anger gradually rising in Tong Hufei's eyes. In his fury, Tong Hufei swung his hand, delivering a slap so hard that Dong Xuechang's face turned completely to the side. Tong Hufei's face darkened, his anger reaching its peak as he shouted, "Shut up, you fool!" He trembled, looking at the person in front of him, stammering as he called out several times, "Father." The man paid no attention to his calls, his face clouded with anger as he shouted, "President Shur is getting old, and the Blacksmiths Guild is about to undergo a change in leadership. What good does it do us to stir up trouble and let the whole guild know about a young genius? Right now, the most important thing is to win over mid-level counselors like Chen Shur Xin so they'll vote for me in the upcoming election. And yet, you still dared to offend them? Enduring it for a while is fine. When Dong Hufei becomes the president of the Blacksmiths Guild, what does a high-level exam matter? Even for his goal to become a grandmaster next year, his father had ways to help him. Dong Xuechang lowered his head in sincere apology. Tong Hufei squinted slightly, seemingly deep in thought, while his gaze lingered on the young man Chung Chien-mo. He couldn't just stand by and watch. This name, Wen Liang, sounds familiar. Have someone investigate him for me. Dong Xuechang nodded and agreed to Tong Hufei's request. A few hours later, the scene shifted to the Yu Liang Tavern. Zhang Wenliang looked at Chung Chien-mo sitting across from him, not surprised that he had passed the high-level blacksmithing exam. However, he didn't expect Chung Chien-mo to use the materials from the blacksmithing arena to forge an epic tier piece of equipment. He waved his hand dismissively. Chien-mo merely took my idea and improved upon it. Jian Wenliang immediately countered, the method was proposed by me, but I never expected anyone could actually implement the forging technique in such an unimaginable way. Du Xie stood next to Jian Wenliang and silently marveled. He's only just over 20, yet already has a high-level training certification. He can even make old Xiang follow his lead. Truly a monster. Chung Chien-mo looked at Du Xie and asked, "Can you contact the president of the Blacksmith Association?" Du Xie crossed his arms and looked at him, replying, "President Shur is of advanced age and has been in seclusion for the past few years. It wouldn't be difficult to contact him, but if it's not something of great importance, it might be hard to get the old man to come out." Chung Chien-mo frowned, as if troubled by something. This exam's results must have already caught the attention of the higher-ups in the Blacksmith Association, but Tong Hufei certainly wouldn't easily acknowledge Chung Chien-mo's achievements. He believed the man would definitely investigate his identity, but if Tong Hufei wanted to investigate, there was no need for them to hide anything anymore. This was the perfect opportunity to expose Tong Hufei's true nature in front of President Shur. Jiang Wenliang countered Chang Chien-mo's words, "President Shur is a man of fairness and integrity, but are you really sure you can clarify the events from back then for me?" Chang Chien-mo nodded firmly, assuring Jiang Wenliang, "You can rest assured." Du Xie clasped his hands together and slightly bowed forward, saying, "With Mr. Cheng's help, even if it means going through life and death situations, I will make sure to do this well." Chang Chien-mo spoke calmly but decisively, "Then let's head out. Time waits for no one." As agreed, 2 days later at the Blacksmith Association, Chung Chien-mo followed Chen Shur Xin down the hallway. This time, he was likely to receive the 10,000 gold from the first-place prize of the previous exam. He laughed loudly. Master Cheng seems to value money more than the advanced craftsman certification. Chung Chien-mo smiled and scratched his head. He was a practical person. Compared to vague titles, Chung Chien-mo cared more about things that could bring him real benefits. Chen Shur Xin thought to himself, believing that he probably didn't yet understand how much money could be made with an advanced craftsman certification. The old man clasped his hands behind his back and slightly tilted his head as he looked at Chung Chien-mo. "This time, the teacher will take you to meet the higher-ups in the association." Once he joined the association, not only would the advanced craftsman certification be a given, but the 10,000 gold promised earlier would also be no problem. Chen Xin led Chung Qianmo into a large room, where all the senior members of the Blacksmith Association had already gathered. He introduced Chung Qianmo to the powerful figures there. Skeptical voices began to rise. He's so young? Is he the one who forged the epic quality item? Has this kid really reached the level of an advanced craftsman? Tong Hufei stood up and asked Chung Qianmo. Has your master reached an agreement? What's the final result? Chung Qianmo calmly answered. Yesterday, master and I exchanged opinions thoroughly, but you still don't want to make an appearance. Tong Hufei's voice was full of provocation. Is it that your master doesn't want to come, or that he's afraid to come? Before Chung Qianmo could respond, Chen Xin, from behind, retorted to him. Elder Dong Yuan, what do you mean by that? Hearing the old man speak, Tong Hufei couldn't help but get angry and replied. Let the genius, Chung Qianmo, answer that question. Is that correct? The elder of the Lei Ding City Professional Association? As soon as he finished speaking, it immediately caused an uproar among the crowd, raising questions about why someone from the professional association would be here. Chen Xin couldn't believe what he had just heard. Are you really the elder of the Lei Ding Professional Association? He took off the elder's badge and calmly admitted, yes, I am indeed the elder of the professional association. The senior members of the Blacksmith Association, upon hearing his admission, found it hard to believe. Tong Hufei suppressed the anger on his face. He was very curious about why Chung Qianmo had come here and whether it was to insult or infiltrate. He remained calm, his voice even and steady. You're overthinking. I simply want to obtain the qualification of a senior craftsman. Tong Hufei didn't let go and kept pressing forward. Then why deliberately conceal your identity? Furthermore, given your status, you must be well aware of the relationship between the two families. He then concluded that Chung Qianmo had definitely come with a mission. Hufei, continue to interrogate. As for your master, who exactly is he? Keen? You'd better be honest with me. At this moment, two large, muscular men with fierce expressions had appeared behind him, as if ready to pounce at any moment. Just as the atmosphere became incredibly tense, a voice suddenly echoed from the door of the room. I heard you were looking for me. Hearing the familiar voice, he was stunned and turned to look at the figure entering. Standing at the door was Du Xia, with an older man by his side. The person wearing the hat that covered his face left everyone in shock. How could he be here? Could it be that Du Xia and Chung Qianmo are on the same side? At that moment, Tong Hufei recognized the person with the covered face and shouted excitedly, Wen Liang, so it's you, my good disciple. We were just about to look for you, but you came to us first. Realizing he had been recognized, Jiang Wenliang pulled off his hood and said, Tong Hufei, it's been years, and you're still as shameless as ever. Chen Xin, watching the two standing at the door, gasped in astonishment and exclaimed, Xiang Master, the senior members of the Blacksmith Association are all standing up in excitement. It's really him, the shameless villain, who still dares to come back. He was expelled from the Blacksmith Association long ago. What's he doing here today? Hearing the criticism, Jiang Wenliang angrily retorted, Stop spouting nonsense. It was clearly Tong Hufei who stole my work and then framed me. Out of respect for the teacher-student relationship, I didn't hold it against him, but it seems they still won't let the old matter go. Chen Xin looked suspicious. Is Jiang Wenliang telling the truth? The old man pointed to the sky and said seriously, I, Jiang Wenliang, swear to the heavens that everything I just said is the absolute truth. Upon hearing the vow, Tong Hufei's eyes darkened, and he sneered, Is that so? Back then, you were just a mere disciple. How dare you accuse me of stealing your work? I let you off because of our teacher-student bond. And yet, you had the audacity to use the title of blacksmith to deceive the entire Apocalypse continent, tarnishing the reputation of the association. How could I just stand by and do nothing? Suddenly, Chung Qianmo intervened between the two. I was taught by old Xiang, yet I still managed to defeat your son, Dong Shuechang. If you believe your talent surpasses old Xiang's, then you must have long understood the intricate techniques I use in forging fine quality. Why not have a match with me and see for yourself? Jiang Wenliang gazed at the figure that had shielded him, feeling somewhat moved. Cheng Qianmo, in his desire to protect the old man, boldly claims to be a disciple of Jiang Wenliang. I feel this kindness is truly immense. Dong Hufei's face turned pale with anger. No matter what was said, it couldn't change the fact that one was a waste expelled by the association, while the other was an insider sent by the professional guild to infiltrate. Today, I will represent the Blacksmith Association. Before Dong Hufei could finish, Sherdong's calm voice sounded from behind. Represent the Blacksmith Association, you say? You're speaking too soon. Everyone who saw him immediately stood up and bowed in respect to the president. Sure. Sherdong looked around the crowded room and waved his hand. Please, everyone, sit down. This old man hasn't paid attention to the association's affairs for a long time. I happen to have some free time today, so I thought I'd stop by and take a look. Don't stand on ceremony, please, continue with the discussion from earlier. Dong Hufei quickly stepped forward and addressed Sherdong. President Shi, Jiang Wenliang has sent his disciple today. Disguised as an elder of the professional guild, he infiltrated our blacksmith association to take part in the examination. His intentions are truly malicious. Sherdong waved his hand dismissively. He knows all about this. Du Xia has already informed him. Suddenly, the old man turned to look at Jiang Wenliang. It's been so many years since we last met, how have you been living? Jiang Wenliang's gaze shifted to the side, not looking directly at the old man, and answered, still the same. Sherdong turned back and pointed at Cheng Qianmo, then talk about him. Your disciple is already an elder in the professional association, so why send him here? Do you really want revenge? Jiang Wenliang raised his hand towards Cheng Qianmo and admitted that he was not the old man's disciple, it was the old man who had asked for Chen Mo's help. Without him, he wouldn't have been able to reach the level of a grandmaster. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Has Jiang Wenliang already reached the level of a grandmaster? Without resources after leaving the Blacksmith Association, how could he have advanced? Tom Hufei was still a senior blacksmith, not yet a grandmaster, yet Jiang Wenliang had surpassed him. Looking back now, perhaps the events from years ago weren't as simple as they seemed. The more Tong Hufei listened, the angrier he became. He shouted, Jiang Wenliang, don't slander me recklessly. Are you saying all this just to gain sympathy? Do you have any evidence to prove that I wronged you all those years ago? Jiang Wenliang remained calm and composed. I really don't have any evidence. If there's anything to blame, it's that I trusted you too much. But today, Jiang Wenliang is not here to argue about the past. I simply want to participate in the Grandmaster exam and reclaim the glory that was once mine. Tom Hufei was furious, his beard standing on end. No evidence, and yet he dared to bring outsiders to stir up trouble. Then you're here talking nonsense, deliberately slandering Elder Jiang Wenliang. What do you take our Blacksmith Association for? Suddenly, Cheng Qianmo's gaze turned sharp as he glanced at the man. Who says we don't have evidence? Tong Hufei growled, his face red with anger. This is their internal matter, what does it have to do with Cheng Qianmo? Guards, throw him out. Sherdong slammed his staff against the ground, producing a sharp, clear sound. He is still the president, Tong Hufei has no say here. Sherdong turned to Cheng Qianmo and spoke calmly, if you say you have evidence, show it. Qianmo took out a scroll. This is the improved blueprint for upgrading the body casting method, which is also how England created the epic grade masterpiece. It originated from the upgraded method that Jiang Wenliang once improved. The high-ranking members of the Blacksmith Association could not help but recall the past years when the Dong family, relying on the upgraded body casting method, had seen their position in the association steadily rise. But their forging skills had made no progress at all. Over the years, the Dong family had truly made no advancement, just sitting and reaping the benefits. It seems like most of this is true. The high-ups of their blacksmith association realized their association had been ruined by freeloaders like them. Tong Hufei clenched his fists and retorted loudly, "What can a blueprint prove? Even if Cheng Qianmo's forging methods are brilliant, how does that prove that he copied Jiang Wenliang's work back then?" Tong Hufei saw that they were all people from the association's professional faction causing trouble. "Guards, arrest them!" Xue Chang led a group of heavily armored soldiers into the room. Du Xia was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the group. "Dong Xuechang, the president, is still here. What does he want?" Dong Xuechang sneered coldly, his arrogant aura completely evident. "What does he want?" "Of course, to eliminate the threat to the guild." The wrinkles at the corner of Shi Dong's eyes slightly narrowed. Does Dong Hufei want to rebel? He wasn't concerned about the persistent threats or following orders. President Shi, after catching these troublemakers of the guild, Dong Hufei will personally apologize to him and have him arrested. Cheng Qianmo slightly lowered his head, causing his expression to darken and become grim. "Arrest me? You think you're worthy?" As soon as he spoke, a blinding purple light erupted around Cheng Qianmo's body, instantly throwing away everyone who tried to apprehend him. Several armored men fell to the ground below. Xue Chang's legs caused him to freeze, unable to speak. Dong Hufei's expression twisted, thinking to himself, the guards he had hired with a large sum of money all had an average level of 35, yet under Cheng Qianmo's hands, they couldn't even last 2 moves. Not only was his forging technique incredible, but his strength was also astonishing. But now that it had come to this, even if President Shi stepped down, they still needed to control the situation. Dong Hufei didn't believe Cheng Qianmo could defeat everyone. He shouted, disregarding everything, to control them all. Cheng Qianmo, however, remained unusually calm as he glanced toward Shi Dong. The elders of the blacksmith guild wielded tremendous authority. Was even the president unable to control them? Shi Dong slammed his staff hard onto the ground, causing everyone around him to lose their balance. "Enough! Tell them to calm down." The windows in the room shattered, making a loud crashing sound. Shi Dong's confidant stood right behind Dong Hufei, his eyes filled with killing intent. He could only feel cold sweat pouring down his face. The confidant of the president had such formidable strength. The soldiers led by Dong Xuechang were all knocked down to the ground, unable to move. Cheng Qianmo gazed thoughtfully at the newly appeared confidant, a sense of vigilance rising in his heart. This person's strength was unfathomable, he couldn't even find any related information. Could he be a 4th-class change powerhouse as well? This blacksmith association indeed had some hidden depths. The elders of the blacksmith association criticized loudly. "Well done, Dong Hufei. So it turns out you are the despicable one. You even want to steal the achievements of your disciple. You're truly worthless." Jiang Wenliang, who had once placed his trust in Dong Hufei, now saw how he had ruined a peerless talent from their blacksmith association for his own personal gain. Dong Hufei, now realizing his mistake, quickly knelt down on the ground. "Wenliang, I was wrong. After all, they were once teacher and student. Please help me beg the president for forgiveness. May he show mercy." Jiang Wenliang turned his head away and snorted coldly. Shi Dong then issued an order. From today, the Tianfeng City Blacksmith Association expels Dong Hufei and his son, never to be accepted again. Additionally, Jiang Wenliang will be appointed as the candidate for the next president. Take them down. Dong Hufei, as he was dragged away, screamed continuously, "No. They can't treat me like this. The next president must be me." Shi Dong patted Jiang Wenliang's shoulder. "After all these years of suffering, as long as you pass the master-level examination, the position of president of the Tianfeng City Blacksmith Association will go to Jiang Wenliang." The old man was stunned, his eyes wide open. Cheng Qianmo really appointed him as president? It's like a dream. The senior elders of the Blacksmith Association, one after another, voiced their approval. Wenliang is truly deserving of the position of president. Indeed, with a master-level president, the Blacksmith Association can thrive. Dong looked at Chung Chien Mo. Actually, this improvement plan was written by you, wasn't it? Chung Chien Mo smiled and scratched his head. It was written by me, but it was really Jiang Wenliang who inspired it. Dong turned and began to walk toward the door. He's getting old, and at most in half a year, he'll have to step down. If possible, I hope Chung Chien Mo will help the Tianfeng City Blacksmith Association more in the future. He watched the old man's back as he left, feeling reassured. With Chung Chien Mo, the Tianfeng City Blacksmith Association will never decline. Dong, along with his trusted subordinate, left the room. Unable to contain his curiosity, the subordinate spoke up. I don't understand. Tong Hufei may be unpleasant, but by handing the Blacksmith Association to Jiang Wenliang, isn't the association ultimately going to fall into Chung Chien Mo's hands? Dong didn't stop walking, continuing to move forward at a slow pace. In the Apocalypse continent, no matter how skilled a blacksmith is, it's still considered a side profession. For any real development, you can't avoid aligning with large guilds. Tong Hufei is just a useless person. Rather than entrusting his hard work to someone who will ruin it, it's better for the guild to follow someone powerful. He walked over to the window, looking at the tall and short buildings outside. Cheng Chien Mo is not an ordinary person. With the association in his hands, I'm certain it will grow even stronger. A few days later, in the dusk outside the association, the senior elders of the Blacksmith Guild spoke up to congratulate. Jiang Wenliang congratulates you on becoming the second Grandmaster Blacksmith after the guild leader. Guild leader Shi is about to retire, and when that happens, the guild will have to rely on Jiang Wenliang. The elder's face was warm and gentle. You flatter me, it's just a stroke of luck. The elders turned and left, and Jiang Wenliang watched them go. Suddenly, he turned back, looking somewhat pleased as he gazed at Chung Chien Mo. He had officially become a Grandmaster Blacksmith now. Cheng Chien Mo smiled and gave Jiang Wenliang a thumbs up. Looks like it's time to start calling you guild leader now. Jiang Wenliang joyfully grabbed Chung Chien Mo's hand. Today, you must drink with me. Chung Chien Mo didn't pull his hand away, but he didn't follow either. In fact, he had come today to say goodbye to Jiang Wenliang. The elder was a bit taken aback and felt some regret. Are you leaving already? Cheng Chien Mo nodded in response. Yes, now that the matter of the Blacksmith Guild is settled, it's time for me to return to the Phelan Arena to meet with my teammates. Du Xia suddenly knelt down on one knee, clasping his hands before him. Cheng Chien Mo saved my father's life. This grace, the Du family will never be able to repay. From now on, if there is anything you need, just say the word, and the Du family will go all out to help. Cheng Chien Mo smiled and helped Du Xia up. You're being too polite, but there is actually something I do need help with from you too, he said with determination. Please, speak, and we will not hesitate, even if it means walking through fire and water. Cheng Chien Mo then shared his next plan. Now that old Xiang has taken the position of guild leader, I must return. It is expected that next month he will establish his own guild. By then, Chung Chien Mo will take control of a region and begin developing his power. Therefore, he hopes that they can join his guild. Chung Chien Mo will not let them suffer any disadvantages, and the benefits will be double the current standard. Du Xia smiled. If there's anything I can help with, just say the word. As for the benefits, there's no need to mention it. Jiang Wenliang immediately poured cold water on Chung Chien Mo. His father is a high-ranking blacksmith. To invite their entire family over would cost at least 200,000 gold. Can you afford that? He was taken aback by the number, though it was a bit lacking. It wouldn't be long before he could gather that amount. Jiang Wenliang chuckled. How about inviting the future guild leader himself? He'll give you a 50% discount. Du Xia was also alarmed by Jiang Wenliang's words. That's not right. Cheng Chien Mo had already invited the Du family first. Jiang Wenliang patted his chest. The future guild leader will be a blacksmith at the master level. Xia, not convinced, retorted, his father is also a high-ranking blacksmith, and moreover, their family doesn't just have one high-ranking blacksmith. Cheng Qianmo watched the two argue, secretly delighted. With this, the first allied guild of his guild was already settled. At this moment, in the sky, a system message from Huang Tian appeared, "We've got trouble, come back quickly." Cheng Qianmo knew it was time to return to his team. On an open field, a group of people gathered, gossiping loudly. "Did you hear? Members of the Eternal Peak team have swept through 5 surrounding arenas with a streak of 85 consecutive victories. I heard that the 5 arenas have selected the most elite members to form a new team specifically to deal with them. I never expected the prestigious 5 arenas to be pressured to this extent by a new team." Cheng Qianmo slowly led his horse forward, hearing the gossip and thinking to himself, 85 consecutive wins is really exaggerated, no wonder they called me back. When Cheng Qianmo arrived in front of his teammates' quarters, he was stopped by 2 soldiers. "Ah, even our quarters are being watched now?" One of the soldiers shouted loudly, "Who goes there? Stay back." In the blink of an eye, he had taken down both soldiers. "Next time, don't block my way." Inside the room, Huang Tian was smugly pointing to his own face. "Ming Hao, am I impressive or what? Didn't I turn the tide and win every battle, even when things looked hopeless?" Wei Shen stretched his arms behind his head, mocking, "As if you won all by yourself." Cheng Qianmo entered the room and overheard their conversation. "Everyone's impressive, huh? You fought so hard that you even got captured." Li Minghao stood up in shock. Team leader Ling Ruoshi walked over to Cheng Qianmo and asked, "You're back? How did things go over there?" He smiled and replied, "Don't worry, everything went smoothly." Cheng Qianmo looked at the 4 people who were now confined in the room, puzzled. "Can someone explain to me what the situation outside is really like?" Huang Tian sneered. "What else is there to say? They're just too outstanding." Wei Shen also burst into a triumphant laugh. "They've run out of tricks. With 85 consecutive wins, even the most clueless arena would know they came to stir up trouble." Li Minghao summarized what had happened, mentioning that recently they had been following the captain's orders, even going so far as to place bets at the casino and winning a large amount. Cheng Qianmo countered with a question, "So, does that mean they are targeting you now?" He nodded slightly. "That's right. The 5 arenas have formed an alliance and set up a new team specifically to deal with them, planning a decisive match. In short, it's a bit troublesome." Cheng Qianmo smiled again. "Troublesome? I think this is an opportunity." At that moment, the door opened, and Nia Rongsheng entered with 2 soldiers. They were surprised when they stepped inside. Cheng Qianmo was the captain of Eternal Summit Peak. The man curled his lips slightly and gently stroked the cat he was holding in his arms. He had been waiting for him for a long time. Cheng Qianmo spoke up, "That's right, I am the captain of Eternal Summit Peak, Cheng Qianmo. How can I assist you?" Nia Rongsheng seemed to pay him no mind, calmly introducing himself. "I am Nia Rongsheng. The owner of the Feilan Arena is also in charge here. You are the captain of their team, so the disturbance at the arena was directed by you, wasn't it?" Cheng Qianmo, somewhat confused, asked in return, "Disturbance? What do you mean by that?" "Our team officially registered at the Feilan Arena to compete. We just happened to win more than expected with our bets." "How is that considered causing a disturbance?" Ni Rongsheng believed Cheng Qianmo had orchestrated a series of consecutive wins to manipulate public opinion and bring down the arena. That, in his eyes, was causing a disturbance. Cheng Qianmo replied, "Is there any violation of the rules or any signs of cheating?" "It's unlikely, otherwise the arena would have taken action against us a long time ago." Nia Rongsheng shouted, "I don't care about that much. Anyway, you've caused damage to my arena, so you must compensate me." Despite his angry demeanor, Cheng Qianmo remained calm. "If you have a proposal, Mr. Nia, just say it directly, no need for beating around the bush." Upon hearing this, Nia Rongsheng's expression changed immediately. As expected, the captain understands right away. Over the past few days, you've caused significant losses to the arena, but you've also made quite a name for yourselves. I don't want to miss this opportunity. I hope we can collaborate on a match, and at that time, you will lose to my alliance team. That way, I won't pursue any responsibility for you, and the money you've won will be yours to keep. What do you think? Cheng Qianmo smirked proudly. What you're suggesting doesn't sound bad. Safe, and we even get to make money. You're willing to let us go so easily? Ni Rongsheng froze, stopping his hand from petting the cat. Mr. Nia's conditions are indeed tempting, but there's one thing I can't agree to. What's that? Nia Rongsheng asked. Cheng Qianmo smirked proudly again. Before Eternal Peak was founded, I set a rule for myself that Eternal Peak would never lose. Nia Rongsheng frowned and gritted his teeth. Never lose, that's quite a bold statement. He yelled angrily, I advise you to be sensible. If you remain quiet, nothing will happen, but if you resist, even if you win, you won't be able to leave Tianfeng City. Cheng Qianmo clicked his tongue. Mr. Nia, no need for so many words. If you want us to lose, then let's not discuss it any further. Nia Rongsheng stared at him and said, Fine, you refuse to take the path to the heavenly realm, but you charge straight into the gates of hell. No matter who is behind you, I have already given you a chance. From now on, there's only life and death ahead. Cheng Qianmo immediately retorted, As you wish, Mr. Nia, but I don't want to be monitored like a criminal tomorrow. If this continues, it won't be as simple as just knocking them out. Ni Rongsheng's face darkened as he turned and walked away, not wanting to waste any more words with him. The members of Cheng Qianmo's team praised him for being so cool, but then they worried whether they might be in trouble, being on someone else's turf. What if they got caught up in some dirty trick? He smiled and replied, It's just confidence, don't worry. They don't have any evidence, so they won't dare to act. The 85 win streak has spread far and wide. If anything happens outside the broadcast area, the reputation of the Feilong Arena will collapse instantly. For the arena's management, instead of gambling their reputation, they're more likely to seize this hot moment to arrange a profitable match. That's the real reason Nia Rongsheng wanted to speak with me privately. Ling Rushi followed up, Didn't the captain already say? We absolutely cannot afford to lose any match. No matter what happens, Qianmo is our captain. If he says we won't lose, then we won't. Just follow his lead and fight. Wei Shin pouted. If we're fighting, then we're fighting, I don't have a problem with that. But why bring in all this dog food out of nowhere? Huang Tian stepped forward and threw an arm around his shoulders. Stop worrying about the money. If we win, the reward will be just as good as throwing a match. Just follow old Mo's lead. Li Minghao, right behind them, enthusiastically agreed with Huang Tian. Cheng Qianmo cleared his throat. We've been entrusted by Gu Tian under the name of Eternal Peak, so we need to complete the deal with him first. Don't even think about cooperating with Nia Rongsheng anymore. Just focus on preparing for the fight. Everyone in the team was excited. Exactly. Now we need to focus on preparing for the battle. Before the match, we should place our bets. At that same moment, Nia Rongsheng angrily stormed off. He kept repeating to himself. The soldier walking beside him spoke up, Boss, they're betting again. As usual, they're all betting on themselves to win. What should we do? Ni Rongsheng's face reddened with rage as he shouted, What else is there to do? Of course, we fight. Bunch of country bumpkins, winning a few rounds and they think they're invincible? Negotiating with them is just to ensure the odds are in our favor, but if they're being difficult, then we'll fight. Has Sui Meng returned yet? Let them know not to hold back, and it's best if they wipe them out completely. The soldiers behind him responded sternly, Yes, sir. The door opened and a messenger entered to report, Captain Lu, the news has come in. He's the Deputy Captain Sui Meng, a level 40 soul assassin. Currently in the room, the group consists of the level 40 fake Judge Bo 1, and the level 42 martial god team leader Lu Gu. The level 40 Yin Bingbing, the level 40 Wang Yu, both curious, asked, how did Boss Nia negotiate with them? Sun Ko-wen replied calmly, it's settled. They didn't agree. Yu Bo-won, standing beside, asked in confusion, Boss Nia offered such generous terms, and they still didn't agree? He was curious, had they fully grasped the strength of this team? Wang Yu explained the situation. None of the members were above level 35, but their team of 4 had achieved a record of 40 consecutive wins, with each member maintaining a 100% win rate. After hearing this, they remained unfazed. Yen Bingbing clicked her tongue and said, they won't even accept a fake match for money? They're really something else. Lu Gu from the strong side, now this is interesting, isn't it? Calling us all the way here, if it was just for a fake match, that would be so boring. Did Boss Nia say anything else? Sun Ko-wen scoffed arrogantly, he told us not to hold back and just kill them all. On the day of the match, the loudspeakers began to announce, please have the Eternal Peak team and the Meng Sui team proceed to Arena 520. The match will start in 10 minutes. After the match begins, any member who has not arrived will be disqualified, please make sure to be in position quickly. Wei Shen remarked, their levels are too high, the lowest is already level 40. Huang Tian added, the strongest is their captain. Old Mo, do you have any strategy? Hurry up and make arrangements for us. Cheng Qian Mo chuckled lightly and said, strategy? My presence is the strategy. Wei Shen sighed and reproached him, I know you're really strong, but could you tone it down a bit? Say something more practical, Captain. You're still full of confidence, and I'm the one being exaggerated. Before stepping onto the field, they've probably watched our match videos 100 times already. Any new strategies now are pointless. The loudspeaker echoed again, 10 seconds until the match begins. The countdown started, 10, 9, 8. He continued, however, as for my match video, there's only one, so if there's any strategy in this game, it's me. The audience murmured, this is the main team of the arena. Sui Meng has gathered 5 elites from the competitive arenas. Eternal Peak, do your best, I've put a lot on you, so don't lose. Sui Meng is invincible. Nia Rongshang's subordinates flattered, the arena has never been this lively. Thanks to the influence we've created, the total betting amount for this match has reached several million. If they win, they could earn a huge sum. Yi Vingsheng stared intently with determination, we have to win. Don't worry, said Sui Meng, since the team was established, we've never lost. Besides, I've already arranged backup plans. Everything has been thoroughly prepared. Cheng Qian Mo stood proudly in the middle of the arena, commanding the team to rush forward and start the battle. Lu Gu remained calm, laughing loudly before saying, same old strategy, huh? Yu Bo-won, go protect Wang Yu, they have an assassin class sneaking up. Sun Ko-wen kept up with my pace, while Yen Bing positioned himself in the middle to support the bar. Cheng Qian Mo, observing the previous formation, said, their strength is indeed superior. The teams we faced before were all weaklings. I should probably flex my muscles a bit now. He paused upon hearing this, thinking to himself, so soon, they've already pulled out that strange weapon? Aren't they planning to save it for the decisive point? While Sun Ko-wen was engaged in a fight with Ling Ruoshi, he suddenly found himself controlled by a whip strike from Cheng Qian Mo. He questioned in confusion, what is this? Cheng Qian Mo yanked the whip forcefully, pulling him closer and said, come here to me. Yu Bo-won and Wang Yu, both stunned, shouted, his target is the deputy captain, supporting him. Before they could react, still in a daze, both were caught by a whip. They curiously asked, what kind of weapon is this? Does it have poison? Once Cheng Qian Mo finished dealing with them, they turned and kicked Sun Ko-wen, saying, they've rushed in too. Wei Shen lightly shook the weapon in his hand, muttering a painful curse as he launched it towards Lu Gu. Surrounded by the curse, Lu Gu, confused, thought to himself, the target they want to focus on isn't the healer, but me. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Lu Gu thought, how can this be? It's only just begun, everything should have been under my control. He looked at Cheng Qianmo, wondering why the three of them were being stopped by him alone. Standing frozen, he calmly observed those attacking him, and continued thinking, moreover, how is their teamwork so seamless? Lu Gu was pierced by several daggers, cold sweat dripping down as he sighed. Could it be that Sui Meng is going to lose here? Nia Rongsheng frowned and said, what is this man with the surname Lu doing? I already showed him the video of the previous match, and yet he's still being overtaken. The person behind him said not to worry because they still have a trump card. It's something I spent a lot of money on to ensure there are no mistakes in this match. The audience above immediately started to murmur. In just a moment, Sui Meng's team had been overwhelmed by Eternal Peak, and the money they had bet was about to be lost. Yan Bingbing gritted her teeth and said, Captain, if they don't break free, just the two of us will definitely lose. Lu Gu responded, damn it, I don't believe his control skills can last forever. Cheng Qianmo countered, my control isn't a skill, it's an attribute from the weapon and technique. If you're waiting for my skill cooldown, you might as well surrender right now. He couldn't help but murmur, weapon attributes. There are weapons like that? Bing Bing explained, it's a support weapon, and it doesn't require any preparation for the attack. It's probably the support attribute of the weapon. With no other choice, Lu Gu pulled out the destruction crystal. When destroyed, it would create a mist. Breathing it in would increase all stats by 30%. He never expected that a rookie team would overwhelm them like this. It really came down to using this item. With no other option, he destroyed the destruction crystal in his hand. Yan Bingbing anxiously asked, Captain, do you need to use this? He gritted his teeth and inhaled the mist of residual lust, wanting to increase his strength to counterattack. Huang Tian was astonished and said, are they using drugs? Is this considered cheating? Wei Shen immediately explained, it's residual lust crystal. It's a type of tool, but using this for 5 years will prevent any level ups or progress. Others are also using this kind of tool. He skeptically asked, does everyone carry this kind of tool? Sun Kuan broke free from the entanglement and was about to attack Qianmo. After receiving a boost in strength, Yu Bo Wan and Wang Yu were able to escape the net, forcing him to retreat and reconsider. This kind of suppression was no longer enough. They regrouped, staring coldly and exuding killing intent. Wei Shen nervously said, we've managed to control the situation after a difficult battle, but now they've fully recovered. He remained calm and said, it's just a desperate struggle, nothing to worry about. Lu Gu, irritated, said, you're shamelessly boasting. We've already gathered information on your weapons, so don't expect them to work on us anymore. He then ordered his team to form a formation, not giving them any more chances. Qianmo spoke up, your efforts are in vain, but not without some skill. Since you've used all your tricks, I'll show you some respect and let you witness my new skills. A second-class change of flowing light appeared, and his umbrella was surrounded by a layer of atmospheric energy, causing it to distort. Immediately, it transformed into a staff. Wei Shen, astonished, said, this is a special grade staff, do you even know mage skills? As he launched magic directly at Lu Gu's group, he added, I know a lot of things, take your time to learn. Yu Bo Wan, receiving the defense order, summoned his shield to block the attack. His powerful move made the opponent struggle to defend. Lu Gu, puzzled, said, hold steady, now it's our turn to launch a real counterattack. After the strike, Cheng Qianmo summoned a group of magic spheres. He exclaimed in shock, how is this possible? He's just a vagrant class who recently underwent second-class change, how could he perform a chain reaction formation? It was a mutual annihilation. The black hole created a dark vortex that could continuously suck in enemies and deal shadow attribute damage to those around it. Lasting for 5 seconds, when the black hole exploded, all enemies within range would become stiff. Then, the magic spheres would crash directly into them. Qianmo said, the most difficult part of a chain reaction is controlling it during the spellcasting phase, along with the medium, which means the tool used for the casting. Flowing light rain dispersion has consumed countless resources to achieve its optimal state. Looking at the miserable appearance of those before him, he sneered. It seemed the wait had been worth it. Nia Rongsheng yelled in anger, Lugu, this bastard, wake up. My money, the boss shouted, don't get so worked up. He attacked the sycophant next to him and said, and you scoundrel, didn't you say victory was certain? After that, Chung Chien Mo turned and left, saying, alright, from here on, it's up to you guys to finish the match. The team members shouted in unison, don't worry. In the stands, a group of people were angrily cursing, damn, all my hopes are gone. What's this Sui Mang? Clearly a useless piece of trash. On the field below, the Sui Meng team had completely collapsed, lying on the ground, while a few of the winners were shouting non-stop, we won, Eternal Summit Peak is amazing, we're going to make a fortune this time. Cheng Chien Mo listened to the crowd cheering for him and smiled, saying, so, with that, our first battle at Eternal Peak has officially ended. A moment later, he and his team were riding out of the city on horseback. Behind them, someone was chasing and shouting, don't let them get away, we can't let them leave Tianfeng City. Damn, how are their horses so fast? Huang Tian asked. Old Mo, should we teach these guys a lesson? Someone else suggested. He answered, no need, we're about to leave the Tianfeng City limits. Moreover, Cheng Chien Mo looked ahead and said, our reinforcements have arrived. Chowda, riding a horse and leading a group of people, approached to assist him. Upon seeing this, the people from Tianfeng City quickly stopped, saying, it's the people from Bloodfang Castle, we've already reached the boundary of Leiding City. Someone asked, what should we do now, Captain? Should we just let them go? He responded, it's not just Fei Lan who lost, it's the money from all 6 families. Do you really want us to risk our lives over this? Let's wait for Elder Nya to speak. Anyway, it's already known that they were sent by Bloodfang Castle. Just go straight to their people from Bloodfang Castle and settle the score. Cheng Chien Mo said, Captain Chow, you guys came at just the right time. Chowda replied, Mr. Chang, you're too kind. After receiving your message, we've been waiting here since early on. Let's go back, the boss is still waiting for everyone. Soon after, they returned to the city. Someone heard Chien Mo's account of the situation and angrily shouted, I told you to make money, not to cause a big scene like this. Damn, 86 consecutive wins, you really are something. Why didn't you just go ahead and kill Nia Rongsheng? The person speaking was Gu Kan. He continued, every Eternal Peak team of yours is truly a bunch of lovable people. Brother, this 3,000 gold is getting a little hot to handle. How about you take it back and say you had nothing to do with Bloodfang Castle? Chien Mo responded, wasn't it you, Boss Gu, who said you could handle any big situation? Why are you backing down so quickly now? He replied, I told you guys to quietly gather the data, not to go around stepping on the faces of 6th grade arena. Now you've stamped the wrong original shoe print 48 times on their faces and even openly said you're wearing Bloodfang Castle's shoes. Someone hurriedly ran in and said, Boss, there's a big problem. Gu Kan, already annoyed, shouted, can't you see I'm busy? If you've got something to say it quickly. The person stammered, according to reports from our informants, right now, people from Fei Lan, Ziyun and other arenas had appeared at the same outskirts of the Lei Yun Canyon. Gu Kan, upon hearing this, was frightened, while Chen Mo, seeing his reaction, immediately provoked him. Are you scared too? Gu Kan sighed and said, I told you I would shelter you from the rain and wind, but what you're dealing with is just too terrifying. I, Gu Kan, am weak and useless. How can I help you face the challenges of the 6 major arenas? But I always keep my word. At worst, I'll refund your money. After making 5 attempts to break into the top 10, Chung Chien Mo responded, I didn't expect Boss Gu to be such a righteous person. I have a big business here. Are you willing to take it on? He rubbed his temple and said, what business? If you've got gas, just let it out. They'll be here in a few hours, at most. He then added, after I leave this time, I'll form a guild and take control of more than one stronghold. I want to invite you to join. With doubt, Gu Kan asked, what did you say? did I hear that wrong? My friend, are you crazy? You want me, the owner of the arena, a third-class change expert, to roll with you? What do you have to offer? Your useless lackeys? The prince, indignant, quickly interjected, that's too much. Li Minghao, sitting across from Gu Kan, advised him, trust our captain. He can definitely help you rise higher. Cheng Qianmo hastily shook Gu Kan, asking, Boss Gu, tell me, what's your dream? He furrowed his brows and rubbed his chin. My dream is to sleep until I naturally wake up, until my hand cramps. My dream is to become a fourth-class change powerhouse. Can you help me achieve that? Cheng Qianmo responded calmly, no problem. As long as you roll with me, it won't be long before you can achieve those goals. After hearing his words, the man burst into a hearty laugh and then asked, Kid, what makes you think I'd throw everything away to follow you? Cheng Qianmo, still calm, replied, do you doubt my abilities? Gu Kan responded, you're good at fighting, kid, but when it comes to rolling with the big leagues, you need real power, connections. Knowing how to fight doesn't mean anything. In the end, it's all just trash. He then asked, so, if I see you display power and connections, would you be able to get me to follow you? Confidently, Chen Mo struck a deal with him, promising to take care of the 6 major arenas. Once he took control of all 6, the man would have no choice but to join his guild. Gu Kan still didn't believe he could do it and said arrogantly, if you can actually pull it off, I'll let you feed me dirt. Wei Shen teased, Boss Gu, don't be so quick to give up. I'm afraid you won't be able to eat anything when the time comes. Huang Tian also laughed, joking that maybe the man was already eager to eat, and this was just an excuse. The man clicked his tongue, turned around, and cursed, then go ahead and try. I'll be watching closely. Chowda heard Gu Kan stepping out and spoke up, Big brother, what should we do now? Do we really have to hand over Cheng Qianmo? He replied, do you really believe that kid can pull it off? I'll go negotiate, worst case, we lose some money. He continued, is it necessary to go this far? Why don't we just hand over that kid directly? Gu Kan frowned and said, this is my idea. Do you think I'm going to let them take the fall if things go wrong? That's not my style. In the room, Wei Shen said, although that kid of yours always manages to surprise us, this time I still find it hard to believe that he can handle all 6 arenas. He was skeptical because all he had to do was apologize to Gu Kan, or maybe just give him some money. But Qianmo wanted to defeat the 6 major arenas, that seemed like blowing things out of proportion. Cheng Qianmo took note of those words and said, we should wait and see for now. A while later, Gu Kan arrived at Lei Yun Gorge. Nia Rongsheng asked Gu Kan how he intended to resolve the matter, and he answered, this is indeed not my fault. But the battles in the arenas are like this, you poison my territory first, and your methods aren't exactly clean. Gu Kan explained that he originally just wanted them to provide some evidence, but things had turned out this way. He then suggested offering 300,000 as compensation for the losses. The other man, with a dark expression, said, you're offering us 300,000 as compensation? Do you think we're beggars? Gu Kan asked again, so what else do you want? Nigarong Shang's eyes widened with a frightening glare, his tone resolute, apart from the money, I also want Cheng Qianmo, he must die. Suddenly, they were startled and stepped back half a meter. At the edge of the cliff, a group of people appeared. The leader spoke, the Dark Brotherhood has been entrusted by Cheng Qianmo to mediate the dispute. The representatives from the 6 arenas immediately began to stir. Why is someone standing up to help Cheng Qianmo mediate? Could they be included in the extermination list? Ni Rongsheng quickly composed himself, glancing at the Dark Brotherhood and the masked men. Are you an assassination organization? There's no need to threaten me like this. If I feared death, I wouldn't have become the boss of Fei Lan Arena. Gu Kan thought to himself, is this the trump card of that kid? But if he brings him out this time, the Dark Brotherhood might not take it well. Someone stepped forward and said, Xinyong Shuang, third-class elder of the Survival Professionals Association, is here to mediate on behalf of the Survival Association for Cheng Qianmo. The crowd below the cliff was in a frenzy at the appearance of the elder. Niarong gritted his teeth and asked Gu Kan about the Survival Professionals Association. He was sweating, unsure of what was going on. Another person stepped forward and said, Du Xia, the senior blacksmith elder of the Tianfeng City Blacksmith Association, has come to mediate on behalf of the Blacksmith Association for Chengqian Mo. Niarong shouted, Du Xia of the Blacksmith Association, are you also here because of that Chengqian Mo? Does President Shi know about this? He said that President Shi of the Blacksmith Association had stepped down, and the new president was Jiang Wenliang, who had given an order. If he didn't stay calm, all future business dealings with the 6th-grade duelists would be cut off. From now on, the 6 duelists would be regarded as enemies, to the death. He gritted his teeth and thought, where did that kid get such power from? Why are the guilds involved in his matters? Wait a minute. Other people stepped forward. The Triumvirate Alliance and the Apocalypse Mainland Office came as intermediaries to mediate for Chengqian Mo, while the main guild management headquarters also acted as intermediaries for Chengqian Mo. Niarong was astonished. How much power did that kid actually wield? Gu Kan spoke again, Boss Nia, do you still want to continue trying to resolve things with Chengqian Mo? Niarong ground his teeth and said, forget about this matter, but as for the grudge with Bloodfang Fortress, we'll settle the score. After they left, Gu Kan sighed, they really managed to handle the 6 major arenas. That kid really wasn't exaggerating. Suddenly, he thought of something and shouted, wait, damn, does this mean I'm the one who's going to be left holding the bag? Old Qin's shadow flickered on the mountain wall. He sighed and said, well, it seems the matter has been resolved. Mr. Chang sent a message via a horse courier, giving me this fishing rod, saying he needed my help, which made me rush here. In the end, I'm exhausted and gave it my all, so doesn't this mean I owe that kid a favor now? At the same time, Chengqian Mo was deep in thought. He wasn't sure if the people they had gathered would be enough to handle everything, but if old Qin showed up, even 6 arenas wouldn't dare to disrespect him. Wei Shen saw the look on his face and said, with that expression, the captain is probably not confident about this. We'd better get ready to run. Huang Tian, standing next to him, immediately added, I don't believe he's unsure. He countered, since everyone loved to boast, but the captain was far more unreasonable than most. When Wei Shen saw Gu Kan walk in, he said, oh no, did you see that? He's here to settle the score. Chengqian Mo didn't turn to look at him but asked, what's the matter, Mr. Gu? Gu Kan flashed a wide, approving smile and said, well done, that's really you. I didn't think you could pull it off, I must have underestimated you. A person beside him teased, look, the captain's getting a chance to show off again. Chengqian Mo remained calm and said to him, so, does that mean your agreement to join us still stands? Gu Kan quickly responded, Elder Gu, I've made a firm promise. If you pulled this off, I'd join you, and of course, I won't back out. But before I join, there's something we need to discuss. With a curious look, Chengqian Mo glanced at him and asked, what's the matter? Gu Kan hurriedly explained, joining is not a problem, but about the issue with the food earlier, could you let that slide? The scene shifted to a meeting between Chowda and Gu Kan. Chowda, full of doubt, asked Gu Kan, boss, do you really want to go with them? He had made up his mind and decided on his choice. A man of his word would keep his promise, no matter what. I've already said it, Chengqian Mo can handle the 6 major arenas. I will go with him, and my decision will not change. He continued, but if you go, then what will happen to the arena? Gu Kan had decided to leave the arena in Chowda's hands so he could manage the business. If he didn't leave now, Niarong would not give up his plans. He added, I have a feeling that kid will help me step onto a higher stage. The scene then shifted to where Chengqian Mo and the others were. Huang Tian looked out into the distance and spoke, we've been waiting for a long time, is this old man really trustworthy? Ling Ruoshi chimed in, he said he'd come with us, so he probably won't deceive us. Wei Shen, still sitting calmly, replied, the old man eats and drinks every day, making a gold coin in one day. How could he follow us and sleep under the open sky? We're definitely being played. Suddenly, Guken appeared, confidently saying, "Sorry I'm late. I had to wrap things up properly. You can't understand how busy a wealthy man like me is." Everyone cheered upon hearing his voice. He really came. Weishan stood up, slightly surprised. So, they really let him join? Cheng Qianmo spoke. "From now on, Bosku will officially become the manager of the guild and a member of our team." Guken smiled brightly. "I look forward to your guidance in the future." From now on, everyone would be teammates. This is the membership registration fee. Everyone gets a share. Come here, come here." As he spoke, he took an envelope out and handed it to everyone in the team. He cleared his throat and said, "We should still discuss our next move." Guken confidently said, "Don't worry, I've arranged everything. The documents for the guild registration are already at the Lingyu City Hall. I had someone take care of it yesterday, so now we don't need to queue. We can go directly to complete the guild registration process." He continued, "The team leader mentioned the guild registration plan, and I've already started preparations. Even though it's not yet official, I am the future manager of the Eternal Summit Peak Guild, and I have a certain sense of how things should go." Cheng Qianmo recognized the Lingyu City Hall. Huang Tian smiled and praised, "If I did this myself, it would take at least half a month, maybe even half a year. Only someone like Gu Kan, with special connections, can get things done this quickly." Cheng Qianmo didn't say anything out loud, but thought to himself, "No wonder I chose him as the manager, he really hasn't disappointed me." At the same time, at the Lingyu City Hall, the receptionist spoke, "Hello, are you here to register a guild? This requires verification first to confirm your assets." She took Cheng Qianmo's body and silently thought to herself, "With so much money, having only reached level 36 and already registered a guild." She continued, "Sir, I have completed the check, and you qualify to submit an application. Please let me know the official name of your guild." He replied, "The name of my guild is Eternal Peak." The receptionist asked again, "May I ask, where would you like to establish your guild's headquarters?" Cheng Qianmo responded, "I would like to set the headquarters in Gloomy Forest." She was taken aback, her face darkening. "Sir, although Gloomy Forest is unclaimed, it is home to many powerful monsters, and transportation is rather inconvenient. Would you like to choose a different location?" He silently thought about his good luck. The area hadn't yet been claimed by another guild. He then said, "Let's go with that location. Please proceed with the registration." She quickly responded, "I will deduct 200,000 for the establishment and the monthly maintenance fee. The guild fee will increase according to the scale each month." In her mind, she thought that Cheng Qianmo must be from a wealthy family, spending money extravagantly. Done, your guild has been successfully created. They congratulate Cheng Qianmo for founding the Eternal Peak Guild, located in the Gloomy Forest area. Please go to the headquarters within 3 days and complete the first task. As he stepped outside, everyone in the team immediately started asking him about everything. Cheng Qianmo held up the glowing red stone. "The registration is complete. This is the orb of origin for the guild. Now we just need to place it at the headquarters, and our guild will be officially established." He curiously asked where Guken had gone, and the others explained that he had gone to attend a wedding banquet with people from the city hall. Cheng Qianmo thought to himself, founding a guild inevitably means dealing with other factions, but events like these weren't really his thing. Delegating it to Guken was the best choice. Suddenly, Guken appeared and asked, "Is the guild registered yet?" Cheng Qianmo replied, "It's all set." Guken asked again, "So where will our guild's headquarters be located?" Upon learning the location, he shouted, "Gloomy Forest? Why choose such a place? It hasn't even been explored, and it's full of high-level monsters. Who would choose such a place?" Cheng Qianmo calmly responded, "I don't see any problem with it." Guken continued, "I bet you'll regret it once you get there. If not, Huang Tian will speak up to interrupt." "Enough, you still haven't recovered from the bet last time," Cheng Qianmo retorted. Guken immediately covered his mouth, his face turning red. "Everyone came to Gloomy Forest, but it doesn't seem dangerous at all, does it?" "That's right, I think the scenery here is actually quite beautiful. Tunavi, that's only because we haven't stirred anything up yet. A notification board popped up. Congratulations on arriving at the headquarters center. Please place the orb of origin down. To obtain ownership of the headquarters, you must withstand 10 waves of monster attacks and ensure that the orb of origin is not destroyed. Gukan's face paled, hastily stopping Chung Chien Mo, guild leader. I think we should check the number of monsters nearby before placing the orb of origin down. Don't listen to him. Keen directly placed the stone down. From that spot, a stone pillar rose with the words Eternal Peak inscribed on it. From there, a shockwave spread outward. Another notification appeared. Sorry, would you like to start the mission now? Gukan quickly said, confirming the location is fine, but if this mission is triggered, we really have to think it through carefully. After accepting the mission, everyone was stunned as they saw a horde of demonic beasts rushing in. Cheng Qian Mo gave a short, concise remark. Things are about to get lively. Tian Huang said with a mocking tone, I take back what I said, this place is truly dangerous. Wei Shen spoke up, don't tell me we're going to recklessly charge in without even having a plan. Cheng Qian Mo replied again, there is a plan. Logically speaking, they should have arrived by now, don't tell me I've been stood up. Wei Shen continued, you've got to be kidding me. Even if we manage to defeat this horde of monsters at such a scale, we'll still be worn down to death. The group of undead beasts surrounded them, staring with murderous intent. Then, they were about to charge and attack. Suddenly, one of them was struck by an attack that interrupted their move. Du Xia appeared and said, Du Xia from the Blacksmith Guild of Tianfeng City greets the president. Apologies for being late, we couldn't find the exact location. Fortunately, we saw the light from the orb of origin earlier. Gukan, curious, asked, you are from the Blacksmith Guild, and yet you've come here to help us? He continued, hello, Boss Gu. I didn't expect to meet you here. From now on, we're teammates in the same guild. He smiled, clearly pleased. Teammates, he said, implying that the Blacksmith Guild wanted to form an alliance with them. He laughed and added, not just an alliance, but from now on, we are members of the Eternal Peak Guild. Qin Yongyang has also appeared, along with us. Old Chang, huh? Shouldn't it be President Chang? Cheng Qian Mo greeted. Long time no see. Elder Qin, thank you for your hard work. I didn't expect President Gao to send you, the old man said. When President Gao received your letter, he immediately sent me. I've brought the elite members, you won't be disappointed. Gukan thought to himself that these people must have owed Chung Chien Mo a favor and were only helping out in the Thunder Valley. But looking at the situation now, it seemed they were joining the guild directly. Fortunately, he hadn't bet with him earlier, or he would have lost again. The undead beasts were still staring at them, waiting for the moment to pounce. Ling Ruoshi spoke, let's put off reminiscing for later, the monster is about to attack. Cheng Qian Mo coughed to attract attention, everyone, from today, you are the first members of the Eternal Peak Guild. I won't waste time with unnecessary words, but once my headquarters is developed, I will make sure no one is left at a disadvantage. So, from now on, follow my arrangements and prepare to face the guild's first mission after its establishment. His gaze turned sharp as he gave the command, begin the battle. Upon hearing his orders, the guild members rushed forward to attack the surrounding beasts. In the still, heavy night, a flock of birds suddenly took off in a frenzy, creating a chaotic scene. The chilling roar of a three-headed monster echoed, charging at the humans with an immense display of aggression. Qin Yongyang directed everyone, don't be afraid, form a defensive formation. Just as he finished speaking, a flash of sword light shot through the air, slicing the three-headed monster in half in the blink of an eye. Xian Mo appeared, his sword slung over his shoulder, standing tall and imposing. He turned to the group and said, Brothers of the Life Association, you are in charge of the rear, handling the smaller monsters. The rest will be handled by the combat team. Wei Shen Minghao and two others were assigned to defend the east, Wang Tian Ruoshi and two others took the south. You'll handle the west and north, Gu Tian. Everyone quickly divided into action according to Qian Mo's instructions. Soon after, the system's voice rang out with an announcement: "Congratulations, you have successfully defended against the first wave of attacks. The next wave will arrive in 30 seconds. He asked the team, "So, how's everyone holding up? Tired yet?" Shenmo's team member, Gukan, arrogantly responded, "These little monsters? It's nothing, like a rabbit's nibble." Wei Shen also turned to him, a smirk on his face, "Just getting warmed up." The 30 seconds passed quickly. The mechanical sound of the system rang out again, followed by the announcement to prepare for the second wave of monsters. Shenmo pointed his sword toward the monsters, his tone brimming with determination. "Then let's go, round 2, let's keep fighting." What followed were fierce battles, and numerous congratulatory notifications appeared. The waves of attacks were successively defeated. Congratulations on completing the defense mission. You have successfully gained ownership of the defense post. The Eternal Peak Guild is now officially established. Please name the defense post. Shenmo stood on the body of the defeated monster, his voice full of joy. "It's finally over." The other team members immediately chimed in, "President, the place you chose is excellent, but we almost flipped the cart there. Still, we've managed to tough it out. Also, my level's gone up several ranks." He looked at the system notification, stroking his chin in deep thought. "What should we name the defense post?" The atmosphere immediately became lively. "Let's call it Bloodshade Demon Realm." "How menacing! I think we can even call it Blood Fong Extreme Treasure." The more he listened, the more disheartened he became. After a moment of thought, Shenmo decided to go with it and named the city Yongheng City. Coincidentally, this matched the name of the guild, and immediately, the system confirmed that the location name Yongheng City had been saved and could no longer be changed. The current guild level was level 1, with 11 basic buildings and 11 basic resource bags. Congratulations! The following were granted: statue display, herb room, crafting workshop, guild storage, bedroom, and dormitory. As for the guild mission, congratulations! The following resources were received: 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, 300 units of metal, and 500 units of clay. All information about the guild was now displayed. He looked at the details and smiled, thinking, "It's a success. Next, I'll expand the resources and level up the guild." At that moment, Ruoshi suddenly spoke up, saying, "I don't know why, but it feels like the attributes level up faster here." Wei Shen immediately teased, Hey, don't say things like that just because you have a special relationship with the guild leader." Huang Tian chimed in to support her, "No, I also feel the same way." Looking at them, Shenmo thought to himself that their feeling wasn't wrong. Indeed, this place harbored a secret that could accelerate cultivation speed. Under a large tree, his steady voice echoed, "The world tree is still here." The world tree is a young sapling, and every 3 days it produces 5 units of life essence. Knowing how to protect territory and base, it can attack all enemies that attempt to invade. The source of life can improve the quality of basic materials by 1 level. The upgrading process takes 1 year. Qin Yongyang asked in confusion, "Is the world tree a special kind of material?" Du Xie also spoke up, "I've never heard of it before." Chung Xianmo took a knife and made a cut on the tree's trunk, then explained, "This liquid is called pure life essence. When used in crafting, it can double the quality and stabilize the crafting process. When used as medicine, it can increase the stability of the potion. With this forest, our guild no longer needs to worry about development." Du Xie, hearing this, couldn't help but feel delighted. "Really? If that's the case, then it's a treasure comparable to the highest grade materials for blacksmiths." Qin Yongyang nodded and said, "From my experience, this liquid does have medicinal properties, but it still needs further verification." Xianmo looked at them, then added, "Now, this place is our territory. Everyone can come and take from it any time, but be mindful of the quantity." Observing the massive tree before him, he thought to himself, aside from these 2 points, the most important function of the world tree is its ability to emit light. Its breath can transform the environment. This is also the reason why Ruoshi and the others felt their attributes were leveling up faster. In his previous life's game, this place had been a mysterious existence. As soon as it was discovered, it sparked fierce competition and a great upheaval. However, now, this place belonged to him. Suddenly, the system once again sent a series of notifications. Congratulations, host, for successfully discovering the world tree. The guild system has been successfully upgraded, now advanced to level 6. Machine guns and wave-slashing explosives are now available for selection. Seeing this, Xianmo couldn't hide his surprise and thought to himself, the system has leveled up as well. Congratulations, host, for successfully acquiring a new passive skill, metal regeneration. Each day, the host's base will automatically generate 500 units of metal. The moment he saw this notification, his face lit up with joy. Perfect timing. I was worried about the lack of metal materials, and the system just handed me a great gift. Not long after, at Eternal Guild's encampment, everyone appeared to be extremely busy. The clanging of metal striking against metal rang out sharply. After a long stretch of dedicated work, Shenmo finally finished forging a weapon. Success! He looked at his creation and named it Divine Light War Spear, an epic quality single-handed weapon with 180 base damage and an attack interval of 1.7 seconds. Shenmo held the Divine Light and turned his gaze toward Du Xia. What do you think of this spear? After examining it carefully, Du Xia nodded and replied, judging from its quality and attributes, it's at the epic level. It could easily sell for at least 4,000 gold. If put up for auction, the price would be even higher. He then attached the spearhead to the shaft and handed it to Ruoshi. Take this and use it for now. In 2 days, once I've gathered enough materials, I'll make you a higher level one. Ruoshi couldn't help but be surprised. Are you giving this to me? It's already great, I really like it. Du Xia asked, puzzled. Is this really made from black iron and tempered with fine steel? Xianmo answered calmly. Of course, and it was made using the most basic design. Do you know what this means? He spoke in a low voice. It means we can mass-produce epic tier weapons. Xianmo nodded in agreement. Exactly. However, you've stayed up all night with me. Everyone should rest and regain your strength before we proceed. Upon hearing this, their excitement only grew. Rest? We don't need to rest. Using black iron to create epic tier weapons, how could we pass up such a great opportunity? We're more than willing to work overtime. Seeing their enthusiasm, Xianmo had no intention of stopping them. In fact, he was secretly pleased. Well then, it's good to see you're all so motivated. I won't force anyone to work, it's all voluntary. With that, he turned to leave, but before he could go far, someone suddenly shouted. We did it! We succeeded! The shout startled Xianmo, who thought in confusion, what's going on? Another madman? Qin Yongshuan walked over holding a vial and stood in front of him. President Chang, this is the elixir made with life force. Through the experiment, the effect has indeed doubled, we've succeeded. Upon hearing this news, Shenmo's mood lifted even more. Great, great. The fact that President Gao sent you here has really been a huge help to me. On the other side, Huang Tian was busily urging everyone, hurry over here and gather up all these spoils of war. Old Mo, this place is truly excellent. After monsters of the same rank are killed, both the experience and the rewards are far greater than outside. Xianmo quickly explained, this might have something to do with the world tree. To some extent, the surrounding monsters would inevitably be affected. Huang Tian kept busy assigning tasks to everyone. Watching this scene, Xianmo thought to himself, if things continue like this, who knows what scale the guild will have reached in half a year. A month later, the guild was filled with weapons and various other materials. President Gao reported, Guild leader, at present the guild has produced all of these supplies. While collecting them, Shenmo said, everyone has worked hard this past month. I'll leave the rest to you. I'll make sure to sell these at a very good price. He was just about to turn and leave when Du Xie's voice suddenly came from behind. Wait, guild leader, we have a gift we'd like to give you. Xianmo looked at them in surprise. A gift? Ru Xi opened the chest in her hands. These past few days we've been using the base's resources to upgrade our equipment, but only the Heavenly Blade Powder's second-class change in the guild leader's hands remains unmatched. I truly couldn't craft any weapon surpassing it, so after much thought, I made a new cloak for you. Its name is Pure Saint Garment, of supreme quality. His companions quickly helped him put it on to try it out. Seeing how incomparably handsome Qianmo looked in it, Ruoshi couldn't help but feel her heart flutter. This guy looks even more handsome wearing this outfit. Du Xie crossed his arms, his tone serious as he said, anyway, our Eternal Peak president represents our reputation. Huang Tian couldn't help but feel envious. Is he really that handsome? Du Ti, make one for me. Wei Shen teased, he's so shy, he can't even look. Hearing this, she fluffed her hair in embarrassment and said, you're so annoying. Do you want me to tear your mouth off? Xianmo quickly intervened, all right, I should get going. I'll leave now and be back in about half a month. She looked at him, her eyes filled with reluctance. Okay. Unexpectedly, she stood on tiptoe and kissed his cheek, causing Qianmo's face to flush with embarrassment. After the kiss, she shyly turned her head and ran off. Huang Tian, who stood behind, couldn't help but feel envious, thinking, I really envy him. Wei Shen also mocked, damn it. This guy. At the auction room in Lingyu City, Qianmo looked at the long lines in front of him, amazed. As expected of a mid-level auction house, there are so many people. If we had to queue, who knows how long we'd have to wait. Without hesitation, he boldly squeezed his way to the front, drawing shocked looks from those around him. Someone angrily spoke up, hey, what's with the cutting in line? Others chimed in as well, yeah, don't you have any manners? Does the auction house even manage this place? Ignoring the insults from behind, Qianmo continued to push forward. Qianmo casually handed his VIP card to the auction house staff to inspect. Hello, I'd like to sell a few items. The staff, upon seeing the card, froze for a moment and quickly rushed over to greet him. A black card. Please, follow me to the VIP reception area. Next time, you can go straight to the VIP room to wait. The people waiting in line couldn't help but stare in shock. This guy is only level 36, and he has a black card? He must be some rich young master. Having a bit of money is no big deal. Damn it, I'm level 39 and still only have a silver card. I'm so jealous I could die. In room 3, the VIP reception area, Qianmo stood inside, his back to the window, looking out. The door suddenly opened, and a female staff member entered with a professional demeanor. Good day, sir. My name is Lucien, and I'm in charge here. May I confirm if you are the honored guest with our black card? He turned his head, calmly replying. Yes, I'm Chung Qianmo, the president of the Eternal Peak Guild. She maintained her polite tone. May I assist you with anything, sir? But inside, she was thinking, it's so rare to meet a black card holder, I thought he'd be a big fish, but it turns out he's just some unknown cultivator at level 36. Qianmo didn't waste time and quickly placed all the items he wanted to sell on the table. I have a batch of goods I'd like to sell here. Take a look, these are the sample items. Looking at the sparkling items before her, Lucien gasped in amazement. Are all of these epic tier items? Wait a moment, are you saying these are just samples? How many do you have? Do all of them have the same quality? He nodded and calmly replied. We have around 100 items in total, including weapons, potions, and other supplies. All of them are of high quality, none of them are below standard. The more she listened, the more her surprise grew. How many? 100 epic tier items? Are you serious? Qianmo answered indifferently. I'm not joking. This is just the output from one of our guild's victories. After confirming that she hadn't misheard, Lucien immediately changed her expression, becoming much more enthusiastic. Alright, I'll immediately arrange for all of these to be processed for auction. May I ask if you have any other requests? He continued. I do have a few other requests. But then, as if remembering something, she suddenly felt tense and awkward, covering her chest with her hand. This matter is not. Before Lucien could finish, Xian Mo spoke up. All of the epic tier items I sell must have a price ceiling. Her face fell slightly. Oh, I see. No, what I mean is, with the quality of your shipment, if we set a price cap, it would certainly result in a significant loss. Don't you want to earn more? He turned around and replied calmly. That's not something you need to worry about. Just help me gather the additional materials on the list, and that will be enough. Looking at the list that Qian Mo handed over, Lu Xian was extremely stunned. Hold on, President Zhang, typically for a first-tier guild, we do not encourage charging an entrance fee. He responded with a faint smile, I understand the recruitment rules. Just follow my instructions. Upon hearing that, she had nothing more to say. Alright, let's leave the VIP room. Lu Xian's mind was still unsettled. What's going on today? Why am I acting so uncharacteristically? There were indeed quite a few transient residents in Lingyu City. At this moment, in the Adventurers' Hall, the atmosphere was extremely lively and crowded with people coming and going. Xian Mo scanned the surroundings, noticing that those who wanted to join the guild had already gathered here. He focused on reading the words on the bulletin board and thought to himself, just like in his previous life's game, low-tier guilds often offered incentives to newcomers to expand. But high-tier, well-established guilds with abundant resources would charge an entrance exam fee for recruits, thus continuing to expand and develop the guild. Around him, voices of discussion could be heard as people glanced at the fee set by the Eternal Peak Guild. A newly established first-tier guild dares to set such an outrageous price, their president must be desperate for money. This guy probably sold everything he had to scrape together 200,000, now he's hoping to make it back by charging entrance fees. What a fool. The mockery and ridicule made Qian Mo's previously calm expression twist into a grimace. As expected, there will be plenty of criticism. It seems like it'll be hard to find a suitable candidate this time. But suddenly, a voice came from behind him, this recruitment thing is interesting. If it's not to draw attention, then there must be something really worth paying attention to. Looking at the owner of that voice, Xian Mo immediately recognized who it was. Is this guy Qiu Ling? I didn't expect to run into him here. This is great. As soon as Qiu Ling finished speaking, he was immediately mocked by someone else. Are you serious? Is there really someone who's going to act like a fool? Probably an idiot, 8 out of 10. The more he heard, the more annoyed he became, and he shouted, if this guild truly has strength, then 300 kin is nothing to me. As for you useless guys, you're afraid to spend the 300 kin because you're not sure you'll pass the guild's trial. But I, Qiu Ling, have enough confidence. Anyone who disagrees, come here and fight me. The people who had been talking just now were immediately intimidated by Qiu Ling's harsh attitude and strong aura. We were just looking out for you. If you don't want to thank us, fine then. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone chimed in. Yeah, that's right. He snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. Who needs you people to worry about me? If you keep sticking your noses in, next time I'll tear your mouths apart. In the middle of his anger, Qiu Ling suddenly felt someone approaching him, and his face displayed an arrogant expression. What's up? You want to fight me? Xian Mo smiled at him. Not at all. But I believe sooner or later, there will be a chance. When Qiu Ling wasn't paying attention, he slightly curved his lips into a cryptic smile, thinking to himself, the grave is quicker than the brain, just say it directly if there's something. This Qiu Ling hadn't changed a bit, still as arrogant as before. In the game of his past life, Qiu Ling was one of the top 3 strongest players in the Apocalypse continent, and also the creator of the tank attack class. Unfortunately, at that time, he was a member of an opposing guild, so he couldn't recruit him as a teammate. This time, he finally had the chance to make up for that regret. He was irritated and turned to leave. I was only a little interested at first, but since someone dared to look down on this noble's gaze, I have to go to the Eternal Peak Guild to take a look. Unclear. Looking at Xiao Ling's current posture, Xianmo Jian cunningly thought, this guy is already level 42, just his equipment is a bit lacking. But it's fine, as long as I recruit him into my guild, I can mold him into the form I desire. That way, recruiting new members should be no problem. Next, he just needed to wait for the auction to end tomorrow, and the purpose of this trip would be almost complete. Somewhere in the auction area, an angry voice suddenly rang out, "Hey, what's going on? Has the sales area for our guild been delayed? What's the reason? How dare a first-tier guild push aside the position of our Yanlong guild? How are you doing business over there at the auction house?" The person who just shouted is Zhang Chang, level 40, second-class barbarian, and he was currently extremely furious, frightening the staff of the auction house. "Apologies, we've just double-checked, and in fact, we never confirmed the queue schedule for the Yanlong guild." These words immediately ignited Zhang Chang's fury. "Elder Mai from your auction house personally promised me that today would be the auction for our guild's items. Now, you're letting a level 1 guild take our spot. Whose decision was this?" The auction staff, terrified, immediately revealed that it was Lu Xian's decision. A moment later, in the hallway of the auction house, Lu Xian, holding some documents, approached to inform Qianmo. "President Chang, here is the proposed auction plan for your guild's items this time. Please have a look first." Before he could take the documents, a frustrated voice suddenly interrupted from behind. "Lu manager." Zhang Chang approached, his tone harsh. "Lu manager, what's going on here? I heard that you've let a level 1 guild replace our Yanlong guild's auction. You need to explain this to me." Faced with this direct questioning, Lu Xian responded politely. "The auction today was indeed arranged by me, but from the very beginning, I decided it would be Eternal Peak's turn." "Who told you it was supposed to be the Yanlong guild's auction?" His eyes shot a look of disdain at Qianmo. "Oh. So this is the Hall of Eternal Peak. A first-tier guild, and the president has only reached level 36, yet he dares to interrupt our session? Lu Xian, haven't you been involved in some shady dealings with this pale-faced man?" Zhang Chang's blatant insult left her speechless, her face flushing red with indignation. "What nonsense are you talking about?" A sudden surge of killing intent erupted from Qianmo, causing Zhang Chang to hesitate, his fear growing. "I'm giving you a chance. Apologize to her immediately." Sweat dripped down his face as panic surged in his mind. What's happening? He's just a level 36 rogue cultivator, why do I feel so threatened? The aura coming from him is exactly like when I've encountered deep abyss monsters in the past, dangerous and ready to kill. My body is warning me, if the next words aren't an apology, he'll definitely kill me. Overwhelmed by the oppressive pressure from Qianmo, Zhang Chang immediately lowered his head, groveling. "I'm sorry, I got carried away, I was rude. But all this is because Elder Mai from your auction guild personally assured me. That old man even took money from me." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Mai arrived. "Lu Xian, what do you think you're doing?" "Mr. Zhang is the representative of the Yanlong Guild, a distinguished guest of ours. I heard you allowed a first-tier guild to take his bidding spot." "Is that true?" Lu Xian's brows furrowed slightly. "Elder Mai, you've come at just the right time. Then please explain, when exactly did you arrange a bidding spot for the Yanlong Guild?" As soon as Zhang Chang saw him, he could no longer suppress his anger. "Old Mai, damn it, what do you mean by this? You took my money and now you're not doing your job?" Old Mai coughed twice, looking extremely uncomfortable. "Please, calm down, I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation." Qianmo glanced at Lu Xian, then asked with suspicion, "What exactly happened?" She felt extremely awkward and began to explain, "According to the procedure, all auction orders should have been decided by me. But before distinguished guests like you arrived, the auction house elders often took bribes to change the schedule. This old man, is not the first to use such rule-breaking tactics. I've always turned a blind eye. But rest assured, this time I will not allow it to affect your matters. Old Mai turned toward her and shouted loudly, Lu, the Yanlong Guild is a level 3 guild. In terms of guild ranking, the resources they provide must surely be better than that small level 1 guild. Why are they ranked lower? Are you taking bribes and deliberately arranging for that level 1 guild to go first? The more Lu Xian heard, the angrier she got. Old Mai, you're really something, aren't you? So responsible. You meddling in the auction order was already wrong, and I haven't even brought that up yet. Furthermore, what guarantee do you have that the supplies from Eternal Peak aren't better than those from Yanlong? Are you trying to say that a guild that once received help is now somehow better off? This sentence of hers, I cannot accept. We are a level 3 guild. How could our output and item quality possibly be worse than that first level guild? As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Mai immediately interrupted. That's right, Lu Xian, you're so blinded by greed that you can even spout nonsense like this. I will report you to the captain and request your dismissal. Their words made Lu Xian feel truly ridiculous. Fine, go ahead and report me to the captain, Elder Mai. But I advise you not to shoot yourself in the foot. Seeing that she was unwilling to back down, the old man angrily shouted, Even if I have committed some violations, I still don't believe that your arrangements for that first-level guild are free of any fraud. The noise from their argument quickly reached the captain's ears, and Kai Hua arrived with 2 guards, his tone stern. What's going on here? The auction hasn't even started yet, and I can hear you all arguing from afar. Are you still planning to do business? Kai Hua asked in a serious tone. What's going on? The auction hasn't even started yet? I heard you all arguing from far away. Is this deal going to happen or not? As soon as Lu Xian saw him, she immediately reported, Captain, you've arrived just in time. Before she could even finish her sentence, Elder Mai interrupted. Captain, this Lu Xian is becoming more and more arrogant. For a small profit in the interests of the auction house, she's trying to force a level 1 guild to be promoted. Kai Hua stepped past the old man, coldly dropping a shocking statement. Old Mai, actually, this is my plan. The old man was taken aback. Kai Hua then moved in front of Qian Mo and greeted him politely. You must be Mr. Cheng Qian Mo, the president of Eternal Peak. Truly impressive for someone so young and talented. I am the owner of the auction house, and my name is Kai Hua. Please excuse my impatience. Captain, I don't have the time to deal with internal corruption issues in your organization. I just want to know when my auction will begin. Qian Mo's eyes, filled with killing intent, suddenly shot toward the 2 of them. If you don't handle this properly, I'll take my business to another auction house. This threat was extremely effective, causing Kai Hua to feel quite apologetic. I sincerely apologize, this is the negligence of our auction house. I will make sure you get a satisfactory answer. Lu Xian, please go ahead and assist him in starting the auction. As for the rest, you don't need to worry about it. She nodded and immediately followed the captain's instructions. As they left, Old Mai still refused to back down. Captain, this is just a small first-tier guild. Do you really need to go this far? Nian Kai Hua's gaze darkened instantly. A small first-tier guild? This time, they've provided over 100 epic-tier weapons and potions, equivalent to our entire yearly production. Are you really daring to offend a client of this caliber? The number made both of them gape in shock. Over 100 items were simply impossible to find. Which first-class guild could produce 100 epic-level items? Nian Kai Hua's face twisted in a frown. Old Mai, you're already getting up there in age. From now on, you don't need to work at the auction house anymore. During this time, I'll be conducting a thorough investigation into your bribery activities, so you might as well prepare yourself. These words were like a thunderclap, leaving the old man horrified. Guild leader, you can't do this to me. I've worked at the auction house for 50 years. But Kai Hua didn't care. He ordered his subordinates to take him away. Dragged off roughly by two tall men, Old Mai still refused to accept it, shouting out, "Guild leader, please don't." Once the shouting faded, Nian Kai Hua spoke coldly, "As for the items being auctioned by the Yanlong Guild, have them line up according to the rules. If they can't wait, they can take them to another auction house." At the auction venue, the auction was about to begin, and the seats below were packed. Lu Xian quickly started the auction. The first item up for bid was the dragon swapping sword. She introduced it. This epic one-handed sword is called the dragon swapping sword. Its basic attack power reaches 180 points, and it has an attack range of 1.6. Additionally, it comes with a rare attribute. The dragon swapping sword can actively summon a low-level dragon to fight alongside the user. The maximum duration of the summon is up to 1 minute. The people below the stands immediately felt intrigued. An epic grade quality item, and they're offering it up first? Looks like there are quite a few treasures this time. This item doesn't seem bad at all. To see something so desirable as the very first item on the list is surprising. But I'm sure the price will be ridiculously high. Xian Mo stood on the second floor, observing the auction. In his mind, he thought, no wonder they're a master of auctions. They're really skilled at stirring emotions. I wonder how these people will react when they hear the price. Lu Xian quickly announced the starting bid for the item. The starting bid for the dragon swapping sword is 500 gold coins, with each increment being no less than 100 gold coins. The maximum bid is capped at 3,500 gold coins. Please press the button on the left armrest of your chair. Before the bidding began, the auction had already started. The price she set immediately caused a stir among the crowd. What? Epic grade, and they've set the price cap at the highest level? 3,500 gold coins? Are they joking? Did they make a mistake in their pricing? I bid 3,500 gold coins. Lu Xian struck the gavel. Bidder number 879 offers 3,500 gold coins. Since the price had hit the cap, the deal was immediately sealed. Everyone below the stands was shocked to hear this. Oh, they got it right away. Even if they sell it off right now, they'd make a huge profit. This is too fast, I need to pay more attention next time. Lu Xian, seeing the situation getting more and more chaotic, spoke up. Everyone, please don't rush. There are still many more epic weapons and potions to come. As long as you're quick enough, I guarantee that everyone will have a chance. As soon as those words were spoken, someone excitedly shouted. There's more? Does this mean today won't just end with one epic item? The second item was projected onto the screen. She loudly announced. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item, number 57, is still an epic weapon. However, this one is a staff, and the upper limit for this auction is 3,500 gold, just like before. The crowd immediately became noisy, with people competing to place their bids. I bid 3,500, I pressed the button first. This weapon is mine. One item after another was brought up. The next one, number 60, was a healing potion. Before Lu Xian could finish her sentence, someone spoke up. I bid 3,500 gold. The speed at which people closed the deals was so fast that it left her dizzy. The next item, number 70, was a saber. Congratulations to number 603 for winning it. Ladies and gentlemen, I haven't introduced item number 72 yet, so please don't rush. The voices from below continued to murmur. Damn it, if I can't get it, what's the point of having a price ceiling? That's right. There's no shortage of money here. If the auction were free, I'm sure I could buy a few items. This is the first time I've witnessed an epic weapon auction that feels like a vegetable market. Xian Mo stood on the upper floor, observing the chaos below. He subtly curled the corner of his lips. The purpose of setting a price ceiling is to eradicate hunger. The guild isn't lacking in money right now, but in influence. This batch of epic weapons will definitely have a good marketing effect if they're brought to the market. Oh, while observing, Xian suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Xiao Ling was also among those participating in the auction. At that moment, he seemed lost in thought. I originally wanted to focus all my efforts on buying an epic shield from the list, but now there's a price limit. With this level of madness, it seems I won't be able to snatch it after all. Xian stroked his chin, his gaze fixed on Xiao Ling as he pondered. He's here to buy equipment too. Since that's the case, I might as well sell him a favor. On the screen, the next item up for auction was a shield, followed by item number 80. This epic shield was called the Soul Shield. Immediately, someone bid. I offer 3,500. However, the rules this time were different from the previous items. Lucien calmly explained, "Dear guest, please do not rush. The method of selling this shield is a bit different. The seller has already designated a buyer. Everyone, please look at the button in front. Only those with a green color can purchase it." Upon hearing this, everyone quickly looked at their seat positions. Xiao Ling did the same. When he saw the green button on his seat, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. How could this be? Does the seller know me? How does he know I want this shield? Well, whatever. I really need this shield, so I'll consider it a favor from someone. Xiao Ling didn't think much more and quickly pressed the button. Lucien immediately announced, "Congratulations to number 372 for successfully winning the auction." This result made everyone extremely dissatisfied. Isn't this a shady operation? It seems like this guy has some inside connections. Having obtained the shield, Xiao Ling was in an incredibly good mood. He thought to himself, if I ever meet this mysterious seller, I'll have to show some gratitude. The auction ended. Lucien bowed to everyone. Thank you so much for your support. Today's auction has officially concluded. If anyone still has needs, you can go to the consignment office to find your preferred items in the VIP guest reception room. She was explaining the auction results to Qian. After deducting the operating costs of the auction house, your profit this time is 800,000 gold. Would you like me to transfer the money after the next two auctions, or would you prefer it now? He calmly replied, no need to withdraw it for now. Please exchange the entire amount into materials and spatial storage rings according to this list. I want to take them with me. As he spoke, he handed her a list. Taking it and reading the contents, Lucien couldn't hide her surprise. Is it really that many? Qian coldly asked, what's wrong? Is it that difficult? She felt somewhat awkward hearing that. No, I'm just a bit surprised. The demand for these supplies far exceeds the supply of a first-tier guild. Oh, by the way, there are dozens of guild leaders in Lingyu City who, through their captains, would like to meet with you. Would you like to see them? He responded decisively, I don't want to meet them, and I don't want my identity to be revealed. Lucien immediately understood his meaning. Understood, then I won't bother you any further. As the door closed, he fell into deep thought. The news should be nearly ready to spread, and he hoped it would achieve the expected results. Once he had collected enough items, he could return to the guild, and by then, the guild might be upgraded. Inside a tavern somewhere in Lingyu City, customers sipping their drinks were lively discussing today's auction. This Lingyu City auction house is something else, huh? They're auctioning off dozens of epic items with a price ceiling. Moreover, I heard the auction will last for 2 days, so people from surrounding towns are flocking here. Where are they getting such abundant supplies? I haven't heard of any large-scale transactions. It's not easy to trace the origin. These weapons usually have information about their origin carved on them, so it's easy to tell. Immediately, someone took out the item they had won at the auction to examine it. It says here it was made in Eternal City. The name echoed around them continuously. Mine is also from Eternal City. Mine too. Xiao Ling sat quietly in a corner, listening to their conversation and couldn't help but think, Eternal City is the headquarters of the Eternal Peak Guild. Why would they intentionally sell me that sword? Just as he was about to stand up and leave, the discussions around him grew louder. I know that guild. Isn't it the kind that requires a paid inspection for membership? Immediately, someone else quickly replied, yes, that's right. I remember their address, it's somewhere in the dark forest, I think. I declare, I will join the Eternal Guild. Upon hearing this, someone scoffed. Want to join? You might not even pass their entrance test. As Chiu Ling walked toward the door, he thought, then I'll have to check out what kind of guild that is. At the Yanlong Guild's headquarters, a sword strike cleaved through the shield. Zhu Yan looked at the sword in his hand with great satisfaction. With a single strike, it could pierce through the legendary shield we created. Truly impressive. Someone behind him spoke, I spent a lot of money to buy it from a client at an auction house. This is a product made by Eternal Peak. He couldn't help but be surprised. A mere first-rank guild, and yet they can produce weapons like these? If we let them grow, who knows how terrifying they'll become. I heard their guild master is only level 36, but today you clashed with him at the auction house and ended up so frightened that you apologized. Zhang Chang knelt on the ground, replying in shame, I don't know why. That guy is clearly just level 36, but I felt he was extremely dangerous. Zhu Yan's tone suddenly grew grim. The guild master's level is that low, and yet his skill is that high. Clearly, they've been focusing on forging techniques. Our guild has poured countless resources into raising you to level 40. And yet you were so terrified you had to apologize. Letting useless trash like you represent the Yanlong Guild outside is nothing but disgraceful. Panicking, he hurriedly begged, Guild Master, I know I was wrong. Please, just give me one more chance. Turning away, his voice was devoid of warmth. We've already investigated their guild's location. I'll give you one more chance to cleanse the shame you've brought upon the Yanlong Guild. Cold sweat poured down Zhang Chang's face. Rest assured, Guild Master. This time, I will definitely satisfy you. As the exorcising light of dusk began to fall, another day drew to an end. Lu Xian approached to deliver his report on the gathering of supplies. President Zhang, all the materials you requested have been delivered here. The remaining balance has also been transferred to your card, she said politely. Xian Mo happily extended his hand, all right, it's been a pleasure cooperating with your auction house. Please convey my regards to Captain Nian. She replied courteously, we also value our cooperation with President Zhang. Captain Nian had instructed, as long as it's your request, we can fulfill it. He smiled and said, don't worry, I've never let my friends suffer. There will definitely be more opportunities for us to cooperate in the future. Lu Xian bowed his head and bade farewell, his demeanor extremely professional. Lingya City's auction house will always be at your service. Not long after, at the base of the Eternal Peak Guild, a figure riding a horse galloped straight toward the city gates. The guard on top saw him and shouted a warning, who goes there? This is the territory of the Eternal Peak Guild. Unauthorized persons are not allowed to enter. Xian Mo stopped his horse, looked up, and teasingly said, not even I can be recognized? As soon as the guard saw him, he hurriedly ordered the others, it's the president. The president is back. Quickly open the gate. Looking at the sturdy gates and the incredible transformation of the place in just a month, Xian Mo couldn't help but feel pleased and thought, it seems like they weren't idle while I was gone. The guild has developed quite well. He took out the pile of materials he had collected from the auction house, so much that they were stacked as high as a mountain. Xian Mo turned to Elder Qin and Du Ti and said, everything I've gathered on this trip is here. If anyone needs anything in the future, they can come and take it directly. The vast pile of supplies in front of them left Elder Qin astounded. I've never seen a first-level guild with so many supplies. With our current reserves, we're nearly on par with a third-level guild. Du Xie also chimed in. That's right. If we can build a perfect supply and consumption channel, our growth will surely astonish the entire continent. Xianmo had already considered that. Don't worry, I've set up a partnership with the Lingyu City Auction House. The population issue will be resolved soon as well. We can now upgrade the guild to level 2. To deal with the impending population crisis as the guild was about to expand, he pressed the upgrade button. Suddenly, a pillar rose up. Even the people who had been hiding in a corner for a date were startled by it. This is the guild's upgrade. Huang Tian, who was fighting monsters in the forest, was also drawn to the commotion. Old Mo's back. The pillar rose in the middle of their camp, surrounded by strong stone walls. The system's mechanical voice rang out. Congratulations, guild leader. The Eternal City Outpost has successfully upgraded to level 2 and unlocked the construction function for outposts. The guild information has also been updated to level 2 on the system board. Looking at it, Xianmo said. Not bad. After the outpost upgrade to level 2, the scope of influence has expanded significantly, and many new buildings have been added. It is time to improve the daily living environment for everyone. First, let's consider projects related to daily life. After all, having too many people gathered in a shared dormitory is not a long-term solution. The system provides a few suggestions. Currently, the station could build residential buildings such as housing for residents, resting rooms, and small restaurants. Elder Qin offered his opinion. Upgrading the guild is a good idea, but expanding blindly is not a good plan. Du Xie agreed. That's right, every time we expand, the cost increases, and right now, we don't have enough manpower to maintain such a large area. So, we should first consider recruiting more people before thinking about expansion. However, Xianmo suddenly grinned and said, Don't worry, manpower is not a problem. Soon, a large number of people will come looking to join us. Alright, I've arranged the guild shop. Everyone go get ready, welcome the guests, and prepare the admission exam for the new members. Du Xie and Elder Qin were both confused. Guests, new members? A moment later, 2 guards were stationed outside the station's gate when one of them suddenly noticed a group of people approaching, getting closer by the second. Hey, why are there so many people? A large group of people was walking towards the gate of Eternal Peak Station. This is the place Eternal City, the station of the first-class guild. Could it be that the Eternal Peak Guild has already upgraded to level 2? That's impressive. The speed of this upgrade is really fast. I wonder what kind of person their guild leader is. The leader approached and asked the guard, This is the Eternal Peak Guild, right? The guard immediately answered, Yes, this is the guild's outpost. Is there something you need? Zheng Chang pushed the person in front of him aside to move forward. We are buyers from the Lingyu City Auction House. We heard that your guild has many epic-level weapons, so I brought a group of friends to support you. Inside, Du Xie, after hearing Xianmo's words, still couldn't understand what he meant. A remote, gloomy forest like that, no one had ever dared to venture close. How did they manage to gather manpower? What was the guild hall thinking? While he was still confused, someone called out loudly, Du Ti, come here quickly. The guard at the city gate was panting so hard he could barely catch his breath. Du Xie asked in confusion, What's going on? Is there something happening at the city gate? The person, still gasping for air, replied, There are a lot of people at the gate. Some are here to buy weapons, while others are here to apply to join the guild. Upon hearing this, Du Xie was momentarily stunned, then quickly moved toward the gate to greet the guests arriving from afar. I know you all are here for my guild's epic level weapons, but don't rush. We have enough stock. Upon hearing this, the group of people was overjoyed. That's great. This time, we won't leave empty-handed. I've brought plenty of gold with me, so I'll definitely buy some more after waiting a bit. I'm here to take the test to join the Eternal Peak Guild. Du Xie looked at these people and silently praised Xianmo in his heart. The president truly had extraordinary abilities. He didn't know what he had done, but he had managed to attract so many people. He decided to stop thinking about it and first focus on organizing the tasks that the president had assigned. He clapped his hands twice to attract everyone's attention. Since everyone is here for the products of our guild, according to the rules, please select items at our guild's mobile shop. The mobile shop was opened, and a bright golden light immediately flashed out. The items inside were all of mid-level quality, each priced uniformly at 4,500 gold. As soon as the crowd saw the prices, they immediately started whispering among themselves. These items are indeed high quality, no complaints about that, but the prices are too high. Before, you guys sold them at such low prices at the auction house. Why have they increased so much now? That's right. If I knew the prices would be like this, I wouldn't have bothered coming. Du Xie explained. The auction house had a limited supply, and you had to compete for items. But here, the stock is sufficient, so we can set the prices ourselves. After hearing this, they felt it made some sense. Fair point, we're saving the entrance fee for the auction house, after all. Yeah, it seems about the same, and it guarantees that everyone can buy something. Suddenly, Zhang Chang spoke up, interrupting. Don't listen to their nonsense. They're clearly just raising prices with satisfaction, then trying to act righteous while saying things that sound convincing. The Eternal Peak Guild is truly shameless. In his mind, he was quietly calculating that as long as he could escalate the conflict and incite these people to charge in, it would soon turn into chaos. After all, this guild was on the brink of collapse, and when the time came, he would settle scores with Chengxian Mo. Zhang Chang pointed directly at Du Xie's face and scolded, "You guys are a second-tier guild, and yet you're acting so arrogant? Aren't you afraid of making enemies? Call your guild leader Chengxian Mo out here." Du Xie coldly replied, "I haven't seen your anger yet, but why are you so worked up? Besides, it seems like you're intentionally looking for our guild leader." He scowled and shouted, "You're just a blacksmith, and you dare talk to me like this? Do you believe I won't deal with you right now?" Du Xie sneered with disdain, "You can try." Seeing Du Xie's fearless attitude, the crowd behind them began to murmur. The Eternal Peak Guild was too reckless. How dare a blacksmith challenge someone at level 43? That blacksmith's done for. This was the Apocalypse continent, killing someone here wouldn't be against the law. Xiao Ling stood in the crowd, furrowing his brow. He owed the Eternal Peak Guild a debt of gratitude and wondered if he should step in to save the guy. Suddenly, Zhang Chang grabbed Du Xie by the collar, cursing furiously, "Do you really think I won't kill you? This is your last chance to save your life." Du Xie remained unafraid, "I'm also giving you one last chance to live. I'll count to 3, and you'd better let go. If not, the next second will be when you fall to the ground." The man frowned in displeasure. "Are you crazy?" Du Xie coldly replied. As soon as the second word left his mouth, a flash of light shot past him and directly toward Zhang Chang. Du Xie looked toward the city gate, feeling dissatisfied. Hey, I said I would count to 3. Why did you shoot after only 2? Isn't that going to ruin my reputation?" Gukan scratched his ear, pretending not to know anything, and asked, "What did you say?" "From that far away, who could hear you?" Seeing Zhang Chang being taken down with a single strike, the crowd behind couldn't help but feel fearful. A level 43 powerhouse dying just like that. Was this the strength of the newborn guild? The person on the city wall at least had third-class change strength. Perhaps that was their guild leader. Du Xie scratched his head and spoke, "Sorry about that, everyone. Can we have a proper conversation now?" The crowd grew noisy again. "Ladies and gentlemen, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Eternal City really isn't obliged to sell us such good items at such a low price. Ask yourselves, were your suspicions really justified earlier?" Seeing that the situation seemed to be spiraling out of control, he quickly spoke up to calm everyone down. "Don't worry, we're not demons. We won't randomly kill innocent people. Now, let's get back to business. Those who want to buy weapons, please go to the left. Those who want to join the guild, please go to the right to register for the assessment." The crowd below had quieted down by now. Guken muttered under his breath, "These people only listen when someone has to die first." Xianmo, standing beside him, smiled faintly. Flexible yet firm, always the best approach. As he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, that person seems to be targeting you. Do you know them?" Xianmo replied nonchalantly, "I'm the president of the guild, busy every day like this. How could I remember when I've offended some minor characters like them? But honestly, they do look a bit familiar." It was because he had lost face in front of that person, so he no longer recognized him. Below, Xiu Ling was standing in line with the others. His eyes unintentionally caught sight of a familiar face on the city wall. Wait, is that person from Eternal Peak? At night, on Eternal Peak, the torches had been lit. Outside the outpost, the crowd was still lined up, waiting for their turn to register. On the city wall, Guken approached Xianmo and asked, "At the moment, we've interviewed over 100 people, but more than 200 people are still waiting. They've set up camp nearby. We've already sent some food over to them." Xianmo replied calmly, "Now, can you understand why I have to charge membership fees? If I didn't make them pay to join, I'm afraid we'd have even more people showing up today." He heard that and suddenly understood. He raised his thumb in approval. No wonder Chairman Chang really is uncanny at getting things done. Below, a voice full of discontent suddenly rang out. "What? I wasn't approved. Are you sure you haven't made a mistake?" Guken looked over curiously. "Oh, someone causing trouble?" The man pointed at himself, his tone sharp. "I'm a level 40 powerhouse, don't you know? How can I not qualify for this?" Du Xia, sitting opposite, remained calm and said, "Not qualified is not qualified. Don't waste any more time here." Those words drove the man wild with rage. His eyes went bloodshot. "We paid the registration fee, so of course we came in good faith. Your guild said it wanted to inspect everyone we accepted, even if it took from morning to night. But you sent a group of people who haven't even reached level 40 to evaluate us. Isn't that a little too much?" he snapped. Du Ti sighed suddenly. Huang Tian, standing behind, asked nonchalantly, "You're not satisfied? Want to try a one-on-one with us?" The man glanced with contempt. "Level 36 and yet arrogant enough to ask for a duel. Fine, I'll play with you for a bit, but don't expect me to go easy." He replied calmly, "You'd better think carefully. If I make the strike, I won't hold back." On the city wall, Xianmo and Guken continued to observe the situation below. He asked, "Should we get involved?" He calmly replied, "It's just a second-class change with a wind power user. Let Huang Tian handle it himself." The two of them walked to a spacious open area, surrounded by onlookers. Huang Tian spoke first, "Come here, let me take the first move." His arrogant demeanor infuriated the opponent. Arrogantly, the man unleashed a spiraling force of mind energy. He charged forward, his arm creating a vortex aimed at Huang Tian. Die! Huang Tian watched his movements, then gave a sly grin, even taking no immediate action to dodge. Just as the man was about to reach him, Huang Tian suddenly took a step back. A flash of light shot out. The man quickly raised his hand to block, gritting his teeth as he endured the pressure from the attack. In his mind, he thought, "My spiraling force of mind energy is a guaranteed hit." Not only did he dodge it, but he's even counterattacking. While he was still in a daze, Huang Tian closed the distance. He thought to himself, "Stop thinking. Raging Earth Slash has half a second of invincibility. If I predict and grasp his skill, I can dodge it." Next, it was my turn. Huang Tian delivered a powerful kick, sending the man flying into the air. Then, Huang Tian jumped up after him. The man, seeing this, panicked and thought, "So fast. I'm in a passive position. I need to counterattack." Huang Tian slashed with his sword. The man hastily dodged and quickly entered a defensive stance. Inside, he was stunned. Is this a coincidence? Why do my moves keep getting interrupted? In the blink of an eye, Huang Tian appeared behind the man. The sword in his hand struck directly at his face, only to be interrupted again. In the air, their battle created streaks of light that connected in a continuous trail. The people below found it hard to keep up with their speed. Gukan observed and spoke. Although Huang Tian's level is lower than his opponent's, every time he strikes, he manages to disrupt his opponent's movements. This must be the result of practicing in the arena, right? Xianmo smiled faintly. That's right. The so-called 4-level gap doesn't mean anything at all. A moment later, Huang Tian landed on the ground, his voice filled with pride. So, what do you think? Is anyone still dissatisfied with our testing standards? Seeing the man being beaten so badly, those around couldn't help but feel shocked. Sun Tian's strength is actually quite impressive, yet he was beaten so thoroughly with no chance to retaliate? Damn it, is everyone in this guild some kind of freak? We're finished. More than half of us probably won't pass the evaluation. Looks like the evaluation fee was money wasted. Suddenly, Xiu Ling stepped out of the crowd. My turn. I came here to learn from the higher level techniques of your guild. Huang Tian looked at him, puzzled, and said, I believe it's not your turn for the test yet. Xiu Ling responded nonchalantly, it's not that I disagree with the testing method. I simply want to challenge and choose my own opponent. He frowned when he heard that. Choose an opponent? Who do you want to fight with? He pointed at Xianmo and said seriously, tell him to fight with me. Really? Huang Tian couldn't help but be surprised. You want to fight him? Xiu Ling asked, what's wrong? Is that not okay? He looked a little awkward. Ah, it's not like that. Before he could finish, Xianmo walked over. Old Huang, leave this to me. Huang Tian felt confused. Hey, didn't we already agree that I'd handle everything? Xianmo walked up to the other person and explained, I know this guy. Back at the auction house, he wanted to test his skills against me. Just follow his wish. Upon hearing that, Xiu Ling suddenly shouted, so it's you. Turns out you're from Eternal Peak. Although you're just a level 36 vagrant class, I feel like you're different. Fighting you doesn't count as me bullying you, right? He flicked his hand, sending dust flying into the air, forming a circle on the ground. Bullying me? Don't overthink it. I don't want to make things hard for you. How about we keep it within this circle? If you can force me out, then you win. If not, I lose. Around them, people immediately started whispering. This circle wasn't very large, just forcing someone out of it to win? That seemed way easier than defeating the opponent. This name is nothing more than a 36th level vagrant class, how could it compare to that of a sword saint? Are the people of this guild really so arrogant? The more he listened, the angrier Xiu Ling became. He slammed his shield into the ground, his whole body radiating murderous intent. You're being too arrogant. In that case, take responsibility for what you just said. The ground beneath his feet suddenly rose up like a mountain, and Shenmo's figure disappeared. Where did he go? Could it be that even one move was too much for him to handle? But without anyone noticing, Shenmo had appeared behind him. I haven't even finished speaking, and you're already in such a hurry? Xiu Ling lifted his shield and spun around to launch a surprise attack. Get out of my way. Xianmo easily dodged, landing lightly on a rock on the other side. If you want to fight, then let's make a bet. He was obviously frustrated and, growing impatient, shouted. Stop stalling. Hurry up and say what you want to bet on, or I'll send you flying right now. Divine Light Shield strike. A beam of terrifying light was shot out, as if it wanted to sweep away everything in its path. The onlookers hurriedly raised their hands to shield their faces, astonished as they looked up at the overwhelming power. Within the circle drawn by Xianmo, the ground had been completely destroyed, and thick smoke was rising in the center. When the smoke cleared, Xianmo's figure emerged. After the attack, he still appeared completely unfazed. To force me to use Heavenly Blade Powder. Your strength truly is extraordinary. Xiao Ling frowned, his brow furrowing deeply as he thought with suspicion, this move doesn't even faze him? Xian Mo set the terms of the bet, stating that if he lost, he would have to become a member of their guild and wouldn't receive a single penny of reward for 3 years. He then coldly asked, so what if you lose? With a calm demeanor, he replied, me, lose? I haven't really thought about that yet. Well, it's up to you how you want to handle it. Xiao Ling immediately agreed. With a definite answer in hand, he was silently calculating in his mind. Even though he couldn't force the man out, if he wanted to win, he would still need to force him out of the circle. But since he was the one in control, if he didn't want to fight, he could think of a way to avoid it. Xian Mo gripped the heavenly blade powder tightly, his tone turning much more serious. Then you should pay attention, because my attacks are quite fierce. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of light suddenly passed through Xiao Ling's body. The area around him was unexpectedly surrounded by light, leaving him stunned. That was fast, even for him. Qian Mo unexpectedly closed in from the other side. He quickly raised his shield to block the incoming attack. Blocked. But in no time, he attacked from another direction. Now, it's over here. Over here. This time, from the lower left. Pick up the pace. Xian Mo seemed to be teasing him. Guken crossed his arms and watched, asking, what's the guild leader doing? Is this really a fight? Huang Tian reached his hand behind his head, his voice filled with amusement. The people from the teaching department, Old Mo, were looking to recruit disciples. The onlookers, amazed by Chung Qian Mo's speed in attacking, were debating which side was gaining the upper hand. Xiao Ling gritted his teeth, using his shield to block attacks from all sides. How annoying, what the hell is this guy doing? While blocking the strikes below, he suddenly realized that the frequency of this defense could it be a perfect block? Xiao Ling smirked, silently confirming that this was indeed a perfect defense. With that thought, he swung his shield, sending Chung Qian Mo staggering back. Panting, Xiao Ling asked in doubt, what's going on? Are we not fighting anymore? Seeing him suddenly claim exhaustion and ask for a break, Xiao Ling immediately started protesting, come on, continue attacking, keep up the same frequency as before. Chung Qian Mo looked up and smirked, that's enough learning for today. I'm not really going to let you learn the perfect block. Hearing this, Xiao Ling turned pale, stammering, did you really just teach me that? Huang Tian laughed sarcastically. So, he's just now figuring that out? Did he really think he was about to grasp something? Guken also felt pity for him, as he still hadn't realized how terrifying his opponent was. With that, he shouted to urge Chung Qian Mo to finish it. Others are waiting for their assessment. While still holding his shield to block Cheng Qian Mo's strikes, Xiao Ling was stunned and asked, "See as the president of the Eternal Peak Guild?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chung Qian Mo swung his hand, lifting him into the air. Fly up now. Afterward, Xiao Ling was struck to the ground by Chung Qian Mo's whip, causing a loud explosion. The impact was so strong that it created a cloud of dust. Cheng Qian Mo slowly approached. Are you still alive? From within the smoke, a trembling armored arm was raised, accompanied by Xiao Ling's voice assuring that he was fine. Cheng Qian Mo sneered arrogantly and smiled. So, what now? Will you admit defeat or continue to be stubborn? Xiao Ling knelt on the ground, humbly admitting defeat. I am willing to join your guild, but I have one condition. Cheng Qian Mo immediately turned and walked away. You'll state your condition after you join. Now go and complete the formalities for joining the guild. Remember to tell them that for 3 years, no salary is required. Upon hearing this, he turned pale. At least there should be a meal allowance. It was at that moment that Huang Tian approached and gently took Xiao Ling's arm to comfort him. In the future, we will all be teammates, and we won't let you go hungry. Now, let's hurry and go complete the guild joining procedures. The onlookers who had witnessed the scene couldn't help but exclaim, expressing their desire to join their guild. The next morning, at the guild's entrance, Xiu Ling reported to Cheng Qianmo that he had completed the joining formalities. Cheng Qianmo nodded in satisfaction and instructed, "From now on, we're all on the same team, so there's no need to call me sir. Just call me the guild leader." After saying that, he immediately bowed and apologized for his previous arrogance, admitting that he had unknowingly offended the guild leader of the Eternal Peak Guild. Cheng Qianmo waved his hand casually. "You lost, but there's no need for you to feel inferior. You'll still have many opportunities for growth in the future." At this moment, Xiu Ling cautiously rubbed his hands together and said, "Didn't I mention before that joining the guild has a condition?" Cheng Qianmo turned around with a smile and said, "The thing about 3 years with no salary was just a joke." Xiu Ling hurriedly waved his hand to deny it, but then hesitated, unable to put his words into form. He stroked his chin, looking confused. Huang Tian couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up to clarify, "He wants you to teach him how to perfectly block." After saying that, he immediately nodded in agreement. "If the guild leader is willing to teach, I'd work for free for 10 years. Cheng Qianmo stopped pretending, curling his lips in a smirk. "So that's what this is about. I've thought it over, and whenever I have time, I'll teach you." Upon hearing this, Xiu Ling immediately brightened up and thanked him enthusiastically. At that moment, Xiu Ling asked, "At the auction, the shield you sold to me, that was also from you, right?" Cheng Qianmo confirmed, "At the auction, I saw that only you and that shield were a perfect match, so I sold it to you." No need to be polite. If you want to learn how to perfectly block, just come to me whenever you have time, and I'll guarantee that after the lesson, you'll understand it right away. Hearing that, Xiu Ling couldn't help but sigh, "You really are a true gentleman, it's clear I didn't follow the wrong person." Then he turned to Huang Tian and said, "I'll be working for the guild for free for 10 years. Huang Tian, upon hearing this, couldn't help but curse inwardly. Cheng Qianmo was such a beast. The one being cursed at this moment was smiling deviously. Now it's done, the bait is in, time to head to that place. At this moment, in the Yanlong Guild, a shocked scream echoed. "What's going on? Zhang Chang is dead? What?" Xu Yan couldn't believe it. A level 40, a berserker, being surrounded and wiped out by a first-tier guild just like that? The subordinate explained, "They have a pseudo-destruction triple transmission." Before anyone could react, Zhang Chang was already shot dead in a single strike. His expression grew grave. A pseudo-destruction triple transmission? Could it be that the guild master himself made a move? The subordinate denied it. Their guild master is a level 36 rogue cultivator, also very strong. As soon as those words fell, the crowd around them immediately burst into heated discussion, furious and demanding blood for blood. Zhu Yan frowned in deep thought. The guild master is a rogue cultivator, yet the members are at third-class change. Such a strange guild composition. Something is off. Surely we must investigate their true strength first. With that thought, he ordered the subordinate to head to the Lingyu City Guild Alliance and spread rumors. Say it like this. At the same time, in the world-splitting Great Blade, countless people were gathering before a massive cavern entrance, within which swirled a mysterious vortex of light. Cheng Qianmo's group approached the vortex. Huang Tian sighed, "Time truly flies, we're back here again." Then he voiced his concern, "The intensity of that world-splitting Great Blade is far beyond the Blade of Form. With just the 4 of us, will it be enough?" Wei Shen responded with confidence. He said with arrogance, "With me here, of course it will be as easy as turning a hand." No sooner had he spoken than he and Huang Tian began boasting and posturing, each claiming to be the stronger one. Meanwhile, Xiu Ling's fighting spirit surged. "Don't worry, everyone, I'll give it my all as well." Hearing that, Huang Tian instantly felt uneasy, then quickly tried to ease the mood. "Let's not get too tense, we just need to relax a little." In his heart, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. A good person, turned into a puppet of old Mo, now reduced to the king of dogs. At that moment, Cheng Qianmo turned around to reassure them, "The 4 of us are more than enough, and this time I need to set the best record at the world-splitting Great Blade." Upon hearing this, the other 2 stopped arguing. Not far away, a group of people stood by the cliff, sneering at them. They were oblivious to the vastness of the world, their average skill level still not even reaching level 40, yet they dared to challenge the world-splitting Great Blade. When they heard the mockery, Huang Tian immediately gritted his teeth, wanting to retort, but Cheng Qianmo stopped him. Don't waste your breath on them. Let's go. And so, they proceeded, amidst the sighs and sarcastic remarks of the onlookers and the teasing of their teammates. As they entered, two doors appeared before them. Huang Tian immediately asked Cheng Qianmo, "Which way should we go?" Cheng Qianmo sifted through his memories from his previous life. The left path led to the prison area, with relatively low difficulty, while the right path required a long detour to reach the final boss area. Both paths could lead them to the top of the world-splitting Great Blade. After thinking for a moment, Cheng Qianmo pointed in one direction and signaled everyone to follow. Suddenly, he turned to glance at Xiao Ling and said, "This is your first time teaming up with us. Just try your best, but don't go too overboard. After all, you're not getting paid." Xiao Ling immediately bristled, "If we're a team, I'll definitely give my all." With that, Xiao Ling stomped forward, leaving Cheng Qianmo bewildered. "Wait for me, I'll draw the mobs for you." Wei Xin and Huang Tian immediately began to criticize Cheng Qianmo. "You're taking advantage of his honesty and deceiving him." Cheng Qianmo could only helplessly defend himself. "This time, I was really just giving him some advice out of genuine concern." As if he had been waiting for this moment, Huang Tian immediately pointed at Qianmo and burst out laughing. "So, you admit that you had been manipulating him before?" Cheng Qianmo didn't want to waste any more words with him and quickly dashed off. "Chase him down quickly, don't let him get away." The clear sky was obstructed by thorny trees, and the disturbance caused the birds to scatter in all directions. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed as a pair of legs were running swiftly ahead. Xiao Ling, holding a shield, was running at full speed. "Brothers, I've pulled the monsters here. But these monsters are too strong now." Close behind him, something vicious was chasing. At this moment, Cheng Qianmo and the others had arrived. They were shocked to see not only a large number of monsters behind Xiao Ling but also elite high-level monsters. When Cheng Qianmo saw this, he yelled out to warn everyone. "Everyone be careful, those are elite monsters." Before them were wild ogres at level 40, charging forward aggressively to attack. Cheng Qianmo, seeing the monsters charging fiercely, shouted a warning. "Everyone be careful, they are elite wild ogres." Then, he quickly swung his sword and charged into battle, focusing his wrath to control the overlord. After finishing his words, Cheng Qianmo unleashed his ultimate skill, the Fierce Wave Slash, to cut down the monsters. Huang Tian and Wei Xin quickly followed and joined him in the attack. Huang Tian raised his sword and struck at one of the creatures, shouting loudly and cursing. Looking at these elite monsters, they were only level 40, but their HP was unbelievably thick. After a long while, the area in the thorny forest finally returned to the quiet stillness it had at the beginning. Cheng Qianmo stood among the scattered skeletons and corpses, slowly speaking. "Now, everyone should understand that the world-splitting Great Blade is different from the previous secret realms." Huang Tian immediately grumbled, "Such important information, and you didn't tell them beforehand." At this point, Xiao Ling timidly apologized. "I rushed in too hastily because of my impatience. I'll adjust my mindset in the future and won't drag everyone down." But they all didn't take it to heart. Cheng Qianmo encouraged him, "You did well. In such a short time, you were able to assess the enemy's damage and calculate your own limits, adapting flexibly. I wasn't wrong, you're a natural tank." Upon hearing this, he became overjoyed. Huang Tian turned his head away, unable to look at him, then said, "I still prefer the previous arrogant, unruly version of him. Now he's completely tamed by old Mo." Wei Xin was speechless. Not only does he willingly do the work, but he's also grateful. Truly the disgrace of the warrior class. Deep within this forest was a dark, mysterious cave. Upon seeing the spirit skeleton monsters with 15,000 HP inside, Huang Tian couldn't help but sigh. Again, these little monsters with ridiculously thick HP. Although their attack power isn't high, they're really exhausting to kill. Chung Chien-mo spoke, little monsters here are very hard to deal with, but after completing this, there will be rewards. To satisfy you, get used to them gradually. Suddenly, you noticed a bronze gong behind them and became curious. He charged forward, warning, don't worry about what it's for. Don't even think about striking it until we finish clearing these monsters. With that, Chung Chien-mo quickly launched a series of attacks, knocking several monsters away at once. Then, he swung his weapon in a circle, slaying all the spirit skeletons within a 5-meter radius. Xiaoling was stunned, wondering to himself, a vagrant class who's even better at drawing aggro than me? Is he using hacks? Is he really using hacks? Wei Shin chuckled, get used to it. The guild leader always likes to stir up trouble. Cheng Xianmo turned his head and shouted, stop standing there in a daze, get over here and fight. Immediately, He Tian and Xiaoling charged forward to join the battle. Wei Shin also used his staff to support them. The four of them combined their strength to defeat the entire group of spirit skeletons without pausing for even a moment. After a while, the last monster finally fell. Cheng Xianmo handed each person a vial of potion, and they quickly drank it to recover their stamina. We're about to face the first boss. Huang Tian was still puzzled, what exactly is that bronze gong for? As he drank his potion, Chen Mo explained, when we activate the monsters, after the first boss appears, if someone strikes the gong, the monsters will focus their attacks on the person who struck it. That way, you guys can focus on clearing the little monsters. I'll handle the boss. Realizing the danger that the gong posed, both Wei Shin and Huang Tian couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Xiaoling quickly struck the gong, but Chung Chien-mo dismissed it and handed it over to Wei Shin, leaving him stunned and stuttering. But I'm the fragile one, how can you give me something so dangerous? I haven't even badmouthed you today. He calmly explained that there was a special mechanism here, so if the tank went to provoke the monsters, the little monsters would enter a state of hatred, making them harder to deal with. However, with the fragile one, the impact would be less. After hearing this, Wei Shin no longer refused, but he was still curious as to why Cheng Xianmo understood such a peculiar mechanism. Huang Tian, on the other hand, fully trusted him. Seeing that the others were still hesitating, Cheng Xianmo turned away, or, I can strike the gong, handle the little monsters, and you guys go fight the boss, I'll be fine. Before he could reach the gong, Wei Shin had already dashed ahead to take his place. Xianmo did not forget to remind him, brother, my life is in your hands, remember to react quickly. Right after that, he struck the gong with a loud bang. The sound of the gong echoed through the entire space, creating a strange atmosphere in the cave. In the next instant, countless skeletal beasts with 25,000 HP appeared, leaving everyone astonished. And there were even more elites and little monsters to follow. Behind them was the evil Toon King's map of special artifacts, an elite level 43 Reaper with 150,000 HP. Huang Tian screamed in horror, even if we added all the little monsters together, it still wouldn't be as high as that. Cheng Xianmo raised his umbrella and rushed forward. You guys just focus on keeping little monster under control for now. Wait for me to finish off the boss, then I'll come back to help you. His face turned pale as he shouted, Captain, just focus on dealing with the boss, don't worry about us. Wei Shin was panicked. I even started to agree with what the outsiders said. Are we in over our heads with this boss? Xiaoling raised his shield to block one of the monsters, shouting, stop overthinking it, just bear with this wave of monsters for now. Cheng Xianmo looked up at the massive boss. He had come back countless times in his previous life to study the mechanics of the bronze bells and defeat this monster. He couldn't even count how many times, but this time, he brought the experience of his past lives with him. Cheng Xianmo's eyes glowed with a murderous intent as he let out a grim smile. Hope you can still let me enjoy this. With that, Xianmo charged forward, swinging his sword directly at the monster. The scene shifted to the Eternal Peak Guild. Ling Rua, she asked one of her subordinates. I've urgently returned. What's going on? The subordinate looked flustered. Captain Ling, no time to explain, but someone's causing trouble. At the city gates, Gukin was loudly asserting to the people below. I'll say it one more time, Eternal Peak isn't joining any teams, so you'd better leave. Zhu Yan spoke in a flattering tone. Don't think just because you've reached third-class change, you can look down on everyone. The leader of the Blood Slaughter Guild is also a third-class change powerhouse. Wang Xin spoke arrogantly. I've come with sincerity to cooperate with you. If you don't know how to appreciate it, don't blame me for being impolite. But Gukin still frowned solemnly. Stop talking nonsense. If you're capable, get up here and fight. He whispered, the guild was established less than half a month ago, and it's already spreading in all directions. Last time, I sent Zhang Cheng to engage with them, and before we knew it, they killed him. Wang Xin gritted his teeth in anger. A second-tier guild daring to act so arrogantly, how are we supposed to let them grow like this? Zhu Yan stirred him up. Their president and main team have already gone out. If we unite and strike, we can definitely take over. Even if their president returns, it won't help. Xin immediately agreed. At this moment, Ling Ruoshi finally arrived and asked Gukin what was going on. He replied casually, it's just a heaven's proud son from Lingyu City trying to take over. We may need to take action. Everyone, get ready. As soon as Gukin finished speaking, an arrow suddenly shot up from below, embedding itself into the stone pillar behind him. Furious, Gukin turned around. These bastards actually have the guts to strike. Ru Shi, Ming Hao, take the battle team and get ready for defense. We have to hold out until the president returns. Ling Ruoshi rushed off, anxious, wondering if the scoundrel had finished the dungeon yet. Anyway, they had to hurry back as soon as possible. On the other side, Chung Chien-mo had successfully used his burst skill to strike directly into the head of the spider monster, causing its HP to continuously drop. He slung his umbrella over his shoulder, smiling as he happily received the system's notification for killing the first boss. Huang Tian, panting in disbelief, said, did we really just kill the first boss? Wei Shen also slumped down, letting out a relieved sigh. Finally, they were saved. Cheng Qian-mo had just reached their location. Boss number 1 has been dealt with. We just need a bit more strength to defeat the other 2 bosses, then we can head back. Does everyone still have enough strength? As soon as he finished speaking, the others immediately regained their focus, each confidently asserting their strength. Hearing this, Qian-mo felt much more at ease. Then let's put in a little more effort and clear it in one go. As he turned to leave, Chung Chien-mo couldn't help but worry about the situation of the guild. After resting for a while, Huang Tian panted heavily and asked, next is boss number 2. What mechanism are we using this time? Cheng Chien-mo casually replied, no need to worry about the mechanism. When we encounter the boss, I'll charge straight at it, quick fight, quick win. Huang Tian felt that approach was a bit reckless. Then, Chung Chien-mo turned and left, originally thinking it would be a bit difficult, but in reality, it was quite easy. So, there was no need to waste any more time. Just speed up and finish quickly. Right after, another skeleton monster charged at them, roaring ferociously. Wei Shen's face turned pale. We're speeding up even more? We're already fast enough. Huang Tian, however, was full of energy. Stop complaining. It's not every day old Mo leads us. We're about to set an unprecedented record. With those words, everyone seemed to be reinvigorated, rushing forward to fight the monsters. The scene shifted to Chung Chien-mo's guild headquarters. In the forest, something had happened. Flocks of birds were flying around in a chaotic frenzy. One of the subordinates of the Eternal Peak Guild was shot down and fell to the ground below the city. Zhu Yan and Xin coldly watched the scene. It was clear that the defense of this guild was stronger than they had expected, but since the battle had already begun, they had no choice but to defeat them. If they retreated now, Blood Kill Oath would no longer have a say in Lingyu City in the future. Upon hearing this, Xin gave an order. He'll return to Lingyu City and continue to mobilize other guilds in the alliance for reinforcements. I'll personally handle this situation here. Saying that, he took out his weapon, a gigantic blade, and coldly added. Above, Guken was also watching. If we don't teach Blood Kill Oath a lesson, they'll truly think we're easy targets. Ruoshi, who was beside him, reported the situation. Duxie's city walls have been completely reinforced, and the forest defense line behind is guarded by Minghao. It won't be easy for them to break through. After hearing this, Guken asked for further updates regarding the guild leader's situation. Ling Ruoshi responded, still no response. They're probably still in the dungeon. Guken fell silent. For now, they could manage, but he was still concerned because a fourth-tier guild usually had a 3 transmutation expert stationed. Just as he finished speaking, a strong gust of wind accompanied by a fierce strike cut through the air, leaving a deep scar on the ground as it sped toward the city gate. Wang Xing's eyes widened in shock as he gasped. One full force strike and it still can't break the city gate. Is this thing really that tough? But he refused to give up, raising his blade once more. If one strike doesn't work, then I'll add another. Let's see how many of my consecutive attacks you can withstand. Guken gritted his teeth in anger and hissed. If he keeps slashing like this, no matter how strong the door is, it won't be able to block him. He absolutely cannot be allowed to break through. With that, he turned and left, telling Ruoshi to stay behind and guard this place while he went to deal with the third transfer. Having spoken, Guken immediately activated his ultimate heaven elixir skill, leaped into the air, and blinked away in an instant. Just a moment later, he appeared right in front of Wang Xing, gun in hand. His opponent, who was also a third-class change, was right here. Before the old man could even react, the bullet from Guken's gun was already flying toward him. But Xing wasn't someone to be underestimated. He quickly raised his blade to block the incoming bullet. Wang Xing sneered arrogantly, the so-called third-class change being a long-range fighter, you have no advantage when it comes to a one-on-one fight with me. He then taunted, stop boasting and try to catch me first. As soon as he finished speaking, Guken immediately blinked away again, which startled Xing. Not only him, but all the subordinates who were present were also left dumbfounded. Guken had no idea how he had maneuvered, but he managed to slip past the group of subordinates and unleashed a continuous barrage of gunfire. However, Xing reacted quickly and unleashed his extreme 3-slash technique toward him. In the blink of an eye, all the subordinates were sent flying into the air. They had all been injured to some degree by the attack, both frightened and confused as to why Wang Xing was attacking his own men. Xing didn't care, smiling with bloodshot eyes. There was no one in sight, but he muttered, you can't escape. The scene shifted to the forest, now shrouded in twilight. Guken, with his arm bleeding profusely, was crouching behind a tree, silently cursing. That bastard even attacked his own people. Truly a master with guns. When it comes to a one-on-one fight with a martial artist, there's no advantage at all. He just wanted to make money and get stronger along the way, but got tricked by that kid into joining that damn guild, which led to this outcome. If I had known, I would have stayed in the arena and lived like a rich man. Suddenly, at that moment, something with an incredibly high damage output shot through the forest, causing trees to snap and fall. Xing rushed forward, swinging his blade, roaring, stop hiding. Once you're hit by my skill, you're marked. There's no way you can escape. Then, he looked toward a distant tree, grinning wickedly. At this point, Guken was still lost in his thoughts, but if he survived this time, that kid would owe him a huge favor. Just thinking about it made him feel a sense of satisfaction. He was still smiling as he thought about this, completely unaware that Xing had already charged at him. In the blink of an eye, Xing swung his blade, striking straight at the center of the tree, but strangely, there was no one there. Just as Wang Xing was still in shock, Guken, who had somehow managed to escape, had already jumped out and started running, landing some hits and tossing several grenades at him. Immediately, a thunderous explosion erupted in the forest, accompanied by his voice. Chang, if I survive this time, you must help me fulfill my dream of making money and advancing to fourth-class change. The scene shifts to another land, which seems to have been recently disturbed, with dust swirling in the air. It appears that Chung Chien-mo and his group have successfully defeated another boss. A notification appears: the giant scorpion in the heavenly marsh has been defeated. Congratulations on defeating boss number 3 and successfully passing through the swamp to the shaving junction. The body of the scorpion gradually disappears, revealing several glowing purple stones floating in the air. Huang Tian turns to Qian Mo, impressed. You've moved straight from boss 2 to boss 3 without even breaking a sweat. Xiao Ling, equally excited, says, I can't believe we passed this level so quickly. The rewards must be quite rich. The system announces, congratulations to Chung Qian Mo for completing the hidden mission to destroy the disaster base in the swamp, passing through the secret level of the shaving junction, and setting the fastest record. Following this, individual and team evaluations will occur, and you will select one of 3 rewards. After the notification disappears, Chung Qian Mo is immediately leveled up. His current rank is Vagrant class, level 39. His companions stare in astonishment, shocked by his rapid advancement of 2 levels. Ah, you're about to surpass me, one of them remarks. Chung Qian Mo smiles, you guys must have earned some experience points as well. As soon as he finishes speaking, sure enough, his companions also level up, and everyone is thrilled. Chung Qian Mo looks at the control panel in front of him. Despite the difficulty of this secret level, the journey has been well worth it. Next was the passive skill reward of the Soul Scorcher. Seeing the screen before him flashing like that, he felt like it really was a matter of pure randomness. Oh well, whatever, he would just pick one at random. Qian Mo has acquired the SSS tier skill, Frozen Assault. The casting time is 6 seconds. It releases an ice attack within a 50-meter radius around the caster, freezing all targets hit for 3 seconds. Chung Qian Mo was extremely excited. This was actually the signature skill of the Ice Scorpion. This was a super AoE skill, and it even came with crowd control to boot. Another notification appeared, this time allowing him to review all of his stats and personal information. Qian Mo was very pleased, and he even received some physical attribute points. This trip to the challenge was truly a perfect harvest. Huang Tian teased Wei Shun. This mid-tier cleansing corn is seriously OP. From now on, if old Mo wants to beat you, all he has to do is close his eyes and swing randomly, and you'd still be dead, right? Wei Shun replied, annoyed. Old man here has leveled up a lot this time, too. If you don't believe me, come over here. Cheng Qian Mo approached them. It had been several days since this trip began, it was time for them to head back home. He smirked darkly, unsure if anyone over at Lingyu City could still hold out. Outside, a large crowd was still gathered. Upon learning that the time record for Blade Highland had been broken, they were astonished. But when they found out that the new record had been set by that low-tier team from last time, their shock increased tenfold. Before long, Cheng Qian Mo's group emerged. Wei Shun stretched, yawning loudly. Just a little longer and I would have been crippled by the cold wind and rheumatism. Huang Tian scoffed and said, with our strength, even if we stayed for 3 more hours, we wouldn't have finished solving anything. Benefiting from it, and still complaining. At this moment, he looked ahead and noticed there were still many people around. They were chattering excitedly, envious, and some even seemed eager to join their group. Huang Tian curled his lips in disdain and said, a bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well. I clearly remember their condescending gazes from before. I definitely have to mock them, vent my anger. However, Chung Qian Mo told him not to bother with them. At that moment, an urgent notification appeared right in front of him. It seemed to be an emergency message sent by Ruoshi, stating that their guild was under attack by someone called Heaven's Proud Son. If anyone received this message, they should quickly return. As soon as they finished reading the message, everyone's face darkened. These bastards actually dared to take advantage of their absence to launch a sneak attack. Immediately, Chung Qian Mo took the lead and leaped high into the air. Let's go, we need to get back to the base quickly. At the guild's main gate, the aftermath of a fierce battle left the area in ruins. Ruoshi stood atop the city wall and asked Ming how about the casualties. He reported, there are quite a few brothers injured, but with Elder Qin and the World Tree here, there aren't any major issues. Then Ming Hao expressed his concern for her. You haven't rested all day. You should take a break while you can. But Ling Ruoshi stubbornly refused. Even though they had repelled 2 waves of attacks, who knew when they would begin the 3rd wave? At least before the guild leader returns, we cannot afford any negligence, she murmured, gazing into the distance. Li Minghao, upon hearing this, could only accept the situation. If the guild leader were here, we wouldn't be so passive. She calculated in her mind, they must have completed the side quest by now. Ming Hao was clearly anxious. The manager had tried to lure the 3rd-class Dark Warrior into action, yet he still hadn't returned. No one knew what was going on. Suddenly, a shout came from the soldiers on the walls above. Captain Ling, they're preparing to attack again. As expected, a large number of soldiers from Blood Kill Oath were rushing up from below the city walls, preparing to launch another attack. Li Minghao cursed in frustration, already starting the 3rd wave of attacks? Don't these people fear death? Ruoshi had already guessed that someone was stirring up the forces of Lingyu City against them, aiming to eradicate them from the roots. But no matter the reason, once they make a move, we have nothing to fear. Hurry up and prepare the defense. She glared, giving orders to Li Minghao. Once he left, Ruoshi received a report from Chung Qian Mo. She was so relieved she almost burst into tears. Finally, news. They've completed the high-level area. This is great. Meanwhile, the soldiers below were charging forward with fierce determination, attacking in a relentless wave. In the forest, Zhu Yan was listening to his subordinate report that all available fighters from the guilds and the alliance had been mobilized. He hadn't expected that a small second-tier guild would be so difficult to deal with. This worked in his favor. It was best if Wang Xiangu and the others were utterly defeated in battle. Once that happened, Zhu Yan's Yanlong Guild would have the chance to become the leader of the Heaven's Proud Sun faction and seize Eternal Peak, capturing their forging techniques and upgrading them to become the largest guild in Lingyu City. So, the kid Zhang Chang's death was not in vain. One of the subordinates immediately chimed in. The tactic of using a tiger to devour a wolf was truly brilliant. The sky in the forest had now turned a brilliant red from the setting sun. Xiangu was still fiercely determined, intent on chasing down and tracking Gukan to the end. He followed the thin red trail left by his blade when it struck Gukan's body. Xiangu grew more excited. What's the point of running like this? You've lost a powerful 3rd-class warrior. How long do you think your second-tier guild can hold up? Surrender now, and I might spare your life. Besides, with my tracking skills, there's no way you can escape. Finishing his words, he immediately sprang into motion. As he passed a tree, Wang Xiangu's eyes quickly caught sight of a bomb flying straight toward his temple. Sure enough, there was another massive explosion in the forest right after that. Gukan stood leaning against a nearby tree. Let's have a real go, shall we? I bet you can't kill me today. But it seemed the bomb hadn't harmed Xiangu at all. He immediately stood up, waving away the smoke surrounding him. Not going to keep running? Gukan asked. Instead of answering, Xiangu fired 2 shots in quick succession. The loser has to eat shit. You up for the bet? Xiangu nimbly dodged the bullets. Are you planning to drag this out with these lame tricks? After saying that, Xiangu suddenly changed direction and charged straight at Gukan. I'm game for the bet you just proposed. His blade was already swung directly at Gukan's face. The blade was now only an arm's length away from his neck, but just at that moment, before it could even touch Gukan, Xiangu was inexplicably knocked away. He quickly planted his sword into the ground to avoid falling, but his eyes were still fixed ahead, not understanding what had just happened. Cheng Qianmo stood in front of Gukan, asking him, "Are you all right?" Gukan, relieved that he had arrived, replied, "I deliberately led him here, betting that I would meet you, and it looks like I won the bet." Then, he slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. This time, someone's going to eat dirt. Xiangu raised his trembling hand, asking who the person in front of him was. Qianmo replied seriously, "Madam, I am the president of the Eternal Peak Guild, Chung Qianmo." As soon as Wang Xiangu heard this, his attitude shifted immediately. So you're the president of a second-tier guild? Well, lucky for me, I'll take you all down here. He answered nonchalantly, then hurry up, I'm very busy. Xiangu then charged forward, swinging his blade and cursing at Qian Mo, how arrogant. Gu Kan, witnessing this, panicked and shouted a warning to Qian Mo, be careful. This is the three cuts technique of dark martial artists, regular defenses won't work against it. But just as Xinge's blade came down, Qian Mo raised the umbrella in his hand to block it. Xiangu, now putting all his strength into the strike, wondered if the umbrella was spinning. He had seen it used to block his attack just moments ago. Meanwhile, Qian Mo remained calm and composed, continuing to speak to the old man. This is not an ordinary defensive equipment, and I also quite understand the skills of the dark martial artist. Xiangu immediately pulled back, distancing himself from the area. It's not over yet. Just a second later, Qian Mo appeared behind him. It's time to end this. He then used a soul snatch move, delivering a kick straight to Xinge's back. The force of the kick pierced through his heart, causing him to roll his eyes back in agony. Qian Mo arrogantly held his umbrella, turned, and walked away. If it were before, I could have played with you a little longer, but today I'm really busy. Gu Kan, witnessing Qian Mo's battle just now, was left wide-eyed in astonishment. You're really too monstrous now. After all, it's just a third-class change, yet you could defeat him so quickly. Qian Mo explained that the one just now was a dark martial artist with a third transfer, whose movements had many openings. Is he the one who infiltrated the guild? Gu Kan confirmed. But what about the others who are attacking the stronghold? At this point, Gu Kan suddenly remembered the people who had followed Qian Mo earlier and anxiously asked. You answered so calmly. I heard the guild was infiltrated, so I immediately rushed over here. They couldn't keep up with me, so they were left behind. If you're injured, stay here. Wait for Huang Tian and the others to come to support you. As for me, I'll go ahead and return to help the guild. While speaking, Qian Mo turned and began walking away. After finishing his sentence, Qian Mo quickly leapt off, without even bothering to look back. Gu Kan, left behind, could only sigh, this guy is really too monstrous. At this moment, at the Eternal Peak Guild, one of Heaven's proud son's subordinates was stabbed right through the chest. After that, Ruishi fought fiercely, chopping down the people rushing at them like a storm. Despite fighting so aggressively, both of them were still in a situation where they were surrounded. Li Minghao, worried, said, it's hard to hold the main gate any longer. Ruishi reassured him, hang in there a little longer, the president will be back soon. Just then, both of them suddenly heard a deafening explosion. Turning around in panic, they saw a large hole had been blasted in their city gate. It turned out that the Blood Kill group had used guns to shoot directly at the gate to break in. The man carrying the gun laughed loudly, the main gate is breached, quickly charge in. Seeing this, Ruishi hurriedly turned around and told Li Minghao, you stay here to watch over things, I'll go down to stop them. Li Minghao stopped her, that's too dangerous. Ling Ruishi gritted her teeth and glared at him, replying, no matter what, I can't just stand by and watch them break in and take over the guild. At that moment, the Blood Oath Kill group suddenly froze, their mouths agape as they looked in one direction. It seemed someone was coming from behind. Before they could react, someone had already knocked them all flying in a single strike. Qian Mo appeared out of nowhere, knocking them all in every direction before they had a chance to fight back. The guild members saw him and were overjoyed, shouting, the president is back, we're saved. Up above, Li Minghao and Ruishi also saw Qian Mo. They were thrilled and prepared to rush down to help him. Qian Mo appeared like a god, his voice cold and commanding, anyone who doesn't want to die, leave immediately. But those men were not afraid in the least. They saw that he was alone, so they looked down on him and immediately rushed in together. Qian Mo sighed, showing his helplessness. The opportunity had already been given to them. Immediately after, he raised his sword, his eyes flashing with killing intent. In the next moment, Shen Mo swung his sword through the air, sending a wave of ice directly toward the enemies charging at him. As soon as the ice touched them, they were all frozen in place. What stood before Chang Qianmo now were nothing but unmoving ice statues. When Li Minghao and Ruoshi jumped down, they realized that it seemed like he didn't even need their help anymore. Chang Qianmo then turned to her and asked about everyone's situation. However, when he saw that Ling Ruoshi didn't respond and had her head lowered, he became worried and asked if she was injured. Without warning, she threw herself into his arms, sobbing. "It's so good that you're back." Chang Qianmo gently patted Ruoshi's head to comfort her. "It's okay now, it's okay." He then lifted his head, his expression cold and his voice deep. "Don't worry, something like this will never happen again." At this moment, Li Minghao spoke up, asking Chang Qianmo how they should deal with these people. Calmly, he replied, "Anyone who dares to lay a hand on us must pay the price. Leave a few alive for my father to question, and kill the rest." The coldness on Qian Mo's face was enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. The scene shifted to Zhu Yan's side, where his subordinates were asking if they needed to go assist. To their surprise, Zhu Yan simply dismissed them. "Assist? Isn't this exactly what we planned for?" It seems that Wang Xiangu must have been killed by him and Gu Kan working together. The other guilds suffered heavy losses, only Yan Long and his group managed to retain their strength. Blood Kill Oath has already become a tool in his hands. In this great battle, they won, and I also took the opportunity to control a type of Heaven's proud son, with each side achieving their own goals. Zhu Yan turned around and walked away, a twisted smile on his face. Moreover, he only defeated Wang Xiangu and his son. My strength is not necessarily inferior to his, so what's there to fear? Back at the guard station of the Eternal Peak Guild, the enemies from Blood Kill Oath, who had once been full of momentum, were now shivering, crying for mercy. They blamed everything on Zhu Yan's instigation. Cheng Qianmo asked about that person, and the man quickly responded, "He is the president of the Yanlong Guild. You've offended him and made him jealous of your guild's acquisition techniques, so that's why this division happened." Cheng Qianmo turned to Huang Tian and asked, "When did we offend Zhu Yan?" He guessed it was related to the troublemakers from the past few days during the selection exam. These vile people, even if you don't offend them, they'll still find a reason to stir up trouble. Something as big as this happened and I wasn't present, this absolutely cannot be let go. Huang Tian gritted his teeth in anger, and Cheng Qianmo furrowed his brows tightly. Once they've made a move against us, they will surely face the consequences. He turned to Qin Yong for his opinion. He, in turn, analyzed, the Heaven's Proud Son type guild is the largest in Lingyu City, directly connected to the city council. If we really take action, it could send shockwaves through the entire council. This time, even though we're in the right, the sect leader Wang Xiangu is already dead, Cheng Qianmo said in a low voice. Are you implying that Elder Qin is advising me to give up? But that old man is also very confused, denying everything. It's just that the relationships involved are too complicated. I haven't figured out the best way to handle this yet, Qianmo frowned tightly. If Mr. Gu weren't here this time, once the glassy boundary is withdrawn, there would be no way to salvage this situation. Furthermore, Mr. Gu almost lost his life because of this. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Kan interjected, "President, don't make it sound like I'm in such a bad situation." "I'm not dead, am I?" Huang Tian eagerly asked, "Mr. Gu, have you recovered that quickly?" Hearing this, Gu Kan arrogantly replied, "With the World Tree, even if you step into the gate of death, you can still be pulled back. Let alone this little injury." Then, Gu Kan turned to Cheng Qianmo, signaling him to let it go, but he remained resolute, unwilling to back down. "If you touch me, I will make you pay 100 times over." Huang Tian also agreed, still trying to intervene. The Heaven's Proud Son is connected to the large guilds. The council will certainly not stand idly by. Even though you're excellent in combat, in the real world, what matters most is power and human connections. Upon hearing Gu Kan's words, Cheng Qianmo turned around and muttered to the enemy soldiers, causing them to blanch in fear. Power and human connections, huh? But in the end, you're still very determined. No matter what, I must eliminate the leader and root out the future threat. That is my only limit. Everyone heard this and no one spoke out to oppose it anymore. Then we will follow the president's instructions. A few days later, Cheng Qianmo's guild had moved close to the guild of those people. Not only did they loot, but they also destroyed the signboard of that guild. From that incident, in a tea house, several martial artists were discussing the matter loudly. In the past few days, they had attacked the guilds under the Heaven's Proud Sun faction everywhere, destroying several of their strongholds. The story was being talked about with great excitement. In the tea house, people were also discussing these arrogant actions. They were certain that the city council would make that guild submit, when someone walked into the tea house. Huang Tian was angry and wanted to teach those people a lesson, but Gu Kan stopped him. We're here to mediate, not to cause trouble. Huang Tian was still frustrated about the fight everywhere without being able to find Zhu Yan. It was clear that the council was protecting him. He explained that his purpose was to stir things up and take advantage of the council stepping in to mediate. Now it seemed that he had already achieved his goal. Huang Tian turned to Cheng Qianmo and asked, "What's the plan for later?" Cheng Qianmo calmly replied, "Don't act rashly. We're here to mediate, so we must follow the council's rules." Huang Tian was a bit surprised when he heard Qianmo say that. It wasn't like him at all. Old M.O. But Gu Kan felt uneasy about Cheng Qianmo's calm demeanor. If he really followed the council and stopped here, it would be fine, but this unusual behavior might be preparing for something much bigger. The guild's building stood imposing and grand, towering in the clear sky. Outside, there was a group of people preparing to enter the building. Zhu Yan stepped forward to greet them and said, "President Chang, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. This time, we can resolve the misunderstanding." However, Cheng Qianmo had no idea who the person in front of him was. Smiling, he introduced himself, "I am Zhu Yan, president of the Longyan Guild, and currently the leader of the Heaven's Proud Sun faction." Upon hearing the name, Cheng Qianmo's expression immediately darkened. "So, you are Zhu Yan?" At the conference room of the Lingcheng Moon Council, Dao Yuan, the president of the Lingyu Council, scolded Wang Xiangu for being reckless when provoking a monster like Cheng Qianmo, without even bothering to investigate. Another member of the council argued that Qianmo, daring to kill Wang Gu, and even wanting to wipe out Heaven's Proud Sun, was clearly disrespecting the council. Lu Xian immediately retorted, "It's clear that Heaven's Proud Sun was jealous of their technology and wanted to take control, but when they failed, they were killed." The other person snorted coldly, "Your auction house has dealings with Eternal Peak, so of course, you would cover for him." She didn't back down. "Didn't you also have dealings with Heaven's Proud Sun?" At this point, Dao Yuan instructed everyone to stop arguing and then asked where Zhu Yan was. Upon hearing that he had gone outside to meet the people from Eternal Peak, the old man was taken aback. Upon realizing this was Zhu Yan, Huang Tian, Qianmo asked, "Should we just act immediately?" Gu Kan replied, "Wouldn't that be disrespecting the council?" He continued to argue, and now, even if they intervened, it would be too late to stop him. But strangely, he didn't pay much attention to Zhu Yan. He simply lowered his head and walked past, saying, "We're here now. If there's anything, we can discuss it inside." At this point, Dao Yuan, accompanied by several people from the council, walked out. As they went, he scolded them, "Zhu Yan wants to leave, and none of you stopped him. If they start fighting here, our council will truly lose all face." After walking a bit further, Dao Yuan saw Cheng Qianmo and greeted him. Cheng Qianmo, who had heard of him for a long time, seemed indifferent and replied with a question, "Who are you?" Immediately, Qin Yongyang stepped forward to introduce, "This is Dao Yuan, head of the Lingyu City branch of the Professional Association, and also the acting chairman of the Lingyu City Council." Upon hearing this, Cheng Qianmo urged them to come inside to talk. Dao Yuan looked at his retreating figure, his expression hard to read, and said, "I didn't come here to welcome you. I came because I feared you might end up fighting." Zhu Yan, frustrated because things weren't going as he had imagined, had thought that they wouldn't be able to control themselves and would start fighting. "Isn't that offending the council?" Who would have thought this guy was so hasty before, and now he's so calm? Once inside, Chung Chien-mo sat comfortably in his chair, looking at the others across from him, and said, "Please, take a seat." "Why are you all standing?" Dao Yuan reluctantly spoke first, saying that the heaven's proud son wasn't right, but Wang Xiangu had already been killed. Zhou, the leader, also had the intention to reconcile. Zhu Yan immediately covered his face and said, "The leader, Wang, was indeed foolish, but he has already paid the price for his actions." He stood up straight and boldly declared that all past grievances would be forgiven. The heaven's proud son type could still cooperate with Eternal Peak to win together. After all, the heaven's proud son type already belonged to Zhu Yan, so this arrangement would be beneficial for both parties. Upon hearing this, Chung Chien-mo immediately praised, "I have come here today to do business with all of you in the council." Dao Yuan, hearing this, was extremely surprised and asked, "Oh, business? What kind of business are we talking about?" Cheng Qianmo confidently continued, "I will no longer pursue the losses, but you need to send a team to work for me. Each official must also have a secondary profession, and their rank must be at least intermediate or higher, with a contract duration of no less than 1 year." Upon hearing this, the elder panicked and asked, "So, Mr. Chang means these people will join your Eternal Peak?" Cheng Qianmo waved it off, "They don't need to join, they just need to help us with the work." At that moment, someone stood up in dissatisfaction and said, "So, does President Chang mean that if we stop the war, the council will also have to compensate you?" Qianmo calmly replied, "We will offer higher wages than the market, and will also teach my alchemy techniques to the guild's blacksmiths in return for your support." Everyone present was stunned by Chung Qianmo's words, thinking he was joking. But Qianmo continued, "Every month, I will distribute 20% of the high-end products at cost price for you agents to sell, and I guarantee that Eternal Peak will never sell these products again. Our business scope can be expanded into larger regions." Everyone in the room, after hearing this, was immediately filled with joy and excitement, agreeing without hesitation. Chung Qianmo smirked and said, "Ren casting and pill refining still depend on the translation of the world tree. Even if I teach them the techniques to create a complete product, it still relies on their guild. Sharing the profits to develop is the path I have set for Eternal Peak." Zhu Yan's face turned pale, gritting his teeth and gasping for breath. "If we let him do this, won't Lingyu City become his subordinate? Doesn't that mean the heaven's proud son that I've fought so hard to establish will be for nothing?" Qianmo stood up, raised his hand high, and declared, "The Eternal Alliance is officially established. From now on, all of you must align your stance with mine. If I go to war with other guilds in the future, you must sever all relations with them and not sell any products to them." He could no longer hold back his anger and shouted, "Your actions are clearly targeting our heaven's proud son, aren't they?" Before Chung Qianmo could respond, Dao Yuan and several others spoke up in his place, attacking Zhu Yan verbally. Zhu Yan completely exploded, yelling loudly, "Shut up! You all just follow whatever direction you're told." At this, everyone else became terrified. This is a third-class change. When did he step into third-class change? On the opposite side, Gu Kan, Huang Tian, and Ruoshi sneered, clearly enjoying the drama. Zhu Yan pointed directly at Qianmo's face, shouting, "I've been patient with you step by step, do you think I'm afraid of you? I just want to live in peace, but you won't let me." Qianmo immediately retorted, "I never wanted to bring up past matters. He's the one who initiated the provocation." Upon finishing his words, he completely lost his mind and charged towards Chung Qianmo. In the Apocalypse continent, the strong rule. Whoever has the bigger fist has the right to speak. Today, I will show you the true power of Zhu Yan. I am absolutely not inferior to Wang Xiangu. Qianmo slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and said clearly, "I really like your attitude. Although I'm only a second-class change, if you insist on fighting me, I can only do my best to welcome it." A moment later, everyone present in the conference room moved outside. Dao Yuan anxiously urged Huang Tian to try to persuade Chung Qianmo, but he just smiled and reassured the elder, "Our president will be fine." Zhu Yan sneered arrogantly, "You're so foolish, you actually made the people in the council turn their backs on you. If you're so smart, then why agree to a one-on-one fight with me? Xianmo seemed to be listening to a joke. Are you sure you'll win? He raised his hand, conjuring a ball of flame. The level limit cannot be surpassed. Didn't your teachers teach you that at school? Xianmo replied, as for the level limit, they really didn't teach us that at my school. I only told them that there is only one standard for measuring power. While Chung Xianmo was answering with his head lowered, Zhu Yan's fireball shot towards him. That's the skill. Finishing his words, Xianmo immediately swung his sword and slashed directly at the fireball. Zhu Yan immediately conjured countless more fireballs. Well then, let's see just how good you can pretend to be. Countless fireballs flew towards him, but Chung Xianmo quickly used his sword to cut them all down. He gently placed his foot on the ground, without the fire touching him. Dao Yuan outside immediately recognized the third-class fire technique. Although its attacking power wasn't strong, once the battle lines were extended, they could change the terrain. If President Chang doesn't have a way to break the situation, it will be dangerous. At this moment, Zhu Yan had created a wall of fire right in front of him. He called it the Demon Flame skill, which would deal real damage. If there's no way to counter this, then just bury yourself in this sea of fire. However, from within the wall of fire, a flash of light shot out. Cheng Xianmo, who had no one knew when, swiftly leaped through the firewall and stabbed his sword straight into Zhu Yan's chest. He was wounded by the strike but still in shock. He smiled brightly and replied, "Sorry, this is my ultimate equipment. Water and fire can't coexist, and besides, your speed is too slow." Zhu Yan grasped the sword that was stabbed into his chest. "You think you can kill me like this? I still have the elemental transformation skill." But then, he quickly realized something. Why isn't my elemental transformation skill working? Cheng Xianmo pulled the sword out. My weapon is also an ultimate item with a passive skill that causes continuous 100% damage. Even if you turn into a turtle, it won't help. Zhu Yan fell to the ground, his face filled with confusion. How do you have so many ultimate items? Didn't you say it was all based on skills? He spat blood, unwilling to accept as he questioned. Then, Xianmo, like a god of death, holding his scythe, slowly approached Zhu Yan, causing him to fearfully retreat. You can't kill me. I am the leader of the heaven's proud son. If you kill me, the council will never allow it. Before Zhu Yan could finish speaking, he looked up and saw the cold, spectator-like gaze of everyone present. Chung Xianmo raised his sword high. You want to bind me with benefits? Then I will show you who can offer a greater benefit. Trying to suppress me with power? Let's see who has the greater strength. Comparing fists? What a pity, your fist isn't as big as mine. Be a good person in your next life. His eyes glowed red, like a true demon. After killing Zhu Yan, Chung Xianmo turned to those present. Look clearly, I came here today to reconcile and achieve victory together. It was he who refused to stop, and I had no choice but to take action, and they immediately sided with him. Guken watched the scene, quietly laughing. Our leader not only has the strength to back him up, but he also handles things without leaving any loopholes. Following him, looks like I, Mr. Gu, have followed the right person. Then everyone gathered around Chung Xianmo to discuss cooperation with Eternal Peak. Inside the Eternal Peak Guild, everyone was busy moving goods. Dao Yuan sighed. I didn't expect the guild to produce so many weapons and potions. He replied, this is just the beginning. When all the manpower from the parliament is gathered, their production capacity will increase even more. The old man continued, right now, the high-level materials produced are already saturated. If we want to increase output, we need to find a way to export to the surrounding cities. Chung Xianmo, of course, understood Dao Yuan's point. Then we need to carefully consider the issue of transportation and logistics. The two of them continued walking while discussing cooperation and the transportation of goods. He bowed his hands in farewell. With these words from President Chang, I can rest easy now. Truly, I did not misjudge the person. Partnering with the headmaster is the best choice. After Dao Yuan left, Guken frowned and muttered. That old fox, always trying to take advantage of everything. He then turned to Chengqian Mo, worried, and asked. You really have a solution for transportation, right? If so, then in the future, the entire Lingyu city will be under our control. But Chengqian Mo said something completely unrelated. It seems there's some sign of it. He then told everyone to first go ahead and complete the guild's upgrade. A moment later, the three of them Chengqian Mo, Gukan, and Huang Tian arrived in front of a large stone with the words Eternal Palace Peak carved into it. At this moment, a notification appeared saying, the conditions for the upgrade have been met. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Without hesitation, Chengqian Mo immediately pressed the upgrade option. The next moment, a greenish light radiated from the top of the large stone. Seeing this light, everyone in the guild was filled with joy. The guild has been upgraded again. In just 3 short months, our guild has already become a 3rd-tier guild. Another notification appeared in front of Chengqian Mo, and he read out the information aloud. After the guild reaches level 3, the production facilities can finally be upgraded. The facilities are sufficient to meet the manpower requirements. Not only that, but they also receive 2 more types of constructions. One is the stone-throwing machine, the trap rooms, and the quick-fire crossbow. Chengqian Mo smiled and said, finally, we have some defensive structures. This is a very important link. With this, we no longer need to worry about something like the blood kill oath happening again. As soon as he finished speaking, the guild immediately received a crossbow cart. The guards there were extremely delighted. Now, who would dare to cause trouble with us? It would be a miracle if they don't get completely crushed. Then another announcement appeared, reporting the current status of the guild. Chengqian Mo was pleased when he saw it. At this rate, reaching level 4 isn't far off. Suddenly, they all heard a loud noise and turned around to look. The guild's guards looked up at the sky and saw dragons flying through the clouds above. The dragons were faintly visible in the blue clouds. Huang Tian looked up in amazement and asked, Lingyu City isn't a mid-level map zone. How come there are dragons here? Guken shared his thoughts with him. It seems like a type that normally inhabits dark forests. After the guild expanded, we may have encroached on its territory, which is probably why it's causing such a disturbance. Chengqian Mo looked up at the dragons in the sky and secretly smiled. The second benefit of the dark forest has arrived. Over at Ruoshi's side, they also received the report and immediately rushed over to inquire. What happened? Is someone causing trouble again? Huang Tian was also helpless. This time it's not a human, but a dragon. The dragon clan might be about to attack our stronghold. Everyone was startled when they heard him, but Guken quickly reassured everyone. If it's a young dragon, I can still deal with it, but if it's an adult dragon, or even a mature one, we might be in trouble today. Hearing this, everyone was discouraged and spoke up. Chengqian Mo stepped forward without fear and told everyone to go take a look first and then decide what to do. The dragons were still circling in the air, unwilling to land. Guken observed them carefully for a moment and concluded, these are jade young dragons. This type of dragon is not particularly aggressive, but it doesn't have a good impression of humans either. By now, Huang Tian had also arrived, and there were about 7 of them. This wouldn't be easy to handle. Normally, dragons are classified into 4 ranks, low tier, mid tier, high tier, and super tier. The weakest are low tier dragons, and the strongest are super tier dragons. The jade young dragon belongs to the super tier category among dragons. Although they are still young, their strength is comparable to that of a level 40 awakened human. Then Chengqian Mo fell silent for a moment before speaking seriously, you all stay here and guard. I'll go take a look. However, Huang Tian quickly stopped him, saying, don't be rash, it's a dragon. Before he could stop him, Qian Mo had already jumped straight down. As Chengqian Mo rushed forward, he thought to himself, during the Dark Forest Wars between guilds in the Yuan era, these jade young dragons had appeared before and caused huge casualties immediately. Thinking back now, they didn't eradicate them completely back then, so their purpose might have been. The dragons, upon seeing him, immediately charged forward with ferocity, but Chung Chien-mo quickly raised his hand to block them. In an instant, with a single move, he forced the dragons to retreat. Afterward, Chien-mo took out a large jar of deathly life source fluid, looked at one of the dragons, and asked, "You want this, don't you?" Seeing the item they were after, the dragons immediately nodded. Chung Chien-mo instructed them to come over and try it. He thought to himself that his guess was correct, they came because of the life source fluid. Meanwhile, in the forest, everyone was hurrying towards Chung Chien-mo's location. Huang Tian, Wei Xin, and Gu Kun quickly rushed forward, full of concern. "This is bad. I saw all 7 dragons charging towards him. Old Mo is definitely done for. The president is too fast, we can't even catch up with him." He then dashed ahead, shouting, "Old Mo, hang in there, we're on our way." At that moment, Chung Chien-mo was telling the dragons to step forward and consume the life source fluid. "Don't rush, I have plenty more. You've just had yours, let your companions come and try instead." When the group arrived and saw the scene, they were stunned. Chung Chien-mo explained that the dragons meant no harm, they had always consumed the deathly life source fluid here as food, and it just so happened that he had claimed the spot. "It seems our life source fluid suits their taste better. Who knows, these young dragons might even become our allies." Huang Tian was left speechless in disbelief. "Allies? You mean our guild will have dragons?" Hearing this, everyone in the guild couldn't help but exclaim, "The president is really taking risks." Chung Chien-mo pointed to the jar, which was now completely empty of the death nectar. "It's gone, eaten all of it." Then he asked in his usual tone, "Do you guys still want to eat this stuff in the future?" As soon as he finished speaking, the dragons all nodded in unison. Chung Chien-mo then smiled and continued, "Well, you guys can stay here. Every 3 days, I'll give you a little bit." The young dragon blinked, thought for a moment, and then reached out to touch Chung Chien-mo's hand. This was its way of agreeing. At that moment, a notification appeared, "Congratulations, you have successfully made an agreement with the 7 Jade Young Dragons. They have agreed to stay in Yongheng City. However, you need to provide at least 4 units of death nectar as a source of life essence for them every 3 days. If you fail to meet this requirement, they will leave automatically. Do you agree?" Chung Chien-mo couldn't help but smile wryly after hearing this. These Jade Young Dragons really eat a lot. Just 3 days and they'll consume 4 units of my death nectar. Does that mean I'll only have 1 unit left for crafting materials? Then, he thought to himself, "Oh well, let's just get them to stay first, we'll figure out the rest later." At that moment, a new notification appeared, "Congratulations, the guild leader of Yongheng City has temporarily reached an agreement with the Jade Dragons and outlined the benefits the guild will receive, along with the penalties for breaching the contract." After reading this, Chung Chien-mo couldn't stop himself from grinning. 1 dragon egg developing each week, doesn't that mean each person in the guild will get their own dragon? This is really a huge gain. The members of the guild were overjoyed to hear that he had successfully tamed the 7 dragons. With this, trade routes to other major cities could be established. In the future, wouldn't they all be able to transform into dragon warriors? Chung Chien-mo looked at the system information again, and indeed, risk always accompanies benefit. Perhaps it was because he had attempted to seduce the young Jade Dragon that the protection mechanism was activated, causing their clan to send a Jade Dragon in its youth stage to test his strength. Well, it didn't matter. When the army arrives, the general blocks; when the flood comes, the land holds. This could be a tremendous opportunity, one that he absolutely could not miss. Chung Chien-mo smiled contentedly. The scene shifted to a nearby cave, where the voice of a person was filled with concern. "What's going on? Why haven't my little brother and sister returned yet?" Chingde anxiously waved his tail around. Could they have been lured away and kidnapped by some bad people? Above the guild hall, several young dragons were currently playing with pigs. Gook and Huang Tian and Wei Xin both felt something was wrong with the situation. It was at this moment that Chung Chien-mo replied to them. "The main warrior will participate in the battle. This time, I plan to reward that person with a young jade dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, the others quickly turned their faces with gratitude, thanking him profusely. Seeing them full of energy like this, Chung Chien-mo could only smile awkwardly and say, "Alright, then get ready for battle." At the Eternal Peak Guild, it was now late at night. Cheng Chien-mo entered the workshop and asked Du Xie about the progress of the crossbow production. He replied that they were currently producing 100 arrows per person, and they were almost at 5,000 units. After hearing this, Chung Chien-mo remarked that the progress was quite good. At the latest, they would have to go into battle tomorrow, so he hoped they could produce a few more. "I plan to arrange for some professionals to protect you all. At that time, you won't have to worry about safety, just focus on unloading the ammunition," Chung Chien-mo said. Du Xie, hearing this, smiled happily and replied, "Don't worry." Chung Chien-mo then reminded him, "Later, tell someone to take all the explosives from the storage and stack them up in the city. Don't be stingy with the Jade Dragon resources, we can't afford to make any mistakes during this stage of youth. This battle is crucial to determine whether Eternal Peak can make it through. Even if it means exhausting all our resources, I will take down this Jade Dragon." At that moment, everyone heard a deafening roar. As they leapt into the air, Chung Chien-mo saw the silhouette of a jade dragon flying toward them from afar. "It's finally here," Chung Chien-mo said. "This is the young jade dragon with 500,000 health points. It's the one you all enticed my younger brother and sister into." The others below quickly ran forward, preparing for battle, both shocked by the dragon's strength and amazed that it could speak. However, Chung Chien-mo remained calm and continued speaking with Qingde, using the word entice as a bit harsh. "They all voluntarily joined our guild." She roared angrily, "We are from the High Dragon clan. How could we voluntarily join a weak territory like yours? Those poor children must have been deceived by your sweet words." Cheng Chien-mo continued trying to convince her, "If you don't believe me, you can come with me to their headquarters and see for yourself." But before she finished speaking, a bullet suddenly shot straight into Qingda's face. Chung Chien-mo immediately bent down and asked, "What is that subordinate of yours doing?" He was terrified, trembling as he spoke, claiming it was because of the immense stress he was under. At that moment, she was absolutely furious, her mouth wide open, forming a large sphere. Immediately afterward, Qingde spat it directly into the guild's guard station. Seeing this, Chung Chien-mo quickly moved, grabbing the two soldiers, jumping down, and shouting, "It seems negotiations are no longer possible. Then, everyone, prepare for battle." At this point, Guken already had his gun in hand, aiming at her, ready to shoot. "Mr. Gu, let me test the strength of this young Dragon Clan member first." Without hesitation, he fired a series of shots directly at Qingde. The soldiers below were stunned, constantly praising Gu Kan for his actions. But before they could celebrate, the very spot where he had been standing was struck by her attack. Qingde was unharmed and roared, "Is all you know how to do sneak attacks?" Seeing Gu Kan gravely injured, Chung Chien-mo quickly rushed over and asked, "Are you all right?" Yet, he remained sprawled on the ground, coughing violently. "I'm fine, just make sure you leave a dragon for me." Seeing this, Chien-mo looked down below, shouted to Ling, "Gather all the fighters, deploy defenses, everyone, deploy defenses." Then he reminded them, "Everyone, deploy the strongest defense, protect the teammates next to you." No sooner had he spoken, she inhaled and blasted fire at them. Afterward, Qingde clamped her mouth shut, staring intently ahead. Seizing the moment, Chung Chien-mo immediately ordered everyone to take the opportunity and launch their attacks. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers below followed his command, firing rapidly toward her. Cheng Chien-mo then aimed the thunderbolt directly at Qingde. Heavenly thunder flash. She was struck by Chung Chien-mo's lightning, causing her body to convulse violently. After that, Qingde fell straight to the ground, creating a significant shockwave. Gu Kan, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of fear. Magic skills can have such high damage as well. You are truly extraordinary now. Maybe I should treat him more politely from now on. When he reaches a higher level, I might not even dare to raise my voice in front of him. Qingde was now lying motionless on the ground, her body still surrounded by lightning. Cheng Qianmo, seeing this, said to everyone, "This amount of damage is still not enough to harm a monster with 4th class change strength. All combat professions, launch your attacks, all ranged units focus all their power on attacking. You may use your ultimate skills now." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone charged into battle at once. Huang Tian quickly swung his sword and struck one of her wings. The others were equally eager and relentlessly attacked Qingde. Ruoshi was no exception, continuously battling and attacking her. After a while, unable to withstand any longer, Qingde was knocked down to the ground. The others weren't much better off either, struggling for a long time before finally defeating her. But just a second later, she spat fire back at him. "I don't need to converse with a human like you." Cheng Qianmo's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he glared fiercely at Qingde. "It seems you truly want to die." With that, he drew out his weapon and raised it, preparing to swing down and decapitate her. At that moment, from afar, the baby dragons simultaneously flew towards them, catching Cheng Qianmo's attention. They landed and sat beside Qingde, looking at him with pleading eyes. Qianmo was quite surprised by this and asked, "Do you want me to spare it?" But before she could say anything, she suddenly screamed loudly again, "No need to beg him." Suddenly, Qingde's tone changed. "Wait a minute, did you all just call him the guild leader? Weren't you guys imprisoned by them?" Cheng Qianmo stepped forward, stroking the chin of a baby dragon, and said, "So it turns out she's your sister. Don't worry, I was just threatening her a little, I won't make things hard for your sister." A while later, everyone in the guild was tidying up the area. Qingde had transformed back into human form and was talking to Cheng Qianmo. "This isn't my fault. It's because you didn't explain things clearly. You humans are always so cunning." Hearing this, he was utterly helpless. "I didn't explain clearly? I told you from the start that we should negotiate first." But she arrogantly retorted, "I don't care. Anyway, you guys were the ones who acted first." Huang Tian, standing outside, was stunned by the scene. "I can't believe it. The gigantic dragon that just fought so fiercely with us is actually such a cute girl." Guken responded to him, "Dragons are highly intelligent creatures. Once they reach a certain level, they have the ability to transform." But the girl dragon's form seemed to only make Ruoshi a bit unhappy, so Wei Shen teasingly poked fun at her. Cheng Qianmo frowned and said to Qingde, "Anyway, we are kind-hearted people who took in your younger siblings. But instead of being grateful, you caused trouble and made a scene, injuring people. How do you plan to resolve this?" As soon as this matter was brought up, she immediately found herself at a disadvantage and stammered, "So, what do you want?" It seemed Cheng Qianmo had been waiting for this very sentence from Qingde. He smirked and said, "If you admit that you caused the harm, then work for me." Upon hearing Cheng Qianmo's condition, Qingde immediately frowned, "Work for humans? No way." Cheng Qianmo continued, "Taking care of these younger siblings of yours must have been quite difficult, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't have risked entering human territory to look for food. If you join our guild, I can guarantee unlimited supplies of both food and life force." Seeing that she was wavering, Cheng Qianmo calmly added, "I am your prisoner now, so why would I lie to you?" Hearing this, Wei Shen outside could not help but cry out, "This guild leader, what right does he have to let others eat and drink comfortably, while I have to work to pay off debts like this?" Xiao Ling, standing nearby, sighed in sympathy and said, "Who isn't in the same situation?" In the end, Qingde was convinced by the promise of food and reluctantly agreed to Cheng Qianmo's request. "Fine, I'll agree because of the food." At that moment, a notification appeared saying, "Congratulations, you have successfully tamed a young little jade dragon. This is an SS grade pet, an exceptional beast. When used as a flying mount, it can increase movement speed by 500%. When used as a combat unit, it can assist in battle to help its master." At this moment, Cheng Qianmo suddenly remembered something. She probably still didn't have a name, right? Looking at her, her entire body was green. "Then from now on, we'll call you Qingde." she immediately accepted. With that, Cheng De happily walked off. Alright, then hurry up and show me the whole place. At this point, Guken walked up to Cheng Qianmo and spoke, Kid, you're impressive. You even dared to accept a female dragon. In my whole life, Mr. Gu has never admired anyone other than you. He then asked with concern about the old man's health. Guken confidently patted his chest and said, It's nothing, just some minor injuries. A few days of rest and I'll be fine. As soon as he finished speaking, he coughed violently and reminded Cheng Qianmo to keep his promise and give him a dragon. Cheng Qianmo wiped the sweat from his brow. Don't push yourself anymore, just rest well. I'll go back with old Qin and make some recovery potions to help heal your wounds. After seeing that Guken had been helped away, Cheng Qianmo thought to himself, It looks like I need to seize the time to brew some good potions. If not, once today's news spreads, there might be some people who can't hold themselves back. Now, it's time to study advanced herbs. He smiled and clenched his fist. The next morning, at the gate of a house deep in the forest, Cheng Qianmo asked Qin Yongyang, What do you think of the improvement formulas I provided? He held several pieces of paper in his hands and stammered, asking him again. Is this really what you improved all night? Truly remarkable, I am genuinely impressed. Hearing Qin Yongyang say this, Cheng Qianmo was very pleased. If old Qin didn't see any issues with it, then let's prepare the ingredients, and we can make the medicine in time. Upon hearing this, the old man was quite surprised. Seeing Qin Yongyang's reaction, Cheng Qianmo felt a little awkward. Yongyang quickly explained that this was a high-level herbal formula, and a mid-level pharmacist like Qianmo wouldn't be able to refine it. But after listening to this, Cheng Qianmo was very indifferent. It was just an advanced pharmacist certificate. At most, I could get it in 2 days. Before Qin Yongyang could say anything else, Cheng Qianmo looked up at the sky and shouted loudly, Cheng De. The next second, a young jade dragon immediately soared down. Cheng Qianmo turned to the old man and said the final words, Old Qin, you can prepare things on your side, and wait for me to come back. With that, he mounted the dragon and flew off, leaving Qin Yongyang still standing there, completely stunned. 2 days to go from a mid-level herb to a top-tier one? Was he too monstrous, or was he just too far behind? The scene shifted to a vast and luxurious alchemy guild. Here, everyone was astonished when they saw Cheng Qianmo riding a dragon down. Oh my god, where did this rich person riding a dragon come from? Some thought he was a second-generation rich kid, but soon, someone recognized Qianmo as the president of Eternal Peak. As soon as Cheng Qianmo stepped in, a man quickly rushed out to greet him. Old Chang, your esteemed presence has lit up Cold Dwelling. I wonder if there's anything I can assist you with. Cheng Qianmo gently brushed past him, saying, Prepare the best medicinal room for me. I want to hone my skills. Oh, and while you're at it, get me the book on advanced herbal medicine skills. The man quickly responded, Do you need any other supplementary materials, sir? The manager offered to charge him 1,000 gold for the room, but Cheng Qianmo barely paid attention. He took a pouch of money from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. Here's 2,500 gold. Let's keep everything above board. Make sure you prepare everything I've asked for. Those around them couldn't help but gossip about what Qianmo was planning to do. Not long after, in the grand and luxurious building of the council, the man who had greeted Qianmo yesterday was now standing before Dao Yuan, reporting everything. Cheng Qianmo wants to challenge the advanced herbalist certification. Dao Yuan was taken aback. He's already a high-level craftsman, and now he wants to become an advanced herbalist? I heard before that he even considered merging the Blacksmith's Guild and the Life Guild, and it seems that's true. If he becomes a master herbalist, uniting the two guilds will just be a matter of time. With his connections, especially with Jiangwen Liang, our Life Guild will likely be overshadowed. Seeing that Dao Yuan was troubled, his subordinate suggested, So, what should we do? Should I sabotage his supplementary materials? But immediately, Dao Yuan shouted angrily at him. How dare you lay your hands on him? Didn't you see what happened to Zhu Yan? The subordinate, seeing how furious the elder was, trembled and stammered, "What should we do now?" Dao Yuan frowned, thinking for a moment, then said, "If he really becomes a senior herbalist today, we will double the number of specialists we've already sent in various fields. Their salaries will be paid by our Lingyu Life Professional Association, and we will also send additional materials as gifts." Upon hearing this, the subordinate could only widen his eyes in astonishment. "President Deng, isn't this investment too large? We will be at a loss." But Dao Yuan immediately countered, "As for this heaven's proud son, he will soon change the face of our nation H. If we don't invest now, do you expect us to hand him over to the Blacksmiths Association?" Hearing this, the subordinate agreed to follow the elder's orders. "Understood, I will immediately tell my subordinates to make the arrangements." 2 days later, the subordinate hurriedly ran in to report to Dao Yuan. Seeing this, the elder asked, "Any news from below?" The subordinate, trembling, replied, "In less than 2 days, Cheng Qianmo has already advanced his herbalism to the senior level." Upon hearing this, Dao Yuan immediately gave the order, "Then what are we waiting for? Gifts should be given while it's still early, don't let the Blacksmiths Association snatch him away first." Meanwhile, on Cheng Qianmo's side, he was sitting cross-legged in the alchemy room when a notification appeared in front of him, "Congratulations, your herbalism has reached the senior level. You have received the title of Master of Herbalism." After hearing this, he let out a sigh of relief and said, although it had only taken less than 2 days, he hadn't slept at all, so he was still a little fatigued. Suddenly, Cheng Qianmo heard voices from outside his room. "This is the territory of my Life Skills Association. Why are people from the Blacksmith Association making such a ruckus here?" Another voice immediately rebutted, "I heard that President Cheng has been promoted to advanced herbalism, so we came especially to congratulate him." "What's wrong with that?" A moment later, he stepped outside and saw 2 groups of people standing on either side. He then spoke up, asking, "Everyone here hasn't had a chance to react yet," and the 2 of them immediately rushed over to introduce themselves and offer gifts. They are from President Deng's faction and the Blacksmith Association. After hearing both of them speak in such a manner, Cheng Qianmo hurriedly waved his hand, "All right, thank you, presidents. Your people may stay, but as for the gifts, please spare me." Seeing this, both of them felt somewhat disheartened and tried to keep him from leaving, but Cheng Qianmo quickly turned and walked back into his room. "I've just been promoted, could you let me rest for a bit?" The scene then shifted to the Eternal Peak Guild. The guild members were now happily chatting with each other, expressing their admiration. The president disappeared for just 2 days, and yet look at how many craftsmen have come. When others enter the city, they bring goods, but when the president enters, it's an entire crowd of people. Now, with the help of so many craftsmen, our productivity at Eternal Peak is sure to reach a whole new level. Du Xia was talking to Cheng Qianmo at that moment. "Didn't you say you were going to the Advanced Herbalist Master to make breakthroughs? Why are you back so soon? And why are you bringing all these people with you?" He replied that he had successfully made the breakthrough, so he had returned. Then Cheng Qianmo continued, "These people are from the Life Association and the Craftsman Association, sent here to assist. You should organize things, while I'll go discuss some matters with old Qin." As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xia stood frozen, "Successful already? But you've only been gone for 2 days." Cheng Qianmo was standing right in front of Qin Yongyang's door, asking aloud, "Old Qin, I'm back. How's the progress so far?" The old man came out to report, "President, you really are back in 2 days. It seems like you've failed, right?" "It's fine," Du Xia replied, "I've almost finished studying your formula these past few days." Before he could say anything else, Cheng Qianmo interrupted, "Who said I failed? Take a good look yourself." Hearing this, Qin Yongyang immediately rushed over to examine the person, and indeed, it was exactly as he had said. "My president, did you really manage to make the breakthrough to become an advanced herbalist master in just 2 days? Are you a monster?" After seeing the results of the research done over the past 2 days, Cheng Qianmo commented, "Not bad, these herbs you've prepared have indeed required quite a bit of effort. Now that I've been promoted to an advanced herbalist master, we can finally start our medicine refining plan. Qin Yongyang, upon hearing this, was so happy that he almost teared up. Being able to refine medicine alongside a genius like the president, this is truly a blessing for old Qin here. I will definitely support you as best as I can. Outside, the sky was already turning to dusk, and the forest surrounding the old man's house was shrouded in darkness. As night fell, the place was filled with a misty, eerie night air. The first rays of dawn once again shone into the house. At this moment, the joyful voice of Qin Yongyang echoed from inside the house, "It's a success, it's a success." Those passing by from the guild in the early morning heard it and were puzzled. That's old Qin's voice. What's going on with him? Is he crazy? One person from the guild answered, I heard recently he's been refining medicine with the president. From the sound of that voice, it seems like the medicine is finished. At this moment, inside the house, a notification appeared, "Congratulations! You have successfully refined the peak recovery elixir. The current quality is at the Su-Sure level. The Su-Sure level peak recovery elixir, when consumed, can accelerate physical injury recovery by 500% for 12 hours. Qin Yongyang, seeing this, happily spoke to Cheng Qianmo, President, the effect of this is truly monstrous. We won't be releasing it to the outside world without any restrictions, right? Cheng Qianmo stood there with his arms crossed and responded to the old man, of course, it will be limited. First, we'll sell 10 bottles through the auction house. This will not only increase the appeal of our guild but also avoid causing too many problems. Then, Qin Yongyang clenched his fists and said, after we finish refining this peak recovery elixir, I feel like I've reached the threshold of becoming a grandmaster in herbal medicine. It's really not simple at all. At this point, Cheng Qianmo turned to Qin Yongyang and said, I'll give him a few days off, so he can qualify for the rank of grandmaster. In the future, we'll still need to rely on him for many things. Once the guild reaches level 4, I'll temporarily leave the Apocalypse continent. Yongyang, startled by Cheng Qianmo's words, asked in surprise, President, what are you planning to do? We have a great opportunity to rapidly develop right now. Eternal Peak cannot do without you. It was only then that Cheng Qianmo explained that the upcoming national high-level examination was about to take place, and as a student of Xinyu Academy, he naturally had to attend. Qin Yongshuang then suddenly realized, right, you didn't mention it, I almost forgot you graduated from university this year. Cheng Qianmo then took a small vial of medicine in his hand, held it up, examined it, and said, I should have reported to the academy a long time ago. I've just been waiting for this vial of medicine. With it, the hidden illness of Principal Ling will no longer be a problem. The first scene showed a system notification appearing, Congratulations, you have met the requirements to level up. Would you like to upgrade the guild? Cheng Qianmo, along with Gu Kan and Huang Tian, stood before the stone pillar. He sighed and said, after everything we've been through, the guild has finally leveled up to level 4. Gu Kan, standing next to him, remarked, from the tone of your voice, it seems like you're not quite satisfied. You have to understand that across the entire world rising continent, it may only be Eternal Peak, our guild, that has managed to rise to level 4 in such a short time, with a scale even larger than a mid-level city lord. Hearing this, Cheng Qianmo smiled and responded, the guild's achievements are quite satisfactory to me, but the progress has indeed been a bit slower than I had expected. The person behind him could only smile wryly upon hearing this. After pressing the promotion button on the notification board, the usual green light enveloped the guild once again. This time, however, it expanded far more than before. Another notification board appeared in front of Cheng Qianmo, reporting all the guild's information. He read it for a moment before saying, after advancing to level B, not only has the guild's membership surpassed 200, but the influence radius has also expanded by an additional 500 meters. Gu Kan, hearing this, furrowed his brows and said, a larger scale means a larger area to protect. Although we now have the Dragon Clan guarding the area, most of the guild members are craftsmen, so our armed forces are still insufficient. Huang Tian, standing beside him, added, that's right. Recently, we've often spotted spies from other guilds near the borders. They're jealous of us, and no one knows if they'll attack us again. But Chung Chien-mo turned around and replied to them, "Don't worry, I've already considered the defense aspect of things." Another notification board appeared, but this time, it displayed all the information after the upgrade of the World Tree. Huang Tian immediately said upon seeing this, "The World Tree has also leveled up along with the guild, and its shape seems to have changed as well." Guken also noticed this, but he was somewhat puzzled, unsure of the purpose of the vines and whether they served any function. At that moment, Cheng Qian-mo, who had somehow appeared under the canopy of the World Tree, spoke up to Guken, "Old man, you can stand there and fire the machine gun at me all you want." Huang Tian, standing from afar, thought he had misheard. He quickly turned and asked, "What did you just say? You want old Master Gu to fire at you?" Even Gukan's face turned pale upon hearing this. "Do you have a death wish?" But from a distance, Chung Chien-mo remained resolute, replying, "I told you to shoot, so just shoot." Upon hearing this, Gukan didn't hold back anymore. He grabbed his gun and retorted, "All right, kid, you asked for it. I won't hold back. But let me warn you, if you need any medical bills later, I won't pay a single penny." Huang Tian, seeing this, hurriedly intervened, "Even if it's a test of new abilities, you should use a different method." However, Cheng Qian-mo stubbornly told Gukan, "Don't worry, just shoot with all your might." "Then I won't be polite," Gukan said, and immediately fired straight at him. As the bullets flew toward Cheng Qian-mo, some of the World Tree's vines moved toward him. They quickly used their bodies to deflect all the incoming bullets, protecting him. Both Gukan and Huang Tian stared in astonishment at the sight. Was the World Tree assisting with defense? Then he scowled, gritting his teeth and said, "All right, the boy, so you still have this trick up your sleeve. In that case, I'll use my full strength. You'd better be careful." Immediately after, Gukan raised his gun and fired a stronger burst of bullets than before, aimed at Cheng Qian-mo. But this time, just like last time, the vines of the World Tree swiftly blocked all the bullets, causing Cheng Qian-mo to exclaim, "This defensive effect is much stronger than I imagined." At this moment, it seemed that Gukan had given up. His machine gun dropped heavily to the ground. He then gasped for breath, knelt on one knee, and said, "If it's just relying on the machine gun and brute force, I really can't break the defense. I'll need to use the power of the more powerful Barrett gun." Cheng Qian-mo then explained further to the others, "After leveling up, this World Tree may look like an ordinary tree, but in reality, it has developed intelligence. It knows how to protect our guild members. Moreover, the leaves are extremely tough, even a third-class change would need to use a special skill to destroy it. With this, in the future, if we face firepower attacks, everyone can retreat safely. Standing under the World Tree, we can confidently counterattack." After hearing this, Gukan admitted that this was indeed a good item. But what exactly was he preparing all this for? Was he planning to leave the guild? Cheng Qian-mo happily replied, "Yes, that's right. He's preparing to return to school for his exams." Huang Tian, who was standing beside them, also added, "He has to go back to school too." But Guken was still a bit bewildered, and then he broke into a cold sweat, stammering, "I almost forgot, you two are still students." Back at the gates of the Eternal Peak Guild, inside the city, the atmosphere was bustling with the transport of goods. In the weapons forging area, Du Xie stood overseeing the work. Everyone in the guild was busy with their own tasks. At the guild's main hall, several people were gathered. Cheng Qian-mo stood facing Du Xie. Xin Yongyang and Guken spoke up, "In the blink of an eye, the guild has grown to such a large scale. All of this is thanks to everyone's help." Upon hearing this, Xin Yongyang immediately declined, "That's not true." Du Xie followed up, "Yes, it's all thanks to you, the guild leader." Guken, standing beside him, also agreed, adding, "That's right. Although we've contributed too, Mr. Gu, I can't deny that it's mainly because of a capable guild leader like you." Not dwelling on this any longer, Cheng Qian-mo spoke again to the group, "My family and Xiao Ling need to return for the upcoming exam, so we will be leaving. For now, please handle the guild's affairs." Upon hearing this, the others were very confident and assured him that they could handle everything. After discussing all the matters, Chang Qianmo felt at ease and turned to leave, adding one last thing: "Don't worry, after I finish the Great Xia exam, I'll come back, and then we'll go together to clean up the area around Lingyu." At this moment, Gu Ken was still in shock. He muttered, "I'm the founder of a fourth-tier guild, yet I'm still a student, and I even have to go back to take exams. What kind of mess is this?" The scene shifts to a room where a voice reports, "Chang Qianmo has just left the Apocalypse continent through the teleportation gate. Moreover, all the core members of Eternal Peak have left as well." The person speaking was a subordinate of Nia Rongshang. He was holding a cat in his arms, and upon hearing this, he seemed quite pleased. So he really left? That's great. Sitting across from Yi Rongshang was a person cloaked in a hood. He spoke up, "I told you, he was definitely going back to the Xinyu Academy to participate in the major exams." The other man responded with some disbelief. Who could have guessed that someone could establish a guild capable of dominating Lingyu City in just a few short months? And on top of that, he's still a student who hasn't even graduated yet. The cloaked figure was Zhou Siwei, the former headmaster of the Yunba Academy's Academic Affairs Department. He gritted his teeth in anger and said, "It's because of that brat that I lost my position at Yunba Academy and was sent to the Apocalypse continent to manage a guild. If I don't get revenge for this, I might as well not be human." Then, after thinking for a moment, he continued to speak to Nia Rongshang, "Mr. Nia, my people are on their way here. They'll arrive at the latest by the day after tomorrow. If you agree, we can join forces to destroy his guild this time." Nia Rongshang didn't seem in a hurry. He simply darkened his face and said nothing. The background of this kid is extraordinary. Not long ago, he had completely wiped out our rival, the so-called Heaven's Proud Son. I have to figure out how to deal with him. Zhou Siwei then mentioned that he had spent a great deal of money hiring 20 mercenaries, each of whom was at least level 45. As long as we can defeat their guild, the spoils will be split 70-30. How do you feel about that? Nia Rongsheng agreed at this point, raising his glass and smiling. "If Director Zhou is so sincere, then I, old Xia, will take this risk with you. We'll strike together the day after tomorrow." Zhou Siwei also smiled, raising his glass and saying, "With our cooperation this time, we'll make sure they die without even a place to bury their bodies." However, in his heart, he cursed Yi Rongshang. This old fox had immediately agreed to take on the most difficult part of the job when he heard that he'd be getting the lion's share of the money. But in the end, this would be the time to make Cheng Qianmo pay for everything. The scene shifted to the entrance of Xinyu School, bathed in the warm sunlight under the clear blue sky. Cheng Qianmo and Ruoshi walked side by side into the school. As soon as the two appeared, many students in the school started gossiping. Cheng Qianmo glanced around for a moment, then turned to Ruoshi and asked, "Am I really that famous? There are so many people recognizing me?" She chuckled and replied, "Well, let's see. As the president of Storm Heroes, you've broken several records, and you're even teaching here before graduating. Make sure to go wherever you're surrounded by it." At that moment, a voice rang out, "My good granddaughter." The two little brats finally returned, and if they were any later, it would have been too late. Standing in front of them now was Ling Xiao, smiling fondly. As soon as Ruoshi saw her grandfather, she rushed over and burst into tears. "Grandfather, it's all my fault. I haven't visited you for such a long time." After the two of them finished their reunion, Cheng Qianmo asked, "Principal, how is your health recently? Is everything all right?" Ling Xiao patted Ruoshi's head while answering, "My health is still as bad as ever, but recently, fewer annoying people have been bothering me, so life has become much quieter." Ling Xiao studied Ruoshi for a moment before saying, "You've reached level 39 already? Xiao Chang, although you're also at level 39, I don't think you're quite like her, but you're doing well. It looks like Xinyu Academy will become famous after this major exam." Hearing him say this, Cheng Qianmo also spoke with determination. "Since I'm back, I will definitely help Xinyu Academy achieve a ranking it deserves. Besides that, I've also brought back a medicine that can cure your hidden illness." Ling Xiao took the medicine bottle in his hand, extremely surprised. It can cure my hidden illness? Kid, are you joking with me? But before Chang Qianmo could respond, Ruoshi spoke up to reassure her grandfather. Grandfather, you should trust him. He's now a senior master of herbal medicine. Ling Xiao was even more astonished now. A senior herbalist master? Has the boy's skills surpassed even this level? Truly a peerless talent. Pleased by the praise, Chang Qianmo couldn't hide his joy and said to Ling Xiao, "Come inside and try the effect of this medicine." He didn't hesitate, immediately turning and walking away. We cannot delay. Let's quickly find a quiet place and test this medicine to see if it truly cures the underlying illness that I've been suffering from. The first scene took place in the headmaster's office of Xinyu Academy. Ling Xiao was sitting comfortably in a chair, speaking seriously. Before we begin, I must tell both of you that I've sought the help of many master herbalists to treat this underlying illness, but none of them succeeded. So, whether it works today or not, you two mustn't lose heart. However, Chang Qianmo reassured him, "Don't worry, I have full confidence in myself." She also encouraged her grandfather, "Grandpa, trust in his abilities, just go ahead and take the medicine." After that, Ling Xiao picked up the bottle of medicine and took a sip. But immediately after, the bottle in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. Ling Xiao now trembled all over, curling up, unable to speak a word. Ling Ruoshi hurriedly stood up and shouted in panic. Outside the schoolyard, 2 black cars were parked. Old Fei stepped out of the car, quite puzzled. Principal Ling had arranged a meeting with Lan Tian, Ma Ling, and other schools from our district were supposed to attend the grand conference, but why is it that now we can't reach anyone? Chang Shengyu replied that he had just received news that Chang Qianmo had returned, and they were currently in the office. Hearing this, Old Fei chuckled and said, "So that's how it is. In that case, Xingyu's studies this year should be fine." Suddenly, both of them felt a strong aura emanating from within the principal's office. Chang Shengyu immediately turned to ask Old Fei if he could sense it as well. Of course, Old Fei could feel it too. After thinking for a moment, he said, "This is the aura of a 4th-class change expert." Why would the Xinyu Academy suddenly release the aura of a 4th-class change? Upon hearing this, Chang Shangyu's face darkened. Could it be that little demon Chang Qianmo? But Old Fei seemed somewhat skeptical, so he reassured him, "Of course it can't be him. I suspect old Ling has invited some old friends over." Then, both of them headed over to check the situation. In the principal's office, the principal had now completely straightened up, his whole body filled with vitality. Not only had his hidden illness been cured, but his cultivation level had also improved. "Xiao Chang, your medicine is truly remarkable." Ru Shi, standing beside him, was also very excited, saying, "It's incredible, Grandpa." Chang Qianmo slowly explained, "This top-tier medicine not only cured his hidden illness but also stimulated the strength that the principal had accumulated over the past 10 years. That's why his cultivation level has been raised." Ling Xiao, hearing this, felt tears welling up in his eyes. 10 years? I've finally returned to my peak. At that moment, Old Fei and Chang Shengyu entered the room to congratulate him. I was wondering where the power of a 4th-class change expert came from. Turns out, Principal Ling has recovered. Congratulations, congratulations. Seeing them, Ling Xiao happily walked over and apologized for his rudeness earlier that day. Then Chang Shengyu asked him what level he had reached now. Hearing that, Ling Xiao cheerfully replied, "The accumulation from the past few years has already helped me rise to level 75. Old Fei was utterly astonished and, turning pale, asked again, "Level 75? How could your hidden illness be completely cured?" Inwardly, he thought to himself, "This old man is truly something. All these years I've remained healthy and trained bitterly, yet I've only reached level 74. Ling Xiao, what kind of heaven-granted fortune do you possess?" After that, Ling Xiao continued introducing, saying that it was all thanks to Xiao Chang, who had now become a high-level master of herbal medicine. The young man also stood up to greet the other two. Hearing this, Old Fei laughed and responded, "Excellent, just as I said." That brat Huang Tian reaching level 40 was already monstrous enough, but I didn't expect your principal to be even more formidable. To think he's even mastered the study of herbal medicine. Cheng Qianmo then smiled modestly and said, "Principal Fei, you flatter me. It's only thanks to everyone's nurturing that exceptional talents like Huang Tian could emerge." Although Old Fei said there was no need for such courtesy, in his heart he was filled with envy. Damn it, why couldn't such a genius belong to our Lan Tian Academy? He then mulled over in his mind how, years ago, Ling Xiao had been a martial saint at the 4th class change. That year, because of a battle with a demonic beast, he had contracted the hidden illness, which caused Xinyu Academy's standing to decline. But now, not only had the illness been cured, his strength had also been restored. It seems that Xinyu Academy will truly lead the way. It looks like I need to have a deeper exchange with Xinyu Academy. At this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly remembered something. Tomorrow is the competition day, and perhaps you two are not yet familiar with the competition structure. Let me briefly introduce it to you. This time, the overall points are divided into two categories, the Challenge Abyss and the Elimination Battles. As for the Challenge Abyss, as the name suggests, each academy can form a team to participate in the Abyss Challenge. The final ranking will be determined based on the performance in passing the trials. As for the Elimination Battles, these are the duels on the arena. In principle, each university can select 3 candidates, but to assist some weaker schools with lower rankings, the organizing committee of Nation H has allowed the 4 lowest-ranked academies to add 1 more member, so the elimination battles can consist of 64 participants. Since Xinyu Academy ranked 20th last year and was the last in the rankings, they can just form a team of 4. The overall ranking for the Nation H Academy competition is based on the academy's performance, accumulated through points from the Challenge Abyss and the elimination rounds. If you come first in the Challenge Abyss, you will receive 20 points, second place will get 19 points, and so on, with the last position receiving 1 point. As for the elimination battles, there will be 5 rounds. Every contestant who advances to the next round will receive 3 points. In the end, the winner of the championship will receive an additional 5 points as a reward. My brother, who was the champion before, was from Yunma Academy and had won the championship. That achievement would correspond to ranking in the top 8 and top 4, respectively. Therefore, the total points in the knockout rounds will reach 41 points. In the recent competition, out of our 3 schools, only Maling School ranked 8th, while our Xinyu School ranked last. It's really embarrassing, Old Fei said politely to Ling Xiao at that moment. Old Ling, don't worry. Huang Tian's strength has improved a lot this year. I believe that our Lan Tian Academy will definitely make a breakthrough, he added. He sighed and smiled awkwardly in response, saying, since I ranked last, I'm not in a position to evaluate your Lan Tian Academy. After that, Ling Xiao asked Cheng Qianmo what he thought about this competition system. Moke scratched his head and said shyly, to be honest, the rules of this competition are too complicated, I couldn't quite understand them. But in summary, whether it's a challenge, a secret realm, or a one-on-one battle, as long as I win them all, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Everyone agreed with him after hearing this. That's right, what you said in summary is absolutely correct, as long as we win everything, it's fine, Cheng Qianmo said confidently. Then there's no problem. Actually, when I return this time, I have a small request, and I hope you will all agree to it. Ling Xiao, of course, was more than willing to help. Cheng Qianmo then began to speak clearly to them. I hope that this year, we can select some outstanding graduates from the 3 schools and recruit those promising individuals into my guild. I know this is a bit sudden, he added, so I wanted to discuss it with all of you first. Old Fei also wisely spoke up, saying, if it's voluntary, then of course I have no reason to stop it. In his heart, however, he secretly thought, how could the outstanding students that universities have put so much effort into training be so easily poached like this? The proposal from this kid is indeed rather abrupt. However, since his guild has just been established, what kind of attractive conditions could he possibly offer? After finishing his words, Cheng Qianmo immediately bent down at a 90-degree angle, respectfully thanking them both. In his mind, he was secretly smiling, thinking, "It's you guys who said it, so don't blame me if I turn out to be ruthless." The next day, at the competition venue in Nation H, there stood a grand and spacious arena. A reporter, holding a microphone, spoke fluently to the audience. Today marks what could be called an annual event in Nation H. At this very moment, more than 800 million people across the country are watching this competition on television. As you can see, many universities have gathered here. Leading the way is the team from Yunba Academy, a school that has consistently ranked first in past tournaments. Expectations are high that they will once again achieve excellent results this year. Next is the alliance of three schools, headed by Shinyu Academy. Although their past performance was not remarkable, this year they have attracted great attention thanks to their prodigious student, Chung Chien-mo. She then said to the cameraman who was filming Chung Chien-mo on the other side, "Let's go over there and interview him for a bit." Wu Shuijing walked while asking his subordinate about the situation of Zhou Siwei. His subordinate replied, "Director Zhou has reached a cooperation agreement with those at the Phelan Arena and is currently preparing to depart." Hearing this, he gave a sinister smile and muttered, "I've prepared a big gift for you at the Apocalypse Continent. Hopefully, it won't scare you to death." At this moment, two people entered the arena. Gu Zizhen, the committee member and head of the chief judges, saw Cheng Chien-mo in the front and asked the person behind him, "That Xiao Di must be the kid that old Qin values so much, right?" The person named Xiao Di was actually Di Yuan Hao, a managing committee member. He answered, "That's Cheng Chien-mo, representing Shinyu Academy this year." Gu Zizhen nodded in satisfaction and said, "Good, I hope he can surprise me today. Who knows, I might even consider him for that plan." Di Yuan Hao was taken aback and asked, "You're talking about the National Destiny Plan? Does that kid have the talent for that?" Gu Zizhen responded, "The purpose of this academy competition is to select talent for the country. If he's truly the genius people say, then he certainly has the qualifications." After speaking, he turned and left. The opening is about to begin. Go prepare. The scene shifted to the Nation H competition arena. The host came up and announced, "Now, I officially declare the joint competition of the Nation H Academy Alliance to be open. Next, let us welcome the director of the Department of Education of Nation H, a member of the Association of Managers and the chief referee of this competition, Commissioner Gu Zizhen, who will draw lots for everyone in the first round of the Secret Realm contest." The moment Gu Zizhen's name was mentioned, the entire stadium immediately erupted into a commotion. I can't believe the referee this year is actually the director of the Department of Education. For someone of such stature to come here as a referee, it's unbelievable. Some even say they've heard he's also a member of the General Management Association, just one step away from reaching the heavens. No wonder even the mayor is sitting right next to him. At that moment, Gu Zizhen stepped onto the stage and spoke. "I think everyone already knows who I am, so I won't say much more. Let's see what kind of luck I have today." Right after that, a control panel appeared before Gu Zizhen. The dungeon he drew turned out to be his Rama. When Gu Zizhen saw this secret realm, his face instantly went pale, and he thought to himself, "So it's this map? Should I say my luck is too good or far too bad?" Everyone in the audience, upon seeing the secret realm that Gu Zizhen had drawn, couldn't help but groan in dismay. No one expected that Commissioner Gu would end up drawing the most difficult IM. Some even predicted that half the teams today might not make it through. Even the principals of the academies were astonished at this outcome. Chang Yusheng felt this was simply far too unlucky. But Ling Xiao appeared calmer and reassured him. "Just trust Cheng Chien-mo and Huan Tian, they'll handle things inside the arena." Meanwhile, Cheng Chien-mo and Ruoshi were standing together, chatting. She told him that Grandpa had arranged teammates for us, so why hadn't they arrived yet? Just at that moment, Ruoshi suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Then, she shouted loudly, "Wei Xin, Xiu Ling, are you guys here too?" Cheng Chien-mo quickly stopped Ruoshi, saying, "All right, no need to shout like that." She couldn't help but wonder. What? Aren't they Wei Shun and Xiu Ling? He explained that they were indeed the ones, but didn't she see? They were from different schools. Surprisingly, Xiu Ling was ranked second in Yunlin Academy, and Wei Shen was from Maling Academy. These two really were hiding deep. Wei Shen stood next to Xiu Ling, sweating, and said to him, Well, this old monster is actually from Xinyu. How could Xinyu create such a monster? Xiu Ling sighed and said, The president is indeed the president, truly extraordinary. At that moment, a teasing voice from Huang Tian came from behind them. Wei Shen, look over here, your dad is here. He immediately turned around and shouted angrily at him. Who the hell are you? I don't know you, don't call me that, damn it. Huang Tian didn't back down, glaring back. Oh, still pretending not to know me? Wait until the elimination round, I'll make you call me dad. Xiu Ling then asked him. Hey, the blonde guy, don't you know him? Wei Shen answered angrily. I know that bastard. Damn it, that kid is actually from Lan Tian, and he's the leader of that small team, Cheng Xianmo thought to himself at this moment. That's the Yunba Academy's team, all members have levels above 45. Only the top-ranked school can form such a strong team. After thinking for a moment, he said to Ruoshi, who was standing beside him, as expected, there's no Ming Hao. He's not valued by Yunba, so this is actually a loss for them. She responded after hearing this, so that means we won't have to face Ming Hao after all. Chen Qianmo then smiled, shook his head, and sighed, well, never mind, they'll regret it soon enough. At that moment, two people approached them, Senior Su Hanhai and Senior Lu Xiaowu. Ruoshi, upon seeing them, greeted them, Senior Su, Lu's sister, you two are here as well? She then introduced them to Cheng Qianmo, these are the direct disciples of my grandfather. Qianmo greeted them politely and thought to himself, the third generation strength, looks like the principal has exhausted all his resources. Ruoshi continued to introduce Cheng Qianmo to the two seniors, let me introduce everyone. This is Cheng Qianmo, our team leader. He's also really strong. When Lu Xiaowu saw him, she smiled and said, so this is Cheng Qianmo. I've heard of him before. Su Hanhai, standing behind, whispered to himself when he heard Cheng Qianmo's name, this guy is so young yet already level 39. His strength is truly terrifying. Even so, the principal appointed him as team leader, which was rather ridiculous. After that, everyone gathered together. Su Hanhai felt that this secret realm and his Rama were truly unlucky this time. Hearing this, Ruoshi asked him, what's wrong? Is this map very difficult? Su Hanhai anxiously said to Cheng Qianmo, it is indeed a bit difficult. Junior Chang, you're the team leader. Do you have any thoughts? He pondered for a moment, then replied, our team's level among the 20 teams were definitely among the ones at the bottom. Therefore, if we want to seize first place today, we'll definitely need to race against time. At the same time, we can't just follow the usual procedure, but must come up with some unexpected strategies. Su Hanhai and Lu Xiaowu turned pale when they heard this. First place? At that moment, an announcement echoed throughout the arena. The examination had begun, requiring the candidates to enter the secret realm instance one after another. Cheng Qianmo added one more sentence to the others, as for the specific plan, we'll wait until we've entered the instance. Only then did Su Hanhai mutter to Lu Xiaowu, to think he dares to talk about taking first place, then what, the strong schools from before like Yunba and Yunlin are just air? If we can break into the top 10, that would already be amazing. She gave a wry smile and replied, after all, he's still a junior, and young too. Just be a bit more tolerant. Before them now stood a gateway leading into the secret realm, and the four of them stepped inside together. Cheng Qianmo just started explaining to the others. The Asrama temple is dedicated to the earth elemental goddess, so the map will be divided into 3 areas according to the power of the earth. The area we are currently passing through is the first one. The first area contains 3 types of monsters. The first type is the whip wielder. Their attack power is not high, so they are classified as small monsters. The second type is the polluted area. There are large numbers of mud-crawling creatures here. Not only do they have high attack power, but they also emit radiative light. The final area contains the evil larvae. They have low attack power and weak health, but they make up for it with their large numbers. Therefore, we can attack their weaknesses one by one and respond immediately. Lu Xiaowu turned to Su Hanhai and whispered, "How does he know this map so well? Could it be that he's already gone through it before?" He frowned and replied, "It could just be a lucky guess, anticipating the questions, but fighting here won't be as easy as it sounds." At that moment, Cheng Qianmo turned around and said to Hanhai Sr., "In the first area, there are 8 groups of whip wielders, with 4 in each group. Are you confident you can lure them all at once?" Su Hanhai turned pale upon hearing this and immediately said, "Are you kidding me? When the whip wielder's health drops to 20%, it splits into 2. It's supposed to be 32, but in reality, it's 64. How could I handle that?" As soon as the man finished speaking, Cheng Qianmo immediately turned and walked away. "All right, then I'll go ahead and pull them. After I've controlled the little monsters, you all can just focus on fighting." Seeing this, Su Hanhai immediately furrowed his brows and said, "All right, then go ahead and pull them. As long as you can talk the talk and walk the walk, I'll block the little monsters for you, even if it means risking my life." Lu Xiaowu, who was standing next to him, anxiously spoke to him, "Hey, Junior, wait a second. Let me give you an extra layer of armor." But Cheng Qianmo had already leaped forward. He reminded them to maintain safety and keep their distance. Ruishi quickly rushed ahead and said to the other two, Senior sister, let's go forward too. Just trust him." The crowd in the stands, upon witnessing this scene, were not only surprised but also sneered and mocked their school. Wu Shuijing, seeing this, chuckled to herself. All of Cheng Qianmo's actions were aimed at finishing the fight quickly, but it seemed he would just become the laughingstock of everyone. At this point, he had already charged directly into the middle of the thorny bushes. Cheng Qianmo used his ice barrier skill to attack. Just as the thorny vines came to strike him, Cheng Qianmo managed to raise his shield in time to block. Taking advantage of this moment, the other 3 quickly rushed forward. Su Hanhai, seeing this, was utterly amazed. It really works. He can pull them. After entering, Lu Xiaowu told him to hurry up and prepare to kill the monsters, but Su Hanhai, in a panic, responded, "Damn it, how am I supposed to get in?" At that moment, Cheng Qianmo quickly turned around and snapped at him, "Senior Su, what are you asking for? Hurry up and activate your defense skills." After speaking, he proceeded to use another technique called Extreme Ice Bloom, Morphic Transposition. Lu Xiaowu was utterly astonished and asked, "So you're actually a wizard?" Su Hanhai stood frozen in place, staring at the thorny vines charging straight toward him, and shouted in panic, "How could you do this? Are you trying to kill me?" Before he could prepare himself, the vines shot toward him, but just before they could touch him, they were abruptly halted by some invisible force. At this moment, Cheng Qianmo, holding a sword in his hand, shouted, "Why are you still standing there? Quickly defend yourself!" Indeed, right after that, the vines immediately lunged back fiercely. This time, Su Hanhai quickly raised his shield to defend, and then all 4 of them charged forward together, each battling one group of vines in perfect coordination. A short while later, the secret realm fell silent again as though no battle had ever occurred. They had finally defeated all the vines, and even Su Hanhai had to exclaim, "That was so fast." None of them had been seriously injured. He now had to admit that he understood why the principal had chosen him as the team leader. Meanwhile, in the stands, everyone was shocked by the recent battle of Xinyu Academy. They couldn't believe that Xinyu was the first team to overcome the whip-wielding opponent. Shan Yusheng and Old Fei sat high above, laughing as they said, "Congratulations to Ling Xiao." Even Gu Zizhen, sitting on the referee's chair, couldn't help but find Cheng Qianmo somewhat interesting. The host, now very excited, spoke loudly, "It's truly unexpected. Xinyu Academy, which has always been ranked last in previous years, has now become the first to break through the Thorn Whip Wielder, with Yunba Academy closely behind, and another surprising team, Lan Tian Academy." Ling Xiao, sitting in the chair, was extremely angry. Where did this host come from? How dare they say that our academy is ranked last? Old Fei, sitting next to him, waved his hand to calm him down. Old Ling, don't get angry. We'll slap them in the face with our strength later. Wu Shuijing, who was nearby, darkened his face and said in a deep voice, it's just a temporary lead. Let them gloat a bit longer. Gu Zijin, feeling Cheng Qianmo was intriguing, turned to Di Yuan Hao beside him and asked, Xiao Di, did old Qin ever tell you anything about Cheng Qianmo? Di Yuan Hao replied that he only knew old Qin was very fond of him, but didn't know much else about the person. After saying this, Di Yuan Hao secretly smiled, thinking, it looks like Gu Zijin wants to team up with old Qin to steal someone. I better not get involved in this struggle between these big shots. At this point, Cheng Qianmo's group had entered the second secret realm, facing a level 45 mud crawler, with elite mud monsters whose life points were 15,000. Qianmo stepped forward and explained to everyone. The mud-crawling creatures are deceptively hard to recognize, but they have high attack power. Moreover, they have the ability to charge, and if you rush in carelessly, their attributes will drop by 30%. This is a small monster that can be quite troublesome. Su Hanhai stepped forward this time and said, Captain, let me handle this part. But he quickly turned him down, saying, these monsters are the nemesis of tanks. Just being tough isn't enough, it's better if I go. Hearing this, Su Hanhai was very confused. Just being tough isn't enough? Then how do we pull the monsters? Immediately, Cheng Qianmo jumped up high and told everyone to follow his lead. As he leaped into the fray, he thought to himself, these mud crawlers will indeed drain the tank's defense, but their speed is slow. As long as I move fast enough and predict their attack timing accurately, I can avoid their charge effect and draw their aggro at the same time. After taking down a few monsters, Qianmo called out to everyone, now, we can attack. Su Hanhai, still unable to believe what he was seeing, said, is this really possible? To go through without taking any damage? She also charged forward, laughing as she said, now you two should understand why I said he's really strong, right? Both Lu Xiaowu and Su Hanhai charged in together. They were beginning to believe that they might actually secure the first place. Then, the four of them worked together seamlessly in their battle. Cheng Qianmo charged forward, undeterred by danger, fighting alone against each crawling monster. Those in the stands were astonished by Cheng Qianmo's remarkable strength and skill. The host continued with his commentary, Xinyu Academy has surpassed Yunba by a narrow margin of 0.6 seconds, maintaining their lead. At this point, Wu Shuijing could no longer hold back, slamming the table and standing up, shouting, how can you say it's only 0.6 seconds? Are you sure there's no mistake? One of his subordinates tried to calm him down, Principal, please don't be angry. Anyway, they won't be able to keep this up for long. Cheng Qianmo's group was now facing the third secret realm. Su Hanhai and Lu Xiaowu charged ahead, both defending and moving through the monster swarm. Meanwhile, Qianmo and Ruoxi were also extremely busy, fighting fiercely against the swarm of insects. The host's voice rang out, Cheng Qianmo's team from Xinyu Academy has once again taken the lead in eliminating the evil larvae. Next, they would have to face the boss Gnosis. In front of them stood a level 46 elite elemental water radiation Gnosis with 150,000 health points, glaring at them fiercely. Cheng Qianmo then shared the essential information about this boss. After the parasites awakened, its first skill, called the Toxic Mushroom Cloud, was somewhat similar to the Radiant Shock skill they had just faced. It can cause the spore parasite effect to all targets within a 3-meter radius around Gnosis. At this moment, the monster released some kind of toxic gas around itself. As soon as he finished speaking, the health bars of the other 3 people simultaneously decreased by 1 level when they came into contact with the toxic gas. The second skill is called Acid Arrow Rain. Every 3 seconds, each acid arrow causes 600 points of continuous damage to the current target. Gnosis has 3 skills. The existence of this skill puts considerable pressure on the healing of the team. They must pay attention to the tank's health while ensuring that the teammates don't die. As the name suggests, Gnosis will shoot 5 poison arrows at once. Furthermore, this skill fires immediately, so be careful. Each arrow absorbs 18% of the target's health and transfers it to Gnosis, maintaining a healing effect on the boss for 10 seconds. However, these two skills can be avoided by using the same method as when dealing with the creeping swamp crawler, so they are useless against me. Gnosis was now furious, shooting slimy poison from both of his hands and screaming, "Destroy the invader, embrace the terrifying natural power I possess." But Chung Chien-mo not only remained unharmed by this attack but also counterattacked with another fiery breath skill. The final passive skill is Inheritance. This is the ability that causes the most trouble. After finishing his words, he once again swung his sword down decisively. Gnosis slowly began to disintegrate after the previous blow. Chien-mo continued to speak loudly to everyone, saying that after his blood was drained, he would divide himself into 6 smaller parts. If any of these parts managed to escape, they would regenerate. The task for everyone was to eliminate his clones. Ru Shi, upon hearing this, immediately rushed forward and launched the circular dance war spear. Suhan Hai and Lu Xiaowu, without hesitation, also charged in, using their swords in perfect coordination to defeat Gnosis clones. Suddenly, the remaining clones of Gnosis gathered into a swirling vortex. Gnosis let out an enraged roar upon seeing Chung Chien-mo preparing to strike at him. Meanwhile, Chung Chien-mo smiled and said to the others, "Great, now it has no way out." Immediately after, a powerful fiery vortex pierced through the creature's body. The space around them became quiet again, and the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, with no sign of anyone remaining. At that moment, a notification appeared in front of them. The first boss of the secret realm, Gnosis, has been eliminated. The host, filled with excitement, shouted loudly, 1-15, the team of 3 from Shinyu Academy has killed the first boss and broken the record. They are now leading by a significant margin. On Wei Shen's side, upon hearing this news, everyone was stunned. One of his teammates remarked, "Damn, those vicious little bastards haven't even finished their fight yet. Who could possibly eliminate the first boss so quickly?" Wei Shen, upon hearing this, fell silent and then replied, "That guy is a total freak." Huang Tian, who was fighting on one side, heard the announcement and could only smile bitterly. This old Imo is too fast, he thought to himself. At this moment, the entire audience watching the match began to stir. Someone suddenly said, "This is ridiculous. How is Shinyu so strong this year?" Another person seemed pleased. "No wonder, the genius, the little treasure, has finally been discovered." But there was also someone who raised their voice in doubt, "He must be cheating. Shinyu is definitely cheating." Gu Zizhen, sitting on the referee's chair, thought to himself, "No wonder old Qin values him so much. He really has some skill." Other teams also gradually defeated the first boss. Yunba Academy ranked 2nd, followed by Hiluo Academy in 3rd, Lan Tian Academy took 4th place, and Maling Academy was in 5th. Old Fei, sitting high above, saw the rankings and smiled, saying, "This kid Huang Tian is impressive. Making it into the top 4 is already great." Shang Yuan Shang, sitting beside him, also smiled and responded, "Sorry, Ma Ling is in 5th place this time, but making it into the top 5 is still something to celebrate." Wu Shuijing, now nearing his limit, began to doubt. Could this just be luck, or had he unintentionally activated some hidden mechanism? The subordinate sitting next to him quickly tried to calm him down. "The secret realm is still very long. It can't always be luck like this." Wu Shuijing then remembered something and turned to ask him, "How is Zhou Siwei doing? Go urge him a bit, tell him to hurry up, so I can see how much longer they'll be able to laugh." The scene shifted to the city wall of the Eternal Peak Guild. Nia Rongshang and Zhou Siwei were standing under a tree in a nearby forest. He told Zhou Siwei, "The wall ahead is probably Yongheng city of Chengqianmo." Nia Rongshang was shocked when he heard this and said, "Although I've received information about them, seeing it with my own eyes, I truly can't believe that Brat managed to build a guild of this scale. They've prepared a lot of soldiers and weapons for the attack." Nia Rongshang then said, "I have a bad feeling about this." Zhou Siwei reassured him, "Don't worry. The reason we've spent so much time is just to prepare these siege weapons. With these, breaking through will be as easy as flipping our hands. We've got plenty of manpower today, all the equipment we need. I'm curious to see how they plan to defend this Yonghung city. At this moment, Guken was standing on top of the city wall, using binoculars to observe, saying, half of the more than 80 people in the team are around level 45, and they've prepared 10 siege machines, each costing over 10,000. This Rongsheng really knows how to throw money around. He observed for a while, then smiled and said, I didn't expect that kid to guess right again. What exactly is he hiding in his head? He always seems to anticipate the enemy. Du Xia, who was standing nearby, agreed. Fortunately, the president arranged everything before leaving. As expected, he's someone with great foresight. Guken then turned around, joking with him, a level 4 guild facing us during the exam season, and all the main fighting forces of the guild have disappeared. Only in our Eternal Peak Guild could such strange things happen. He immediately ordered everyone, all personnel in the city should return to their defensive positions and enter combat mode at Eternal Peak. The host's voice rang out again, full of excitement, it's first place again for Xinyu. Today's opening performance is quite interesting. We don't know if the three-school alliance is planning to seize the opening to expand their influence, or if other schools have reservations. He continued, earlier, the number 1 boss was killed, and the secret dungeon was cleared by Qianmo. Now, let's invite the principal of Yunba Wushuijing to share information about the second boss. The old man stood up on the stage and began speaking, Hello everyone, I am the principal of Yunba Wushuijing. Israma is a high difficulty level examination dungeon. The first boss is the simplest, with a relatively high margin for error. Some teams may rely on luck to pass, but the next boss, Velatak, is not so easy. It requires thorough preparation of resources, it can't be passed with just a bit of intelligence or luck. After hearing the old man, Old Fei and Ling Xiao frowned and said, this Wu Shuijing is clearly implying that we relied on luck to defeat the first boss. The more cryptic he became, the more it showed that he wasn't confident. Let's just wait and see. Wu Shuijing continued his introduction. The second boss has a total of 3 types of smaller monsters. The first type is the haunting demon that likes to hide in the dark and ambush people. As long as you maintain light, you can quickly kill them. The second type is the trampling monster. This creature is bulky and can attack from a distance, luring them in to kill them. The third type is the fire demon in the middle. This monster, like the first boss, has the ability to split. You need to control the attack intensity well. You will mainly be responsible for defense and healing, and I will focus on attacking, ensuring the formation. Xianmo said this and quickly rushed forward. At this moment, Su Han Hai was suddenly attacked from behind by the fire demon. He screamed in pain. Xianmo quickly ran to assist. Are you okay? Su Han Hai quickly got up and said, Sorry for holding up the progress of the test. Xianmo didn't blame him, simply saying, It's fine, we're a team. As long as we give our best, that's enough. The host, no longer as excited as before, slowly said, The second boss is indeed harder. The ranking has dropped from first place to a lower rank. The team of Liang Xiaoyun, the top student from Yunba Academy, is currently leading with a very small advantage. Next is Yunlin Academy. Their team captain, Xiu Ling, who was widely discussed this year, is leading them. Following them are the teams Lan Tian and Ma Ling, full of momentum. Both team captains, Huang Tian and Wei Shun, have shown excellent performance. The people in the stands laughed and spoke mockingly about Xinyu Academy. They said, It's not surprising at all. See? Yunba and Yunlin Academy are back to first and second place again. Xinyu said, It's still a small school. The supplies they provided couldn't even hold up. What good is technique? Wu Shuijing, at this moment, secretly smiled to herself and thought, This is just the beginning of your weakness. The monsters later on will be harder and harder to defeat. Even if your skills are good enough, without the economic support, it will be useless. The host continued to explain, At this point, nearly all the teams have encountered the second boss. Although there is some time gap, they are all now facing the second boss, Velatak. Let's all look forward to their excellent performance. Now, here is Velatak, level 47, the elite leader of the Sha Luo tribe with 180,000 HP. Shen Mo's team is now facing Velatak. He is the leader of the Sha Luo tribe, proficient not only in the assassin skills but also in the ranged attacks of a hunter. He has 3 abilities. The first one is a multi-shot arrow. This skill will cause Velatak to fire 5 quick arrows with a range of 30 meters in front of him, dealing significant damage. If one thinks that merely improving their profession and pulling Velatak's hatred while staying behind the group would allow them to dodge a multi-shot, they are making a huge mistake. This is because the second skill is linked to the first. The second skill, called Sudden Obsession, will teleport Velatak instantly to the side of the target, delivering a critical hit to that target. As for the final skill, Velatak will increase his evasion rate by 50% for 5 seconds, meaning that during this time, his attacks cannot be dodged or interrupted. Su Hanhai is now under attack and seriously injured. Lu Xiaowu quickly begins to administer first aid to him and asks Qian Mo how they should deal with Velatak. Qian Mo responds that Velatak's attacks cannot be fully defended against, so whether they choose to take the hits or dodge doesn't matter. Moreover, he won't be able to kill them immediately. The only way to deal with him is to fight while using medicine. Su Hanhai shakily sits up and responds, so, dealing with this boss means, aside from skillful operations, we'll need a large supply of high-level potions. Lu Xiaowu, worried, continues, a large supply of high-level potions? I only have 3 bottles, and those were given to us by the principal before he left. I didn't expect that we'd need to pay for more. It's not fair for us to be competing for resources like this. The man, silent, continued, the main thing is not to think about withdrawing them from his Rama. If we say nothing, we should at least prepare a bit more. Just then, Qian Mo took out a pile of medicine from his bag. I have 8 bottles of super-grade medicine here. Each of you take 2 bottles for now. Su Hanhai was stunned when he saw the number of medicines. Super-grade blood medicine? This is something that is always in short supply throughout the year, and it's ridiculously expensive. These 2 bottles could give us an extra life, but Lu Xiaowu, worried, asked him. You're not going to charge us for these, right? Ru Shi, standing to the side, smiled and answered them. Don't worry, just use them. He's very rich, so rich that you can't even imagine. MC, smiling at this moment, added. As long as we can successfully kill the boss, 2 bottles of medicine are nothing. After that, they set off, preparing to fight this second boss. Immediately, they rushed into the fray, fighting fiercely. Velatak, furious, slashed down at Su Hanhai with its claws. Try the taste of my attack. The strike landed directly on the same spot where Su Hanhai had been severely injured earlier, and he gritted his teeth in pain. Damn it! As expected, I couldn't dodge it. Qian Mo quickly rushed over to assist Su Hanhai, urging him to take the medicine. After drinking the bottle of medicine that Qian Mo had given him, Hanhai's blood had recovered a little. Lu Xiaowu also stood by, assisting him. Qian Mo reminded her. Add some blood to Hanhai. Su Hanhai stood up and looked at Qian Mo, who was fighting fiercely with Velatak. Perhaps thanks to this medicine, if not for it, I wouldn't have had time to treat myself earlier and would have already been eliminated. Qian Mo said while fighting and reassuring him. It's fine, just keep up this pace. Don't think about dodging his attacks. If we have blood, let's trade blood with him and see who dies first. He said as he fought and took a bottle of medicine to drink. On the other side, Ruoshi was also attacking while gulping down the healing potion. Lu Xiaowu was no exception, quickly blocking the attacks and drinking medicine. The 4 of them surrounded Velatak, working together to defeat him. Everyone in the stands was amazed by the 8 bottles of medicine that Qian Mo had just taken out. His actions were so generous. Chan Yusheng, watching from the stands, said in astonishment to Old Fei, based on the amount of blood that Commander just recovered, it seems the blood medicine Qian Mo brought out is at least at the top tier level, right? It's not just top tier, the amount of blood recovered in an instant. The old man couldn't believe it either. It's probably close to 4,000 points. This is a super grade blood medicine at the level of a celestial tier. Ling Xiao, seeing their surprise, laughed and said, I've already told you all about this kid. Now, he's not only a high-level herbalist, but he also has the skill to mass-produce celestial tier blood medicines. Did you think I was lying? Wu Shuijing was now laughing so hard she couldn't stop. Ling Xiao was still ruthless, though. It was just that no one knew exactly how many bottles of celestial tier blood medicine Qian Mo had prepared for these people. Even Gu Zizhen couldn't help but secretly marvel, so rich. He's drinking celestial tier blood medicine like it's spring water. I wonder if this money is his or from the Shenyu Academy. A moment later, Qian Mo swung his sword down fiercely. At that moment, he had slain the second boss, Velatak. The host, seeing this, was extremely excited and spoke into the microphone. Shenyu Academy has once again created a miracle by leading the way. Yunba Academy has defeated the second boss and is reaching new heights. The academies of Yunba, Yunlin, and Maling are following closely behind, completing their kills. They are all resting at their spots, preparing to welcome the next challenge. Wait, Shenyu Academy hasn't stopped yet. They are still advancing, don't they need a rest? Moreover, the path they are taking seems to be an unconventional route, not the usual way through the mysterious areas. One of Wu Shuijing's subordinates sitting beside him said with joy, Principal, this kid is crazy with the desire to win. He's not following the official secret route but has chosen this bizarre path instead. He's only setting himself up for failure. Wu Shuijing frowned deeply, thinking, what exactly is this kid trying to do? Su Han Hai, walking behind Qian Mo, asked, Captain, do we really have to take this risk? Qian Mo replied calmly, they've already wasted some time with the second-level boss. If we follow the usual route, the result might not differ much. To gain a greater advantage, we need to shorten the distance. Su Han Hai, upon hearing this, gave a firm nod and replied, we are currently leading in points. Just follow the fixed route to the position of boss Qian Mo, and you'll definitely make it into the top 3. But now, if we choose an uncharted path, once we encounter a problem, we might get eliminated immediately. Lu Xiaowu also agreed with him. That's right, Junior Zhang, this is the first time we've achieved such a good result. But Qian Mo remained resolute and didn't look back, only saying, if I tell you that I've already taken this route, no one will believe me. Therefore, I don't want to convince anyone to follow me. Ruoshi also turned to the other two and said, Senior sister, don't overthink it, just follow him. At this moment, Qian Mo, leading the way, thought to himself, in my past life, I explored all the hidden routes on the map. If there were a perfect route in this game, it would definitely be in my mind. With that, they all continued walking forward. Ahead of them was a toxic swamp with several monster creatures wielding maces, waiting. Su Han Hai and Lu Xiaowu saw this and froze in fear, stammering, it's over, we're done for, this time we really took the wrong path. The people watching from the stands all laughed mockingly, this Qian Mo guy really stepped into a trap. From my experience, this swamp, if you're not a 4th-class expert, there's no way to get through it. Moreover, there are 4 of them. Some even mocked, originally, Xinyu had hopes of making it to the top with Qian Mo, but now they have to return to the middle of the field. I'm afraid even the top 10 will be hard to keep. Even Shang Yusheng and Old Fei, sitting above, were astonished and far from pleased with Qian Mo's decision. This brat had truly made a terrible move, clearly in the lead, yet suddenly veering onto a new path? What a pity. But Ling Xiao didn't seem to care much, he simply told them to keep watching how things would unfold. Inside the secret realm at that moment, someone was throwing something into the middle of the lake. Instantly, the surface began to bubble and hiss with steam. Seeing this, Su Han Hai grew worried and said, the poison is far too strong. Judging from its potency, even with my health, if I jumped in, I wouldn't last more than 3 seconds. Lu Xiaowu nodded in agreement and added, even with my healing, at most we could hold out for about 5 seconds, and on top of that, there are still a few small monsters guarding the other side. Because of this, the two of them tried hard to persuade Qian Mo to turn back. If we retreat now, it's still not too late. Just a bit more effort and we can at least secure a spot in the top 10. Yet no matter what they said, Qian Mo remained firm and insisted there was no need. The two were stunned at his response. This time, he finally turned back to them and spoke seriously, "We don't need to retreat. I have a way." Then Qian Mo began to explain, "By borrowing the strength of that boulder, we can get everyone across." Su Han Hai was utterly baffled. That boulder? It's impossible to swim over there in 5 seconds, not to mention the small monsters guarding the other side. If he barely makes it to the other shore, with his strength depleted, he'll be killed by the monsters anyway. But Qian Mo basically didn't care about the man's words and just told Lu Xiaowu to use the true word shield on herself. "I'll go ahead of you. Just follow my instructions and do as I say." After saying that, without any hesitation, he jumped straight into the lake. Qian Mo, using passive purification qi, quickly swam toward the rock. As he swam, he thought to himself, "With passive purification qi and the shield protecting me, I can definitely last more than just 5 seconds. Lu Xiaowu stood on the shore, anxiously asking Ruoshi beside her, "It's been over 10 seconds, and he still hasn't appeared. Could something have happened to him?" But she still had a lot of faith in him, smiling and reassuring, "He'll be fine." The spectators who had been watching the match until now began to murmur as they saw Qian Mo still not resurfacing. "It's been this long and he still hasn't come up, he's probably done for. Even if he appears now, it won't matter. It'll take at least 10 more seconds to reach the rock." Some people even mocked, saying, "This Qian Mo just loves showing off with these extreme stunts, and now he'll bring disaster upon himself." But just then, something shot up from under the surface of the water, clinging tightly to the rock. From beneath the water, something suddenly leaped up. Qian Mo, now completely enveloped in a blazing light, soared out of the water and successfully landed on the rock. Su Han Hai and Lu Xiaowu were overjoyed, exclaiming, "This Junior Chang is really amazing. He managed to hold on for so long, his stamina even better than a tank like me." The people in the stands were now both excited and astonished. None of them could have imagined that Qian Mo would actually succeed. They couldn't believe he truly pulled it off. Some even commented that the maneuver looked simple, but it required 4 crucial elements: long-range support, an exceptionally high agility score, the ability to purify the passive force, and a retractable hook. Missing any one of these elements would have rendered it impossible. They all now admired him greatly. Even a 4th-class change expert wouldn't have been able to replicate this move. Gu Zizhen, sitting on the referee's chair, couldn't help but sigh, "He really is a once-in-a-century talent." Di Yuan Hao also exclaimed, "He's incredible. He made it, but don't forget, he still has Qian Mo, his teammate. Plus, there are monsters guarding the way. How is he planning to get all 3 of them through?" Qian Mo stood on the rock and called to Ruoshi on the shore, "I'll call you later, then you jump right over." Immediately after, he threw a rope that latched onto one of the monsters charging toward them. With a flick, Qian Mo used Lu Guan Yuan's receiving skill and the hook-shaped spear form to pull and fling it into the air. At the same time, he shouted for Ruoshi to jump over quickly. As she started to leap, the 2 monsters Qian Mo had pulled up fell straight into the water. Su Han Hai was startled by the brilliance of the idea. Ruoshi quickly understood and jumped. The monsters' bodies hadn't yet fallen into the water, and she swiftly moved toward the rock. After stepping on the final monster, she rushed to tightly embrace Qian Mo. "I made it, I'm through. You're really amazing." He also helped Ruoshi up, saying, "This is just basic stuff." Once Ruoshi was supported, Qian Mo turned back to the other 2, senior and senior sister, "You should get ready to go as well." One by one, they jumped up. The other 2, seeing this, became determined to respond in kind. The people in the stands now had countless different emotions. Some felt that Qian Mo's weapon was incredibly powerful. Some even started sharing information about this weapon. The excited voice of the host echoed again, "Wonderful. Student Xianmo has once again shown us what it means when we say that heaven never blocks the path of a determined person. By choosing an entirely new route, they've managed to avoid the minions of boss number 3, heading straight to face boss number 3. In front of them now was Bosun, cursed and the elite leader of the 245-level Centaur tribe with a health score of 140,000. What was notable at this moment was that other teams were still dealing with the little monsters of boss number 3, while Chen Mo's team had already begun direct combat with boss number 3. If things went smoothly, they would be the first to face the final boss, the queen-led endgame boss of Israma. Xianmo briefed everyone on this boss. Bosun isn't too strong, he doesn't really have any abilities that can inflict negative status on the team. Now, we can be a little more relaxed. I'll quickly explain his skills, and then everyone get ready to go. He has a total of 3 abilities. Once everything was explained thoroughly, everyone rushed forward according to Chen Mo's instructions. Bosun let out a battle cry, shouting "Protect the Queen, destroy all invaders." Wu Shuijing, now infuriated, was on the verge of cursing. Damn it, he went through that new path as easily as if he had already conquered it before. At that moment, one of his subordinates approached and whispered in his ear, "Rest assured, Principal, Zhou Siwei and the others have already begun their actions." The scene shifted to the side of the Eternal Peak Guild. Zhou Siwei and his associates were ordering their soldiers to quickly deploy siege weapons. After conquering Yonghong City, everyone would be generously rewarded. He stood next to a cannon and said with a grin, "This thing works well, but it's expensive. I've heard that Yonghong City is incredibly wealthy now. Don't disappoint me." With that, he immediately gave the order to fire. The cannonball shot off, heading straight for Yonghong City. But Gu Kan and the others remained calm, watching as it flew over their heads. They already had enough siege artillery and had made thorough preparations. Zhou Siwei waited below for a long time but still heard no sound, so he asked, "What's going on?" "It landed, but I didn't hear anything. Could it be that they've all misfired?" Upon hearing this, Yi Rongsheng immediately retorted, "How could they all misfire?" Gu Kan stood atop the city wall, looking down and laughing. "Nia Rongsheng, this old man still hasn't learned his lesson, huh? If you strike first, don't blame me for being rude." Immediately, he ordered the world trees, which were embracing the shells of artillery, counterattack. At once, all the shells fired by Zhou Siwei's group were shot back outward. Both he and Yi Rongsheng were dumbfounded, unable to understand what had just happened. A moment later, all their military equipment and soldiers were blown to pieces. Fortunately, Yi Rongsheng was protected by a defensive circle created by Zhou Siwei's magical artifact and remained safe. At this point, he continued speaking to Yi Rongsheng, still unclear about what kind of trick their enemies were playing. "Even without siege weapons, both of us are third-class changes. Plus, with these high-priced mercenaries, defeating them should be no problem." Gu Kan, observing from above, saw that the two of them were still alive and sneered. "So confident, are we?" Then he waved his hand, and the young dragons simultaneously took flight. "Warriors of Eternal Peak, show these invaders what true courtesy is." The two men were stunned and couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the dragons take off. How is this possible for a mere 4th-tier guild? They even have dragon knights? At Gu Kan's command, the young dragons immediately unleashed a torrent of fire toward the two men. In an instant, both the men and their possessions were reduced to ashes. Inside the protective circle, Nia Rongsheng began to regret and said to Zhou Siwei, "I shouldn't have listened to you. Without siege weapons, what are we supposed to do now?" But Zhou Siwei reassured him, saying, "This is just a young dragon, it can't harm those of us who are third-class change. I have an idea. Right now, the only third-class change powerhouse in Eternal Peak City is Gu Kan. As long as the two of us work together to break the city gate and kill him, this guild will surely fail." Nia Rongsheng immediately agreed after hearing this. What they needed to do now was find a way to break the city gate. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the thick smoke and fire, followed by an angry voice, "A bunch of foolish humans daring to say that me flying in the city will ruin the construction project, insisting that I appear in human form. truly a bunch of idiots. After saying this, Xingde stepped out into the open. Zhou Siwei sneered when he saw her and said, "This is who they sent to deal with us? Just a kid?" But Yi Rongsheng suddenly sensed something was wrong and urgently said, "Something's not right. This person doesn't seem to be human." As soon as he finished speaking, Xingde transformed back into a dragon and roared, "You're the ones disturbing my meals and sleep, right? You two ugly humans, I'll roast you alive." She then opened her mouth, full of sharp fangs, and let out a roar. The two men remained frozen in place, unable to believe their eyes. They couldn't understand how, in a place like this, there could be such a creature. The first scene that appeared was of a monster who had been pierced straight through the chest by someone's sword. This is the group of Qiu Ling fighting against the monsters. One of them jokingly said, "We're about to fight the boss. Our performance this year will surely be in the top 3 worst, right?" Another person responded, "In my opinion, being in the top 3 probably means being in the bottom 3. Only Yunba might have a chance to compete with us." Then he turned to Qiu Ling and said, "With you here, I feel like even first place might be within reach." Qiu Ling, hearing this, smiled wryly and replied, "Competing for first place might be impossible, but if we all work hard, there's still hope for us to get a ranking." Upon hearing this, the others asked in confusion, "What do you mean? Is there someone really strong this year? Which school could threaten the top 3 position? Could it be Lan Tian Academy?" But Qiu Ling calmly answered that he was referring to Xinyu Academy. The two others were stunned and couldn't believe it, asking again, "You mean Xinyu Academy, the school that always ranks last?" He shrugged nonchalantly and said, "That's right, it's them. If nothing unexpected happens, they might be the top team today. So if we work hard, we might even surpass Yunba Academy." Although Qiu Ling said this, his teammates clearly didn't believe him. Seeing this, he didn't try to explain further, merely saying, "Maybe in another hour or two, you'll understand." The scene shifts to Qian Mo's group. By now, they had defeated the third boss in the Asrama dungeon. Su Han Hai, after catching his breath from the fight, laughed and said, "We've beaten the third boss. We're just one step away from completing Asrama." Xian Mo also smiled, but reminded him, "Don't get complacent, the final boss is still ahead." He turned around to encourage the others to keep pushing. He was confident that as long as there were no surprises with this final boss, they would be the champions of today's dungeon challenge. At that moment, the third boss, who had been lying on the ground, disappeared. The group grew worried, unsure of what had happened. Xian Mo reassured them, "Don't panic. The final boss, the elemental Queen Lysis, is about to appear." Right then, a mass of earth floated in the air and began to gather. The soil quickly formed into a monster known as Lysis, the Earth Elemental Queen, with a life force of 250,000 points. Su Han Hai looked up at her and remarked, "So this is the Queen Lysis? She looks worse than I imagined." Ru Shi, standing beside him, added, "Her appearance is definitely not great, but there's no doubt that her stats are the strongest in all of Asrama." Xian Mo then spoke up, "She's certainly strong, but I have a way to deal with her. Everyone just needs to remember the 3-word strategy: chase, pull, explode." As soon as he finished, everyone stared at him, utterly confused. What kind of strategy is that? Seeing that, Xian Mo immediately stepped forward and said, "Let me perform once in advance for everyone to see. Once you've watched, you'll understand right away." The first skill of the Earth Queen Lysis is called Rock Throw. The effect of this skill is very simple, hurling a massive boulder. When the Dust Storm Force Field skill is finally activated, I will take the initiative to attack and provoke, pulling Lysis away from her position while retreating backward, leaving enough space for everyone to unleash their full power. This kind of large-scale attack can either be dodged or endured with defenses, but trouble will come right after with the second skill. The second skill, Hateful Gaze, will make the Earth Queen Lysis fixate and inflict a widespread fear effect on all targets within a 10-meter radius, lasting for a total of 6 seconds. Right at the moment when everyone is stunned by fear, the third skill, Dust Storm Force Field, will be triggered. Lysis, taking herself as the center, will unleash a terrifying sandstorm spreading out within a 30-meter radius. Anyone caught in this skill will suffer damage while also being pushed back. No sooner had he finished speaking than the sandstorm swept toward the other three, forcing them to retreat. She even cursed at her, calling her truly wicked. Right after that, she quickly ran over to Mo to check if he was alright. Mo replied, "I just lost a bit of health, but even that was enough to scare Ruoshi out of her wits." Then, Mo turned back and asked the other two, "You've all clearly seen her skills now, haven't you?" Then he gave a few more instructions. "Next, whenever she uses her skill, I will use my fastest speed to block the first blow for everyone. Just time it right and move to dodge. When the final dust field skill is activated, I will take the initiative to attack and provoke. I'll pull Lysis away from her position, then retreat behind, leaving enough space for everyone to unleash their full attack." After hearing this, Ruoshi anxiously asked him, "Isn't this too dangerous?" Suhan Hai also agreed, saying, "This time, we're all going into battle together, that's 3 times the power." But Mo responded seriously, "Whether I'm in danger or not completely depends on whether you all manage to deal enough damage in time." At this point, Ruoshi was still worried. Before she could say anything more, Mo dismissed her concerns. "There are no buts in this. If you follow my plan, we'll defeat the final boss as quickly as possible. At that point, not only will we take first place, but we'll also break the record. That's my goal." With the team leader making up his mind, the members had no choice but to follow. He grabbed his spear, looked ahead, and said, "I'll go lure the monster. Everyone, get ready to run." Lysis, now seemingly mad, picked up a large rock and aimed to throw it down. She roared furiously, "Intruder, stay here and keep me company. Feel the might of the earth." With that, Lysis threw the rock directly at Mo. He quickly opened the umbrella, bracing himself to stop the attack. Suhan Hai, watching from outside, gasped in awe, "That's a perfect block, truly monstrous. The speed of weapon switching and the quick response, it's terrifying." No wonder he dared to face the entire match with only stone-throwing skills. It was at that moment that Ruoshi charged forward, reminding him, "Stop standing there, execute the strategy." She then began rushing to attack her. Suhan Hai, too, was busy, quickly raising his shield to block the relentless blows from Lysis. Lu Xiaowu, standing behind, provided support to both of them. She was now enraged, growling furiously, "You bastards shall perish under the power of the earth." Just as Lysis was about to strike down, Mo suddenly used his spear to slash at her. The spectators watching from the stands were utterly baffled by his actions. What is he doing? Lysis is about to unleash her move, and he's not only staying in place, but he's also provoking her? Gu Zizhen, sitting as a referee, furrowed his brows and said, "Clearly, there are many other options. Is it really necessary to take such a risky move?" Di Yuanhao, sitting next to him, also couldn't understand. This guy is determined to break the record no matter what. At this point, Mo had leaped high into the air, now just a few meters away from Lysis. He thought to himself, 5 meters, 8 meters, 10 meters, that's enough distance. She had now transitioned into a new move, shouting, "It's explosive now." The great power of the Earth's champion. Mo, without any fear, charged straight into the vortex, thinking to himself, "For others, the dust storm's gravitational field with AoE damage up to 6,000 points is truly dangerous. But for me, someone with the magical buff, its effect is halved. Furthermore, by using the combat spear form, I can also take advantage of the passive ability Blood Force Chi Wu to leech health. In other words, for me, it's almost like taking no damage at all." The entire arena was now in an uproar because of Mo's fighting style. He was bathing in his ultimate skill. "Ah, now I really suspect this guy is using hacks." Wu Shuijing, sitting in her chair, frowned, furious. "This guy definitely has something off. I've been watching closely all along. Whether it's the damage or the attribute stats, something doesn't add up. Fine, keep showing off how strong you are. Let me see where the problem really lies." On the other side, Shen Mo charged forward, and everyone screamed out. Take your positions, focus all firepower on the attack. Su Han Hai had taken his position and activated his divine light shield, preparing to follow orders. Lu Xiaowu was also in position, continuing to support everyone. Ru Shi was aggressively charging ahead, wielding her golden dragon moon slayer to strike. Immediately after, all four of them coordinated together, charging forward, unleashing their most powerful attacks to defeat Lysis. At this point, she screamed in pain, shouting loudly, "You bastards!" After she finished that sentence, she was also struck and shattered into pieces. At this moment, a notification appeared before them. Congratulations to everyone for successfully passing the Asrama checkpoint with a completion time of 3 minutes and 28 seconds. This achievement has set a new record. Congratulations to Xinyu Academy for winning the championship of the Regional Secret Realm Challenge Tournament, receiving 5 million experience points and a random level skill book. This checkpoint run earned a personal rating of SSS, a team rating of SS, an overall rating of SS, and a total of 6 million experience points, along with the reward of a shining star. Immediately afterward, countless treasure chests and other prizes appeared to congratulate these brave warriors. Everyone stood up, joyfully looking at each other. They had done it. They were the champions now. As soon as the victory announcement rang out, the entire stands erupted. No one could have imagined that Xinyu Academy, which had always been ranked B in previous years, would now claim the championship in the Secret Realm Challenge. The person who received the most attention today was none other than Qian Mo. The host excitedly said loudly. Before the competition started, no one expected a dark horse to emerge this year. Xinyu Academy not only won the championship but also left the second-place Yunba Academy more than 30 minutes behind. Shang Yuan Shang, seated above, saw the results and smiled, praising Ling Xiao. This time, it seems that not only have they won the championship, but the Secret Realm record will also be broken. He laughed uncontrollably after hearing that, but still humbly said, "This is just a shortcut, pure luck." Lan Tian Maling's results this year aren't bad either. The other man laughed and replied, "That's right." This time, Lan Tian's academy ranked 4th, while our Ma Ling only placed 6th. We might need the help of the academic committee to provide some extra training for our school. The host continued, with even more unbelievable news. Xinyu's academy, with its average skill level, was ranked among the last 20 teams, yet they not only won the championship but also broke Asrama's attack record. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately shouted, "I object." The one who spoke was Wu Shuijing's subordinate. He raised his voice and explained, "Shen Mo didn't follow the official competition route, so this counts as cheating. The results should be annulled." Immediately, a group of martial artists cheered in agreement. That's right. Qian Mo and his team took a completely different route compared to the other contestants. If that's not cheating, then what is it? Besides, they avoided boss number 3, which allowed them to progress faster. It certainly feels unfair. Chang Yusheng, upon seeing this, angrily said that Wu Shuijing is a sore loser, resorting to these low tricks when he can't win. He has no dignity. Old Fei, standing beside him, added, "He's too afraid to show his face, worried people will think he's petty and narrow-minded." Only Ling Xiao remained calm, saying, "Let those clowns jump around for a bit. In the end, fairness will settle in everyone's hearts." Gu Zizhen then turned to Di Yuan Hao and asked how he felt about the result. Di Yuan Hao immediately explained, Shen Mo not only finished 30 minutes ahead of the second-place competitor but also discovered a new route in the Asrama Secret Realm. Setting aside the exam itself, this is also a significant achievement. Upon hearing the answer, Gu Zizhen turned to Wu Shuijing and asked if he had any opinions on the explanation just given. Wu Shuijing stood up and replied, "What is the chief judge asking me? We at Yunba fully support the decision of the chief judge." Gu Zizhen smiled and said, "Principal Wu truly has a broad vision." He then stood up, spread his arms wide, and announced loudly, "Then I hereby declare that in this trial of the Secret Realm at this year's competition, the team of Qian Mo from Xinyu Academy has won the championship." And based on his outstanding achievement in breaking the Asrama Secret Realms record in this competition, I, on behalf of the Management Association, will also present him with an additional special honorary reward. Although Wu Shuijing outwardly accepted the result, he still felt a pang of bitterness inside. As expected, the Management Association had sided with Qian Mo. If he continued to grow like this, the position of Yunba Academy would undoubtedly plummet without breaks. The scene shifted to inside the secret realm. At this moment, a treasure chest and a piece of paper appeared on the ground. Qian Mo had now gained 3 more levels. He was currently at level 42. The others also said that they had leveled up, all thanks to Qian Mo's efforts. Su Han Hai couldn't have imagined that they had actually won the championship of the secret realm. Qian Mo then walked over to the chest and cheerfully said, "Next comes the most exciting part. Let's open the chest and see what treasures are inside." As soon as he opened it, a notification appeared before him. "Congratulations, you have drawn the SS level skill, Rapid Denial. This is a skill that, once used, can immediately refresh the cooldown of all skills. The cooldown time for this skill is 72 hours. After reading the notification, Qian Mo was incredibly excited and thought, theoretically, this rapid denial skill will bring me at least dozens of times the benefit. But I don't have enough mana to use so many skills at once. Still, overall, the benefit will be at least 10 times more. Su Han Hai, seeing this, was also happy and said with a smile, "I didn't expect to get a random SS level skill book. This reward truly lives up to the reputation of the secret realm at the processing level. I've drawn Steel Will, which can double my armor for 30 seconds and makes me immune to all control skills." He then looked toward the other chest in the distance and said, "The final king chest hasn't been opened. Let's see what treasure is inside." Upon opening it, a notification immediately popped up. "Congratulations, you have obtained the Eternal Red Ring." Another notification followed, displaying all the details about the ring. After everyone saw it, they all wanted to have it. Ru Shi even whimpered and said, "This equipment is truly designed specifically for professions like us, damage-dealing mages." Lu Xiaowu, who was behind, said that it would be better to leave it to the team leader. Su Han Hai naturally agreed immediately, saying, "That's only right. This time, we cleared the secret realm thanks to the team leader's efforts, and moreover, even if this ring is given to us, we wouldn't be able to fully utilize its power." Hearing everyone say this, Qian Mo didn't hold back anymore. He immediately put the ring on his finger and secretly smiled. "Now, my critical hit rate has reached 33.6%, and with an additional 4% critical hit from this Eternal Red Ring, my equipment is almost perfect now." Just then, Lu Xiaowu spoke up, saying to him, "The secret realm is cleared, could you agree to one more condition from us?" Hearing this, Qian Mo asked what the condition was. As soon as he finished speaking, both Su Han Hai and Lu Xiaowu excitedly said, "I heard you've set up a guild on the Apocalypse continent, right? Is there still space? Can I join?" Qian Mo, feeling puzzled, asked, "Hasn't everyone still been without a guild until now?" Lu Xiaowu replied that they were members of the school guild, but she thought there might be a way to make it happen, right? If not, they would ask Principal Ling about it later. If that didn't work, they would just withdraw from the school guild. Qian Mo naturally did not refuse, but he still spoke cautiously in advance. "If everyone can do it, then of course I have no objections. However, in my heart, I feel a little fearful. I only hope that when Principal Ling finds out about this, he won't skin me alive." The scene shifted to the office of Yunba Academy. At that moment, a subordinate was reporting the situation to Wu Shuijing. "We've lost contact with Zhou Siwei's side. I've already sent people into the Apocalypse continent. Any news will be reported immediately." Upon hearing this, the old man instantly asked, "There won't be any unexpected incidents, will there?" The other side replied with utmost confidence, "Please rest assured, Principal. We've already spent a huge sum of money to purchase siege weapons. For a rookie guild like them, how could they possibly withstand such a powerful assault?" After hearing this, Wu Shuijing simply waved his hand and instructed him, "Good then. Report to me at once if there's any news." You may leave now. No sooner had that man stepped outside than someone was already waiting at the door. Seeing this, the old man called him in. Liang Xiaoyun entered, bowed respectfully, and greeted Wu Shuijing, "Principal, this time it was my negligence. I didn't expect Qian Mo to be so reckless." Yet, the old man did not blame him. Instead, he replied, "Don't be too hard on yourself. Who could have guessed that Qian Mo would be so fierce? If he had followed the normal route, he certainly wouldn't have been faster than you." Then Wu Shuijing chuckled and continued, "What's past is past, let's not bring it up again. How is the matter of recruiting a new team for the qualifiers coming along?" Liang Xiaoyun took out a document and handed it to the old man. "I came here because of this. After thorough screening, I discovered that a new student is actually an assassin. If he joins, our performance in the qualifiers will definitely improve significantly." Wu Shuijing looked at the document, which contained information about Li Minghao. After reading for a moment, he said, "At 21 years old, reaching level 40, his talent is not bad, but his level is still a bit low. It might take until next year for him to fully demonstrate his potential." Xiao Yun immediately spoke up to persuade Wu Shuijing. "Principal, actually, level isn't the only standard to evaluate someone. Please reconsider this person, Li Minghao." But the old man grew angry and snapped at him, "That's your mistake. In Apocalypse, level and resources are the only standards to measure everything. Otherwise, do you really think the Xinyu Academy team, with an average level under 40, could defeat us? They're just relying on tricks and luck. In the next qualifiers, we'll crush them with our true strength." The scene shifted to a notice board displaying all of Qian Mo's current stats. After reading it, he whispered to himself, "This time, his Rama's combat power has exploded to 165,684 points, an increase of nearly 35,000 points compared to before. His current strength is now on par with top-tier third-class changemasters." Once everything was settled, Qian Mo immediately encouraged everyone to move on to the next round. "Let's keep pushing forward. The competition continues. This time, it's the second round, which is the individual qualification round." The host began to explain. This qualification round had a total of 64 participants. According to the competition format, the players were divided into two teams, red and blue. Each area had 32 people. After the knockout matches between the two areas, only one player would remain from each side. In the end, these two would face off in the final to compete for the championship of this qualification round. Now, the system would randomly assign numbers to everyone. The system board began running quickly, randomly assigning a number to each participant. Xian Mo stood in front of Ruoshi and said to her, "The blue area means that, before the finals, all my opponents will come from the blue side." Ruoshi, upon hearing this, happily said, "That's great. I'm in the red area, so we won't have to face each other in the first round." Xiao Yun, sitting next to Wu Shuijing, frowned when he saw the draw results. It seemed he wouldn't meet Qian Mo anytime soon. The elder sitting next to him tried to reassure him, "Let him wait a few more rounds. Who knows, he might not even make it to the finals." Wei Shen, at this moment, was in a state of shock, his face changing color as he shouted, "Oh my god, I'm really unlucky. I ended up with an odd number, which means I'll probably face that freak." Chang Yusheng, hearing this, asked him, "Do you know Qian Mo?" Wei Shen's face went pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he replied, "Not only do I know him, I've sold my soul to him." After the areas were divided, the host spoke again, "Now that everyone has been assigned to their areas, the system is about to pair up the opponents. I hereby declare that the second round of the qualifiers officially begins." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire audience buzzed with excitement. What they were most curious about now was who would be paired with Qian Mo. A moment later, the result was clear: Qian Mo would fight Zhao Yusheng from Fengyu Academy. The audience was thrilled to see Zhao Yusheng. She was from Fengyu Academy, ranked 11th in the Secret Realm Challenge, a significant gap, yet still 4 levels higher than Qian Mo. She stepped onto the stage and shyly said to Qian Mo, "It's a pleasure to meet you, classmate Chang." Let's agree beforehand, friendship comes first, the competition second. He smiled and responded, don't worry, I'm not that rough of a person. Suddenly, from Yusheng's side, an attack was launched with a loud bang, startling Qianmo. Then, a cloud of dust enveloped the area in front of him. At that moment, Zhao Yusheng transformed into a tall, muscular girl. Her face darkened as she smiled and said to Qianmo, classmate Chang, let's give it our all in this fight. As soon as Zhao Yusheng had finished her transformation, everyone present was shocked. Who would have thought that such a lazy-looking girl would actually look like this? Someone shouted loudly, this is the special combat mode of a street fighter. Zhao Yusheng is taking this seriously. Qianmo froze in place, his face filled with helplessness upon witnessing the scene. What in the world is going on here? At that moment, Zhao Yusheng charged forward, roaring at him, what are you spacing out for? Letting your guard down in the middle of a fight will cost you. With that, she threw a series of punches toward Qianmo, but he swiftly dodged them all. It seemed like Yusheng was preparing to land a final, decisive blow to knock Qianmo out. She mocked him, is that all you've got as the top figure of the secret realm? All you do is run away? But before her punch could even land, Qianmo blocked it with a single hand. He said, want to see the real power of the one who stands at the top of the secret realm? Well, I won't hold back anymore. With that, Qianmo gripped Zhao Yusheng's arm tightly and yanked it, sending her flying off balance. He then forcefully slammed her down onto the ground. Not stopping there, Qianmo prepared to strike again. He even took the time to warn her, Yusheng, be careful, because I'm going to punch you. As soon as he finished speaking, countless punches rained down upon her. She didn't show any mercy. Qianmo's arm swung up once more. It looked like this would be his strongest and final blow. A punch like thunder descended, causing the arena to sink at the impact. Zhao Yusheng's face was now swollen like a pig's head, but she still tried to speak, didn't I already say? I won't be rough with girls. Qianmo twisted his sore wrist and replied, sorry, but that doesn't apply to someone like you. The referee of this match quickly reported the result to everyone. Xinyu Academy faced off against Fengyu Academy, with Xinyu Academy's Qianmo emerging victorious. The match went by so quickly that a few people who had just gone to the restroom missed the entire thing. They didn't even have time to pack their snacks. Looking over at the match involving Ma Ling was also somewhat interesting. Over there, a female warrior was tightly held by the magical hands of a wizard, unable to move an inch. She gritted her teeth in anger and said, how despicable, if you have the ability, fight me head on. What kind of skill is it to keep playing dirty like this? Wei Shen, upon hearing that, mockingly replied, little sister, it's not that you're not skilled enough, it's just that I'm too strong. You might as well admit defeat and leave already. The girl's anger reached its peak, and she shouted, calling him shameless, I'll kill you. With that, she struggled to break free from Wei Shen's grasp. As soon as she managed to escape, she immediately charged at him with her sword, but he remained arrogant, saying, I told you to admit defeat, but you wouldn't listen. You just had to be so stubborn. However, just as she lunged forward to attack, her sword only struck empty air. Wei Shen's voice echoed from behind her, all right, let me see you off then. Then he unleashed his magic. Immediately, powerful blasts shot out from large spinning rings, causing the girl to be sent flying forward, screaming in pain. Wei Shen looked at the girl who had been knocked out, lying motionless on the ground, feeling extremely proud. I told you, you're no match for me. The referee of the match announced the result to the crowd. Ma Ling Academy faces off against Xianwu Academy. Ma Ling Academy, with Wei Shen, wins the match. At this moment, Wei Shen was greeting the people around the arena, basking in the cheers of the audience. Those in the stands were also quite surprised by his strength. This guy is really strong, a mage who can completely overpower a swordsman. I like his fighting style, it's really cool and so experienced. Ling Xiao, having just finished observing Wei Shen's match, turned to speak to Chang Yusheng. Isn't this Wei Shen from your Amlin faction? He looks pretty good, doesn't he? The latter replied modestly. Don't mention it, this guy is completely unserious. To be honest, I just found out that he joined Chen Mo's guild recently. Old Fei, who was nearby, chuckled when he heard this. Then he must be familiar with Huang Tian, right? That's great, isn't it? Chang Yusheng then smiled faintly and said to Ling Xiao, well, that's true. But this kid is in trouble. He's in the same competition group as Qian Mo, and they might end up facing each other later on. Hearing this, Ling Xiao chuckled and reassured him, there's no need to be so pessimistic, the outcome isn't decided yet. Chang Yusheng then spoke to him, Principal Ling, please stop comforting me, I just hope he doesn't lose too badly. At this moment, the announcement of a referee echoed through the arena. Lan Tian Academy faces off against Zhu Jia Academy, and Lan Tian Academy's Huang Tian emerges victorious. On the other side, Xiu Ling also just defeated a competitor from Yunlin Academy. A moment later, Ruoshi from Xinyu Academy claimed victory and advanced to the next round. After an intense preliminary round, the moment everyone had been waiting for finally arrived. The announcer, with great excitement, said, ladies and gentlemen, after several days of fierce competition, the top 8 of the tournament has been officially revealed. They are Liang Xiaoyun and Zhan Yu from Yunba Academy, Qian Mo and Ling Ruoshi from Xinyu Academy, Xiu Ling and Tai Yansheng from Yunlin Academy, Huang Tian from Lan Tian Academy, and Wei Xin from Maling Academy. After a short break, the battle for the top 4 spots will officially begin, followed by the championship match. The audience in the stands had begun to murmur due to the recent results. They were commenting that Yunba and Yunlin, from previous seasons, had always been in the top 3. Having 2 people from each of these schools make it through wasn't surprising. But for Xinyu to have 2 people in the top 8, that was certainly unexpected. It seemed that Xinyu Academy was truly rising this year. With this performance, they were sure to secure a spot in the top 3. The scene then shifted to the resting room for those who had advanced to the next round. Sheng Qian Mo's group had gathered in the room, all of them jubilant because, as expected, they had all made it into the top 8. This was definitely a moment to celebrate. At that moment, Wei Xin suddenly kneeled and hugged Qian Mo's legs, pleading, President, let's make a deal. Please let me win this round. Even if I lose, at least let me lose with some dignity. Qian Mo's voice grew serious as he responded, Kid, just make sure you last long enough to face me. Upon hearing this, Wei Xin immediately stood up and said, You're not making me happy with that. I know I can't beat you, but I still have some confidence when it comes to fighting the others. Qian Mo then explained, now that we're in the top 8, internal battles are unavoidable. So, how's the current situation? Huang Tian then spoke up to report, the current situation is that I'm in the same group as Qiu Ling, Ruoshi, and Liang Xiaoyun Zhong. Old Mo, Wei Xin, Tai Yansheng from Yunlin, and Zhan Yu from Yunba are in another group. Out of the 3 of us, 2 will have to face off against each other, and the remaining one will fight Liang Xiaoyun. Xiu Ling, upon hearing that, asked again, does that mean one of us has to stop at the top 8? Ruoshi quickly reassured them, this is just a competition. Everyone just needs to give their best when the time comes. A little while later, Xiu Ling turned to speak to Qian Mo, your guild president, apart from Wei Xin, also as Tai Yansheng from Yunlin and Zhan Yu from Yunba. Old Tai doesn't stand a chance against either the guild president or Wei Xin. Zhan Yu from Yunba is the same. In short, no matter what, Wei Xin will eventually clash with the guild president. After hearing this, Qian Mo stood up and seriously replied, whether it's an internal battle or a confrontation with others, I hope everyone can fight with all their might, so there's no regret left after it's over. Wei Xin, upon hearing this, shuddered and stammered, it sounds like the guild president is reminding me. Xiu Ling ignored him and continued, sounding rather concerned, among all of them, you all should pay special attention to Liang Yunxiao. He's an assassin from Yunban, so his target is probably the guild president. I've watched several of his matches, and he fights very ruthlessly. Those who face him often either die or suffer severe injuries. Because of his fighting style, many opponents surrender even before the match begins. With this kind of combat style, his score in the qualifiers was even higher than the guild president's. Seeing this, Huang Tian stretched himself confidently and said, then please let me face him in the next match. I'll put out his arrogant spirit. I'm really looking forward to competing with old Mo for the championship. Qian Mo reminded him not to underestimate the enemy. Then, Ruoshi stood up, and everyone followed suit, gathering around. She gently said, "That's good. From now on, let's all give our best and fight with all we've got." A while later, on the large competition arena, the 8 contestants stood in a neat line. The host's voice echoed once again, "Ladies and gentlemen, the much-anticipated Top 8 showdown is officially underway. The system will now randomly pair up the fighters. The results are in: Qian Mo will face Wei Shin, Huang Tian will fight Liang Yanxiao, Ruoshi will compete with Zhou Ling, and Zhang Yu will go up against Tai Yanshang." Upon seeing the results, Wei Shin immediately slumped. He said, "Hey, aren't you going to let me into the top 4? Meanwhile, Huang Tian, who was beside him, snickered and said, "Liang Yanxiao, let me see what Jin Ba's strength is like." Zhou Ling then said to Ruoshi, "Even though we belong to the same guild, I won't show any mercy to you." She smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I'll be giving it my all too." Liang Yanxiao was glancing at the others, silently thinking that he was probably going to face Qian Mo in the championship match. He now looked at Wei Shin, who was pale and fearful, and said with a smile, "I can only say you're really out of luck." The first match was between Qian Mo and Wei Shin. He stood on the field and spoke to Qian Mo before the fight began. "Old Mo, before we start, let's agree on 3 things. Qian Mo didn't refuse and allowed him to speak. Then Wei Shin began to slowly list his terms. "First, you don't hit someone in the face. You can't hit my handsome face. If you do, you'll have to support me for the rest of my life. Second, if I admit defeat, you must stop immediately. There must be no personal revenge. The third rule is..." Wei Shin hesitated here, unwilling to continue. Qian Mo, now losing patience, urged, "What's the third rule? Stop stalling and tell me quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Shin immediately launched an attack and said, "The third rule is, can you go easy on me a bit, so I can win the championship and satisfy myself?" So he was using a delaying tactic. This could reduce the target's movement speed by 40% and last for 12 seconds. Seeing this, Qian Mo gritted his teeth in anger and said, "This little brat is actually playing dirty?" The commentator's voice echoed throughout the stadium, "This Wei Shin really is a sore loser, pulling underhanded tricks. Looks like they know each other, but Qian Mo was too careless and got caught in the delay spell. It seems like he's in big trouble now." Wei Shin, now using his magic, smiled maliciously and said to Qian Mo, "On the battlefield, tricks are fair game. President, you said we should give it our all, fight without regrets, so don't blame me if I'm ruthless. Be careful, President." With that, he shot his magic straight at him. Instantly, the ground where Qian Mo stood exploded into a mess. However, Qian Mo quickly used his familiar umbrella to block the attack completely and said with a smile, "His methods are cruel enough, and his schemes aren't bad either. It's a pity, though, that his strength is lacking and his intellect is insufficient. He forgot about my passive ability. What about the power of purification?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Shin was left grumbling in frustration. "Damn, how could I forget about this?" Upon hearing him, Qian Mo smiled and said, "Got any other tricks? Show me something that will broaden my horizons." At this, Wei Shin regained his composure and raised his staff. "I've got plenty more tricks. Now, esteemed President, let me give you a good show." Wu Shuijing observed Wei Shin's move, crossing her arms as she thought to herself, "This move looks a lot like the power of purification, but I don't see him raising his hand or casting anything. This kid sure has a lot of secrets. I'll have to keep a close eye on him." In another arena, Liang Xiaoyan stood facing Huang Tian and said, "I've watched all the matches, and among the 8 finalists, you and Qian Mo are the only ones who interest me a little. I'm lucky I got to fight you in the first round." Huang Tian sneered upon hearing this, replying, "You're lucky, all right. Fighting me, you still have a little chance, but if you'd been placed in the same group as old Mo, you wouldn't have had a chance at all." Upon hearing Huang Tian's nickname for Qian Mo, Xiaoyan asked, "So you know Qian Mo?" "Well, of course. You're all from the three-school alliance, aren't you? That's great then. If I beat you badly, it'll definitely piss him off, won't it? Huang Tian's expression darkened with anger as he snapped, "What are you talking about? Do you think you can definitely defeat me?" Liang Xiaoyun didn't bother to respond to him but simply said, "Anyway, I just hope you can let me fight to my heart's content." Immediately afterward, he used his blood wings to launch a surprise attack on Huang Tian. Xiaoyun slashed down and struck, sending him flying a considerable distance. Huang Tian quickly got back up, laughing as he spoke in a mocking tone, "Is that all you've got? Looks like that's not enough. Now, let me show you my next move." With that, he let out a powerful roar. Liang Xiaoyun was a bit taken aback, retreating a few steps, and said in astonishment, "Is that a burst of fury? Clearly, he's a sword saint, but how does he have the skills of a sword madman? Wait, could it be that he's activated the ancient altar?" It wasn't just him who was puzzled, the people in the stands were also extremely curious. Huang Tian wasn't a sword saint? How could he use the skills of a sword madman? But they couldn't be mistaken, Huang Tian indeed had the skills of a sword saint as well. Di Yuanhao, seeing this scene, was very surprised and said, "Chen Mo is a wandering cultivator, so it's understandable that he could learn various ultimate techniques, but how did Huang Tian break through the class transition limits?" Gu Zizhen, sitting next to him, chuckled and replied, "This Huang Tian must have a very close relationship with Chen Mo." Hearing this, he added, "They're not only from the same three-school alliance, but they were also very close before. He's the second in command, the right-hand man of Chen Mo in the Eternal Peak Guild." Gu Zizhen chuckled loudly and muttered, "This is really interesting, everyone involved with Chen Mo is truly worth paying attention to." At this moment, Huang Tian was wielding his frenzied sword, speaking in a deep voice to Xiaoling, "Old Mo, sorry about this, but I really can't hold back anymore. When it's time to strike, there's no need to hold back. I was almost choked to the point of internal injury here." Without further delay, he commanded his sword to charge forward, aiming directly at Liang Xiaoyun. He quickly dodged to the side but was still grazed by the sword's edge. Not stopping there, Huang Tian unleashed the crescent moon sword dance technique, directing the sword to turn back and stab at Liang Xiaoyun once again. With nowhere left to retreat, Liang Xiaoyun could only pull out his cloak, using its poor defense to protect himself. The moment he donned the cloak, countless sword blades from Huang Tian rained down on him from all directions. Inside the cocoon of his cloak, Liang Xiaoyun gritted his teeth and thought, "Damn, I underestimated Huang Tian." However, on the other side, Huang Tian wasn't in much better shape. His entire body was trembling violently. The battle on this side attracted a lot of attention from the spectators, who were cheering and urging both of them on. Shan Yusheng, sitting in his chair, seemed quite pleased and said, "It looks like Huang Tian might actually defeat Liang Xiaoyun soon." But Old Fei, sitting beside him, disagreed. "Not so fast. I don't think so. The situation doesn't look too good. That kid, Huang Tian, has already used everything he has, but Liang Xiaoyun is really powerful. He knows exactly what his role is as a blood mage. Now, ready to put aside his pride and adopt a turtle-like retreat to hold on. Once Huang Tian's energy runs out and the defense still hasn't been breached, it will be very dangerous for him." At this moment, Huang Tian stood up straight, using all his strength to lift his enormous sword. "Here, take my final strike." With that, he hurled the sword directly towards Liang Xiaoyun. Immediately, the spot where he had been standing exploded. Huang Tian collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, and asked, "Did it succeed?" Yet, Liang Xiaoyun was still able to stand up from the smoke and debris, smiling as he said, "Finally, it's over. Your energy must be completely drained by now, right? Now, it's my turn." With that, Liang Xiaoyun grinned wickedly. He immediately dashed forward, while Huang Tian could only tremble and retreat. The scene suddenly shifted to the arena where Qian Mo and Wei Shen were battling. Wei Shen was now being cornered by Qian Mo and, terrified, shouted, "Don't come any closer. At least let me finish casting this skill." Upon hearing this, Qian Mo stopped, immediately responding with a smile. Alright, I'll give you a moment. Let's see what else you've got. Wei Shen now stood face to face with Qian Mo, determined not to fall, at least not without standing his ground. He then raised his staff high, summoning a tornado in the air. Seeing this, Qian Mo curiously asked, "What is this move? How can it cause the Tianzi to change this drastically? Will it affect us?" As soon as he finished speaking, several massive meteors shot out from the swirling vortex. Everyone was stunned. This guy was actually summoning a meteor. Then, he pushed all of them toward Qian Mo and said, "Taste the power of hellfire." Qian Mo quickly dodged the falling meteors while commenting, "This move is not bad, but it's not enough." Finishing his words, he charged toward Wei Shen. Seeing this, Wei Shen fearfully screamed, "What the hell, are you even human? You couldn't even kill me with that? A non-tank class and yet you have 7,500 HP? Just before Qian Mo could strike him, Wei Shen, pale with fear, shouted, "I surrender, I surrender." As soon as he finished, the referee immediately announced, Ma Ling Academy vs Xinyu Academy, Qian Mo from Xinyu wins, officially advancing to the top 4. Wu Shuijing, seeing the result, secretly smiled and thought, the attribute values of this kid are definitely problematic. Not only is his attack power high, but his health is also substantial. Where did he get all those extra points to allocate? I'll see how I handle him next round. At this moment, Chang Yisheng smiled and spoke to Ling Xiao. As expected, Wei Shen is no match for Qian Mo, but making it to the top 8 doesn't bring us shame. What's the situation with Huang Tian? He now had a dark expression and replied, "The situation isn't great. His previous attack couldn't defeat Liang Xiaoyun, and now there's no chance for a counterattack." Meanwhile, Huang Tian was using magic to strip off his clothes, lifting them high while mocking, "You were so tough just now. Let me see if there's anything else you haven't done yet." Huang Tian was tightly gripped by Liang Xiaoyun, only able to grit his teeth and curse. The entire arena was now buzzing with excitement. Many people thought Huang Tian could defeat Liang Xiaoyun. Wu Shuijing, glancing over, smirked quietly, "Well done. Those trash dared to oppose me, and this will be their punishment." At that moment, Old Face suddenly stood up and shouted loudly, "Our Lan Tian Academy has lost. Someone tell Liang Xiaoyun to stop." Immediately, the referee shouted, "Lan Tian Academy vs Yunba Academy, Liang Xiaoyun of Yunba wins, advancing to the top 4. He then ordered for the match to end right there. Liang Xiaoyun instantly let go, causing Huang Tian to crash to the ground, while he arrogantly walked off. Liang Xiaoyun, now almost delirious, laughed excitedly, thinking, reaching this point must have made Qian Mo furious, right? Huang Tian was then taken for treatment, and someone next to his hospital bed said that Huang Tian had already lost. Earlier, Liang Xiaoyun had been severely injured by him, and this was his personal act of revenge for what happened. But now, it wasn't serious, all he needed was rest. Qian Mo, standing beside the bed, said in a low voice, "So that bastard Liang Xiaoyun intentionally injured Huang Tian this badly." Xiao Ling also agreed, moreover, he spoke so arrogantly, saying he wanted to show you this. Wei Shen also had to sigh. "Old Huang, really, if you can't win, just admit defeat. Can't you see I landed safely?" Once the matter was settled, Qian Mo turned to ask the other two, "How did the competition go?" Hearing the question, Xiao Ling sighed in frustration and said, "I did my best, but I never expected Ruoshi's little sister to come up with a perfect counter." She smiled and said that everything was something Qian Mo taught her before, so you could call it cheating. Upon hearing this, Wei Shen frowned, "So, isn't Ruoshi's little sister going up against Liang Xiaoyun in the next match? That guy's goal is to piss off the president. Don't tell me he'll play dirty." But she snapped back, "I'm not afraid of him." At this point, Xiao Ling added, "Old Tai lost to Guiyu from Yunba Academy, meaning the president's opponent in the next match will be from Yunba." Wei Shen, hearing this, laughed and said, "Well, this is getting interesting. The top 4 battle for supremacy will have Xinyu fighting Yunba. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to settle old scores and grudges? Now, Shenmo's expression darkened as he stared at Huang Tian lying on the bed and said, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." The next day, at the Nation H competition venue, the host began. After the university tournament, we finally welcome the battle for supremacy among the top 4 strongest. Although it's not the finals yet, with the current situation, only Yunba and Shinyu remain in the top, which is a remarkable achievement that hasn't been seen in previous tournaments. Next, Zhanyu from Yunba Academy will fight Xianmo from Shinyu Academy. Ruoqi from Shinyu Academy will compete against Liang Xiaoyun from Yunba Academy. The battle for supremacy between the 4 strongest contestants officially begins. Zhanyu stared at Xianmo for a moment before speaking. "You seem a bit distracted. I heard the one fighting Liang Xiaoyun is your girlfriend. Are you worried about her?" Then he started rambling. "That guy is really strong. Back at my school, we've fought no less than 20 times, and I've lost every time. Before coming to the arena, he told me to surrender right away. He said he'd end the fight quickly, telling me not to delay the final match between the two of you. But I won't let that guy have his way. I'll defeat you first, then beat him in the finals and become the champion." Having said that, Zhanyu fired a series of bullets at Xianmo. He quickly dodged all of them and closed the distance between them. Then, Xianmo pulled out a dagger, held it in front of Zhanyu, and said, "Sorry, I'm not interested in hearing your victory speech. I just want to finish this quickly." With that, he slashed at Zhanyu with the dagger. Zhanyu furrowed his brows, gritting his teeth, thinking, "This guy's speed is insane." Immediately after, a barrage of attacks from Xianmo rained down on Zhanyu. He blocked as best as he could while looking at Xianmo, and with a smile, he said, "As expected, you're just like Liang Xiaoyun, always exuding that obnoxious, arrogant, self-satisfied air. This move was originally prepared for him, but now I'm letting you try it first. You dare to look down on me? I'll make all of you bastards pay the price." Immediately, the entire audience erupted in chatter. If this skill is unleashed, it might break through the defense of the arena, right? Some even felt like they were about to get burned to a crisp. With this range, it seemed almost impossible to dodge on the arena. Xianmo in this situation was surely doomed. The host was stunned upon seeing this, exclaiming, "Is this the skill from a second-class change along with the berserker? I can't believe it's this exaggerated. It looks like direct confrontation isn't an option, so how will Xianmo handle this?" However, he casually responded, "You're planning to use your trump card? Fine, come on then." As soon as he said that, the entire audience thought Xianmo had lost his mind. There were so many ways to handle this, yet he chose to face it head-on? Zhanyu, having already completed the move, launched it directly toward Xianmo, shouting, "Pay for your arrogance." The attack flew forward, slamming into the protective barrier on the battlefield. When everyone saw the shield stretching to its limit, they hurriedly looked for a way to escape. Di Yuanhao, sitting at the judge's seat, jumped up from his chair, exclaiming in surprise, "This kid is really something." At that moment, the barrier couldn't hold anymore and shattered. But Di Yuanhao had managed to rush over in time to intercept the attack. The debris scattered outward, injuring many. On the battlefield, only Zhanyu's heavy breathing and a cloud of dust remained, obscuring everything. "That's what you get for underestimating me," he said. But it seemed like he had reached his limit, as he couldn't even finish his sentence before coughing violently and collapsing to his knees. At that moment, Xianmo stepped out from the smoke, calmly saying, "Is that really your ultimate move? This is all you've got?" Zhanyu was completely stunned by this sight. Struggling to speak, he yelled with difficulty, "How can this be? How could it be possible with just that umbrella?" But before he could finish his sentence, Zhanyu saw Xianmo turn around and walk away. He immediately shouted for him to stop, as the fight wasn't over yet. Xianmo frowned, turned his head, and said, "If you keep trying to use moves that aren't suited for your current state, your body might not be able to handle it. There's no need to waste more time with you." Zhanyu tried to shout once more, "No, I can still fight." However, just as Xianmo had predicted, after only a few words, Zhanyu coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then he collapsed onto the ground, motionless. At this moment, the referee announced, Zhang Yu is unable to continue fighting, Xian Mo advances to the finals. When the result was revealed, everyone was struck with fear. This battle truly felt like a soul-crushing defeat. Xian Mo had beaten Zhang Yu so thoroughly that he could no longer resist. Everyone was deeply curious about the true extent of his strength. As Qian Mo was heading inside, a notification suddenly appeared in front of him. It was an urgent message from Gu Kan. Is it Yunba Academy again? Does Wu Shuijing want to go all the way with me? Xian Mo walked over to where the principals were seated. He ignored Chang Yisheng's congratulatory remarks and asked Ling Xiao about the situation on Ruoxi's side. He is now frowning as he responds. In this situation, Ruoxi is no match for Liang Xiaoyun. He is currently floating in the air, looking down at Ruoxi, who is kneeling on one knee on the ground, mocking her with a smile. You're really tough, but with your level, being in the top 4 seems to indicate that your boyfriend must have put in a lot of effort for you, huh? But I advise you to surrender soon, don't delay the final match between me and him. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Mo's face darkened further. His gaze now was extremely cold. At this moment, Ruoxi stood up slightly, raising her staff and said, being careless will cost you. Liang Xiaoyan seemed a little surprised that she hadn't given up yet. A life or death match, huh? Let me see what you're capable of. With that, Ruoxi immediately rushed toward him, staff in hand. Liang Xiaoyan blocked the attack while laughing manically, saying, not bad, didn't expect the damage to be this high. But she didn't stop there and continued to launch a barrage of attacks. Liang Xiaoyan could feel the damage getting stronger and stronger. The onlookers were all astonished at the scene. Ruoxi was still stacking illusory runes, and soon, once the illusory runes took full effect, the damage would increase even further, rivaling the earlier light cannon barrage. What was Liang Xiaoyan planning to do? She charged again, raising her staff and shouting, such arrogance, if you're so confident, don't retreat from this move. Liang Xiaoyan looked at the move Ruoxi was preparing, confused and full of questions. What kind of move is this? After the ultimate skill was unleashed, everything on the battlefield exploded. Ruoxi gasped for breath, struggling to stay on her feet, looking at the person in front of her and saying, you're still avoiding, huh? Liang Xiaoyan's expression darkened. The mocking voices of the crowd echoed in his ears. This guy is finally backing down. He's definitely not as good as Qian Mo. He can bathe in the ultimate skill, while this trash only knows how to retreat and retreat. When fighting Huang Tian, he was like a turtle hiding in its shell, too scared to even poke his head out. Wu Shuijing, sitting above, gritted her teeth in anger as she witnessed the scene. This damn useless fool, why is he so afraid of death? And that granddaughter of Ling Xiao, when did she become this terrifying? At that moment, Ruoxi spoke to Liang Xiaoyun, you're indeed very strong, I'm not your opponent, but I can be sure that you're no match for Qian Mo. With the same move, he wouldn't have needed to step back. Since I can't defeat you, I want to surrender. But at that moment, he unleashed an attack on her, catching Ruoxi off guard. She was hit by the skill. This was the blood flower, which could plant a seed on the enemy. After 10 seconds, the flower would bloom, dealing 100 damage per second and amplifying the pain felt by the target by 3 times. At this point, Liang Xiaoyun was like a madman, laughing while tormenting her. Earlier, when I told you to surrender, you refused, but now you want to? I won't let you have your way. Ling Xiao, upon witnessing this, could no longer tolerate it. He slammed the table, stood up, and shouted loudly, this is indeed a skill specially designed for torturing people. Liang Xiaoyun, stop immediately. Suddenly, someone charged at him and kicked him away. Xian Mo caught Ruoxi, who was now unconscious, in his arms, while Liang Xiaoyun quickly stood up, arrogantly saying, can't handle it already? I haven't even started having fun yet. Ignoring him, Xian Mo focused on pouring a dose of medicine into Ruoxi's mouth. After finishing, he glared at Liang Xiaoyun and growled, Liang Xiaoyun, you want to provoke me, right? Congratulations, you've succeeded. In the next 3 moves, I will definitely kill you. As soon as he said that, the entire arena erupted in shock, everyone stunned and unable to believe their ears. Did I hear that correctly? Did Xian Mo just say he would kill Liang Xiaoyun in 3 moves? This isn't the apocalypse continent, you can't just kill people without facing legal consequences. At that moment, Wu Shuijing slammed the table and stood up in anger. I object. The finals haven't even started yet, and Xian Mo has already charged up. And what does he mean by saying kill? I demand that his qualification for the competition be revoked immediately. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao coldly turned and replied, We've already lost this match, but clearly, Liang Xiaoyun from Wenba Academy intends to take my granddaughter's life. Xian Mo is only acting out of concern for saving her. At this point, Gu Zizhen finally spoke up. The outcome of this semi-final has already been decided. Xian Mo entered the arena. Although he was in a hurry, it was a reasonable action under the circumstances. As for the matter of killing or not, young people are often full of energy, and a bit impulsive behavior is hard to avoid. Principal Wu doesn't need to worry about it. After hearing this, the old man became furious, but there was nothing he could do. He thought to himself, this is infuriating. It seems that Gu Zizhen has already made up his mind to cover for Chen Mo. Then, Gu Zizhen continued, but if they both stepped onto the stage, then I declare the final match. The showdown between Xian Mo and Liang Xiaoyun officially begins now. On the stage, he was still mocking him. I've heard for a long time that you are arrogant, but I didn't expect you to be this crazy. Killing someone right in the middle of a match? I've had some experience with this. Usually, people kill first and then claim they couldn't control their strength, but the way you said it first makes it clear that you intend to kill. Xian Mo responded with a cold, gloomy expression. He spoke in a deep voice, Are all of Yunba's people this long-winded? Immediately after, countless bone monsters appeared behind Xian Mo, as he was using the soul summoning technique. Liang Xiaoyun was stunned when he saw this, unable to believe his eyes. Aren't you just a lone cultivator? How do you know the ultimate move of an undead mage? But before he could do anything, the bone creatures pounced on him and tightly held him down. The people in the stands were terrified by the scene. After witnessing this move, Wu Shuijing exclaimed in shock, Could it be the soul summoning? Is this the skill of an undead mage? No, Liang Xiaoyun is no match for him. He quickly shouted, We surrender. Tell Chen Mo to stop. But Gu Zizhen was not in a rush. He furrowed his brow and stared ahead, saying, This must be a skill activated by the ancient altar. So the biggest trump card you have is this. Wait, let me take a closer look. Di Yuanhao, who was sitting beside him, also agreed, That's right. The earlier guy, Huang Tian, must have used something like this too. The Heaven Soul Sacrifice is a powerful move of the undead mage, using an extremely tough soul chain to bind the target, making them unable to move. Then, the Death Sight will continue to strike, with the effect lasting for 4 seconds. Up until now, Liang Xiaoyun still couldn't believe it. He screamed in despair, This is absolutely impossible. Shen Mo's voice seemed to carry a chill that entered Liang Xiaoyun's ears very clearly. I heard you really enjoy torturing others, so let me give it a try. Xian Mo, today I, Liang Xiaoyun, swear I'll fight you to the death. But he didn't care about what he said. The third move I'm using is your own ultimate move to finish you off. It's called Blood Qi-Scented Vengeance, which consumes 80% of the current health to form the Spear of Blood Qi-Scented Flight. Each time the target is hit, not only will they be parasitized, but they will also take a massive amount of damage, while simultaneously recovering that same amount for the blood technique. Wu Shuijing was now panicking and ready to go crazy. Chief referee, please quickly order to stop the match. But Gu Zizhen still showed no concern, focusing intently and thinking to himself, I can't stop. This person has more surprises. He holds not just one ancient altar, I cannot halt this fight. Xian Mo leaped high and said to Liang Xiaoyun, Feel the endless pain. At this moment, he was no longer trapped by the bones, but by countless chains wrapped around him. Liang Xiaoyun could no longer bear it and screamed in agony, I was wrong, please stop. However, Xianmo still decided to raise his hand and snap his fingers. Immediately, many small iron chain fragments and bright red petals fell onto his head. Liang Xiaoyun had completely vanished, leaving no trace behind, seemingly having perished at Qianmo's hands. From a distance, Wu Shuijing saw this and immediately shouted, "Qianmo, do you really dare to kill? You're done for." But Qianmo was not at all afraid. Instead, he provocatively retorted, "Kill me if you can, what will you do about it?" Wu Shuijing, his forehead bulging with veins, shouted loudly to the referee, "Committee member Gu, this person has openly violated the country's prohibition order. I must handle this severely." Wu Shuijing, representing Yunba Academy, suggested executing him as an example. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao stood up and said with a clear voice, his entire being exudes an oppressive aura. "Whoever dares to touch a single hair on Qianmo's head, I will definitely kill them." Wu Shuijing sneered, responding, "Very well, Ling Xiao, are you covering for a murderer right in front of everyone?" Inside, however, he was startled, wondering how Ling Xiao could exude such an aura, especially since he was already injured. He snorted upon hearing that, then said, "Are you referring to the person earlier, the one who had no ability to resist, and claiming that he is Yunba's genius? Well, that's all there is to it, he's dead now. But if you want to settle scores, I'll face you head on. The people from your academy intentionally violated regulations and tortured my granddaughter. How do you plan to handle this matter?" At that moment, Gu Zizhen stood up from the referee's chair and requested to cut the live broadcast. "The match is over. The principals from the schools in Xianmo should stay behind, while everyone else can leave." Wu Shuijing's gaze darkened as he stared at Gu Zizhen, asking, "Committee member Gu, are you covering for Qianmo?" Unexpectedly, the old man responded clearly and challengingly, "Principal Wu, if you disagree with my decision, you can file a complaint with the National Administrative Court. Or try taking action against this old man." Wu Shuijing was clearly at a disadvantage now, stammering, "Fine, we'll discuss Liang Xiaoyun later. I have other information to report." Then, he began to present, "From what I observed, not only did Qianmo kill someone, but he also caused an extremely negative influence in front of everyone. Moreover, he is hiding a shocking secret. I recommend that the Regulatory Association conduct a thorough investigation on him and give us justice." Gu Zizhen feigned surprise and asked, "Is there something else to this? Principal Wu, please explain further." Wu Shuijing glanced at Qianmo, who was standing there, and slowly began to speak. "First of all, the attribute points of Qianmo certainly have issues. From my observations, he has at least about 30% more attribute points than others at the same level. Moreover, he has at least discovered 2 to 3 completely new ancient altars." The other principals were astonished when they heard this. Ancient altars, those are crucial weapons that can change the fate of a professional practitioner. As long as there is one more altar, the entire combat strength of Nation H will increase dramatically. However, some people were still skeptical, saying, "He discovered 3 altars? How is that possible?" Wu Shuijing continued to argue, "Huang Tian from Lan Tian Academy is very close to him, and before, he even used a skill that doesn't belong to the second-class change. Moreover, Qianmo has used the grand moves of the Necromancer and Blood Mage twice. These things are absolutely not something a rogue cultivator could do." Gu Zizhen waited for him to finish speaking and then added, "Principal Wu makes a very reasonable point," but in reality, Gu Zizhen was cursing him inwardly. "This Wu Shuijing, I did my best to downplay the impact of this matter, yet he exposed everything." At that moment, Qianmo spoke to Wu Shuijing, "Sorry, you are underestimating me. In fact, the number of ancient altars I control is 5. Everyone present, especially Gu Zizhen and Wu Shuijing, were shaken by these words. Could this be real? Ancient altars are supreme treasure lands that allow the awakened to break through the boundaries of their professions and acquire various skills. A high-level ancient altar can produce hundreds of awakened individuals, surpassing professional limits. This is almost like an unranked reserve combat force of a nation. It should be noted that the number of ancient altars discovered across Nation H is only 19. This has turned Nation H into a major country in terms of awakened individuals. Gu Zizhen, still in shock, asked again, 5 altars? Do you have the locations of all 5 altars? Xian Mo, without hesitation, replied, that's correct, exactly like that. Wu Shuijing, of course, couldn't believe it, so he said, you can talk nonsense when eating, but you can't do that when speaking about serious matters. Do you know what the implications of what you just said are? However, he immediately smiled and retorted, the fact that I have the locations of the altars was even mentioned by Principal Wu. So why don't you believe me now? As expected, Wu Shuijing was left speechless. He thought to himself, how could you possibly have as many as 5 ancient altars? If it were only 3, we could still accuse him of hiding information, but if there are 5, the situation is different. It's likely the Huaxia government will want to recruit him. Wu Shuijing then raised his head and said in a loud, clear voice, even if there are 5 altars, you, an awakened level 42, how could you have that many free attribute points? If you had such a method, why not make it public and collaborate with our scientists from Nation H to see if we can find a way to benefit the people? As soon as he finished speaking, many people immediately agreed. One of them said, if you really have such abilities, you should proactively report it to the Management Association. Ling Xiao could no longer stand still and yelled angrily at Wu Shuijing, you're shameless. Our Nation H is already weak, and yet you still want to destroy a peerless genius? What exactly are you trying to do? To his surprise, the man remained calm and responded nonchalantly, is the vision of your Ling Xiao Academy and Xinyu really that narrow? If the experiment succeeds, Nation H will not just have one genius like Qian Mo, but countless ones. As a member of Nation H, some sacrifices are necessary. If a student of Yunba Academy had such a secret, I, Wu Shuijing, would be the first to bring him to the lab. Just then, Qian Mo stepped forward and interrupted him, sorry to cut you off, but I think you're overthinking things. My attributes are indeed a bit higher than ordinary people, but that's due to my natural talent, not anything else. Wu Shuijing, hearing this, countered, if I remember correctly, your talent was rated as level E. So could you explain to me what kind of level E talent could boost your attributes this much? Cheng Qianmo answered calmly, although I don't know why the system rated my talent as level E, the specific effect does indeed allow me to convert experience points into additional attribute points every time I level up. If you don't believe me, you can check for yourselves. At the same time, he thought to himself that the insistence on focusing on his talent was precisely what hid the secret of the soul-shocking individual. Even if they had fathers, it wouldn't matter. It was at this point that Gu Zizhen spoke up, remembering something, speaking of which, the top scientist of Nation H, Lu Yanxing, is also here with me this time. Why don't we go find him and talk? Wu Shuijing heard this and responded with joy, is it academician Lu Yanxing from the National Academy of Sciences? Is he here too? That's great. However, Ling Xiao appeared somewhat worried and told Gu Zizhen, I believe this has nothing to do with the match. The old man chuckled and replied, Principal Ling, don't be in a hurry to stop him. Why not try asking Qian Mo for his opinion? He has nothing to refuse. He then answered, I will follow the leader's arrangement. Afterward, they all went inside. As they walked, Gu Zizhen laughed and said to Cheng Qianmo, alright, honestly, I'm also curious about your attributes and combat abilities. Let's go see for ourselves. The scene shifted to a laboratory in Nation H. The top scientist of Nation H, Lu Yanxing, was looking at the data generated by the machine while testing Qian Mo, exclaiming, this is incredible. I've never seen data like this before. Nearby, there was a board displaying all the information and stats about him. Gu Zizhen looked at it and exclaimed in astonishment, a combat power rating of 160,000? That's far beyond the strength of a typical second-class change, completely equivalent to level 60. Wu Shuijing, standing nearby, grew anxious and thought to himself, if I'd known he was this strong, I wouldn't have let Liang Yanxiao die. This loss is really too great. Then he remembered something and asked, wait a minute, wasn't it said that the highest rank is only SSS? What is this X rank? Hearing his question, Lu Yanxing turned around and replied, do you know any foreign languages? It's an abbreviation of X, which literally means incomparable. At that moment, Shen Mo walked down and asked him, "So what kind of rank am I now, exactly?" Lu Yanxing stroked his beard and said slowly, "There has never been a case like this before. Right now, the data is too powerful to compare, or there is no data to compare at all. But based on your characteristics, it's clear that you came first." At this point, Wu Shuijing smiled and added, "Well, that's great. A specimen as good as this must be kept in the laboratory for further research. Who knows, after 2 years of research, academician Lu might come up with results that will make all the people of Nation H as powerful as dragons." Upon hearing this, Lu Yanxing immediately turned around and asked, "Did you just say to keep him in my lab?" Yet this guy still glanced at Ling Xiao and said, "Yes, I'm doing this for the future of Nation H. I believe the Xinyu Academy will also agree with this plan." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yanxing shouted angrily, "Shut your mouth. I've been risking my life researching awakened individuals to create a perfect specimen. Now that we have the specimen, and you want to keep him in the lab? Are you out of your mind? From today onward, Chung Qianmo will be under my protection. I want the whole of Nation H to cooperate with him anytime he levels up in the Great Heavenly Mystery Continent, and report his progress to me at all times." Wu Shuijing, upon hearing this, stammered in disbelief. Why wasn't this situation going the way he wanted? Gu Zizhen, on the other hand, happily agreed with the professor. "Professor Lu, please rest assured. Our management association will fully cooperate with Qianmo." At that moment, he lowered his head and asked the professor, "Professor Lu, if that's the case, then I would like to ask you, if someone secretly organizes activities and plots to harm me, what should be done?" Lu Yanxing thought for a moment before replying, "According to the laws of Country H, this would naturally be considered premeditated murder. If it were on the Apocalypse continent, just leave it to the Management Association to handle." As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Mo turned around and said, "That's good. You can bring the person in now." At this point, Gukan appeared with a person wearing a hood, smiling as he said, "President, the person I brought is here." Gu Zizhen was a little surprised upon seeing him. "Gukan, why is it you, this kid?" Shen Mo, hearing this, also turned around and asked, "Chief Referee, do you know Gukan?" Gu Zizhen then answered him, "This is my late father's youngest grandson. He's always been involved in illicit business on the Apocalypse continent." "What's going on, Shen Mo? Do you know him too?" Before Shen Mo could reply, Gukan spoke first. "Uncle, I no longer participate in the arena. Now, I'm the vice president of the Eternal Peak Guild, under President Qianmo's leadership, handling all kinds of tasks." Upon hearing this, the elder found it hard to believe. Is the sun rising from the west? How could this brat actually be doing honest work? Then who is the person in your hands? As he asked, Gu Zizhen secretly thought, this kid, Gukan, is only level 65. How could he possibly help Chung Qianmo, who is only level 42? Immediately after, he released his grip, causing the person to fall to the ground, and said, "This is Zhou Siwei, the former head of the Department of Scientific Affairs at Yunba Academy. Under the orders of Wu Shuijing, the president of Yunba Academy, he planned to secretly attack our guild while our president participated in the Yunlan Union Arena tournament." Before he could say anything further, Wu Shuijing shouted loudly, cursing and accusing, "Zhou Siwei was expelled from Yunba Academy a long time ago. Yunba has nothing to do with this." At that moment, the man crawled over and grabbed the elder's leg, shouting, "President, you can't just abandon me now. I've lost, you must save me." Without hesitation, Wu Shuijing cursed him directly to his face, "Shut your mouth, don't you dare slander me." With that, he immediately delivered a punch to the back of the man's head. Zhou Siwei collapsed to the ground, motionless. Wu Shuijing stood up, wiped his hands, and said, "Zhou Siwei is a man of corrupt morals, long expelled from my Yunba. Now, he dares to slander me. As of now, I, Wu Shuijing, am justified in killing him by national law." After speaking, he immediately knelt before Gu Zizhen, "Principal, with such a degenerate in our ranks, as the headmaster, I failed to fulfill my duties. I resign from my position and await the association's decision. After hearing this, Gu Zizhen furrowed his brows, his face darkening as he responded. Wu Shuijing here is not the mainland Tikai, yet he dares to use jellyfish. Throw him into the dungeon and interrogate him thoroughly for me. Xian Mo, standing behind, muttered to himself, he's really a crafty old fox. He knows that no matter what happens today, he won't escape, so he's killing the witness first. Even if the investigation continues later, he'll be able to avoid most of the blame. But if we can bring him down today, at least it's a small relief. After Wu Shuijing left, Gu Zizhen looked at Liu Yanxing and jokingly asked, "Are you satisfied with what I've done?" Liu Yanxing smiled and replied, "What are you asking me for? I'm just an old man who researches science. If you want answers, ask the kid over there." When the question shifted to him, Xian Mo scratched his head, smiled, and said, "You, Mr. Minister, have handled the matter with fairness. I have no complaints." Finally, everything was settled. Gu Zizhen then congratulated him. "The competition has ended today, let's all congratulate Academy Xingyu for winning the championship. And congratulations to Qian Mo for securing the #1 spot." At that moment, a woman standing next to Qian Mo whispered in his ear, "You're really not simple, kid. I've never seen my uncle praise anyone like this. He's the Minister of Education for Nation H. You could take this chance to win his favor." Cheng Xianmo seemed uninterested, and turned to Gu Zizhen, asking, "Mr. Minister, about the reward for the Secret Realm challenge you mentioned earlier. Could it be that you have already forgotten?" The old man just remembered and replied, that's right, I still have a reward for you. But before that, you need to promise me one condition." Xianmo, upon hearing this, looked puzzled. "A condition? The minister is giving me a gift, but there's a condition attached?" Gu Zizhen pulled his hand and led him outside, reassuring him, "Don't worry, kid, you won't lose out." Gu Kan, who was behind them, made a face. Is this kid really just a student? A moment later, sitting in the car as it drove down the road, Xianmo couldn't help but ask Gu Zizhen, "What exactly is the condition the minister has?" The old man didn't answer immediately but instead said, "Don't worry, I won't ask you to do any research." But Xianmo, still very curious, couldn't hold back any longer, "Then just tell me, so I can rest easy. What's the reward?" Seeing the look in his eyes, Gu Zizhen thought to himself, although he seemed mature, in the end, he was still just a child. He finally spoke, "I have 2 types of rewards. The first is a high-level experience book, and the second is a high-level 3-piece set of equipment. You can choose one." Cheng Xianmo thought for a moment and then replied, "In that case, I want the high-level experience book. The high-level equipment doesn't mean much to me." Seeing him like this, Gu Zizhen thought, now he's calm, not like a child anymore. This kid is really hard to figure out. Then he continued, shifting to the condition, before explaining it. "I have to tell you a few things, and you need to listen carefully. Although the Awakeners' War has been ongoing for centuries, the war is not yet over between Nation H and the foreign Awakeners. There are always both open and covert battles. The organization responsible for this struggle is called the Yanlong Soul. To join this organization, one must possess absolute talent and be under the age of 45. The purpose of the Yanlong Soul is to directly fight against the foreign Awakeners, led by the student, Qian Mo. Not sure if you're interested in joining?" After hearing Gu Zizhen's words, Qian Mo hesitated and thought for a moment. Then, he raised his head and asked a question that made Gu Zizhen nearly speechless. "Well, is there a salary?" With a helpless expression, Gu Zizhen answered, "Kid, this is a major matter for Nation H, how could there be any lack of trivial things like that?" Hearing this, Qian Mo felt reassured and smiled, "In that case, sure, we can look into it." A little later, the car stopped in front of an isolated, towering building. Gu Zizhen told Cheng Xianmo, "All right, we've arrived at the Management Association. Let's go inside and talk. There's someone inside waiting for you." The first scene they encountered was right at the foot of the Management Association building of Nation H. Xianmo looked around and said to Gu Zizhen, no wonder this is the decision-making center of Nation H, the aura is indeed impressive. Gu Zizhen walked ahead and told him, if you join the Yanlong Soul, you'll be coming here often in the future. As Qianmo walked, he observed his surroundings and thought, in this place, just by looking around, everyone has cultivation at third transfer or higher. Is this really the peak power of Nation H? Suddenly, when they reached the door of a room, Gu Zizhen stopped and patted Qianmo on the shoulder, saying, go in. Your old friend is inside. I still have something to do, so I can't go in with you. After hearing this, he was momentarily confused, thinking to himself, an old acquaintance of mine? Could it be? As soon as he stepped inside the room, Cheng Qianmo saw old Qin sitting there waiting. The old man greeted him first, saying, Zhang bro, it's been a while, hasn't it? Upon seeing him, Qianmo greeted back with joy, old Qin, as expected, it's you. It's been such a long time. But just then, several beams of light suddenly shot from old Qin's body towards Qianmo. He was not about to back down, and released a powerful aura, asking, old Qin, are you testing me? The old man didn't respond to his question but instead complimented him, not bad at all. You're only at level 42, but your attribute points are already this high. I didn't misjudge you, you really are a promising seed. Qianmo remained humble, saying, I'm still far behind you. At this point, old Qin finally brought up the main topic of the day. About the soul of Yanlong, Gu Zizhen must have already told you, right? He then asked what Qianmo thought about it now. In response, Qianmo spoke frankly, actually, I haven't thought it through yet. As you know, I've just established a guild, and I still don't understand much about the soul of Yanlong. Seeing this, old Qin began to explain, when the Apocalypse continent appeared. It will actually be allocated based on the territorial area and military strength of the countries. Nation H, which was a powerful country at that time, was allocated the largest area. Now, the neighboring countries are envious, so to redistribute the land, they formed a federation to put pressure on us. They did not want to start a war on Blue Star, so they decided to begin on the Apocalypse continent. In order to prevent a civil war from exhausting the overall strength of humanity, the countries have set regulations. Candidates participating in plundering wars cannot reach the fifth transition, and their age must not exceed 45. Cheng Qianmo, after hearing this, immediately continued, this is why Nation H established the Yanlong organization, isn't it? Old Qin nodded in agreement, saying, moreover, since plundering wars were allowed, Nation H has undergone 4 consecutive battles. We won 1 and lost 3, which caused the territory controlled by Nation H on the Apocalypse continent to shrink by 1/3. Now, there is less than a year left until the 5th plundering war. We've already lost to Frog Kingdom twice in a row, so we cannot afford to lose again. Your talent is unique in my lifetime. Therefore, I hope you can join Yanlong and contribute to Nation H. After hearing such a long statement, Qianmo immediately fell into silence. He thought to himself that if the Apocalypse continent lost the battle, the territory previously controlled would shrink, and some of the altars would be redistributed. Moreover, the opponent was Frog Kingdom, so there was no reason to refuse. After thinking this through, Qianmo raised his head and responded, old Qin, I can participate, but I have one request. He broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing that. This kid, are you trying to blackmail me again? But Qianmo spoke very seriously, old Qin, you're joking. Fighting with the Frog Kingdom is a good thing, and I absolutely won't make any demands. My only request is that I can join the Soul Yanlong after my 3rd class change. Old Qin immediately agreed upon hearing that, of course, that's fine. After all, it's still a year away. You'll need to work harder to improve your strength. If you need anything, you can contact the old enemy. I heard you still have positions at 5 of the altars. You're not tricking Gu Zizhen on this, are you? Qianmo smiled and replied, I've already prepared the altar positions, but the Management Association should also give me some personal rewards. Old Qin, hearing this, grinned widely and stroked his beard, you're always thinking about making a profit, aren't you? Then he took out an ancient book and said, this is an advanced experience book. With your current level, it can help you level up by 1 more rank. This kind of book can also provide 60,000 experience points at once. As he absorbed the book into his body, he muttered to himself, 6 million experience points? Isn't this just like a level clearance dungeon? The higher the rank, the harder it is to level up. These 6 million points will only help me level up by 1. Then he bowed his head to bid him farewell. Old Sheen, I need to hurry and finish handling the other matters here. Then, he returned to the Apocalypse continent to continue leveling up. He didn't want to delay any further, so he didn't keep him. Then go ahead. The scene shifted to a large archway with a banner that read Congratulations Chung Chien Mo. And then, the champion of the Battle Academy returned. Chien Mo and Ruoshi stood in front of the school gate, stunned at the sight before them. Nearly all the students in the school had come out to congratulate him. A few female students were even shouting, claiming they wanted to have his children. Chien Mo's face turned pale as he looked ahead and asked Ruoshi, "Why did the principal arrange this whole thing?" She smiled and replied, "Who told you that you've become the great hero of our academy Xingyu now?" Then Ruoshi began to explain. "Since you won the title of champion in the martial arts competition, academies have been approaching us with partnership offers. Now, it's no longer just a 3-school alliance, but a 9-school alliance. Right now, the leaders of these 9 schools are waiting for you to come and give a presentation." Hearing this, Chien Mo was scared and trembled as he took a step back. "Please spare me. I haven't even had a break since the competition." But just then, Ruoshi mentioned something else. "Don't you plan to recruit members into the guild? This is something your grandfather personally arranged for you." As soon as she finished speaking, Chien Mo's face brightened considerably. "If that's the case, I might as well go meet them for a bit." The scene shifted to the conference room of Academy Xingyu. Inside, Chien Mo lowered his head and respectfully greeted the principals of the other schools. "I sincerely thank all the principals for attending. Today is the first meeting of our 9-school alliance. Thank you all for trusting me." A principal sitting behind Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, "The strength of the academic committee is something everyone must have seen with their own eyes. Also, Xiao Ling from my school has spoken very highly of you. As long as you can help us train outstanding students, feel free to propose any conditions, and we will meet them." The other principals, upon hearing him, also expressed their agreement. "That's right, Xiao Chang, go ahead and boldly present your teaching plan and requirements." At this moment, Chien Mo began to explain and introduce his guild to them. "Currently, I own a guild in Lingyu City on the Apocalypse continent. I'm sure everyone is aware of this. So, I would like to ask you to select 600 graduating students to join my guild for real combat. This is my teaching plan." After hearing this, one principal hesitated and said, 600 people? Most of them are outstanding graduates from various academies. Are you planning to have them work for you for free? Ling Xiao also added for him, "It's not that we don't want to help, but at least you should come up with a plan." Everyone is feeling quite confused right now. The other principals also agreed with his point of view. "We can provide students for you, but in return, you must tell us what your plan is." Chien Mo, perhaps having anticipated this, calmly replied, "Well then, I won't hide it any longer. My guild has already reached level 4. This time, when I return, I will clean up the Lingyu City area, and the guild will reach level 5 or higher. By that time, those graduates would be the backbone for me to manage Lingyu City." The principal was very surprised when he heard this and asked, "The Lingyu City you're referring to is the main mid-level city, right? You're saying you want to unify Lingyu City? Even if the guild is Academy Xingyu, it might still be difficult to achieve that." But Chien Mo was not hesitant at all and spoke directly, "Yes, that's correct. It is the main city of Lingyu City. You can inquire about our guild, Eternal Peak. Currently, there are 3 major alliances and 11 guilds in the Lingyu City area. Our Eternal Peak has merged with 4 guilds and is leading the 3 major alliances. Based on my estimation, the goal of unification can be achieved in no more than 3 months. After hearing him speak, a few schools had already decided to participate and support this. Cheng Qianmo knew they still had some doubts, so he added, "Don't worry, these students can be considered an initial investment, but in half a year, you will see their growth." Outside, people seemed to be discussing the recruitment of students from these 9 alliance universities. Everyone had heard that Cheng Qianmo's guild was very strong, and that by joining, they could purchase items at half the price in the market. When the full recruitment plan was revealed, it immediately caused a stir among the major universities. Within less than half a month, the number of participants had reached the maximum limit. As soon as the news was announced that the 9 universities would only recruit 600 graduates, everyone was eager not to miss out. After Huang Tian's injury fully healed, Cheng Tianmo and the others were able to return to Lingyu City. At that moment, Wei Shen was outside talking to Qiu Ling and Huang Tian. "This exam is so boring. I made it into the top 8 without even trying. I'm really amazing." Huang Tian, who was listening beside him, snorted and replied, "If you're bragging like that, you should have been matched up with that scoundrel Liang Yanshao." Du Xie also came out to greet them. He happily said, "Finally, everyone's back. There have been so many students around here lately. I've been really busy just arranging things for them." Xin Yongyang also stepped forward and said, "Let me tell you all, I'm now a master of herbal medicine." Hearing this, Wei Shen immediately walked up to him and teasingly said, "It's all thanks to the president. This time, he won the double championship and recruited so many talented people to help everyone. Why don't you go set the table so we can celebrate this success?" Qianmo then turned to ask Ruoshi, "Do you notice that we're missing someone?" Ruoshi thought for a moment, and it seemed like someone hadn't returned yet. She suddenly remembered Li Minghao. He had come back with her and Qianmo to Blue Star, but after that, each of them went their separate ways back to Yunba Academy. Why hadn't he come back yet? Du Xie added that Minghao had returned alone a few days after the competition. He said that Jinba Academy hadn't selected him and wasn't ready to compete with everyone, so he had gone back on his own and found a place to practice. Huang Tian gritted his teeth in anger after hearing this. Academy Yunba really looks down on others. If Li Minghao is selected, they could secure a spot in the quarter-finals and the knockout rounds, and still have a chance of becoming this year's champion. Qianmo explained to him, Minghao has always had an inferiority complex. Even though he says he doesn't want to compete with us on the arena, it's certain that he still wants to stand on the battlefield with us. This could be a huge shock for him. Qianmo fell silent for a moment, then furrowed his brow and asked, "Didn't he mention which secret realm he'd go to?" Du Xie thought for a while and then answered, "He's heading to the Black Nest, a special secret realm near Lingyu City. This area is currently controlled by the Galaxy Alliance." Xiu Ling was astonished upon hearing this and asked, "A secret realm that's monopolized? Who would dare to be so arrogant?" Du Xie clarified, "It's not exactly monopolized, but there is a management guild in charge. They don't have the guts to truly monopolize it. It's just that most of the people leveling up and hunting monsters there are from their guild, so people often refer to it as their territory." Finally, Cheng Qianmo spoke up to everyone, "It's fine, Minghao has grown up. We don't need to worry about him too much. Besides, my next target is also the Black Nest, so I'll probably run into him pretty soon." Huang Tian agreed with him, "That guy is pretty strong. By the time we find him, he might have already mastered everything." Then, Qianmo stepped forward, entered the guild, and said with a smile, "Well, let's first check things out. It has been such a long time since I left. I wonder how much the city has developed." As Qianmo entered the city, everyone turned their eyes toward him, whispering among themselves. The president of their group is finally back. Many also took notice of Ruoshi accompanying him. I heard that Goddess Lang has made it into the top 4 in this competition. Some people sighed when they saw Wei Shen. He has a fighting style that I really like. Wei Shen, upon hearing this, angrily turned around and scolded, "I'm one of the top 8, so why is it that she gets called a goddess and I'm just called an old mage?" Seeing this, Huang Tian stepped forward, placing a comforting arm around him. "Don't you think about your own fighting style? What's wrong with others calling her that? At this moment, Chung Chien-mo was praising Du Xie. Not bad, while I was away, you managed the guild really well. Suddenly, as they walked, he noticed a large hole in the wall in front of them and asked, "What's going on with this wall?" Huang Tian was also curious. The duel with Nia Rongsheng's group ended a long time ago, but why hasn't it been repaired yet? Du Xie bowed his head in silence after hearing this. This is a long story. I was actually planning to report the situation to you. A little while later, the group stood below the hole, observing it. After hearing everything, Chung Chien-mo asked Du Xie again, "So you're saying that our guild has been attacked all this time?" Du Xie immediately responded, "It was supposed to be fixed long ago, but every time we try to repair it, someone causes trouble." At first, they thought Nia Rongsheng was responsible, but later discovered the involvement of other forces. Then Du Xie gritted his teeth and added, "If it were an open fight, we wouldn't be afraid of them, but unfortunately, those people only dare to act sneakily." Huang Tian also asked him if he knew which specific force was behind it. Chien-mo frowned, thinking for a moment, then said, "There are only 3 major guilds in the City of the Moon Alliance, so the 2 other large alliances, Fenghe and Galaxy, both have conflicting interests with us, so it must be one of these 2 alliances." Huang Tian could no longer hold back and was about to deal with them right away. But Chung Chien-mo was not in a hurry and calmly explained. The 3 major alliances restrain each other. No matter which side strikes first, the other will gain an advantage. Right now, they haven't caused us any significant damage. So let's put this aside for now. Everyone has had a hard time during this period. Now, I have some good news to share with you all. Huang Tian was immediately excited and urged him to speak quickly. But Wei Shen was quite surprised. "Can't believe such good news is coming out of your mouth?" Then Chien-mo began, "I have prepared a young jade dragon for each of you." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. "Each of us?" But immediately the announcement broadcast sounded again, informing everyone that it was a reward for those who had made outstanding contributions. Every 2 weeks, the guild would have a plan to give away a jade dragon. As long as the contribution points were ranked first at that time. Any member can receive a flying mount, regardless of their level. After hearing this new announcement, everyone was determined to give their best effort in order to earn the reward. 2 soldiers were talking when suddenly a girl walked up and asked, "Excuse me, what's going on here?" One of the soldiers, unable to hide his excitement, quickly answered, "Our guild leader just announced that any member of the guild who contributes enough points to meet the target will have the chance to receive a jade dragon mount." Wang Fu Gue, upon hearing this, smiled and muttered to herself, "Great, so there really is a dragon. Looks like I came to the right place today." With that, she quickly ran toward Cheng Chien-mo's group, leaving the 2 soldiers stunned and unable to stop her. Wang Fu Gue arrived at a crowd cheering for Chung Chien-mo, calling him the guild leader. Without hesitation, she pushed through the crowd and shouted, "If I join your guild, can I get a dragon? Can you give me a dragon?" Guild leader. Wei Shen saw Wang Fu Gue and immediately mocked her. "What's with this guild leader business? Who are you? It seems you're not even a member of our guild, so don't even talk about contribution points. And you're demanding that I call you guild leader, but I didn't even call him that." Wang Fu Gue then turned to Chien-mo and asked, "If I join your guild now, won't that be enough? Guild leader? Can you give me a dragon? I've never seen a dragon before." He chuckled awkwardly, "This girl. Our guild has its own rules." Ru Shi, standing beside, quickly added, "We have standards and evaluations for joining, not just anyone can be accepted." But as soon as she finished speaking, she took something out of her pocket and introduced it. "My name is Wang Fu Gue, level 48 preacher. I'm here this time because someone recommended me." When Huang Tian and Wei Shen heard this name, they laughed and joked with each other. Meanwhile, Chien-mo, still very curious, asked, "Our team is still short 1 person, so who is this person who recommended you?" Then, she took out a badge and said, "His name is Li Minghao. He said he is from the guild." "Oh, right, he is currently in danger." Xianmo and the others were stunned when they saw the badge. This badge really belongs to Ming Hao. Isn't he grinding levels in the Black Nest? How could he be in danger? At this point, Wang Fu-gue added, yes, he's in the Black Nest. I was there with a new group, and that's when I met him. Later, he introduced me to come here. On my way here, I overheard a group talking about him, mentioning his name and saying they wanted to scheme against him. When I hurried back, he had already followed the team into the secret realm, so I couldn't catch up. Unfortunately, I can't enter the secret realm on my own. But thinking back, since Ming Hao had introduced me to come here, I decided to come first and see if I could find any rescuers. After hearing this, Xianmo whispered, piecing everything together. They mentioned his name and are planning against him? Huang Tian, seeing this, became extremely angry and said, I think this isn't aimed at Ming Hao, but could possibly be directed at our entire guild. Suddenly, Xianmo shouted loudly, Changdi. A jade dragon immediately soared up from behind the city wall and then landed with a loud thud right in front of everyone. Xianmo then turned around coldly and said, Huang Tianwei, Shenruoshi, wait here for a moment, each of you take a dragon, and follow me to the coordinates of the Black Lair. The others became quite excited upon hearing this because they were about to try riding a dragon. After that, he walked past Wang Fu-gue and told her, as for you, come with me and tell me where Li Ming Hao disappeared for the last time. Fu-gue asked, so where will I sit? Immediately, Xianmo jumped onto Chengdi and said to it, let her get on, we're leaving now. As soon as she finished speaking, she leaped straight into the air, causing dust to billow around. Shortly after, the group soared into the sky on the dragons, swiftly heading towards the Black Lair. However, Wang Fu-gue didn't sit on the dragon's back, but was instead lifted by Qingda's claws and flown along. The scene shifted to the secret lair of the Black Lair, now in the early morning. At the entrance, two tough-looking guards from the Galaxy Alliance were blocking players from entering. They demanded that anyone wishing to pass must pay 1,000 gold coins, or they wouldn't be allowed inside. A martial artist, seeing this, became extremely upset. What do you mean we have to pay to enter the secret lair? This is ridiculous. Why charge 1,000 gold coins? Just rob us already. However, some people didn't bother arguing, deciding to pay and quickly enter. Suddenly, at that moment, a group of jade-green dragons swooped down towards them, causing everyone to panic. Who is that? Riding a dragon? Huang Tian was the first to step down, and as Wei Shen landed, he immediately started vomiting. Xianmo stepped off Qingdi and asked Wang Fu-gue, is this the place we need to be? She quickly replied, yes, but remember to pay the entrance fee for me later. Huang Tian, who was helping Wei Shen, whose face had turned ashen, furrowed his brows and asked, what do you mean, entrance fee? A soldier who was collecting fees hesitated when he saw their group and asked another soldier, these people don't seem ordinary. Should we collect the fee from them? The other soldier arrogantly responded, who cares where they're from? Once they enter the territory of the Galaxy Alliance, everyone has to pay. He then stood in front of Wang Fu-gue, his face darkened, and asked, stop right there. Where do you think you're going? The entrance fee is 1,000 gold per person. That's the rule here. Got it? She was so frightened that she immediately ran behind Cheng Xianmo to hide. He stepped forward and said, I'm Cheng Xianmo, the president of Eternal Peak. Do we really have to pay? To his surprise, the soldier not only wasn't afraid but also approached threateningly. Being the president of some club doesn't mean anything. Got it? Just then, a painful scream echoed through the entire forest, causing the birds to scatter in all directions. The two soldiers who had been collecting fees were thrown to the ground, and the group of Qianmo leisurely entered the secret realm. Only then did Huang Tian voice his thoughts. The Galaxy Alliance actually dares to charge protection fees in the secret realm. It's clear that their leader is no good, and they even have a grudge against us. I think Ming Hao's situation must be related to them. Xianmo looked up at the door leading to the secret realm and murmured, Ming Hao hasn't replied to the messages. Either he's still inside the secret realm, or he's unconscious. I just hope he's still alright. The scene shifted to the headquarters of the Galaxy Alliance, where the leader was sitting on the throne, listening to a report from their subordinate. Lord, they are really showing us no respect. You must take action and uphold our dignity. Lu Jinxian, the leader of the Galaxy Alliance, heard this and asked in a deep voice, "Is it the three masters?" Then she began scolding the subordinate. Are you brain dead? You actually dared to provoke that crazy Eternal Peak guy? He's already shown me enough respect just by registering his name. And you still had the audacity to charge them a fee? The subordinate's face puffed up like a pig's head, and he tearfully replied, I didn't know their identities. Boss, how should we handle this now? Lu Jinxian sneered and her eyes flashed with a cold light as she responded, this can't just be left like this. This is an opportunity. Cheng Qian Mo, I just happened to want to meet him this time. At this moment, Cheng Qian Mo and his group stood in front of the entrance to the dark secret realm at the Galaxy Alliance's stronghold. A family member, seeing this, exclaimed, this secret realm looks so terrifying. With the Galaxy Alliance guarding it, what makes it so special? Wang Fu Gue then said, this is a random secret realm. Huang Tian, upon hearing this, felt confused. What does random secret realm mean? She explained to everyone, the Dark Lair has several secret realms intertwined with each other. Once you enter, it depends on the path you choose. Of course, the rewards and risks are proportional, but regardless, the cost of 1,000 gold is still quite hefty. Ru Shi, hearing this, became a bit worried. So, we don't have to complete the entire journey? Does that mean we might not be able to find Ming Hao? She answered in a tone that wasn't entirely certain, it's hard to say, but we could fight a few bosses. After all, defeating one boss would fulfill the requirement to leave. As for the others we can't defeat, we can simply leave. Cheng Qian Mo also turned back to explain further to everyone, we can keep fighting until we finish the progression and only stop once we find Ming Hao. Wang Fu Gue was astonished upon hearing this, thinking he was joking. But Qian Mo didn't respond to him. Instead, he turned to Wei Shen and said, you stay behind and guard the door. Don't let Ming Hao leave. Wei Shen was startled when he heard this. Why should I stay here? Qian Mo suddenly patted Wei Shen on the shoulder and said confidently, there are 5 of us here. Apart from me, you're the strongest. If you stay, I'll be at ease no matter what happens. At first, Wei Shen was a bit uncertain, but he quickly became convinced. Don't worry, Guild Master, just leave it to me. With Wei Shen here, if Ming Hao passes by, no one will be able to take him away. Having said that, the other 4 entered the secret realm, leaving everything outside for Wei Shen to handle. He stood there, bewildered and alone. A moment later, Wei Shen started to whine and shout, damn it, am I being played by that guy? Inside the secret realm in the Dark Lair, Ruoshi sighed, the scenery doesn't seem dark or dangerous at all. Huang Tian agreed with her and asked, where should we go next? Wang Fu Gue quickly stepped forward and said, don't worry, I'll lead the way. I'm very familiar with this place. After speaking, she pointed in one direction and said, go this way, this path is relatively easy to walk. The group quickly followed the direction Wang Fu Gue pointed to. Soon after, they encountered their first obstacle. The monsters, armed with bows and arrows, shot from the cliff above. These were the Shield Breaker tribe at level 45. Qian Mo and the others quickly charged into battle. While fighting, Huang Tian asked, these monsters have 40,000 health, they're shield breakers at the execution level. Are you sure this is the easiest path? Wang Fu Gue, also fighting, turned pale and answered, why are they stronger this time than before? It seems my judgment was a bit off. Qian Mo, swinging his sword to cut down 2 monsters at once, told the group, shield breakers are aggressive monsters. No, they have a shield breaking mechanism, so don't focus on defense. Aim for their legs. They won't attack distant targets. Then he turned back and said to Wang Fu Gue, you step back behind the blood clot for us. Huang Tian immediately followed the instructions of Ma Qian Mo and found that it indeed had an effect. He was rushing forward with Ruoshi to attack and told everyone, let's take advantage of this moment to break through this barrier. After a while, everyone had completely defeated all the monsters. Wang Fu Gue, out of breath, asked, Chung Chien Mo, have you done this instance before? He smiled and replied, I've only studied it before, but since we ran into it, I remembered. Ruoshi then also introduced some of Chung Chien Mo's impressive achievements to her, while he continued to ask Wang Fu Gue, where do we go next? Huang Tian, hearing this, was startled and asked, didn't you hear her? She's that scammer. But Chien Mo paid no attention and still let Wang Fu Gue choose the path. She rubbed her chin, thinking. Then, Wang Fu Gue pointed to a nearby direction and said, in my experience, the monsters in that hidden realm are a bit easier to deal with. Sure enough, a little while later, they encountered an extremely fierce dragon. It breathed fire and shot at the four of them. Chien Mo quickly moved forward and raised his umbrella to shield them. After defeating the dragon, Wang Fu Gue pointed in another direction and said with confidence, this time, I can guarantee there will be no boss as dangerous as that. Sure enough, shortly after, she was bitten by an underwater monster, screaming loudly. When they managed to rescue Wang Fu Gue, Huang Tian frowned and said, if we go the right way, each monster will have a tool to deal with it, so it shouldn't be too dangerous. Then, he angrily pointed and said, now I'm 100% sure this guy is a scammer. Ruoshi, feeling quite uncertain, asked, we've already passed 2 or 3 bosses, but we still haven't seen a trace of Ming Hao. Could something have happened to him? And Chien Mo is still asking Fu Gue where we're going next? Huang Tian frowned and said, are we still supposed to trust her? Wang Fu Gue, now scared, quickly shook his head and refused, I don't dare to guide us anymore. But Chien Mo remained confident and told her, it's fine, if she says choose, just choose. I trust her. The scene shifted to a towering cliff surrounded by white clouds. Huang Tian, walking precariously along the cliff, muttered, why do I have this feeling that I'm being tricked by this bastard again? However, Wang Fu Gue, walking ahead, was very confident, trust me, the path I'm leading us on this time will definitely be fine. Even Ruoshi was curious, what monster are we going to fight this time? Suddenly, Wang Fu Gue stopped and pointed at a huge bird's nest blocking the path, saying, it's here. Inside the nest were several large eggs, and everyone wondered what the eggs could be for. She picked one of the eggs up and said, this is a very important tool. Each of us will keep one. When we face the boss of this level, it will be extremely useful. It's Ruoshi and Huang Tian also embraced an egg. She happily thought they were very cute, wondering if it was possible to hatch a familiar from one of them. But Huang Tian was a bit concerned how could they fight after holding onto this egg. At that moment, suddenly a loud noise rang out, accompanied by a pair of gigantic wings appearing before the 4 of them. A massive bird, furious, charged towards them, its claws raised threateningly. Chung Chien Mo, distracted while shielding Wang Fu Gue, didn't notice that Ruoshi had fallen backward. The giant bird suddenly swooped down, causing all 4 of them to be pushed off the steep cliff. Wang Fu Gue tightly grabbed Chien Mo's arm, screaming in fear. He quickly raised his umbrella and used the Heavenly Sun Disperse technique to slow their descent. Immediately after, the 2 of them landed together on a rocky ledge below. Wang Fu Gue released his grip, letting out a relieved breath, while Chien Mo furrowed his brow and said, and yet, we've been separated. Meanwhile, Huang Tian and Ruoshi fell straight down, landing into something soft and furry. The 2 quickly sat up, but Ruoshi also noticed something very strange. But why is the ground so soft, and why is the grass black? As soon as they stood up, both of them were shaken. How can the ground move like this? After finishing his words, both of them fell down. It turned out that the ground was actually a giant bear. The scene shifted to the outside of the secret realm, where Wei Shen was leaning against a tree, sleeping. He was still mumbling to himself, I've been played, definitely played by that little brat. They went in to grind monsters for experience, and here I am, just waiting. At that moment, a guy with a buzz cut from the Galaxy Alliance approached, pointed at Wei Shen, and said, it seems like the others have entered the secret realm. He was a bit startled when he saw him. Looks like you guys still haven't had enough suffering. Unexpectedly, when Wei Shen looked up, he saw Lu Jinxian and immediately started drooling. She furrowed her brows, looked down at him, and asked, "Are you the president of Eternal Peak, Shengqian Mo?"